Ace. Ah. In the stillness of the night, Chun Zishuan's roar nearly lifted the roof off his apartment. Then on the computer screen, Akaina's fist was piercing Ace's chest, and the man seated before the screen felt an echo of that agony in his own heart. Is someone calling for spirits at this hour? A neighbor shouted angrily from above. Chun Zishuan seized a kitchen knife and burst out the door, exclaiming, "Come on, kill me then." The middle-aged man fled in terror, shouting about a murder. Trash. Do you think you're General Rain? Chun Zishuan spat, slamming the door shut, and stared blankly at the Luffy figurine on his desk, a memento left by his brother Yihei. A year and a half prior, Yihei had perished in a car accident, taking with him Chun Zishuan's will to live. Oda knows nothing about One Piece. He swigged white liquor and bought a ticket to Japan. Brother, he'll go ask him for you. He stood at Yihei's grave, lighting a premium cigarette and pouring 2 cups of liquor. I'm sorry. I can't bear to look at your photo, it hurts too much. Tears mingled with snot dripped onto the gravestone. Meanwhile, in the boundless expanse of time and space, Yihei suddenly opened his eyes. This scent, premium cigarettes? After billions of years, he had become a master of the primordial, yet he had not encountered this fragrance again, and the aroma of white liquor. A surge of faith rushed forth, and Yihei instantaneously pinpointed its source, Earth. I found Earth. He divided a minuscule fraction of his power and darted towards the Azure Planet. In the alleys of East Sea City, Yihei's avatar emerged, gazing at the bustling traffic, his heart racing. Only a year and a half since his death, and Chun Zishuan was still alive. That surge of faith was a testament to his brother's thoughts of him. Following the invisible thread of connection, Yihei walked step by step towards the familiar neighborhood. Chun Zishuan was busy packing, the kitchen knife still resting on the table. Unbeknownst to him, the brother he longed for profoundly stood below. Would the door be knocked upon? When Chun Zishuan beheld his resurrected brother Yihei, would he lose his mind? What could Yihei's avatar, the master of the primordial, do for his brother? Yihei raised his hand and gently pressed the doorbell of apartment 302. Ding dong. Would Chun Zishuan answer the door upon hearing the chime? Behind a tree at the cemetery, Yihei watched Chun Zishuan sobbing over the gravestone, his heart tightening. This brother remained as foolish as ever. Chun Zishuan suddenly smashed a bottle of liquor. Brother, I'm about to undertake something significant, even the shrimp must support me. Yihei's eyes narrowed. Time rewinding, he instantly understood that Chun Zishuan intended to travel to Japan to seek Oda. Reckless. Yihei waved his hand, and a cloud of smoke enveloped Chun Zishuan, causing him to sway and collapse. Within the illusion, Chun Zishuan burst into Oda's home with his knife, then slashed his throat. I can now be ranked alongside the hero who burned the divine toilet. Yihei smiled wryly, carrying him back to the inn, casually molding a sphere of light and injecting it into Chun Zishuan's body before tossing him into a portal in the pure white expanse. Chun Zishuan heard a sound ding system. His eyes sparkled with excitement. A panel emerged. Name, age, bloodline, all customizable. Rox D. Yasuo. He filled in the name field. Bloodline, the son of Rox. The Blackbeard, a bastard child. He filled the abilities section to the brim. 3-color Haki, the skills of a swift swordmaster. Saitama's physique, the Rinnegan, 100-fold augmentation, whatever came to mind. He wrote down weapon. The demon blade, Chienrin from Assassin Wu Yoshi. Supporting domestic products. Currency? Varies. Confirm. 321. Chun Zishuan was about to enter the world of pirates. Would his identity as the son of Rox be recognized by Big Mom or Kaido? In a clash between the demon blade, Chienrin, and Mihawk's black sword, which would prove more formidable? With Saitama's physique combined with the Rinnegan, could he withstand Akaina's punches? Could he save Ace? The portal blazed with light, and Chun Zishuan's figure vanished within the radiance. Yihei looked at the portal and chuckled. Go on, rewrite the narrative. But he did not mention that the portal's destination was precisely at Marineford Square, where the Paramount War was about to commence. The moment Chun Zishuan touched down, he would witness the execution of Ace. Would he make it in time? Would the bloodline of Rox provoke an instant rage in the Marines? Who would be the first to bleed from the demon blade, Chienrin? A flash of light danced before Chun Zishuan's eyes. Now it was now Rox D. Yasuo who beheld the brilliance, subsequently appearing near the beach of an island. Yasuo shook his fist, bewildered. Where's my Saitama limiter? Ding, you must train to unlock it, the system replied coldly. T-Siege with the Rinnegan and 100-fold augmentation, I can still walk with confidence. He gazed at his reflection in the sea-long black hair, clad in blue attire. The demon blade, Chienrin gleaming in his hand, undeniably handsome. Suddenly, a pop-up from the system shop appeared. Roger sells, Rox sells, Ima sells, all for 100 million berries. What the live ones can be reincarnated through dirty earth. Yasuo chuckled and turned to the system. Where's Luffy? 1 kilometer away, in Windmill Village. Yasuo closed his eyes, activated the Rinnegan, and a repulsive force enveloped him as he soared into the sky. Holy moly. I can fly. This feels amazing. As he landed, he caught sight of Luffy bidding farewell to Makino, a red vest paired with a straw hat. Adorably foolish. Hello. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm going to become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted upon seeing him, instantly reciting his iconic line. Rocks D. Yasuo, the swift swordmaster. Yasuo struck a flamboyant pose. I am a wielder of the Rinnegan, capable of resurrecting the dead. Join me. I'm a rubber man. Be my crewmate. Luffy extended his hand. Yasuo bumped fists with him. Captain Luffy, I look forward to working together. Internally, he scoffed. This fool is recruiting crew members right as he set sail. Does he not fear I might be an undercover agent? However, he failed to notice that upon hearing the name Rocks, Luffy's eyes flickered. Grandpa Garp had mentioned this name. Yasuo contemplated which soul to resurrect first while stroking his cursed blade. 1,000 blades. Rocks. Might he turn against me? Roger? Could he reveal the whereabouts of One Piece? Kuina. Zoro would surely weep upon seeing her. Luffy had already leaped aboard the ship. Set sail. Yasuo followed him. And just as the vessel departed, cannon fire erupted in the distance. It's the king of the near sea. Luffy exclaimed, pointing at the enormous shark in the water, his eyes gleaming. Yasuo, it's your turn. Yasuo unsheathed his blade, 1,000 blades, ready for a test. Just right for a trial. But he had not anticipated that the Rinnegan would suddenly activate on its own, revealing countless shadows rising from the sea. The souls of those devoured by the king of the near sea. The Edo Tensei had inadvertently triggered. These shadows lunged toward the ship, and Luffy shouted in terror. What is this? Yasuo was bewildered. He hadn't even purchased cells yet, so how could this happen? Was it a passive ability of the Rinnegan? Or was the system at play? Could they handle the king of the near sea along with this swarm of shadows? Would Luffy's little boat capsize before they even left the shore? Yasuo gripped his cursed blade tightly, watching the approaching monsters and shadows, a smirk forming on his lips. Bring it on. The first battle was about to commence. The two boarded the small vessel and set sail across the sea, Luffy waving goodbye to Makino, who returned the gesture. Yasuo gazed at Makino on the shore, feeling a sense of awe. Indeed, the allure of a two-dimensional beauty was well-deserved. Suddenly, the small boat lurched violently, and Luffy screamed, Yasuo? A tsunami. It's not a tsunami, it's alive. Yasuo, focused on the surface of the water, a colossal sea beast had emerged, the very king of the near sea that had severed red-haired Shank's arm. As Luffy prepared to roll up his sleeves, Yasuo stopped him. Captain, leave this small fry to me. That he unsheathed his cursed blade, 1,000 blades, and swiftly sheathed it again. Is it done? Luffy asked, bewildered. In the next moment, the king of the near sea was cleaved from head to belly, splitting smoothly in half and sinking into the depths. That was amazing. Yasuo, you're incredible. Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Stay humble, Yasuo replied coolly, though his heart was elated. 3 days later, hunger gnawed at them like a relentless beast. Luffy had consumed all the provisions given by Makino on the first day. I want to find 10 crewmates, Luffy suddenly declared with renewed vigor. Then I shall be the ship's scientist. Yasuo replied. After all, he couldn't very well divulge that the system store had everything. A scientist? Luffy scratched his head. That sounds impressive. A fierce wind arose, and a tornado barreled toward them. Quick, into the barrel, Luffy shouted, opening it up. Yasuo rolled his eyes, seized Luffy's hand, and thrust the ore into his grasp. Hold on tight. He twisted Luffy's hand into a spiral and pushed him towards the stern of the ship. Luffy spun like a top, and the small boat shot away, narrowly avoiding the tornado. Where's Alvida's ship? Yasuo inquired of the system. The navigation system lit up, revealing the pirate ship not far away. There's food over there. Yasuo pointed towards the vessel. Upon hearing this, Luffy spun even faster, exclaiming, crush it, GG, fire, sink them. Alvida commanded from the deck, applying lipstick while barely looking up. The cannonballs whistled through the air. Yasuo drew his sword, the magical blade gleaming with a crimson light. Perfect time to test my new technique. However, he had not anticipated that his Rinnegan would suddenly heat up, causing a multitude of armors to rise from the surrounding waters. These were the pirates who had perished under Alvida's tyranny. The Edo Tensei had triggered automatically. The armors brandished their swords and charged towards Alvida's ship. What on earth is that? Alvida finally set her mirror down, shrieking in terror. Luffy was thrilled. Yasuo, is this also your power? So cool. Yasuo's heart sank. I didn't purchase any cells, so why did it trigger again? Could these armors be commanded? Would Alvida's slippery fruit allow her to evade the Renegade's attacks? The cannonballs were already upon them, leaving Yasuo no choice but to draw his sword once more. Could this strike cleave the cannonball while also dealing with Alvida? Would those armors assist them or turn against them? Luffy leaped up. Gum pistol. The battle was imminent. Koby, in the ship's storeroom, overheard and rushed out to gaze at the sea. Indeed, a small boat was swiftly approaching. Oh no, are we going to have more casualties? Koby lamented, clutching his pink hair. Bang! A cannonball soared through the air, and Yasuo stood on the cannonball, landing deftly on Alvida's ship. Where's the food? Luffy shouted upon landing. Two little brats seeking their doom. Alvida roared, wielding her spike club. Koby suddenly stepped forward. Stop! The beautiful Miss Alvida! Ha! This old hag is beautiful? Luffy laughed until he could barely stand upright. Alvida, infuriated, chased Luffy around the ship, her hefty form in pursuit. Yasuo, uninterested, called out forward slash, weaving through the throngs of pirates. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen pirates were knocked unconscious by the hilt of his sword. Without a drop of blood, Spillidy had yet to acclimate to killing. He snagged Koby by the neck. Quick, lead me to the food. I'm starving. How do you know my name is Koby? Koby trembled like a leaf. You possess great courage. You would make a fine Navy officer. Yasuo remarked casually as he walked. Really? Are you in the Navy? Koby's eyes sparkled with hope and oh, we are pirates. Yasuo replied nonchalantly. Koby's legs began to tremble once more. In the kitchen, food was discovered, and Yasuo instructed Koby to deliver it to the deck while he activated his observation Haki. In an instant, the world transformed. He could even hear the fish in the sea complaining. This ship is enormous, but alas, I cannot bite it. Can I foresee the future as well? Yasuo pondered, sensing Luffy shouting, gum pistol, as he sent Alvida flying with a punch. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed from the deck, confirming that Luffy had indeed triumphed. Suddenly, his observation Haki detected a figure. Nami was hastily escaping in a small boat, clutching her treasure. You little thief! Return my treasure! Yasuo bellowed from the edge of the ship. Nami glanced back, flashed him a smile, waved her hand, and sped away even faster. That woman is quite clever, Yasuo mused, stroking his chin, a smile replacing his anger. However, he was unaware that while Koby was delivering food, he overheard Luffy proclaim, My grandfather is Garp, causing the plate in his hands to clatter to the ground. Garp? The legendary marine hero. Koby's face went pale, and he looked at Yasuo with eyes full of dread. To be a pirate alongside the grandson of a marine heroisant that courting death? He quietly stepped back, hoping to seize the chance to escape. Yasuo's observation Haki immediately caught his intent, and he turned to look at him. Koby, thinking of running away? Koby, terrified, fell to his knees. I want to be a marine. Then come with us, Yasuo suddenly declared. When we meet Garp, let him take you as his apprentice. Koby was taken aback. Was this pirate in his right mind? Luffy, munching on meat, approached. Yasuo, when next? To find Zoro, Yasuo replied. He knew Zoro was being starved and tied to a post by the Marines. Yet, he had not anticipated that his observation Haki would suddenly sense a powerful presence. It was the Marines, and their strength was formidable, approaching their location. Could it be Garp? Yasuo's smile froze on his face. If Garp arrived and saw Luffy mingling with the Son of Rocks, would he explode? Would Koby, upon seeing his idol, defect on the spot? Nami had fled. Zoro was still unaccounted for, and now the Marines were closing in. Would they manage to escape unscathed? Yasuo tightened his grip on the demon blade Shinrin, his gaze hardening towards the approaching Marines. This time, would it be for real? Yasuo returned to the scene of Luffy's battle, where Alvida lay defeated on the ground. Luffy was heartily devouring meat, chatting animatedly with Koby. Upon seeing Yasuo, Koby waved eagerly. Mr. Yasuo, come eat, or else Luffy will finish it all. Yasuo picked up a piece of meat and nodded at Koby. Thank you. Koby's face flushed. This esteemed figure was surprisingly courteous. Where have you been? Luffy asked, his mouth full of meat, his words garbled. My treasure was stolen. Yasuo replied, biting into the meat, and I am now one step further from becoming the world's wealthiest. Who did it? He'll knock him out, Luffy declared, clenching his fist. Flee. We shall discuss it later, Yasuo remarked nonchalantly, turning his gaze towards the unconscious Alvida, and suddenly drew his sword. Steel cutting flash. As he sheathed his blade, Alvida had already breathed her last. Yasuo collected her essence and cast it into the sea. Material for the reanimation jutsu was now at hand. Kirby mentioned that the Monka base has captured a formidable swordsman, Yasuo stated as he wiped his hands. Roronoa Zoro? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's go. We must recruit him as our ally. Upon reaching the port, the trio hurried towards the naval base and the training grounds. Zoro was bound to a cross, his lips cracked, having endured 20 days without sustenance. A young girl named Lika rushed over with a rice ball, only to be violently knocked down by Monka's foolish son, Belmeber. Huh, you struck my dog and still wish to eat? Belmeber kicked the rice ball away and waved for his men to dispose of Lika. You scoundrels. Luffy's rubber arm suddenly stretched, catching Lika and landing with a thud in the center of the arena. Yasuo followed suit, leaping over the wall, his enchanted blade spinning in his grasp. Zoro, hang in there. Belmeber, startled, quickly regained his bravado and shouted, Who dares to intrude? Capture them. The Navy rushed in, but Luffy sent 3 flying with a single punch. I'm going to become the king of the pirates. Zoro, join me. Zoro lifted his gaze, his eyes still sharp. Who would join a pirate? Before he could finish, Yasuo interjected, Do you wish to live? If so, answer me. He waved a rice ball enticingly in front of Zoro. I have food. Zoro's throat bobbed. 20 days of hunger was a temptation few could withstand. Belmeber, furious, shouted, Fire! Shoot them down! Arrows whistled through the air as Yasuo sprang forward, his foot barely touching the ground before he slashed, deflecting all the arrows with the sheath of his blade. My turn now. He produced Alvida's essence, a smirk dancing on his lips. Allow me to showcase the powers of the Rebirth fruit. A dark aura emanated from his palm, and a figure resembling a scarecrow suddenly emerged from the ground, none other than the slain Alvida. What is this? Belmeber recoiled in terror. Alvida is dead. Isn't she? The spectral form of Alvida lunged at the Navy, plunging the scene into chaos. Zoro's eyes widened. This ability. What do you think? Yasuo offered in the rice ball. Join us, and there will be plenty of battles to come. At that moment, a furious voice echoed from the depths of the base. Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Monka emerged, wielding an axe, his visage brutish and imposing. Father, quickly eliminate them. Belmeber cowered behind him. Monka's gaze swept over Yasuo and landed on Luffy. Straw Hat? Your grandfather is Garp. Luffy paused, astonished. You know my grandfather? Yasuo's heart sank. Monka actually knew Garp. He cast a glance at Zoro, who was voraciously devouring his meal, seemingly having acquiesced. Yet, Monka's strength is formidable, and he possesses a son adept in ambush tactics. How long can Alvida's phantom endure? Will the first practical application of the reincarnation fruit encounter any mishaps? Monka raised his axe, aiming to cleave at Luffy, declaring, I will slay you first, pirate. Luffy met the attack with his rubber fist, exclaiming, Rubber pistol. With a resounding bang, both were forced to retreat 3 steps. Yasuo gripped his enchanted blade, 1,000 blades, fixated on Monka. Should he employ the forbidden jutsu of impure resurrection now? What if he summons a being of greater power and loses control? Has Zoro sufficiently recovered to join the fray? On the battlefield, Luffy and Monka were locked in a fierce struggle, while Alvida's apparition grew increasingly translucent. Suddenly Yasuo chuckled, Zoro, are you warmed up? Wiping his mouth, Zoro's gaze was sharp as a blade. I've been eager to stretch my limbs. The two flanked Monka, one on the left and one on the right. Could this confrontation finally win Zoro's unwavering loyalty? Might Monka reveal an even more formidable trump card? What else can Yasuo's reincarnation fruit summon? As the blade glimmered and the axe descended, Zoro's inaugural battle is imminent. After Luffy finished laughing, he looked back at Zoro and said, Hey, you're the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, right? Come be my partner. Who are you? Zoro slowly raised his head and asked Luffy. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be the pirate king. Luffy said with a serious expression. I'm Rox D. Yasuo. I'm going to be the richest man in the world. That idiot is my captain, Yasuo said, glancing at Luffy with a smirk. Upon hearing Yasuo's introduction, Luffy seemed very happy that Yasuo referred to him as captain, completely ignoring the word idiot. What? Damn pirates. I won't be your partner. Zoro immediately rejected them upon hearing they were pirates. Baka, you completely underestimate me. Shoot them. Kill them. Belmeber ordered the soldiers to open fire. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, but, fearing Colonel Monka's methods, had no choice but to follow orders and fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out. This was the first time Yasuo had ever heard gunfire, and he was startled, as he had only ever heard it on television before. Luffy quickly pulled the little girl Lika behind him while using his body to shield her from the bullets. Zoro's pupils contracted. Am I Roronoa Zoro going to die here today? My dream hasn't been realized yet. I haven't become the world's greatest swordsman, and I haven't defeated that man. How can I fall here? I'm not willing to accept this. Zoro's heart was filled with despair. Bullets flew towards them. Yasuo felt a shiver run through him. Gripping his magic blade, Shinrin tightly, and swung it in front of him, using his technique. Wind barrier. In an instant, a wind wall, several meters high and long, appeared in front of Yasuo and Zoro. The bullets hit the wind wall and were instantly shredded, turning to dust and scattering away. Luffy looked astonished. Yasuo, that move of yours is amazing. Zoro's eyes widened as he looked at Yasuo and Luffy. You're also a swordsman? And you? Why are you fine after being shot? Hee. I'm a rubber man who ate the gum fruit. Luffy grinned. The Navy on the opposite side was dumbfounded, seeing the wind wall already towering higher than the surrounding buildings, and its width almost surpassing that of the training ground. And that idiot, he got shot and didn't even have scratch. Faced with this, Yasuo was also stunned. Wow, I got so excited that I accidentally exposed my strength. But this move is truly a great way to show off. Yasuo quickly held his head and clutched his magic sword, feeling a headache. It hurt so much. Hey, are you alright? Zoro asked with concern. As for why he was worried, it was because he was afraid no one would block bullets for him. Just then, Zoro suddenly noticed that the man in front of him, who was blocking bullets for him, had just used that move without drawing his sword. How could he perform that move while still in the sheath? Zoro was even more confused. Luffy also nervously ran over to Yasuo and asked, Are you okay? Yasuo, what's wrong? Yasuo shook his head and slowly stood up. What happened? Yasuo began to play dumb. Huh, did you forget? Luffy pointed at Yasuo and then at the trench left by the wind barrier Yasuo had used. I don't remember. I only remember that as soon as they fired. I can't recall anything after that, Yasuo said. Zoro also regained his composure and shouted angrily at Belmibur, Baka, do you want to kill me too? With Zoro's interruption, the matter was successfully glossed over. As long as he pretended to forget what happened, he could say he had amnesia. Haha, Yasuo, am really clever. You should have died. I was planning to execute you tomorrow. Do you really think I would let you go? No, Photo. If I let you go, what will happen when you come back for revenge? Belmibur looked at Zoro with a mocking expression. Zoro gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop him down immediately. So, how about joining us? Become our companion? Zoro. Yasuo looked at Zoro and said, Instead of dying here, you might as well become a pirate. You despicable Navy. I am already disappointed in you. Zoro spoke up. Have you already agreed to become our companion? Luffy asked Zoro excitedly. Zoro didn't respond and looked at the rice ball at his feet. Seeing this, Yasuo understood. He quickly squatted down and stuffed the rice ball into Zoro's mouth. Stop being so annoying. Hurry up and finish the task so we can find Usopp. Oh, Zoro swallowed the sandy rice ball and almost choked. You bastard long-haired freak. You're too rude, Zoro complained. What did you call me? Long-haired freak? Do you even know what fashion is? You green algae head wrapped in a green towel. Yasuo retorted. Zoro has become our companion. That's great. The big fool Luffy interrupted their banter. Luffy, if one day you stand in the way of me becoming the world's greatest swordsman, I will not hesitate to leave your pirate crew. Zoro said solemnly to Luffy. Great. Zoro will be our ship's swordsman from now on, Luffy laughed. Damn it. Did you hear what I just said? And I'm a swordsman. So what is this long-haired freak? Zoro shouted angrily at Luffy. I'm a scientist, and my name is Yasuo. Green algae head. Yasuo rolled his eyes and said, Luffy, let's go quickly. At that moment, Koby ran over. Wait, my sword is still in their hands. Zoro spoke up. Luffy, I'm leaving this to you. I'm going to find the green algae head's sword. After Yasuo finished speaking, he took a step forward. Yasuo quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground, shouting impure world resurrection. Instantly, runes spread out from Yasuo, and the ground erupted with a loud rumble. A massive coffin slowly rose up. Naily? The coffin just appeared like that? The Navy officer beside them trembled in fear, and Belmibur even wet himself, soaking the ground. Quick, go find my father. Belmibur stammered. Bang! The coffin lid fell. A plump woman with a body full of fat emerged, wielding a spike club. Luffy instantly recognized the identity of this woman. Big Mom, Luffy exclaimed in shock. As Alvida turned her head, her pupil-less eyes caused a chill to run through Zoro, the little girl Koby, and Luffy. You little brat, I'm going to smash your head. Alvida shouted as she tried to rush over, but then she realized she couldn't control her body. What's going on? Why can't I control my body? What have you done to me? Alvida roared. Luffy and the others looked at Yasuo. Miss Alvida, you're already dead. I am summoning you to be reborn to fight for me. Don't bother trying to control your own body. I am a reincarnator who has eaten the reincarnation devil fruit. My ability allows me to summon the dead to serve me. Yasuo explained. Is that long-haired freak also an ability user? Can he summon the dead? I wonder if Kuina can be summoned, Zoro thought, looking at Yasuo with fiery eyes. Yasuo saw Zoro's excited face and immediately knew what he was thinking. Impossible. Calling me a long-haired monster? Wow, Yasuo, you're really amazing. I didn't expect your abilities to be this strong. Luffy exclaimed as he jumped high with excitement. Luffy, I can only hold this move for 10 minutes. I'll go find Zoro's sword, you take care of things here. After Yasuo finished speaking, he commanded the system for navigation and ran towards the indicated location. At that moment, Alvida uncontrollably picked up a spike club and smashed it towards the navy. Damn little brat. Little brat. Alvida was filled with rage. Even in death, you won't let me go. Are you even human? Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit Alvida, leaving wounds like paper scraps, which quickly healed. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim, this is really Shinji's rewrite. An invincible monster. Hoo-hoo. I want to go home, I miss my mom. A Navy soldier looked at Alvida with trembling legs. Hey, Captain, hurry up and untie me. Zoro was speechless. After all this time, they still wouldn't untie him. What the heck was going on? Luffy scratched his head and awkwardly smiled as he ran over to untie Zoro, but ended up tying himself up instead. Koby, seeing this, was left speechless, couldn't take it anymore, and stepped forward to help Luffy and Zoro untie the ropes. Just then, a tall man with an axe-shaped left hand descended from the sky. Upon landing, he split the rampaging Alvida in half with one axe blow. That's right. This man is the legendary axe King Monka. Hypnotized by the hypnotist Zhang, he still thinks he is the invincible average man. Damn pirates. How dare you be so rampant in my navy base? You don't even put me, Axe King Monka, in your eyes. Seeking death. Axe King Monka angrily glared at Luffy and the others. At that moment, Alvida, who had been split in half by Axe King Monka, slowly merged back together. Damn it, you ugly man. How dare you chop beautiful Miss Alvida in half? Axe King Monka was filled with fear. She didn't die. He swung down again with his axe. Clang. Alvida raised her spike club to block. I have to say, as the captain of a pirate crew, Alvida still has some strength. However, in the next moment, she was kicked in the abdomen by Axe King Monka and flew back, crashing at Luffy's feet. Who are you? Axe King Monka arrogantly asked Luffy. The man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy introduced himself in a silly and flamboyant manner. Is it really necessary to tell everyone he wants to be the Pirate King? Koby internally complained. Ha ha, little brat. You say you want to be the Pirate King? Just you, this little brat? Axe King Monka mocked. As the saying goes, a hero can endure grievances, but you can't step on my Chelsea. Indeed, Luffy shouted loudly. Bakayalu, I will knock you flying. Luffy rushed forward instantly and delivered a rubber pistol punch, catching Axe King Monka off guard. Damn it, I was careless and didn't dodge. Axe King Monka slowly got up, raised his axe and swung at Luffy. Luffy dodged left and right, fearing those kinds of blades and axes, which are the only weaknesses of the rubber fruit before mastering Haki. Rubber. Rocket Lounger. Luffy launched a rocket punch and knocked the stubborn man down to the ground. Unwilling, Axe King Monka got back up again. Just then, Yasuo, who had gone to find Zoro's sword, descended from the sky. He landed in front of Zoro and casually threw 3 swords to him, one of which was a famous sword and the Wad Ikamanji. It was a relic of Zoro's dear friend Kuina and a token of Zoro's memories of her. The other 2 were junk swords. No need to introduce them, as they would soon be cut in half by Mihawk. How did you know I used 3 swords? Zoro asked in confusion. Oh, since all 3 swords were together and I didn't know which one was yours, I took them all, Yasuo replied. Thank you, long-haired monster, Zoro said as he stroked the Wad Ikamanji. After Yasuo left Luffy and the others before, he found Zoro's sword in the Navy base's warehouse through the system navigation. He then instructed the system navigation to locate Monka's treasure and arrive at an office, where he immediately saw a huge safe. Yasuo drew his magic sword, the Thousand Blades, and covered it with armed Haki. With one slash, he cut open the safe. He instructed the system to store all the berries from the safe into the system shop. There were a whopping 500 million berries. One can imagine how much the Axe Emperor Monka had plundered from the people. Back to the battlefield, Zoro shouted to Luffy to get out of the way. Luffy, I'm going to chop him down. Zoro had 3 swords, one in his left hand, one in his right hand, and the Wado Ikamanji clenched in his mouth. Who knows how he could still talk with a sword in his mouth? Yasuo, puzzled, waved his hand to lift the reincarnation of the dirt from Alvida. Some say that without a living sacrifice, how can there be a dirt reincarnation? Why? Because I'm the author. If I say he can, then he can. Haha. Upon hearing this, Luffy wisely stepped aside. Poor Axe Emperor Monka was about to be justly beaten. Zoro went straight into his ultimate move mode, muttering about the three-sword style. Ghost Slash. The Axe Emperor Monka also charged forward with his axe, but whoosh. The two brushed past each other. Zoro coolly sheathed his sword, and the Axe Emperor Monka staggered and fell down. Axe Emperor Monka defeated. Yay, yay, this is great. He's freed. The surrounding navy were overjoyed and cried tears of happiness at the defeat of Colonel Monka, who was powerful and often exploited them. They had been too angry to speak out, but now that Monka was defeated, everyone was thrilled. Yasuo waved away the dust kicked up on Monka's fall and walked over to him, checking for signs of breath. The green algae head did pretty well. A single strike was lethal. Zoro was wrapping his bandana around his wrist, and upon hearing Yasuo's praise, he revealed a proud expression. Yasuo ignored it and reached out to pull a hair from Monka. Thus, the army of the impure soil gained another member. Axe Emperor Monka. Hey, long-haired monster. You're a swordsman too. Want to have a duel? Zoro said to Yasuo. No time. Only when I'm killing people am I the swift wind swordsman. At other times, I'm a scientist. Do you understand what I mean? If I draw my sword, people will die. Yasuo whispered into Zoro's ear. Zoro snorted dismissively and walked towards the training ground exit. With the matter resolved, Luffy and the others headed towards the town, with Yasuo closely following behind. In the town's restaurant, Luffy and the others were having a big meal and chatting happily with Koby and the little girl Lika, while Zoro was also present. Yasuo sat in the corner, watching everyone laugh and joke, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. I quite like this atmosphere. Koby, I heard your dream is to become a Marine? Luffy asked Koby. That's right. I want to be a righteous Marine. Koby suddenly stood up and answered seriously. At that moment, the air suddenly became quiet. Just then, a Marine walked into the restaurant, and Yasuo slowly stood up, understanding that it was time to show off. Luffy and Zoro also got up and walked towards the door. Let's go, Luffy said, adjusting his straw hat as he walked ahead, with Zoro following closely behind, carrying 3 swords. Yasuo looked at Koby. Originally, Luffy wanted to recruit Koby as a partner, but since their paths were different, he had to respect Koby's choice. The Navy, seeing Koby not following along, spoke up. Hey, why aren't you going with them? Aren't you comrades? Koby's pupils contracted as he saw Yasuo slowly walking back, looking at him. This little guy, he had been a deckhand on Alvida's ship for 2 years, and, just as the thought was halfway out, Koby felt a rush of anxiety. No, don't say it. Mr. Yasuo. Hearing this, Koby became so agitated that he threw a punch directly at Yasuo's face. In an instant, the restaurant fell silent, and Luffy and Zoro both smirked, watching the two. Ha, you little brat dared to hit me. Yasuo burst out laughing, then immediately knocked Koby down, punching him repeatedly. The subsequent Marine shouted, Stop it, stop it. I get it, he's not your comrade. Yasuo stood up, picked up the magic sword, Chienrin beside him, and walked out of the restaurant gracefully without looking back. At this moment, Koby's face was bruised and swollen, feeling emotional as he watched the 3 leave, thinking, ooh, mister. Yasuo, he must have done it on purpose. The 3 of them arrived at the port and boarded the pirate ship of Alvida, gradually sailing away into the distance. This was different from the original story, where Luffy and Zoro could only set sail on a small boat. Yasuo, Zoro, we must have our own pirate ship. Luffy shouted at the 2 from the bow of the ship. That's a must. We can't always ride on someone else's pirate ship. Yasuo said, leaning against the ship's railing. Yosh, then let's go find our own pirate ship. Luffy exclaimed, dancing with joy. Looking at Luffy jumping around, Yasuo turned to see Zoro working hard doing push-ups. Yasuo couldn't help but internally sigh. What a man who doesn't waste a single minute to become stronger. System, create a power panel for me. Yasuo thought as he looked out at the sea, communicating with the system in his mind. Ding, please fill in the panel ability information. The system replied, and a capability panel appeared in front of Yasuo. Yasuo reached out and wrote on the panel. Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Stamina, Energy, Vitality, Restrictor. There were too many abilities, so Yasuo only wrote down a few common ones. Ding, ability panel has been filled out, detecting. Detection complete. The system voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. The panel in front of him flashed with light, and the ability panel appeared. Name, Yasuo. Age, 18 years. Armament Haki, God level. Highest in the pirate world. Observation Haki, God level. Highest in the pirate world. Conqueror's Haki, God level. Highest in the pirate world. Stamina, infinite. Energy, infinite. Vitality, infinite. Restrictor, 0. 1 level. 10 levels is the highest in the pirate world. What? This is truly invincible. Invincible has opened the door. Invincible has arrived at home. Vitality is infinite. Does that mean I am the eternal emperor? However, the restrictor still needs to be trained. Sigh. I can't be too leisurely. Once my restrictor reaches level 10, I will play the role of Saitama, the Demon King. Hee. Yasuo's heart was stirred. Hey, long-hair monster. Zoro interrupted Yasuo's dream of a bright future. Yasuo glanced at Zoro with a sideways look. What is up, green algae head? By the way, can your ability summon people who have been dead for a long time? Zoro, holding 3 swords, stammered as he asked Yasuo. Of course. My devil fruit ability is super strong, but the time I can summon them is still quite short. Yasuo turned to look at Zoro. At that moment, Luffy also ran over to see what the 2 people who didn't get along could talk about. I have a friend named Kuina. She passed away a long time ago, and I want to see her and talk to her. Can you help me, Yasuo? Zoro said seriously. Huh? Why aren't you calling me long-haired monster anymore? Yasuo said as he circled around Zoro. Yasuo, just help Zoro out, Luffy said, his expression suddenly serious. He also thought about his good brother Sabo. So what do you want me to do? Zoro gritted his teeth. 100 million berries. Yasuo held up a finger. All right, I'll owe you for now. Zoro replied. Owing me? Just forget about it later. Ha! Zoro thought to himself. Do you have any of Kuina's belongings? Yasuo asked. Zoro slowly handed over the Wado Ikamanji to Yasuo, who took it and instructed the system. System, do you have Kuina as cellular tissue? Ding. Kuina's cellular tissue detected. Would you like to collect it? The system responded. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Yihei shook his head in front of his computer. Brother, I'm being too good to you. Just be happy to have a brother like me. The system is amazing. Collect it for me. Yasuo thought excitedly. He didn't expect to be able to collect Kuina's cellular tissue after so many years. The best part was that he didn't have to pay 100 million berries to buy it in the system shop. Yasuo suddenly felt as if he had a coffin in his hands. He then handed the sword to Zoro, signaling him and Luffy to make some space. Yasuo quickly formed seals with both hands and knelt on one knee, slapping his right hand onto the deck. Boom! The deck split open with a crack, and a coffin slowly rose up. On the coffin lid was a large character. At this moment, Zoro was trembling all over. He didn't know whether he was excited or scared. He was afraid of facing Kuina. What should he say to her? Boom! The coffin lid crashed down onto the deck, and a little girl in a white short-sleeved shirt and black 3/4 pants with short hair stepped out. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Zoro, the ironclad straight man, couldn't help but shed tears. Huh? Where's this? Who are you? Kuina said as she looked at the 3 of them. Zoro gazed at the girl without pupils in front of him, feeling utterly useless for not having protected the woman he loved. Luffy, at this moment, also wore a serious expression and surprisingly remained silent. Yasuo looked at the sorrowful scene and felt a bit uncomfortable. He pulled Luffy to the side of the deck and quietly said to Zoro, There isn't too much time. If you have anything to say it quickly. Zoro nodded and looked at Kuina, tears flowing even faster, as if they were about to fill the entire deck. Kuina looked at the man before her with green hair, 3 swords at his waist, and a face full of tears and snot, and asked, Who are you? Suddenly, Kuina saw the Wado Ikamanji at Zoro's waist. She was too familiar with this sword, and combined with the characteristics of the person in front of her, the result was self-evident. Zoro? Kuina asked in confusion as she walked towards him. Zoro knelt down directly in front of Kuina and said, Kuina, Sora. I didn't protect you well. Sora. Sora. What silly things are you saying? I didn't expect you to have grown so tall, Zoro. I wonder if your swordsmanship has regressed over the years. Kuina gently reached out to stroke Zoro's head as she stood in front of him. Kuina. I. Zoro suddenly stood up and embraced Kuina. Whispering in her ear, he said, I miss you so much. Kuina, do you know? After you left, I felt like the whole world collapsed. Oh, how could you just give up like this? You're supposed to be the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman. Have you forgotten our promise? Pull yourself together. Roronoa Zoro. Kuina pushed Zoro away and shouted angrily. Zoro's heart felt as though it had taken a heavy blow at that moment. Suddenly awakened, Zoro slowly wiped away his tears and looked seriously and solemnly at Kuina, saying, Don't worry, Kuina. I haven't forgotten our promise. I will become the world's greatest swordsman. With your share too. Yasuo and Luffy were crying uncontrollably by the side. It was so touching. I just can't stand such an emotional scene. Yasuo slowly released the reanimation jutsu. It's not that Yasuo is heartless, it's just that women. They only affect Zoro's speed in drawing his sword. Kuina slowly walked in front of Zoro, gently stroking his cheek, and said, "This is the Zoro I know. All right, I have to go now. Take care of yourself." As she spoke, Kuina transformed into a flurry of paper scraps and scattered with the wind. Zoro reached out to grab the paper scraps in the air, shouting, "Kuina, no, don't go." After a moment, Zoro roared, "Don't worry, Kuina. I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman." A confident and proud expression appeared on his face. The coffin on the deck slowly sank into the deck. Luffy also wiped away his tears and looked at Yasuo, saying, "Yasuo, can you help me too?" Yasuo instantly understood and replied to Luffy, "His name is Sabo. He is my best brother." Luffy responded, "What about his belongings? Or anything he touched? Do you have it with you?" Yasuo asked. Luffy slowly took off his straw hat and handed it to Yasuo. Yasuo took the straw hat, knowing that Sabo was still alive. So he pretended to examine the hat for a moment before returning it to Luffy. Zoro also looked over, wanted to see what kind of person this silly captain's brother was. Yasuo quickly formed hand seals with both hands, knelt on one knee, and slapped the ground with his right hand. A loud crack echoed on the deck as a coffin slowly rose up, with a large character written on the lid. Luffy looked on with excited anticipation for Sabo to emerge, but at that moment, the coffin lid suddenly slammed down. Everyone looked up and saw that the coffin was empty. Luffy and Zoro turned to Yasuo, their faces filled with confusion, seemingly waiting for Yasuo to explain. Yasuo slowly walked forward and looked at the coffin, saying, "My abilities never fail. Since I can't summon Sabo, there is only one truth." Yasuo turned to look at the two. "The truth is that Sabo is still alive." Yasuo exaggeratedly said, "Nami, is what you said true?" "Yasuo?" Luffy excitedly placed his hands on Yasuo's shoulders and asked, "Of course. My fruit ability is very strong, okay? You're not doubting me, are you?" Yasuo asked nonchalantly. Sabo. Great, Sabo is still alive. Do you know where Sabo is?" Luffy jumped up and down, asking Yasuo. "How would I know where he is? You stupid captain." Yasuo replied. "Ha ha ha." Zoro burst out laughing, and soon all three of them were laughing together. The happy atmosphere returned to the Straw Hat Pirates. However, what happened next made everyone unable to laugh. They saw seawater slowly rising from the broken deck, and Yasuo, with a terrified expression, shouted, Hey, stop laughing, you stupid captain. Green algae head." The two looked over, seeing Yasuo pointing at the deck where the seawater was rapidly spraying out. In no time, it was about to spread to where the three of them were. What to do? Yasuo and I are devil fruit users. We could die." Luffy scratched his head anxiously. Zoro remained calm, saying, "Well, I'm not a user, so I can't drown." Yasuo jumped onto the edge of the ship, and in a critical moment, he still relied on himself. The two looked at Yasuo simultaneously, and saw him quickly forming hand seals with both hands, then jumping into the sea and slapping the surface of the water with his right hand. He shouted loudly, "Reanimation of the impure world. Yasuo, long-hair monster." Luffy and Zoro shouted in unison, thinking that Yasuo was about to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. With a bang, Yasuo directly reanimated the Near Sea King, and the coffin scene is omitted here. Yasuo stood on top of the King of the Near Sea, signaling for the two to come up. The two jumped off the ship with excitement on their faces, standing on the King of the Near Sea. "Yasuo, Sima, you're so reliable," Luffy said with a smile, and Zoro also had a smirk as he looked at Yasuo. "Luffy, we need to find a navigator first, or we'll eventually get lost in this sea," Yasuo said. "Right? We also need to find a cook and a musician," Luffy said excitedly, knowing that Sabo was alive, making him incredibly happy. System. Location of the navigator, Buggy the Clown. Yasuo looked at the sea and instructed the system. Ding. Location of Buggy the Clown has been displayed. The system replied. Yasuo is steering the ship with Luffy towards the location of the clown Buggy, little thief cat Nami. Hee, I'm coming. In the town controlled by Buggy, he is having a feast with his crew. At this moment, a pirate runs over and says to Buggy, "Captain Buggy, someone has stolen our navigation chart." "Damn it, who is it? Catch that despicable thief. Let her taste the great Captain Buggy's Buggy Bomb." Buggy, standing on a barrel, says fiercely. Then, with a wave of his hand, a group of pirates rush out, chasing after the direction Nami fled. At this moment, Nami is happily walking along a path, completely unaware of the pirates chasing her, blissfully looking at the navigation chart in her hand. Catch her. That damn thief dared to steal our great Captain Buggy's navigation chart. Catch her. Suddenly, a loud shout comes from behind Nami. She shudders and quickly starts to run, just as she is about to be caught by a group of pirates. In her moment of despair, she looks ahead. There, she sees Luffy, Yasuo, and Zoro coming toward her, and Nami quickly shouts, "Captain, help! Help!" Yasuo smiled helplessly upon seeing this. If they had come a little later, Nami might have already fallen into Buggy's gunpoint. "Hey, Luffy, that woman in front is the one who stole our treasure last time." Yasuo looked at Luffy. "Really? Then let's knock her out. Make her return our treasure." Luffy swung his arms, ready to take action. In Luffy's heart, he respected his crew's dreams. And since Yasuo said his dream was to become the richest man in the world, treasure was the most important thing for him, which was also the one thing Luffy valued above all. Zoro held the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. "Wait, Luffy. I've heard around town that this woman is the famous thief cat Nami from the East Sea. I believe Zoro has heard of her too. Also, she is a navigator. Why not let her be our navigator?" Yasuo looked at the two of them. "She is a navigator? Then let us listen to Yasuo," Luffy said, and Zoro nodded slightly. "Damn, this thief has companions. Hurry and inform the captain," a minion shouted. In an instant, Nami ran in front of the three, and upon seeing the handsome Yasuo, she felt even happier. She directly hid behind Yasuo. Yasuo shook his head. "Hey, this straw hat guy is the captain." Nami then ran to Luffy's side and called out, "Captain, save me, save me." A group of pirates quickly surrounded the four. Zoro, with his hand on the hilt of his sword, asked, "Who are they?" "They are the subordinates of the pirate clown Buggy," Nami replied. Luffy turned to Nami. "Hello, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the pirate king. Are you a navigator?" "Yes, yes, I'm Nami, the navigator," Nami replied. "Great, come join us," Luffy said happily. "Join you? No way, you pirate scum," Nami thought to herself. However, Nami's eyes turned, and she realized she could take advantage of these three big fools and then loot their treasure. "All right, I'll join you, but you have to help me deal with these pirates first," Nami said. "Great, Zoro, Yasuo, we have our own navigator now, wonderful," Luffy exclaimed, then looked at the surrounding pirate minions, ready to take action. Yasuo, holding the magic blade Shenron, looked at Luffy and shouted, "Hey, Luffy, leave these minions to me. Don't try to steal my kill, green algae head." He chuckled, "Just don't die on me, hairy monster." Zoro disdainfully replied to Yasuo, "Damn it. How dare you look down on the subordinates of our great Captain Buggy? Charge. Let's take them down." After a pirate goon shouted this, he charged forward, followed closely by a group of pirates, probably more than 20. I have to say, Buggy the Clown, this man with the power of luck, is truly a natural leader. And he has a lot of crew members, though their quality leaves much to be desired. Yasuo, holding the magic blade, Shenron, looked at the rushing pirate minion and directly faced one with a forward slash. Steel flash. Forward slash. Steel flash. Just like in the game QE. As you all know, this is the precursor to unleashing a hurricane, signaling the start of his ultimate. After quickly taking down two pirates, Yasuo stopped, and everyone else paused in awe of his ferocity, trying to find an opportunity to attack him. "Hey, long-haired freak, can you do it?" Zoro mocked Yasuo. "Huh, green algae head, watch this." Yasuo felt an invisible momentum rising around him and swiftly delivered a reverse slash to the pirate ahead. Storm's End. A gust of wind surged towards the pirates, sending a whole group flying into the air. Just when Zoro thought it was over, he saw Yasuo bend his legs and leap into the tornado. Then Zoro witnessed an unbelievable scene as Yasuo moved rapidly within the hurricane. Slash, slash, slash. A series of screams erupted from within. Boom. Yasuo landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. He turned to Zoro with a disdainful smirk. "Did you see that? This is my show-off technique. It's not a joke." As Yasuo's ultimate ended, the pirates behind him began to fall from the sky. Zoro's mind was now in turmoil. This man, he could inflict sword wounds without even drawing his sword. Strong. Damn it. I don't know how far apart we are. At least I can't use the no sword style yet, which means this man in front of me is way stronger than I am. Why don't you draw your sword? Zoro voiced his confusion. Yasuo arrogantly looked at the magic blade, Shenron in his hand, then gazed at the sky and slowly said, "If I draw my sword, people will die. Damn long-haired monster. You didn't draw your sword. Aren't they still dead because of you? Do you take me for a fool?" Zoro roared. Luffy and Nami also looked at Yasuo with puzzled expressions, while Yasuo shook his head and stopped talking. Nami inwardly acknowledged Yasuo's strength, but wondered about the strength of the other two. If they were powerful, perhaps they could help liberate her hometown, Kokasia village. Take down the evil dragon. Hey, you damn thieves. Hand over the navigation chart, or you'll taste the Baki cannon that can destroy an island. Clown Buggy said confidently, walking over with his subordinates. Luffy looked at Nami, seemingly asking, "Did you steal something from someone? Give it back. That's the navigation chart to the New World. We need it too. Otherwise, I can't take you on an adventure to the New World," Nami retorted. "Who are you?" As expected, the big fool Luffy got excited when he heard we can't go to the New World. "I am a legendary Clown Buggy. Are you scared now, kid?" Buggy looked at Luffy, and suddenly his pupils constricted. "Who are you? Where did you get that straw hat?" Clown Buggy asked. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. This straw hat was left with me by Shanks. I'm keeping it safe for him." When Luffy mentioned Shanks, his eyes suddenly appeared very gentle. Seeing this, Buggy's eyes were filled with rage as he glared the straw hat on Luffy's head. "Damn it, Shanks. You actually cheated on me with such a little kid. You made me wear this green hat. I'm furious. Buggy the Clown will kill this little third party." "Hey, what was your name again?" Yasuo smiled at Buggy. "How about it? Are you scared now? I, Buggy the Clown, have a bounty of 15 million. Buggy said confidently. Yeah. Long live Captain Buggy." The little lackey echoed. I didn't catch that. What's your name again?" Yasuo continued to ask. "You Buggy with a bounty of 15 million is a big pirate? That's just hilarious. The lowest bounty in the East Blue. And you still have the nerve to say it out loud." However, Yasuo actually liked Buggy, especially Buggy's lucky color Haki, which was unique in the pirate world. "Kid, is your hearing broken? My name is Buggy." Buggy shouted angrily. "Oh, what was it again?" Yasuo asked. "Buggy. Oh, so it's Buggy?" Yasuo looked at Buggy with malicious intent. Buggy. Damn little brat, you dare to mock me. Kid, state your name." Buggy doesn't kill nameless people. Buggy's anger was almost written all over his face. "Rox-D Yasuo." Yasuo, holding his sword, looked at Buggy. Buggy's heart sank. Rox. That surname once belonged to a sea overlord who dominated an era. No matter what, this man cannot be touched. Otherwise, if he has anything to do with that Rox, not even 10 lives would be enough for Buggy to die. Thinking this, Buggy looked at Luffy again and decided he should deal with this little third party first. "Men, take him down," Buggy ordered as he charged toward the group. Yasuo knows that Buggy might have realized Shanks' intentions just by seeing Luffy's straw hat, so he decided to play along and act as an NPC to help Luffy gain some experience. Otherwise, how could Buggy, who has been on the Pirate King's ship, be so useless, while his good buddy Shanks is a legendary figure like one of the 4 emperors? Therefore, in Yasuo's view, Buggy has been hiding his true strength all along. What he really wants is not fame or a bounty, but treasure, which he seeks through adventure. At this moment, Zoro felt that his 3 swords were already eager for action. Before Luffy could make a move, he took the lead and slashed at Buggy. Buggy was immediately split into 3 pieces, and Zoro pretentiously sheathed his sword. However, in the next moment, one of Buggy's severed hands holding a small knife stabbed directly into Zoro's kidney. "Green algae head, watch your kidney." As Yasuo's voice fell, he saw the knife had already pierced in, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. "Damn long-haired freak. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Zoro looked at Yasuo while holding his kidney. Ha. You little brat. I'm a splitting man who ate the split fruit. Slashes won't work on me," Buggy boasted while flying in the air, introducing his ability. "Zoro, leave this guy to me," Luffy said, then threw a punch at Buggy. Buggy retreated in the air, stabbing at Luffy with a small knife. Luffy rolled to dodge Buggy's knife, followed by a gum pistol that knocked Buggy down from the sky. "Baka, what is this ability?" Buggy asked, holding his beaten face. "I'm the gum man who ate the gum fruit," Luffy replied, adjusting his straw hat. On the other side, Yasuo activated his no-sword flow mode, using the step forward slash to weave through the pirates, while Nami, with a stick that appeared from who knows where, was hitting the pirates that Zoro had knocked down one by one. Yasuo is not the slightest bit worried about everyone's safety. Not to mention that everyone is the destined child of the pirate world, even if they really died. Yasuo could just use a dirty soil reincarnation technique along with a reincarnation-born technique to bring them back to life. It is known that Yasuo is an existence with boundless vitality. A mere reincarnation-born technique is nothing for him. In Yasuo's view, it simply means that it will be hard for you to die. Just then, Buggy, unable to hold back, ordered his subordinates to bring out the Buggy cannon. "You little ones, fire the cannon. Blow these brats to bits." At that moment, while everyone was momentarily stunned, Yasuo stepped forward and unleashed the wind barrier. Yasuo used this move with his sheath again, causing Zoro to frown. However, this time the wind barrier was noticeably much smaller than the last time it was used. Unlike last time when Yasuo got excited and used all his strength, a wall of wind rose from the ground, blocking in front of everyone. The buggy cannonball shot towards them, but as soon as it touched the wind wall, it was shredded to pieces by the sword energy within the wind barrier and scattered away. Seeing this, Buggy couldn't help but complain internally. Sure enough, no one from the Rocks family is anything but a monster. Just as Buggy was about to fire another buggy cannonball, he saw Luffy angrily step forward and shout at Buggy, "Hey, Red Nose, I'm gonna knock you away." Luffy was incredibly furious. Had Yasuo not blocked it, it was very likely that everyone would have either died or been severely injured. Buggy was also taken aback. Did he almost injure his companions and feel angry? "But did you just call me Red Nose? Kid, how dare you call me Red Nose? I, the great Captain Buggy, hate it the most when others call me Red Nose." Rubber, rocket cannon. Luffy's hands quickly elongated and then rushed towards Buggy. Caught off guard, Buggy was sent flying into the sky by Luffy's rocket cannon. "I will definitely come back." Yasuo vaguely heard Buggy's miserable scream. The surrounding pirate lackeys, seeing their captain defeated, scattered and fled. Buggy's subordinates, the beast tamer Moji and the performer Koby, were locked in an intense battle with Yasuo and Zoro. "Damn it, next time we meet, I will make you suffer that damn pain." Moji, riding a lion, ferociously yelled at Yasuo. "Hey, green algae head, the captain has already finished fighting. Hurry up and end this." Yasuo looked at Zoro, who nodded slightly, took off his green towel, and tied it around his head. He glared at the despicable swordsman, Koby. Three-sword style, steel cutting flash, three-sword style, demon slash. Yasuo and Zoro shouted the names of their techniques, and then two screams, like that of slaughtered pigs, echoed out. Zoro and Yasuo turned majestically towards Luffy's location. True men never look back at the screams. At this moment, Nami's heart was already stirred up with waves. She didn't expect that this foolish captain and this aloof swordsman were so strong. However, in her heart, the notion that fishmen are stronger than humans had been deeply imprinted by the evil dragon. Therefore, Nami still abandoned the idea of asking for help from Luffy and the others. After dealing with the clown Buggy, Luffy happily treated everyone to a big feast in the town. Of course, it was a free meal, though it wasn't entirely a free meal. The villagers of the town were delighted to hold a grand banquet for everyone, knowing that Luffy and his crew had dealt with the Buggy pirates. At the town's harbor, Nami looked at Yasuo and the others with confusion and asked, "Did you swim here? Where's the ship?" At this moment, Zoro and Luffy turned their attention to Yasuo. Hey, why are you looking at me? My ability doesn't last long. Can you make it to the next island within the time limit? Long-haired monster, you can't do it anymore." Zoro looked at Yasuo with disdain. "Damn it, who said I can't do it anymore? Green algae head." Yasuo jumped up and shouted at Zoro. "These guys don't look reliable at all. I wonder if they have any treasure?" Nami thought to herself. "System, show me Usopp's location." Yasuo asked the system in his mind. Ding! Usopp's location has been displayed. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind, and the scene in front of him transformed into a fairy map-like interface, showing the distance in kilometers. The time required for walking, riding a fish, or flying was all displayed. Yasuo walked to the seaside, jumped into the sea, quickly formed hand seals, and slapped the surface of the water with one hand. A puff of smoke flashed, and the king of the near sea appeared. Yasuo stood on the fish head, looking towards Nami on the shore, proudly raising his chin as if to say, "How about it? Am I handsome? How is this possible? A fish that poops?" Nami covered her small mouth, her eyes wide open. The long-haired monster is a devil fruit user. There's no need to be so surprised. As long as it's a dead person, he can summon them. Zoro watched Yasuo show off, feeling displeased, and said to Nami, "Summoning the dead? Can I see Barumalu?" Nami had already started calculating in her mind. It must be said that being able to see friends or family who have passed away is an irresistible temptation for most people. Sometimes Yasuo also thought in his heart, if he could return to Earth, he would definitely be the first to dig up his good brother Yihei's grave. "Yihei, thank you so much. Hey, hurry up. We need to find a pirate ship of our own." Yasuo said. "Yoshi," Luffy shouted, spreading his arms to embrace Nami and Zoro, and jumped directly onto the back of the Near Sea King. "Hey, you damn captain, can't I jump myself?" Zoro roared loudly. "Luffy." Nami used her exclusive Nami color Haki and punched Luffy on the head, making him yelp in pain. Why does Nami's punch hurt just like my grandpa's punch? Yasuo turned his head and smiled helplessly, saying, hold on tight. Ladies and gentlemen, with an eager expression, Yasuo suddenly made Zoro feel that something bad was about to happen. Zoro shouted, quick, hold on. Then Yasuo knelt on one knee, touching the near-sea kingfish's head 200 yards away. Charge! Whoosh! The near-sea kingfish shot off like a rocket. Aha! Luffy, Zoro, and Nami screamed as they held on tightly to the back of the near-sea kingfish. Zoro's face was blown out of shape by the wind, and his eyes looked like they were about to pop out. It was hilarious. Luffy puffed his cheeks up, looking like a big gorilla, while Nami was blown back, rolling her eyes and crying tears uncontrollably. Yasuo's long black hair flowed in the wind, the 3,000 strands incredibly smooth. Don't ask why Yasuo's hair didn't get messed up by the wind. Just know that I, Yasuo, am the main character. How could I possibly look bad? Ha ha ha. Yasuo laughed out loud as he looked back at the three behind him. Damn long-haired monster. I'm going to chop you down. Zoro gritted his teeth, and seeing this, Yasuo laughed even louder. 20 minutes passed, and Luffy and the others felt their faces had gone numb. Fortunately, not far away, the outline of a small island slowly emerged. In Inscribed village, Yasuo drove the king of the sea straight onto the beach, hitting the brakes hard. He flung the three of them off, crashing them into trees. Damn long-haired monster. Take my sword. As soon as Zoro landed, he drew his sword and charged at Yasuo. Nami, who had found a stick from somewhere, also rushed up, saying, don't think just because you're good-looking I won't hit you. Luffy, the big fool, is ruthless and says little. He made a move right away. Yasuo, startled, quickly cast a wind barrier. The attack from everyone hit the barrier, but didn't harm Yasuo at all. Damn long-hair monster. Get out here. Nami, come out. Luffy, come out. Hey. What are you doing? Murdering your companions? Luffy, are you going to chop me down too? I'm working so hard to find the next island and our pirate ship as quickly as possible. Look, my lips are turning white, and I'm exhausted. Cough, cough, cough. Yasuo put on an act, swaying and collapsing onto the beach. Seeing this, Luffy exclaimed, I'm sorry, as he shook Yasuo left and right, almost making him vomit, suspecting that this fool was definitely doing it on purpose. Just then, three children suddenly ran out from behind the trees, and upon seeing the four, they shouted, who are you? Yasuo pushed aside and looked up at Luffy. Oh, aren't those the three little admirers of Usopp? Green Pepper Head, Onion Head, and Radish Head are the three little smart kids from Syrup Village. Their names can be perfectly distinguished by their hairstyles. These three companions hung out with Captain Usopp before he set out to sea and were key members of the Usopp Pirates, admiring their Captain Usopp greatly. After Usopp followed Luffy and the crew to pursue their dreams of becoming great warriors of the sea, the four-member Usopp Pirates disbanded, and the other three little smart kids renamed themselves the Usopp Self-Defense Corps. This magical combination is sometimes timid, but at critical moments, despite their fear, they still find ways to face challenges, which is quite remarkable for the three young boys. Yasuo also really likes these three little guys. Green Pepperhead, currently around 8 years old, has a striking hair color resembling Zoro's green moss hair, and his dream is to become an excellent craftsman in the future. Onionhead, the only one among the trio who wears glasses, is quite resourceful at critical moments, and his dream is to become a novelist. Radish Head is the most composed, mysterious, and calm among the three, as his glasses have never been revealed, and he has faint freckles on his face. His dream is to run a tavern in the future. Even 2 years after parting from their captain Usopp, this trio still frequently keeps an eye on Usopp's news and gets excited whenever a bounty poster comes out. They may still be just 3 young boys, but like their captain Usopp, they're alternative guardians of Syrup Village. Hey, Green Moss Head, what relation do you have with that green-haired kid? Yasuo teased. Long-haired monster. Does having the same hair color mean there is a connection? Zoro roared, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to draw, which scared Yasuo into quickly closing his mouth. Hello, I'm going to be the king of the pirates. Luffy swaggered up to the three. Ah, pirates. The pirates are here. Captain Usopp. The three screamed in terror and ran towards the village. Yasuo shook his head in helplessness, saying, even if you say pirates have come, no one will believe you. The crowd followed the 3 children as they slowly walked toward the small town. Just as they were about to enter, everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks because a figure appeared before them, holding a slingshot with an exceptionally prominent long nose. That's right. This is the legendary god Usopp. Usopp waved his hand grandly and shouted, you bunch of pirates, get out of my territory. This place is protected by me, Captain Usopp. Seeing Usopp waving his hand, Green Pepperhead, Onion Head and Radish Head quickly pulled down the ropes in their hands. One by one, boards stood up shakily behind the trees, painted to look like fierce pirates. Seeing this, Usopp became even more confident and proclaimed, "Did you see that? These are my great Captain Usopp's 3,000 subordinates. Be careful, or you might meet your end here. You better leave quickly." Such poor acting, right? Green Algae Head, Yasuo said to Zoro beside him. Zoro, rarely agreeing with Yasuo, nodded. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and looked at Usopp, while Nami crossed her arms, ready to watch the show. "Since you've admitted your pirate identity, then bet your life on it." Luffy laughed and said, knowing full well that Usopp was just pretending, as his trembling legs had already betrayed him. Usopp's long-nosed face turned pale, and his legs shook even more violently. He was desperately praying in his heart for this group of pirates to leave quickly. As the atmosphere was about to reach freezing point, Yasuo spoke up. Hey, Captain Luffy, don't scare others. That long-nosed guy over there, we're just passing through, looking to rest a bit and buy a sailboat." Yasuo continued, turning to Usopp, and said, although he mentioned buying, he knew that later, the Mary's butler would send the Mary that he had built to everyone. Upon hearing this, Usopp happily took the opportunity to back down, walking forward with a smile. "Oh, you want to buy a sailboat? I see that you all are so fated with me, Captain Usopp. How about I treat you all to a good meal? Hello, Usopp. I am Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be the king of the pirates." Luffy introduced himself happily upon hearing there would be food. "I am Yasuo. I'm going to be the richest man in the world." Yasuo struck a javelin-throwing pose as he looked at Usopp, introducing himself. Seeing Yasuo's exaggerated pose, Nami sighed and rubbed her forehead, thinking, what kind of people are these? But he wants to be the richest man in the world. I wonder how much belly he has on him right now. I think the most valuable thing he has is that knife in his hand. "I'm Nami. I'm a navigator." Nami introduced herself. "I am Zoro." Zoro said succinctly. He didn't want to introduce his dream like Luffy and Yasuo did to everyone they met. Damn it, they really are pirates. Usopp thought to himself, wanting to quickly send off these pirates in front of him to secure the safety of West Radish Village. Usopp led Luffy and the others into the tavern in the small town, while the three little boys nearby looked at Luffy and the others with mischievous eyes. "Hey, Green Algae Head, what's your name?" Yasuo teased as he looked at the Green Pepper Head beside him. "I'm Green Pepper Head. Damn pirates." Green Pepper Head angrily replied to Yasuo. Yasuo's expression instantly drooped as he looked at Zoro. "What are you looking at me for? Long-haired monster." Zoro said, "Look at your brother. He has no manners at all. How did you teach him?" Yasuo looked at Zoro disdainfully. "I said I have nothing to do with him. Did you hear that? Bakayalu, long-haired monster." Zoro, sitting across the table, stood up with his hand on the edge of the table and shouted angrily at Yasuo. "You, Green Algae Head, your saliva could wash my face. No wonder that little brat has no manners. With such a hot-tempered elder, how could he have any etiquette? Don't you think so, Luffy?" Yasuo wiped the saliva that had splattered on his face and said to Luffy, "Hey Zoro, is he your brother? He looks just like you." Luffy said with a silly grin. In Luffy's eyes, people were recognized by their features, and sometimes he even mistook his own crew members. This could be seen 2 years later in the Sabaody archipelago. However, in Yasuo's analysis, there was only one person Luffy had never mistaken, someone he remembered the name of, and that was Boa Hancock. It must be said that Luffy is also a man. Even a fool cannot refuse such thoughts, you know? Hee. Damn it. Why would I think about going to sea with you guys? Zoro said angrily. On the side, Nami couldn't hold back any longer. Enough already. Baka. Nami directly used her Nami's charm and hit Luffy and the others' heads with 2 punches, causing visible lumps to appear on their heads at a rapid speed. Damn. This is the 2-dimensional world for you. Is this lump for real? Yasuo thought while touching the big bump on his head. Indeed, Nami's charm is terrifying. The predecessors of Traversers do not deceive me. Yasuo is an impatient person, thinking about the upcoming plot development. He just wants to quickly finish off these minor calamities. Only the group of monsters in the new world can slightly pique his interest. System. Is there a bounty for Kuro? Yasuo playfully asked the system in his mind. Ding. The Kuro bounty has been issued to the system space. The system's voice echoed. Hey, I didn't even know there was a system space. Yasuo complained. The system truly responds to all requests. Nice, the system is awesome. Yasuo unabashedly praised the system. Ding. The life experience system is doing its utmost to serve the host. Just so the host can experience a more comfortable life, the system replied. Not bad. Worthy of being the life experience system. An invincible system makes me invincible. Yasuo praised the system in his mind. Ding. If being overpowered can't make one invincible, then being overpowered becomes meaningless. The system replied, "Damn, the system really hits the nail on the head. You understand me." Yasuo silently gave the system a thumbs up. Far away on Earth, Yihei felt delighted, looking at Yasuo on the computer screen with a satisfied smile. "Only you, my brother Yihei, truly understands you," having obtained what he wanted from the system. Yasuo stood up while holding his head, looking at the things that Luffy had devoured completely, and asked Usopp, "Usopp, where can we buy a sailboat around here? Take us to sea." Usopp scratched his head and thought for a while before speaking. "I know a friend. They might have one at their place. I'll take you there right now." Usopp led everyone to the front of Miss Kaya's villa. Usopp stepped forward and shouted, "Merry, merry old man. I brought customers to buy a ship. Come out quickly." Usopp shouted, occasionally glancing at the second-floor window. The door slowly opened, and a greasy man wearing glasses came out and said, "Usopp, I've warned you so many times not to disturb my lady again." The man who stepped out was named Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. In the original story, the cunning captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, was executed by the Navy, but his substitute was the one who was killed. He himself called himself Clabatel in Syrup Village and became Kaya's butler. Although he was skilled in scheming and had everything arranged, his plans fell apart due to Luffy and the others' actions. Yasuo had no time to slowly wait for the plot to develop. He knew that in just one day, the Black Cat Pirates would launch a large-scale invasion of Xylob Village under the leadership of the hypnotist Zhang Yao. Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Bounty of 10 million. Yasuo said, looking at Kuro, who slowly narrowed his pupils behind his glasses. "Damn, how do these pirates know my identity?" Kuro thought to himself, remaining calm. "What Kuro? I don't know what you're talking about," Kuro said, adjusting his glasses as he looked at Luffy and the others. Luffy and the others also turned their gaze to Yasuo, and Miss Koya, from the window on the second floor of the villa, also focused her attention on him. Yasuo slowly reached into his chest and pulled out a yellowed bounty notice, handing it to Usopp beside him. Usopp took the notice, and after seeing its contents, looked at Kuro in shock, saying, You, Clabater, you're actually a pirate. What do you want at Miss Koya's house?" Miss Koya, with disbelief on her face, looked down at Kuro and asked, "Uncle Clabater, is what they said true?" Seeing Yasuo take out the bounty notice, Kuro realized he had been exposed. He looked at everyone and said, I originally planned to wait for my pirate crew to arrive tomorrow before dealing with Miss Koya. That way, I could get all the wealth of the Koya family. Haha. Miss Koya, you could have lived another day. Blame these kids. Indeed, this pirate has no good intentions." Uncle Mary, who had just come out, spoke up. "So, Uncle Clabater, were your feelings for me just a lie?" Koya asked, tears streaming down her face. "Have feelings? Feelings are the cruelest thing in this world." Kuro scoffed, looking disdainfully at Koya on the second floor. "Yasuo, it feels like something has intruded. You despicable pirate. How dare you lurk in Miss Kaya's house for so long and plan to kill her? It's simply unforgivable." Old Man Mary picked up a broom nearby and charged forward. But as expected, he was kicked away by Kuro and crashed into the wall. "Baka, I'm going to kill you," Usopp shouted as he rushed in, only to end up like Old Mary, curled up on the ground trembling. "Let me tell you another terrifying fact. Over the years, I've been putting slow-acting poison in your beloved Miss Kaya's medicine, waiting for her to die slowly. But I can't wait any longer. I'm too impatient. He. Today you all will die." Kuro arrogantly looked at Usopp and revealed his secret. Hey, Seekgat, what are you meowing about? Can't you see our captain is still here? What are you so happy about? Yasuo scoffed at Kuro. "I can't believe you're such a disgusting pirate. You're embarrassing us pirates. I'm going to send you flying." Luffy glared at Kuro with anger. "Hey, green algae head, interested in joining a righteous group beating?" Yasuo looked at Zoro. "Haha, very interested." Long-haired Zoro was eager to try. Kuro slowly took out claw-like weapons from his waist and put them on, then charged towards Luffy and the others. Spoon. The sneaky Kuro immediately unleashed his ultimate move, leaving Yasuo dumbfounded. Spoon. It was a random attack using silent steps, and due to its speed, he couldn't control it himself. So he would attack and even kill both allies and enemies, making it a true indiscriminate attack. As Kuro's voice fell, Yasuo turned and kicked Nami with a right whip kick, sending her flying into the nearby bushes. Nami's scream came from the bushes. In the blink of an eye, Kuro's attack arrived, and Yasuo raised the magic sword Chienrin to block in front of him, producing a sound of metal grinding. To Yasuo, such an attack was simply unbearable. That speed seemed like slow motion to him. However, for Luffy and Zoro, it was a bit challenging. "Be careful. This old thief is very fast. Yasuo reminded the two after blocking a wave of attacks. Luffy, the big fool, wasn't paying attention and was immediately clawed by Kuro on the chest, causing blood to spurt out. Gomu gomu no. Rubber machine gun. Ah, ponch, ponch. Luffy angrily swung his fist around, but the effect was obviously ineffective, and his arms were scratched with more wounds. Swish! Zoro was hit on the chest, holding his swords in both hands, biting down on the Wado Ikemanji, vigilantly observing his surroundings. He didn't expect Kuro to be quite strong. He had underestimated him. Damn it, Zoro thought to himself. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of Kuro's flashing movements and the whistling of claws cutting through the air echoed around. Usopp lay on the ground, carefully observing Kuro's attack trajectory, and slowly picked up his slingshot from his waist and shot at a spot. Ultimate move. Little stone star. Usopp lay on the ground like a dead fish while launching his attack. Ouch! Kuro let out a scream as he crashed into the nearby wall. Looking up to see a bump on his head, incredulously staring at Usopp. You actually managed to hit me? Then I'll take care of you first. Usopp. Miss Kaya cried out desperately from the window, fearing for her beloved's life. Gomu gomu no. Rubber machine gun. Before Kuro could finish speaking, Luffy unleashed a flurry of punches. Three-sword style. Zoro saw the opportunity and wanted to charge in to unleash his ultimate move. Kuro stood up while holding the wall, and seeing Zoro about to come and finish him off, Kuro was scared and unleashed his ultimate move again. Spoon. Attacking randomly without any pattern, the walls, ground, and bushes were all scratched by Kuro's claws. Sneaky cat Nami cleverly hid far away in a bush, watching the battle unfold. Originally, she thought Yasuo had done something terrible to give her a kick. Now it seemed that this suave, handsome, charming man was actually saving her. Her heart warmed. But looking at the foolish captain and Zoro, she felt disappointed. Yasuo looked at another wave of attacks coming towards him and continued to block with his sword. Zoro observed that Yasuo had taken no damage at all, not even tearing his clothes. Damn it, that long-haired freak has such good luck that not a single attack hit him. Looking at himself again, blood was flowing all over his body, with the only place untouched being his face, and anger filled Zoro's chest. Yasuo looked at the two of them and felt that this alchemy stone NPC was about ready to meet the king of hell. With this thought in mind, he turned to Kuro, who in Yasuo's eyes seemed to stride towards Zoro like a devil. Yasuo quickly dashed forward, and with a slide, he knocked Kuro down, stopping his continued attack. Kuro swiftly lunged at Zoro, directly colliding with his sword. Suddenly, with a PUCI sound, Zoro's sword pierced through Kuro's lower abdomen. Blood gushed out, dripping all over the ground. Zoro was confused as to why Yasuo slid toward him, and in the blink of an eye, he saw Kuro's eyes widen uncontrollably as he crashed into the blade. Zoro was startled and immediately kicked the dazed Kuro away with a left kick. Kuro flipped in the air and landed steadily, looking at Yasuo, who was slowly getting up. Silent step. Kuro's current stamina and body could no longer support him using the ultimate move of the spoon, so he could only use the lower tier skill, silent step. Activating silent step, he quickly approached Yasuo. Just as Yasuo was about to use a steel slash to deal with this overconfident fool, he heard, Goma Goma no, rocket pistol. Boom. Crack. A huge impact sound mixed with the sound of bones breaking echoed, and Kuro was sent flying, spitting blood, crashing through the wall behind him and falling into the villa. Kuro slowly got up from the rubble, realizing he couldn't win, and looked at Miss Kaya at the staircase, wanting to threaten her with a quick step forward. However, Usopp, who had been watching Kaya, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking her. Usopp, with tears in his eyes, looked at the tall figure in front of him, feeling warm inside. Truly, he was Miss Kaya's #1 admirer. Boo-hoo, I'm so touched. Seeing Usopp blocking him, Kuro raised his claw, intending to finish Usopp with a single strike. Usopp, Luffy shouted as he rushed forward. But the distance was clearly not enough to match the speed of Kuro's claw. As the claw was about to slash through Usopp's chest, Usopp seemed unafraid of death. His legs steady and his gaze firm, looking at Kuro. For the woman he loved, even if it meant dying, Usopp accepted it. Yasuo only felt that Usopp was a real sycophant at that moment. The next moment, Yasuo made his move. When Yasuo flashed and appeared in front of Usopp, blocking the claw attack, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Zoro's heart shook. This long-haired monster, Zolfust. It seems that this man is also quite skilled in martial arts. Turning to look at Luffy, this fool really found a powerful partner. The Pirate King? Who knows? Seeing his attack blocked, Kuro quickly retreated. He looked at Yasuo, and Yasuo met Kuro's gaze. Damn it, this man has been so calm from the beginning. It's my fault for underestimating him. Damn it. I won't fall to these young pirates today, will I? Kuro looked around, trying to find an escape route. Usopp looked at Yasuo in front of him and said, "Thank you, Yasuo." Usopp said gratefully, a bit timidly, "No need to be polite. Your mission is not yet complete. Do you want to fall here?" Yasuo said, "Mission? Right? I still have my dreams to achieve. I want to be a brave warrior of the sea." Usopp instantly perked up, turned around, and pushed Miss Kaya, who was in a wheelchair, towards the location of Luffy and the others. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Four-eyed Uncle Yasuo teased. "Don't be too arrogant, kid." Kuro's hands were hanging down, ready to use his ultimate move, the spoon, at any moment. Yasuo looked at Kuro, his left hand gripping the magic sword Shinrin, while his right hand slowly reached for the hilt. With his legs bent, he stared directly at Kuro, making a pose as if he was about to use the blade draw technique. "Are you going to draw your sword?" "Long-haired monster," Zoro whispered. "Finally going to draw your sword." "Yasuo." Luffy echoed Zoro's voice. "Draw your sword? What's the matter? It's just drawing a sword, right?" Nami, who had crawled out of the bushes at some point, asked the two. "Since Yasuo became our partner, he hasn't drawn that sword from its sheath, and I really don't know what that sword looks like. I'm so looking forward to it." Luffy exaggeratedly whispered to Nami, looking very mysterious. Nami looked up at the sword in Yasuo's hand. It was predominantly purple, with flame patterns on the hilt, and the sheath was adorned with purple flowers. Back on the battlefield, Yasuo slowly reached for the hilt, making Kuro's heart race. "Can you stop tormenting me? If you're going to kill me, just do it already." Yasuo's right hand, which was reaching for the hilt, suddenly turned towards his waist, drawing a flintlock pistol and aiming it at Crocodile. Crocodile instinctively raised his hand to block, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Yasuo smiling and pointing the gun at him. Damn it, he actually tricked me, an honest person. He didn't even use a sword, but a gun. This is simply against the rules of martial arts. This was Crocodile's inner monologue just before his death. The next moment, Yasuo pulled the trigger, executing his sword technique, gun draw technique. Blood splattered as Crocodile fell on the spot. Luffy and the others were stunned. Didn't we agree on drawing swords? How did a gun suddenly appear? And this name for the technique is too strange, right? Of course, the gun didn't just appear out of nowhere. He had grabbed it from a pirate lackey while dealing with Buggy the Clown, wanting to see how this gun's power compared to those from his past life. He never expected that the infamous Captain Rocks would die in such a bizarre way. He thought it would be an earth-shattering battle, but instead, it was a one-hit kill. Yasuo slowly walked towards Locke, who was lying in a pool of blood, and pulled a hair from his head. From then on, the army of the undead gained a new member, Baiji Kluo. Unexpectedly, Uncle Krabatel turned out to be such a person. At this moment, Usopp pushed Miss Kaya over. "Haruhi, I'm hungry," Nami complained to Luffy, who was standing beside her. They had just fought a fierce battle, and both Zoro and Luffy were covered in injuries and severely exhausted. Yasuo asked Kaya, "Miss Kaya, my captain and companions need food to regain their strength, and also bandages for their wounds. May I ask?" "Dear benefactors, please follow me," said Grandpa Mary to everyone. "Thank you, Grandpa Mary," Kaya replied. "Arigato," Yasuo said, putting his hands together in gratitude. Inside the Kaya family villa, everyone sat together, eating meat and drinking wine. However, Nami's gaze was restless, sometimes glancing at Yasuo, then at Luffy, and then at Zoro. Her eyes scanned back and forth, thinking to herself, they are so strong. Can they help me deal with Arlong? But if I tell the truth, they definitely won't believe me, right? Yasuo immediately noticed the inner turmoil in Nami's heart. He grabbed Zoro beside him and looked at Nami. At this moment, Nami was wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt, with a tattoo unique to Arlong's pirate crew exposed. "Look, Zoro. Nami's tattoo is really beautiful. It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Have you seen it?" Yasuo asked Zoro while looking at Nami. At this moment, Zoro, feeling a bit tipsy, responded, "Oh, it seems familiar, but I forgot what it was, haha." Nami quickly reacted, raising her drink and pouring it into Yasuo's mouth. "Yasuo, this Nami must have been a Sichuan girl in her past life. I heard from Usopp that you all need a sailing ship." Mary stood next to Miss Kaya and asked Luffy, "Yes, Grandpa, do you have a sailing ship for sale here? We need a pirate ship of our own." Luffy, munching on meat, looked at Grandpa Mary. "I have a sailing ship that I built when I was young. I had planned to sail out on this ship for my dreams, but unfortunately, due to various reasons, this ship has been sitting in the warehouse." Mary looked at the ceiling, lost in memories. "Since Grandpa Mary has one, we don't need to search everywhere. Let's just buy it from them," Yasuo said, pushing Nami, who was sticking to him, aside. The benefactor is joking. You helped Ms. Kaya with such a big favor, so of course it will be given to you for free, Mary said proudly. Thank you very much, Grandpa. You're really nice, Luffy cheered, raising his hands. Luffy, our pirate ship should have a name, Yasuo said, clearly disliking the name named after Mary. Let's call it the Three Swords Pirate Ship, Zoro said, kicking the table with an imposing look. Nami went up and punched Zoro on the head with her Nami-colored domineering fist. For some reason, looking at these people made Nami unable to control her Nami-colored domineering. Let's call it the Rubber Pirate Ship, Luffy retorted. Of course. Before he finished speaking, he was punched down under the table by Nami. I think it should be called Nami's Little Ship. Nami looked at everyone proudly, seemingly satisfied with the name she came up with. As soon as Nami finished speaking, Yasuo, who was drinking, sprayed the drink in his mouth all over Usopp's face, who was sitting opposite him. I'm sorry. Yasuo clasped his hands together, apologetically looking at Usopp, who shook his head in despair, indicating that he was fine. Seeing that Usopp wasn't in a good mood, Yasuo asked, What name do you think it should be, Usopp? Usopp, suddenly startled, a smile on his face, was about to say something, but then his expression fell. He really wanted to go to sea and be a great warrior of the sea. It didn't matter whether as a pirate or a marine. It's your ship. I have no right to express my opinion, Usopp said, looking sadly at Yasuo. Yasuo looked at Luffy, who slowly stood up and looked at Usopp. The scene suddenly fell silent. Usopp, come on my ship. Be our partner. Luffy extended his hand, revealing a bright smile as he looked at Usopp. Why? I'm just a useless person. Why would you invite me onto your ship? Usopp's tears flowed down as he looked at Luffy. Because your nose is long. Luffy scratched his head and replied. Yasuo shook his head and looked at Usopp, saying, Because you are an incredible sniper. When Kuro used his spoon ultimate move, no one could see his attack trajectory, but you noticed it and bravely took action against him. When you stood in front of Miss Kaya, I believe everyone has already recognized your courage and strength. At that moment, you became one of us, Zoro said impatiently. Nami was also moved by the scene and smiled at Usopp. Kaya looked at Usopp and nodded. Go ahead, Usopp. I believe you will become a great warrior of the sea. You belong to the ocean, go. Well said. My first mate is right. Come aboard my ship, Luffy said, putting his arm around Yasuo's shoulder, then reached out his hand to invite Usopp. Since you all want me to join your pirate crew so much, I guess I'll reluctantly become your captain, Usopp said, fist bumping Luffy, then looked at everyone with a smug expression. Luffy, damn it. I'm a captain. Usopp, no, I am. The great Captain Usopp, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the two began to playfully fight, and the atmosphere became cheerful again. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates welcomed a new crew member. Sniper, Usopp. Zoro, drinking nearby, thought, has Luffy unconsciously regarded Yasuo as the first mate? Yasuo was also puzzled. Am I really the vice captain now? Can it be any more ridiculous? He looked at Zoro, who had a face full of displeasure and could only silently apologize to him in his heart. However, in the next moment, Yasuo approached Zoro and said, Hey, Green Algae Head, did you hear what Luffy just said? I think I heard him call me the vice captain. How about that, jealous? Yasuo looked at Zoro with a playful expression. Zoro, with a gloomy face, replied, That depends on whether you have the strength to be the vice captain, long-haired freak. Yasuo retorted, What? Want to fight, Green Algae Head? Zoro stood up angrily. Hey, look at your own body. Your old injuries aren't healed, and now you have new ones. You should heal your kidney injury first, and then we can have a good sparring session. Yasuo looked up at Zoro. Nami, since something was off, pulled Yasuo out, and said it was to get some fresh air, feeling safe with Yasuo around. Nami and Yasuo stood on the grass in front of the villa, and Yasuo slowly lay down on the lawn, using the moonlight to look at Nami and said, Nami, is there something you haven't told everyone? What could I have? Nami stammered. You better not have anything, or that silly captain will be very sad, Yasuo said. No, that won't happen, Nami replied as she squatted down next to Yasuo. Yasuo looked at the starry sky and suddenly felt nostalgic about the days spent on Earth with Yihei. He missed the premium cigarettes from Earth. Opening the system store, he typed cigarettes in the search bar, and sure enough, the premium cigarettes appeared on the system panel, priced at 100 million berries. Yasuo gritted his teeth and clicked the purchase button. In an instant, 100 million berries vanished from his account. The premium brand cigarettes appeared in the system space, and the system even thoughtfully prepared a matchstick. He pulled out a cigarette like a magic trick, took one, and placed it between his lips, then looked at the dazed Nami and handed her one. Are you crazy? Nami exclaimed angrily as she pushed Yasuo away, stood up, and ran into the villa. Yasuo? What did I do? I was just having a smoke, right? Yasuo flicked a match to light his cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled the smoke. Feeling nostalgic. At that moment, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp walked out, linking arms. Yasuo looked up and saw the three of them standing on a small mound, unbuckling their belts. "Come on, I'm going to be the Pirate King. I will definitely pee the farthest," Luffy said, pulling out his weapon and looking at the two beside him. "Baka, I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman, and I will pee the farthest," Zoro drowsily retorted, unaware of how much he had drunk, his head swaying. "Captain Usopp is the one who pees the farthest," Usopp declared, lifting his little Usopp for a long stream. In the end, Luffy won the contest by using his rubber stretching ability. "Yasuo, how did you end up like this after a few drinks?" The next morning, Yasuo, carrying the magic blade Shinran and with a Ju-edging cigarette in his mouth, walked along the path to the beach, while behind him, Nami stealthily followed Yasuo. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others, having drunk too much the previous night, were still sound asleep. Yasuo thought all night last night. He couldn't just remain invincible forever. He needed to earn some tears from his companions or suffer some injuries, to do something for everyone and strengthen their bonds. After all, in his previous life, Yasuo was like a naive rookie when it came to dealing with people. Now that he has companions and friends, he wants to cherish them properly. Yasuo was walking along the road when he turned back to look, and Nami quickly hid to the side. Yasuo helplessly shook his head and continued walking forward. What was Yasuo going to do? Was he planning to secretly go out to sea by himself? Should he tell Luffy and the others? After thinking for a while, Nami decided to follow him and see what Yasuo was up to. When she reached the edge of the cliff, Yasuo stopped and looked down at the bottom of the cliff where the beach was located. There were several pirate ships docked by the shore, and indeed, these pirate ships belonged to the infamous Black Cat pirates. Yasuo just wants to take care of these pirates by himself. After all, everyone is injured, and he should look after them. Then he can get hurt a little himself, earn some tears from everyone to strengthen their bond. I'm really a little clever boy. Yasuo, holding the magic blade Shinran, leaped off the cliff, and Nami hurriedly rushed forward to check. She saw no less than 10 pirate ships docked by the sea. Damn it, I forgot that Kroko said yesterday that his pirate crew would come here today. Damn, I need to quickly inform Luffy and Zoro, Nami muttered to herself, then turned and headed towards the villa at Kaya's house. Boom! Yasuo jumped off the cliff, crashing heavily to the bottom and kicking up a cloud of dust. The pirates on the nearby ships heard the noise and looked towards Yasuo's location. Yasuo, holding the magic blade Shinran, slowly emerged from the dust, looking like a big boss making an entrance, incredibly showy. With 10 pirate ships and nearly 500 pirates, Yasuo looked at the crowd and suddenly felt ignited. A group of pirates jumped off the sailboat and surrounded Yasuo, reaching him in an instant. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" One pirate lackey spoke up. However, before he could finish, Yasuo directly stepped forward with a left kick, striking the pirate lackey in the abdomen. The pirate lackey bent at a 90-degree angle and flew backward, knocking down a group of pirates. Seeing their comrade getting beaten, the pirates rushed up. The pirates from the 10 ships jumped off and charged towards Yasuo. The hypnotist Zhang, who was in the cabin, heard the commotion outside and quickly came out to check. Looking up, he saw a young man holding a katana, using the sheathed sword to behead a pirate. What? A sheathed sword can kill? Zhang was astonished, but he wasn't worried at all, just relying on their numbers. They could wear him down. Although he didn't know why the fight broke out, Zhang didn't care anymore and directly ordered his pirates to join the battle. One sword sheath took down an old pirate lackey's head as he looked at the wave of pirates rushing in, and Yasuo's heart surged with excitement. At this moment, he just wanted to hear an exhilarating song from his past life. "System, play me some music to hype things up." Yasuo thought to the system in his mind. Ding! The system strives to serve the host. Ding! Music playing. Mouse MMDJ version. Wishing the host a good time. The system's voice echoed. The music's prelude began, and as he listened, Yasuo's body trembled. The familiar music and familiar vibe filled him with joy. Ha ha! Come on, you worthless fools. Accept the baptism of the storm. Watching the pirates charging towards him, Yasuo executed a steel slash. Following the rhythm of the music, he stepped forward and slashed. The two actions combined. Yasuo charged into the group of pirates, releasing a circular slash around him that directly cut down over 10 nearby pirates in half. "Showy as the wind. Always by my side," he shouted. Yasuo lunged forward with a swift strike, charging into the pirate crowd, executing a seamless combo, like flowing water. He cut down a group of pirates. As he prepared to unleash his ultimate, an invisible aura surrounded Yasuo, perfectly timed with the climax of the music. Yasuo roared loudly. Heisei. Wind slash of absolute silence. Yasuo swung his blade backward, unleashing a hurricane that rushed toward over 100 pirates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the pirates were swept up into the air, screaming, "Help! Pirates!" The cries for help and wails echoed from within the hurricane. Yasuo's legs bent as he stomped heavily on the ground and charged into the hurricane, executing Master Ma's family secret skill. Lightning 5 whips. Bang! Yasuo landed, and the hurricane behind him slowly dissipated. Zhang Ao, with a look of horror, gazed toward the battlefield, seeing the sky seemingly stained red with blood. Drifting in the wind were large chunks of severed limbs, body parts, and pieces of clothing scattered everywhere. It was a complete slaughterhouse, a one-sided massacre. Zhang Ao's heart shook with fear, but he still commanded the pirates to charge at Yasuo and ordered the pirate ship to fire cannons at him, ready to take out his own men along with Yasuo. How cruel! Zhang Ao kept wiping the cold sweat off his face, thinking, if Captain Klo finds out that so many people have died, will he execute me too? Kill, kill, kill. At that moment, Yasuo felt an immense sense of exhilaration, releasing all the grievances, disdain, tears, and anger he had suffered in his past life onto this group of pirates. Looking at the large number of pirates still remaining, Yasuo wiped the blood off his face and sneered, "You want to fight me, Yasuo? Seeking death? Don't you know that I, Yasuo, am a #1 in the League of Cleansing?" At that moment, the music also finished playing, and Yasuo quickly instructed the system to play the next song. Ding! The transformation system replied, "Playing now." The mesmerizing music began to play, and Yasuo felt his blood flow speed up. Damn, is this what it feels like to be ignited? Ha 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 ha. Yasuo came to his senses, gripping the magic blade, Shinrin, and charging into the pirate crowd, entering slaughter mode. Steel slash. Step forward slash. Hasker. Yasuo continuously unleashed his skills. Pressure band linen fall. The battlefield echoed with screams and cries for help. Boom! Boom! 10 pirate ships opened fire on Yasuo, cannonballs rushing toward him one after another. Yasuo has already killed his way to the top. In his previous life, he held a deep grudge against the small days, so in the pirate world, he shows no mercy, striking down with his blade. With each swing, large numbers of small days fall. Seeing the rapidly approaching cannonballs, he quickly turns and unleashes the wind barrier. Instantly, a wall of wind rises from the ground. The moment the cannonballs hit the wind wall, they're shredded to pieces by the sword energy. Following the rhythm of the music played by the system, he makes another forward slash and charges into the group of pirates. Zango watches as the number of pirate minions dwindles to about 100 and sees Yasuo, like a demon, blocking the cannonballs, causing him to feel a chill throughout his body. Zango, feeling a desire to retreat, runs to the deck to prepare a small boat for escape. Yasuo, sensing Zango's intent to flee with his observation Haki, raises his eyes to Zango's position. Coincidentally, Zango also turns to look at Yasuo, and, at that moment, their eyes meet. Yasuo quickly cuts down a nearby pirate and rushes towards Zango. Tenfold amplification. Steel slash. As Yasuo approaches the pirate ship, he swings his blade. Instantly, a purple glowing slash heads towards 10 pirate ships. All the pirates stop their movements, quietly watching this slash. Hey! Great swordsman! A somewhat knowledgeable pirate minion speaks up. The slash directly pierces through the 10 pirate ships docked by the shore. And in an instant, the ships split in half, and the cannonballs inside explode, causing debris to shoot up into the sky and fall all around. The momentum of the slash remains strong, shooting towards the distant sea, gradually dissipating only after a long distance. Bang! 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 A series of explosions sound out, causing Luffy, Zoro, and the others who are rushing towards this place to unconsciously quicken their pace. Zoro frowns. This guy, making decisions on his own, he better not be dead. Long-haired monster, Zoro thinks to himself, while Luffy, silent and with a furrowed brow, quickly runs forward. Yasuo sensed the presence of Kin Bunchika Haki and saw Zhang Ao, who had been thrown onto the beach by the explosion, quietly making his way towards a dilapidated small boat. Zhang Ao was internally crying out, "No, please don't find me." Under the coverage of Kin Bunchika Haki, Yasuo noticed that Luffy and the others were quickly approaching. Yasuo swiftly appeared in front of Zhang Ao, causing Zhang Ao to instantly break out in goosebumps. Picking up his pocket watch, Zhang Ao activated his ability, trying to hypnotize Yasuo. Perfect. Just in time for my sob story plan to be implemented, Yasuo thought to himself. Zhang Yao's legs trembled as he waved the pocket watch in front of his chest, reciting incantations, while Yasuo felt nothing at all. Is this it? This is hypnosis? However, Yasuo still pretended to be affected, standing still in place. Seeing that Yasuo had fallen under his spell, Zhang Yao hurriedly shouted to the surrounding pirate lackeys, "Quick! Kill him! Hurry up! Damn it!" The surrounding pirate lackeys looked at Yasuo, who stood motionless, and immediately realized that Zhang Yao's ability had taken effect. Over 100 pirates shouted and charged forward with their knives drawn. Yasuo felt a bit uneasy and quickly asked the system, Hey, system, am I going to die? Ding. Don't worry, host. The ability you selected includes Majin Buu's power, which has cellular regeneration. The system replied, almost forgot. Even if I'm turned to dust, I can still survive. Yasuo laughed wildly in his heart, then continued to act nonchalant. A group of pirates rushed forward, shouting, "Die!" A pirate goon stabbed a knife into Yasuo's kidney. Damn, that hurts. Damn. Following that, one by one, the pirates stabbed their knives into Yasuo's body. Seeing this, Zango quickly stepped onto a small boat and sailed away towards the distant sea. Watching Zango leave, Yasuo didn't care. After all, this Zango would eventually become a subordinate of the Navy's Peach Rabbit. When they meet again, who knows what kind of scene it will be. It feels like there will be another chance to show off. Yasuo was now covered in knives, and upon closer inspection, there were more than 10. His outfit, similar to Tang San's, was soaked in blood, which flowed to Yasuo's feet, forming a small lake. Cough, that's a bit exaggerated. However, Yasuo was also quite anxious about the brains of these pirates. Clearly, they had the chance to kill Yasuo, like slicing off his old head with one strike, or stabbing straight through his heart. Alternatively, they could chop off his hands and feet, which would render him immobile. But instead, these pirates insisted on stabbing him in the stomach, to the point where Yasuo felt no pain when the later pirates continued to stab him. At this moment, Yasuo was like a human porcupine, covered in knives. Sensing that Luffy and the others were approaching with his observation Haki, Yasuo looked shocked and roared at everyone. Yasuo's roar like a fierce dragon instantly frightened the surrounding pirates, causing them to hurriedly retreat. Yasuo quickly swung his sword, the demon blade Shinrin, and plunged it directly into the ground. He pulled one of the blades embedded in his body out, spitting blood as he looked at the surrounding pirates. Steel slash. Step forward slash. Tenfold amplification. Yasuo rapidly maneuvered among the more than 100 pirates, then returned to the position of the demon blade Shinrin. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the pirates fell to the ground, clutching their necks in terror. Luffy and the others quickly reached the edge of the cliff and looked down, witnessing Yasuo just as he unleashed his technique, instantly killing over 100 pirates. Yasuo knelt on one knee, his right hand gripping the magic sword Shinrin that was stabbed into the ground. The intense pain coursing through his body was almost unbearable for him. After all, in his past life, even a fishbone stuck in his hand would cause discomfort, let alone a blade like this piercing his body. To maintain his cool, he didn't use his cellular regeneration ability. Otherwise, this minor injury could have healed instantly. Yasuo. Luffy was the first to reach the edge of the cliff and shouted at Yasuo. Turning his head, he saw Luffy jump off the cliff. System. It hurts so much. Is there any way I could take a nap first? Yasuo asked the system in his mind. Ding. The system is doing its utmost to serve the host. The sleep function has been activated for the host. It will automatically cancel in 5 days. The system replied. Yasuo, what? 5 days? Wait. Yasuo hadn't finished speaking before he fainted. In Luffy's eyes, he saw Yasuo glance at him with a slight smile before his head drooped down. Yasuo. Luffy shouted at Yasuo with a heart-wrenching cry, his pace quickening beneath him. Damn it. Yasuo is my companion. We haven't gone on more adventures yet. And I haven't become the Pirate King. You mustn't die. At that moment, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami, who were rushing over from behind, arrived and looked up to see the beach in disarray. Shipwrecks, human remains, blood red and white everywhere, with blood pooling into small streams on the ground. A scene both tragic and spectacular. Usopp, having never seen such a scene, immediately collapsed to the ground and began to vomit uncontrollably. Nami, already feeling queasy, couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly went to the side to throw up as well. Zoro's heart trembled. What? Did all of this happen because of the long-haired monster? Wait, long-haired monster? Zoro quickly scanned the battlefield. Looking up, he saw Luffy kneeling in front of a person covered in blood, his hands trembling helplessly in the air. Yasuo quickly jumped towards the bottom of the cliff, heading for Luffy's location. He knew that the person in front of Luffy must be Yasuo. Damn, that long-haired freak, making decisions on his own. Does he even consider us as comrades? Shouldn't comrades face difficulties together? Please don't die. Long-haired freak. Zoro rushed to Luffy's side and stopped, looking at Yasuo, whose black hair was disheveled, body pierced with knives, and blood was continuously pouring from his wounds, leaving large stains on the ground. Even someone like Zoro, who had seen many scenes, felt his heart rise to his throat. Seeing Yasuo like this, Zoro thought he must be dead for sure. Zoro, Luffy, with a face full of snot and tears, looked at Zoro and spoke. Zoro frowned deeply and slowly walked to Yasuo's side, seeing Yasuo gripping the demon blade, Shinrin tightly, his head hanging low. Damn it, you can't really be dead, can you? Long-haired freak. Zoro asked calmly, why don't you even pull out the sword in death? Zoro then roared angrily. Luffy was silently crying beside him, continuously calling Yasuo's name. Miss Kaya, Old Man Mary, Green Pepper Head, Radish Head, and Onion Head, who had arrived late, also joined Usopp's vomiting squad upon seeing the scene ahead. Everyone vomited for a while before regaining their composure and rushed towards Zoro and Luffy's location. When they reached the scene, Yasuo's state shocked everyone. Nami looked at the handsome Yasuo, who had been joking with her just a few days ago, and felt that it was her delay in informing Luffy and Zoro that caused Yasuo's death. Nami knelt on the ground, repeatedly saying sorry. Mr. Yasuo. Usopp's tears streamed down his face. Everyone seemed to mourn Yasuo's death, and the atmosphere was very sad. Just as everyone was preparing to collect Yasuo's body, Zoro frantically grabbed Yasuo's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Why don't you even pull out this sword when you're dead? Why? After saying that, Zoro tried to take the demon blade, Shinrin, from Yasuo's hand. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take the sword from Yasuo's grip. Zoro angrily shook Yasuo. Far away on Earth, Yihei couldn't bear to watch any longer. Can't they check if he's dead or feel his pulse? Yihei quickly typed on the keyboard. Ding. Restoring host consciousness. 5 seconds limit. The system's voice rang out. Hiss. Yasuo suddenly raised his head and took a deep breath. Zoro, startled, quickly stepped back, and everyone turned their gaze toward Yasuo, who shouted loudly. Damn green algae head. I'm not dead yet. Zoro was taken aback, then happily looked at everyone, who were also surrounding Yasuo with smiles on their faces. Yasuo was speechless, just waking up. The pain from the wounds all over his body forced him to let out a cry. With Zoro shaking, Yasuo felt like he was just asking for trouble. However, at least this carefully planned act to enhance their relationship was quite successful. Yasuo looked up at the crowd and stammered at Luffy. Captain, ahem, I've embarrassed you, huh? This trash actually hurt me like this. I will never embarrass you again. Luffy, do you have any objections? Luffy looked at the sea of pirate corpses, then turned to Yasuo and said no. I have no objections. After hearing Luffy's words, Yasuo spat a mouthful of blood directly onto Zoro's face, then flashed a charming smile at Zoro before fainting. Zoro, this damn guy definitely did it on purpose. Zoro wiped the blood off his face and looked at Yasuo. Luffy and the others rested for 2 days at Kaya's house, and when Yasuo still hadn't woken up, an impatient Luffy directly took Yasuo onto the Going Merry, which caused Yasuo to lose the chance to rename the ship. Just like in the original story, it was still called the Going Merry. On the shore, Kaya waved goodbye to Usopp on the Going Merry with tears in her eyes, leaving this ultimate sycophant, and Kaya shed tears of excitement. Usopp also unabashedly displayed his sycophantic nature, shouting to Kaya, Kaya, wait for me. I will definitely become a great warrior of the sea. Without Yasuo's intervention, the pirate flag was once again drawn by Usopp in a flamboyant manner, with the straw hat flag flying high on the ship's side, fluttering in the wind. The weather at sea was incredibly strange. It could be clear skies one moment, and then suddenly pour rain the next. This allowed Nami, the navigator, to fully play her role. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the group was facing the crisis of starving at sea because most of the food on board had been eaten by Luffy, that big idiot. They had run out of supplies by the 2nd day of sailing. In the cabin's bedroom, Yasuo slowly opened his eyes, feeling the ship's sway. He thought that the group must have set sail, but he wondered if Nami had left. Yasuo tried his best to get up, but the pain in his body made him gasp. He hurriedly called for the system to activate Majin Buu's cell regeneration ability. Yasuo felt his injured area healing at an incredible speed the moment he activated his ability, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Yasuo jumped off the bed and clenched his fist, seemingly feeling the air around him being stirred up. He thought of something and quickly opened his ability panel. Restriction. Level 2. Level 10 is the highest in the pirate world. Majin Bu Cell Regeneration. The ceiling of the pirate world. Sure enough, has my Saitama physique increased to level 2 after these days' experiences? I'm not far from exploding the moon with one punch. Why explode the moon? Because many experienced traversers often use the moon to practice their skills. Or perhaps because many comics about daily life like to set the moon as the location of the final boss. Yasuo feels that he is now just a mage swordsman. Although he is skilled with the sword, the feeling of engaging in close combat excites him even more. Therefore, Yasuo sets his sights on the 8 gates of Duinjia. Yasuo is preparing to wait until all the crew members are gathered before finding an opportunity to teach everyone the 8 gates of Duinjia. Just imagining the scene of everyone using the 8 gates of Duinjia to beat people up. TSK, TSK, TSK. Amazing. P.S. Are there any readers still here? Leave a comment or give a nudge to let the author see it. This way, the author will work harder and pour their heart into writing. Thank you all. Yasuo looked at the already sewn outfit similar to Tang San's beside him, picked it up and put it on, then walked out of the cabin. The fresh sea breeze immediately brushed across Yasuo's face. Looking towards the deck, he saw Luffy and others fishing there. Noticing that there seemed to be 2 more people on the ship, Yasuo immediately recognized their identities, the fiery Johnny and the sword god Joseph. It seems the plot has developed to this point. Yasuo slowly walked over. As soon as Luffy turned around, he saw Yasuo approaching and quickly threw down his fishing rod, running toward Yasuo to hug him, saying, "Yasuo, it's great to see you safe. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Johnny." Joseph also looked over, and Yasuo apologetically addressed everyone. "I'm sorry. I made you all worry." Then he turned to Luffy. "Luffy, where are we heading?" Nami spoke up. "I heard there's a place called Bartai that has great food, and we plan to go there to find Chef." What the big sister said is right. Johnny and Joseph echoed. "Who are you two?" Yasuo asked the two. "Hello, big brother Yasuo. I'm Johnny, and this is Joseph. We've heard that you wiped out a pirate crew in West Carrot Village. That's really impressive." Johnny exclaimed exaggeratedly. Oh, keep it low-key," Yasuo replied dismissively, noticing everyone awkwardly avoiding Nami's gaze, especially Luffy. "What's wrong?" Yasuo asked Usopp. "Because we made our own food, we wasted quite a bit, and what we made was inedible. So Zoro's 2 friends suggested we find a chef," Usopp replied, looking at Nami's high and mighty expression. It seemed that if Usopp said one more word, he would be met with a punch fueled by Nami's intimidating aura. Yasuo looked at Nami, and he saw her turn her head and say to him, "Do you even consider us your companions? Going off to do such dangerous things alone, making everyone worry about you." Hearing Nami say this, Yasuo's anger surged. He stepped forward, grabbed Nami's hand, and said, "More than that. I want to know if you really consider us your companions." What are you talking about?" Nami retorted, her face filled with panic. "Hey, long-haired freak, don't go too far." Zoro slowly stepped forward from the side and said. He had been observing this man ever since Yasuo stepped out of the cabin. It seemed like his injuries had healed a bit too quickly, right? "My kidney still aches a bit." Luffy also stopped grinning and looked at the two, while Usopp looked at Yasuo in surprise, seemingly incredulous that Yasuo dared to lay hands on Nami. "What am I saying? I'm being excessive? Tell everyone. What's up with the tattoo on your hand?" Yasuo looked at Zoro and then displayed the tattoo on Nami's arm to everyone. "Nami, what's going on?" Luffy, adjusting his straw hat, asked Nami with a serious tone. "Do you want to say it yourself, or should I say it for you?" Yasuo calmly asked Nami. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Nami finally couldn't bear the pressure and tears streamed down her face. "No, don't say it. Don't force me," Nami cried, breaking free from Yasuo's arm. "Nami, if there's anything we can help together, just tell us." Usopp spoke up. Stop dragging it out." Zoro coldly huffed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everyone," Nami cried even louder. Yasuo looked at the girl kneeling on the deck, crying, and couldn't help but wonder how this strong woman had endured the torment inflicted by the evil dragon over the years. In his heart, Yasuo vowed to tear it into 1,000 pieces. Yasuo turned his gaze towards Luffy and met his eyes. Luffy slowly walked towards Nami and placed a straw hat on her head. Nami was taken aback. This straw hat was the most precious thing to this big idiot. And now he was putting it on my head? In that instant, Nami looked up at Luffy with tears in her eyes and said, "Luffy, help me. I'm begging you." Yasuo saw the emotions running high and quickly bought a small deuce speaker from the system store, which came with all the songs from his past life. He heartlessly spent 100 million berries and took out the small deuce speaker from his system space, found a song called Walking in the Cold Wind, and clicked play. As the music started, Yasuo began to slowly narrate the story of Nami's village, the Arlong pirates. They invaded the village, harmed the villagers, and forced them to pay taxes. They committed all sorts of evil. Those without money were executed on the spot. They truly depicted the disgusting nature of a small life to the fullest. For the village and its villagers, Nami, who had an extremely high talent for navigation, was targeted by the Arlong, leading to a promise that if she saved up 100 million berries, he would spare the village. But this promise was destined to be futile. Under the brutal control of the Arlong, the kind-hearted Nami had no choice but to make sea charts for him. Although it was just an anime, Yasuo had once wanted to smash his computer in anger. So now that he had this opportunity, he would ensure that the Arlong received the punishment he deserved. As the story ended and the music stopped, Yasuo looked up to see everyone in tears, the deck covered in tears. Luffy was so emotional he wished to cry out all the tears of his life, while even the usually aloof Zoro was covering his face, secretly crying. Nami was completely confused. Where did the music come from? Without further ado, Luffy, make a decision. Yasuo swung his magic sword, Thousand Blades, angrily looking at Luffy, and said, Suddenly, a purple light shot towards the sea surface, forcefully splitting the sea in two, with water rushing in and waves surging. Everyone looked at Yasuo in shock, especially Joseph, the sword god, who looked as if his jaw would drop to the deck. Zoro looked at Yasuo, his desire as a swordsman igniting fiercely. But now was not the time to think about that. Luffy. Zoro turned to Luffy, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Even the timid Usopp refrained from mentioning his fear of dying upon seeing Arlong and angrily looked at Luffy, waiting for the captain to make a decision. Nami also looked up at Luffy, and just then, Luffy stomped heavily on the deck, wiped his tears, and slowly spoke. How dare they bully our navigator? I must defeat Arlong. Nami let out a heavy sigh of relief. The emotion she had suppressed for years finally found release. The time spent with Luffy and the others could be said to be the most relaxing days for Nami, and she was very happy. She didn't want to leave this group of pirate companions who didn't feel like pirates at all. At that moment, Johnny shouted loudly, Everyone, we have arrived at the Bartai restaurant. Yo-ho, let us fill our stomachs first. Find a chef. We are setting off to Nami's hometown. Luffy cheered. Thank you, everyone. Nami slowly stood up and bowed to everyone, returning the straw hat to Luffy. Luffy took the straw hat back and looked at Yasuo, saying, Yasuo, how did you know about Nami's story? I once had a friend from Kokoyashi village, and he told me. I only remembered it completely when I saw Nami's tattoo just now. My memory isn't very good. Sorry. Hee. Yasuo shamelessly fabricated a story. He couldn't just tell them he saw it in an anime, right? Ha 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 ha. Truly my first mate. Luffy laughed heartily. Zoro, why do I feel like I've lost something? The Mary slowly docked at the Barity's deck, and everyone disembarked, immediately greeted by the restaurant staff. Dear esteemed guests, welcome to the Bartai restaurant. Please follow me, the waiter said, extending his hand. Everyone followed the restaurant staff into the dining area, where they saw both sides lined with booths. The decor was incredibly luxurious. 2 words. Romantic. Everyone took their seats, with Yasuo and Usopp sitting at one table, facing each other. Luffy was happily ordering dishes from the menu, while Nami was trying hard to prevent Luffy from wastefully spending berries. Yasuo looked at the menu and casually ordered a serving of egg fried rice. He had a special fondness for egg fried rice because, in his previous life, neither he nor Yihei could cook, and the only thing they could make was egg fried rice, which they never got tired of eating. Looking at Usopp, Yasuo felt that Usopp seemed to be very afraid of him, so he asked, Hey, Long Nose, are you afraid of me? Usopp quickly shook his head, indicating that he wasn't, but the cup in his hand was trembling continuously. Hey, we are companions. Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on my companions. Unless. As he said this, Yasuo glanced at the magic knife Chienrin placed on the table. Usopp instantly understood that as long as he didn't touch Yasuo's knife, he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked. Usopp immediately relaxed. Hey, Long Nose, with such a long nose, can you drink water? Yasuo voiced a question he had from his previous life. Just like this. Usopp opened his mouth, raised the cup high, and poured the water into his mouth. Ha ha. Yasuo burst out laughing, and Usopp joined in the laughter. Everyone was happily waiting for the food to arrive, and at that moment, a blonde guy with curly eyebrows, who always covered half of his face, wearing a suit and holding 2 plates of food, walked toward Nami with a cigarette in his mouth, looking infatuated. Indeed, the newcomer was the famous Vinsmoke Sanji. known as Blackleg Sanji. In the original story, he was one of the three main combatants of the Straw Hat crew, working as a cook on the ship, never without a cigarette, loving women, very flirtatious, but charming, a gentleman among pirates. He learned cooking skills from Redfoot Zeph when he was a child. His kicking technique was fast, accurate, and ruthless, earning him the title of Blackleg from the Navy. But he never wanted to harm any woman, even if facing an enemy. Sanji's first bounty was as high as 77 million berries. But the photo on the bounty poster was drawn. His dream is to find the legendary All Blue and follow Luffy into the Grand Line. He is the third son of the Vinsmoke family. Beautiful miss, let me introduce you. This is our restaurant's best egg fried rice and Lanzhou ramen. Beautiful miss, look at how handsome and charming I am. Can I have you chat? Sanji said infatuatedly as he approached Nami. Then he pulled out a rose from somewhere and handed it over. At that moment, Nami felt like she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Her expression was extremely awkward. Watching Sanji place a plate of egg fried rice in front of Nami, Yasuo's temper flared up instantly. Hey, perverted cook, that my egg fried rice. As soon as Yasuo finished speaking, he heard a similar voice from the next table. Hey, perverted cook, that's my Lanzhou ramen. Zoro spoke up. Instantly, Yasuo and Zoro locked eyes with Sanji. The air seemed to spark with tension. Ha. Interesting. Luffy thought this man in front of him was very interesting and quite to his taste. Just during this brief moment of eye contact, a man pushed open the door and staggered in. Food, he said intermittently. Indeed, the man in front of them was the legendary demon man, Akin, whose martial arts were among the best in the East Sea, valuing loyalty and friendship. Do you have money? The waiter asked Akin bluntly. Yasuo looked at Akin, who seemed on the verge of death, completely indifferent. I'm not a saint. Let someone else handle that kind of thing. I only lend a helping hand to those I care about. I. Akin stammered. You can't pay, so you come here to eat for free? Get out, the waiter said as he kicked Akin out, who landed on the deck. Sanji's eyes flickered slightly as he turned towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Yasuo shook his head slightly, thinking, what a soft-hearted person. He'll end up getting bitten back later. Yasuo got up and walked in front of Nami. Nami thought Yasuo was going to do something, but instead, Yasuo picked up the fried rice and walked back to his seat. Nami felt embarrassed. Zoro also walked in front of Nami and picked up the Lanzhou ramen. He glanced back at Yasuo, and the two locked eyes. They both huffed at the same time and turned away, no longer making eye contact. Yasuo scooped a mouthful of rice into his mouth, and suddenly, Yasuo's whole body trembled. This taste, it was the taste of love. Oh no, it was the taste of nostalgia. Just like the dishes in Chinese Little Chef. Yasuo felt as if a girl dressed in angelic attire appeared before him, radiating golden light, slowly undressing herself. Oh no, why was he thinking about those girls from the alleys back then? Yasuo was speechless. Before long, Sanji walked out of the restaurant door with a plate of fried rice. Luffy, seeing this, curiously looked outside and saw Sanji squatting down, talking to a Jean who was lying on the deck. Luffy stood up and walked outside. Seeing this, Yasuo no longer paid attention. Anyway, with Luffy's mouth skills, it was just a matter of time before Sanji joined them. For now, he would savor this heavenly food. There was one more thing, which was to keep an eye on Nami, to prevent her from sneaking away again. Although he had just confessed everything, Yasuo knew one thing. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Never try to figure out what a woman is thinking. Since Luffy discovered Sanji's excellent character, which suited his taste, and Sanji was also a chef, he began to shamelessly invite Sanji to join them. Sanji wanted to set sail, but couldn't bear to leave his benefactor, Zeph, the old man who raised him through thick and thin. In the blink of an eye, everyone had been at the floating restaurant for 2 days. Yasuo leaned against the side of the Mary and looked out at the distant sea. When would Kree come? I can't wait to take down Arlong. Yasuo thought. Zoro was diligently lifting a barbell, sweat soaking the entire deck, while Nami was vigorously swinging a wooden stick on the deck. Usopp was fishing by the side of the ship with Luffy. I say, why doesn't Sanji want to be our companion? Luffy asked Usopp with a frustrated expression. Maybe he has his own reasons for not being able to leave here. Usopp replied, no way. It would be such a waste for someone like him not to join us in the adventure on the Grand Line. I have to invite him onto our ship. I'm going to be the Pirate King, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. At the Bartai restaurant, Zeph, the red-legged chef, was reading a newspaper in his office on the second floor when he overheard Luffy and the others talking through the window. You little brat, don't you have your own dreams? Zeph was pondering how to send off his beloved brat Sanji to pursue his own dreams. Luffy stood up and excitedly ran down the ship, heading into the restaurant. It seemed Luffy wanted to see if he could persuade Sanji to join with his mouth skills again. What use is it to be cramming for the upcoming battle? Yasuo helplessly looked at Nami. Opening the system shop, a dazzling array of products was presented. Yasuo thought, Nami likes using sticks. Why not buy her a golden staff to play with? He clicked on the product description for the golden staff. Golden staff, a high-tech magical artificial intelligence product that can change its form with a command love you for 10,000 years. It has a thought dialogue function, is indestructible, and can break anything. It is the weapon used by Tang Sung from a certain world. Not 888, not 999, but a limited time offer for only 100 million. Looking at the remaining 300 million, Yasuo decisively placed the order. Ding! Golden staff purchased successfully. It has been delivered to the system's space, the system voice announced. Yasuo quickly took out the golden staff from the system space. Looking at the staff in his hand, which was as small as a toothpick, Yasuo slowly said, I love you for 10,000 years. Grow bigger. Whoosh. Suddenly, the toothpick-sized golden staff transformed to the size of chopsticks. Yasuo continued big, 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 holding the staff, which had hollow patterns on both ends and a dragon design embedded in the body. It looked extremely powerful and majestic. He wondered if shouting big would poke a hole in the sky. Haha, Yasuo laughed wildly. Golden staff, can you talk? Yasuo tried to speak. After a while, there was no response. Well, it seems there is no spirit generated, or it has been erased by the system. Yasuo pondered, stroking his chin. Ding! The system has erased the spirit. The host can inject a suitable soul into it. The system's voice sounded. Where the hell can I find a soul? Should I go to Big Mom? Yasuo broke down. Ding! The host has no brains. The Mary will generate a ship spirit after a while. Both spirits are products of the soul. The system also felt anxious about Yasuo's brain. Damn! I actually forgot about this part of the plot. I cried so hard back then. Don't worry, little sister Mary. I will never let you die under Oda's pen. Yasuo's heart surged. With this, Yasuo looked at Nami. Nami, look what I invented. Yasuo said, holding the staff towards Nami. Nami stopped her actions and looked at Yasuo. What is it? This is your first invention, right? I've heard Luffy say you're a scientist. Nami walked towards Yasuo, praising him. Ha ha ha. Look at this. Yasuo handed the golden staff to Nami. At this moment, the crowd, drawn by the noise, also rushed over to join the fun. Isn't this just an iron rod? Usopp spoke up. Explosive Johnny and Sword God Joseph also nodded in agreement. Oomph. Zoro coldly snorted while leaning against the cabin. After examining the rod for a long time, Nami found that it had no real function and then threw it back to Yasuo. Hey, you don't want it? I haven't introduced its function yet. Yasuo said. Just as Yasuo was about to explain the golden staff's function, a dilapidated large ship slowly approached on the sea. Yasuo squinted his eyes. Wasn't that the Krieg pirates? They've finally arrived. Then let's explain the function of the golden staff through battle. Yasuo smirked. Soon, the ship approached the floating restaurant Baratai, and two men, Krieg and the demon man Ajin, helped each other into the restaurant. Yasuo didn't want to participate in this boring plot, just waiting for Luffy to say that line. I'm gonna knock you flying, so he could show off. Before long, a group of waiters, along with Captain Redfoot Zeph, came out carrying food. Yasuo watched as everyone delivered the food to the subordinates of the Krieg pirates, while Krieg and Ajin were eating furiously. Eat up. Once you're full, I'll send you on your way. Yasuo was eager to try. After everyone finished eating, Krieg put on his golden battle suit, holding a Gatling gun and followed by a bunch of pirate subordinates, heading toward Baratai. All the chefs and combat personnel of Baratai stood on the deck, confronting the Krieg pirates. Krieg then spoke, you guys take over this floating restaurant for me. Haha. Behind him, the demon man Ajin looked at Sanji with a guilty expression. Baka, I'm gonna knock you flying. Luffy's voice rang out. Yasuo leaped down from Mary and stood beside Luffy, followed closely by Zoro, Usopp, Nami, Frankie, and the sword god Joseph, all of whom rushed towards Yasuo and the others. Hey, brat, state your name. Krieg asked Luffy. Luffy felt an extreme disgust towards this person. Clearly, they had kindly given food to them, yet they were repaying kindness with malice. This was absolutely against Luffy's principles. Imunke Luffy. I'm gonna be the pirate king. Luffy glared at Krieg with a face full of anger. Luffy, let me take care of him. It's a perfect chance to test my new invention. Yasuo looked at Luffy. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and nodded slightly, ready to step in if Yasuo couldn't handle it. Nami, watch closely. This stick is called the Sea God S Needle Golden Drum Stick. After Yasuo finished speaking, he fiercely swung his left hand. The magic soared 1,000 blades and stabbed it directly into the deck, making a buzzing sound. Yasuo took a swift step forward, wielding the golden staff, and swung it down towards Creek. The staff frictioned in the air, producing a sonic boom. Seeing Yasuo make his move, the pirates quickly rushed towards the floating restaurant. Sanji swiftly stepped in front of Akin, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Sanji. He is my captain." The demon Akin declared before launching an attack at Sanji. Creek, seeing the staff coming, initially thought Yasuo was weak and raised his arm to block it with his golden armor, but he never expected. Yasuo swung his staff directly, sending Creek crashing into the ship behind him. Everyone gasped in shock, thinking that their captain might have been killed with that one blow. Just then, a cloud of dust arose, and Creek flew out on a jetpack he had built himself, holding a golden Gatling gun, looking incredibly imposing. Yasuo couldn't help but feel envious, thinking, "You're pretending to be tough with me, huh? If I weren't suppressing my power, you'd have been smashed into a pulp with one hit. Hey, brat, state your name." Creek hovered in the air, looking down at Yasuo. "Gol D. Yasuo replied succinctly. "Rocks. One monkey, one rocks. Interesting, interesting, ha 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 ha." Redfoot Zep seemed to recall something, laughing as he looked at Sanji. It seemed this group of brats would surely turn this decaying world upside down. Zep was even more determined to send Sanji to the Straw Hat crew. Blat. Creek raised his Gatling gun and began firing wildly at Yasuo. The Straw Hat crew, who were clearing out the pirate minions, turned their worried gazes toward Yasuo. They saw him holding his staff with one hand, spinning it rapidly in Creek's direction. The sound of clinking metal rang out as the bullets were deflected by the staff, hitting the surrounding pirate minions, and a few even ricocheted back to hit Luffy. "Damn it, this old bastard is tiring me out. Love you for 10,000 years. Staff, transform into a Gatling gun that shoots blue fire." Yasuo slammed the staff onto the deck, and immediately, with a series of clacking sounds, the staff transformed into a cannon-like fire god Gatling gun. The base was gripped tightly by 2 dragon claws, with the dragon's body coiling around the cannon, and the Gatling gun had 50 barrels, each with a diameter of 5 centimeters. Turning to Nami, who was watching from a distance, he said, "Watch closely, Nami. Fire for me." Da. Instantly, the Gatling gun, spewing blue flames, fired wildly at Creek, who was so frightened that he dropped his smaller Gatling gun and hurriedly dodged in the air. Although the power was fierce, the aim was hard to control, and Creek, seeing he was at a disadvantage, flew off into the distance, making it even harder to aim. "Let me play too, Yasuo." Luffy ran over, his eyes sparkling at the fire god Gatling. He ran. At that moment, Nami rushed over and said, "You can play after the battle, Luffy." Yasuo looked at Luffy and said, "Luffy, go back to the pirate minions." Luffy, reluctantly, walked back, glancing over his shoulder. It was clear he really wanted to play. "Don't worry, that old guy won't escape. Love you for 10,000 years. Staff, transform into a jet fighter." Yasuo shouted. The Gatling gun flew into the sky, shining with golden light, and with a series of sounds, a jet fighter appeared above. Yasuo jumped up and sat in the driver's seat. He saw only a game controller in front of him, and of course, Yasuo understood that this was for controller operation. After all, he had played games in his previous life. Yasuo controlled the game controller, and the back of the plane suddenly shot out flames, speeding towards the front of Click. Sega, I want to play." "Yasuo," Luffy exclaimed, even more excited, dancing and looking towards the direction the battle plane had flown off. "I want to play too. I want to play too." Usopp also jumped up excitedly. Zoro's eyes were nearly popping out. "Was it the same stick I just saw? This, it flew." Nami was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. Yasuo piloted the fighter jet, chasing Kurok like he was walking a dog, laughing, run, little trash. In front of the fighter jet, Yasuo pressed the shooting button on the joystick, and bullets shot straight out. At that moment, Kurok felt a deep sense of despair. After finally escaping from that warlord, he now encountered this monster. Was I Kurok, a celestial dragon in my past life? Kurok awkwardly fled back to the deck of the Baratai, just as the jet propulsion system lost power and fell straight down, crashing onto the deck. Yasuo released his fighter form, landing beside Luffy and the others while looking at the disheveled Krieg. Krieg, struggling to get up from the deck, looked at Yasuo and shouted, "8 area air, Lu air. 8 Gyalu, go die." Krieg ripped off his golden armor, revealing a mass of intricate parts inside. One had to admit, if this old fool focused on researching this technology, He might have achieved great things, but unfortunately, this idiot only thought about burning, killing, and plundering. Krieg raised both hands and released a large amount of poison gas, which quickly spread throughout the area. Instantly, the surrounding pirates covered their mouths and noses, collapsing and falling into the sea. As the poison gas approached the Bartai restaurant ship, Yasuo said, "I love you for 10,000 years. Golden Cudgel, transform into a supergiant fan for me. Ka-ka-ka-ka." Suddenly, the golden cudgel was placed on the ground by Yasuo and instantly transformed into a supergiant fan. Yasuo pressed the switch and turned the knob to maximum. The fan blades began to spin slowly. Before long, a strong wind blew directly towards Krieg's pirate crew, and except for Krieg, who was wearing a gas mask, everyone else fell over dead. Krieg, looking panicked, was about to flee because he saw that man in the distance. The man who had cut down 2/3 of his crew with a single strike. Hawkeye? Yasuo certainly saw it, and quickly commanded the golden staff to transform. "I love you for 10,000 years. Golden staff, turn into a sword for me." As Yasuo's voice fell, the golden staff instantly transformed into a double-edged sword held in Yasuo's hand. At this moment, Luffy was so envious that he was almost drooling. Who wouldn't like a stick that could turn into anything? Nami also regretted not asking Yasuo for that stick just now, while Usopp pondered, "Can I make a stick just like Yasuo's? It should be impossible. Never mind." Zoro looked at the magic sword, Shinrin, embedded in the deck and thought, "What secret does this long-haired monster have? Sigh, big brother Yasuo truly deserves to be the idol of my sword god, Joseph." Yasuo stepped forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of Clique, swinging his sword. One sword style, decapitating technique. With a single strike, he directly severed Clique's old head. Swish! Everyone saw Yasuo swing his sword, and a head flew high into the air, heading straight for the small boat where Hawkeye was. Bang! The head smashed into the boat, and Hawkeye looked up to see Clique with wide eyes staring at him, saying, "Devil! Devil! Hawkeye!" Even with his head cut off, he could still talk. This kid's swordsmanship is something else. Zoro's pupils suddenly contracted. This man, dressed in a suit, wearing a western hat, with a large sword resembling a cross on his back and 2 small mustaches under his chin, had eyes as sharp as an eagle's. This man is the world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye. Zoro's blood surged, and he stepped forward, landing on the wooden planks of the ship's wreckage. Looking at Hawkeye, "Hawkeye, I want to challenge you. I will defeat you and become the world's #1 swordsman." Saying this, Zoro tied his bandana around his head, slowly drew out 3 swords, held them in both hands, biting down on Sandai Kitetsu, his eyes filled with excitement. At this moment, Sanji kicked the demon Jean away into the sea, ending the battle, and looked over here. Everyone's attention shifted to this side, as Luffy was about to rush forward to hit Hawkeye, but Yasuo reached out to stop Luffy and said, "That person is the world's #1 swordsman. Luffy, don't interfere with Zoro. Don't you remember what he said? Trust him." Luffy immediately stopped, looking seriously at the two. "The world's #1 swordsman must be very strong, right? Zoro, I believe in you. Go for it." Hawkeye, with interest, placed his leg down from its cross position, slowly stood up, jumped to face Zoro, glanced at Yasuo, and then looked at Zoro, saying, "For you, this little knife is enough." Hawkeye pulled out a small knife from the cross necklace around his neck. "Baka, don't look down on people, bastard." Zoro shouted angrily and charged quickly at Hawkeye. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Everyone looked up to see Hawkeye holding a small knife against the 3 swords. Hawkeye looked at Zoro mockingly. Zoro quickly withdrew, executing the 3-sword style's ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. Swish! In an instant, Zoro charged at Hawkeye at incredible speed. The two brushed past each other. With a puff, blood gushed out from Zoro's body as 2 of his sword were severed in half by Hawkeye's small knife, leaving only Sandai Kitetsu. Zoro's heart sank. Is this the gap between me and this man? I lost. Zoro threw away the 2 broken swords, turned around, arms spread wide, looking at Hawkeye. "What does this mean?" Hawkeye asked in confusion. "The sword wound on my back is the shame of a swordsman," Zoro said, looking as if he was facing death, delivering a classic line. Hawkeye was startled. He was already moved by this young man before him, sheathing the small knife and slowly drawing out the black sword. "Yuru." Looking at Zoro, he said, "Kid, state your name." Hawkeye spoke with great authority. Yasuo gritted his teeth in frustration. Mihawk hadn't even activated his observation Haki or armament Haki. He was pushing Zoro to this extent solely based on his battle instincts. Yasuo had already begun to plan a strategy for the Straw Hat Crew's strength growth in his mind. Roronoa. Zoro. Zoro stared unwaveringly at Mihawk, his eyes filled with determination. If I, Zoro, do not die today, I will surely ascend to the throne of the world's strongest swordsman in the future. Very well. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mihawk stepped forward and slashed Zoro down into the sea. He then calmly looked in Yasuo's direction, who was staring at Mihawk in confusion. What the hell are you staring at me for? Don't think I'll fight you evenly like all the other transmigrators and then get beaten to a pulp by Crocodile-S subordinates. Thinking of this, Yasuo wanted to complain. In web novels from his past life, the protagonist could fight evenly with powerful figures like admirals and emperors and even heavily injure them. So why was he struggling against a commodore or a major like some small fry? What is even weirder is that even Enel, who doesn't know armament Haki, could fight for days and nights. Back to the battlefield, Sanji saw Zoro fall into the sea and dove in to fish him out. At this moment, Luffy clenched his fists and took a step forward, wanting to teach Mihawk a lesson, but was grabbed by Yasuo. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zoro was pulled up onto the deck, and everyone surrounded him. Yasuo was still keeping a close eye on Mihawk, mainly because the situation was different from the original story. Now, there was an unpredictable variable like himself, and if Mihawk got unhappy, he might take out everyone. Zoro stared blankly at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. He knew Mihawk had shown mercy. If not, that last sword could have split him in half. He was puzzled. Why did this man not kill him? Hey, green algae head, you're not dead, are you? Seeing everyone chattering around Zoro, Yasuo spoke to Mihawk without turning around. Zoro tilted his head and looked at Yasuo standing on the deck ahead, noticing Yasuo was locking eyes with Mihawk. Damn it, what does this long-haired freak want? He can't be thinking of making a move against this man, can he? Zoro felt nervous inside. At this moment, Mihawk spoke. Roronoa Zoro, I will be waiting for you on the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Strive to surpass me. Upon hearing this, Zoro's face was immediately covered in tears and snot. He glanced at Luffy, who was worried about him, and uttered that classic quote. Luffy, can you hear me? Sorry to make you worry. I must become the world's greatest swordsman. Otherwise, it will give you a headache, right? I won T lose again. I absolutely won T lose again until I defeat him and become the greatest swordsman. Do you have a problem with that? Pirate King, upon hearing that familiar line, do you have a problem with that? Luffy immediately burst into tears and looked at Zoro. No, I have no problem. Zoro, Luffy said. The Pirate King, huh? What an interesting pirate crew. Mihawk looked around, seemingly trying to remember everyone's faces, looking forward to meeting them again in a new world. Ha ha ha. Mihawk laughed heartily as he turned and jumped onto a small boat. At this moment, Zoro was helped up by Johnny and Joseph. Zoro looked at Yasuo and then at the demon's sword, Shusui, stuck nearby. Doesn't Yasuo want to have a match with the world's greatest swordsman? Since he didn't make a move, that was for the best. Otherwise, this long-haired freak might really die here. Zoro thought to himself. Yasuo also sighed in relief. Holding the golden staff in his left hand and drawing the magic blade Shinrin with his right, he turned to head towards Zoro. Suddenly, Yasuo noticed the expressions of fear on Zoro and Usopp's faces. Yasuo's heart tightened again. After all, this was the first time he encountered a top-tier expert in this pirate world since his crossing, and he felt a bit scared deep down. Yasuo quickly activated his observation Haki and saw Hawkeye slowly take down his black sword from his back. Knight. He turned his head and launched a flying slash towards Yasuo. Yasuo, what the heck? How dare you sneak attack me? A good person. Yasuo was well aware of the strength of that old guy, Hawkeye, who was a man capable of using his basic attacks to unleash his ultimate. A flying slash glowing with purple light rapidly approached Yasuo. Just as everyone was about to react, wanted to warn Yasuo or intervene, Yasuo made his move. Yasuo turned around and quickly swung his sword. Wind wall. Suddenly, a wind wall dozens of meters long and wide rose from the ground. As the slash approached, Zoro's heart tightened. Could Yasuo block this slash with that move? Hiss hiss hiss. After a series of sounds, the slash was completely shattered by the sword energy within the wind wall. Mihawk's heart jolted. Could he really swing his sword tens of thousands of times in a short time to create a sword energy wind wall? If my slash was imbued with armament Haki, should it be able to break through? Hawkeye had activated his observation Haki from the beginning, paying attention to Yasuo's every move. But what Hawkeye didn't know was that Yasuo's skills didn't require swinging his sword tens of thousands of times, and they couldn't be broken by armament Haki. They were skills produced by the system. Moreover, in the previous Life S League of Legends game, Yasuo's wind wall was also a bug-like existence. No matter how high your damage was, as long as it was a ranged attack or a magical attack, it wouldn't work against my Yasuo's wind wall. The reason Hawkeye saw Yasuo swinging his sword tens of thousands of times was due to the system's built-in confusion attribute. Even if the big boss him came, he could only say he saw Yasuo swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. Ha ha ha. Is that so? They really are two good talents. Seeing Yasuo block this attack, Hawkeye guessed that Yasuo was also a swordsman with some abilities. Hawkeye sheathed his black sword, Yoru, on his back and quickly drove the small boat away. This operation left Yasuo dumbfounded. He just left like that? I was planning to reveal my strength, to have a 50-50 showdown with you. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Hawkeye leave and looked at Yasuo, feeling that being able to block the slash of the world's greatest swordsman was quite impressive. Zoro, at this moment, looked at Yasuo in horror, pointing at the magic sword Chienrin in Yasuo's hand. Long-hair monster. He didn't even draw his sword. Zoro, in frustration, fainted. Everyone hurriedly shouted for a doctor, and Sanji quickly called for the doctor from his restaurant to come forward to treat Zoro. Yasuo helplessly said, "Why don't you spit blood when you're dizzy?" That's called spitting blood out of anger. Watching everyone clean up the wreckage of the battlefield, Yasuo walked over to Sanji, who was frowning and holding a cigarette in his mouth while looking at everyone. "Hey, perverted chef. I remember our captain extended an invitation to you, right?" Yasuo also took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, looking at Sanji. Sanji had always wanted to go to sea with everyone. During these days spent with the Straw Hat crew, he enjoyed the atmosphere, but he couldn't stand Zoro and the Yasuo in front of him. Watching Zeph commanding everyone to clean up the battlefield on the deck, Sanji reluctantly opened his mouth, tell Luffy not to bother. "I'm not going to sea with you guys. I have my reasons." "Is it because you can't bear to leave that old man?" Yasuo said nonchalantly as he took a deep puff from his exquisite cigarette. "You." Sanji looked at Yasuo in confusion, as if to say, "How do you know?" "How do I know?" That reluctant expression is already written all over your face. "You perverted chef," Yasuo shouted directly. At that moment, Redleg Zeph glanced over, and Sanji immediately became nervous and retorted, "Damn you, long-haired freak. Don't say nonsense. I didn't. Hee. Are you a little shy?" Yasuo teased. Sanji's face instantly fell, looking at Yasuo as if he was ready to use his decades-old Hong Kong foot to suffocate Yasuo. Yasuo suddenly became serious and said, "Hey, you perverted chef. I heard Luffy say that your dream is to find that sea that supposedly doesn't exist." "No, that sea exists. I firmly believe it." Sanji took a deep drag from a cheap cigarette and looked at Yasuo. "Oh, so you're saying you'd rather give up your own dream to stick to that old man?" Yasuo activated his verbal escape mode, not knowing if it would have the same effect as Naruto's. I. Sanji began a mental struggle. "So, do you have any other dreams? For example, this?" Yasuo pulled out a devil fruit from his hand. "What?" Sanji exclaimed. What did he see? He saw the invisibility devil fruit that he had been longing for. That was the devil fruit Sanji had dreamed of obtaining, because with it, he could recklessly go into women's restrooms or women's baths. Just thinking about it was exciting. Sanji immediately started gushing blood from his nose. Where did the invisibility devil fruit come from? Of course, it was just purchased by Yasuo through the system shop, and all the devil fruits had no side effects, which meant that eating a devil fruit produced by the system would still allow you to swim in the sea, without fear of sea prism stone. An incredibly powerful system. Looking at his shop balance, still having 100 million berries, Yasuo helplessly thought, money really spends fast. I must become the richest person in this world. 100 million for premium cigarettes, 100 million for a small do sound system, 100 million for the golden staff, and now another 100 million for the invisibility devil fruit. Everyone looked at the shocked Sanji, who was staring at Yasuo with a face full of excitement and blood streaming from his nose, not knowing they would think Sanji had turned gay. Yasuo was also taken aback by Sanji's expression, not expecting this perverted chef to react so strongly. Yasuo quickly stored the devil fruit in the system space, making it disappear like a magic trick. Sanji immediately became upset and shouted at Yasuo, "Give it to me. Hairy monster, hurry up and give it to me. Where did you hide it?" Yasuo was frightened by Sanji's hungry dog-like appearance and quickly ran towards Nami, as only Nami's charm could stop Sanji. Yasuo dodged left and right, avoiding Sanji's grasp, while Sanji relentlessly pursued from behind. Yasuo grabbed Nami's arm and pulled her in front of him. Sanji immediately stopped and looked at Yasuo behind Nami. "Where have you been hiding?" It was clear that Sanji was afraid that the fruit would disappear from his sight. Yasuo didn't say a word, handing the golden cudgel to Nami and said, "Nami, beat him. This golden cudgel, also known as the sea-settling rod, is yours now." "Is that true, Yasuo?" Nami was initially confused about why Yasuo was pushing her, and just as she was about to give Yasuo a punch infused with her Nami Haki, she saw Yasuo extending the golden cudgel towards her. She had just witnessed the power of this cudgel. She had been eyeing it for a while now. "Hurry up. Stop stalling," Yasuo urged, feeling goosebumps as he looked at Sanji, who resembled a hungry wolf. Thinking of Yasuo's earlier actions, Nami held the golden cudgel and glared at Sanji with malicious intent. Sanji immediately sensed that something bad was about to happen and was about to run, but it was too late. Nami shouted the same command as Yasuo. "I love you for 10,000 years. Golden cudgel, transform into a giant fist." Whoosh! The golden cudgel instantly elongated, expanding at the top to become an enormous fist, while Nami held the other end, feeling that its weight hadn't changed. It was still light. Just as Sanji took a couple of steps, he was smashed into the deck by Nami's giant fist infused with her Nami Haki. Sanji looked up at the sky, feeling hopeless, thinking that Miss Nami looked beautiful even when being violent. He really liked that. As the saying goes, Nami torments me 1,000 times. Yet I treat Nami like my first love. After beating Sanji, Nami happily studied the golden cudgel in her hands. Yasuo slowly walked up to Sanji and said, "Someone like you shouldn't be hiding in this small East Blue. The new world is waiting for us to conquer it. Think about it." Sanji stared blankly, lost in thought. The next morning, Luffy decided to leave the Bartai restaurant, gathering everyone at the restaurant. Johnny and Joseph were driven away by Yasuo to avoid any complications with Arlong later. Yasuo didn't want to reveal his resurrection ability just yet. Nami looked extremely anxious, worried that everyone wasn't a match for Arlong, and also concerned that the villagers in her hometown might have been killed by him since she hadn't returned in a long time. Luffy was eating meat chunks, completely unconcerned about the danger of facing Arlong, while Usopp was staring at Yasuo, seemingly thinking of something bad. Zoro, all wrapped in bandages, looked at Yasuo with a grim expression, seemingly furious about Yasuo not drawing his sword. Watching the busy Sanji and the chefs dining together, one chef suddenly shouted, "Who made this? It's like dog food." Instantly, all the chefs echoed, saying, "Yeah, who made this food? It's worse than pig food." Luffy looked confused. Sanji's food was clearly delicious. Why was everyone saying it was bad? Everyone was puzzled, except for Yasuo, who knew the reason and smiled at Luffy, saying, "Captain, it's time to set sail. Yash, crew, let's go." Luffy stood up, adjusting his straw hat while looking at everyone, glancing at Sanji, feeling reluctant to leave such a talent behind. As everyone slowly walked toward the door, Sanji roared, "What the hell are you talking about? How can my food possibly be bad?" Sanji stepped forward to taste the food again, looking puzzled at the other chefs. At that moment, Zeph slowly stood up and said, "Kid, it seems your skills haven't improved yet. I declare, Sanji is expelled from the Bartai restaurant, effective immediately. He is no longer our chef." Luffy and the others were shocked and stopped in their tracks, turning to look at Zeph. Suddenly, they all seemed to realize something and burst out laughing as they walked out the door. Just as Luffy and the others boarded the Mary, Sanji was kicked out of the cabin by Zeph. "Get lost, kid," Zeph said, walking out with a domineering demeanor, followed by the other chefs. Sanji was stunned, looking at the old man who raised him, not understanding what he was thinking. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, turning to see Luffy and the others standing on the Mary's deck, watching him. "Hey, Sanji, hurry up and get on the ship. We're setting sail," Luffy called out happily. Sanji seemed to have made some decision, looking at Zeph. "Old man. Thank you. Thank you all. Old man." Sanji knelt on the ground, looking at everyone, shouting with a broken heart, tears and snot all over his face. Then he stomped heavily on the deck and jumped onto the Mary, standing with his back to Zeph and the other chefs. "Set sail," Luffy commanded powerfully. Usopp quickly lowered the sails, and a strong wind blew, as the Mary slowly sailed away. "Kid, take care of yourself. Don't get sick," Zeph cried as he bid farewell to Sanji. "Take care, Sanji," the other chefs shouted loudly. Sanji turned around, crying as he looked at the increasingly distant Bartai restaurant, shouting, "Old man, don't die. Once I find that all blue, I'll come back. Wait for me." The Mary slowly sailed away from the Bartai restaurant, and as Sanji wiped away his tears, he looked at everyone and said, "Please take care of me from now on. Captain, and everyone, hey, perverted chef, we have a battle coming up that we can't avoid. The enemy is strong. If you're scared, you still have time to regret it. Yasuo said, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking out at the sea. What do you mean? Sanji looked at everyone. We're going to beat up the pirate who bullies our navigator. Luffy said seriously, looking at Sanji. If Sanji was scared, he wouldn't hesitate to kick him off the ship. Since it's Miss Nami's matter, then there's nothing we can do. After all, we're companions now, Sanji said nonchalantly, taking a deep puff of the cigarette. Sorry, everyone, please. Nami bowed to everyone as she spoke. Yasuo stepped forward and patted Nami's little head, saying, What are you talking about? We're companions. Seeing Yasuo being so rude to Miss Nami, Sanji immediately got upset, especially since it was that long-haired freak he really disliked. Get lost, long-haired freak. Take your hands off Miss Nami's head, Sanji shouted, launching a flying kick straight at Yasuo. Yasuo dodged and looked at Sanji. Hey, pervert cook, are you getting a bit carried away? Do you not want that fruit anymore? Sanji's eyes widened as he turned to Yasuo and said, Give it to me. Where did you hide it, you hairy monster? Damn it, I'm Yasuo. Who taught you to talk like that? Yasuo retorted loudly. Hey, pervert cook, hairy monster. You're so noisy. Zoro, leaning against the cabin door with his eyes closed, spoke up. Sanji and Yasuo simultaneously turned to Zoro and shouted, Shut up, green algae head. Zoro's anger flared up as he looked at the two. Do you want to fight? Hairy monster, pervert cook. Come on, who is afraid of who? Sanji and Yasuo replied in unison. Damn pervert cook, don't copy me. Yasuo cursed. You're the one, hairy monster. Sanji retorted. Come on, green algae head. Yasuo said. Hairy monster, pervert cook, green algae head. Immediately, the three of them started a war of words. This battle lasted a full hour, and Nami, feeling quite annoyed, was just about to unleash her Nami-colored Haki to beat everyone up when Luffy interrupted their banter. Sanji, I'm hungry, Luffy said, clutching his stomach and looking at Sanji with a pitiful expression. Sanji lit a cheap cigarette, took a deep breath, turned towards the cabin, and slowly uttered, Wait. It must be said that although Sanji was a bit of a pervert, the food he made was truly amazing. Even Yasuo, who usually had little appetite, praised the deliciousness of Sanji's cooking. The Mary sailed on a vast blue sea, heading towards Nami's hometown, Kokoyasi village. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone was either fishing, sleeping, or exercising on a ship. According to Nami, they would reach Kokoyasi village in 3 days, but the impatient Yasuo couldn't wait. Hey, Luffy, do you want to fly our long away right now? Yasuo stood at the edge of the ship looking at Luffy, who was sitting on his special seat at the bow. Do you have a way to get to Nami's village quickly? Yasuo asked as Luffy jumped down. Nami. Yasuo slightly nodded at Nami, wanting to use the golden staff to quickly take the whole ship to Kokoyasi village. Nami walked over holding the golden staff, looking puzzled at Luffy and Yasuo. Give me the golden staff, Yasuo said. Nami handed over the staff, and Yasuo recited the command. Love you for 10,000 years. Golden staff turned into a rocket booster. With a series of clicks, a huge dragon leg appeared, grabbing the ship's tail, and Yasuo looked at Usopp. Usopp, lower the sails. Usopp, who was napping, woke up startled and looked at everyone. What happened? Everyone, get ready, we're about to fight, Luffy said succinctly. Zoro, leaning against the cabin, opened his eyes, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Hearing there was going to be a fight excited him. His injuries had mostly healed. Only the wound from Mihawk still throbbed, but it wouldn't affect his fighting. Sanji was looking forward to his first battle with this not-so-pirate-like pirate crew. Nami looked at everyone with a moved expression. Usopp quickly rushed to the sails and lowered them. Yasuo stared in the direction of Kokoyasi village. Start. Whoosh! The base of a dragon leg suddenly blasted out a wave of air, flames soaring high. The Mary was propelled into the air above the sea surface. Everyone was stunned by the speed, while Zoro, prepared, crouched on the deck to avoid the strong wind. Nami and Luffy did the same because they had experienced that feeling before and didn't want to feel suffocated by the wind again. However, Sanji and Usopp weren't so lucky. As soon as the ship started moving, Usopp almost had his eyes blown out by the wind and quickly laid down on the deck, looking up to see Luffy and Nami grinning at him. Sanji, standing at the cabin door, was blown back into the cabin with a loud crash. System. Navigate to Kokoyasi village. Yasuo squatted next to Luffy and spoke to the system. Ding. Route navigation displayed. The system's voice responded. Yasuo steered the Mary towards Alron. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. As they were about to reach Alron Paradise, Yasuo quickly ordered the golden cudgel to revert to its original form. Whoosh! The Mary, still at full speed, crashed through the walls of Alron Paradise and charged right in. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship and shouted, "Golden Staff! Transform into a Gatling gun that shoots blue fire." The golden staff in his hand instantly transformed into a Gatling gun. Yasuo held it with both hands and fired at the fishmen who were in a daze in front of him, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Instantly, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and screams for help echoed in the scene. However, Yasuo did not target the main NPC, but stopped after taking out most of the minions and looked at Luffy. Yash, the war has begun. Luffy looked fiercely at the group of fishmen in front of him. Suddenly, a fishman crawled up from the ruins. That's right. This fishman is the legendary Arlong. The fishman Arlong, who was originally one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a subordinate of the Sea Knight Jinbei. After falling out with his leader Jinbei, he left the Grand Line and reformed the Arlong Pirates. 8 years ago, he executed his plan to dominate the East Blue, quickly occupying over 20 villages, including Nami's hometown, Kokoyashi Village, and began his military rule over the 20 villages of the East Blue using Nami's hometown as the base of his territory. Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million berries, is a shark-type fisherman and the most evil and powerful pirate captain in the East Blue, although the East Blue is the weakest sea in the world of One Piece. He is extremely fond of brute force and harbors strong racial discrimination, including against Nami, whom he only treats coldly because their relationship is based on utility. Using Nami reflects his foresight, while befriending Captain Mouse from the Navy's 16th branch demonstrates his cunning. His 4 subordinates, including Nami, each have their own abilities and strengths, which is also the main reason for Arlong's undefeated rule for 8 years. Of course, Arlong himself is also very powerful, having been a pirate in the Grand Line for many years. Thus, Arlong can be considered battle-hardened, and his deception and exploitation of Nami for 8 years reveal his wolfish ambitions as a pirate. If he and T crossed paths with the protagonist, he could have continued to roam freely in the East Blue for a while longer. Yagyu, who are you? Why are you attacking my paradise on the sea? Arlong roared angrily. You're Arlong? Luffy asked as he looked at Arlong crawling out from the ruins, with the Straw Hat crew standing behind him. That's right, I am Arlong, the great pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. Arlong proudly raised his chin, seemingly trying to intimidate everyone. However, just as he scanned the crowd, he suddenly spotted someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Nami. Nami, I can't believe you brought others to attack my paradise on the sea, you ungrateful traitor. Once I deal with these humans, I will kill all the filthy humans in the entire village. Arlong roared. You dare. Nami glared angrily at Arlong. No more words. Those not of our kind must have different intentions. Luffy, take him down. Yasuo fanned the flames beside them. At this moment, Arlong's pirate crew also crawled up from the ruins. I'm going to send you flying, Luffy shouted as he quickly charged at Arlong. Goma Goma no. Luffy rushed towards Arlong and threw a rubber pistol punch. Arlong unleashed a fierce dragon roar, opening his mouth to reveal his long unbrushed black teeth, seemingly still stuck with bits of meat from lunch, and bit down on Luffy's arm, leaving a bite mark. After being bitten, Luffy instantly perked up and began to take the fishman pirate who bullied his navigator seriously. The rest of the Straw Hat crew also sought their own opponents. Zoro quickly set his sights on the octopus, Little 8, who wielded 8 swords. This octopus must be a swordsman, right? Zoro stepped forward, jumped off the Mary, and charged at Little 8 with his sword drawn. Sanji randomly picked a fishman officer to charge at, and coincidentally, the opponent he chose was the fishman who had previously beaten him to a pulp in the original story. Yasuo couldn't help but laugh. Nami was filled with deep hatred for these fishmen. With the golden staff given to her by Yasuo, she charged forward and confronted an officer. As this fishman always looked at her with disdain, so Nami had long wanted to take him down. With the golden staff in hand, Nami showed no fear and directly commanded it to transform. Love you for 10,000 years. Golden staff transformed into a super giant fist. She swung a punch at the fishman officer, scaring him into hastily dodging. Yasuo, the world's thoughts have limited Nami's imagination. It seems necessary to get her an encyclopedia of Earth's weapons to boost her creativity. The invincible stick has been turned into a dog-beating stick by Nami. Usopp, seeing that everyone has their own opponents, looks at the cruel battlefield. His legs involuntarily weaken as he glances at Yasuo. Yasuo looked at Usopp. Usopp, you are going to become a brave warrior of the sea. Haven't you backed down at a time like this? Yasuo mocked. Usopp seemed to be provoked by Yasuo's words, and with his slingshot in hand, he charged at one of the pirates. Unfortunately, Usopp chose the wrong opponent. That fishman seemed to be one of the officers. In fact, Usopp really wanted Yasuo to upgrade his equipment. After all, even someone like Nami, who is not that strong, is so brave now. How could he, as a man, be worse than a woman? But he felt too embarrassed to ask Yasuo for help. Bang! As soon as Usopp charged in front of the fishman, he was kicked away and crashed into the wall, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! How can I hold everyone back? Usopp's intelligence kicked in. He was a marksman, not a warrior. Usopp started to move around the battlefield, shooting stones at the fishman one moment and then hiding somewhere the next. Before long, the fishman officer was covered in bruises from Usopp's attacks. Yasuo nodded slightly, knowing how to position himself. He understands when to advance and when to retreat. He is a good marksman, watching everyone fight in a melee. Yasuo looked around and seemed to realize that his NPC was gone. He glanced at the shivering fishman minion and chuckled. Yasuo jumped down from the Mary, quickly forming seals with both hands and shouting, summoning jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and 5 coffins slowly rose. The lids of the 5 coffins crashed down towards the ground. Boom! The huge sound attracted everyone's attention, and they all unconsciously stopped their actions to look in Yasuo's direction. From the first coffin, a figure slowly stepped out. The first one, Emperor Monka. The second, Alvida. The third, Kuro. The fourth, Kurok. The fifth, Kuina. The fishman Arlong's pupils constricted. He seemed to recognize these people because he had to know about the pirate crews or navy in the East Sea. So Arlong was familiar with them. Looking at the figures emerging from the coffins, he noticed that all of their eyes had no pupils, clearly indicating that they were dead. What kind of ability does this long-haired human possess? Arlong wondered. Vice Captain. No wonder you're my Vice Captain. Luffy, covered in injuries, looked at Yasuo and praised him. Sanji, Vice Captain? I didn't see that this long-haired freak fulfilled the duties of a Vice Captain. Sanji looked at Kurok in the arena, confused. Wasn't this man decapitated by Yasuo? What kind of ability is this? Zoro angrily looked at Yasuo. Hey, long-haired freak, why did you summon Kuina? Kuina turned to Zoro and waved. Zoro, long time no see. Brat, what have you done to me? Kurok glared angrily at Yasuo, struggling to control his body. But it seemed that only his consciousness existed while his body was not his own. Alvida looked at Luffy with a big smile. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, you look quite disheveled. Ha ha, do you need the help of the beautiful Miss Alvida? Sanji exclaimed, damn, you're really ugly. I have my own code of gentlemanliness. But it's not for someone as ugly as you, almost on par with those fishmen. Hearing what Alvida said, Sanji almost threw up. CLO was silently observing his surroundings, thinking about how he was drinking and flirting in heaven, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was here, seeing familiar faces. CLO instantly understood that even in death, he was being used by others. The Emperor Monka kept his head down, afraid to look at everyone, because he had already learned everything about himself in heaven. It turned out he had been living in self-deception, a pure average man. Looking at CLO, he thought that if it weren't for this man, he wouldn't have only realized his regrets after dying. What good would it do to seek revenge on CLO now? Everyone was dead, merely pawns in the hands of this young man in front of them. The so-called heaven was the soul's resting place unique to the pirate world, akin to hell or heaven on earth. But the difference was that whether one was good or bad before death, everyone would go to the same place after death. Heaven. There, regardless of one's abilities or strength in the past life, everyone was an ordinary person. They couldn't harm each other and could only stay there forever, relying on the rules of the pirate world to reincarnate. Those who were reincarnated from the impure earth retained the abilities and strengths of their past lives, all of which could be freely controlled by Yasuo. After all, a system-produced product must be of high quality. Back on the battlefield, Yasuo suddenly felt incredibly smug as he looked at everyone. He casually found a small stool in the ruins to sit on and said to everyone, I know you're all curious. I'm a reincarnator who has eaten the reincarnation fruit. I can summon the dead to fight for me. Nami's pupils contracted. Sure enough, Yasuo could summon the dead. She unconsciously thought of her adoptive mother, Belmere. Sanji and Usopp were also shocked, their jaws dropping to the ground. It was their first time seeing Yasuo use his abilities. They never expected that this powerful swordsman was also a. Yasuo controlled Kuina to stand behind him, and he saw Kuina look at Zoro with a reluctant expression as she started to massage Yasuo's shoulders. As the saying goes, a brother's wife is fair game. Yasuo showcased this perfectly. Yasuo looked at Arlong. What are you looking at? Soon you'll be one of them. Damn brat. I'll take care of the Straw Hat Kid first, and then slowly chop you into pieces. Arlong roared as he charged at Luffy, and instantly, the two began to fight. Chop into pieces? That suits you perfectly. Yasuo muttered. Baka. Yasuo, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping? Zoro angrily shouted at Yasuo, seeing how he treated his beloved. What's the rush? Army of the Undead, charge. With Yasuo's command, several people displayed their skills and rushed towards the fishman minions. Hey, what are you doing? Face your opponent properly. Yasuo looked at Zoro. Damn long-haired freak. You wait for me. Zoro, furious, turned around and crazily attacked Fishman Bucky. Bucky, damn it. Who did I provoke? Can you consider the feelings of the idiot? Yasuo actually quite liked Bucky, mainly because he wanted to taste the octopus balls he made. If Zoro killed him, so be it. If he didn't die, then it was just right to spare his life since he was an idiot. No need to hold grudges. Moreover, this Bucky was also very good to Nami, the only fishman who treated Nami as a companion, and for that reason, Yasuo had a reason to like this octopus Bucky. As time passed, the battle seemed to intensify. Looking at the struggling Luffy and the injured Zoro, Yasuo suddenly had the thought of wanting to destroy the whole world, but he suppressed it. After all, this was a battle that belonged to everyone. Only through fighting could they grow stronger. Only through battle could they grow. This further strengthened Yasuo's resolve to transform the Straw Hat crew. Just imagine, when everyone has the strength of a general, standing there, wouldn't that scare the enemies to death? Yasuo particularly wants to transform Luffy. It can be said that in the original work, if it weren't for that damn protagonist halo, Luffy wouldn't be able to defeat anyone. The halo outweighs the strength, which is a true reflection of Luffy. Yasuo plans to let Luffy crush his future opponents directly, rather than relying on that damn protagonist aura. As for the development direction, it still needs to be researched. He can't just unlock the Nika form for Luffy right away, right? How would that even work? How would he show off? Zoro, on the other hand, is different. Zoro doesn't have that damn protagonist aura. He grows with every battle and wins solely through his own strength. Being the vice captain is a waste of talent. The captain position should definitely be given to Zoro. Sanji is similar to Zoro, one of the three major combat powers of a Straw Hat crew, with his incredible kicking techniques. Moreover, Sanji has the unique bloodline of the Vinsmoke family, so the development direction shouldn't be too difficult. Yasuo pondered for a long time, and in summary, it came down to one phrase. Open the 8 gates. Punch the 4 emperors, kick him. The battle escalated into a fierce stage. Yasuo glanced towards Luffy's location and saw Luffy being kicked into a nearby pool by Arlong. Instantly sinking to the bottom of the sea, bubbles escaping from his mouth. Just then, a large rock above also fell into the water, landing directly on top of Luffy. Sanji, knowing that Luffy was a devil fruit user, quickly broke free from the battlefield and leaped towards the surface of the sea, preparing to dive down to rescue Luffy. The fishman officers behind him also followed closely, jumping into the water. Yasuo, seeing this, directly summoned the Sea King to assist Sanji and looked at Arlong. How dare you kill my captain? Yasuo exaggeratedly roared at Arlong. Everyone was startled by Yasuo's shout. Damn, it's just falling into the sea. It's not like he's really dead. Yasuo quickly approached Arlong, throwing a punch at him, a fist infused with Saitama's power, hurtling towards Arlong. Seeing this, Arlong opened his mouth wide, intending to bite off Yasuo's arm. Yasuo let out a cold snort, and bam, he directly punched Arlong in the teeth. In an instant, Arlong's teeth shattered, and blood gushed out, flying backward into the ruins, crashing into the debris. Damn it, you little brats, you're all so annoying. Bastard. Arlong fumed, furious. How could a great pirate with a bounty of 20 million face such humiliation? Bot. He quickly regrew his teeth and lunged at Yasuo with a mouthful of them. Yasuo arrogantly extended a hand, directly grabbing Arlong's face, and then slammed it down towards the ground. Boom. The ground instantly cracked in multiple places centered around Yasuo. Damn it. Has the long-haired monster gotten stronger again? I can't fall behind. Zoro thought to himself, then looked at Chopper, preparing to quickly deal with his opponent. Arlong's head hit the ground, his mind a blur. Just as he struggled to regain consciousness, a sharp pain shot through his arm, waking him up from his daze. Yasuo was stepping on Arlong's body, holding both of Arlong's arms and pulling hard. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, Arlong's arms were ripped off at the shoulders. Blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying in all directions onto the ground. The scene was extremely brutal and terrifying. The Straw Hat crew couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is this our vice captain? So ruthless. You You little brat. I'm gonna kill you. Damn human. Arlong never dreamed that a human could possess such strength, even more terrifying than his own as a fishman. He howled in agony. Weren't you just so arrogant? Didn't you want to tear me apart? Then let me show you what this pain feels like. Yasuo replied arrogantly while stepping on Arlong. Then Yasuo directly grabbed Arlong's legs. Arlong seemed to sense something and desperately tried to resist and get up, but Yasuo's foot was like a mountain, heavily pressing down on him, leaving him unable to move an inch. Yasuo grabbed both of Arlong's fish feet and pulled them apart with force. Just like tearing beef by hand, he effortlessly ripped them off, just like before. Yasuo felt incredibly pleased at this moment. Looking at Arlong, who had turned into a human-like monster and was wailing beneath him, Yasuo couldn't help but sigh internally. Is this really what it means to be a fish? Why can't you just be a fish? Why do you have to grow 2 legs and 2 hands? Yasuo looked at Arlong's nearly lifeless head, ready to stomp on this bully of Nami, when suddenly, from the Sea King emerged, lifting Sanji and Luffy out of the water. The Sea King brought Luffy and Sanji to the surface, and they gasped for air. Just as Sanji entered the water, his opponent, a fishman officer, followed closely behind. The two had been evenly matched on land, but in the water, the situation changed drastically, and Sanji quickly fell at a disadvantage, being brutally beaten by the fishman officer. Furious and helpless, Sanji was at his wit's end when a massive Sea King charged towards them, swallowing the fishman officer whole in one bite. Sanji was stunned. He could barely handle one fishman, and now another Sea King was coming. What should he do? As the Sea King drew nearer, Sanji kicked in the head, but the wound appeared only like paper and then slowly healed. The Sea King disdainfully glanced at Sanji before swimming towards Luffy. Sanji thought, am I being overly self-important? The Sea King picked up a large rock in its mouth, freeing Luffy. Sanji grabbed Luffy and rushed towards the surface, and the Sea King quickly brought them both up. As they surfaced and caught their breath, Luffy shouted, damn Arlong, I'm gonna knock you out. Yasuo looked at Luffy, who was fuming, and directly grabbed Arlong, who had already turned into a human pig, and threw him towards Luffy. Luffy, take him down, Yasuo shouted. Luffy roared loudly as he looked in the direction Arlong was flying. Goma no, rubber rocket. Luffy's arms quickly stretched out, and then, with a powerful recoil, he charged at Arlong. Bang! Phew! Arlong was hit by Luffy's furious strike, spitting out blood as he smashed into a tall building. By the time Arlong was in midair, he was already completely out of it. Arlong crashed through the building, smashing into it. Yasuo looked at Luffy, who had already vented his anger, and seemed to hear a voice saying, your experience has been credited. He felt that Luffy seemed to have become a bit stronger. At this moment, Zoro was engaged in a fierce battle with Hachi. Just a moment ago, Hachi had witnessed Arlong being torn apart by Yasuo, and now he was extremely angry, attacking wildly without any strategy, forcing Zoro to retreat step by step. Green algae head. Think about the ultimate move I used last time, Yasuo said. At this point, Zoro suddenly had a flash of inspiration. After a clash with Hachi, he pulled back and tied his green bandana around his head. Looking at the fishman Hachi, 3-sword style, tornado. Zoro spun at an incredibly fast speed, and a strong wind rushed towards Hachi, mixed with sword energy, injuring him all over. Zoro swiftly appeared behind Hachi, sheathing his sword in a showy manner. With a plop, Hachi, covered in wounds, fell into the nearby pool, and a Sea King resembling a bull carried him away into the distance, which only Yasuo saw. The fishman officer, who was fighting Nami, watched in despair as both his captain and the powerful Hachi were defeated, and he wanted to flee. Just as Nami was in a daze, she swung her golden staff down with a powerful punch. Like hitting a mole, the fishman officer instantly became fish jerky, completely dead. Usopp was also very cunning, hiding behind a rock and watching his opponent, who was frantically searching for Usopp's hiding place. Usopp glanced at a glinting bullet shard beside him, picked up his slingshot, and shot it at the fishman officer. The fishman officer, seeing the attack coming, stood his ground because he realized this cunning man only used small stones to attack him. Although the damage was minimal, it was highly insulting, so he had become immune to such small stone attacks. With a plop, the shard embedded in the fishman officer's forehead. Usopp laughed loudly, standing on the rock and saying, your grandpa Usopp is quite strong, all right? Underestimating me. You, no martial ethics. The fishman officer lay down with his eyes wide open, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as Luffy was about to announce the feast after seeing that everyone's battles had ended, a large building suddenly collapsed in front of him with a loud bang. Boom! Smoke filled the air. Indeed, That building was where Nami often made sea charts, and the Arlong that Luffy had sent flying just happened to crash onto the load-bearing beam, causing it to collapse. At this moment, Nami felt incredibly relieved. The grievances she had suffered over the years were finally released today. A sea chart slowly floated from the ruins, carried by the wind, and landed in front of Nami. She reached out to catch it. Looking at the sea chart she had painstakingly created, Nami immediately burst into tears, kneeling on the ground and looking at Luffy and the others. "Oh, thank you, everyone. Thank you." Just as Nami was crying her heart out, a large hand gently patted her head. Nami looked up and saw a familiar face. Aiken. Ooh. Nami hugged Aiken and cried even louder, completely unaware that her golden staff had fallen to the side. When Yasuo was sweeping the battlefield with a Gatling gun, the villagers far away in the village heard the loud noises and rushed toward Arlong Park. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Luffy and the others engaged in a fierce battle with the Fishman pirates. The villagers wanted to help, but Aiken stopped them, knowing that these defenseless villagers would only complicate things, so he chose to support them mentally. Seeing Nami swinging her staff and fists vigorously, making the Fishman officer jump around, Aiken felt a sense of satisfaction. As soon as the battle ended, Aiken rushed forward and saw Nami crying uncontrollably. Just as the two embraced and cried, a girl came running from a distance, panting heavily, pushing through the surrounding villagers, and quickly spotted Nami. Nami immediately looked up, and indeed, this woman was Nami's good sister, Nojiko. Instantly, Nojiko also joined the crying army. Yasuo looked at Nocturne, who was raised alongside Nami under the care of Brumelu. When they were young, they both had short hair. Nami had a cute style while her sister Nocturne had a bit more of a cool demeanor. Unlike Nami, Nocturne had a somewhat aloof personality. She understood Nami's character, but while the whole village misunderstood Nami, only she believed that Nami would not betray the village. Later, when Nami chose to go out to sea, her sister stayed home to take care of the orange orchard left by their adoptive mother, Brumelu. The bond between the sisters was deep, and to support Nami, they both got similar tattoos. Looking at Nocturne, Yasuo felt his heart stop. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground, furrowing his brows. What is going on? What's wrong with me? Seeing Yasuo spit blood, Luffy and the others rushed towards him. Zoro felt a surge of joy upon seeing this, but he still rushed over to Yasuo, thinking, if that long-haired guy dies, I won't be able to see Kuina again. Sanji jumped down from the near Sea King and ran towards Yasuo. The Straw Hat crew quickly surrounded him, and Kuro, with a look of disdain, adjusted his non-existent glasses and said, "Long-haired kid, if you're gonna die, hurry up." Kuina shared Zoro's thoughts, standing beside him as she looked at Yasuo. "Yasuo, are you okay?" Luffy asked. "Long-haired guy, what happened?" Zoro frowned, wondering if the long-haired guy's injuries were still not healed. "Cough, cough. I'm fine. I don't know what happened," Yasuo said, looking confused just as he was about to get up. Nami wiped her tears and looked up to see everyone surrounding Yasuo. Nocturne followed Nami's gaze and immediately locked eyes with Yasuo. Suddenly, as Yasuo stood up, he spat another mouthful of blood right on his Zoro's face. The Straw Hat crew felt a tightening in their hearts. Seeing this, Nami rushed towards Yasuo, while Nocturne, watching the blood-spitting man, felt a pang in her heart as if she was about to lose something very important, and she followed Nami. Yasuo looked apologetically at Zoro and said, "Cough. Sorry, green algae head." Nami came over and asked, "Yasuo, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, nothing. Everyone don't worry." Yasuo felt as if his internal organs were in excruciating pain, especially his heart, ever since he had seen Nojiko. At that moment, Nojiko also ran over. Sanji surprisingly didn't act like a lovesick fool and quietly watched Yasuo. Just as Yasuo was about to ask the system what was going on, Nojiko looked at him with her enchanting, watery big eyes, seemingly puzzled about why this man in front of her made her feel that way. Yasuo raised his eyes to meet hers. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. The woman with blue hair came into view. Yasuo's heart felt as if it had been punched, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood directly onto Sanji's face, then wobbled and fell down. The reanimated corpses also turned into paper scraps and slowly scattered with the wind. "Zoro, see you next time," Kuina said with a smile, looking at Zoro, whose face was covered in blood. Zoro looked reluctantly at Kuina, who was slowly dissipating beside him, feeling that he hadn't spent enough time with the woman he loved before they had to part ways. Sanji quickly rushed over to embrace Yasuo. Checking for his breath, he's not dead. Quick, find a doctor. Far away on Earth. Yihei gave Sanji a thumbs up. At least he knew to check for a pulse. Unlike that group of fools, Why did Yasuo vomit blood and faint upon seeing Nojiko? And why did Nojiko feel a sense of losing something important? Because Yasuo's good brother, Yihei, was worried that Yasuo would be single for life, so he silently tied a red thread between Yasuo and Nojiko. Gegei, good brother, let's be brothers. No need to thank me in your heart. Yihei smiled, watching Yasuo on his computer screen as if it were a movie. Yasuo, thank you so much. What a great brother. In Kokoyashi village, at Nami's home, Yasuo is lying on the bed, while the doctor occasionally shakes his head and looks at everyone, then glances at Nokigao, making everyone feel anxious. Hey, what's going on? Stop shaking your head. Zoro feels quite annoyed. Sigh. The doctor sighs and looks at Nokigao. Everyone also turns their eyes to Nokigao, wondering what is going on. What does it have to do with Nami's sister? Hurry up and say it. Sanji is also impatient. He was waiting for the long-haired monster to recover so he could take revenge for that old blood debt. He has lovesickness. The doctor looks at Nokigao and then at everyone before slowly walking out the door. Everyone's gaze shifts back and forth between Yasuo and Nokigao, making Nokigao blush. Then Luffy bursts out laughing. Ha 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 ha. To Luffy, this is a good thing. His first mate is so young and already has someone he likes. Sanji looks at Yasuo on the bed with disdain. Humph. Can lovesickness make me spit blood on my handsome face? Nokigao also realizes why she felt that way. When the doctor explained the cause of the illness, she was staring at Yasuo's handsome face. She suddenly understood. That was the feeling of being moved. Everyone is chattering about lovesickness, and Yasuo, feeling overwhelmed, slowly opens his eyes and sees Nokigao's big watery eyes looking at him. Yasuo-san, how do you feel? Nokigao's gentle voice reaches Yasuo's ears. When has Yasuo ever seen such a scene? He directly spat out a mouthful of old blood on Nocturne's face. Yasuo quickly asked in his mind, "What is going on, system?" He was very worried that he might have contracted some incurable disease. Although his vitality was limitless, he was still a bit scared. Ding! The symptoms the host has are the rare and heartbreaking lovesickness. This illness, there is no cure. Only by marrying the person he longs for can he be healed. The system's voice rang in his mind. Damn, system, don't take advantage of me just because I didn't study much. I don't believe in this lovesickness. Yasuo felt anxious inside. Ding! Does the host not know the storyline of Boa Hancock? The system replied. Then how do I solve the fact that I'm constantly spitting blood? Yasuo asked, looking at the ceiling with a face full of despair. Ding! Don't worry, host. Before marrying the person you long for, you will only spit blood 1,000 times a month. The system's voice echoed. Yasuo. Don't worry? This is called not worrying? What the hell? Yasuo turned his head toward Noxian, feeling utterly despondent, thinking, it's this woman who caused my suffering. Noxian wiped away the blood and looked at Yasuo with a faint smile, and in that instant, Yasuo spat out another mouthful of old blood. Seeing this, everyone rushed over, chattering and making a commotion. Yasuo suppressed his desire to vomit blood and looked at everyone. It's fine, it's fine. I just have a hemorrhoid in my throat, so I'll be spitting blood from time to time. Everyone, don't make a big fuss about it. Naturally, the crowd didn't know what a hemorrhoid was, and upon hearing Yasuo say it was fine, they dispersed. That evening, Aegean led the villagers in hosting a grand banquet for the Straw Hat crew, and everyone was eating to their heart's content. Luffy wished he could eat all the food he would have his next life today. Zoro was chugging from a barrel like he was taking a bath, while Nami was happily reminiscing about the past with Aegean and Nojiko. Usopp was surrounded by a group of kids, telling them stories of his heroic sea adventures and his battles against sea kings with his 3,000 subordinates, making the kids' eyes shine with excitement. Yasuo stood on the mountain peak, looking down at the crowd below before gazing at the full moon in the sky. He took a deep puff of his exquisite cigarette and turned to Sanji beside him, saying, Chef, do you know there's a type of food in the world? Once you eat it, you'll remember your hometown. Is there such food? It should be in that sea, right? Sanji, unconcerned, replied while holding on to his cigarette. That food? Huh? It's called mooncake. It looks as round as the moon, and its taste is delicious and sweet. Just one bite, and it can remind you of your inner home. Yasuo slowly spoke. Yasuo missed home. Although he had no family, he could only think of that good brother, Xebec. Sanji didn't know what story Yasuo had, but he felt that Yasuo seemed incredibly lost at that moment. He thought to himself, I can probably make that thing called mooncake, right? At that time, the long-haired monster would surely be moved to tears. With this thought, a smile crept onto Sanji's lips. Yasuo looked down the mountain at Nokigao, who was chatting and laughing with Nami. He saw Nokigao wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt and blue denim shorts, showcasing her charming figure perfectly. It seemed like the clothes had been washed many times and were slightly faded. She wore a red headband, and her blue hair gently swayed in the wind as her big eyes squinted playfully. Sigh, it's been a long time since I've felt this way, Yasuo murmured to himself, and blood involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. Thinking back to before, when he was still on Earth, Yasuo had met a girl who was beautiful and gentle. However, reality ultimately defeated the feelings between them, and that woman chose money, leaving Yasuo behind. Looking at Yasuo with blood at the corner of his mouth, Sanji thought to himself, it seems necessary to talk to Luffy. We should find a ship's doctor. Time slowly passed, and a beautiful night came to an end. The next morning, the Straw Hat crew, all wrapped in bandages, were having breakfast at Nami's little home. Yasuo sat by the window with a cigarette, while Nokigao shyly peeked at him with a bashful gaze. Yasuo felt helpless. Yo-ho, shall we set off today? Luffy said as he devoured his food, looking at everyone. Yasuo was deep in thought, as if he had forgotten something, and was struggling to remember. Suddenly, he remembered that there was still a naval rat colonel to deal with. Are we leaving today? Can we rest for one more day? Nokigao asked Luffy with concern, as he wanted to spend more time with Yasuo. Nami, who grew up with Nokigao, understood her sister's little thoughts too well. She looked at Ajin, who was changing her tattoo, and then turned to Nokigao and said, You don't want to part with Yasuo, do you? Nokigao immediately blushed and looked at Nami. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Nami. Yasuo ignored the noisy crowd and asked the system in his mind. System, locate Colonel Mouse. Ding. The route navigation map is now displayed. The system's voice sounded. A navigation panel appeared before Yasuo's eyes, showing a small red, rapidly approaching the location of Cocoa Village, with approximately 1 day's time left. Seeing this, Yasuo turned to Luffy and said, Luffy, why don't we rest for another day? Let's leave tomorrow. The Straw Hat crew looked at Yasuo in disbelief. Could it be that Yasuo is also interested in Nojiko? Sanji even internally complained. Damn hairy monster. Good cabbage is being trampled by a pig. Ha ha ha, alright. We'll listen to the vice captain. Luffy laughed happily. Nami, on the other hand, glared at Yasuo angrily, as if to say, if you dare to do anything to my sister, I'll take you down. Akainu, with a small windmill on his head, had the same expression as he looked at Yasuo, as if to say, this is a kid I've watched grow up. How dare you? Yasuo felt a chill run down his spine. Under the strange gazes of the Straw Hat crew, the morning slowly passed. Knowing that the time to be with Yasuo was limited, Nojiko became even more reckless, picking oranges from the orchard and delivering them to Yasuo, even personally feeding them to him, which made Yasuo break out in goosebumps and spit out blood, hurriedly asking Nojiko to put it down, stating that he would eat himself. Then she told Yasuo to take off his outfit that was similar to Tang San's, claiming it was dirty and that she would help wash it. Yasuo helplessly thought, I just want to see my 8-pack abs, huh? Hee women. Moments later, she ran behind Yasuo, saying he had fought too hard and offered to massage his shoulders. By the end, Yasuo was so pale from spitting blood that he resembled a famous character from a movie. Thinking, could I play the role of a Void Prince? After all, in this state, I really look like the twin brother of the Void Prince, the Holy Ruins Prince. Nojiko's antics made the others grit their teeth, especially Sanji. Damn hairy monster, what kind of luck did you have to win Miss Nojiko's heart? Sanji thought, gritting his teeth. Seeing Sanji's teeth grinding, Yasuo glanced at him with blood at the corner of his mouth, raising an eyebrow as if to say, how about it? Jealous of me? This made Sanji's face flush red with anger, yet he felt helpless. Nami also glared at her sister through gritted teeth, wondering why she couldn't be more reserved. It made her look like a simp, and what happened to her cool demeanor? Did she reveal her true nature when meeting Yasuo? Soon it was evening, and everyone was eating and drinking, discussing their past glorious deeds, such as Zoro's 100-man slashes, the 3,000 subordinates, and the Mountain Bandit King, among other things. Yasuo also laughed heartily, while Nami beside him looked at Yasuo with some hesitation, as if she wanted to say something but was too shy to speak. Yasuo looked at Nami's conflicted expression and knew she must want to see her adoptive mother, and was looking for his help. Yasuo turned to Nami and said, Nami, just say what's on your mind. Don't forget, we are companions now. Don't be shy. Nami was startled internally. Right? We are companions now, so why should I feel shy? Usopp, who heard Yasuo speak, was also surprised. We are companions, so why should there be anything to be shy about? He planned to ask Yasuo to help him develop his equipment after setting sail. Usopp immediately became even happier and began telling Luffy and the others about his 3,000 subordinates. Can you help me meet my adoptive mother? Her name is Belmere, Nami said with a smile, looking at Yasuo, being very polite. Next to them, Nojiko, who was helping Yasuo shell sunflower seeds, suddenly stopped her actions and looked at Yasuo with pleading, watery eyes. Yasuo-san. Seeing Nojiko's pitiful expression, Yasuo couldn't hold back the blood in his mouth any longer and spat it out, quickly covering his mouth and looking at Nami and Nojiko. No problem, no problem. Don't make that face, I can't stand it. Nami also looked at her sister. That expression is making me almost unable to stand it too. Nami led everyone to her adoptive mother's grave. Luffy, confused, was in the middle of eating meat when Usopp pulled him out, saying there was something important. Akin followed behind the group, not knowing what was happening. Yasuo felt helpless. There were no cell tissues at Nami's home. He didn't know if the system was playing tricks on him. Even Zoro's sword had Kuina's cell tissue, yet the system couldn't detect anything in a home. Yasuo thought the system was becoming increasingly mischievous. Yasuo awkwardly glanced at the Straw Hat crew and Akin behind him. Nami, seeing that Yasuo hadn't moved for a long time, directly exploded with anger, raising her fist infused with Nami's Haki and smashing it onto Yasuo's head. Baka! Nami, how can you do this to Yasuo-san? Nojiko pulled Nami away, placing Yasuo behind her, and spoke up. Hurry up! What are you stalling for? Nami impatiently looked at Yasuo. Seeing Yasuo getting beaten, Sanji couldn't help but feel delighted. So, do we have to dig up this grave? Are you sure? Yasuo, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, looked at Nami. Isn't there another way? Nami hesitated a bit. No way. Yasuo replied firmly. Nami immediately shed tears and ran to the grave, starting to dig with her hands. The others watched Nami's actions, feeling at a loss. Seeing this, Nojiko also stepped forward to start digging, her eyes red and her hands never stopping. Watching them, Yasuo felt a pang of heartache and spat out another mouthful of blood. Looking at the dazed crowd, Yasuo angrily shouted, "What are you staring at? Come help." The crowd snapped back to reality and hurriedly came forward to assist. Soon, a coffin lay before them, and Yasuo pushed open the lid, taking out Belmre's cell tissue from inside. Yasuo signaled for everyone to step back, quickly forming hand seals on one knee, shouting, "Impure world reincarnation." Boom! The ground suddenly cracked open, and a coffin slowly emerged, with a large character written on the lid. The coffin lid crashed down to the ground, and a woman slowly walked out from within, wearing a headband and exuding the aura of a mature woman, the only unsettling feature being her pupilless eyes. Belumel looked at the crowd observing her and asked, "Who are you?" Belumel. Nami and Nojiko immediately cried and rushed towards her, looking at the two girls in her arms. Belumel instantly understood that these were her two children. She just didn't expect to reunite under such circumstances. "I can't believe Nami and Nojiko have grown so tall and become so beautiful," Belumel said. "Wah, I miss you so much." Nami cried heart-wrenchingly. Yasuo was worried that Nami would cry to death here. After all, she had been crying for days. Watching her family reminiscing, Yasuo drove everyone away. Meanwhile, Luffy, for some unknown reason, was also crying uncontrollably, which made Yasuo laugh. Ignoring the remaining Aegean, Yasuo turned and walked away. Just as he was about to take a step, he heard Belmere calling out to him, "Hey Yasuo, thank you, and make sure to take good care of my Nojiko." Yasuo stumbled and nearly fell, spitting out a mouthful of blood, quickly fleeing the scene. He didn't know what those two girls had said, but somehow it was pulled into his own situation. This night was very difficult, as he saw Jin, Noki, Nami, and Belumere chatting away. Yasuo slowly released the impure resurrection. He only needed to wait for the adventure to end, and he would come back to revive those who needed to be brought back to life, he thought to himself. The night passed without a word. In the early morning, Yasuo lit a premium cigarette and took a deep breath, looking at Zoro, who was lying beside him, and said, "Hey, green algae head, if you're awake, stop pretending. Come with me to take care of some business." Zoro slightly opened his eyes, got up, grabbed his wad Ikemonji, and took two shabby swords he had snatched from pirate lackeys, following Yasuo out of Nami's small house. "I knew this long-haired monster would never stay here for a woman. This long-haired monster must have discovered something." Zoro followed behind Yasuo and slowly walked to the seaside. "Speak, are there any enemies left?" "Long-haired monster," Zoro said directly. "Whoa, didn't expect it, green algae head. Your brain works so well." Yasuo looked at Zoro incredulously. "Cut the crap. Long-haired monster. Zoro said with a gloomy face. Do I look stupid? Yasuo took a puff of his cigarette and said, the villagers in the village say that the Navy in this area has colluded with Eren. You must have heard about it, right? I calculated that those Navy scum would arrive here today. Yasuo arrogantly gazed at the sea. Wait, you calculated that? Zoro hadn't heard any villagers say anything. He just nodded in agreement, indicating he had heard something. Then he realized, what do you mean you calculated? Look over there. Yasuo pointed at the sea and saw 3 Navy warships slowly approaching. Zoro's pupils contracted. Damn. Does this long-haired freak really have some kind of calculating ability? Is that also the power of the reincarnation fruit? How can I miss out on such good fortune? Long-haired freak, green algae head, from behind a big tree. Sanji slowly walked out. Just now, he saw the two sneak out and thought they were preparing for a duel. So he came over to watch a good show, not expecting to find some Navy scum to deal with. Zoro and Yasuo turned to look at Sanji at the same time, and the 3 burst into laughter. The 3 stood side by the sea, waiting for Colonel Mouse to arrive. Yasuo, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, looked toward the sea and saw 3 warships slowly docking in front of the 3 of them. A group of sailors, seeing the fierce-looking people coming down from the ship, immediately reported to Colonel Mouse. Before long, Colonel Mouse slowly walked out and looked at the 3. Who are you? What are you doing here? Where's Alone? Why isn't he answering my calls, Bug? Alone? Hee. You'll see him soon. Zoro boldly drew his 3 swords and looked at the crowd. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Colonel Mouse. Yasuo, with blood at the corner of his mouth, smiled in a terrifying manner. How about we see who can kill more? Sanji said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Let's go. At Yasuo's command, the 3 of them instantly vanished from their spot. As for the 3 warships, Yasuo rapidly charged towards the ship where Colonel Mouse was. Sanji dashed towards the right, and Zoro went to the left, just right, 1 person for each ship. Yasuo jumped onto the deck, wielding the magic blade, Shinrin, and with a swift motion, unleashed a steel flash. He directly cut down 4 Navy lackeys. Seeing Yasuo take down 4 people with 1 move, Sanji instantly exploded with excitement, shouting, lamb chops, pork belly. Suddenly, a variety of dishes kicked out by Sanji made Yasuo's mouth water. Zoro, on the other hand, was focused on slicing through enemies, seemingly enjoying the feeling of hacking away. Colonel Mouse was already trembling, his legs weak as he stood on the deck, and soon, a stream of yellow liquid flowed from his pants. The colonel was so scared that he wet himself, looking at the disgusting Colonel Mouse and then at the panicking Navy lackeys around him. It seemed that these sailors might have been forced by Colonel Mouse to commit bad deeds. But could it be that so many of them were? Could they not report this? Didn't Roadtown still have the upright smoker? Therefore, in Yasuo's eyes, this group of small-time criminals deserved to die. Yasuo quickly executed his forward slash, instantly killing more than 10 Navy soldiers, then turned and walked towards Colonel Rat. No, don't kill me. I'll give you all my money. You can have whatever amount you want, Colonel Rat stammered, sitting helplessly on the deck as he looked at Yasuo approaching him. Yasuo suddenly felt a bit moved. He only had 100 million berries in his hand and wondered if it would be enough. However, the next moment, Yasuo looked at Colonel Mouse with disdain. Although I love money, but it should be obtained justly. Saying this, Yasuo stepped on Colonel Mouse's 5th leg and instantly, Colonel Mouse screamed, spare me. Crack. Another kick. It directly shattered one of Colonel Mouse's arms. Zoro, who had just dealt with his enemy, watched Yasuo's brutal actions and felt that this would eventually push Yasuo into an abyss of slaughter. Zoro stepped forward, stood beside Yasuo, and swung his sword, directly severing Colonel Mouse's head. Suddenly, the screams stopped. It must be said that Yasuo began to enjoy this feeling of torment. Interrupted by Zoro, he felt it was boring, as he hadn't even let Colonel Mouse experience more painful torture yet. Seeing another Navy soldier nearby, Yasuo slowly walked over. This Navy soldier was specifically left by Yasuo. After all, they were about to go on the bounty list, and having a handsome photo and a powerful title was very important. Yasuo took out photos of everyone from the system space, which were all screenshots taken by the system, and they were all very cool and imposing photos. There was also one of Sanji. His bounty poster would no longer be a drawing, as Yasuo had made him an incredibly impressive photo. Each photo had the respective code names of the members below, which Yasuo had also thought of. He stepped forward and handed the photos to the trembling Navy soldier, saying, "Take this. These are the photos of our pirate crew members. You understand, right?" I understand. The trembling Navy soldier quickly nodded. He naturally knew Yasuo's intention, which was to gain fame and end up on the bounty list. Watching the lonely Navy soldier sailing away, Sanji spoke up. Hey, long-haired freak. Why did you let one go? You should thank me. I saved your image, Yasuo muttered, then added, let's go. Don't forget we're setting sail today. The three returned to Nami's little home, where everyone was still fast asleep. In the orange orchard, Nami was sneaking around, muttering, I clearly hid it here. Did I forget? At this moment, Yasuo, Luffy, and the others walked over. Nami, we're leaving. What are you doing? Luffy asked. And nothing. You all go ahead. I'll be right there. Nami said in a panic, thinking to herself, please don't let that guy whose dream is to become the richest man in the world find out where I've hidden the berries. System. Navigate to the location of the berries Nami hid. Yasuo spoke in his mind. Ding. Location displayed. The system's voice sounded. Yasuo quickly stepped forward and pointed to a spot under an orange tree. Saying here, Nami exclaimed, oh, thank you. She rushed over, grabbed a shovel, and started digging. Before long, she unearthed a rusty chest. At that moment, Nami looked up and saw the Straw Hat crew staring at her in surprise. Nami immediately reacted, hugging the chest and shouting, don't steal my treasure, it's mine. Ha 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 ha. The others burst into laughter. Don't worry, Nami, no one will steal your treasure. Why not open it and take a look? Yasuo said. Seeing Yasuo say this, Nami confidently opened the chest, only to find the belly inside covered in dirt and some bloodstains. Yasuo frowned. This was all the money earned through Nami's sweat and the countless injuries she had suffered. Yasuo felt a moment of disappointment. Nami, this strong-hearted girl, would surely shine in the Straw Hat crew from now on. Watching the noisy Luffy and Usopp as they discussed what to buy, Yasuo shook his head. Yasuo helplessly pulled the two of them towards the port, and the others slowly followed. Nojiko, with tears in her eyes, trailed behind the group, watching Yasuo's back. Just then, Luffy suddenly turned to Nojiko and said, Nojiko, come be our companion. This. Nojiko was taken aback, but then thought to herself that she didn't know anything. She had no strength at all, and might even become a burden to Yasuo-san. No, thank you, Luffy. I still need to stay in the village to take care of the orange grove that Belmere left behind, so I'm really sorry. Nojiko looked apologetically at Luffy, her gaze avoiding Yasuo. Yasuo, seeing this, had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. I really like this cute and responsible girl. Since she doesn't want to go to sea together, that's fine. After all, the new world has too many uncertain dangers. What a pity, Luffy said, glancing at Yasuo. Seeing that Yasuo had no objections, he continued walking towards the ship. Hey, long-haired freak, you can't be so oblivious to the fact that Nokigao has feelings for you, right? Why didn't you try to keep her? Sanji said, smoking a cigarette next to Yasuo. The road ahead will only get more dangerous. Staying here, she will be very safe. Yasuo replied nonchalantly. Sanji seemed to change his opinion of the man before him slightly. It appeared that this man also had a gentlemanly demeanor. After handing her treasure to Achan, Nami caught up with everyone and walked towards the ship. This was different from the original story. Nami only left the money to Achan, entrusting him to distribute it among the group. Upon reaching the port, they saw that it was already crowded with villagers. Nami slowly walked onto the Mary and looked at the villagers, waving goodbye. Seeing that everyone was on board, Yasuo suddenly stopped. He spat out a mouthful of old blood. Turning to look at the crying Nokigao, Yasuo slowly stepped forward and embraced her. Nokigao was startled, but then she smiled happily. Yasuo-san, I'm sorry. Will you wait for me? If possible, after we circle the Grand Line, we will come back here. At that time, I will come to pick you up on a rainbow cloud. Would you be willing to? Yasuo, with blood in his mouth, slowly spoke. Damn, I didn't expect the long-haired freak to be so romantic, Sanji said, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. Mr. Yasuo, what a man with feelings and loyalty. Usopp cried uncontrollably. Nami stood on the deck, angrily looking down. If I call you my sister, does that mean I have to call you brother-in-law in the future? Humph. Zoro snorted disdainfully, but with reddened eyes. It was clear he was trying hard to hold back his tears. Luffy calmly watched the two. He didn't understand love or feelings. He only knew that Yasuo and Nokigao should be the best of friends. I'm willing. Yasuo-san. Nokigao quickly responded. Yasuo looked at Nocturne's face and kissed her suddenly, leaving a bloody lip mark on Nocturne's forehead. Yasuo turned his head, gracefully jumped, and directly leaped onto the Mary's deck. At that moment, Yasuo truly felt he had integrated into this world. He had always regarded this world as merely a game for his entertainment, but now he had companions he cared about and a beloved girl. Yash, let's go. Luffy commanded as he saw Yasuo board the ship. Usopp quickly lowered the sail, and a gentle breeze blew as the Mary slowly sailed away from the port. The villagers were all shouting Nami's name. Little Nami, take care of yourself. Goodbye, everyone. See you later. Nami waved goodbye as well. Yasuo-san, take care of yourself. I will always be waiting for you. Nojiko shouted towards the Mary with tears streaming down her face. Yasuo silently waved goodbye to Nokigo. At that moment, a man in a cloak slowly emerged from behind a tree, revealing his figure as he looked at the departing Mary. A smirk forming on his lips. No doubt he's my son, making such a big commotion as soon as he sets sail. And his companions are quite promising as well. Not bad. This man is the world's most notorious criminal. Monkey D. Dragon. Luffy's father and the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon looked towards Nokigo at the port, noting that this girl was also a promising candidate worth cultivating. With this thought, he raised his leg and walked towards Nokigo. A week passed. The Mary was slowly sailing on the sea, and Yasuo stood on the deck, pondering the upcoming events. Next up is Lowtown. Perhaps it's time to initiate the plan for everyone to become stronger. Just then, a quacking sound echoed in the sky, and Yasuo looked up to see a seagull circling around the Mary with a cloth bag on its back. Yasuo, what seagull makes a G-A-G-A-G-A sound? D. Food. Luffy looked at the seagull flying in the sky and wanted to take it down. Baka, that's a messenger bird. Nami punched Luffy down onto the deck, reaching out to the seagull. Suddenly, the seagull flew down, shaking its head to signal Nami to put the belly into its bag. Can you take a little less? Nami looked at the seagull pitifully. The seagull glanced at Nami disdainfully and tried to fly away. But Nami quickly stopped it from leaving and reluctantly took out 100 belly from her pocket and put it in the bag. The seagull also dropped the newspaper in its beak and then spread its wings to fly away. Nami even had a bargain for a newspaper. It's really pitiful for these messenger seagulls. That's right. This kind of seagull is a messenger bird, managed by the owner of the world's largest news agency, Morgan's. Equipped with GPS navigation, the most mysterious seagull. Nami took out a few bounty notices from the newspaper, and her pupils suddenly constricted as she shouted directly at Luffy. Damn it. We have bounties. What should we do? Hearing Nami's complaints, Luffy, holding the big bump on his head, quickly got up and looked at the bounty notice in Nami's hand, laughing loudly. I finally have a bounty. Ace. Sabo. Just wait. I will definitely become the Pirate King first. Luffy shouted happily in his heart. The Straw Hat crew quickly gathered around upon hearing this, and Nami first took out Luffy's bounty notice and read it aloud. Straw Hat Pirate's bounty. Captain, Red Storm. Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty 30 million. Luffy's photo looked just like in the original, wearing a red vest, showing a big white smile. Ha ha ha. I've been rewarded, everyone. I'm so happy. Luffy danced with joy. And then Nami continued to take out the next bounty notice. First mate, Blue Demon. Gol D. Bounty 25 million. Yasuo's photo showed a ponytail, dressed in blue combat gear, kneeling on one knee, staring straight ahead, looking incredibly imposing. Zoro unconsciously looked at Yasuo, who was bleeding from his mouth, thinking, clearly, this long-haired freak is so strong. Why is the bounty lower than Luffy's? Of course, it's the world rules of the pirate world. After all, which pirate crew's member has a bounty higher than their captains? Next one, sword-wielding bodyguard, green poison sting. Roronoa Zoro, bounty 20 million. Zoro's photo looked very cool, wearing a green bandana, biting into a sword with sharp eyes, capturing him at the moment he was about to unleash a big move. Sanji looked at Zoro and Yasuo with disdain. Sword-wielding bodyguard. First mate. It would be really embarrassing if your bounties are lower than mine. Then Sanji looked at the bounty notice in Nami's hand for himself. Chef, Golden Legend. Vinsmoke Sanji. Bounty 20 million. Sanji's photo showed a lovesick expression, with one eye sparkling with hearts, looking incredibly ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. The Navy has such good taste. They actually gave me the title of Golden Legend. So cool. Sanji laughed heartily at everyone. Ahem, that's the name I gave you. Seeing you so happy, I should have just called you Colorful Kappa. Yasuo scoffed. I think the nickname Colorful Kappa is pretty good. Zoro stroked his chin and looked at Sanji. Baka, you too. Sanji said angrily. Stop arguing. Let me see the next one. Nami shouted at the three, just as Nami was about to change to the next one. Sanji's sharp eyes noticed a line of small print at the bottom of the bounty notice. Life or death, regardless. Yasuo doesn't need to look closely to know. He figured it out back when he was watching anime. After all, Sanji is a member of the Vinsmoke family. Navigator, Orange Alert. Nami, bounty of 10 million. Nami's photo looks no different from the original, still a screenshot of her flipping her hair, with the windmill tattoo on her arm particularly eye-catching. Sniper, Black Silence. Usopp, bounty of 10 million. Usopp's photo is a screenshot of him laughing while standing on a big rock. No longer that embarrassing photo from the original where he was seen behind Luffy by the Navy. Yo, Yasuo-san, Black Silence suits me perfectly. Ha ha ha. Usopp looks pleased as he gazes at his bounty notice. Watching everyone happily admiring their bounty notices, Yasuo thinks to himself, haha, laugh now, but my strength growth plan will make you cry. With this thought, Yasuo looks at the magic sword, Shinrin, at his waist. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku looks at the Straw Hat Crew's bounty notices and helplessly says to Garp, look at your grandson. He just set sail and already made such a big commotion. Sitting nearby, Garp casually munches on Sanbei and laughs heartily. Ha, my grandson is truly impressive. Baka, that's not important. What matters is this vice captain, Roxd, Yasuo. Sengoku glares at Garp, snatching the Sanbei from Garp's hand. Garp's pupils constrict. Roxd, Yasuo. Shouldn't he have anything to do with that Roxd? Xebec? After all, Shabby, who had ambiguous ties with him, has long since died. I hope so. Otherwise this sea will be turbulent again. Sengoku shakes his head helplessly. On the other side, the Yonko Shanks looks at Luffy's bounty notice with a satisfied smile. The Red Storm. Huh? Interesting. Luffy, has he come? Shanks is filled with hope for the arrival of the new era, and Luffy is the leader of the new era he's been waiting for. Inside the Makino Tavern, Makino happily shows Luffy's bounty notice to the mountain bandit Dayton, feeling quite proud as if she saw the bounty notice first. In a sword dojo in the East Blue, Gung Shiro smiles with satisfaction while holding Zoro's bounty notice. In a villa in Syrup Village, Miss Koja holds Usopp's bounty notice and says, Black Silence, huh? Ha! I didn't expect this nagging man to have such a nickname, but I quite like it. In Kokasia Village, Nojiko holds Nami's and Yasuo's bounty notices with a starry-eyed expression. Sitting across from Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. Are you really Luffy's father? Nojiko asks Dragon. Yes, Miss Nojiko, join us. With your talent. You shouldn't be buried in this small village. Dragon says expressionlessly while holding Luffy's bounty notice. Nojiko is stirred. She must catch up with her beloved's footsteps, starting by joining the Revolutionary Army. But what about my orange orchard? Nojiko worries. Don't worry, Miss Nojiko. Dragon steps outside and directly uses his wind fruit powers to uproot the entire orange orchard. Nojiko is shocked. Indeed, joining the Revolutionary Army will make me stronger. And then I won't hold Yasuo-san back. Meanwhile, at the Bartai restaurant, Redleg Zeph looks at the bounty notice in his hand. Golden Legend. Ha ha ha. Kid, go chase your dreams and turn this decaying world upside down. Ha ha ha. On an unnamed island in the East Blue, in a thatched cottage, a white-haired old man with a bushy white beard, still muscular, holds Yasuo's bounty notice and says, Blue Demon. Ha ha ha. Kid, go fulfill the great ideals your father couldn't complete. On the Mary, Yasuo leans against the ship's railing, looking at the navigation map before him. Seeing that they will reach Lowtown in a week, Yasuo raises his eyes to the distance and sees an unnamed island slowly appearing before him. Yasuo thought to himself, just this week, I'm going to give them a devilish training. I'll beat Smoker directly. Just thinking about Smoker's exaggerated expression at that time makes me a bit excited. Haha. With this in mind, Yasuo spat out a mouthful of old blood again. Damn it. Spitting blood 1,000 times in a month. I almost have to spit blood more than 30 times a day. Terrifying. It's simply a life of endless struggle and spitting blood without stopping. Yasuo did not expect that the omnipotent system actually didn't sell any hemostatic medicine. He was speechless and suspected that the system was playing tricks. However, thinking of Nokigao's enchanting figure and cute face, Yasuo felt very happy. At least in this world of One Piece, there were no so-called gold diggers like in his past life. When the time comes, he could directly buy an elixir of immortality from the system for Nokigao to take, and the two of them could be together forever in this world. Hee. Why would he want to go back to Earth? If he wanted to go back, why would he have cut his own neck? It was because he was already disappointed with that world. Even if he could really go back, there was no guarantee that his strength would still exist, and the system might also leave him. So, he decided to cherish the present. After thinking for a while, Yasuo saw the Mary slowly docking next to an unnamed island. Luffy shouted happily, Yash, let's go hunting. I want to eat grilled meat. Saying that, Luffy dashed into the forest, and Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances with Yasuo. How about a competition to see who could find more food? Sanji suggested. Come on, colorful kappa. Zoro thought it was a good idea and looked at Sanji. Sanji? Damn it, why are you calling me colorful kappa again? It doesn't sound as good as colorful chef. It's all that damned long-haired monster's fault. Sanji complained internally. I'll guard the ship, you guys go. Yasuo said. Nami followed closely behind, and Zoro and Sanji exchanged a quick glance before rushing into the forest, making it seem like a battle. Yasuo shook his head helplessly. Seeing that everyone had left, Usopp approached Yasuo timidly and said, Mr. Yasuo, you're a scientist. Can you make me a powerful weapon? I also want to become stronger and not be a burden to everyone. Of course, go find some food. Give me some time, and I'll surprise you. Yasuo smiled at Usopp. Hearing this, Usopp happily jumped off the Mary and ran to catch up with the others. Yasuo leaned against the ship's edge and opened the system shop. In front of him was a dense array of products, and Yasuo was torn about what equipment to configure for Usopp. Since he was a sniper, he needed to get an extraordinary sniper rifle. Looking at the shop balance, there was only 100 million berries left. Yasuo thought, if only he had a treasure pot. Ding! The treasure pot is on a limited time discount, and you can take it home for just 100 million berries. The system voice echoed. Then the system panel flashed, and the introduction of the treasure pot appeared. Yasuo was stunned. There really is a treasure pot? I wonder if I can. Hee, a bold idea popped into Yasuo's mind. He looked at the introduction of the treasure pot. Treasure pot. A urinal of a certain world big shot. It can infinitely replicate the same item. Remember, don't put the replicated items in your mouth. Yasuo, which big shot uses this kind of treasure as a urinal? Damn. Yasuo's heart was fluttering as he quickly used the remaining 100 million berries to purchase the treasure pot. In an instant, the treasure pot appeared in the system space, and Yasuo took it out and held it in his hands. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance wafted towards him, and Yasuo couldn't help but shiver, feeling as comfortable as he did after finishing a bathroom break. Yasuo, whose boss's urinal smells so fragrant. Yasuo eagerly took out a one-berry note from his pocket, looked at the treasure bowl, and prayed in his heart. You are my Guanine Bodhisattva, and I am your twisted flower. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Namo Great Compassionate Guanine Bodhisattva. Old army on stage. May the fish emperor bless me. Yasuo slowly placed the belly in the treasure basin, and in an instant, a flash of golden light appeared, and one belly instantly turned into two bellies. Yasuo excitedly roared. What the hell? Awesome. Ha ha ha. I've just achieved my financial freedom. I will become the richest person in the world. Yasuo's hands moved swiftly, quickly taking out the belly and placing it back in, and in an instant, a flash of light appeared, transforming two belly into four. Yasuo excitedly continued his actions. One becomes two becomes four, forgives birth to everything. Ah, nonsense. Forgives birth to countless belly. Yasuo tirelessly repeated his actions on the deck, looking at the piles of berries scattered all over. He still didn't know if he could use them in the system, so he hurriedly ordered the system to collect them. Ding! Collected 10 million berries to the system all. The system's voice echoed in his mind. What the hell? Doesn't this mean I found a bug? Yasuo continued to happily duplicate the berries, sweat pouring down his face. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Yasuo, noticing the observation color sensing that everyone was coming back, quickly collected the berries on the ground into the system mall, totaling a whopping 120 million berries. After securing the berries and the treasure basin, he looked at the system mall. Now he could help Usopp find some weapons. Searching for a sniper rifle in the system mall, all the sniper rifles appeared before him, with the common modern sniper rifles like Barrett's at the forefront. Yasuo's fingers moved slightly as the product list scrolled down, and he immediately spotted Caitlyn's exclusive sniper rifle. As an old player of League of Legends, Yasuo naturally understood the significance of the name Caitlyn. It's an existence that comes with an auto-aim feature. He just wondered if this gun had that functionality. Clicking on the description. Source. Celestial Dragon. Caitlyn's exclusive weapon sniper rifle comes with auto-aim feature. With immense power, sufficient energy can blow up a mountain with a single shot. Limited time offer for just 100 million. Yasuo. Heavenly Dragon? Seems like I've interrupted something, huh? But Yasuo doesn't care. With this auto-aim function combined with observation Haki, you can kill as far as your observation Haki can see. He clicked to purchase and directly stored it in the system space. In the blink of an eye, the group that went to gather food had returned to the Mary. And as the evening approached, everyone started a barbecue feast near the beach. Sitting around the bonfire, well-fed and happy, they enjoyed drinks and wild fruits, feeling quite content. Seeing everyone so joyful, Yasuo glanced at Luffy, and a flash of red light flickered in his eyes. He casually plunged his magic sword, Qianren, into the ground behind him and then laid down with his back to the group. The others didn't mind and thought Yasuo was just preparing to rest. Only Luffy, the big fool, kept his gaze fixed on a magic sword Qianren stuck in the ground behind Yasuo, with a voice in his head urging him to pull out the sword and see what it looked like. That's right. Yasuo had just commanded the system to load Itachi's Sharingan and then cast an illusion on Luffy. Yasuo is ready to teach the Straw Hat crew a lesson, making them realize that there are people beyond them and worlds beyond their own. Otherwise, they will eventually become as clueless as in the original story, floating around without knowing their place. Only then will he have a reason to find an opportunity to teach everyone how to become stronger. Luffy gradually falls under the control of the voice in his heart, unconsciously stopping the action of eating the fruit in his hand. He has always been very curious about Yasuo's magic sword, the Qianren, and now, with Yasuo's divine assistance, he can no longer hold back. Luffy slowly moves his position closer to Yasuo, while everyone else continues to eat their food without a care. Luffy, what are you doing? Don't disturb Yasuo's rest. Nami looks at Luffy. It's fine. Don't worry. Luffy whispers to Nami, continuing to approach Yasuo. Suddenly, Luffy grabs the Qianren, pulling it straight out of the ground, his eyes shining with golden light as he looks at the sword, then quietly says to everyone, "Hey, do you all want to see what Yasuo's sword looks like?" Sanji comes over to look at Luffy and asks, "What's wrong with that sword?" Yasuo has never drawn this sword, no matter how strong the opponent is. Zoro looks at Sanji. "Let's take a look." Luffy. Nami looks at Luffy with anticipation, eyeing the Qianren in his hand. "No, don't. Mr. Yasuo will get angry." Usopp immediately protests, remembering that during the Bartai incident, Yasuo had told him, as long as he doesn't touch his sword, he won't hurt his companions. Luffy ignores Usopp's words, one hand gripping the hilt and the other on the sheath, and slowly pulls the Qianren out. The blade is covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment, with blue light seeping from the cracks, attracting everyone's attention. Wow, this is Yasuo's sword. So cool. Luffy's eyes shine. At this moment, Usopp is nervously staring in Yasuo's direction, his legs shaking involuntarily as he senses something bad is about to happen. Then Zoro seems to realize something and quickly urges Luffy to put the sword back in its sheath, but it's too late. With a loud crash, the Qianren shatters in Luffy's hands, pieces scattering everywhere, and Luffy's jaw drops in shock. Usopp, trembling, looks behind Luffy and points, signaling him. Luffy stiffly turns his head toward Yasuo's position, only to see Yasuo floating in the air, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, surrounded by swirling black mist as he looks at everyone. Hey, system, where did this black mist come from? Yasuo is bewildered, wondering when he gained this ability. Ding! The life experience system is doing its best to serve the host. This is a free effect provided by the system for show-off. Enjoy showing off, host. The system's voice rings out. Cough. Not bad, not bad. The system understands me. Yasuo praises the system internally. At this moment, Zoro finally understands what Yasuo meant when he said, "Drawing my sword can kill people." Zoro quickly draws his sword and stands in front of Luffy, looking at Yasuo with sharp eyes, as if facing a big boss. "Zoro, what do you mean by this? We're comrades." Yasuo, using the power of his Rinnegan, floats in the air and looks at Zoro. "Hey, Yasuo, how did you fly up?" Nami exclaims, wanting to step forward. Sanji stops Nami with a serious expression, looking towards Zoro, who slowly speaks. "Who are you?" Zoro draws his sword, looking at Yasuo. Luffy is now extremely anxious, thinking, no way. I broke Yasuo's sword. What should I do? What do you mean, Zoro? Sanji, do you look like you want to eat me? Yasuo says expressionlessly. Sanji remains silent, blocking Nami. What are you doing? You idiots. What's going on? Nami angrily pushes Sanji aside and tries to step forward. Zoro crosses his sword to block Nami, looking at Yasuo and saying, "The long-haired freak never calls me by name. Tell me, who are you? Where did you take the long-haired freak?" I have to admit, Yasuo is truly impressed by Zoro's intelligence. He even wanted to start fighting directly, but unexpectedly Zoro cooperated with him to act. Sanji suddenly comes to his senses, realizing that the long-haired freak has never called his name either. Nami? What's going on? Luffy looks at Yasuo with a puzzled expression, noticing that his eyes are different, emitting black mist, while everywhere else looks just like Yasuo. Hee, I didn't expect you to be quite clever, Straw Hat. Give me that sword, and I'll leave you with whole corpses. Yasuo, now acting like a big villain, looks at the two. Baka, who are you? Where's Yasuo? Nami, regaining her composure, realizes that this man is indeed different from Yasuo, especially those strange eyes. I'm sorry. Yasuo-san, it's all my fault for not stopping them. Usopp stammers. Let you die understanding. My name is Roxd Yongin, Yasuo's brother. Today, you will all die here. I think Yasuo will hate me even more once he knows. Yasuo dramatically declares. Prepare tout. Yasuo charges at Zoro, delivering a punch infused with Saitama's power that collides with Zoro's 3 swords. Boom! Zoro's 2 swords shatter, and he is sent flying along with Luffy, crashing into the mountain behind them, creating a cloud of dust and debris. Seeing this, Sanji's pupils contract as he quickly pulls Nami away and launches a small beef shoot towards Yasuo, using his strongest move. Sanji leaps into the air and spins rapidly like a lightning dragon, charging at Yasuo. As Sanji attacks, Yasuo covers his pinky with armament Haki, directly blocking Sanji's toes. Sanji's eyes widen in disbelief, thinking, how is this possible? Is this Yasuo's body? What is going on? Even trash that can't use armament Haki thinks they can dance in front of me? Yasuo flicks his pinky, sending Sanji flying. Armament Haki, what is that? Sanji thinks while crashing down into the same mountain where Luffy is. Nami, seeing this, becomes furious. Damn it. Where did you take Yasuo? Nami commands her baton to turn into a fist and strikes at Yasuo, who catches it with ease, looking at her with sharp eyes before swinging the baton and sending Nami flying onto the beach. Nami frowns, looking at Usopp, still so cowardly and not running away. Yet you want to protect your companions? Yasuo walks past Usopp, slowly speaking. It seems Yasuo's words completely provoke Usopp, who turns and yells at Yasuo. Shut your damn mouth. I will never run away. Even if I die, I want to protect my companions. Hearing this, Yasuo feels like Usopp is about to unleash Conqueror's Haki. Usopp takes out his slingshot and uses his ultimate move. Killer. Chili Star. Suddenly, a small red pill shoots towards Yasuo. Seeing this, Yasuo opens his mouth wide and swallows it. The pill explodes in his stomach, and Yasuo exhales a cloud of red smoke, looking at Usopp and saying, tastes good. Usopp, furious, continued to use various ultimate moves against Yasuo, but they were all evaded by Yasuo's observation Haki. Turning around, he continued walking towards Luffy, where he saw Luffy and Zoro pulling themselves out from the cracks in the rocks. Luffy angrily looked at Yasuo and shouted, damn it, give us Yasuo back. After saying that, he threw down the demon blade, Shinran's hilt, and charged at Yasuo. Goma Goma no. Rubber rocket. Goma Goma no. Rubber machine gun. Luffy unleashed all his moves, but not a single hair of Yasuo was touched. Yasuo, utilizing his observation Haki, slowly changed direction toward Zoro. Zoro immediately understood. What this Yon wanted was this sword, and since Yasuo had transformed into Yon when the sword was pulled out, as long as the sword was returned to its sheath, Yasuo would come back. Zoro quickly thought in his mind, then picked up the demon blade, Shinran's hilt, that Luffy had thrown at his feet and rushed towards Usopp's position. Zoro quickly ran to Usopp, stopping in front of him. Hurry, put the sword back in the sheath. He handed the hilt to Usopp, then quickly turned around and charged at Yasuo. Usopp looked at Nami, who was rushing over. Hurry, help me pick up the pieces, Nami. Immediately, the two squatted by the fire and began picking up the pieces to throw into the sheath. Long-haired freak, I've been wanting to chop you up. This is all you're doing. Zoro slowly tied his towel around his head, looking at Yasuo. Damn it, why did you attack us? Sanji came running from a distance, stopping next to the panting Luffy and looking at Yasuo. He. Why? The more sad things my stupid Ododo feels, the happier I become. So if you all die, maybe my stupid Ododo will be very sad, Yasuo said with a strange smile. Baka, I'm gonna knock you away. Luffy was furious. You guys are just a bunch of trash. You can't even use armament Haki or observation Haki. You want to go to the New World? You don't even have Conqueror's Haki, and you want to be the Pirate King? You want to be the world's greatest swordsman? You want to fulfill your dreams? Go to sleep. Everything is in your dreams. Yasuo looked at the three with mockery. What do you mean? Zoro asked, stopping Luffy, who was about to step forward. Then let me teach you little brats a good lesson. After saying that, Yasuo charged at the three. Armament. Hardening. Suddenly, Yasuo's right hand turned pitch black, covering his entire arm, and he punched at Luffy. Of course, Yasuo was using the most basic level of armament Haki. Otherwise, if he used a god-level attack, the current group might not be able to withstand it. Luffy raised his hand to block, but the attack landed on Luffy's arm, sending him flying back, creating a trench in the ground. Ah, this punch hurts just like when my grandpa hit me. Luffy covered his arm. What? Luffy, who ate the gum-gum fruit, actually got hurt? Sanji was surprised. What a big deal. Armament Haki can cause damage to devil fruit users. You don't even know that. You still want to go on adventures in the new world? With trash like you might die before you even enter the Grand Line. Yasuo laughed loudly. Armament Haki? Let me give it a try, Zoro said as he swung his sword towards Yasuo's head. Yasuo, damn. You really show no mercy at all. Yasuo covered his neck with armed Haki, and suddenly there was a clanging sound as Zoro struck Yasuo's neck with his sword. Yasuo's armed color Haki covered his right foot, and with a swift right whip kick, he sent Zoro flying. Sanji swallowed hard. Gulp. If that kick collided with mine, I might end up with a fracture. Zoro rolled and landed on the ground, and Luffy looked at Sanji and Zoro, saying, let's go together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them immediately launched their attacks towards Yasuo at the same time. Yasuo dodged left and right using observation Haki, leaving the three others puzzled as to why this Yon seemed to know their attack trajectories in advance. This is the power of observation Haki. It allows one to foresee danger and evade attacks. Your attack trajectories are as clear to me as plain water. Yasuo casually dodged the three's attacks and said. The three immediately halted their movements, sweating profusely as they looked at Yasuo, realizing that this NPC seemed extremely difficult to deal with. Luffy, that big fool. Didn't he care about any of that and shouted as he continued to attack Yasuo. Give me back Yasuo. Zoro then turned to Nami and Usopp, seeing them frantically picking up the scattered pieces on the ground, their faces filled with panic. At this moment, Zoro was only thinking about buying time. As Yasuo, since the time was right, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. A wave of blue energy surged forth, spreading outwards. Luffy was immediately pressed to the ground, glaring at Yasuo with fury. Zoro and Sanji also knelt on one knee, while Nami and Usopp were on the verge of collapsing. Damn, what kind of ability is this? Zoro gritted his teeth as he looked at Yasuo. This is the Conqueror's Haki that only one in a million possesses. Only those with the qualities of a king are worthy of it. What? You want to become the pirate king, but you don't even have this? If this is all the strength you have, you could forget about ever seeing Yasuo again in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. Yasuo arrogantly looked at everyone and said. Yasuo continued to unleash his Conqueror's Haki, and in his mind he asked the system, can you help activate their Conqueror's Haki? Far away on Earth. Yihei also became interested and quickly started typing on his computer keyboard. Ding! The Conqueror's Haki has been activated for everyone. Please stimulate the host language a bit. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. What? Did I hear that wrong? Did you say everyone? I just meant to activate it for Zoro and Luffy, but I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. The system is amazing. Yasuo was stunned. Ding! Basic operation. No need to be modest. The system replied playfully. Yasuo, let me think how to provoke everyone. Just then, Yasuo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, pressing down on the crowd as he spoke. A foolish captain, a directionally challenged one, a perverted cook, and a greedy woman, a cowardly long-nosed one. If this is all you can do, then don't die for your unrealistic dreams. After all, you can't even protect your own companions. Heh. Yasuo activated an illusion, stimulating everyone's brain nerves, and a voice echoed in their minds. You can't even protect your own companions. Don't joke around. At that moment, like a flood breaking a dam, Luffy shouted out loud, unleashing a wave of red energy that clashed against Yasuo's blue energy, creating a sizzling sound in the air. Zoro squinted his eyes at Yasuo. Even if we die, we won't abandon our companions. Instantly, a wave of green energy emanated from Zoro, charging toward Yasuo, joining Luffy in resisting Yasuo's Conqueror's Haki. Sanji remained silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, unleashing a wave of golden energy that made Yasuo take a slight step back. If Yasuo hadn't been deliberately controlling his Conqueror's Haki, even 100 of them together wouldn't have made him retreat an inch. Hee, if I directly amplified my Conqueror's Haki 100 times. Even Shanks would kneel and call me daddy. Usopp slowly propped himself up to look at Yasuo. Even if you were Mr. Yasuo's brother, you shouldn't be so rude. Damn it. Suddenly, a wave of black energy erupted from Usopp, charging toward Yasuo. Sanji and Zoro were startled. Could even the timid Usopp possess a Conqueror's Haki that only one in a million has? But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Nami, holding a golden staff, looked at Yasuo with anger in her eyes. Yasuo, if you don't come back, you'll never see Noki again in this lifetime. Instantly, an orange wave of energy radiated from Nami, crashing directly into Yasuo's blue Conqueror's Haki, dazzling in various colors, making Yasuo dizzy. However, upon hearing Nami mention Noki, Yasuo spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his Conqueror's Haki immediately failed. The waves of Conqueror's Haki from the others surged forward, driving Yasuo into the mountains behind him. Yasuo, damn. So many Conqueror's Haki attacking one person at the same time. I must be the first in the pirate world, right? Nami, seeing Yasuo being knocked away, hurriedly continued to pick up the fragments. Damn it, why are there so many fragments? Nami and Usopp anxiously picked them up from the ground. Yasuo crawled up from the rubble, spat out a mouthful of old blood, and quickly flew out. As my cool image cannot afford a drop in value. At the moment Yasuo flew out, Usopp gripped the hilt of the magic sword Qianren with his right hand and held the sheath with his left. Thinking to himself, success or failure hinges on this one move. Yasuo saw Usopp about to insert the hilt into the scabbard and shouted loudly in coordination, "No, don't." Everyone turned their gaze towards Usopp. Seeing this, Usopp felt even more anxious and directly shoved the hilt into the scabbard. Yasuo closed his eyes and fell from the air, landing in the bushes. Everyone let out a heavy sigh of relief, and Luffy swore inwardly that he would never pull out Yasuo's sword again. Zoro pondered in his heart. This sword seals the brother of a long-haired monster? Sanji, on the other hand, had a changed opinion of Yasuo, surprised that such a powerful man had such a strange brother. The Straw Hat crew slowly walked to Yasuo, surrounding him. Sanji swallowed hard and slowly lifted Yasuo's eyelids. Phew. Thankfully, Yasuo is back. Sanji spoke. He was quite afraid that Yasuo's eyes would still look like the Rinnegan. Yoshi, let's have a feast. Luffy laughed and said, "What the heck? It's all your fault. Stupid captain." Nami directly hit Luffy on the head. Hee. I didn't expect that there was actually Yasuo's brother in that sword. Luffy said with a silly grin. Baka, you acted on your own. Stupid captain. Zoro was furious, feeling utterly powerless after getting beaten. It was so frustrating. What are you all arguing about? Green algae head. Can't you let me sleep? Ugh. Yasuo got up and said, Huh, how did I end up here? Wasn't I over there on the beach? Yasuo pretended to be clueless. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly filled with anger. Damn, you just tortured us so badly. Baka, take my punch. Take my kick. Take my sword. Gomu. Ultimate move. An hour later, the Straw Hat crew happily walked out of the forest, heading towards the Mary, with Yasuo trailing behind them, his face covered in bruises. Damn it, they hit me so hard. Next time, I'll find a chance to transform into Ian and teach you all a lesson. Yasuo buried the seeds of hatred in his heart. The next morning, in the dining room of the Mary, everyone was gathered around enjoying breakfast made by Sanji. Yasuo placed the magic blade Qianren on the table, focusing on his breakfast, while the members of the Straw Hat crew occasionally glanced at the magic blade Qianren on the table, appearing quite fearful, worried that the blade might accidentally fall out of its sheath. As for why Yasuo didn't draw his sword earlier, it was because he hadn't loaded the abilities of Assassin Wu Yoshi. So, even if he drew it, it would just turn into a pile of fragments falling to the ground. If he used the abilities of Assassin Wu Yoshi, it would seem out of place in this world. After all, displaying too many abilities would make him a monster in the eyes of others. So Yasuo simply chose not to draw his sword, as he could still kill without doing so. When Yasuo filled out his weapon choices before crossing over, he didn't think too much about it, just wanting to support domestic products. Hey, long-haired monster, do you know how to use Haki? Sanji asked, holding a cigarette and looking at Yasuo across the table, while everyone else turned their gaze to Yasuo, waiting for his response. Yasuo looked at everyone with a puzzled expression and asked, What is armed color Haki? What is that? It's the kind of ability that can turn various parts of the body black. Usopp looked at Yasuo expectantly, hoping that if Yasuo could do it, he would also like to learn that kind of Haki ability. Oh, is this what you mean? Yasuo said, I call it the sunscreen black membrane. Yasuo stretched out his arm and directly covered it with armed color Haki. Instantly, a pitch-black substance slowly crawled up Yasuo's arm, glowing with a blue light that dazzled everyone. Luffy, seeing this, took a step back in fright, nearly falling over. It was clear that he was scared by Yasuo's armed color Haki last night. You call this the sunscreen black membrane? Nami asked with a puzzled expression. Yes, if you cover your body with this, you won't have to fear the sun's burning anymore. You won't get tanned. What do you think? Do you all want to learn this ability? Yasuo looked at Nami with a hint of pride. Everyone exclaimed, Such a waste. Such a waste. Yasuo, as your captain, I command you to teach everyone this sunscreen ability. Luffy said, pretending to be silly. As you command, Captain. Yasuo immediately stood up seriously and gave Luffy a standard military salute. Everyone gathered on the deck of the Mary, waiting for Yasuo to teach them armed color haki. He ordered everyone to stand at attention on the deck, motionless, while Yasuo asked the system, how can I quickly awaken everyone's armed color haki? Ding! Haki oral liquid can awaken armed color haki or enhance the level of armed color haki. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. Does that mean if I drink a few bottles, I can reach God level directly? Yasuo asked. Ding! Not quite. It means it can shorten the training time for haki as much as possible. If it takes 10 years to reach God level, drinking the haki oral liquid produced by this system can shorten it to 5 years. The system replied. Oh, I see. With this in mind, Yasuo took out his small do speaker and said, Do. Play the first set of elementary school radio calisthenics. Hey, I'll only teach it once. So pay close attention, especially you, Luffy. Get your spirits up. Yasuo, holding a magic knife Chienrin, stood in front of everyone and said, Follow me. Saying this, Yasuo put the magic knife aside and began to move with the music. The first set of elementary school radio calisthenics, Soaring Eagle, now begins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. The music started. Everyone began to follow Yasuo's movements. And Zoro looked at Yasuo's actions with a face full of shame, thinking, Are you sure this is how you teach us to learn armed color haki? Baka, can we really learn armed color haki like this? This is so embarrassing. However, Sanji thought, Miss Nami looks really beautiful when she dances. Hee, Nami, Sanji, and Zoro all showed a very reluctant expression as they followed Yasuo doing the calisthenics. In contrast, Luffy and Usopp were different, their faces beaming with smiles and looking very happy. Stretching exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Yasuo looked at everyone's awkward movements, and he could hardly contain his laughter. After jumping for a full 5 rounds, seeing that Usopp had memorized it, he let Usopp lead everyone to continue exercising, while Yasuo ran to his room to frantically use the treasure basin to farm for belly. After Yasuo earned 1 million belly, he purchased a dominant oral liquid from the system shop and took it out from the system space. What the hell? Are you sure this isn't Hoxiang Jingqi water? Yasuo asked the system. Ding. Absolutely authentic. Dominant oral liquid. The system replied. Yasuo hurriedly opened the oral solution and sniffed it. Damn it. It smells just like Hoxiang Jingqi water. Yasuo picked up a cup, mixed a bit of water with the oral solution, and walked out of the cabin towards the deck. Watching everyone jumping with enthusiasm, Yasuo pondered to try it out for the first time, but who should he give it to? Looking up, he saw Luffy earnestly doing calisthenics. Clearly very serious about wanting to learn this ability that could hurt like his grandfather's punches. Armament haki? Then you should be the first. After all, you are the captain. With that thought, Yasuo lifted his leg and walked towards Luffy. Luffy, you look so tired. You're sweating. Come, have a drink of water before you continue jumping. Yasuo said with a smile. Luffy, feeling thirsty, quickly took the cup and drank it all in one go. Yasuo, thank you. This water tastes so strange. Don't mind it. Just focus on your jumping. You might be the first to master it. Yasuo encouraged. Hearing this, Luffy jumped even harder in the elementary school calisthenics. Before long, a red glow appeared on Luffy's body, and black substance was slowly seeping from his skin. Yasuo immediately recognized that this was armament haki. Luffy, remember this feeling. Gather the energy within your body in one place. Yasuo quickly instructed. Upon hearing this, Luffy swiftly concentrated the energy in his arm, and suddenly, buzz! A pitch-black substance, glowing red, covered Luffy's arm. Seeing this, Luffy excitedly shouted, I did it! Yasuo, I learned it. Good. Now you won't have to worry about getting sunburned anymore. Keep it up and try to cover your whole body with this protective layer. Yasuo praised Luffy. Everyone was shocked to see that Luffy was the first to master armament haki. They never expected that this silly captain had such high talent. They also didn't think that doing elementary school calisthenics could really help learn armament haki. Damn it, I'm a green poison sting. I can't fall behind. At the very least, I can't learn it after that kappa. Zoro thought to himself, feeling stirred. Don't underestimate my golden legend. I won't fall behind that green algae head. Sanji thought. Suddenly, the two locked eyes, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. They both jumped even harder in the elementary school calisthenics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Nami and Usopp looked at Luffy with excited eyes. Luffy, what does it feel like? Tell us quickly. That? Luffy stammered, as he really didn't know how to describe the feeling. Only that the more excited he got while jumping, the more armament Haki emerged. Seeing Luffy struggling to articulate, the two turned their gaze back to Yasuo. Just keep jumping well, and you'll learn it too. Go for it. Yasuo encouraged, extending his arms to them. Encouraged. The two excitedly ran back to the deck and followed the music to jump the elementary school calisthenics. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Yasuo couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. Ha ha, if I don't play you all to the ground, how can I justify coming to this pirate world? Yasuo hurried back to the cabin to continue farming berries. Time slowly passed, and before he knew it, evening arrived. Yasuo tirelessly farmed berries and glanced at his shop balance. Having farmed a total of 500 million berries, Yasuo massaged his sore neck in exchange for 4 bottles of powerful oral solution from the system space, pouring them into water. Holding 4 cups of water, he walked out of the cabin and looked at the Straw Hat crew who were working hard. Yasuo approached Sanji and Zoro. Chef, green algae head. Here, drink some water before continuing. Yasuo smiled at the two. Sanji and Zoro looked at Yasuo with disdain as they took the 2 cups of water. Thinking, when did this long-haired freak become so considerate? The two pondered and then drank it all in one go. Yasuo watched as the two drank the glasses of water mixed with the domineering oral solution. He turned to Nami and Usopp, only to see them panting and directly snatching the cup from Yasuo's hand, pouring it down their throats. Gulp gulp. They drank it all in one go. It was clear that they were exhausted. Seeing everyone working so hard, Yasuo smiled with satisfaction. All right, everyone stop. We're starting the second part of the training, Yasuo said. The group paused their movements and looked at Yasuo. There's a second part? What? Yasuo spoke. Shall we? Play the second set of elementary school radio calisthenics. The rising sun. The crowd. The second set? Still that so-called radio calisthenics. Since there's a second, does that mean there's a third? A fourth? Seeing the surprised expressions on their faces, Yasuo laughed inwardly. The second set of elementary school radio calisthenics. The rising sun. Now starting 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Xiaodu speaker began to play. Yasuo stood at the front, leading everyone in the movements. After jumping twice, a golden light and a green light emerged from Sanji and Zoro, respectively. Zoro, Sanji, armament Haki, awakening. It really works. Did the long-haired monster learn this way too? Zoro wondered. Baka, why didn't you learn it before the seaweed head? Sanji rolled his eyes at Zoro. As for why the awakened armament Haki of everyone had colors, it was because the system had granted everyone a color effect that matched their respective codenames. Seeing that Zoro and Sanji had both awakened their armament Haki, Nami and Usopp shouted and energetically jumped in unison. Soon, Nami was the first to have an orange substance emerge from her body. Following the previous movements, she gathered energy and extended her arm, and suddenly, a black substance glowing orange covered her arm. Nami, awakening armament Haki. Yay, I learned it too. Everyone, Nami happily jumped up, making Sanji's eyes sparkle with hearts. Usopp, feeling excited, also had a black light emerging from him. Looking at the thin layer of armament Haki covering his arm, Usopp thought to himself, I will no longer hold everyone back. I will work hard to become stronger like Yasuo-san. Seeing Usopp also awakening his armament Haki, Yasuo thought to himself, now, Usopp's nose won't get hurt anymore, right? The image of Usopp covering his nose with armament Haki made Yasuo's lips curl into a smile. All right, everyone, since you all have learned the ability of the sunscreen black film, let's have a feast. Luffy, what do you think? Yasuo looked at Luffy. Yosh, let's have a feast. Luffy shouted happily. Still on that familiar, nameless island, gathered around the familiar bonfire, everyone sat together, eating the food in their hands. Their eyes occasionally glancing at the magic sword Qianren placed beside Yasuo. Yasuo ignored them and, after finishing the food in his hand, wanted to take a big nap. He turned around and placed the demon blade, Qianren, in its familiar position. At that moment, Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp quickly pulled Luffy away from Yasuo's location. Yasuo turned his head in confusion and looked at everyone. What? You guys? And nothing. Just go to sleep? Nami said, pretending to be unconcerned. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning Yasuo's brother, Yon, in front of him, because from that night's battle, it seemed that everyone understood from bits and pieces of conversation that there was some sort of grudge between Yasuo and his brother. As for what the grudge was about, no one dared to ask Yasuo. The night passed without a word. Yasuo sat on a small stool, holding a portable speaker, watching the Straw Hat crew doing exercises in front of him, as expected of the main character group. They had awakened their observation Haki not long ago, and were already close to reaching a basic level. Yasuo categorizes the armament Haki into ultra-low level, middle level, high level, ultimate, and god level. After everyone completed a round of elementary school radio calisthenics, they paused their movements and sat down to rest. Yasuo walked over to Zoro and said, "Green algae head, if you're afraid of getting your sword dirty during a fight, you can cover it with a sunscreen black film." As he spoke, Yasuo extended the armament Haki from the handle of his magical sword, the Qianren, all the way to the tip, and suddenly, a pitch-black substance emitting a blue light covered it, extremely dazzling. The others turned their eyes towards him, surprised that this armament Haki could also cover the surface of other things. They learned something new. Zoro's heart was stirred. This is the Black Sword. I finally understand how the Black Sword is formed. Zoro looked at Yasuo's magical sword with glowing eyes, then picked up his own wad, Ikemanji, covering his arm with armament Haki, trying hard to apply it to the sword blade. However, the armament Haki swayed back and forth like a rocking car and wouldn't settle down. Zoro, frustrated, directly tossed wad Ikemanji aside and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. I think everyone wants to control their sunscreen black film well, so let's change the training method next, Yasuo said to everyone. Yasuo walked to the beach, his armed color domineeringly covering his feet. Then he stepped out and stood directly on the surface of the sea. Instantly, everyone was stunned, especially Luffy and Usopp, whose jaws dropped to the ground, looking utterly ridiculous. How about it? As long as everyone controls their sun-blocking black membrane to block the seawater and adjust the shape of their black membrane according to the fluctuations of the sea surface, you can stand on the water. You can even run on the surface. As he said this, Yasuo took a step forward and began to run on the water. Back on the beach, Yasuo smiled at everyone. Go ahead. If you can stand on the water before tonight, I'll give you a surprise. Everyone immediately ran to the beach with eager faces, starting their intense training. Yasuo lay on the beach watching everyone. Luffy kept falling into the water and was rescued by Sanji, making a lot of noise, and Yasuo couldn't help but laugh happily. Theoretically, Haki, like the chakra in the Naruto world, is a type of energy, and Yasuo thought of Kakashi's training of his students in the Naruto world, which inspired him. After all, he had demonstrated that this idea was indeed feasible through his own actions, but he wondered if he was the only special one. System, do you think this method will work? Yasuo asked the system in his mind. Ding. The host is truly a genius among geniuses. To think of this method, it is indeed feasible. Hearing the system's praise, Yasuo blushed and coughed. Ahem. But why has no one in the original work used Haki to stand or run on the surface of the sea? Ding. The human thought in this world is lagging behind. There are no hosts with such creative ideas. They only think about using Haki to fight. The system replied. So, can Haki be used like the Kamehameha? Yasuo felt excited inside. Ding. The host is truly a dragon among men. Extremely intelligent. Theoretically, it is feasible. The system continued. Far away on Earth, Yihei laughed uncontrollably, thinking there was no feasibility at all. It was just him giving Yasuo a cheat. Otherwise, did he really think everyone in the pirate world was foolish? But then he thought, the sight of everyone using Haki to perform Kamehameha must be quite impressive, right? Ha! Ahem. Keep a low profile. I don't want others to know I'm the smartest person in the world. Yasuo shamelessly boasted. Hey, you need to carefully control the flow direction of the anti-tan membrane under your feet. Yasuo reminded everyone as he saw them clumsily stepping on the surface of the sea like drowned chickens. If everyone succeeded, they could treat themselves to a Chongqing hot pot in the system's store that night. Thinking this, Yasuo turned and fell asleep. Hearing Yasuo's reminder, Nami calmed down and carefully covered her feet with Haki, looking at the direction of the waves on the sea to change the shape of the Haki on her feet. Nami stepped on it, and suddenly, Nami stood on the surface of the sea. I did it. Everyone. Nami happily looked at everyone and said, Really? Nami-chan succeeded just like that? Seriously? Sanji looked at Nami with love-struck eyes, almost bleeding from his nose, especially since Nami was soaking wet, her figure slightly revealed, making Sanji lose focus on his training. But not even 3 seconds later, just as everyone was amazed by Nami's success, splash, Nami fell directly into the sea. Surfacing, Nami happily looked at everyone. I know the secret now. Everyone. After Nami shared the secret with everyone, they all trained even harder in the water treading exercise. Nami truly lived up to being a woman with her delicate thoughts, which is why she was the first to learn this water treading exercise. Time slowly passed, and before they knew it, it was evening. Yasuo got up, holding his growling stomach, and murmured, "Chef, make me some fried rice." Yasuo raised his eyes to the sea and saw 5 figures standing on the surface of the water, their shadows elongated by the moonlight. Yasuo thought he was seeing things, rubbed his eyes, and continued to look at the sea. He saw 5 wet people standing on the surface of the water. That's right. These 5 people were Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami. "Hey, long-haired freak. I wonder what surprise you were talking about," Zoro called out, standing on the water and pretending to be casual. "What the hell? You guys are really something. No wonder you're the main characters. Amazing. Even Sasuke and Naruto had to practice for days to learn to walk on water. And you guys mastered it in just one day?" Yasuo was stunned. "Hey, my first mate. What are you daydreaming about?" Nami smiled as she looked at Yasuo. Yasuo suddenly reacted and looked at everyone. "Of course there is surprise. Don't worry. Let me go prepare." Yasuo finished speaking and walked toward the Mary. "Screw it. I finally don't have to be afraid of the sea anymore. Yasuo is really clever," Luffy said, holding a straw hat and looking in the direction Yasuo had left. "Luffy, do you think Yasuo will have the observation haki that Yongin mentioned?" Usopp asked while standing on the surface of the sea, looking at Luffy. "He should, right? After all, that Yongin is living in the body of a Longma," Sanji said, lighting a cigarette of unknown brand. "All right, then let Yasuo teach us how to learn this observation haki," Luffy said seriously. For some reason, Luffy felt an intense urgency and a strong need to gain power. Because ever since Yongin said that he couldn't even use haki but still wanted to be the Pirate King, wanted to enter the Grand Line, and wanted to venture into the New World, it was simply seeking death. So Luffy was still a bit scared, worried that he wouldn't have enough strength to protect his companions. That night, if it hadn't been for luck, perhaps everyone would have died. Even if they hadn't died, if they hadn't put that knife back in the sheath, they might never have seen the real Yasuo again. Luffy was determined to learn the abilities Yongin mentioned before setting off with everyone to the Grand Line. By then, even if he really released Yongin, he would have the strength to fight back. But what Luffy didn't know was that Yasuo was just playing with the sea that night. If Yongin appeared again, it would still be them who would be tormented, and there would be no chance of resistance at all. In the Mary's restaurant, everyone was gathered around, looking at the large iron pot steaming in front of them. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he looked at the food in the pot, drooling. "Yasuo, can we eat now?" Luffy asked eagerly. Everyone had been hungry all day, and with such delicious Chongqing hot pot in front of them, their stomachs were growling. "Dig in," Yasuo said, and immediately, everyone pounced on the hot pot like hungry dogs, finishing it in no time. "Yasuo, I didn't even get a single golden needle, and it's already gone?" Sigh. "The important thing is Luffy actually drank the pot clean." Yasuo, awesome. "No wonder it's the charm of Chongqing hot pot. Long-haired monster. What is this called? How can it be so delicious?" Sanji is also getting interested. The long-haired monster can actually cook, and the taste is almost indistinguishable from what he makes. "This is called hot pot. It's a food loved by everyone in our hometown." Yasuo drools while looking at Sanji. After all, it's a product of the system. Sanji thinks, "It seems necessary to improve my cooking skills. Otherwise, I might lose my job as a chef." "Yasuo, who taught you that sunscreen black film ability?" Nami asks Yasuo. Everyone pricks up their ears, wanting to hear who this powerful man is. "Huh, it was taught by Old Wong next door." Yasuo replies nonchalantly. "Old Wong next door? He must be a very powerful man, right? Maybe the long-haired monster's swordsmanship was also taught by that man." Zoro thinks. "Yasuo, can you use Conqueror's haki?" Luffy asks. "Huh, what is that?" Yasuo pretends to be clueless. Luffy looks at Yasuo sharply, then his face turns red, and a wave of red energy erupts from him, shaking the pots and pans nearby. Nami directly raises her fist, infused with her own haki, and smacks Luffy on the head. "Idiot, don't use that ability on the ship," Nami angrily says. Luffy, looking innocent, covers his head and looks at Yasuo. "Oh, I didn't expect you to know this too, Luffy." "Of course, I know it," Yasuo says, then tilts his head at a 45-degree angle, continuing to speak. "Thinking about my past life, I can't help but want to cry because there were always so many mosquitoes where I lived, almost sucking all my blood dry. At first, I learned a move called Mosquito Dodge from Old Wong next door, to evade mosquito attacks. But there were too many mosquitoes, so in a fit of anger, I mastered this ability, and since then, those damn mosquitoes no longer dare to approach me. Damn it, that Old Wong next door is definitely a powerful master." Zoro thinks to himself, "Everyone, what a waste. To think that Conqueror's haki was used to drive away mosquitoes And that mosquito dodge must be observation Haki, right? It's simply a waste of talent to have such a powerful ability and not even know it. Yasuo, can you teach us the mosquito dodge? Nami looks at Yasuo with anticipation, and everyone also looks at Yasuo. Of course, no problem. We are companions after all. This way, everyone won't be troubled by mosquitoes anymore. Yasuo replies nonchalantly. However, you must first learn the sunscreen black film before I teach you the mosquito dodge. Yasuo continues. Yoshi, let us do it. Luffy and Usopp excitedly dance, leaving Yasuo puzzled, wondering why they are so happy. In the blink of an eye, everyone has been on this unnamed island for 3 days. The next morning, Yasuo leads everyone to start another round of training, bringing them to the base of some large trees. That's right. Today's training is to teach the Straw Hat crew to use armament Haki to climb trees. Since armament Haki is similar to chakra, this tree climbing is naturally feasible. Yasuo thinks, following the method Kakashi taught Naruto and Sasuke. Oh, and Sakura, that girl who is always with Sasuke when there's nothing going on and with Naruto when there is. He leads everyone to start the tree climbing project, teaches them the method, then goes off alone to find a big rock, moving it to the seaside, since they might set sail tomorrow. Yasuo wants to leave a mark at this starting point where everyone becomes stronger. Yasuo takes out a small knife and carves on the surface of the stone in Chinese characters. Chunzi Xuan was here. Yasuo was admiring his masterpiece when Zoro completed his training and walked out of the forest, coming to Yasuo's side. Hey, long-haired monster, what are you doing? Zoro asked with curiosity as he saw Yasuo carving on a stone. Just leaving a mark to prove I was here. Yasuo replied without turning his head. What does it say? I can't understand any of it. Zoro looked at the stone. Although he didn't understand, he still memorized the characters Yasuo had carved. Of course you don't understand. This is the most beautiful script in the world, Yasuo said as he turned and walked towards Ameri. Yasuo no longer pays attention to everyone's training. He has become numb. Anyway, as long as he teaches everyone the tricks, they can all complete it in a day. Truly worthy of being the Straw Hat crew with a destiny. Zoro follows Yasuo's footsteps toward Ameri, pondering. Old Wong next door to the long-haired monster must be a famous pirate, right? As time passes, just as Yasuo expected, everyone completes their tree-climbing training. Yasuo smiles with satisfaction. Luffy, let us set sail tomorrow. We've been here for a long time. Yasuo stands on the deck, looking at Luffy, who is sitting at the bow of the ship with a sheep's head. Yoshi, we'll set sail tomorrow. Luffy thinks for a moment and says, with my current strength, I shouldn't die in the Grand Line, right? I should be able to protect my friends. With this thought, Luffy turns his head to look at Zoro and Sanji, who are bickering, Usopp, who is sound asleep, and Nami, who is preening herself along with Yasuo standing behind him. Luffy feels excited inside. New world. I'm coming with my friends. The Mary sails on the sea toward Lowtown, the Straw Hat flag fluttering in the wind. Everyone is busy with their own tasks on the ship, while Yasuo stays in the cabin diligently using the treasure bowl to earn berries. Looking at his balance of 1 billion berries in the shop, Yasuo feels delighted and happily walks out of the cabin toward the deck. Stepping out of the cabin and looking up, he sees the shadow of Lowtown faintly appearing. The thought of soon beating Smoker excites Yasuo. The Mary slowly enters the port of Lowtown, and everyone gathers on the deck. Nami, holding berries, says to everyone, Sanji, go get supplies. Here, your berries. Sanji looks at Nami with a lovesick expression. Thank you, Nami-chan. Lend me some berries. I want to buy 2 swords. Zoro says coolly. Reluctantly, Nami hands over a portion of her berries to Zoro. Luffy then shouts, Nami, I want some too. I want to buy something delicious. No way. You stay on the ship. Nami looks at Luffy disdainfully. Luffy's expression instantly freezes. I'm the captain. How dare you treat me like this? Hey Luffy, don't be sad. I heard Lowtown is known as the town of beginnings and endings. It's the birthplace of the previous pirate king, Gol D, Roger. He was executed here by the Navy. Don't you want to see it? Yasuo smiles at Luffy and says, Of course. I want to see it. Luffy, hearing that it's the execution site of the previous pirate king, feels excited, especially since his dream is to become the pirate king. How could he not go? Luffy directly steps onto the deck and leaps down to the port, rushing toward the depths of Lowtown while holding onto his straw hat. Yasuo helplessly walked towards Rogue Town with Usopp as the crowd dispersed, each heading towards their own destination. Walking on the streets of Rogue Town, Usopp followed closely, looking around at the shops with wide eyes, appearing as if he had never seen the world before. Seeing Usopp's country bumpkin demeanor, Yasuo took out the source, dragon from his system space and handed it to Usopp, saying, "Here, this is a weapon I specially crafted for you." Usopp was taken aback, realizing that Yasuo didn't have that weapon when they just disembarked. Where did it come from? He took the dragon sniper rifle and suspiciously scanned Yasuo. "What are you looking at? In this two-dimensional world, isn't it normal to pull out things at will?" Yasuo looked at Usopp. "Oh, that makes sense," Usopp suddenly realized. He examined the sniper rifle closely, noticing the dragon-shaped patterns wrapping around the entire gun body, with the eyes of the two dragons on the grip faintly glowing, exuding an aura of dominance. "Yasuo, I know the weapons you create are definitely not just simple sniper rifles, right?" Usopp asked, recalling the special weapon Yasuo made for Nami. "Hee, looks like you have a good eye, Usopp. This weapon, as long as you inject your energy into it and lock your attention on a specific object, can continuously lock onto it for 5 seconds. Even if it runs to the ends of the earth, you can still attack it," Yasuo explained as he walked down the street, glancing at Usopp holding the sniper rifle. "What? This. Yasuo, you're amazing. No wonder you're the vice captain," Usopp exclaimed, praising Yasuo, which drew the attention of nearby passersby. "Ahem, keep it low-key." Yasuo coughed with his hand over his mouth. "Isn't that impressive? That's a sniper rifle produced by the system. It has a built-in auto-aim feature." Yasuo awkwardly walked forward, and Usopp quickly followed. "Yasuo-san, but how do we inject this energy? I seem to have no energy. I'm not a devil fruit user." "You can use the ability of that black sunscreen film. That's also a form of energy," Yasuo explained. "Oh, so I can use Haki," Usopp murmured to himself. The two walked through the town, watching the diverse crowd, and Yasuo sighed. "Aren't these passers-by too ugly? Oda really isn't putting in enough effort. Can't he draw some beautiful women to please the eyes?" Just then, Yasuo and a delighted Usopp, who was hugging a dragon, ran into Nami. Nami came running over with a bunch of bags in her hands, happily saying, "Yasuo, Usopp, help me carry these." As she spoke, Nami handed her bags to the two. Yasuo helplessly thought, what is it? No matter what world, women are always so crazy about shopping. Maybe that's just a woman's nature. Yasuo looked up at the sky, appearing not to see Nami. Usopp, seeing this, helplessly shook his head, shouldering the dragon and reaching out to take Nami's bag. "Let me." Usopp, silently bear all of this. Just as Usopp was mentally circling in his thoughts, a commotion arose from the square ahead. Yasuo and the others hurriedly rushed towards the square. "It must be that idiot Luffy," Nami shouted. "What an unreliable captain," Yasuo sighed. The three of them reached the edge of the crowd and looked up, only to see Luffy already climbing up to the execution platform of the Pirate King. Standing high up, he held his straw hat and shouted loudly, "Ha! Pirate King! I will definitely become the Pirate King." Yasuo smiled faintly. "That big fool Luffy is really brave. No wonder he is my captain." Nami, fuming, exclaimed, "Idiot captain, what are you doing?" Usopp had already become immune to Luffy's antics. If there wasn't a bit of chaos wherever he went, then it wouldn't be Luffy. Usopp, being a good brother who hangs out with Luffy every day, had completely figured out Luffy's personality. "Damn, idiot captain." Zoro rushed over from behind Yasuo. Yasuo turned to look and saw that Zoro had 2 more swords at his waist. Yasuo understood that Zoro had obtained the cursed sword Sandai Kitetsu from the unnamed sword shop, along with the Snowblade. Sandai Kitetsu was Zoro's first cursed sword. In the original story, during his duel with the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk, 2 of Zoro's 3 swords were broken, leaving him with only the Wado Ikemanji. In Lowtown, Zoro borrowed 100,000 berries from Nami to buy a sword. When he arrived at the shop, the owner thought Zoro was a poor swordsman and even tried to swindle Zoro's Wado Ikemanji, but was interrupted by a female Navy sergeant named Tashiji. Zoro accidentally discovered Sandai Kitetsu among a pile of worthless swords and decided he wanted it. The owner, having a change of heart, refused to sell it because it was a cursed sword, fearing it would indirectly harm Zoro. Zoro said he liked it and decided to test whether his fate or the sword's curse was stronger. He threw the sword into the air, raised his left arm, and while everyone was still in shock, the sword circled around his hand and embedded itself into the wooden floor. Almost the entire blade sunk into the wood. Everyone present was stunned. Thus, Zoro obtained his first curse sword. As for the Snowblade, it belonged to one of the 50 fine swords. And when Zoro took Sandai Kitetsu, the owner admired him greatly and took out his best sword, the Snowblade, giving it to him for free. Furthermore, Sandai Kitetsu was also given without charge. Later, during the Straw Hat Pirates' escape from Eni's lobby, the Snowblade was destroyed by a Marine colonel named Smoker, who had the Smoke Fruit ability. Looking at the snow blade at Zoro's waist, Yasuo pondered. That sword will be mine someday, hee. Anyway, Zoro will get the cursed sword Yuki in Moria's place. Sanji also popped up from the side, looking at the execution platform. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Luffy, causing Zoro and Nami to gasp in shock. Damn it, it's Buggy the Clown. Luffy turned around to look at Buggy. Huh, you're that Buggy guy? Hat. My name is Buggy. You still want to be the Pirate King. You'll die here today. Buggy the Clown shouted angrily. Long before Luffy climbed onto the execution platform, Buggy had noticed him. This kid actually climbed up to the place where he ended as captain. It was simply an insult to his captain. Buggy was furious and flew up towards the execution platform. As he spoke, he took out his small knife and attempted to stab Luffy in the kidney. The Straw Hat crew was shocked and quickly shouted to Luffy, Luffy, be careful. Yasuo doesn't care at all. Buggy could never kill Luffy. Just based on that straw hat. Buggy wouldn't dare to make a move. At most, he would just talk big. The most important thing is Luffy has now learned the existence of armament haki. Something everyone seems to have forgotten. Ding! Buggy's knife was pressed against Luffy's waist. Luffy's armament haki directly covered his waist area. From a distance, Monkey D, Dragon, who was watching the execution platform from the rooftop, was also stunned and immediately stopped his action. When did this kid learn armament haki? Buggy was also stunned. In just a few days, this kid has learned armament haki? Damn it, am I going to expose my strength? I can't die at this kid's hands while hiding my strength, can I? The Straw Hat crew also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there is still armament haki. Luffy looked at the dazed Buggy with a mischievous smile, directly grabbed Buggy's arm, and executed a shoulder throw. He directly smashed the execution platform, causing it to sway precariously. Buggy, seeing stars, fell off the execution platform, and Yasuo, seeing this, stepped forward to deliver a finishing blow. Yasuo stepped forward and then stomped heavily on ground, leaping high into the air to deliver a spinning kick directly at Buggy. Boom! Buggy's eyeballs almost popped out from the kick, and he crashed into the execution platform support, causing the platform to collapse. Immediately, the onlookers around panicked and scattered in all directions. The falling execution platform was a serious matter, and they feared it would bring trouble to themselves. Buggy lay helplessly among the ruins, not knowing whether he was pretending or truly lacked the strength to get up. As he silently lay there, motionless, Luffy, with his domineering presence, emerged from the smoke, holding his straw hat, and looked at the Straw Hat crew. Hey, everyone, I'm fine. Don't worry. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from the distance, and a large group of armed Navy officers surrounded the Straw Hat crew, along with Buggy. Everyone looked seriously at the Navy. A man with 2 cigars in his mouth stepped out from among the Navy officers. That's right. This man is Smoker, nicknamed the White Hunter, also known as the Cigarette Man, a user of the smoke steam fruit. He was once a student of former Admiral Zephyr, and due to his nonconformist actions and refusal to be restrained, he is also referred to as a mad dog in the Navy by the outside world. Yasuo looked at Smoker, whose hair was completely white. Oda really chose names randomly. Smoker in English means smoke. Why doesn't Luffy call himself Monkey D. Fruit? Just then, the smoke user Smoker fiercely swung the sea stone-made weapon in his hand. Red Storm. Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Today, your pirate crew will stop here. Sanji took a deep breath of a cheap cigarette and looked at Luffy, waiting for the captain to give an order, while everyone else turned their eyes to Luffy. Without further ado, Luffy, beat him up. Yasuo was eager to try. He didn't want to run away like in the original story. At least he had to give Smoker a good beating first. Just as Luffy was about to suggest everyone return to the Mary, he suddenly choked and said to Yasuo in a low voice, Yasuo, there are too many Navy here. How about we retreat first? What's there to be afraid of? Luffy, I think that Smoke guy is so arrogant. He's just asking to be beaten up. Let's take him down first. Yasuo looked at Luffy. Sanji, take Nami and Usopp back to the Mary. We'll be right there. Yasuo turned to Sanji. Sanji, the flower protector, of course wouldn't refuse such a request that allowed him to be with Miss Nami. You guys hurry up and follow us. Nami said, then ran forward with Sanji. Seeing this, Smoker activated his fruit ability, transforming into a cloud of smoke to block the path of Sanji and the others. Yasuo suddenly appeared in front of Smoker. Looking at him, Sanji quickly led the two towards the port. Zoro also drew his 3 swords and swung them around, forcing the Navy to retreat step by step. Luffy shouted Goma Gomu, Blue Demon, Longhair Kid, Gol D, vice captain of the Straw Hat crew. Smoker took a deep breath from his 2 decades-old cigars and said, Yo, I didn't expect my reputation to be so big. Yasuo sneered. Hee hee, you will stop here today. No pirate crew has ever escaped from my jurisdiction. With that, he swung his 10-handed weapon towards Yasuo. Yasuo smiled slightly and immediately delivered a left side kick. Smoker chuckled, "Ha, I'm a Logia-type devil fruit user. Such an attack can't hurt me." "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Yasuo increased the force in his kick, directly coating it with armament Haki and kicking towards Smoker. Smoker's pupils widened. "What the hell? Armament Haki? Kid, you don't play fair." Bang! Yasuo directly kicked Smoker towards Luffy's position. "Luffy, take him down," Yasuo shouted. Hearing this, Luffy turned and yelled, "Goma Goma no!" Rocket pistol, his fist infused with armament Haki, instantly struck Smoker, who was flying in the air. Smoker adjusted his direction and flew towards Zoro. Zoro narrowed his eyes. "Ha, a Logia-type devil fruit user?" Zoro coated his arm with armament Haki and charged forward with a powerful bull rush. Instantly, Smoker changed direction and flew towards Yasuo again. Yasuo was almost laughing out loud. "Smoker, stop torturing me, just give me a break." Smoker, who was getting beaten up and doubting his life, thought to himself. In the distance, a furious Tashigi glared at Zoro. "I can't believe you are a pirate." Zoro looked at the woman in front of him, who looked exactly like his beloved Kuina. Feeling excited inside. "Kuina shouldn't mind if I'm married 2 wives, right?" Tashigi immediately drew her sword and charged at Zoro. "Hand over the sword. Such a fine sword shouldn't be in the hands of you damn pirates." Tashigi had sworn to collect all the famous swords taken by villains. Suddenly, Zoro and Tashigi were in a scuffle, with Zoro dodging left and right, afraid that he might hurt this woman who resembled Kuina too much, and he couldn't bring himself to strike back. Yasuo looked at Smoker, who had flown in front of him, and said, "Smoke man, weren't you very arrogant? Come on, try again." Smoker, struggling to get up, glared at Yasuo angrily. "You guys will never leave Logtown." This Smoker had a complicated relationship with Luffy, much like that of Garp and Gol D. Roger, but the gap in strength among the people present was just too great. Yasuo was worried that this impulsive and righteous Smoker might accidentally get killed by Luffy. Thinking of this, Yasuo purchased a Haki oral liquid from the system shop. Taking the Haki oral liquid out of the system space, he stepped forward and threw a punch imbued with armament Haki at the rising Smoker. The punch landed directly on Smoker's face, causing both of his large cigars to fly out of his mouth. Smoker fell to the side, spitting blood, and Shiki, who was locked in a fierce battle with Zoro, was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Smoker!" She never expected that this powerful man, who was also a Logia fruit user, would be completely unable to fight back. Yasuo moved swiftly, leaning in and directly sitting on Smoker, who looked dazed and was trying hard to shake off the dizziness. Yasuo picked up the Baki oral liquid, opened it, and poured it all into Smoker's mouth. One can only imagine how torturous the taste of the Huaxiang Zhengqi water was, as Smoker felt the flavor in his mouth and immediately wanted to spit out this unknown liquid. Yasuo immediately delivered a heavy punch to Smoker's stomach. Ugh! Smoker's throat convulsed, and he swallowed everything. Seeing this, Yasuo quickly retreated and yelled to Luffy and Zoro, who were surrounded by more and more Marines. "Captain, Green Algae Head, retreat." The two quickly made their way back to the port. Daz Bones rushed to Smoker's side and asked, "Are you okay?" Smoker, helped up by Daz Bones, desperately tried to vomit what he had swallowed, but it was useless. Smoker spat a couple of times and angrily glared in the direction where Yasuo and the others had left. "Damn long-haired brat. What the hell did you make me drink? It's so bitter." "After them. We must capture the Straw Hat crew." Smoker walked towards his amphibious motorcycle. "Report, officer. We've captured the pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. Buggy the clown." A few marine lackeys pushed a disheartened Buggy over. "Throw him in prison." Smoker waved his hand authoritatively and then got on his motorcycle, speeding away in style. Seeing this, Desbones quickly led the Marines to follow. On Yasuo's side, 3 people were rushing towards the port. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, and Yasuo understood that it was Luffy's dad, Monkey D. Dragon. He was there to help block Smoker. Seeing this, Yasuo playfully called out to the hooded man in front, "Good dogs don't block the way." Dragon was taken aback upon hearing this. "What? You call me a dog? Damn, if you were my son's crew member, I would really want to give you a tornado." Despite his thoughts, Dragon stepped aside to make room, and the 3 of them quickly brushed past him. Dragon slightly turned his head to look at Luffy, who was holding his straw hat, showing a big white smile as he ran forward. What reason is there to stop a man from heading to the sea? Dragon's mouth curved into a slight smile, though on his face, which was marked with shoe prints, It looked extremely terrifying. Turning to face the pursuing smoker, he directly used his fruit ability, and a fierce wind blew, instantly blocking Smoker, who drifted to a stop in front of Dragon. Looking at the man before him, Smoker was shocked. The world's most notorious criminal actually appeared here, escorting the Straw Hat crew? What on earth was going on? Smoker's mind was in turmoil. He never expected that the world's most notorious criminal would show up here. Smoker took a deep puff of his big cigar and looked at Dragon. He couldn't withstand a single move from this man. Even a finger could take his life. Dragon, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most notorious criminal. The army he leads is the only one capable of directly attacking the world government. Note that the world government has 3 major systems: the Navy headquarters, CP0, CP9, and the 7 warlords. One can imagine how terrifying Dragon's strength is. His subordinates are also highly skilled. Nothing going on, just taking a stroll. What? You want to catch me? Dragon squinted at Smoker. Smoker. Stroll? Are you kidding me? Then I won't disturb you while you browse. I'm leaving first, Smoker said, quickly revving his motorcycle and speeding away. Why didn't Dragon stop him? Because Dragon realized that Luffy and his companions all had armament Haki, so he no longer worried that Smoker would hinder his son's departure. Dragon looked into the distance, and a figure in a cloak, but with a seductive posture, slowly approached. Yasuo-san, they won't be in danger, right? Nojiko's eyes sparkled with tears. Indeed, the owner of this figure was Nojiko. Ever since she decided to join the Revolutionary Army to become stronger and follow Dragon out to sea, Dragon suggested seeing his son one last time, which excited Nojiko. She also wanted to see Yasuo one last time, as who knows when they would meet again. Hearing Nojiko's words, Dragon was filled with anger. That damned long-haired kid actually called me a dog. Don't worry, your man won't die, Dragon said angrily. Nojiko's face immediately flushed. She shyly lowered her head. Dragon waved his hand and said, "Let me escort you for a bit." Instantly, Dragon activated his fruit ability and a fierce wind arose, causing the clouds in the sky to roll and gather. Gradually, dark clouds began to form. Torrential rain poured down. Artificial rain achieved. The 3 rushed towards the port, and Yasuo saw the sudden downpour from the sky. Realizing that Luffy's dad was sending his son off, he chuckled, truly a gentle yet powerful father. The 3 stopped, looking up to see the Mary already sailing away from the port, bobbing on the distant sea. Seeing the Mary so far away, Luffy was in a dilemma. What to do? We haven't boarded yet? Idiot captain, did you forget something? Zoro turned to look at the pursuing navy. Yasuo began to anticipate what would happen next, and it would surely astonish everyone. Just as he thought this, Smoker swiftly drifted and parked his motorcycle, while a multitude of Navy soldiers charged towards them with their rifles. Tashigi also appeared from the side, accompanied by many Navy troops. The scene instantly became a sea of people, with hundreds surrounding Luffy and his friends near the shore. Dracula Mihawk stood on a tall building with Trafalgar Law, looking down, sigh. Still too inexperienced. Do they really need me, their father, to help? Mihawk murmured as he watched the 3 cornered. Mr. Mihawk, please help them, Law pleaded, looking at Mihawk. Mihawk slightly nodded, preparing to intervene, when Smoker spoke up from below. Ha! Red Storm, Straw Hat Kid, Blue Devil, Long-Haired Kid, Green Venom, Sword-Wielding Bodyguard. You want to escape today? Smoker laughed arrogantly. He truly didn't expect these kids to pin him down. The intel from the Navy headquarters hadn't mentioned their mastery of Haki. Such abilities were only possessed by the monsters of the New World. So how could they appear here? Ultimately, he had underestimated them. Otherwise, with his martial arts, he could have exchanged a few blows with them. Smoker pondered. Just as Smoker finished speaking, Yasuo interjected. Hey, Smoke Guy, don't get too happy too soon. Luffy laughed as he exchanged glances with Yasuo and Zoro. Then they turned and jumped into the harbor SC. Everyone was stunned. Did they know they couldn't win and decided to commit suicide? Smoker felt a tightness in his chest. Damn it. I just want to capture you and take you to prison, not kill you. Smoker had long been aware of the Straw Hat Crew's antics, which matched his temperament. But he was after all a Navy officer and had to fulfill his duty. Tashigi quickly ran to the shore, hoping to collect those swords after Zoro was dead. However, things did not go as she wished. Everyone rushed to the shore, and as the 3 landed on the sea, they created a wave. The 3 covered their feet with Haki and started running swiftly on the water. Red, blue, and green figures flashed across the surface. Smoker and the other Navy soldiers were dumbfounded. Tashigi even dropped the knife in her hand, staring blankly at the direction Yasuo and the others had gone. Those men, They were actually running on the water? Mihawk's pupils widened. That is Haki. Haki can be used like this? Which genius thought of this? I must try it when I return to base. If it works, who knows, the strength of my revolutionary army could advance further, revealing the advantages of warfare at sea. However, Mihawk's thoughts were destined to be in vain. That was a special cheat the system granted to the Straw Hat crew. How could others learn it? Impossible. Even in Wieldsthe help. Law smiled as he looked at the sea, thinking, as expected of the man Trafalgar Law, had my eye on. Oh ho, ha ha ha. Luffy laughed joyfully as he ran on the water. When he turned to see the surprised expressions of everyone, he felt a surge of pride. Luffy, a devil fruit user, can run on water. Zoro also smirked, glancing at Yasuo running beside him, thinking, thanks to the long-haired freak. I wonder what other hidden abilities he has yet to reveal. I'll find an opportunity to test him. How is that? Surprised, Smoker? Huh, but you should thank me. I awakened your Haki in advance. Yasuo thought to himself. In the original story, Smoker learned Haki 2 years later, and it was unknown how much he suffered before mastering it. Seeing this, Smoker was furious. He quickly rode his amphibious motorcycle straight down the harbor, speeding towards the sea. The roar of the engine echoed behind Yasuo and the others. Luffy turned to see Smoker approaching and immediately wanted to punch him away. At that moment, Yasuo stopped Luffy, having noticed a strange black light pattern appearing beneath Smoker. Yasuo was very familiar with this black light pattern. It was the precursor to the ultimate move of Caitlyn from League of Legends. Looking up at the Mary, he saw Sanji and Nami waving from behind Usopp. Usopp had set up the sniper rifle on the edge of the Mary, one eye through the scope aiming at Smoker's motorcycle, with Haki covering his hands. Suddenly, the two dragon eyes on the gun's grip emitted a dark glow, growing stronger. Usopp felt as if his energy was being drained in an instant. Like the son of the Holy Ruin's young master. The young master of excess, pale-faced, with arms reduced to skin and bones. It was just like when Zoro first held Enma. Usopp snapped back to reality and quickly pulled the trigger. Deadly shot. Black explosion. Bang. The bullet infused with dark light shot towards Smoker's motorcycle, and Usopp sighed in relief, but then felt his head grow heavy and fainted, collapsing on the deck. Sanji and Nami quickly helped Usopp up, checking on him. Smoker, seeing the bullet coming towards him and the strange black light beneath him, began to maneuver in an S pattern. But it was of no use. The bullet directly exploded Smoker's motorcycle, and Smoker activated his devil fruit ability, elementalizing to dodge the explosion's aftermath, floating above the sea. Smoker was furious and wanted to turn back to the harbor to gather his subordinates and continue pursuing the Straw Hat crew. Flying ahead, Smoker didn't pay attention to the explosion behind him when suddenly, another explosion sounded, and Smoker turned in confusion to see a wave of red smoke approaching, instantly engulfing him. Cough, 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 cough. Smoker stumbled back to the harbor, coughing uncontrollably. Water, water, water. Smoker clutched his throat. That's right. It was Usopp, the crafty one, who caused this. Usopp had added a chili star inside the bullet. After drinking some water, Smoker angrily looked at the already boarded Straw Hat crew as they sailed away into the distance. Smoker clenched his fists. Damn it, I will catch you. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Buzz! A layer of black substance suddenly appeared on Smoker's arm. Yes. Smoker had awakened his Haki. What? I awakened Haki because I was angry. Smoker looked at the black substance in his hand, the Haki he had desperately tried to learn from the F. And now he awakened it after encountering these kids? To Shiki, gather them in. I will personally capture them. With this thought, Smoker quickly ordered to Shiki to gather the Navy to board the ship and pursue the Mary's direction. On the Mary's deck, Luffy looked at Usopp's dragon with shining eyes. Having seen Usopp blow up Smoker's motorcycle in one shot, Usopp, looking despondent, hugged his dragon, not wanting Luffy the big fool to ruin the weapon Yasuo had given him. In the heavy rain, Usopp regained his composure and looked at his concerned companions, saying, I'm fine, just need a little rest. Don't worry, everyone. Luffy laughed as he moved a barrel that was set aside to the center of the deck, then stepped on top of the barrel with one foot, looking at everyone and saying, to become the Pirate King. As he spoke, he extended his arm in a fist. Usopp also happily stepped on the barrel and said, to become a brave warrior of the sea. He then extended his arm to bump fists with Luffy. Sanji smiled slightly, with a cigarette of an unknown brand in his mouth, stepped on the barrel and extended his arm, saying, to find the legendary sea, all blue. Nami smiled as she stepped forward, placing her foot on the barrel and extending her arm to draw the map of the entire world. Zoro glanced at Yasuo, then stepped on the barrel and extended his arm to become the world's greatest swordsman. Yasuo was thrilled. Was he also going to experience the passionate moments that all previous travelers had to go through? Damn it. He never expected that a loser like him could have companions and gain the attention of many in this pirate world. Yasuo's blood surged with excitement as he stepped onto the barrel, extending his arm to clash with everyone, boldly declaring to become the richest person in the world. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter, and Yasuo shed tears of joy, thankful that in the pouring rain, no one would see his tears. Unknowingly, Yasuo had formed a deep bond with the Straw Hat crew. He always felt like an outsider, somewhat out of place, but now it was different. Yasuo felt as if he were a character straight from Oda's pen, deeply integrated into this group. Leaving Lowtown, the Mary sailed on the calm sea, with sunshine, white clouds, and blue skies. The Straw Hat crew felt incredibly at ease. Watching everyone train their Haki on the deck with their small Bluetooth speakers, a smile crept onto Yasuo's lips. Back in the cabin, he purchased 5 bottles of Haki elixir from the system shop, mixed them with water, and brought them out to distribute to everyone. Zoro and Sanji suddenly seemed to have a changed perspective on this man before them. Why was he suddenly so concerned about his companions? It seems even the long-haired guy has changed a bit. If Yasuo knew about this, he would chuckle. Change. You're thinking too much. As time passed slowly, Yasuo noticed that Zoro could now cover his sword with a thin layer of Haki. He realized that everyone's Haki had reached a basic level. It must be said, the Straw Hat crew is truly talented. If they were in a cultivation world, they might ascend in just one day. Yasuo turned off the small speaker and looked at the Straw Hat crew on the deck, who were puzzled, just as they were getting into the groove. Why did Yasuo turn off the music? Everyone, listen to me. I see that your sunscreen black film has been trained enough. So let's start training the observation Haki. Yasuo slowly spoke. Yosh, that's great. Luffy and Usopp jumped up excitedly. Luffy had long been eager for this observation Haki, thinking about how Yongin had closed his eyes and dodged everyone's attacks that night. Luffy's face was full of longing, imagining himself doing the same and dodging attacks with his eyes closed. It must be so much fun. Hey, long-haired freak. That's called observation Haki, not flash mosquito technique. Zoro spoke up. Learn if you want. If not, get lost. Yasuo said dismissively. Zoro, damn it. I thought this long-haired freak had changed. Seems like I was wrong. Baka, do you want to fight? Zoro said angrily. Come on, who's afraid of who? Yasuo glared at Zoro, remembering how he had once swung his sword at Yasuo's neck. It was simply asking for a beating. That's already called observation Haki. Sanji chimed in. Do you want to fight too? Yasuo aimed his gun at Sanji. Sanji immediately got angry. Come on, long-haired freak. I'll kick you to death. Baka, colorful kappa, get out of the way, I'll go first. Zoro angrily looked at Sanji. Green algae head, get out of the way, I'll go first. Sanji retorted. Long-haired freak, colorful chef, green algae head, colorful kappa. The war of words began, lasting a full 3 hours. Yasuo unleashed every curse word he could think of from his past life, and to his surprise, the madman Yasuo from Zon seemed to be on the verge of defeat against Zoro and Sanji in this pirate world. Nami also didn't expect the three to be so good at arguing. At first, she wanted to see how long they could bicker, so she didn't stop them and quietly sat to the side. Luffy and Usopp were laughing so hard, mainly because Yasuo's insults were too funny, like having a son with no skin disease and ancestor was 19th generation, until finally, Sanji pulled out his big move. Your throat has hemorrhoids. Yasuo spat out blood and exited the battle. Seeing this, Nami directly raised her fist, powered by her Nami Haki, and gave the three a couple of punches. The three immediately lowered their heads, like children admitting their mistakes. Damn it, is this woman a devil? Zoro thought to himself. Hurry up and teach us observation Haki. Nami waved her fist in front of Yasuo. Damn it, this Nami must have been a Sichuan girl in her past life. Yasuo internally complained. Sanji, Nami abuses me 1,000 times, but I treat Nami like my first love. Yasuo stood up, holding a large bump on his head, picked up the small do speaker, and said, Shao do, play the third set of elementary school radio calisthenics. Suddenly, music started playing, and Yasuo led everyone in the calisthenics exercise, creating a vibrant scene. After leading everyone through 2 rounds, Yasuo returned to the cabin and purchased 5 bottles of observation Haki oral liquid from the system store, with a familiar packaging and taste. System. Is there any Conqueror's Haki oral liquid available? Yasuo asked the system. Ding. Only 2 bottles of Conqueror's Haki oral liquid left. The system replied. How can we enhance everyone's Conqueror's Haki then? Yasuo complained inwardly. Thinking about how everyone would unleash their Conqueror's Haki together to defeat enemies made Yasuo feel a surge of passion. Even though they couldn't control their Conqueror's Haki, well, yet. How could they improve? Although he had reached a god level, he hadn't gone through the training process. Ding. Don't worry, host. This system will awaken everyone's Conqueror's Haki. As long as they feel anger, their Conqueror's Haki level will increase. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. Oh, I see. Then Nami's Conqueror's Haki would be the most terrifying, right? Yasuo pondered, mainly because Nami often seemed very angry, which led him to think of her first. Yasuo no longer gets tangled up. After all, as long as it's an opponent encountered by the Straw Hat crew, it can make everyone furious, which is just perfect. The familiar cup on Yasuo's side, the familiar walk out of the cabin, the familiar act of giving everyone a drink. The first to awaken was naturally Luffy, who had taken a sip of the mixed oral rehydration solution. Luffy jumped twice through the 3rd set of elementary school radio calisthenics, and he instantly felt as if everything around him had slowed down. Confused, Luffy turned to look at Usopp beside him, and saw Usopp preparing to perform the next move. Luffy instantly sensed that Usopp was about to jump up, and the scene in front of him shifted. Looking back at Usopp, he saw him jump up just as expected. Luffy suddenly understood. He had learned the so-called observation Haki. Ha ha ha, guys, I did it. That's amazing. Luffy danced with joy. Before long, the members of the Straw Hat crew all awakened their observation Haki. Thus, all 3 types of Haki were learned by the Straw Hat crew members. Everyone sat happily on the deck, discussing the wonderful uses of observation Haki, especially Usopp, whose observation Haki could cover at least 2 kilometers away from the Going Merry, astonishing everyone. This indicated that Usopp's talent for observation Haki was far superior to the other 2 types. Yasuo was slightly surprised, but then thought to himself, if observation Haki wasn't powerful, how could one call themselves a sniper? That night, to celebrate everyone's mastery of observation Haki, Sanji prepared an enormous Chongqing hot pot for everyone. That's right, after only having eaten Chongqing hot pot once. Sanji had memorized the recipe for the hot pot base and knew what ingredients to add to make it even more delicious. Looking at the hot pot in front of him, Yasuo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, Sanji is amazing. Not only is he skilled with his feet, but his culinary skills are top-notch too. I wonder which girl will benefit from this. Ahem, got sidetracked there, watching everyone feast and play around. In the first half of the Grand Line, at least now, no pirate crew could rival the Straw Hat crew, right? They could walk with confidence. However, he couldn't let everyone live too comfortably. Yasuo began to think about his plans to tease everyone. In the blink of an eye, the Going Merry had been sailing on the sea for over 10 days, and Yasuo stood on the surface of the sea looking at the system navigation panel. With about a week left until they reached the Twin Cape on the Red Line, the Straw Hat crew members looked at Yasuo with angry expressions, not knowing what Yasuo had done to them, which made everyone glare at him with resentment. When Yasuo thinks of the Red Line, he thinks of Luffy's ultimate dream. Luffy's first dream is to become the Pirate King, but his ultimate dream has only been shared with Ace, Sabo, and Shanks. Now, there's one more person who knows Luffy's ultimate dream. Yasuo, what exactly is Luffy's ultimate dream? At that time, Luffy was still very young, and with his naive personality. What kind of wish would he express? Even the battle-hardened Shanks found it incredible after hearing it, to the point of betting his own arm. Back then, Luffy's greatest wish was to sail freely on the sea without being disturbed by anyone. He knew from a young age that there were unfair phenomena in this world. At that time, Luffy hoped that all people in the world could live freely without the Navy or pirates, and that everyone could be happy. If the goal is to make everyone in the world happy, then what should be done? This world is divided due to geographical locations and cultural differences, leading to conflicts and wars. Therefore, the key is to completely destroy the Red Line, allowing all the oceans to connect. This way, all countries can interact with each other, and significant differences due to geography and culture will no longer exist, allowing this world to be free of war, where everyone can live happily and freely. That is Luffy's ultimate dream. That's right, Luffy's ultimate dream is to destroy the Red Line, which acts as a barrier. Thinking of this, Yasuo turned to look at the angry Luffy with a smile. This fool's ultimate dream is truly terrifying. No wonder Shanks would bet his most important arm in the New World. For a swordsman, Losing an arm is akin to being made a eunuch. So you can imagine how shocked Shanks was after hearing Luffy's words. This young child actually has such a great dream. Shanks, feel utterly ashamed in comparison. Otherwise, do you think Shanks would inexplicably give his captain's straw hat to Luffy and go to great lengths to lose his own arm? Do you really think Shanks is that foolish? Back on the Going Merry, Yasuo ignored the angry gazes of the others and looked toward the gradually approaching nameless island. Finally, we've reached a small island. It's been a long time since I've eaten wild fruits. Are you guys going to pick some wild fruits? Yasuo looked at everyone. Just then, Nami stepped forward from behind the group and approached Yasuo. I'll go with you. Nami was trying hard to suppress her anger. The Going Merry slowly approached the nameless island. Yasuo jumped off the ship and headed into the depths of the island with Nami. As they walked, Yasuo suddenly frowned. Feeling something was off, he turned around and saw Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp closely following him and Nami. Yasuo was momentarily speechless. What's going on with you all? Just as Yasuo was lost in thought, Nami suddenly bumped into him. Yasuo quickly helped her up and continued to look at the others. Yasuo felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was. After all, he couldn't keep using observation Haki all the time, right? Yasuo wondered if everyone had been possessed. In a moment of distraction, Nami quickly rushed towards the location of Luffy and the others. It was then that Yasuo noticed that this girl had actually stolen the magic sword Shinrin that was hanging at his waist. Truly a little thief. At that moment, Zoro stepped out, drew 3 swords, and looked at Yasuo. Long-haired monster, let's settle this today. With you a little trash, you altogether can't defeat me. Yasuo scoffed, picking his nose and looking disdainfully at everyone. Baka, Yasuo, you're going too far. I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. Luffy shouted angrily as he stepped forward. Long-hair monster, you've angered everyone. Today, you shall perish, Sanji said, extending his toes with armament Haki activated. Yasuo, what the hell? Are you serious? Usopp, at this moment, also angrily pointed his sniper rifle at Yasuo and said, you're going too far. Yasuo-san, Nami, holding the golden staff in one hand and the magic blade Shinrin in the other, looked at Yasuo with a strange smile and asked, what did you do? Don't you know? What exactly did Yasuo do that drew the wrath of heaven and man? What Yasuo did this time has indeed angered many people. On the Merry, Yasuo, feeling bored, kept swinging the invisibility devil fruit in front of Sanji, which nearly made Sanji have a heart attack. The most annoying part was that Yasuo directly hung the invisibility devil fruit around his neck with a rope and swung it in front of Sanji every day. As for Zoro, what did Yasuo do? He summoned Kuina and, while Zoro was sleeping, controlled Kuina to lie in his arms. Zoro was so furious that he wished he could chop Yasuo into pieces, but every time Yasuo would make Kuina block him, leaving Zoro in a state of helpless rage. Luffy was simple. He asked Yasuo to invent something that could provide food that would never run out. Yasuo then bought a universal feast tablecloth from his system store. Every day, he would take out food from the tablecloth in front of Luffy, while Luffy couldn't take any out himself. This made Luffy furious. The key point was that Yasuo wouldn't let him eat that so-called chewable duck. Luffy was drooling. As for Nami, one time she passed by Yasuo's room and smelled a delightful fragrance. Out of curiosity, she peeked through the crack of the door and saw Yasuo continuously pulling out belly from a basin, and the whole room was filled with belly. Greedy Nami had never seen such a scene. She immediately shouted, "No wonder you want to become the richest man in the world," and rushed into the room. Yasuo instantly stored the treasure basin into the system space, which made Nami furious. She confiscated all the belly in the room, amounting to a whopping 500 million belly. This made Nami's heart ache. That was enough to buy 5 Kokasia villages. Nami kept pestering Yasuo for that basin, but Yasuo pretended not to understand, asking what basin. This made Nami even more furious. Even more infuriating was how Yasuo treated Usopp. Every evening, Yasuo would hold a small speaker in the corridor and play terrifying music, which made the timid Usopp shiver. After learning the truth, Usopp was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose. Back on the island, Yasuo looked at everyone innocently and said, "No way. Is your tolerance so low? Less nonsense. D. Golden staff. Turn to a giant fist for me," Nami shouted, raising the golden staff and smashing it down at Yasuo. "Damn, are you serious?" Yasuo was startled and quickly dodged to the side, causing a large pit to form in the ground. Yasuo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Nami. "Damn it, eat another punch from me." Nami directly covered the golden staff with armed color. and suddenly, a pitch-black fist of the golden staff smashed down at Yasuo. Damn! Can everyone's armed color cover the surface of weapons now? Yasuo dodged again. Seeing Nami so formidable, Luffy thought how nice it would be if he could have a giant fist too. With this thought, Luffy had a light bulb moment, raised his arm, and started blowing air. Suddenly, a super large, inflatable fist appeared. Yasuo was stunned. To beat me, he even developed his fruit ability in advance. Luffy instantly covered his fist with armament Haki. He looked at Yasuo and shouted, "I won't let you eat my duck." With a heart-wrenching scream, Luffy smashed down with a punch. "Stop messing around." Yasuo covered his arm with armament Haki and caught Luffy's punch with one hand, saying, "Bang." As soon as Yasuo finished speaking, Sanji kicked him away, sending him crashing into a large tree. "Who was messing around with you? We're serious about this," Sanji said, looking at Yasuo, who was lying on the ground with a cigarette in his mouth. Yasuo, "Damn it, you guys. 3-sword style. Ghost slash. Damn it. Green algae head. Are you serious?" Yasuo jumped on the treetop with a flash and looked down at the Straw Hat crew. Just as he was wondering why Usopp wasn't making a move, his gaze shifted to his feet. Suddenly, Yasuo's pupils constricted. Damn it. Is she using her ultimate right away? He saw a strange black circle pattern locking onto him, and Yasuo quickly reached for his waist. Damn it. He saw Nami wielding the magic knife, 1,000 blades, waving it towards him. Yasuo thought to himself, "Damn it. There's no other way. I have to reveal my strength." Boom. Usopp raised a Tenryu and fired. A bullet infused with black light mixed with Haki shot towards Yasuo. And everyone was not worried at all about hurting Yasuo. After all, this man is quite strong, right? Yasuo jumped down from the treetop and stood in front of everyone, extending his right hand as armed color Haki enveloped him. With a swift chop of his hand, he exclaimed, "Armed. Hardening. No sword style. Wind barrier." Instantly, a wall of wind rose up in front of Yasuo. Bullets struck the wind wall and were immediately shredded to pieces by the sword energy. Zoro's pupils constricted. In the past, he couldn't perceive Yasuo's technique without observation Haki, but now he finally understood. In Zoro's eyes, Yasuo had quickly swung his arm in that brief moment, creating afterimages. One could only imagine how fast he must be to achieve this. Most importantly, this long-haired freak was using the no-sword style. Of course, what Zoro saw, everyone else did too, feeling that this was the strength that their vice-captain should possess. Zoro stepped forward, holding 2 swords, one in each hand, with the Wado Ikemanji clenched in his mouth, and charged towards Yasuo. 3,000 worlds. Balala, balala. Zoro chanted the incantation for his self-created ultimate move as he rushed towards Yasuo at high speed. Armed color Haki covered the blade. Yasuo raised his arm covered in armament Haki to block. Ding, ding, ding. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Yasuo tried hard to hold his own against Zoro in a 50-50 match. After a clash of moves, Zoro paused, panting, and looked at Yasuo. This long-haired monster is indeed strong. Seeing that Zoro couldn't handle Yasuo, Luffy and the others shouted loudly to everyone. "Everyone, let's go together." Yasuo looked at the situation and thought, "I'm not Yon, come on." Luffy quickly circled behind Yasuo, forming a triangular formation with Zoro and Sanji surrounding Yasuo. Usopp raised his sniper rifle, trying to sneak attack. He can now shoot 2 shots at the celestial dragons, unlike before when he could only fire 1. Nami stood to the side, seeing Yasuo surrounded by the 3, smirked and said to Yasuo, "No Kigo? What are you doing here?" Suddenly, Yasuo thought to himself, "This is bad." And the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that instant, Luffy seized the opportunity and immediately used Gomu Gomu no Rubber Bind. Luffy quickly stretched his arms, tightly binding Yasuo. Seeing this, Zoro quickly sheathed his 3 swords, stepped forward, and punched Yasuo squarely in the handsome face. Sanji then came in with a flying kick, a shoe print deeply imprinted on Yasuo's face, making him worry if he would end up like Luffy's dad, Dragon. In the future, Yasuo struggles desperately. "Damn it, I'm about to transform into Yun." Luffy sees Yasuo struggling and uses his armament Haki to tightly grip Yasuo's legs. Zoro grabs Yasuo's right hand with both hands, while Sanji grabs his left hand. Usopp sees such a great opportunity and immediately activates his aim. Suddenly, a strange black circle pattern appears beneath Yasuo, just like a 10,000-year-old ring from Doluwa continent. Yasuo suddenly sensed that something bad was about to happen, especially regarding his little Yasuo, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yasuo immediately understood. This Usopp was going to perform a neutering operation on him. In fact, as soon as Yasuo got off the ship, everyone had already agreed to deal with Yasuo, to beat him to death, to force out all the abilities Yasuo possessed. That was everyone's goal. Seeing Usopp about to pull the trigger, Yasuo panicked. If he got neutered, what would happen to Nozuki? I'm just a pure-hearted little. Thinking of Nozuki, Yasuo coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt weak all over, and when he looked ahead, he almost popped his eyes out. There was Nami, holding the handle of the fire god Gatling gun transformed from the golden hoop, with a fervent smile on her face as she looked towards Yasuo's location. Unexpectedly, Nami could already conceive the weapon's design in her mind. Looking at Nami's domineering and cool demeanor, Yasuo felt a chill all over. In that split second, Yasuo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Perfect. He could use the 8 gates to take this opportunity to teach everyone. Yasuo pondered for a moment and quickly shouted to the system. System, load the 8 gates. Ding. The 8 gates have been successfully loaded. The system replied. In an instant. Yasuo understood the usage techniques of the 8 gates and all the methods to open them. Gurala Lalalala. Fire God Gatling. Shoot for me. Nami instantly activated the spray mode. Usopp also instantly pulled the trigger. Ultimate. Bird Star Destruction. Yasuo. Galera? Do you think you're Whitebeard? Hey. Luffy. Green Algae Head. Colorful Chef. If you don't let go, I'm going to unleash my ultimate move. Yasuo said as he looked at the 3 people pulling on him. Zoro was excited inside. Was this long-haired monster finally going to show his true strength? Sanji also looked at Yasuo with excitement, as if he had seen a beautiful woman. Luffy, on the other hand, was laughing heartily. Looking at everyone's expectant expressions, Yasuo thought everyone was just hyped up. However, Yasuo didn't care, seeing that everyone wouldn't let go. He directly activated the 8 gates. Heroes can endure grievances, but you can't hit my little GG. Blue Demon Form. Pirate 8 gates, first gate. Open gate. Open. Yasuo shouted loudly. Buzz. A wave of blue energy erupted from Yasuo, blasting the 3 of them away. Zoro was shocked. What kind of ability does this long-haired monster have? The energy released by his body was enough to blow away the 3 who had activated their Haki. The 3 were sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree, causing it to shake and leaves to fall. At this moment, Nami and Usopp's attacks came. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, the area around Yasuo was engulfed in smoke. Dust spread in all directions. After finishing a magazine of fire, Nami slowly stopped her actions and looked towards the battlefield, while Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro also looked towards Yasuo's position. This man wouldn't be turned into a sieve, would he? Just when everyone was worried about Yasuo, a figure emerged, glowing with blue light, with blue hair standing on end. One word, Haki. So cool. Ahem, it's actually 5 words. At this moment, Yasuo looked like a Super Saiyan, with an expression of great anger on his face. This was Yasuo in the form of the 8 gates, which he renamed Pirate 8 Gates. Since the Navy has the 6 styles, I'll create the Pirate 8 Gates. The 8 gates are Opening Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Doer Gate, View Gate, Shock Gate, and Death Gate, as the name suggests. Using the 8 gates places a significant burden on the body. The higher the gate used, the greater the burden. Using the Death Gate means the user's demise. The Opening Gate releases the energy limitations within the brain, enhancing one's strength, allowing a person to exert 100 of their physical power. The Rest Gate can relieve bodily fatigue, instantly restoring stamina, but it activates excess physical energy, putting a great strain on the body. If one cannot handle it, they risk injuring themselves. After opening the Life Gate, blood flow increases dramatically, causing the person to turn red, significantly enhancing strength and speed, but it also places a heavy burden on the body, somewhat similar to Luffy in his second gear form. The Injury Gate does not have any unique significance. It merely further enhances strength and speed based on the Life Gate. The Doer Gate can push the body's limits to supersonic speeds, thereby increasing strength as well. However, this can easily cause irreparable damage to the body, including fractures. When the View Gate is opened, the body fully adapts to the supersonic state, allowing for rapid punches that create flames through friction in the air, coupled with an ultra-high attack frequency to unleash attacks like Peacock. Upon opening the Shock Gate, the body begins to sweat profusely, indicating further enhancement. Strength and speed increase compared to the View Gate, with speed absolutely surpassing that of Borsalino, the user of the Pika Pika no Mi. However, afterwards, the body experiences excruciating pain, and even a light touch can be unbearable. After opening the 8th gate, the body burns its own blood, releasing bright red steam. In this state, speed can reach over 10 times that of Borsellino. Due to the extreme speed, a casual punch can have a massive impact. For example, when Guy opens the 8th gate, a casual punch from the sky can create a hole in the ground. However, in this state, even a casual movement can lead to severe physical damage from bones to internal organs. A person who opens the death gate can burn all the blood in their body in an instant, unleashing a technique similar to a mutual destruction move called Night Guy, which is a skill that nearly concludes the battle. Hey, system, why is my steam blue? I remember the first 6 gates being green, right? The 7th gate, the shot gate, is supposed to be blue steam. And why is my hair turned blue? Are you sure you didn't load Scion bloodline into me? Yasuo asked the system. Ding. This is the blue demon form specially designed for the host. Special effects activated. The system replied flamboyantly. What if I open other gates? Yasuo continued to ask. Ding. Even if the host opens the 9th gate, it will still be the blue demon form. The system explained. Haha, that is even better. Otherwise, during a fight, someone might say, Kid, there is not much color left for you. That would be awkward. If I teach others, will they have the same color effects regardless of which gate they open? Yasuo asked the system. Ding. The host is truly a genius among geniuses. Indeed, the system praised. Yasuo awkwardly looked at the dazed crowd and said, Hee. The slaughter has begun. Yasuo suddenly appeared in front of Usopp with a flash, and Usopp found himself transported to a spot near the beach in an instant. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Usopp let out a miserable scream. Hey, do you want to cut off the legacy of the old Shin family? Yasuo looked disdainfully at Usopp, who had been kicked to the beach. What? This long-haired freak is so fast? Zoro is stunned. Damn it, I can't see anything. Even my observation Haki is struggling to catch up. Sanji's cigarette trembled in his hand. He seemed to sense the tragedy that was about to unfold. Luffy, on the other hand, had stars in his eyes. So cool. Yasuo is so handsome. I want to transform too. I wanna. Luffy danced with joy. Yasuo continued his movements, directly stepping on the ground and charging towards Nami. Seeing this, Sanji immediately unleashed the speed he had trained for over a decade. Oh no. It was his foot speed as he rushed towards Nami. Nami-chan, the flower protector is here. Sanji called out flamboyantly. As Sanji approached, Yasuo changed direction and executed a sliding kick towards him. Sanji suddenly saw a flash in front of him and found himself crashing to the ground, landing in a rather embarrassing position. Yasuo lifted his leg and walked towards Nami. Miss Nami, you almost killed me just now. Hee, Yasuo smirked, looking at Nami like a mischievous uncle. I'm Sully. Yasuo-san. Nami stuttered, gripping her staff as she spoke. Ha. Seeing this, Yasuo felt a rush of satisfaction inside. Now you know fear, right? Nami saw Yasuo continue to approach her and immediately unleashed her ultimate move. Nakageo. Puff. Yasuo spat out a mouthful of blood, rolling his eyes at Nami. You wait for me. After saying that, Yasuo turned and walked towards Luffy and Zoro. Nami was truly terrifying. Whatever you do, never provoke a woman, or the consequences could be severe. Nami made a funny face at Yasuo and stuck out her tongue, while Sanji lay on the ground with one eye sparkling. Nami-chan is so beautiful. Seeing Yasuo walking towards them, Luffy and Zoro suddenly became serious. Zoro slowly tied a green bandana around his head, then drew his sword, Sandai Kitetsu, and Yuki, biting down on the letter Wado Ikamanji. Long-haired freak. Let's settle this. Oh, green algae head. Then let me show you my strongest martial arts secret. Yasuo stopped and slowly spoke. Everyone was shocked. The strongest martial arts secret. Yasuo wouldn't really want to kill Zoro, would he? Damn it. I have to bring out my strongest power to face this long-haired freak. Zoro thought to himself. What? The strongest martial arts secret. This long-haired freak wouldn't, right? Sanji got up and murmured as he looked towards Yasuo. Just as everyone was surprised by Yasuo's mention of the strongest martial arts secret, Yasuo made his move. Yasuo bent his leg and kicked off the ground towards Zoro. Everyone's vision blurred. Yasuo instantly appeared behind Zoro, who narrowed his pupils. Damn it. My brain reacted, but my body can't keep up. The strongest martial arts secret. 1,000 years kill. Yasuo shouted, bringing his fingers together with his index and middle fingers extended, then coded an armament Haki, aiming for Zoro's behind. The next moment, Zoro screamed as he flew into the air, then crashed heavily beside Usopp. Zoro howled, covering his behind. Damn it, long-haired freak. How despicable. using such a lowly move. Seeing Zoro in such a miserable state, the Straw Hat crew all felt a tightness in their behinds. They never expected this vice captain to be so ruthless. Luffy, that big fool, was full of excitement. Yasuo, I want to learn that. I want to learn that. Sign me up. Yasuo slowly released the 8 gates, and his blue hair began to gradually turn black, while the blue aura around him dissipated. He walked up to Luffy and said, "You want to learn? I can teach you." Thinking about Luffy using his strongest martial arts moves against enemies, Yasuo felt a wave of anticipation. That scene would definitely be hilarious. I want to learn. I want to learn, Luffy exclaimed, dancing with joy. However, in the next moment, bang, Yasuo directly punched Luffy on the head with his armed Haki fist, and instantly, Luffy fell down, seeing stars. Oof. You think you're made of rubber? I can do blue-silver too. Yasuo spat and turned to walk towards the Mary. As he approached Nami, he pulled out the magic sword, Shinrun, that Nami had stuck in the ground, then whistled as he walked towards the Mary. The others looked at Yasuo's back, not expecting that this vice captain indeed had abilities unknown to everyone. However, the next moment, everyone looked at Yasuo with anger as they saw him kneeling on one knee, slapping the ground with one hand. Edo Tensei. Yasuo directly summoned Kuina, handed her a speaker playing horror music, and then took out a universal food tablecloth from the system space. Pulling out a roast duck, he picked up a chicken leg and put it in his mouth, then put it back into the system space. He took out a treasure bowl with his left hand while holding the invisibility devil fruit with his right hand. With a smug expression, he slowly walked with Kuina towards the Mary. Everyone looked at Yasuo's extremely arrogant expression, feeling a tightness in their chests. Baka! Everyone shouted in anger. Then Yasuo felt like the whole world had changed. Colorful lights lit up. They rushed towards Yasuo. That's right. Everyone was directly enhanced with a hint of Conqueror's Haki, all provoked by Yasuo. Red, green, gold, orange, and black. 5 types of Conqueror's Haki instantly surged towards Yasuo, scaring him into hurriedly putting the items in his hands back into the system space. Then, a wave of blue energy erupted from his body. Buzz! Buzz! Bang! ZZZZ! Colorful lightning flickered between Yasuo and everyone's Conqueror's Haki. Yasuo frowned, seemingly realizing that everyone was indeed angry. The atmosphere felt as if the sky itself had cracked. The trees and bushes around them fell one after another, and dust filled the air. Kuina, who had never seen such a scene before, was so shocked that her jaw dropped, looking at Yasuo, never expecting the man who had brought her back from the afterlife to be so powerful. She still felt grateful to Yasuo deep down. Although his actions were a bit nonsensical, she remembered the moment she lay in Zoro's arms, feeling immense happiness, wishing to stay there forever. Indeed, this long-haired beast's strength was on par with his brother. Zoro thought to himself as he saw Yasuo blocking everyone's Conqueror's Haki. As expected of my first mate. Luffy laughed heartily, continuing to amplify his own Conqueror's Haki. Baka, the ultimate technique of the strongest body art. Yasuo was slightly pushed back and immediately wanted everyone to experience the pain Zoro had just endured. Just as Yasuo finished speaking, everyone stopped releasing their Conqueror's Haki. Seeing that everyone had halted, Yasuo also stopped his release and looked at them. Luffy, puzzled, looked at everyone and said, why am I here? Oh, I can't take a dump. Saying that, he quickly ran towards the depths of the forest. He certainly didn't want to experience Yasuo's 1,000-year kill. It looked painful. I forgot I still need to pick wild fruits. Nami also muttered to herself, then quickly ran into the forest. If that move was used on her, she might as well not live. It would be utterly shameful. Oh, I also forgot I need to make bullets. Damn it. How could I forget something so important? Usopp panicked and ran towards the merry-go, having just seen Zoro's distorted expression. It was easy to imagine the pain Zoro felt after being slashed by Mihawk and thrown into the sea. Before Yasuo's ultimate body technique, he had cried out in agony. Usopp couldn't bear to think of such pain. I still need to prepare dinner for everyone. I'll go ahead. Sanji glanced at Zoro, then leisurely walked past Yasuo. However, as he reached behind Yasuo, he unconsciously quickened his pace. With everyone gone, only Zoro remained, angrily staring at Yasuo, gripping the knife's handle tightly, as if he wanted to swallow Yasuo whole. What? Do you want to try my ultimate body technique, Mosshead? Yasuo looked at Zoro with disdain. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. Zoro saw everyone abandon him and was filled with rage. He quickly sheathed his sword and ran in front of Kuina, grabbing her and running off into the distance. Throwing a furious glance at Yasuo as if to say, "Just you wait. How can you be so passionate about dating a dead person?" Huh. Yasuo took a big bite of dog food and couldn't help but think of Nami's sister, Nojiko. Another mouthful of old blood was spat out as he turned to walk towards the merry-go. Thus, a revenge operation against Yasuo ended with Yasuo using the ultimate body technique and achieving victory. In the following days, Yasuo no longer teased the others. It was best to know when to stop, and going too far wasn't good. After all, they were all companions. One day, in the merry-go's dining room, everyone was eating the breakfast Sanji had made. Luffy looked at Yasuo and said, "Yasuo, can you teach us the ultimate body technique you used that day?" Everyone looked at Yasuo with expectation, especially Zoro. If he could learn this move, he would definitely want Yasuo to experience this pain too. Of course, no problem. But to use this technique, you must first learn my self-created pirate 8 gates. Yasuo said, "Is it that transformation ability?" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "That's right. It's my self-created body technique." Yasuo said nonchalantly, looking at Luffy. "Seriously, I didn't expect that ability could be taught to others. I want to transform. I want to transform." Yasuo. Luffy excitedly jumped onto the table and shouted at Yasuo. "Bang! You better calm down. Idiot captain." Nami raised her fist, infused with her Haki, and knocked Luffy under the table. Luffy looked at Nami pitifully. Meanwhile, Yasuo was asking the system in his mind. "System, is there an 8 gates oral liquid?" Ding. "No." The system replied. "Then how can I teach everyone to learn the 8 gates? Are you going to make me research it thoroughly before teaching them? How long would that take?" Yasuo said helplessly. Ding. 8 gates oral liquid is now available for sale. The 8 gates oral liquid is a one-time use liquid. After consumption, it will automatically upgrade from the 1st gate to the 8th gate within 4 years. The system's voice rang out. "Barton, are you a Marvel fan? Speak honestly." Yasuo shook his head. Far away on Earth, Yihei was startled. "I was just watching Barton shoot arrows." "Ha ha 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 ha." Yihei laughed lude. "Little brat, is this never-ending?" The angry upstairs neighbor shouted at Yihei. "Damn it, turn into a teddy bear." Yihei waved his hand, and instantly, the sounds of barking echoed from upstairs. Quite pleasant. Back to Yasuo. A one-time oral liquid means that as long as you drink this bottle, you won't have to worry about it. Your body will automatically open the meridians and enter the next gate. Is that what it means? Ding. Correct. The host is truly remarkable. With a face like a jade crown, a graceful demeanor, handsome and elegant, outstanding in talent and virtue, intelligent and resourceful, shrewd and clever, a person of exceptional ability. What the hell? Is the system bugged? Why is it praising me so much? I'm a bit embarrassed. Am I really that outstanding? Yasuo blushed, instinctively touching his head. Feeling a bit shy, Yasuo blushed as he purchased 5 bottles of 8 gates oral liquid from the system store. Looking into the system space, he saw 5 red bottles quietly floating in the system space. Yasuo. Red twist? I'm too exhausted to complain. Seeing everyone chattering about how cool the transformation is, Yasuo waved his hand. Silence. Everyone quieted down and looked at Yasuo. Yasuo waved his hand, and instantly, 5 jars of red twist appeared on the table. The jars were prominently labeled with the words red twist. Yasuo complained. Can't you at least change the name? Come on, be a bit more serious. This system. Yihei coughed and said, sorry, just make do with it. I haven't gone out to buy supplies in a long time. The last time I got that pot of treasures was when I found a dog bowl downstairs, and you've been using it quite well. Haven to you? Yasuo-san. What is this? Usopp had already become immune to Yasuo's ability to pull out items at will. It would be strange if he didn't pull something out one day. This is the 8 gates enhancer I invented. Drink it, and you'll be able to learn my self-created pirate 8 gates. Yasuo said. As soon as Yasuo's words fell, the jar in front of him was instantly drained by everyone. Yasuo, damn, are you that excited? No more talking. Let's go. Now I'll teach you. Yasuo raised his leg and walked towards the deck. Damn it. Is it going to be that so-called elementary school broadcast gymnastics again? Zoro thought to himself. Soga, transform, transform. Usopp and Luffy followed Yasuo with their arms around each other's shoulders, leaving the cabin. Nami was also a bit curious about what she would look like after transforming. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze firm. Stepping out of the cabin and onto the deck, Yasuo shouted toward the speaker. Xiaodu, Playquin, you're so beautiful for me. Suddenly, the music started playing, and Yasuo thought about the dance moves of Chicken Brother in his mind and began to move. Cool win, cool win, cool win. You're so beautiful. The catchy music filled Yasuo's mind. Yasuo unconsciously fell into it. Everyone watched as Yasuo danced so engrossingly, and they all joined the dance team of Koen. You are so beautiful. For the duration of a song, the dance stopped. Yasuo unconsciously shed 2 tears. Brother G, you will always be the god leading fashion trends in my heart. Long live the chicken god. Without further ado, Brother G, I support you. Seeing Yasuo in tears, everyone also put away their playful smiles, feeling that Yasuo might be remembering some sad past. Yasuo turned to look at everyone and saw Luffy blushing as he looked at him. Yasuo quickly instructed everyone to stay away from Luffy, who still seemed clueless about what was happening. Boom! A red aura erupted around Luffy, and his black hair instantly stood up, transforming into a full head of red hair. It looked just like a Super Saiyan in its red form. Incredibly handsome. Indeed, Luffy had activated the first gate of the 8 gates, the open gate. Those who didn't know would think Luffy had opened the final death gate of the 8 gates. Everyone was amazed by Luffy's transformation, their eyes shining with excitement as they looked at him. Unexpectedly, this dance Koen, you are too beautiful, allowed him to learn such a powerful pirate version of the 8 gates. Zoro was shocked inside. Damn it, again with the elementary school calisthenics and Koen. You are too beautiful. What other dances can this long-haired monster do? Sanji thought to himself as he looked at Yasuo. So cool. Ha ha ha. So cool. Luffy was happily dancing, and when he jumped, he soared 3 feet high. Everyone was astonished. Is this so-called pirate version of the 8 gates really that powerful? Seeing this, Luffy joyfully started running on the deck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Red figures darted in front of everyone, causing the ship to sway left and right. Nami, exasperated, activated her observation Haki and caught Luffy with a punch infused with her Haki, stopping him in his tracks. Baka, idiot captain, do you want to destroy the Mary? Nami said to Luffy, who looked aggrieved. Just as Nami was fuming, an orange aura erupted around her, her short hair standing on end, and even her not-yet-mature peach transformed into a large bun. In an instant, she looked like a completely different person, resembling Tsunade from the Naruto world. She appeared enchanting, powerful, and bold. Yasuo was stunned to see this. Why not let Nami inherit Tsunade's monstrous strength? After all, this appearance is indeed quite similar. Yasuo quickly recited the heart-clearing mantra in his mind. You are my Guanine Bodhisattva. I am your twisted flower. You are my Guanine Bodhisattva. I am your twisted flower. Sanji couldn't hold it in any longer and directly shot out Nosebleed, flying backward and collapsing beside the deck, thinking to himself, Nami-chan is just too sexy. I really like her. Even the usually indifferent Zoro's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this annoying woman to have such a hot body. Just as Sanji was getting lost in his thoughts, a golden aura erupted around him. His golden hair stood up, revealing the eye that was forever hidden from light. It wasn't blind or anything like the Sharingan. It was just that his bangs were too long, covering his eyes. Seeing Sanji lying on the deck, radiating golden light, Yasuo became even more confused. Is this seriously not some Scion health drink? As everyone was astonished, Zoro and Usopp unleashed green and black auras surrounding themselves. Zoro's green short hair instantly grew longer and stood up toward the sky. Yasuo, it's confirmed. Super green form. But that long green hair is really cool. Usopp, on the other hand, has black hair standing up, and he directly knocked off the headscarf he was wearing onto the deck, every strand standing upright. Yasuo, Super Saiyan, ultra black form. Sogeking. Zoro, so cool. Luffy is staring at Zoro with a lovesick expression. Nami looks disdainfully at everyone, arms crossed, proudly glancing at her chest. Usopp thinks to himself, I never expected. Captain Usopp will also have a day of getting stronger. I will definitely become a brave warrior of the sea. Just wait for me. Wow. As everyone transforms into Super Saiyan forms, Yasuo, feeling envious, activates his Ultra Blue form. Suddenly, the Mary's deck is dazzling with various colors, making it look like there are treasures sparkling on a ship. Ha ha ha. Everyone bursts into happy laughter. However, happiness lasts only 3 minutes, as Luffy is the first to automatically revert from his Super Red form, collapsing onto the deck, staring blankly at everyone. Seeing Luffy's state, Yasuo realizes that activating the 8 gates requires a strong physical condition and sufficient stamina to avoid becoming completely exhausted and unable to move after closing the gates. Soon, everyone collapses onto the deck, leaving only Yasuo standing. Ha ha ha. Guys, sorry, I forgot to tell you that activating this Pirate 8 gates places a significant burden on the body. But don't worry, just keep exercising and you'll gradually adapt. Yasuo awkwardly explains while looking at everyone lying on the deck. Damn long-haired monster. Why didn't you say this earlier? Zoro, lying nearby, speaks up in despair. Everyone can only move their eyes and mouths, while their bodies have no strength to get up. Yasuo, feeling helpless, quickly steered the Mary towards the twin cape of the Red Land after bringing everyone back to the cabin. The next morning, as everyone slowly walked out of the cabin, they saw a towering wall, like a chasm, standing on both sides of a river, quite an impressive sight. Yasuo looked back at the people walking out of the cabin. Damn it, do people in a pirate world recover so quickly? They're back to normal after just one night. If I didn't have Majin Buu's abilities, maybe just a needle prick would hurt for 2 days. Nami walked up to Yasuo and said, as long as we ride this climbing current, we can reach the Grand Line. Saying this, Nami held the golden staff and commanded it to transform. Love you for 10,000 years. Golden staff turned to a super big cloud. Instantly, a gigantic golden cloud appeared above the Mary. What do you want to do, Nami-chan? Sanji said, gazing at Nami with starry eyes. Of course. We're going to lift the Mary and fly over. Nami replied proudly, looking at Sanji. Just as Nami was about to take the next step, Luffy spoke up. Luffy looked at Nami seriously and said, wait, if we just fly over like that, what kind of adventure is that? Let the Mary take us up. Luffy had a point. Nami, just cover the cloud over the edge of the Mary, and it'll prevent the ship from bumping during the climb. Yasuo lit a fine cigarette and looked at Nami. All right. Seeing this, Nami had no choice but to compromise. She could only blame herself for encountering a foolish captain. Covering the edge of the ship with a cloud, Luffy gave the order, set sail. Suddenly, Usopp hurriedly lowered the sails, and the Mary rushed towards the climbing current. Yasuo turned his head to look at Luffy, who was eagerly gazing at the surrounding Red Land. It was clear that once he had the strength, he would definitely come to destroy this chasm-like Red Land. Huh, fool. Even Whitebeard might not be able to destroy this thing. Even if you activate the Nika form, you'll only be able to beat Kaido at most. Let me help you achieve this ultimate dream then. Yasuo pondered inwardly. By then, when Yasuo's Saitama limiter reaches max level, with just one serious punch, he could part the pirate world. This little Red Land wouldn't be a problem at all. Thinking of this, Yasuo quickly instructed the system to check his ability panel. Host, Roxd, Yasuo ability, Saitama body limiter level 3. 10 is the highest in the pirate world. Armament Haki, God level, highest in the pirate world. Observation Haki, God level, highest in the pirate world. Conqueror's Haki, God level, highest in the pirate world. 8 gates, 8 gates. 8 gates is the highest in the pirate world. Majin Buu cell regeneration, pinnacle of the pirate world. Not bad. Level 3, by the time it reaches level 5, I should be able to fight evenly with Carp, right? After all, Old Man Carp can blow up 10 mountains with one punch. Yasuo muttered to himself. The Mary smoothly sailed towards the climbing water flow, and due to the rapid current, the ship was about to crash into the nearby mountain wall. Fortunately, there was Nami using the golden staff to conjure clouds for protection. Everyone looked around in surprise, never having seen seawater flowing in the opposite direction. Look out! Luffy shouted excitedly from the bow of the ship, clearly looking forward to the unknown adventure in the new world. The Mary quickly ascended, and in no time reached the highest point, then shot downwards rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strong wind brushed against everyone's faces, and they all wore expressions of anticipation. The Grand Line, here we come. Just as everyone was excited, they had no idea that danger was about to arrive. When the Mary was about to reach the sea surface, a gigantic whale head broke through the water, directly opening its massive jaws and lunging toward the Mary. Looking at the gaping dark abyss, Yasuo couldn't help but swallow hard. What the hell? It's so big. Damn. It didn't look that big in the anime. What to do? What to do? Luffy looked at Yasuo in panic. Everyone's pupils widened. They had never seen such a gigantic creature. Even sea kings were smaller than this, right? Don't panic. Have you all forgotten your skills? Look at what's inside that whale. Yasuo tried to calm himself and spoke to everyone. There's someone inside. Usopp said, his legs trembling. That's right. There are people inside, which means we won't die. Usopp, lower the sails. Yasuo quickly issued the command. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that their absurd vice captain was incredibly reliable at that moment. Good thing I invited Yasuo on board. No wonder he's my vice captain. Hee, Luffy thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, the Mary rushed into the gaping mouth of the giant whale, and after passing through a tunnel-like scene, the Mary slowly came to a stop. Everyone looked up and saw the blue sky and white clouds shining together, creating a very pleasant scene. A mini island stood in the middle of the sea, with a thatched house on it that looked like it was about to topple over. Baka, I haven't become the pirate king yet. Wah! Luffy's voice echoed behind everyone. Wah! I haven't become a great sea warrior yet. Usopp also cried out, holding his head in despair. Yasuo was at a loss for words, truly a foolish captain. Nami directly raised her fist, infused with Nami's Haki, and struck both of them on the head. Instantly, the two looked at Nami in confusion. Whoa, Nami, have you died too? Baka, foolish captain, foolish Usopp, we're not dead yet. Nami shouted in anger. Ah, isn't this heaven? Luffy stared blankly at everyone. Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Just as everyone was laughing, bubbles suddenly appeared beneath the ship. Seeing this, Zoro quickly drew his sword, his gaze fixed on the bubbles below, while Yasuo also held his magic sword Shinrin, looking down. Splash! Several giant Sea King squids leapt out of the water, extending their tentacles to attack the Straw Hat crew. In response, Yasuo immediately unleashed his steel slash. Instantly, several Sea King squids were sliced in half by Yasuo. Zoro awkwardly sheathed his sword, calmly looking at the sea. He had wanted to show off a bit, but it seemed he wasn't as fast as Yasuo. Kuroka's, who had just stepped out of the thatched house, was also stunned. Cough cough. Wasn't it supposed to be my turn to show off? Why didn't I get the chance? At that moment, Luffy noticed Kuroka's and asked, Hey, mister over there, do you live in there? Everyone turned their gaze towards Kuroka's, who stood at the door of the thatched house, looking like an old gorilla, wearing round glasses and a hat resembling a wild man's feathers, bald on top, dressed in a casual floral short-sleeved shirt and floral shorts. Luffy also just realized that this so-called heaven, with its blue sky and white clouds, was all painted, almost getting fooled. It's polite to introduce oneself before asking someone else, right? Kuroka's moved a nearby sun chair and lay down. Hey, old man, I can tell just by calculating that you're the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape and also a doctor, stopping the whale from crashing into the red line. Yasuo looked at Kuroka's with an unhappy expression. Even if you were a crew member of the former Pirate King, you can't show off in front of me. That's my bottom line. Damn it. Has this long-haired freak used that calculating ability again? Zoro turned to Kuroka's, eagerly waiting for his response. Curious if this calculating ability was as accurate as last time in Cocoa Village. What? This long-haired kid? Is he using that calculating ability? Interesting, Kuroka's thought in surprise. Although surprised, he maintained an indifferent expression and said, Long-haired kid, you're not wrong, but can you calculate my name? The Straw Hat crew looked at Yasuo with anticipation, not expecting this vice captain to have such abilities. Damn, this long-haired freak doesn't already know my identity, does he? This calculating ability. Sanji felt a surge of panic. I want to calculate too. Yasuo. Luffy gestured excitedly towards Yasuo. You go away. What do you think you are? Yasuo pushed Luffy aside, continuing to look at Kuroka's. Damn, no one has dared to show off like this in front of me. Speaking of which, this old man in front of them could be considered a legendary figure. Kuroka's. At 19, he became the caretaker of Twin Cape, and at 19, he met the Rum Bar Pirates, agreeing to take care of the young Laboon on behalf of Brook, the captain. When Kuroka's was 43, he was invited aboard Roger's ship as the ship's doctor, and at 46, he participated in the famous Battle of E.T. Wall, performing excellently during the battle. Afterward, Kuroka's traveled with Roger, fulfilling the dream journey of the Pirate King. After Roger's death, Kuroka's returned to Twin Cape, taking care of the heartbroken Laboon as his guardian. At 71, after meeting Luffy at Twin Cape, he accepted Luffy's commission to continue caring for Laboon. Looking at Kuroka's life, calling it legendary is an understatement. It can be said to be a legendary life. I calculate. 2 people have infiltrated here and are about to attack this whale. Yasuo smirked, looking mischievously at Kuroka's. What? Kuroka's quickly jumped up, a glint of red flashing in his eyes as he activated his observation Haki. He leaped towards the nearby ladder, and just as he jumped up, an iron door inside the whale opened instantly. 2 figures rushed out, holding rocket launchers, and as soon as they appeared, they fired towards the whale's interior. Bang! Bang! Indeed, the 2 who emerged were Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. Mr. Nine, dressed as a prince, had 2 tufts of mustache styled like the number 9 on his face. He was Vivi's partner in the Baroque works, with poor abilities and an unreliable impression. However, after Vivi's identity was exposed, he bravely decided to help her and ultimately died protecting her. Miss Wednesday was Nefertari Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, who went undercover to investigate the secrets of Baroque works. Seeing the two projectiles coming, Kuroka's was startled. Damn, can this old bone withstand that? While everyone was in a daze, Yasuo leapt off the side of the ship and unleashed his technique towards the two projectiles. Wind barrier. Yasuo swung his magic sword Shenron, and instantly, the two projectiles hit the wind wall and turned to dust. Seeing this, Luffy was furious. Baka, we're still inside the whale. Do you want to take us down too? Luffy jumped off the Going Merry, standing on the surface of the sea, looking up at the two. Mr. 9, ruthless and not one for words, raised his rocket launcher, ready to fire at Luffy. In response, Luffy became even angrier. A red wave of energy exploded from within Luffy. Gomu Gomu. The foolish Luffy unconsciously released his Conqueror's Haki in anger, preparing to take action. However, just as he called out the name of his technique, the two collapsed, crashing onto the nearby ladder. Kuroka's was shocked. Is this kid the new era that Shanks was talking about? Ha! It seems Shanks was right. As Kuroka's stepped out of the thatched house, he noticed Luffy's straw hat on his head. He was too familiar with it, having seen it every day before. How could he forget? What happened to them? Luffy stopped using his Conqueror's Haki and looked at Yasuo, who was also standing on the surface of the sea. Sigh. They were knocked out by your Conqueror's Haki. Yasuo shrugged. I didn't know Conqueror's Haki could be used like this. Luffy seemed to have discovered a new world. Kuroka slowly descended the stairs and walked towards his thatched house, saying, Thank you. If it weren't for you, Laboon might have been hurt. You say this whale is named Laboon? Sanji asked, a cigarette of an unknown brand hanging from his mouth. At this moment, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp all jumped off the Going Merry, standing on the sea, walking towards the mini-island, with Luffy also heading towards the mini-island. Yasuo leaped toward the stairs, holding Mr. 9 and Vivi in his hands as he rushed towards the crowd. Looking at Vivi in his hands, Yasuo spat out blood. This Vivi looked too much like no Kigo. Yasuo quickly recited the calming chant in his mind. You are my Guanine Bodhisattva. I am your twisted flower. You are my Guanine Bodhisattva. I am your twisted flower. Kolokas glanced at the Straw Hat crew approaching him, sensing something was off, but unable to pinpoint what it was. Suddenly, he noticed that this group of kids had Haki covering their feet. But that wasn't even the point. The important thing was they were walking on water. Damn, I'm getting old. Don't mess with my mindset. Just as Kolokas was internally cursing, Luffy and the others had already reached this mini-island. Luffy stepped forward and said, Hello, old man. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm going to be the Pirate King. Hello, my name is Kolokas, and I'm the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. Kolokas scanned the Straw Hat crew in front of him, surprised that such a strong group of kids had appeared in the weakest East Blue. At this moment, Yasuo approached, holding Mr. 9 and Vivi, and threw them down, looking at Kolokas and saying, Hey, old man, I calculated with my fingers. Your name is Kolokas. How about that? The others rolled their eyes. That was what the old man told you, okay? You're just acting tough. Kolokas squinted at Yasuo, seemingly wanting to devour him, causing Usopp and Nami to involuntarily shake their legs. Damn, that old man's gaze is terrifying. Yasuo stared back at him without the slightest hint of fear and said, Old man, how is it? Do you want me to calculate something else? How about these two people? Kurokas suddenly turned to Yasuo with a big smile, pointing at Mr. 9 and Vivi on the ground. Yasuo, this is easy. The two people lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, were taken aback. What are you calculating? That's right, just now they were thrown by Yasuo and woke up directly, currently pretending to be dead on the ground. Let me calculate. I see this woman's forehead shining. Her skin is moist and radiant. She has the aura of great wealth and nobility. She must be a member of some royal family, either a queen or a princess. Yasuo never fails to shock, stunning everyone present. What? This man? How could he calculate so accurately? Vivi was already so shocked that her heart was racing. Sanji, who had been paying attention to Vivi, was also taken aback because, just when Yasuo said that, Vivi's chest was clearly rising and falling a bit faster. Ahem, let us not focus on why Sanji noticed Vivi's chest. Sanji was even more determined in his thoughts that the long-haired monster definitely figured out his identity. Even if he didn't, he probably had a rough idea of his background. And this man, dressed like a prince, with shifty eyes clearly a spy. Yasuo pulled out a fine cigarette and lit it, looking at everyone as he spoke. Mr. 9? Damn it, what do you mean shifty eyes? Am I not handsome? Are you blind? I want to calculate. Luffy was tugging at Yasuo's shoulders, seemingly unwilling to let go unless he got his fortune told. All right. I'll calculate. Is that okay? Yasuo said helplessly, looking at Luffy. Yasuo walked around him and said, I see you're foolish and reckless, doing things without considering the consequences. You have courage, but no strategy. You must have a powerful elder backing you up, either the Navy or the Revolutionary Army. I want to calculate. I want to calculate. Yasuo, you're absolutely right. You're amazing. My grandfather is in the Navy. Luffy exclaimed joyfully, dancing around. What? Luffy's grandfather is in the Navy. Everyone was shocked. Kuroka's was also taken aback. Monkey D, it seems both the Revolutionary Army and the Navy have one. I want to calculate. I want to calculate. Yasuo-san. Usopp could no longer contain his curiosity, pulling Luffy aside and speaking to Yasuo. All right. You all get a turn, one by one. Saying this, Yasuo plopped down in Kuroka's sun chair, looking at everyone. Kuroka's was furious. Damn it, that's my exclusive seat. He glared at Yasuo angrily. Yasuo completely ignored Kurokasu, showcasing his bullying of the weak and sick in full view. I calculate. Your nose is long and hard. Your future wife will definitely be loyal to you. Also, your father must be a powerful pirate. Yasuo pretended to be a fortune teller, closing his eyes and frowning. My father is a great pirate. Usopp instantly puffed out his little chest and looked at everyone with pride, as if what Yasuo said was true. Luffy also happily looked at Usopp, and then the two of them helped each other and jumped up. Kurokasu looked at the long-nosed Usopp, and it seemed like there was also a long-nosed person on Shank's ship. Could it be? Kid, what's your name? Kurokasu adjusted his glasses and asked Usopp. My name is Usopp, Grandpa. Usopp replied to Kurokasu, appearing very polite. In truth, he was afraid of the old man's gaze. It seemed he had heard Jesus Burgess mention this name before. Indeed, this little brat is Jesus Burgess's son. But what is the background of this fortune teller in front of him? Why is he so accurate? Kurokasu was curious. It's my turn. Nami stepped forward and looked at Yasuo. Yasuo, how am I supposed to calculate you? Everyone knows about your situation, but your background is still unknown. Oda hasn't mentioned your origins either. What am I supposed to make of this? Since everyone's background is so extraordinary, Nami's must be exceptional too. Let me do a calculation. Nami-chan definitely has powerful parents. Their strength is absolutely top-notch in the world. Yasuo muttered. So what do you say my father and mother are? Nami asked eagerly, looking at Yasuo. Yasuo was also pondering in his heart. This Nami really looks a lot like Kaido's daughter Yamato, and she's also fully compatible with Big Mom Zeus. Maybe she's the daughter of Kaido and Big Mom. Cough, cough. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Otherwise, I will extinguish this world. Yasuo looked at Nami. Baka, speak human language. Nami was annoyed. Do you think I haven't studied? I just can't say it. If I say it, I'll die. Yasuo roared, you don't read. And it's my fault? Nami glared at Yasuo angrily. What you said is no different from not saying it at all. Long-haired monster. It's my turn. Zoro was excited inside, wondering what this long-haired monster could deduce about him. Yasuo turned his head to look at the excited Zoro and said, I calculated with my fingers. You come from a distant place, above a high cliff. It seems to be called Wano, right? Zoro was startled. Damn it, this long-haired monster's ability is really powerful. That's right. Zoro indeed comes from Wano. However, he was expelled from Wano at a young age and followed his father to the EC. Later, through his father's introduction, he became a disciple of Conqueror. At that time, Conqueror was quite surprised. He never expected that such a powerful swordsman would entrust his child to him for training. Zoro nodded slightly and walked towards the back, recalling his father and remembering what he said before leaving. Go. Strive to become stronger. Yasuo looked at Sanji and said, Sanji, your father should be Ja. He dragged out the last syllable of Ja. Sanji's heart seemed to stop for a moment. His fists clenched tightly, reminding him of his brutal and emotionless father. That scumbag. He killed his own mother. Sanji's mother was extremely gentle, but also extremely unfortunate. She was unhappy with Judge turning the children into heartless superpowered machines. To prevent this from happening, she took medication during her pregnancy that would affect the bloodline factors, which led to her body gradually weakening after giving birth. So in Sanji's memory, his mother was always on the sickbed. She gave him care and encouragement, but ultimately passed away due to her declining health. However, Sanji inherited his mother's gentleness. Despite enduring much torment from his family, he still saved them on Cake Island, which was actually what his mother would have wanted to see the most. Seeing Sanji like this, Yasuo couldn't bear to tease him any longer and continued. Your father should be an outstanding scientist. Sanji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't Germa 66, it was fine. However, this outstanding scientist was also roughly counted as a long-haired freak. The fortune-telling activity then came to an end. Yasuo looked at the two people at his feet and kicked Vivi, who was lying on the ground, saying, "Hey, stop playing dead. Tell us, why did you harm this big whale?" Vivi, realizing her act of playing dead was seen through, helplessly got up and looked at everyone. Sorry. It's true that our village hasn't had food for many days, so we came to capture this whale to take back to the village as food." Vivi trembled as she looked at everyone. She couldn't just say her boss sent her out to find food and targeted this whale. Could she? It seemed like this uncle had a good relationship with the whale, Usopp remarked, looking at the angry Coloccas. Sigh, this whale. Coloccas slowly began to tell the story of the whale Labu. Labu was originally an island whale from the West Sea. After encountering the music pirate crew, he was attracted by their music and followed them on their voyage. When the pirates on the ship sang, he would dance in the sea. At that time, he was still a young island whale. Considering the danger of the Grand Line compared to previous seas, the captain made a 3-year agreement with Labu. Coloccas then stayed at the beginning of the Grand Line, the Red Earth continent. Labu called out to Reverse Mountain every day, hoping for his companions to return. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years passed, and his companions never returned. In fact, Coloccas had received news that Labu's companions had escaped from the Grand Line and might have already died. However, Labu was unwilling to leave and continued to guard the Red Earth continent, every day ramming his head against it, roaring at Reverse Mountain. Another 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, until now. Upon hearing the story of the whale Labu, everyone was in tears, with even Mr. Nine, who continued to lie on the ground pretending to be dead, shedding tears. Vivi, sobbing, looked at Coloccas and said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We didn't consider the consequences. We're truly sorry." Yasuo looked at the sobbing Vivi with blood on her lips and thought to himself, "I don't think Noxus would mind if I married 2 wives, right?" Ha ha. Just as everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of sadness, Yasuo burst out laughing and looked at the crowd. Everyone looked at Yasuo with puzzled expressions. "I calculated. There's still 1 member of the music pirates alive," Yasuo said proudly to the crowd. "Scape, Scape, Yasuo, you're amazing," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, having just heard the story from Kurakaku's, and he felt very sorry for Laboon. Hearing that Laboon's companion was still alive made Luffy happy for him. "Is that true?" Kurakaku's asked in shock, having completely believed what Yasuo said, because that ability to calculate was indeed very effective, and he had deeply trusted Yasuo in his heart. "But why doesn't he come back?" Kurakaku's felt a wave of disappointment. "Don't worry. We will definitely find Laboon's companion and bring him back," Sanji said seriously with a cigarette in his mouth. "Yes. This daunting task will be entrusted to us, the Straw Hat Pirates." Yasuo sympathized with the scarred whale Laboon. "Luffy, what do you think?" Yasuo asked Luffy. "Ha ha, that's right. Let's leave it to us, the Straw Hat Pirates," Luffy said, holding a straw hat and laughing. The Straw Hat crew all noted in their hearts this mission about finding Laboon's companion. Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation, the small island suddenly started to shake. "Don't panic. Laboon is crashing into the red line again," Kurakaku's said, looking at the panicking Straw Hat crew. Yasuo looked at Vivi beside him and saw her swaying and leaning towards him. Yasuo quickly pushed Vivi aside towards Sanji, who was calmly smoking a cheap cigarette. Vivi immediately fell into Sanji's arms. Sanji had never received such a delightful treatment before, and he instantly had a nosebleed as he looked at Vivi in his embrace. However, the gentlemanly Sanji wouldn't take advantage of the situation. He helped Vivi up and angrily glared at Yasuo, saying, "Long-haired freak, I've had enough of you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the vice captain." Sanji exploded, mainly still resentful that Yasuo didn't give him the invisibility devil fruit. "Aren't you happy? Perverted cook. A princess belongs with a prince. Isn't that perfect?" Yasuo said with a mischievous smile as he looked at Vivi and Sanji. Sanji was taken aback. Damn it. This long-haired freak really knows something. Vivi shared the same thought as Sanji, anxiously dodging Yasuo's gaze, mainly because there was also a Mr. Nine here. If she exposed herself, her country would truly be beyond saving. Seeing that Sanji was no longer speaking, Yasuo turned to Luffy. "Luffy, it's time to go. Yash, let me take you guys out. You wouldn't be able to find your way out on your own," Kuroka's said to Yasuo. "Yash, everyone, let's go," Luffy shouted, and everyone activated their armament Haki, walking on the surface of the sea towards the Mary. As Yasuo was about to lift his leg to follow, Kuroka's looked at him and asked, "Kid, what's your name?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wieldsthe, Yasuo," Yasuo replied with a smile. Kuroka's pupils widened. Rocks? What a coincidence. Back in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, that sea overlord Rocks knocked him out with a single punch, and this Rocks in front of him. It shouldn't be related. This kid is too handsome and looks nothing like that ugly guy. Yasuo picked up the unconscious Mr. 9 and Vivi and ran straight toward the sea. In no time, they reached the Mary, and he jumped onto the deck. He set the two down and looked at Kuroka's, who was rowing a small boat closer to the Mary. After a series of operations, Kuroka's brought the Mary to the spot where the whale was spouting water, and then a wave surged. The Mary was directly shot out from within the whale. Bang! The Mary crashed onto the surface of the sea, splashing water everywhere. Luckily, with Nami's golden staff cloud, otherwise the Mary, without its spirit, would have fallen apart. The Mary slowly sailed to the shore, where a lighthouse stood tall. Everyone waved goodbye to Kuroka's as he disembarked. Wait, you guys aren't thinking of heading to the Grand Line just like this, are you? Do you have a log pose? Kuroka's looked at everyone. Huh, what's a log pose? The big fool Luffy asked blankly. A log pose records the magnetic force between islands in the Grand Line. Each island has a different magnetic force, and a log pose needs to record for a while locally before it will point to the next island. If you reach an island other than the one indicated by the log pose, the magnetic force will be replaced. Kuroka slowly explained, taking out a round glass ball from his pocket. Let our navigator handle this. Yasuo casually said, then looked at Luffy, wondering why this big fool wasn't going to punch Laboon. Is it because the mast isn't broken, and he can't find something to stick in it? Hey, Luffy, look at Laboon. He's been calling out there, looking heartbroken. Go talk to him. We will help him find his friends. How about it? Yasuo enticed Luffy beside him. Luffy immediately became interested. After all, he also wanted this scarred whale to stop ramming its head against Reverse Mountain. Watching Nami disembark and walk into the lighthouse with Kuroka's, Luffy began to take action, directly leaping off the Mary and running on the surface of the sea towards the whale Laboon. Damn it, what does this stupid captain want to do? Zoro wondered. Luffy, is he going to challenge Laboon? Sanji became interested. Mr. 9 and Vivi swallowed hard. Is the captain of this pirate crew really that brave? Usopp, on the other hand, trembled. I have a disease where I die when I see a whale. Yasuo, it seems you haven't listened to enough horror music. You need to toughen up your courage. Yasuo thought to himself. Luffy quickly rushed towards the whale Laboon, launching a rubber pistol attack that made Laboon cry out in pain. Then Laboon charged at Luffy at full speed, and suddenly, the two began to fight on the surface of the sea. Yasuo activated his ability to listen to all things and looked at Labu, only to see Labu internally complaining. Is this kid scratching my itch? It's so itchy. Just wait until I knock you dead. Yasuo, after exchanging dozens of blows, Luffy and the whale Laboon suddenly stopped. Luffy looked at Laboon in front of him and said, that's enough. Am I impressive? Our fight isn't over yet, so we have to keep going. By the time I circle the Grand Line and come back here, we'll settle this once and for all. Laboon was momentarily confused. What does this kid mean? I will bring my friends with me to take your friends back, Luffy said seriously. Tears welled up in Laboon's eyes. It felt like he had been waiting for this moment for 50 years. Laboon let out a long howl, while Luffy quickly ran to the Mary, took out some paint from the cabin, and continued toward Laboon. Then Luffy jumped onto the whale's head and started his doodling. A crooked straw hat skull was painted on Laboon's head by Luffy. The Straw Hat crew was shocked. Their idiot captain was actually painting on the whale's head? Just as Laboon was puzzled, Luffy, holding the straw hat, stood in front of Laboon and said, from now on, you are our companion. You can't damage the mark before we come back. Laboon looked at the sea and saw a straw hat skull printed on his big head, and he immediately burst into tears. Companions? Past companions might never return, but there are new companions to wait for, and new promises to keep. This reminded Laboon of what the captain of the music pirates had said. The Grand Line is too dangerous. Laboon, you wait here. We will definitely come back after circling around in 3 years. Remember, even if you are here, you will always be our companion. Kurosaki, who had been observing for a while, also shed tears, thinking to himself, I never expected that the kid Shanks had his eye on would stop Laboon from crashing into the Red Line in such a way. One incredible little guy. Nami was also a bit shocked, never expecting that this not-so-bright Luffy would have such a bizarre idea. Luffy, holding a straw hat, returned to the Mary and waved goodbye to the distant Laboon, giving orders to everyone. Yash, everyone, let's set off. Immediately, Usopp quickly lowered the sails, and with a gust of wind, the Mary slowly sailed away from Twin Cape. What an interesting bunch of kids. Captain, perhaps he is the person you've been waiting to reach, Raftel. Kurosaki murmured as he watched the Mary disappear into the distance. On the deck of the Mary, Luffy looked puzzled at Mr. 9 and Vivi. Why are you still on the ship? I'm really sorry for the trouble. We're leaving now, Vivi said to Luffy, then grabbed Mr. 9, who was lying on the deck pretending to be dead, and tried to jump into the sea. Luffy didn't care at all, showcasing his cold-bloodedness perfectly, mainly because the two had attacked Laboon, which made Luffy very unhappy. Just as they were about to jump into the sea, Yasuo reached out to stop them. Wait a minute. Damn, this long-haired guy isn't planning to kill us, is he? Mr. 9 trembled all over. Yasuo looked at Vivi, the girl who resembled Nachi, and thought that she must have endured a lot of hardships. Sigh. This made Yasuo's heart swell with pity once again. He unconsciously recalled the small dark alleys of his past life. Wait, everyone, let me calculate this lady's fortune. Yasuo frowned and looked at the crowd. Sanji immediately leaned closer, as he had become deeply fascinated by Yasuo's fortune-telling skills. Vivi looked at Yasuo with a panicked expression, but she couldn't run away. Damn, what should I do? Let me calculate. Your identity is that of a princess or a queen. I've calculated this for you before, but you're so young. You must not be a queen, so you must be a princess. And your current identity is an undercover agent. Let me guess, your country is currently suffering, and you're undercover investigating the truth behind the chaos in your homeland. Am I right? Yasuo lit a cigarette and said with a strange smile. Everyone looked at Vivi with puzzled expressions, waiting for her explanation. Vivi, with a face full of terror, looked at Yasuo and said, You, how do you know? As soon as Vivi finished speaking, everyone showed surprised expressions as they looked at her. Even Mr. 9, who was lying down, jumped up and looked at Vivi. Miss Wieldsthe, is what he said true? Mr. 9, who had never expected that the woman he had partnered with for so long was actually a princess, exclaimed, So you must know who started the war, right? Right? Vivi regained her composure and grabbed Yasuo's shoulders, asking, It's the great hero of your country. Yasuo replied indifferently. What? It's him. Upon hearing Yasuo's words, Vivi's heart sank. The 7 warlords of the sea. How could I possibly save my own country? Everyone looked at Yasuo with confusion. Who is it? Sanji asked. I don't know. My abilities are limited. Yasuo waved his hand and walked towards the cabin. Damn long-haired freak. Sanji spat. You tease me. Miss Wieldsthe, are you the princess of Alabasta? Mr. 9 anxiously wanted to know Vivi's identity. Vivi ignored Mr. 9 and quickly thought in her mind. 7 warlords. Great hero. Rebel army. Yes. I need to hurry back and tell Koza the truth. Mr. 9 said, Okay, just pretend I don't exist. I request everyone to take us to Whiskey Peak. Please. Vivi knelt on the deck, looking at Luffy. Seeing his partner kneel, Mr. 9 quickly followed suit. Luffy, who had never received such a grand gesture, immediately softened. It's okay. It's a small matter. Leave it to us. Luffy laughed and patted his chest. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they reached Whiskey Peak, she would rush back to her country to tell her childhood friend Koza the truth about the rebel army. The Mary slowly turned towards Whiskey Peak. Hey, long-haired freak. You must know something. Zoro walked to Yasuo's room and asked the Yasuo lying on the bed. Just a game of a poor princess saving her country. What's wrong? Are you interested? Yasuo looked at Zoro. Zoro disdainfully glanced at Yasuo and then turned to leave. This long-haired freak definitely knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped those two earlier. Zoro muttered to himself, unconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword. Zoro's 3 swords were already eager to unleash their power, wanting to vent their strength. The weather in the Grand Line was unpredictable, and Nami was on the verge of breaking down. Even Yasuo, lying in the cabin, could hear Nami yelling at Sanji and Usopp. Poor Usopp was helpless, wondering why the tasks of handling the sails and steering the ship were given to him. It seems I requested it myself. I'm such a fool. Time slowly passed, and the Mary gradually sailed towards Whiskey Peak Town. Yasuo stepped out of the cabin and looked at Luffy and Usopp, who were having a snowball fight, then turned his gaze towards the Whiskey Peak, which looked like a Teletubby's head. Whiskey Peak was the first island the Straw Hat Pirates landed on upon entering the Grand Line. It is a small town that welcomes pirates, but the reality is that it is a gathering place for bounty hunters. At the same time, it is also a subordinate branch of the secret criminal organization Baroque Works. They are actually gathered here to target the bounties of pirates heading to the Grand Line. Many inexperienced young pirates have become their prey, and on the mountain live Baroque Works agents, bounty hunters Mr. 8 and Miss Monday. Mr. 8 is a Karam, the captain of the Royal Guard of the Alabasta Kingdom, who infiltrated Baroque Works with Princess Vivi to investigate the truth behind the kingdom's turmoil. Miss Monday is a strong woman who initially appeared disguised as a nun at Whiskey Peak. After Vivi's identity was exposed, she helped Vivi because she considered her a friend. The Mary docked at the shore, and everyone disembarked. They saw a crowd at the village entrance, holding banners and shouting loudly, "Welcome, welcome, welcome to Whiskey Peak. Adventurers from afar, please accept the banquet we have prepared for you." A bearded man stepped forward to speak. As soon as Luffy, the big fool, heard about food, his smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum, radiating sunshine. "Great, great, a banquet, a banquet." Luffy and Usopp shouted as they ran towards the villagers. "Hey, green algae head, have you ever seen villagers welcoming pirates?" Yasuo said while walking along the path to the village, looking at Zoro beside him. Zoro was startled. "I thought something was off. And now it seems these villagers must be suspicious." Zoro nodded slightly and continued walking forward. Inside the tavern, everyone sat together, eating meat and drinking heavily. Nami was competing with a strong woman dressed as a nun in a drinking contest, while Zoro was also drinking heartily with everyone, as he heard that if you win in drinking, you could earn a reward. This made Nami, who loved money, open her mouth wide and drink boldly. Zoro, on the other hand, was drinking while pondering, what exactly are these guys up to? Yasuo looked at everyone drinking so happily and let go of his silly side, directly taking out the small do speaker. He played an incredibly passionate song and then jumped onto the table, shouting loudly, "Ospa Kasekno, Ebas Bas Baspa, Bas Bas Baspa, hey hey, Bas Bas Baspa, not Bas Bas Baspa, hey hey." Luffy and Usopp, seeing Yasuo dancing wildly on the table, immediately jumped up to join the dance team. Nami almost spit out her drink at this sight, desperately trying to swallow it down, her toes feeling so awkward they could dig a 3-bedroom apartment. Unconsciously, she shifted to the side, pretending not to know the few people, and continued to compete with the female warrior nun. Damn it, this long-haired monster actually knows other dances. I just wonder what kind of abilities this dance has. Zoro was shocked inside. Sanji watched the dancing figures and felt his blood start to rush. He really wanted to join the dance team, but he controlled himself, thinking that such an embarrassing thing shouldn't be shown in front of Nami-chan. "Ha ha ha, brothers, shake it up." Yasuo completely released his silly side, holding a barrel of wine while swaying his body with Luffy and Usopp on the table. The music stopped. Yasuo felt it wasn't enough and immediately instructed the small do speaker to play Love Like Fire. Suddenly, the music started playing. The heart is beating. It's love like a raging fire. You're smiling. The crazy one is me. Love like fire will warm the heart. In an instant, the scene became uncontrollable, with Yasuo jumping on the table, and soon everyone began to dance along. The Baroque works lousy hunters seemed to forget their serious business and couldn't help but join Yasuo's dance team. Left hand, right hand, head swinging back and forth. The scene looked very crazy, just like a wild party in a DJ nightclub. Sanji was looking at Nami, who was following everyone's dance with hearts in his eyes. And then he joined in. Zoro took a deep breath and walked out the door. He didn't want to mess around with this group of idiots. Luffy and Usopp were dancing so hard they were sweating profusely. It was evident that they were deeply immersed in it and couldn't extricate themselves. After a while, the music stopped and Luffy, Usopp, Nami, and Sanji all collapsed in a dizzy heap. Upon seeing this, Yasuo realized that everyone had fallen victim to the pirate hunter sedative. However, since it didn't threaten their lives, he didn't pay much attention. After finishing his dance, he felt a bit thirsty and grabbed a drink from the table, downing it in one go. "Ha ha ha, Luffy, you guys are so weak. You get tired after just a little dance," Yasuo said while drinking. The pirate hunters from Baroque Works, who had stopped dancing, were shocked to see Yasuo still standing. Damn it, could it be that the sedative was too weak? "Where's the drink? Keep it coming. I haven't had enough yet." Seeing everyone eyeing him suspiciously, Yasuo decided to mess with him a bit. "Here it comes. Sorry to keep you waiting." In no time, a lackey brought a large mug of beer and handed it to Yasuo. He thought disdainfully, "Do you know that in my past life, I could drink 5 bottles of strong liquor without falling over? Damn it, why hasn't that long-haired guy fallen yet?" The other lowlifes whispered among themselves. "I put in 2 packets of sedative." One of the lackeys said, "Hurry, this time put in 5 packets. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter, as long as we can get the bounty." The female, muscular nun said. Upon hearing the bounty, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. The combined bounty of the Straw Hat crew was a whopping 150 million berries. That was enough for them to enjoy the small black alleys for 7 or 8 times. Everyone was filled with anticipation for a better future, completely unaware that one member of the Straw Hat crew was missing, Zoro. At that moment, Zoro was sitting on the rooftop, eavesdropping on their conversation. It wasn't really eavesdropping. He had been up there for quite a while. A mere sedative? If I hadn't been on guard and had drunk a bit less, I might have fallen for it too. Huh? Zoro looked up at the moon, feeling quite smug. The long-haired guy still hasn't fallen? 5 packets? He should be down by now. Zoro was also intrigued. He wanted to see how long the long-haired guy could hold out. More drinks. More drinks. Yasuo continued. Before long, beer mixed with 5 packets of sedative was down by Yasuo, and he looked at the lackey. Keep it coming. Zoro was shocked. Damn it, that long-haired guy still hasn't fallen? Heh, you think you could take me down? I've already bought a heat-clearing detox liquid from the system store. This mere sedative is nothing to me. Yasuo thought to himself. Next, the actions of the Baroque Works pirate hunters truly opened Yasuo's eyes. Seeing that 5 to 10 packets of sedative couldn't bring him down, everyone began pulling out their secret poisons and mixing them into the drinks they were serving Yasuo. Yasuo looked at the glass of bubbling green liquid in front of him and thought, you might as well bring out poison directly. What a pointless act. The drink looked like a swamp, as if it had dozens of pounds of loquats thrown in. Damn, has that Kerschong way crossed over to this pirate world as well? Yasuo silently complained. However, Yasuo still adhered to the beautiful and good virtues of Huaxia, not wanting to waste or spoil anything. He picked up the drink and downed in one go. Everyone present was stunned. Even Zoro, who was observing Yasuo from the rooftop with his observation Haki, was shocked. Is it really that obvious and you're still drinking? Damn it, the long-haired kid. Are you messing with us? One of the henchmen spoke up. Ha ha, close the door. Let Zoro in. Yasuo laughed and said. Suddenly, Zoro knew it was time to act, and he jumped down from the rooftop, looking at the henchmen. You guys really have bad intentions. Speak. What is your purpose? Seeing that they couldn't keep up the act any longer, the henchmen all pulled out weapons, pointing them at the two. Rifles, long knives, fruit knives, nail clippers. The muscular nun Miss Monday instantly shed her robe, which scared Yasuo into quickly closing his eyes. Yasuo secretly squinted his eyes and saw a woman wearing a fitted workout outfit, her muscles appearing incredibly strong, standing in front of Zoro. Yasuo Kongang Barbie. I wonder if Sanji will have hard eyes when he sees this. Of course, we're here to catch you and claim the bounty. Former pirate hunter Rorinoa Zoro. Kongang Barbie said, so you're pirate hunters? Zoro suddenly thought about letting these people go. After all, they had traveled together for a while. One should show some mercy. Our Baroque Works pirate hunters are very strong. Don't underestimate us. Kongang Barbie unwittingly mentioned Baroque Works. Zoro had been invited by this so-called Baroque Works before. Back then, he was so proud that he wouldn't join such a group. Even the arrogant person who came to invite him had been cut down by him. Oh, so it's Baroque Works? I remember you guys invited me, but I said I wanted to be the president, and that bunch of idiots didn't want to. They tried to cut me down instead. Zoro looked at Kongang Barbie disdainfully. Enough talk. Zoro, bite her. Yasuo shouted from the table, feeling dizzy as he looked at Zoro. Damn it, long-haired freak. Zoro frowned. What do you mean, bite her? I'm very strong. You better be careful. Kongang Barbie said as she threw a punch at Zoro. Bang. Zoro raised one hand, catching Kongang Barbie's fist, glancing sideways at her with a mocking expression, and said, Hee, are you really strong? Seeing Zoro block her attack, Kongang Barbie's arm muscles bulged as she tried to shake off Zoro's grip, but crack. With a sound, Zoro pulled up Kongang Barbie's wrist, breaking it with a sharp noise. Zoro, hee, can you, with your steroid-enhanced strength, compare to my all-natural strength? A scream like that of a dying pig echoed. Zoro looked at the woman in front of him, who was wailing, too disdainful to draw his sword. He directly covered his right foot with armament Haki and kicked the wailing Kongang Barbie flying. Kongang Barbie clumsily got up, angrily glaring at Zoro, then stomped heavily on the ground and leaped into the sky, launching a flying attack. Seeing that Zoro and Kongang Barbie had begun fighting, everyone rushed towards Yasuo, realizing that this drunken vice-captain of the Straw Hat crew seemed to be easier to deal with. Yasuo stood on the table, looking at the goons charging at him with drawn swords. Ha ha ha, looking for death. Dare to lay hands on me, Yasuo. Yasuo laughed out loud. Tomas spin. Yasuo placed his hands on the table and lifted his legs into the air, performing an inverted stance. Then, armed Haki covered his feet, and he started spinning rapidly. As the goons got close, Yasuo kicked them away, sending them crashing into the tavern walls with a series of loud thuds. Seeing that he had taken down everyone with one move, Yasuo felt bored. Sigh, being invincible is so lonely. He looked towards Zoro's direction, where Zoro was standing on one foot on top of the Iron Barbie. looking up at the sky with a fierce expression, seemingly sharing the same thought with Yasuo. Being invincible is so lonely. The Iron Barbie was covered in injuries, her face swollen and looking lifelessly at the ground. She never expected that this dog-like Zoro would have more strength than herself. It was like an elephant stepping on an ant. Zoro glanced disdainfully at the Iron Barbie, then walked into the tavern. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard from a distance, waking the dazed Yasuo. Damn, I forgot there's still Vivi. Yasuo quickly dashed out the door. Zoro watched Yasuo leave, not caring at all about what Yasuo was going to do, as staying here was just right to protect his companions from other people's harm. Zoro looked at the few people lying on the table. Wait, where's Nami? Zoro began to scan the area, and upon not finding Nami, he suddenly panicked. Just then, Nami walked into the tavern carrying a bunch of bags. Just moments ago, when Zoro jumped down from the rooftop in a domineering manner, Nami had taken advantage of everyone's moment of distraction to sneak out and loot their treasures. Neither of them spoke. Nami was counting the treasure she had gathered, her eyes sparkling with the sight of berries, drooling profusely. Shortly after, Yasuo walked in holding 3 dark figures. Hey, long-haired freak, where have you been? Zoro coldly asked. Well, this princess almost died. Yasuo pointed at the 2 figures. That's right. Just now, as Yasuo rushed towards the explosion, he saw 3 dark figures wriggling in front of him, which startled Yasuo, and he immediately knocked out the 2 with a strong blow. Yasuo also felt a bit embarrassed. It was indeed hard to see clearly at this late hour. Vivi was also confused. Clearly, she was asking Yasuo for help, but instead, he came up with a big punch. Do you even know how much damage a punch can do to a girl? It's just that when Yasuo arrived, he didn't see the booger guy and the others. And he didn't know if he scared them away with his handsome face that looked like Tang San's. Yasuo picked up 2 people and a duck and headed to the tavern. On the way, he also saw Mr. Nine's corpse and casually took a bit of tissue. Mr. Nine had been blown to bits, but thankfully Yasuo spotted a piece of skin with a pattern resembling the number 9, allowing him to identify the corpse. I told you to lie down. Now you really are lying down. Sigh. Yasuo quickly carried the 2 people towards the tavern, eager to see the fight between Zoro and Luffy, wondering who was stronger. Inside the tavern, Kuro, Vivi, and Akainu slowly regained consciousness from their dizziness, looking at Yasuo with angry eyes. Ahem, what happened to you guys? Yasuo asked the 2. Damn crocodile has already found out my identity. Vivi cried as she looked at Yasuo, Zoro, and Nami. Don't worry, Princess Vivi, I will definitely take you back to Alabasta safely. We must expose that scheming villain. Akainu comforted Princess Vivi. A princess of a country must be very rich, right? Nami looked at Vivi with sparkling eyes. Oh, what do you mean? Vivi was taken aback, wondering if Nami intended to kidnap her. How about we send you back to that Alabasta, or whatever? You just give us 100 million berries. Nami said, we but secretly thought that this 100 million berries should belong to her alone. As long as you send me back to Alabasta, I will pay you for your services, Vivi said excitedly, not expecting to have free bodyguards. Once we arrive in Alabasta, the sky is the limit. 100 million berries? Dream on. Ha. Not bad, not bad. It's a deal. Nami successfully negotiated an impossible deal. At that moment, Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji, who were lying nearby, slowly woke up, looking around in confusion. Suddenly, the big fool Luffy became furious. Who hurt these kind villagers? Baka. Usopp was startled by Luffy's loud shout and looked at everyone in confusion. Yasuo remained silent, preparing to watch the exciting battle between Zoro and Luffy. However, the plot seemed to be developing in a direction that Yasuo did not expect. Zoro and Nami both turned their gazes towards him, and even Kuro, Vivi, and Igaram beside them were looking at Yasuo. Yasuo. In the next moment, Luffy angrily looked at Yasuo. Yasuo, why did you hurt these kind villagers? Wait a minute, these people are... Yasuo was about to say it was Zoro's doing, but then he thought about it and realized it was actually him. He saw Zoro grinning at Yasuo, seemingly saying, long-haired freak, you have your day too? Luffy noticed that Yasuo couldn't come up with a response for a long time and directly took action. Gomu no. Rubber pistol. Bang. While Yasuo was in a daze, he was sent flying out the door by Luffy's Haki-infused punch, smashing the door to pieces and flying out. Yasuo, damn it. How dare you ambush an honest man like me? Yasuo is feeling helpless. During this time, he is either on the way to beating his companions or on the way to being beaten by them. Just as Yasuo was about to get up, he saw Luffy charge out, shouting loudly, Gomu no. Gum rocket. Bang. Yasuo was sent flying even further. Damn it. just because the tiger doesn't show its power. Do you think I'm a pushover? Yasuo activated his observation Haki, kicked off the ground, and leaped towards Luffy. Armament. Hardening. Iron Fist of Love. With a punch imbued with Saitama's strength, he struck Luffy in the stomach. Luffy bent at a 90-degree angle and flew back, crashing into the tavern behind him, which immediately filled with smoke and began to shake. Then, with a loud crash, the tavern collapsed. Nami and the others rushed out, looking back at the ruins. They saw Luffy, holding a straw hat, slowly walking out. Yasuo, you're going too far. Luffy covered his arm with armament Haki, raised it, and began to blow air into it. Suddenly, a giant inflatable fist appeared. Goma Goma no. Gum Gum Hammer. Luffy's arm stretched quickly, holding the giant fist and swinging it towards Yasuo. A large, dark fist rushed towards Yasuo, who looked helplessly at Nami. Nami, uninterested, looked up at the sky, while Zoro stared down at his toes. Sanji had a confused expression on his face. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? Usopp was also scanning the area in confusion, wondering what was going on. Damn it. Did I miss something big? Damn it. Is it time for me to use my strongest martial arts secret? Yasuo said. As soon as Yasuo finished speaking, an angry Luffy instantly woke up, seemingly forgetting who he was attacking. It wasn't Zoro. Luffy desperately controlled his inflated fist and swung it to the side. Boom! Immediately, the ground next to Yasuo was smashed into a large pit by Luffy. Then, Luffy's arm quickly recoiled, returning to its original form in an instant. Damn it! Luckily, thankfully, I didn't hit Yasuo. Otherwise, I would have to face that 1,000-year kill. Luffy felt relieved in his heart. Luffy's intelligence kicked in as he looked at Zoro and Nami. What happened? Yasuo awkwardly touched his nose and thought to himself, what's the big deal? It's just 1,000 years of pain. Is it really that scary? Nami, seeing there was no good show to watch, immediately lost interest and turned to Luffy, telling him everything that had just happened with Usopp and Sanji. Damn it, I actually let my guard down. I missed the chance to protect Miss Nami. I'm really useless. Sanji suddenly started wailing. Hee hee. Yasuo, I'm really sorry. Luffy said with a cheeky grin as he looked at Yasuo approaching him. It's fine. We're all comrades, so there's no need to be so formal about it. Next time, I'll just use the 1,000 years of pain directly. Yasuo replied nonchalantly. Luffy's expression immediately stiffened. Next time? No, there absolutely won't be a next time. Nami then repeated to Luffy about escorting Vivi. And Vivi also promised that she would treat Luffy to a big meal later, which made the big fool Luffy immediately dance with joy and agree. Then he heard that there was a sinister pirate in Vivi's country stirring up war, which made Luffy furious. Damn it, a pirate like that doesn't deserve to be called a pirate. He immediately shouted that he was going to beat up that pirate. Of course, in Luffy's mind, pirates are just fools like himself. Aw no, adventurers like himself, not those who think all day about seizing others' properties and stealing other countries. It's simply a disgrace to pirates. Really embarrassing for pirates. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile. When everyone asked who that pirate was, Ikarim spoke up. What? The warlords of the sea? Zoro shouted in surprise, then let his face drop, maintaining his cool demeanor. Huh? What s the warlords of the sea? Luffy asked blankly, noticing Zoro's surprised expression, as if this warlords of the sea was something quite unusual. You know the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk? He's one of the warlords of the sea. What? Are you scared? Green algae head? Yasuo looked at Luffy and then at Zoro. Damn it, even if he were the 8 warlords of the sea, I'd still beat him up. The big fool Luffy shouted angrily, as if Crocodile's actions had completely crossed Luffy's bottom line. Hee hee, am I scared? My 3 swords are already itching for a fight, Zoro said with a determined and excited look at the 3 swords at his waist. Nami and Usopp, upon hearing that it was an opponent of the level of the world's greatest swordsman, felt their legs going weak. And Nami thought to herself that she shouldn't have agreed to escort Vivi. Sanji took a deep puff of his cigarette, thinking that his feet hadn't been sharpened in a long time. They were almost rusty. Yasuo watched as Nami and Usopp, the timid duo, trembled and was instantly speechless. They used to seem quite brave, but now that they were in the Grand Line, they were just like in the original story. It's mainly surprising that with their current overwhelming strength, they still acted this way. Luffy was already eager to head to Alabasta to take down Crocodile and gave the order to set off immediately for Alabasta. Thus, on a pitch-black night, the Straw Hat crew, along with Karoo the Duck, Princess Vivi, and Ikelim with 6 rolls of toilet paper on his head, boarded the Mary. As soon as they stepped onto the Mary, they noticed a beautiful and graceful woman in a sexy purple outfit and a purple hat. Leisurely sitting on the ship's railing with a smile on her face resting her chin on her hand. Luffy seriously looked at the woman above and asked, "Who are you?" "Huh?" Zoro also frowned, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at any moment. Seeing everyone's aggressive demeanor, Yasuo was worried they might just take Robin out right then and there. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the devil child, Nico Robin, partner of the boss of Baroque Works, Miss Sunday. She was a devil fruit user who had eaten the flower fruit, allowing her to make any part of her body bloom and grow on any tangible object within her line of sight, enabling her to attack or use it for other purposes. Her goal was to find the true history, and she would never forgive those who trample on historical artifacts. Yasuo looked at Robin, who hadn't undergone cosmetic surgery yet, appearing dark and as if she had just returned from a battle in Iraq. She looked like a spirited girl, making Yasuo's mouth twitch. He could complain all he wanted, but this Robin would eventually become the Straw Hat Crew's translator of historical texts. So he had to be a bit nicer to this cunning-spirited girl. Just as Robin was about to use her fruit abilities to tease everyone, Yasuo hurriedly stopped her, saying that the current Straw Hat Crew was not like in the original story. If everyone was unhappy, she might as well go cry to the King of Hell. Wait, state your intentions. No tricks, or will some of mine end up dead? Damn long-haired monster. How could you talk to a beautiful lady like that? Sanji glared at Yasuo, then turned to Robin, pulling out a rose from somewhere and saying, "Beautiful lady, it's fate that we meet. But I wonder how many berries the beautiful lady needs. Could I have your phone snail contact?" Robin completely ignored the flirtatious Sanji and looked at the man who brought her great pressure, the Straw Hat Crew's vice captain, Blue Devil. "Gol D, you should know that just now, this princess revealed the greatest secret to you. Knowing the boss's biggest secret, you will face endless pursuit forever." Robin spoke slowly. "Oh, so what? Are you one of Crocodile's subordinates?" Zoro smirked. "So I'm here to save you," Robin said as she tossed a log pose towards Yasuo. Yasuo took the log pointer and then handed it to Luffy. Yasuo knew that Luffy would crush this thing, so it was better for the captain to handle it. "Save us? What does that mean?" Nami frowned and looked at Robin. "The pointer is pointing to an island that the studio members don't know about. A place to escape the pursuit." Robin explained. "Look, it's coming." Robin pointed to a spot on the sea, and a sailboat was quickly approaching. "Huh, isn't that little Kex?" Black silence. "Sniper, show our beautiful lady what you've got." Yasuo laughed as he looked at Usopp. Hearing Yasuo call out his codename, Usopp felt a surge of excitement. His legs stopped shaking, and he looked determinedly at the approaching sailboat. He took the source, Heavenly Dragon, and directly rested it on the edge of the ship, one eye peering through the scope aiming at the sailboat. Then armed Haki covered his hands, gradually spreading to the entire gun body. Usopp then activated the auto-aim function and pulled the trigger. Ultimate. Super. Black explosion. A bullet infused with black light, and armed Haki shot out instantly. The sailboat floating in the distance had a circular black ring surrounding its hull. The people on the ship were still unaware of what was happening when they suddenly heard a bang and met their end in the afterlife. Boom! The ship's hull was blown apart by Usopp's shot. Flames surged, debris flew everywhere, and everyone on the ship perished. Yasuo looked at Icolum beside him. This old man had just saved a life. "You can leave now. We don't need your help." Luffy looked up at Robin and slowly spoke, then crushed the log pose in his hand. Crack! The shards fell to the ground. Seeing Usopp blow up a ship with a single shot, Robin was a bit surprised, but that was all. "Since that's the case, then I won't disturb you all any longer. Goodbye." Good advice is hard to give to a stubborn ghost. Robin directly used her fruit ability to create a bridge made entirely of hands, leading to the sea. A turtle shell emerged, and Robin walked onto it. Sitting on the shell, it slowly drifted away from the Mary, getting farther and farther. Watching the spirited girl gradually distance herself, Yasuo preferred the Robin from 2 years later. At least by then, she wouldn't look so spirited anymore. And her skin had also become fairer, quite kawaii. It's just that he didn't know which hospital Robin had her cosmetic surgery done. He must ask her about it later, hee. He could also get a makeover of his own face to look as handsome as Surehao from Perfect World. Hee. Well, maybe you should just stick with the anti-inflammatory from the continent of breathing. After all, that man's charm is endless, a true example of a traveler. After some inner turmoil, Yasuo turned and walked towards the cabin, thinking he needed a good sleep after drinking so much and feeling a bit dizzy. Next stop, the small garden. The Mary slowly sailed on the sea, and 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Vivi was looking worriedly at the sea, standing next to Karoo, clearly very concerned about her country, wishing she could rush back to save her people. Icolum, on the other hand, was being ordered around by Nami, seriously scrubbing the deck. "Damn it, I'm the captain of the Royal Guard. How could they make me scrub the deck? Oof. I'll endure it. Seeing Vivi so unhappy, Luffy felt a bit sorry for this strong woman, and he grabbed Usopp to start his antics. Making faces, sticking chopsticks up his nose, shaking his hands like flowers. Dancing Basabasa, dancing love is like fire. Luffy used all his tricks to make Vivi laugh. Vivi couldn't help but laugh out loud at this pirate who didn't seem like a pirate at all. Seeing this, Zoro, Sanji, and Nami all smiled, as expected of Luffy, always able to come up with unexpected ways to solve problems. Yasuo was lazily lying in the cabin, tirelessly using the treasure pot to farm Baileys. Trasudapot. You are my closest kin. Please never leave me in this life, okay? Yasuo happily hugged the treasure pot. Yehey, I was wrong to trust. System. What happened after I wiped my neck? Did I become a great hero? Hee hee. Yasuo lay on the bed, chuckling. Ding. Returning to the host, after you wiped your neck. Many sea fans spontaneously built a grave the size of a football field for you. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. What the hell? Is it that exaggerated? Ha ha ha. No wonder I'm Chun-Zi Xuan. Isn't this grave bigger than some famous people's graves? Why build it so big? It's kind of embarrassing. Yasuo shamelessly laughed in his heart. Ding. Returning to the host, because you disrupted the storyline of the Pirate King, many sea fans are venting their anger by partying on your grave 24 hours a day. The system replied. Yasuo. What the hell? What do they understand? Only I, Chun-Zi Xuan, am a real man. Unlike them, who only dare to sneakily send blades. Yasuo is furious inside. Yehey, this made you look foolish. Yasuo angrily walked out of the cabin and headed towards the deck, feeling the need to breathe in some fresh air. As he stepped onto the deck and looked up, the outline of the small garden gradually came into view, with the Mary slowly approaching it. The small garden is a massive island that still preserves the famous prehistoric landscape. But there are things there that are even more terrifying than dinosaurs. Two giants who have been dueling on the island for over 100 years. The green demon Doli and the red demon Brokey. As the Mary slowly docked, everyone began to disembark, preparing to head into the forest for supplies. Hey, Furball, green algae head, how about a little competition? Let us see who can find more ingredients. Sanji suggested, feeling competitive as he looked at the two. All you do is compete every day. Old pervert. Yasuo scoffed at Sanji. Come on, let us compete. Zoro exclaimed, looking excited. Old pervert? Furball, I've had enough of you. Stop giving me all these weird nicknames. Sanji angrily glared at Yasuo. Yasuo scoffed and stopped talking. Yasuo turned to everyone and said, Hey everyone, this is the Grand Line. It's not like before. There are many uncertain dangers, so be careful. If you encounter an opponent, don't hold back your strength. Use your full power right away. Got it? Yoshi. Luffy, looking serious. Added Yasuo is right. Everyone, if we meet an opponent, use your full strength to knock them away. Luffy had already felt a bit challenged by the enemies in the Grand Line when dealing with Yon, and he was somewhat scared. Yes, if we encounter an opponent, use the Pirate 8 Gates. Just go for it, don't hold back. Yasuo continued to incite them. Ha ha ha, little Sanji is going to get beaten up. Yasuo thought to himself with glee. Everyone nodded seriously and walked deeper into the forest. Vivi, Karoo, Ikelim, and Nami formed one group, while Usopp and Luffy formed another, and Zoro went alone. Yasuo, after wandering around the beach near the Mary, caught up with Sanji, who was on his way. He wanted to see what a transponder snail looked like. He hadn't seen one since arriving in this pirate world. Hey, fluffy hair guy, why are you following me? Sanji asked, looking back at Yasuo. What? Is that a problem? I'm going to follow you. Old pervert cook. Yasuo replied, walking with his hands on his head. Sanji was annoyed and hurriedly quickened his pace, trying to shake off Yasuo. As he walked, Sanji turned around and saw Yasuo still following him steadily, maintaining about a 50-meter distance. Damn it. Sanji immediately unleashed the speed he had trained for over a decade, running ahead. After a while, Sanji turned around and was stunned. He saw Yasuo, not out of breath and looking unfazed, still with his hands on his head, looking at Sanji with disdain, as if to say, too slow. Trash. Damn. Armament. Ostrich Shoah. Sanji suddenly used his recently created move. The armament Haki covered his feet, and he stomped the ground, shooting forward like a rocket. Yasuo, really? Yasuo didn't pay any attention and slowly activated his observation Haki, covering the entire island. Suddenly, he could see everyone and everything on the island clearly. Within the coverage of his observation Haki, Yasuo sensed someone sneaking closer to the Mary. Yasuo chuckled. I had already planted C4 explosives around the Mary. Go ahead. If it doesn't blow off a leg, I'll consider myself defeated. Even if the people in the pirate world have incredible resilience, they can't withstand that, right? Hee. Yasuo didn't care at all and hurried towards Sanji, who was also running towards the small cabin made of candles. After running for a while, Sanji noticed that Yasuo hadn't followed him, so he slowed down and looked up, seeing a small cabin standing ahead. Sanji was puzzled. How could a house appear in such a deep forest? He stepped inside and was greeted by a steaming cup of tea. As a culinary expert, he had some knowledge of tea and immediately recognized it as the legendary Tiguanyin. What a good tea! Sanji unconsciously picked up the teacup, eager to taste this fine tea. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound came from behind, startling Sanji and causing him to spit out the Tiguanyin he had in his mouth. Turning around, he saw Yasuo looking at him with a mischievous expression. Baka, you could scare someone to death like that. Long-hair monster. Sanji was furious. Hee. Then why aren't you dead yet? If you die, I'll take care of Nami-chan. You can rest easy. Yasuo looked at Sanji with a teasing expression. Sanji felt helpless. Why did Luffy let this dog of a person be the vice captain? Was it just because he was a little stronger? Yasuo noticed with his observation Haki that Luffy was happily chatting with the giant, realizing that his little brother hadn't made a move yet. He figured he still had some time, so he lay down on a nearby chair. This position was quite comfortable, he thought, in this mountain villa. Yasuo sighed. Sanji ignored Yasuo and continued to savor his Tiguanyin tea. Yasuo, what kind of stuff are you putting in your mouth? Aren't you afraid of dying? Yasuo looked at the little snail on the table and thought, this should be the so-called telephone bug, right? Isn't this just a slightly bigger snail? What kind of principle allows it to make phone calls? Yasuo complained. After observing it for a while, he placed it beside himself, waiting for Crocodile's call. When the telephone bug rings, it should be when Luffy and the others are beating up the mistress, right? Yasuo pondered while stroking his chin. Who built this room? Why is it still made of candles? Sanji put down his teacup and reached for the wall. Maybe someone lives on this island. Yasuo looked at Sanji. Then let's wait for the owner of this house to come back. Maybe he went out to look for food. Sanji said, stroking his chin. You just want to see if she's a beauty, right? Old pervert. Yasuo looked at Sanji disdainfully. Baka, has your mouth been soaking in a cesspool for 3 days and nights? It smells so bad. As Yasuo exposed Sanji's little thoughts, Sanji immediately became unhappy. Want to fight? Belvethted chef. Yasuo stood up and looked at Sanji. I'll kick you to death. Do you believe it? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, tilted his head and looked at Yasuo sideways. Just as the tension rose between them, the telephone bug on the table suddenly rang, interrupting their banter. Brew, brew, brew. The little snail on the table suddenly widened its eyes, pouted its little mouth, and made a series of brew brew sounds. Seeing this, Sanji quickly picked up the telephone bug on the table and squeezed the snail shell to answer the call. Yasuo also remained silent, looking at the small snail in Sanji's hand. After a while, the Din Mushy spoke up. How's it going? Have you dealt with them? At that moment, the Din Mushy suddenly displayed a human-like expression, and upon closer inspection, its constipated look resembled crocodiles. Who are you? Sanji asked. I am Mr. Zero. Who are you? On the other side, after Luffy and the others regrouped, they discovered the duel between the blue demon Dory and the red demon Broggy. Eventually, when Broggy stopped fighting, he noticed Luffy and his crew and started chatting excitedly with them. Luffy then learned the story between these two giants. They claimed to have forgotten the reason for their battles after fighting too many times for too long, but eventually remembered. Back when they were part of a pirate crew, they fought against two giant sea monsters, and during the celebration, a little girl asked, so, who won the hunting competition? Who had the bigger prey? This led to a debate between Dory and the others, and according to the customs of their homeland, any dispute would lead to a fight, with the winner receiving the blessing of the god of Elbaf, which meant being in the right. Thus, the two giants fought for years without a clear victor. After hearing this, Luffy admired the two of them. While Usopp internally decided that these were the idols of Captain Usopp, Luffy decided to treat Broggy to a drink, and Broggy expressed that he hadn't tasted alcohol in many years. So, Zoro voluntarily decided to go to the ship to help fetch the drinks, as he also respected these two giants. When Zoro reached the beach where the Mary was docked, he was startled by the scene before him. What happened? Looking up, he saw a large crater caused by an explosion, and there seemed to be some bloodstains near the crater, which extended into the forest. Zoro became curious and wanted to see what was going on. Following the bloodstains deep into the forest, he saw a man with only half of his body, with the lower half completely missing, struggling to crawl forward. What the hell? He's still alive? Zoro was taken aback. A person without a lower body is still alive? And can move? Mr. Five seemed to sense the newcomer, turned to look at Zoro, and then, as if giving up resistance, slumped on the ground and said, I didn't expect the Straw Hat Pirates to be so sinister. Haha, I, Mr. Five, am not willing to accept this. Indeed, this man who was missing half of his body was the explosive man who ate the bomb fruit. He was one of the senior agents of Baroque Works, often using explosive attacks with his nose. His partner was Miss Valentine, with a bounty of 10 million berries. The sinister, nose-picking man, realizing he couldn't match the Straw Hat crew alone, had followed them to Little Garden, and seeing that everyone had left the Mary, he planned to sneak onto the Mary and mix his bombs into their drinks, intending to take them all out during the feast. Unfortunately, Yasuo had already anticipated the nose-picking man's actions and had planted C4 explosives that would detonate upon stepping on them. The nose-picking man called himself the explosive man, but unfortunately, he wasn't a Logia type, and thus fell victim to Yasuo's trap. It can be said, success and failure both come from explosions. Mr. Five? Although I don't know what happened. Since you're the enemy, let me send you on your way. Zoro drew his sword and looked at the despairing, nose-picking man. Damn it, I don't want to die yet. I'm not willing. The nose-picking man stammered, raising his right hand to try to pick his nose. The next moment, swish, Zoro effortlessly sliced off the nose-picking man's head, which rolled aside. The nose-picking fruit user, Mr. Five, dead. Still trying to pick your nose before dying? You should have said that earlier. It must be uncomfortable, right? Zoro muttered, sheathing his sword and turning to walk toward the Mary. When Zoro returned from the Mary with a barrel of alcohol, he saw that the giant Broggy's legs and half of his body were submerged in candle wax. Broggy struggled to escape the wax, but once it solidified, it became extremely hard, and even the immensely strong Broggy was helpless. Luffy and the others stood in front of Broggy, looking at the three people ahead. Indeed, the three before them were Miss Valentine, Mr. Three, and Miss Golden Week. Mr. Three's real name is Gol D, Roger. He is one of the senior officials of Baroque Works, a strategist who fights for victory and is a user of the wax fruit, known as Little Three. Miss Golden Week is a member of Baroque Works and Mr. Three's partner, a young girl artist who loves tea, but has the ability to control others' emotions with the paint from her color palette, not being a fruit user. Miss Valentine is a member of Baroque Works, a fashionable and beautiful woman, somewhat resembling Sanji, essentially a female version of him. She is a user of the heavy fruit, able to freely control her own weight. With short golden hair, a charming appearance, always smiling, wearing a yellow hat and lemon slice-shaped earrings, a yellow dress with lemon slice patterns, a blue jacket, and white high heels with white gloves. She often carries a yellow and blue striped umbrella. She had come along with Mr. Five to pursue the Straw Hat crew. While Mr. Five went to drop his bombs, she went to meet with Mr. Three. Yaha, Straw Hat Pirates, you're all going to die today. I will thoroughly torture you little cuties. Miss Valentine laughed loudly. Luffy looked sternly at the people in front of him who claimed to be from Baroque Works, his anger reaching a peak. In the eyes of Little Three and Miss Valentine, the biggest threat on this island was the two giants. So they had initially ambushed the giant Broggy, leading to the current situation. Everyone, are you ready to fight? Luffy looked back at Usopp, Nami, and the delayed Zoro. You all wait to the side. The upcoming battle might hurt you. Zoro stepped forward, looking at Vivi, Ikarim, and Karoo. The two and the duck immediately ran to the nearby forest, watching from a distance. Oh, more Baroque Works people? Just dealt with one, and now there are more. Zoro slowly drew his swords, Sandai Kitetsu and Shusui, biting down on Wadikamanji as he looked at the three. What? Are you talking about Mr. Five? Little Three had a shocked expression. He didn't expect that the sword-wielding guardian of the Straw Hat crew, Zoro, could actually kill Mr. Five. After all, Mr. Five was the explosive man who ate the bomb fruit. Looking at Zoro, who had no traces of explosions on him, it could only mean one thing, a one-hit kill. Little Three was already feeling the urge to retreat, but since it had come to this, he had to pretend to be brave and exchange a few blows. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Zoro. You've already taken one out. Usopp cheered. Let's go. Luffy, I won't allow any other woman to be prettier than me. Nami angrily glared at Miss Valentine's Day. While everyone was waiting for Luffy to give the command, he was grinning like a fool, as if he had seen his sister Yui. What's wrong? Usopp asked, seeing Luffy's expression. That little girl has a problem. Zoro squinted at the little girl, Miss Golden Week. Seeing the Straw Hat crew's captain so easily taken in, Sanji thought to himself, she's not that strong. I was worried for a moment. Maybe that Roronoa Zoro also only defeated Mr. Five by luck. Damn it, Yasop was right, this is the grand line. Let's use all our strength. Nami said seriously, holding her golden staff. Zoro nodded slightly, then looked at the three and activated the 8 gates. Pirate 8 gates. First gate. Open. Suddenly, green waves of energy surrounded Zoro, his short green hair slowly transforming into long, standing spikes. His sharp gaze fixed on the three in front of him. Super green form. Activated. The three unconsciously swallowed hard. What the hell is this? So scary. Sanji, knowing the importance of striking first, looked at the transformed Zoro and launched an attack with a candle-like liquid. A stream of candle liquid surged from Sanji's arm, rapidly approaching Zoro. Zoro narrowed his eyes, smirking as he shouted, 3 sword style, air slash. Zoro stood still and swung his 3 swords at the oncoming candle liquid, and instantly, 3 slashes glowing with green light cleaved through the air, colliding directly with Sanji's attack. Bang! Hiss! Sanji's attack was completely negated by Zoro's 3 slashes. Zoro's strikes subtly hinted at a flying slash, and if he hadn't activated the 8 gates, he might not have been able to use this skill. Indeed, this skill was developed by Zoro while studying Yasop's wind barrier, since the long-haired freak could block attacks by swinging his sword quickly as a swordsman. He could surely surpass this amateur swordsman. Otherwise, how could he become the world's greatest swordsman? If Yasop were here, he would definitely scoff. Damn, isn't this skill from Miyamoto Musashi? Nami, seeing Zoro transformed and Sanji attacking, panicked and quickly activated the 8 gates transformation. Pirate 8 gates. First gate open. Nami shouted, holding her golden staff. Buzz. Suddenly, an orange wave of energy erupted from Nami, surrounding her body, her chest rapidly swelling, orange hair standing on end, her gaze fixed on the 3 in front of her. Seeing both of them had transformed, Usopp quickly activated his super black form. Pirate 8 gates. First gate open. Usopp shouted as he took down the Tenryu from his back. Usopp's black hair stood on end, black waves of energy surrounding him. Looking like a supervillain making an entrance, incredibly cool, the 3 looked at the dazed Luffy beside them. Realizing they had to deal with the little girl with the drawing board first to free Luffy from this predicament, Nami quickly commanded her golden staff to transform. Love you for 10,000 years. Golden staff turned to a super big fist. The golden staff quickly elongated, extending into a gigantic fist at the top. Nami looked at Miss Golden Week in front of her and covered the staff with armament Haki, instantly smashing the black golden staff fist down at Miss Golden Week. Bang! The ground instantly caved in. Miss Valentine's Day quickly pulled Miss Golden Week back, swallowing hard, not expecting this madwoman to have such great strength. Just as Miss Valentine's Day was surprised, Nami used the ability of the first gate of the 8 gates, and with a heavy stomp, shot towards the 2. Miss Valentine's Day's vision blurred. Nami had quickly circled behind the 2, raising her staff fist and swinging it at them. Miss Valentine's Day was shocked inside, damn. This pesky woman is way too fast. Bang! Miss Valentine's Day and Miss Golden Week were sent flying by Nami, crashing into a nearby tree, shaking it violently. Miss Valentine's Day coughed up blood, looked at the unconscious Miss Golden Week beside her, then at her broken drawing board and her flower umbrella, and instantly felt rage rise from her heart. Damn it, that pesky woman. She actually destroyed my beloved little flower umbrella. Huh, this is the enemy of the Grand Line? Too weak. Nami looked disdainfully at Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day. On the other side, Usopp saw Nami attacking the 2 and also raised the Tenryu, aiming at Sanji. Bang! A bullet infused with armament Haki shot out. Sanji quickly used his wax fruit ability, instantly creating a shield in front of him. The next moment, the bullet pierced through Sanji's shield and shot straight towards his shoulder. The bullet embedded itself in Sanji's shoulder. What? Sanji was shocked. My wax fruit shield is incredibly hard. This long-nosed freak actually managed to penetrate my candle shield. Zoro saw Sanji get hit and immediately understood it was the perfect time to strike, taking off the green bandana tied to his shoulder, intending to tie it around his head. However, Zoro suddenly realized his hair was standing up towards the sky, and it couldn't be covered at all. Zoro decided not to wear the bandana and charged straight towards Sanji's position. 3,000 worlds. Bara Bara. Bara Bara. Zoro unleashed his strongest move, charging at Sanji. Damn, is he trying to escape? Sanji looked at Miss Valentine's Day, who was fighting with Nami in the distance, and it seemed like Miss Valentine's Day was struggling as well. Wax explosion funéraire. Seeing Zoro charge at him, Sanji quickly used his fruit ability to create a gigantic wax cake, sealing himself inside the wax. Originally, This move was meant to deal with the Straw Hat crew, but now it could only be used to save his life. Zoro's 3 swords struck the wax cake, carving 3 deep gashes into it, while Sanji in the center of the cake held his shoulder, watching the swaying wax cake, feeling a chill all over. Zoro, seeing Sanji hide inside the wax cake, felt a surge of anger. Hey, if you have the guts, come out. See if I don't chop you to death. Damn it, the information was wrong. I didn't expect this Straw Hat crew to be so powerful. Sanji's legs felt weak as he stared at the wax wall in front of him, muttering to himself. On the other side, Nami and Miss Valentine's Day were in an intense battle, because Miss Valentine's Day's umbrella was destroyed by Nami. She couldn't control her direction in the air and could only use moves like a Diamond Barbie to deal with Nami. 100 kilograms. Ha ha ha. Stinky woman die. Miss Valentine's Day leaped high towards Nami, changing her weight to become lighter, then quickly increasing her weight, launching a powerful attack downward at Nami. Nami didn't even need to activate her observation Haki to see Miss Valentine's Day crashing down on her from above, and she looked up at Miss Valentine's Day in the sky. Ah, spit, still wearing pink. So shameless. Nami saw Miss Valentine's Day, dressed in a skirt, charging towards her and couldn't help but spit. Hearing this, Miss Valentine's Day became even angrier and dove straight towards Nami. Nami merely took a slight step to the side, and boom! The ground was instantly smashed by Miss Valentine's Day, creating a giant skull. Nami swallowed hard, damn it. If she hadn't dodged just now, she might have really been crushed by this woman. Seeing her attack fail, Miss Valentine's Day decided to try the same tactic again and jump back into the air, 10,000 kilograms. Using her devil fruit ability, Miss Valentine's Day aimed to sit down on Nami again. Nami looked at Miss Valentine's Day with disdain, then posed as if swinging a baseball bat, holding the restored golden staff, and swung it at Miss Valentine's Day. Bang! Ah, stinky woman. Miss Valentine's Day was sent flying into the sky by Nami's swing. Miss Valentine's Day never expected that the staff could actually move her 10,000 kilogram body. Ha! Yasuo told me that the golden staff weighs 108,000 gene. What is your mere 10,000 kilograms compared to that? Nami disdainfully glanced at Miss Valentine's Day, who had already disappeared into the sky. Vivi and Ikelim, hiding behind a big tree, watched in shock as Nami effortlessly sent Miss Valentine's Day flying. Their jaws dropped to the ground. They never expected that this invincible woman on the ship would still be so unstoppable in battle. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had been dazed, gradually came to his senses and shouted, "Baka, I'm gonna knock you away." Luffy scanned around. Where's everyone? What happened? If he didn't wake up soon, the battle would probably be over. Suddenly, Luffy saw Zoro and Usopp desperately trying to destroy a giant cake. Seeing them waste food like this, even opening the Pirate 8 gates to ruin it, Luffy immediately got upset. Stop it, Zoro, Usopp, what are you doing? Saying this, Luffy rushed towards the two, wishing he could grow 2 more legs. Zoro and Usopp turned to look at Luffy as he approached, just about to explain, when Luffy quickly reached the candle cake and opened his huge mouth to take a bite. Crunch! Luffy stopped in his tracks, feeling as if he had bitten into a sea stone surface. It felt like his teeth were about to fall out. Zoro and Usopp looked at Luffy's actions and could only face-palm, imagining how much strength Luffy had used to make that crisp crunch sound. Idiot! This isn't food. That Candleman is hiding inside. Come help, Zoro explained helplessly to Luffy. What? Luffy was furious. The bad guy who hurt his giant friend was actually hiding in this giant cake. Pirate 8 gates. First gate open. Ka! Boom! Luffy transformed instantly. His hair turned bright red and stood on end. Super red form. Gomu-womu-no. Rubber machine gun. Luffy felt a surge of power throughout his body and swung his arms fiercely at the giant cake. Immediately, the candle cake began to shake, and Zoro and Usopp joined in the destruction of the cake. In the distance, the giant Broggy thought, "Can't you rescue me first?" On the other side, Sanji, hearing Crocodile refer to himself as Mr. Zero, also thought about messing with Crocodile and spoke into the transponder snail. "I am Mr. Prince." Yasuo, seeing Sanji's pretentious pose with his head tilted at a 45-degree angle looking at the sky, felt a surge of anger. "No one dares to act cool in front of me, Yasuo. Not even my comrades." Yasuo snatched the Din Din Mushi from Sanji's hands, shot a glare at him, and then spoke to the Din Din Mushi, "Little Dada, how have you been lately? Have you eaten yet?" Far away in Alabasta, Crocodile's heart skipped a beat. This person actually knows his childhood nickname. It reminded Crocodile of his mother, who used to call him that often. But then Crocodile looked at the Din Din Mushi with a face full of anger. "Baka, Who are you? Oh, who am I? I'm your father. Yasuo smirked, looking wickedly at the Den Mushi, making Sanji beside him want to beat Yasuo up badly. Damn it, kid. If you have the guts, state your name. Hearing such a young voice, Crocodile guessed that the person on the other end must be a young man. Don't you want to kill us? Don't you even recognize me? Yasuo continued. Redstorm. Stahlhat keep monkey de Luffy. Crocodile gritted his teeth as he looked at the Den Mushi. Half right. I am your father. Yasuo picked his nose while looking at the Den Mushi and saw that Crocodile on the other side was also picking his nose, making it incredibly infuriating. Oh, little ant touch. You can do it. Crocodile spoke with a gloomy face. Oh, just you this trash? I heard that you threw a shuriken at Whitebeard from 800 miles away over 10 years ago. Sneaking up on Whitebeard. Then you got your arm chopped off by Whitebeard's flying slash? Yasuo mocked. Baka. Straw Hat Pirates. You can wait to die. I will relentlessly hunt you down until the ends of the earth. Crocodile was furious and impotently enraged. He indeed lost an arm in the battle with Whitebeard. But it was absolutely not because he threw a shuriken from 800 miles away. I challenged Whitebeard head-on. What this kid said is a huge humiliation to me, Crocodile. When it rains from the sky, the ground gets slippery. What is your father's surname, and what is yours? Little Dada, if you have the guts, stop talking nonsense online. Come meet me in reality. Do you believe I can really take you down? Yasuo was also infuriated. You keep saying Baka, one after another. How can the irritable Yasuo tolerate this? Kid, state your name. Crocodile's face was so dark it seemed like water would drip from it. Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Blue Demon. Roxy Yasuo, we are heading to Alabasta. Please wash your neck and wait. I'm coming to collect your head. Yasuo replied. Ha ha ha. Collect the head of me, Crocodile. Kid, you're still too young. Crocodile laughed in anger. Just wait. You old fool. I will tell everyone everything you've done in Alabasta, word for word. After saying that, Yasuo crushed the Den Mushi. He looked at Sanji with extremely angry eyes. That damn crocodile was too arrogant. If I don't let him taste my methods, he simply doesn't know why the pot is made of iron. Sanji was frightened by Yasuo's gaze and quickly said, Ahem, we should go find food. Otherwise, we'll lose to the green algae head. As Sanji stepped outside, he saw a light shining from a distance, a light he was very familiar with. It was the appearance of everyone opening the 8 gates. Seeing this, Sanji turned to Yasuo in the room and said, Hey, long-haired monster, it seems that the green algae head and the others are in trouble. Let us hurry over. Yasuo heard the commotion and quickly expanded his observation haki, instantly noticing that everyone was fighting. He stepped out of the small house and looked at Sanji. The two exchanged a glance and quickly ran towards the direction of the battle. When Yasuo and Sanji arrived at the scene, they saw Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp attacking the cake. Luffy was rapidly swinging his fists, while Zoro wielded the Sandai Kitetsu, chopping at the cake like an excavator. Usopp was doing something peculiar, repeatedly smashing the cake with the Tenryu, as if he was wielding a hammer, not at all worried about damaging the Tenryu, because he had discovered over the past few days that this Tenryu seemed very tough. Sanji looked at everyone in confusion and quickly ran towards the three. Luffy, what are you doing? Sanji asked. Huh, Sanji, Yasuo, you guys are here. Come help. There's an enemy hiding in here that attacked our giant friend. Luffy said dazedly to Yasuo and Sanji. Don't bother. Why not use your observation haki? They already ran away. Yasuo replied, speechless. Upon hearing this, the group quickly released their observation haki to check, and they soon discovered that there was a small hole in the back of the cake, through which the little three had escaped. Damn it, Luffy exclaimed angrily. He opened the pirates' 8 gates, but didn't even touch a hair of the enemy before they got away. Just then, Nami, glowing with orange light, approached with Vivi and Ikelim. Everyone, did you take care of it? It got away. Usopp said to Nami. Beautiful Nami-san, are you hurt? Let me take a good look. Sanji approached Nami with a lovesick expression, his eyes fixed on the 2 bulges that appeared when Nami activated the 8 gates. One of Sanji's eyes was filled with hearts, and he unconsciously started bleeding from his nose. Seeing this, Nami felt disgusted and punched Sanji, knocking him to the ground, lying on the ground with hearts in his eyes. Sanji thought, Nami-san is so beautiful. Zoro, seeing that the battle was over, felt that he had enough fun and reluctantly sheathed his Sandai Kitetsu. Yasuo saw a little girl lying under a big tree and wondered, how come? Sangood didn't save his partner? Just as Yasuo was contemplating how to deal with this troublesome kid, Zoro released the 8 gates and collapsed to the ground, his hair gradually returning to its original state. and the aura around him slowly dissipating. Zoro tried hard to get up, but found himself unable to exert any strength, as if he had walked through the same dark alley 100 times in one day. Although he could still move a little, it was all thanks to his daily exercise. Otherwise, he would be like Usopp in front of him. Usopp also released the 8 gates and directly lay on the ground, looking like a dog eating shit. Usopp didn't care, as long as Yasuo was there to help collect the bodies. Yasuo didn't have such symptoms after opening the 8 gates. Thinking of this, Usopp directly asked Yasuo-san, why don't you have these symptoms after releasing the pirate 8 gates? Zoro was also stunned. Damn it. This can only mean that the long-haired freak's physical quality has far surpassed everyone else. Yasuo, actually I'm just like you guys. It's just that the 8 gates technique given to me by the system has no side effects. Yasuo awkwardly touched his nose and replied, ahem. It's because you guys don't stick to exercising. You must keep exercising to adapt to the side effects after the 8 gates release in this pirate world. In the Naruto world, Lee started training his body from a young age, and it was only through Guy's intense training that he was able to open the 6th gate of the 8 gates. One can imagine how strong his physical condition must be. After a while, Luffy and Nami also collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Yasuo directly chopped down a few trees to make a huge makeshift stretcher and tossed everyone onto it, stacking them all up like a pyramid. Even Sanji, who had hearts in his eyes and was bleeding from his nose, was thrown on top. Luffy, being at the very bottom, stammered, Yasuo, help that giant uncle. He's our friend. Yeah, help him, Yasuo-san. Usopp chimed in from beneath Nami and Luffy. Damn long-haired monster. Zoro gritted his teeth, feeling angry as he was pressed down on Nami. This made Zoro close his eyes in frustration. Nami, however, didn't care at all and just wanted to rest for a while, so she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Sanji, still with hearts in his eyes, lay on top of Zoro. Yasuo looked at the giant Brokey in the distance, astonished by the sheer size of the giant. Yasuo felt a chill run down his spine. Even a toe was bigger than his head. This reminded him of the Titans from Attack on Titan, who were also immensely huge. Imagining himself transformed into a giant stirred something within Yasuo, and he wondered if there was a giant transformation potion or an Ultraman transformation device available in the system shop. But now is not the time for such thoughts. Yasuo turned his attention to the pitifully bound giant Brokey and unleashed a steel cutting flash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yasuo quickly jumped back and forth on the giant's body, freeing Brokey from the candle bindings. Haha, thank you so much. Brokey laughed heartily at Yasuo and the others. No need to mention it. Since you're a friend of our captain, it's only right that we help you. Yasuo replied. Haha. Brokey laughed again and grabbed a barrel of wine that Zoro had brought, drinking it all in one go. It was clear he hadn't had a drink in a long time. Yasuo ignored them and let that Brokey and the unfamiliar Dongli continue their boring duel. He had no interest in the two big fools and turned to Vivi and Ikelim, saying, Miss Vivi, please take Luffy and the others back to the Mary. I have something to do. I'll be right back. Huh? Yasuo, what are you going to do? The big fool Luffy asked. Is it any of your business if I take a dump? Yasuo glanced at Luffy sideways. Cough, cough, cough. Then I'll trouble Uncle Vivi and Ikelim. Luffy choked a bit and turned to Vivi. It's okay. I'm sorry I couldn't help everyone. It's what we should do, Vivi politely said to Luffy. Yeah, Ikelim echoed, quickly stepping forward to help Vivi carry the makeshift stretcher Yasuo made as they walked towards the shore where the Mary was docked. Yasuo looked at the slowly fading figures of the Straw Hat crew and then at the little girl in the distance. A smile crept onto his lips as he lifted his leg and walked towards her. That's right. This little girl is Miss Golden Week, who fainted in less than 3 minutes upon her appearance. One can only say that her abilities are extremely lacking, comparable to those of a hypnotist, only effective on those with pure hearts, simple minds, and a single-track mindset. Just right, Luffy is exactly that kind of person, completely under her spell. Yasuo slowly walked towards Miss Golden Week, standing in front of her and looking at the little girl with sharp eyes. Before Miss Golden Week had the chance to wake up, Yasuo grabbed her neck and snapped it, causing her to die in her sleep. Oof, brat. I absolutely hate brats. And that sugar for Dressrosa is waiting for you, Lord Yasuo. Your nightmare is about to begin. And that despicable Momonosuke. This brat must die, and it can't be an easy death. I want you to experience the 18 tortures of my homeland, making you wish you were dead. Yasuo can be ruthless, but Momonosuke must die. Anger filled Yasuo's face, his grip on Miss Golden Week's neck, turning it into a noodle shape. One can imagine how furious Yasuo was. He turned to glance at the giant brook. Just let you two fools play here, Yasuo thought to himself, tossing aside Miss Golden Week's lifeless body and striding towards the Mary. Upon reaching the deck of the Mary, Yasuo looked at the Straw Hat crew sprawled out haphazardly. How is it? Feeling any better? Enough with the nonsense. Long-haired freak. Zoro rolled his eyes at Yasuo. Yasuo was suddenly filled with anger, opened the system shop to buy a feather, and then walked up to take off Zoro's shoes. He then looked at Zoro with a sinister expression. Zoro immediately sensed that something bad was about to happen and quickly shouted, "Long-haired freak, what are you trying to do? Stop it. Ha 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 ha, stop it." Yasuo used a feather to give Zoro a foot massage. He rubbed the feather back and forth on the soles of Zoro's feet. Zoro burst into laughter, his face turning bright red. The Straw Hat crew looked on in fear, thinking, this Yasuo is too scary. Sanji leaned against the ship's edge, watching Yasuo's antics, and found it quite amusing. He stepped forward and snatched the feather from Yasuo's hand, just when everyone thought Sanji was going to stop Yasuo's terrifying behavior. Hee hee, green algae head, you're having your day too. Sanji laughed at the despairing Zoro in front of him. Baka, you two bastards. I will chop you both down sooner or later. Zoro fumed in rage. At this moment, Yasuo seemed to be on the same side as Sanji, grinning wickedly as he glanced at the Straw Hat crew. You dare! Nami's heart was racing, and the pain she felt was unimaginable. Vivi and Ikelim quickly pulled Karu the duck to hide in the cabin, thinking it was better to avoid such things to prevent getting into trouble. Sanji, Yasuo. Luffy looked pitifully at the two, clearly not wanting to experience that kind of painful laughter. Sigh, this is boring. Yasuo stood up, looking at the pitiful Straw Hat crew. Next, let us find a doctor. I don't want to take care of you all every time after a battle. Yasuo said. Seeing Yasuo change the subject, everyone happily chimed in. Yes, yes. We need to find a doctor. Yasuo quickly lowered the sail, and a strong wind swept by as the Mary slowly sailed away from the little garden. I remember there was supposed to be a giant sea monster around this little garden, right? Why hasn't he shown up? Sigh, another chance to show off gone. Yasuo complained. System. Navigate to Chopper's location. Yasuo stood at the helm, looking out at the sea, asking the system in his mind. Ding! The system navigation route has been displayed, the system voice echoed. Yasuo steered the ship towards Drum Island, and his operation of the Mary surprised Nami a little. She didn't expect that Yasuo could navigate the Mary without my direction as a navigator. Hey, Yasuo, have you studied navigation? Nami asked Yasuo while lying on a sun chair. It's just navigation. I used to be a wandering swordsman. I often drifted at sea. Yasuo boasted shamelessly, automatically ignoring the navigation panel in front of him. Not bad. Not bad. Then I'll leave my job to you from now on. Otherwise, you'll just be lying in the cabin sleeping all day. Nami said, actually wanting to stop Yasuo from taking the belly out of that bowl. No way. I still need to invent things. Don't you know I'm a scientist? Yasuo tried hard to shirk this navigator's job. Humph. Nami stopped talking and enjoyed the warmth brought by the sun. Sanji was diligently serving tea and water to everyone, showcasing the work of a waiter perfectly. System. Does the Mary have a ship spirit now? Yasuo asked the system in his mind. Ding. The Mary has generated a ship spirit, but its intelligence is not yet mature. It can be transferred to the Golden Staff once it matures. The system replied. Then in a while, I should be able to transfer the Mary's ship spirit to the Golden Staff. Yasuo thought to himself. Yasuo looked around the Mary and felt that it seemed like the ship might fall apart before reaching Water 7. It seemed that when the Mary's spirit gained consciousness, they would have to change to a new ship, and they could pick a powerful ship name. Hee hee, Yasuo thought to himself. The Mary was sailing on the sea towards Drum Island, and the Straw Hat crew were all lying helplessly on the deck, trying hard to recover their bodies. Sanji was desperately feeding food into Luffy's mouth, who was in a vegetative state and extremely happy about it. Who wouldn't be happy when food was coming to his mouth and clothes were being handed to him? Vivi was standing at the bow of the ship, looking ahead with a very anxious expression on her face. Yasuo walked up to Vivi and said, Don't worry. We'll look for a doctor on the nearby islands and quickly get back to your country. Upon hearing Yasuo's words, Vivi relaxed her tightly furrowed brow and looked at Yasuo, saying it's okay. Everyone's health is what matters. Yasuo nodded slightly, then looked back at Nami. Huh, why hasn't Nami gotten sick yet? Could it be that this strange illness, which has troubled many predecessors of crossovers, is too intimidated by my handsome face that looks like Tang San's to invade Nami-chan? Yasuo internally complained. As evening approached, Yasuo and Sanji moved everyone back to the cabin, while Yasuo and Sanji were outside controlling the Mary. It truly was a case of unexpected weather, heavy rain, strong winds. and tsunamis came one after another, making Yasuo and Sanji wish they had more hands. Vivi and Ikelim were also doing their utmost to help the two control the Mary, steering and adjusting the sails, busy beyond belief. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, quickly issuing commands, which made Sanji change his opinion of Yasuo slightly. He didn't expect this long-haired creature to be so reliable at a critical moment. Yasuo was also sweating a bit. If it weren't for the system prompt, the Mary would have capsized long ago. At critical moments, it's all about the system. Yasuo couldn't help but praise the system again in his mind. Meanwhile, in the distant Alabasta, Crocodile was angrily staring at the transponder snail in his hand, wishing he could immediately tear Yasuo to pieces. Miss All Sunday. Crocodile took a deep breath and looked at Nico Robin beside him. What's the matter? Robin asked nonchalantly, having heard every word of Crocodile's call. She was surprised that the Straw Hat Pirates were so bold, not even taking a warlord of the sea like Crocodile seriously. Truly a case of a newborn calf, not fearing a tiger. She wondered how this sinister crocodile would deal with the Straw Hat Pirates. Crocodile crushed the transponder snail in his hand and said, "Gather all members of Baroque Works. Head to the canola flower. I want to greet the Straw Hat Pirates with the utmost courtesy." Gulp. Robin swallowed hard, cold sweat unconsciously streaming down her face. She never expected Crocodile to be this furious, wanting to gather all the executives to eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing Robin in a daze, Crocodile continued, "Aren't you going yet?" "Yes, boss." Robin swayed her alluring figure and slowly walked out of Crocodile's office. "Hee, kid, you can't just call me Dada. I will make you understand the terror of the warlords of the sea." Crocodile slammed his fist on the desk in front of him, smashing it to pieces. Thus, through Robin's message, many Baroque Works staff and executives hurriedly gathered towards the canola flower port. A grand battle was slowly unfolding. Yasuo had no idea that by teasing Crocodile and calling him by his nickname, he had caused Crocodile to abandon his recent plan to steal the country and instead decide to deal with Yasuo, whom he considered a thorn in his side. The next morning, on a merry, "Damn it, Nami is sick," Sanji's shout directly woke Yasuo, who was sleeping on the deck. Yasuo rubbed his eyes and slowly got up to look towards the cabin. Indeed, the rules of this pirate world are not so easily broken. Yasuo muttered as he walked towards the cabin. When he reached Nami's room, he saw her lying in bed with a white towel on her forehead, surrounded by the Straw Hat crew, all looking at her with concerned expressions. "What to do? What to do?" The big fool Luffy scratched his head anxiously. Yasuo slowly stepped forward and asked everyone, "How is it? Is everyone recovering well?" "I'm fine, Yasuo-san. It's just Nami." Usopp looked at Yasuo. "Step aside. Let me see." Yasuo pushed past Luffy and looked at Nami. "Nami-san." Vivi had a worried expression as she looked at Nami, and Karu, seeing his master sad, also lowered his head in mourning. Zoro looked at Nami with a serious face, while Sanji surprisingly didn't act like a lovesick fool and also looked at Nami seriously. Hey, it's just a little cold, right? What's with all these long faces? Stop showing that expression." Yasuo comforted everyone. In his mind, he asked the system, "You should be able to cure this strange illness that has troubled all the previous travelers, right? Don't let me down. If you can't cure it, it just means you're the same as those previous traveler systems. Far away on Earth." Yihei sneered. "A trivial illness, and you think it can trouble me, the great controller of Hongmeng? Even if I just blow on it, I can make an ordinary person reach the Deluo Jinxian level. This little illness is just a piece of cake. Speaking of the system, I am quite interested. Those so-called systems are merely products of the worlds created by many powerful beings. In simple terms, it's all a conspiracy. There are no free systems, and there are no free lunches. They absorb energy from the host's actions to grow stronger, and then they take over the host and become humanoid." Yihei murmured while tapping his fingers on the table. Yihei pondered and quickly began typing on the computer keyboard. Ding! Returning to the host. "It's just a trivial illness. The system all now offers a miraculous medicine, old black gold. For a limited time, it's only 100 million. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. Huh. Upon hearing the system's response, Yasuo couldn't help but think of that classic advertisement slogan. This year, no gifts for the holidays. Only old black gold will do. Yasuo immediately purchased old black gold in the system mall, and old black gold appeared in the system space. Yasuo looked at the crowd and then reached into his bosom to take out the old black gold from the system space. In his hand, he held a pill. "This is the medicine that old Wong next door left for me. I've heard it can cure all ailments. It's the legendary." Yasuo made a painful expression as he looked at everyone. "Baka, long-haired monster. What time is it now? And you still can't bear to part with this medicine. Hurry up and feed it to Miss Nami. Sanji looked at Yasuo anxiously, clearly the most worried about Miss Nami being sick. What? Hey? Who exactly is this old Wong next door? Zoro was shocked internally. Yasuo, please save Nami. Vivi, with tears in her eyes, looked at Yasuo. Yasuo, with a look of heartache, fed old black gold into Nami's mouth. At that moment, Nami's head was hazy, completely unaware of what was happening. Those who engage in battle, take your positions. Exterminate the evil. Yasuo raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing at Nami, who was lying on the bed. Nami instantly sat up from the bed and looked at everyone. What is going on? What happened? Yasuo was startled by Nami's actions, damn. I thought I had loaded the corpse transporting technique. Great. Nami is okay. Let's have a feast. The big fool Luffy was excitedly dancing around. Feast. Feast. Usopp chimed in as well. Phew, it's good that nothing happened. Yasuo slowly walked out of Nami's room towards the deck, looking at the 2-day journey left to Drum Island. Yasuo felt like time was dragging on. He really wanted to get to Drum Island quickly, but looking at the Mary's almost falling apart condition, it probably couldn't withstand the thrust of a rocket booster. Zoro walked out of the cabin and looked at Yasuo's back, not expecting this man to be willing to give such a precious universal medicine to his companion. You must know that having one of these medicines is equivalent to having an extra life. Don't think there are no diseases in the pirate world. Look at Gol D. Roger. He fell due to the torment of AIDS. The great pirate king, such a powerful man, actually contracted this incurable disease. And even the highly skilled Dr. Kureha could only barely maintain Gol D. Roger's life. So it's clear that if you want to live well, you must have good health. If you want to live long, you definitely can't lack the black gold. Yasuo looked up toward Drum Island and said, Hey, Chopper, I'm here. Yasuo was extremely happy in his heart. Just thinking about Chopper's adorable appearance made him unable to contain his excitement. After all, he had no resistance to cute things. On the other side, the cadres of the Baroque works were quickly rushing towards the canola flower port. The king's army had also noticed Crocodile's movements and wondered what this great hero of the 7 warlords was up to with such a large setup. King Cobra listened to the reports from his subordinates below, revealing a puzzled expression. Could it be that Crocodile is going to battle with the other 7 warlords? Thinking of this, King Cobra became excited and quickly instructed his subordinates to gather the army secretly to head to Canola Flower, preparing to assist Crocodile if he was at a disadvantage. After all, he was a great hero of this country. On the other side, the rebel army leader, Kusha, also heard the reports from his men and muttered in shock. I didn't expect someone to take action against the 7 warlords. Pass the order down, gather the army, and head to Canola Flower Port. Kusha issued the command. He wanted to join in on the excitement and see what was happening. If possible, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to occupy the Alabasta Kingdom. Meanwhile, Ace, who had been in Alabasta for a while, was walking on the street and looked at the hurried soldiers running past him, confused. What is happening? Is someone trying to attack the Alabasta Kingdom? Sigh. I wonder if Blackbeard is here. By the time, Luffy's pirate crew should be arriving in Alabasta soon, right? Why not go join on the fun? Ace muttered to himself and quietly followed the King's army. That's right. Ace had come to Alabasta following Blackbeard's trail, hoping to see his brother, Monkey D. Luffy. On the other side, Smoker led several warships in pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates and also arrived in Alabasta. Damn kids, did we arrive too early? Smoker took a deep breath from his 2 large cigars that he had been smoking for over 20 years, looking at the Canola Flower Port ahead. Tashigi was also speechless. We are in the doldrums. Of course we arrived earlier than others. Since they haven't arrived here yet, then let's wait here for them. This time, the Straw Hat crew definitely won to escape my grasp. Smoker said confidently to Tashigi beside him. Understood. Tashigi quickly followed orders and maneuvered the warship to hide near Canola Flower Port. Smoker clenched his fists, his haki covering his arms as he thought. This time, I have awakened the existence of armament haki. You can't escape. Smoker was full of confidence, thanks to the haki tonic Yasuo had given him. And so, the various forces, Baroque Works, the King's army, the Rebel army, and the Navy, along with Ace, were all waiting for the arrival of the Straw Hat crew. One can only imagine how spectacular the scene would be at that time. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. On the deck of the Mary, Yasuo looked at the distant magnetic drum island with a smile. Little Chopper, we're here. Just as the Mary was about to approach the magnetic drum port, a submarine suddenly emerged from the sea ahead. Splash! The submarine burst through the water, startling Luffy and Usopp, who were fishing, and they hurriedly looked ahead. They saw a man standing on top of the submarine, plump, with deep purple hair, a huge mouth, and a cylindrical chin made of iron. This man was none other than Wapol, the king of the Drum Kingdom. When his country was attacked by Blackbeard's pirate crew, he abandoned his people and fled to the sea to become a pirate, hiding his identity under the name of the White Metal Pirates. What does he want? The silly Luffy stared blankly at Usopp beside him. I don't know, Usopp replied, equally dazed. Just then, Wapol jumped directly onto the deck of the Mary and asked the Straw Hat crew, "Do you have a record pointer to Magnetic Drum Island?" "No." Yasuo leaned against the side of the ship, looking at this fool, who clearly had Magnetic Drum Island right behind him, but still needed to find a record pointer. Truly foolish. "Oh, no? Then let me feast on this ship." "Yaha." Wapol laughed loudly, arms wide open, thinking that the few kids on this ship would be easy to deal with. Unfortunately, the foolish Wapol was a bit overconfident. The Blackbeard pirates invaded the Drum Kingdom, and Wapol knew he couldn't defeat them, so he abandoned his country as citizens and was the first to flee. He wandered at sea, thinking of returning to the Drum Kingdom, until he encountered Yasuo and the others. "Ha ha ha, what a small knife cutting a butt. You really opened my eyes." Yasuo laughed as he looked at Wapol. "Baka, damn little brat, what are you laughing at?" In Wapol's view, Yasuo was mocking his appearance, which made the already ugly Wapol furious. "Die, all of you. I will swallow." Wapol directly used his devil fruit ability, opening his huge mouth, intending to swallow everyone along with the Mary. "What? Such a big mouth?" Nami and Vivi shouted in unison. "Damn, how did this man's mouth get so big?" Usopp frowned, unusually not trembling. It seems that his experience in Little Garden made Usopp understand that the enemies in this grand line weren't as terrifying as he had imagined. Usopp disdainfully looked at Nami, not expecting that he had already left the ranks of the cowardly duo. "You are the only one still holding the fort." Zoro, on the other hand, unsheathed his sword, ready to take down this overconfident guy. Sanji directly covered his feet with armament Haki, intending to kick this fool away. Ikalum, who was cleaning the deck, also looked at the big-mouthed Wapol. "What? You want to destroy the Mary?" The silly Luffy's face instantly fell, hearing that this fool wanted to eat the Mary. Luffy was filled with rage. This trash doesn't even deserve to make the captain take action. Yasuo looked at Zoro beside him, then quickly pulled out the Sandai Kitetsu from Zoro's waist. Swish! Zing! Yasuo quickly charged towards Wapol, then swiftly returned to Zoro's side, directly sheathing the Sandai Kitetsu. Quick, accurate, fierce. Before everyone could react, Yasuo had already completed his action, nonchalantly taking out a fine cigarette and lighting it up. Everyone looked up at Wapol. "You!" Wapol's eyes widened as he smashed heavily onto the deck of the Mary, blood gushing out, his head rolling aside. "Damn it, my workload is going to increase again." Ikalum angrily complained inwardly. "Long-haired freak, what are you doing?" Zoro angrily looked at Yasuo. As a swordsman, he couldn't even protect his own sword from being easily taken away by someone else, which made Zoro unable to let go of his pride. The world of martial arts. Indestructible, only fast, is unbreakable. Yasuo whispered in Zoro's ear. Zoro was instantly shocked. Indestructible, only fast, is unbreakable. The meaning of the long-haired freak is that my swordsmanship is slow and needs to be improved in speed? Ha ha! Yasuo is so cool. Yasuo is so cool. Luffy cheered happily. That's right. Yasuo just directly ordered the system to load the Flash's abilities in one go. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This big-mouthed guy didn't know what kind of madness he was in to seek his own death. Unfortunately, he ran into the ruthless first mate. If the captain had taken action, he might have been able to save his life, but it can only be said that this big-mouthed guy was just too unlucky. Yasuo ignored the surprised gazes of the crowd and walked over to Wapol's corpse. This fool was a munch-munch fruit user? Such a potentially powerful fruit in your hands is simply a waste. No wonder Blackbeard wanted this fruit. It seems that this fruit indeed has something special. With this in mind, Yasuo hurriedly called Nami to bring an orange and placed it next to Wapol's body. He wanted to see if Blackbeard had indeed taken Whitebeard's fruit in this manner during the Marineford War. It is said that after a devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit randomly attaches itself to nearby fruits, thus generating a new devil fruit. However, the facts showed that Yasuo did not have the same luck as Blackbeard. The fruit did not change into a devil fruit at all. Instead, it was picked up by Luffy, who took a bite and ate it. "Yasuo, if it turns into a devil fruit, you'll explode on the spot." Sanji looked at Wapol's corpse and immediately delivered a flying kick, sending the body off the Mary. The people on the submarine in front saw Wapol just die like that, and quickly started the submarine to escape. However, Usopp had already set up the heavenly dragon on the edge of the Mary, aiming directly at the hull. A 1,000-year soul ring appeared around the submarine, and Usopp raised the heavenly dragon and fired. Bang! A bullet infused with armament Haki instantly pierced through the submarine, blowing it up completely. In an instant, flames soared, and wreckage of the ship flew everywhere. Yasuo looked at Usopp, who seemed to have learned something from him. Indeed, he had learned a bit of ruthlessness. Haha, Usopp, you really are a destroyer of ships. Yasuo laughed as he looked at Usopp. Usopp awkwardly scratched his head. If it weren't for Yasuo-san teaching him Haki and giving him the source of the dragon, he might still be the same little rookie as before. Now he could take on 100 of his former self. It truly felt like a dream. Just like that, Yasuo's army of the undead gained another member, the big-mouthed Wapple, a user of the munch-munch fruit. The Mary slowly approached Drum Island, and as the ship docked, Yasuo turned to everyone and said, "You all wait for me here. I will find a doctor to join us as soon as possible and bring him back." Yasuo looked at the people beside him and said, "Can't we go together?" The big fool Luffy asked dumbly. "Luffy, we can't waste any more time. Vivi's country needs us. We must make sure not to waste a single moment." Yasuo looked at Luffy. "I see. All right then. Yasuo, come back quickly. We'll wait for you on the ship." The big fool Luffy replied to Yasuo. Yasuo looked at everyone and nodded, then jumped down to the ground near the Mary. After landing, he ran off into the distance. The NPCs on Magnetic Drum Island had already been taken care of by Yasuo, and Nami's illness had been cured. So there was no time to waste. Vivi's country was also suffering, and every second counted. Yasuo couldn't wait to beat Crocodile up. Following the system's navigation map, Yasuo ran through the heavy snow, and when he reached the bottom of a cliff, he stopped. Looking up, he saw a chasm-like cliff standing before him, with Chopper positioned above it. As Yasuo was about to activate the power of the reincarnation eye and fly up, a group of very large rabbits suddenly jumped out around him, their eyes glowing red as they looked at Yasuo. That's right, these rabbits are Labangs. Labangs are unique to Magnet Drum Island. They are as large as bears and are social animals that love to fight. However, their strength is average, and they can only deal with ordinary small fry. The tricky part is that they like to gang up on their opponents. So most strong individuals who have been defeated by them end up exhausted. A group of Labangs immediately began to scream and charge towards Yasuo. How could Yasuo tolerate this? A bunch of beasts want to challenge him? They're simply disregarding his identity as a traveler. Perfect. He hasn't had roasted rabbit in a long time, so he might as well take this opportunity to have a feast. System. Load ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Yasuo instructed the system in his mind. Ding. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Loaded successfully. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. As the system's voice faded, Yasuo instantly felt that he could easily perform this great fireball technique, which he had never used to kill anyone before, just by forming a few hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Yasuo shouted, quickly forming hand seals and unleashing the ninjutsu towards the charging Labangs. Instantly, a stream of flames shot from Yasuo's mouth, gradually forming a super large fireball in front of him that smashed towards the Labong rabbits. Boom! A group of Labong rabbits was immediately engulfed by the flames, and their pitiful screams echoed in Yasuo's ears. Yasuo's nose twitched as he caught a whiff of the aroma of grilled meat, and saliva unconsciously dripped down. Gulp. Yasuo swallowed hard, his eyes blazing as he looked at the group of rabbits. Shortly after, the flames dissipated and golden roasted rabbits appeared before Yasuo. Starving, he rushed forward and started devouring one greedily. Unbelievable! The fireball could actually kill rabbits. After a hearty meal, Yasuo stored the remaining roasted rabbits in the system space, knowing that such delicacies were rare and he wanted to share them with his companions. Turning to look around, seeing no one approaching, Yasuo activated his Rinnegan and flew up rapidly toward the cliff. Yasuo slowly flew up to the edge of the cliff and stepped forward. Closing his rebirth eye and looking up, he saw a gigantic castle appear before him. Wow, it's magnificent, he thought. If someone didn't know better, they might think this was the palace of a prince or princess. Yasuo marveled for a moment and then moved towards the castle, knowing that Tony Chopper was inside. Yasuo stepped forward and slowly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, the door opened. Creak. A cute reindeer came out, wearing a pink hat on its head, with its antlers exposed, and dressed in a pair of red shorts. It looked very adorable and kawaii. That's right. This reindeer is Tony Chopper, the reindeer who ate the human fruit capable of transforming into 8 forms using the Rumble Ball. Dr. Kureha's most beloved reindeer and medical assistant. Chopper's benefactor is the quack Dr. Hiralik, who named him when he was a wild reindeer, meaning he has a pair of antlers that can easily chop down trees. Yasuo looked at the adorable Chopper and reached out to pat his little head, but Chopper, with a serious expression, stepped back and asked Yasuo, "Who are you?" "Ah, my name is Rorinoa Yasuo. I heard there is a highly skilled Dr. Reindeer here, so I came to pay my respects," Yasuo said with a smile. "Bastard. Baka. Even if you praise my medical skills, I won't be happy," Chopper pouted, hiding behind a door, but half of his body being exposed made Yasuo chuckle and shake his head. "Ha, you are so cute. You haven't introduced yourself yet," Yasuo said to Chopper. "His name is Tony Chopper." At that moment, an old lady wearing a floral coat and sunglasses, dressed quite fashionably, walked over and spoke to Yasuo. "That's right. This old lady is Dr. Kureha. Dr. Kureha is the one who taught Chopper all his medical skills. And she is 139 years old, loves to drink plum wine, enjoys pickled plums, and is very skilled in medicine, but her fees are quite expensive. She says there are only 2 situations when a patient disappears from her sight. 1, the illness is cured. 2, death. Her catchphrase is, 'Do you want to know the secret to my eternal youth?' She is more like a pirate than a doctor, calling Chopper her idiot son and considering Dr. Hiralik her close friend. 'May I ask what brings you here, sir?' Dr. Kureha asked. 'Oh, well, I want to invite Chopper to join our crew,' Yasuo said with a smile. In Dr. Kureha's eyes, Yasuo's smile clearly indicated that he wanted to kidnap Chopper. 'No way I'm letting you take my idiot son. You should leave.' Dr. Kureha looked at Yasuo and refused. 'Oh, is that so? I wanted to discuss the secret to eternal youth with you. Coincidentally, I have a pill for eternal youth.' Yasuo took out a pill from his pocket and looked at Dr. Kureha with a strange expression. That's right. Yasuo had just purchased a 7-flavor Remania pill from the system shop. The effect is eternal youth. It can make the old lady regain her youthful appearance. Yasuo looked at the old woman in front of him, wondering if Dr. Kureha was once a super beauty in her youth. After all, in One Piece, those women who are ugly in their old age were incredibly beautiful when they were young, like Big Mom and Rayleigh's old lover, the captain of the Kuja pirates, Hancock. There's no need to mention Big Mom. In her youth, she must have seduced countless young men with her stunning beauty, which later made her completely obsessed with that feeling. Of course, having children was just her second hobby. Her first love was definitely the process of having children. What? Dr. Kureha was stunned. This kid actually had that kind of pill, but she didn't know if it was true. "Oh, esteemed guest, please come in and let's discuss slowly." Dr. Kureha changed her attitude and extended her hand, inviting Yasuo into the castle. Meanwhile, Chopper was still hiding behind the door, peeking out to look at Yasuo, not understanding why this man wanted to invite him to be his partner. Yasuo smiled slightly as he followed Dr. Kureha into the castle. In front of a large round table, Dr. Kureha looked at Yasuo and said, "So, why do you want to invite Chopper to be your partner? Are you a pirate?" "Well, we are the Straw Hat Pirates. We are currently short of a doctor on our ship, and I heard in town that there's a very skilled doctor living on this cliff. I apologize for coming here without notice," Yasuo said apologetically to Dr. Kureha. Dr. Kureha didn't seem to pay any attention to what Yasuo was saying, her eyes fixated on the 7-spice rejuvenation pills that Yasuo placed on the table. "Ha ha ha. That's fine. If you give me this youth-preserving pill, I'll consider it," Dr. Kureha thought to herself, calculating. Of course, Yasuo casually handed the pill to Dr. Kureha. Dr. Kureha excitedly took the 7-spice rejuvenation pill and tossed it straight in her mouth. Yasuo was slightly surprised by her enthusiastic demeanor, but then thought, which woman wouldn't be tempted by youth-preserving? After swallowing the 7-spice rejuvenation pill, Dr. Kureha's body and face began to slowly change. Yasuo watched as Dr. Kureha's silver hair gradually turned black, the wrinkles on her face slowly faded, and her chest quickly swelled, her body taking on a smooth S shape, appearing extremely sexy. Yasuo saw this and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he didn't expect this old woman to have been so beautiful when she was young, not much worse than Boa Hancock. Yasuo seemed to sense an airplane flying overhead and just wanted to shoot it down at that moment. Dr. Kureha noticed Yasuo's love-struck expression and quickly picked up a nearby mirror to look at herself. Wow, no wonder it's the pill for eternal youth. Ha! Dr. Kureha was also filled with excitement. Looking at her youthful face in her 20s, tears unconsciously streaming down her face. If Chopper saw this, he might also be as love-struck as Yasuo. Dr. Kureha felt her own strength, and sensed that it seemed to have reached the peak of her youth. Truly remarkable. However, in the next moment, Dr. Kureha looked sharply at Yasuo. Hee, since you want Chopper to be your partner, I wonder if you have the strength to protect your companions? Yasuo looked at Dr. Kureha with a puzzled expression, wondering what this woman meant. Was she trying to spar with him? Chopper, who was secretly watching, was also surprised to see Dr. Kureha become younger. He never expected that such a drug that could make people younger actually existed in the world. However, upon hearing what Dr. Kureha said, he looked at the two with confusion, not knowing what Dr. Kureha would do to the person who invited her. Armament. Right whip kick. Dr. Kureha's gaze was sharp as she directly coated her right foot with armament Haki and delivered a right whip kick toward Yasuo. What the hell? The original work didn't mention that this woman was so powerful. She could even use armament Haki. Yasuo was stunned. Bang! Yasuo was caught off guard and was directly kicked in the head by Dr. Kureha, flying out and crashing into the wall beside him. Damn it! I didn't expect that this 7-flavored earth yellow pill could actually restore even this old woman's strength. I can only say that before she became young, this woman's power had long been reduced to almost nothing. Yasuo thought to himself as he got up and looked at Dr. Kureha. Since you want to know my strength, then I'll reluctantly spar with you. Yasuo smiled at the sexy woman in front of him. The next moment, Yasuo unleashed his Conqueror S Haki. Buzz. What? The Conqueror S Haki that only one in a million possesses. Dr. Kureha was shocked. Yasuo knew that this old lady was definitely a hidden powerhouse. So he held nothing back and directly unleashed his god-level armament Haki over his arm, swinging a punch at Dr. Kureha. Seeing the attack coming, Dr. Kureha raised her leg, covered in armament Haki, and kicked towards Yasuo's fist. Suddenly, a fist met a kick. Boom! Dr. Kureha was still no match for Yasuo's strength, and was sent flying through the wall by his punch. Chopper, seeing his aunt Dr. Kureha being knocked away by Yasuo, was instantly filled with anger and transformed into a muscular man, swinging a punch at Yasuo. Yasuo looked at Chopper and smiled slightly. You should just be a good pet. Leave the fighting to me, Yasuo. Bang! Yasuo punched Chopper on the head. Ugh! Chopper fell down with stars in his eyes. Yasuo looked up at Dr. Kureha and saw her slowly getting up from the ground, saying, long-haired kid, are you the captain? Oh, I'm definitely not the captain. Our captain is much stronger than me. If he had come in person, you might have already died. Yasuo shamelessly fabricated his story. What? This kid is so strong, and yet not the captain. I can't imagine how terrifying the captain's strength would be. Dr. Kureha was shocked internally. So how about it, beautiful miss? Do you still need to test my strength? Yasuo teased as he looked at Dr. Kureha. Upon hearing Yasuo compliment her beauty, Dr. Kureha smiled and walked over to the unconscious Chopper, saying, do you know? My poor foolish son really dislikes other humans. Dr. Kureha began to slowly recount Chopper's tragic story. Chopper was originally a reindeer, and his naturally blue nose made his parents disdain him, leading to his abandonment. He also faced discrimination from other reindeer, often walking alone behind the herd, even as a newborn fawn. After accidentally eating the devil fruit, the human fruit, he tried to take on a human form, but ended up looking nothing like a human, resulting in rejection from humans. Later, he met Dr. Hiralik, and during their time together, he grew very fond of Hiralik. Eventually, Hiralik fell seriously ill and left Chopper. After listening to Dr. Kureha's story, Yasuo felt that Chopper was too pitiful. Indeed, those who are cute must have their own sorrows. Can you take me to see Hiralik's burial place? I want to give Chopper a surprise. Yasuo turned to Dr. Kureha. Oh, Dr. Kureha became interested. She wondered what this man was planning to do and what kind of surprise he had for Chopper. Dr. Kureha picked up the Nara-covered Chopper and stepped outside, with Yasuo quickly following behind. Soon, the 2 and 1 reindeer arrived in front of the grave. Yasuo stepped forward, raised his right hand, and smashed it down on the grave with a punch. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked open, revealing a coffin. Kid, what are you doing? Dr. Kureha screamed. Is this the surprise you were talking about? Is this your idea of horror? Chopper, who was lying in Dr. Kureha's arms, was startled awake by the scream. He looked around and immediately saw Yasuo destroying his benefactor's grave. How could Chopper bear this? As the saying goes, heroes can endure hardships, but you can't trample on my Chelsea. The next moment, Chopper angrily glared at Yasuo. You idiot! I'm gonna kill you. Hey, don't get excited. Don't get excited. I haven't told you yet. I'm a reincarnator who ate the reincarnation devil fruit. I can summon the dead. Yasuo quickly waved his hands to signal the two not to get too worked up. What? The two exclaimed in unison. Yasuo ignored the two and pushed open the coffin lid to take out Shirluk's cell tissue, then looked at the two. This is the surprise I want to give little Chopper. Impure world reincarnation. Yasuo quickly formed seals with both hands, kneeling on one knee and slapped the ground with one hand. Dark circles of runes spread out from Yasuo's center, and the ground slowly cracked open a gap, for which a coffin rose upright. Bang! The coffin lid crashed to the ground. What is this? Dr. Kureha was stunned. She never expected there would be such a devil fruit in this world. At this moment, Chopper couldn't stop the tears from flowing down his eyes, breaking free from Dr. Kureha's embrace and rushing towards the coffin. A figure slowly walked out from the coffin. Yes, this person is Dr. Hilialik. Hilialik, Tony Chopper's godfather, Dr. Kureha's close friend. He is kind-hearted and somewhat absent-minded. Although his medical skills are mediocre, he has always had a great heart to save people in the country, being one of the few non-racist individuals in the Drum Kingdom. What is going on? Hilialik stepped out of the coffin, looking at the incredibly young Dr. Kureha and his godson Chopper. Boo-hoo, Godfather! Chopper cried as he leaped into Hilialik's arms. Ha ha ha! Chopper, you're still such a crybaby. Hilialik patted Chopper's head. I'm sorry. It's my fault you died. I didn't know the mushroom soup was poisonous. My medical skills are still not enough. Not enough. Chopper cried heart-wrenchingly. Silly son, Dr. Kureha murmured as she looked at the two. Don't be too sad, Chopper. Even if you hadn't given me your mushroom soup, I wouldn't have lasted much longer. It has nothing to do with you. Hilialik said softly. This made Chopper cry even louder. I must create a universal cure. I will. Who are you? Hilialik asked, looking at Dr. Kureha, standing in the distance. Ha ha ha. Old man, want to know my secret to staying youthful? Dr. Kureha smiled and spoke. What? You are Dr. Kureha? Hilialik was astonished. He never expected this former close friend would become so young, nor did he realize how beautiful she was when she was younger. Dr. Kureha flaunted her figure as she looked at Hilialik, feeling very proud, seeing his surprised expression. Hilialik ignored the flaunting Dr. Kureha, estimating that with his current body, he probably wouldn't last 3 minutes, so he decided not to think too much. He looked at Yasuo. Thank you, young man, for allowing me to come back and see my dear friend and son. Hilialik felt an indescribable connection with Yasuo and guessed that it was this young man who brought him back from the afterlife. It's no problem. As long as Chopper wants to see you in the future, I can summon you anytime. Yasuo replied casually. Is what you said true? Chopper looked at Yasuo. Of course, as long as you become our companion. I also know where to find that universal cure. Yasuo smiled at Chopper. Where is that universal cure? Chopper was astonished. The old Wong who used to live next door gave me a universal cure, but I used it to save my companions. Since you want it, after our pirate cruise adventure ends, I will take you back to my hometown to search for the whereabouts of the universal cure. How about that? Yasuo waited for Chopper's decision. Chopper hesitated as he looked at Dr. Kureha. It was clear that he was reluctant to leave his doctor mother, afraid that he wouldn't see his godfather again, and wanted to follow Yasuo to find the universal cure. Chopper suddenly seemed at a loss. Go, silly son. Don't worry about me. Dr. Kureha unconsciously shed 2 lines of tears as she looked at Chopper. Dr. Kureha, boo-hoo, thank you. Chopper stammered as he spoke. Yasuo hates scenes like this the most. He slowly walked to Chopper's side, picked him up, nodded towards Dr. Kureha and Silver's Rayleigh, and then said, let's go. The captain and the crew are waiting for us. Yasuo raised his leg and walked toward the edge of the cliff. Chopper, looking at his guardians Dr. Kureha and Dr. Hilialik with tears in his eyes, said, I will definitely find the universal cure. Wait for me to come back. Dr. Kureha. Watching Yasuo and Chopper head towards the cliff, Dr. Kureha turned to Dr. Hilialik and said, It seems our silly son has grown up. Ha ha ha. Yes, he truly is our son. Dr. Hilialik laughed heartily. Baka, he's my son. Dr. Kureha immediately covered her foot with armament Haki and kicked Dr. Hilialik. Suddenly, a flurry of paper-like wounds appeared on Hililik's body, but then slowly healed. Unexpectedly, the ability of this reincarnation fruit is not afraid of armament Haki. Dr. Kureha was a bit surprised. Dr. Hilialik looked at the crazy woman beside him and chuckled. Hee, I wonder when we will meet again. Take care of yourself, old man. Just as Dr. Kureha was puzzled about how this guy could say such touching words, she looked up to see Dr. Hilialik slowly turning into paper and gradually dissipating. Ha ha ha. I'll be right here, waiting for you to come back. Dr. Kureha smiled at Dr. Hiralik. Hiralik smiled back, then slowly turned into paper and scattered with the wind. In the distance, Yasuo, who had released the impure world reincarnation, looked at Chopper in his arms and smiled slightly, then leaped off the cliff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rushing wind blew against their faces as they fell. Ah, we're going to crash. Chopper shouted loudly. Hee hee, how could that be? Yasuo replied. Then activated the reincarnation eye. A repulsive force emanated from Yasuo's body, gently lowering the two of them to the ground. Chopper was stunned. They reached the bottom of the cliff just like that? It was that simple? Yasuo released his reincarnation eye and looked at the dazed Chopper, unconsciously bursting into a happy laugh. Chopper was just too cute. With a joyful smile, he hurriedly headed towards the shore where the Mary was docked, holding Chopper tightly. Soon, the man and the reindeer slowly approached the shore where the Mary was moored. Yasuo looked up and saw that the shore was already crowded with villagers, chattering excitedly. Yasuo approached and heard what the crowd was saying. Get out! Don't enter our country! Damn pirates! Get lost! A wave of curses reached Yasuo's ears, and he felt helpless as he lifted his leg and walked towards the crowd. He pushed through the people and headed toward the Mary. Soon, everyone spotted Chopper. Monster! Monster! The crowd once again aimed their guns at Yasuo and the others, and a barrage of insults filled the air, which was quite jarring for Yasuo. Yasuo walked to the shore and looked at the Mary. On the deck of the Mary, Luffy and Usopp were completely unconcerned as they fished off the side of the ship with fishing rods. Who knows if these two fools caught any fish in the cold of Drum Island? They probably had empty nets. Zoro was also unfazed by the villagers' curses, vigorously doing push-ups on the deck. It was clear he wanted to shake off the side effects of opening the 8 gates. Sanji, meanwhile, was showing off and serving tea to Nami and Vivi. Ikelim was having a tough time, grumbling about having to scrub the deck in this heavy snowfall. How could I possibly clean it properly? That woman Nami is truly a devil. Nami, without a care, continued to instruct Ikelim to scrub the deck, insisting that if he wanted a free ride on the ship, he had to contribute some labor. Karu still had his head down, seemingly mourning the loss of Miss Nami. Hey, Luffy. Yasuo, holding Chopper, called out to Luffy on the ship. Ah, Yasuo, you're back. Luffy exclaimed, quickly dropping his fishing rod to look at Yasuo. The others also gathered around to look at Yasuo on the shore. This is Chopper. He's our new companion, Yasuo announced. Really? Come aboard. Yasuo-san, Vivi said looking at Yasuo. The big fool Luffy, upon hearing about a new companion, became excited. He looked at the surrounding villagers who were still cursing, and then at Chopper in Yasuo's arms. And suddenly, the big fool Luffy's intelligence kicked in as he addressed the villagers. Since he is our companion, you are not allowed to insult him. With that, the big fool Luffy unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a wave of red energy spreading out from him, crashing into the villagers and knocking them all down. Over 20 villagers swayed and fell to the ground. Chopper, seeing the straw-hatted man standing up for him, felt a warm sensation in his heart. I, Chopper, have companions now. Yasuo looked at Luffy and smiled slightly. This big fool Luffy only cares about food and his companions. This shows that food and companions are as important to Luffy as his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Picking up the move Chopper, Yasuo jumped onto the deck of the Mary. Looking at Usopp, set sail, head for Alabasta. Yosh, Luffy chimed in. The Mary slowly sailed away from Drum Island, heading towards Alabasta. Huh, are you a little raccoon? Luffy asked, looking at Chopper in Yasuo's arms. He's a reindeer. Stupid captain. Yasuo shook his head helplessly. Reindeer. Food. Food. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and upon hearing it was a reindeer, his stomach began to rumble uncontrollably. Chopper, seeing Luffy's eager expression, was also frightened and quickly wriggled out of Yasuo's arms, hiding behind Yasuo, hugging his leg with both hands, half of his body peeking out to look at everyone. Ha ha! What a cute reindeer! Nami exclaimed, feeling her heart melt as she looked at Chopper. Baka, even if you say I'm cute, I won't be happy. Idiot! Little Chopper shyly retorted. Seeing this, everyone found the reindeer even cuter. What is your name, little reindeer? Vivi smiled at Chopper. My name is Tony Chopper. Chopper stammered. Ha ha! Food! Now we have backup food on our ship. Luffy laughed loudly, then rushed towards Chopper, with Usopp following suit. Chopper quickly started running on the deck, trying to dodge Luffy and Usopp's hands. Before long, Chopper was caught up in a playful scuffle with everyone, creating a warm and harmonious scene. Zoro and Sanji both smiled. Another companion had joined the ship, and it seemed their burdens had slightly increased. However, seeing Yasuo's indifferent demeanor, everyone felt relieved. Their vice captain was very strong, and there was no need to worry about this. The Mary sailed on the sea, with Yasuo holding little Chopper lying on a sun lounger, basking in the sun, feeling that this life was indeed much more interesting than in his previous life. Looking at Chopper, who was sound asleep in his arms, Yasuo reached out to stroke Chopper's fur, feeling it was incredibly soft, just like petting a cat in his past life. Hee. Chopper is now my exclusive pet. Yasuo smiled as he thought. Hey, long-haired freak, how do you train your body? Why can you get rid of the weakness symptoms of the Pirate 8 doors? At this moment, Zoro, who was doing push-ups nearby, asked Yasuo, as long as you have deep skills, grinding an iron rod into a needle. Haven't you heard? Don't forget why the Pirate 8 doors are called the Pirate 8 doors. Because there are 8 doors. You can't even handle opening one, let alone the next. Yasuo glanced sideways at Zoro. Damn long-haired freak. Of course I know there are 8 doors. The problem is how to improve my physical fitness. Zoro said helplessly. His physical fitness had already surpassed all members of the Straw Hat crew, except for the long-haired freak. Why did he still feel exhausted after opening the first door? Yasuo was also helpless. Can you compare with Xiao Li, who specializes in body training? System, do you have a solution? Even if you can't unlock the next level, at least help them alleviate the after effects of the 8 gates, right? Yasuo asked the system in his mind. Ding. The life experience system is doing its best to serve the host. The system all now offers gravity suits. Not 888. Not 999. For a limited time, it's only 100 million. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. Huh, gravity suits? It can't be the kind of gravity suits from the Dragon Ball world that I imagine, right? Yasuo pondered and opened the system all. The introduction panel for the gravity suit appeared before Yasuo's eyes. Gravity suit. Want to have 8-pack abs? Want flowers to bloom and cars to burst tires? Wear it, and you'll be the most handsome guy. Take it off, and everyone in the world will call you handsome. It can automatically adjust to your suitable weight. Wear it. Even walking counts as exercising. Huh? What a flashy introduction. I didn't understand anything. It means this thing can improve physical quality. Yasuo nodded and boldly purchased 6 sets of gravity suits in the system mall. Usopp, Nami, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and I'll take one too. Vivi can skip it. She hasn't even taken the 8 gates oral solution yet. I wonder if Luffy still sees Vivi as a companion now. If possible later. Let Vivi drink a can of the 8 gates oral solution too. Yasuo thought to himself. As for why Yasuo also wanted to wear a gravity suit, it was obviously because he wanted to train his limiter like Saitama. Although he was already invincible, having something stuck there felt very uncomfortable, a bit obsessive-compulsive in a way. With this thought, Yasuo hugged Chopper and walked towards the cabin, looking at Zoro and saying, Hey, Green Algae Head, I'm going to start working now. Wait for me to create something to help everyone adapt to the Pirate 8 gates. Zoro stopped his actions, slowly got up, and looked at Yasuo walking into the cabin with a smirk. Hee, this is our vice captain. Then he glanced at Luffy, who was waiting foolishly for a fish to bite. This stupid captain, really unreliable. Time slowly passed, and Yasuo and Chopper had already been lying in the cabin for a day. That's right, Yasuo directly arranged for Chopper's residence in his room, treating Chopper like a pet cat. Looking at Chopper next to him, with his eyes closed and hands waving back and forth in the air, occasionally calling out, Hee, marshmallow. I want it. I want it. Hee, so cute. Yasuo couldn't help but pat Chopper's head again, watching the sky outside getting darker. Yasuo took out 6 sets of gravity suits from the system space. Huh, is this the gravity suit? Isn't this Xiao Li's 1,000-pound iron ring tied to the legs? Yasuo was powerless to complain about the system. Yasuo no longer paid attention to the frequently interrupting system, picked up 2 yellow leg straps, and tied them around his feet. Suddenly, Yasuo felt his feet sink. This was what the system called automatic weight adaptation. It was indeed quite automatic. Yasuo tried to lift his legs and walk forward, feeling an immense weight, at least over 10,000 pounds, right? After all, he had the Saitama body limiter on him. Then, Yasuo tied the hand straps to his hands, and the 2 yellow hand straps were secured. Instantly, the automatic weight adaptation activated, and Yasuo's hands felt heavy, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Fortunately, this weight only affected his body. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of pounds on him would have surely sunk the Mary. Yasuo murmured. He picked up the remaining leg and hand straps and walked toward the deck. Seeing everyone passionately discussing a big fish on the deck, Yasuo stepped up, Hey, Uncle Icolum, why are you still scrubbing the deck? Take a break. As soon as Yasuo stepped out, he saw Icolum, drenched in sweat, still scrubbing the deck, which was almost as shiny as a mirror under the moonlight. All right. Upon hearing Yasuo's words, Icolum felt that there were still kind-hearted people in this world. However, when he turned to look at Nami beside him, his expression immediately fell, and he continued scrubbing the deck with the towel. Nami was glaring at Icolum with wide eyes, as if saying, "Do your job properly, no slacking off." Seeing Nami's expression, Yasuo felt a bit intimidated. He wondered how those horse-riding traversers managed to conquer Nami-chan, seeking strategies, ignoring the tortured Icolum. Perhaps this Icolum was the hidden boss imp? Yasuo spoke to the crowd. "Everyone, come here, I have something good for you." "What? Something good?" "Yasuo, what fun invention have you come up with this time?" The big fool Luffy ran over excitedly. The others also gathered around. "Is this the thing you invented that can relieve the symptoms after the 8 gates? Zoro looked at the yellow leg straps in Yasuo's hand with confusion. "That's right. Try tying this thing around your hands and feet." Yasuo handed the item to the crowd. Vivi quietly watched from the side, feeling a bit dejected. She also wanted to have a group of companions like this and go on adventures at sea together. That was the life she desired. Unfortunately, she was a princess of a country. Her people were still waiting for her to save them. Thinking of this, Vivi unconsciously clenched her small pink fist. The others didn't notice Vivi's unusual behavior and happily took the leg and arm straps Yasuo handed them, tying them around their hands and feet. Luffy was the first to finish putting it on and looked at everyone. "What does this do?" Bang! Before Luffy could finish his sentence, he was pressed down onto the deck by the automatic adaptive power function of the gravity suit. So heavy. The big fool Luffy lay dazed on the deck, looking at everyone. Bang, 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 bang. In no time, the remaining 4 were also pressed down onto the deck. Yasuo was puzzled. With his gravity suit load, everyone with the same weight as himself? He lifted his leg and walked towards Luffy. He raised Luffy's arm to give it a try. Only 1,000 pounds? This is my invention, an automatically adapting weight gravity suit. As long as everyone can wear this thing and move freely, you can safely unlock the 6th door of the pirates' 8 gates. Yasuo looked seriously at everyone. Really? Just a mere 1,000 pounds. Zoro slowly propped himself up, the veins on his neck bulging, showing how much effort it took. Completely unaware that he was carrying a total of 4,000 pounds. One leg strap weighs 1,000 pounds, and 4 of them combined is 4,000 pounds. I'm going to be the pirate king. Luffy also strained to push himself up, with a total weight of 3,000 pounds. Usopp also slowly got up, looking like his burden was much lighter than the others, probably around 2,000 pounds. Sanji knelt on one knee and slowly stood up, a cigarette of an unknown brand in his mouth, looking coolly at everyone. Sanji's weight was the same as Luffy's. Nami was much lighter than everyone else, with 4 leg straps adding up to only 1,000 pounds. Even so, it was still very difficult for Nami, and she managed to get up. The physical condition in this pirate world is really amazing. Yasuo sighed, not expecting even Nami could stand up if it were in his previous life. He'd probably not be able to get up with just 200 pounds. Watching everyone wobbling around on the deck, Yasuo smiled slightly and turned to walk into the cabin. The world is vast, but sleep is the greatest. The next morning, Yasuo, holding Chopper, exited the cabin early and looked out at the distant sea. In that direction was Alabasta, Vivi's country. "Yasuo-san, what are you looking at?" Chopper also looked towards the distant sea and asked Yasuo. "We're about to reach Vivi's country, Chopper. When we get there, I'll buy you cotton candy, okay?" Yasuo looked at the system navigation panel in front of him. There was less than half a day's time left until they reached Alabasta. "Yay, cotton candy, cotton candy." Little Chopper shouted excitedly, as happy as a child. "What's going on? Why hasn't Frankie appeared? What about the Navy?" Yasuo pondered, thinking that in the original story, they should encounter Frankie and the Navy during this time, right? Why haven't they encountered anyone? Forget it. After all, I'm the destined child. It's normal for the plot to change. Yasuo shamelessly thought to himself. Time passed slowly, and after half a day, the outline of Alabasta gradually appeared in the distance. Looking back at the Straw Hat crew who were adjusting to the gravity suits, Yasuo called out, "Hey, everyone, we're almost there. Get ready to land." Are we at Vivi's country?" The big fool Luffy looked at Yasuo after shedding his weight. Hearing this, everyone also removed their weights and looked into the distance, where the outline of Alabasta emerged before their eyes. The Mary slowly sailed towards the canola flower port, and everyone was on the deck looking ahead. Vivi's expression was extremely excited. She was about to save her country, which made her heart race with excitement. Yasuo looked ahead, suddenly frowning. Why are there so many people at the port? Observation Haki. Tenfold amplification. The observation Haki spread out, and Yasuo's pupils involuntarily contracted. That damn crocodile actually led a large army to wait here. And what the hell are those hidden King's army and rebel army around? And Smoker is also lurking on the side, ready to play the role of the sixth? Yasuo was completely speechless. What the hell is going on? Is such a big deal really necessary? Gulp. Yasuo swallowed hard. He looked at the members of the Straw Hat crew beside him and said, "Everyone, it seems our enemies have arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone spread out their observation Haki and soon discovered the crowd at the port. They saw Luffy raising his right hand to adjust his straw hat and slowly saying, "Everyone, are you ready to fight? Ha ha ha, I'm itching for a fight." Zoro, gripping the hilt of his sword, looked excited. He hadn't had a good fight in a while, and his blood was racing. Sanji was also extremely excited. A cigarette of unknown brand hanging from his mouth, grinning strangely. Nami, however, looked anxious. This is the 7 warlords, for crying out loud. Are you all really that excited? Usopp, holding his sniper rifle with a determined expression, stared straight ahead, clearly taking another small step towards becoming a brave sea warrior. Vivi looked at everyone's eager expressions. Puzzled, without observation Haki, she had no idea what was happening or why Luffy was talking about preparing for battle. Icolum also looked curiously towards the port, only able to vaguely see a dark mass. Hey, isn't the canola flower port supposed to be green? Why has it turned dark? Icolum quietly asked Karoo beside him. Karoo ignored the masochist and looked at Nami in confusion. Wasn't this woman supposed to be dead? What's going on? I mourned for so long. Just as Vivi and Icolum were lost in their thoughts, the Mary slowly approached the canola flower port, allowing them to see the situation at the port. They saw a sea of people standing at the port, each holding weapons and looking excitedly at the approaching Mary. Vivi and Icolum had never seen such a scene before, and their jaws dropped in shock. Yasuo was also slightly surprised. Is this really not the Marineford War? Lower the sails. Usopp. Yasuo issued the command. Upon hearing this, Usopp quickly lowered the sails and looked at Yasuo. The Mary was anchored 200 meters away from the shore, and Luffy slowly walked forward, his shark gaze fixed on the crowd of Baroque works ahead. Yasuo stood next to Luffy, with Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Vivi, Ikaram, and Karoo standing behind him. They are members of Baroque works. Vivi exclaimed in surprise as she spotted the wax fruit user, Brother San. At that moment, he was glaring ominously at the Mary. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Luffy opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Crocodile, come out. I'm gonna knock you out." King Cobra, hiding at the rapeseed flower port, looked at the Mary in confusion, wondering why Vivi was on that ship. It seemed that the great hero of this country, Crocodile, was on a deal with his pirate crew, but why had he never heard of it? Beside him, the Falcon of Bell wanted to rush out to save Princess Vivi, but was stopped by Cobra's hand. Falcon of Bell, deputy of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, animal type bird fruit, Falcon model user, Falcon man weight. Let us see what's happening first. Damn it, how could Princess Vivi and Ikaram have a conflict with the 7 warlords? On the other side, Jackal Gaka also gripped the hilt of his sword, looking at the Mary. Jackal Gaka, deputy of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, animal type dog fruit, Jackal model user, Jackal man. Behind them, the Birdclaw Corps and Karoo Duck Corps, along with their subordinates, looked seriously towards the port. Meanwhile, the rebel army's Kusha also spotted his childhood friend Vivi on that pirate ship, and not knowing the situation, chose to watch and wait. Standing next to him were Koby and Eric. Koby, one of the rebel army members, the right-hand man of the leader Kusha. Eric, the advisor of the rebel army. A character like General Rain in his childhood, known as the King of Children. Kusha had no idea that his old father was living like a wild man in a certain place and was wholeheartedly focused on wanting to take down King Cobra. What a good son. On the other side of the rapeseed flower port, Smoker also frowned as he looked towards the Mary, holding 2 20-year-old big cigars in his mouth. He seriously ordered Tashigi, "Get ready to capture the Straw Hat Pirates." Understood. Tashigi acknowledged the order, ready to lead everyone to capture the Straw Hat Pirates at any time. Damn it, how could it be Luffy? Ace sat on his small boat, looking at the Mary. He didn't expect to see this scene after following the royal army, and he couldn't believe that the person this warlord was targeting was actually his own brother. Ace quickly drove his flame-throwing small boat towards the Mary. On the Mary, after Luffy shouted, he didn't see Crocodile appear. So he wanted to take care of these so-called Baroque Works members first. Luffy. At that moment, a familiar voice came from afar, causing Luffy to pause. It was Ace's voice. Turning his head, sure enough, Ace was steering his small boat towards him. Ace. Luffy also leaned over the side of the boat, calling out to Ace. The members of the Straw Hat crew all looked puzzled. This silly captain knows someone in the Grand Line? Yasuo looked at Ace, who was quickly approaching, and saw Ace smiling at Luffy with his upper body bare. Is he the pirate version of Shueji-chin? Yasuo smirked. Ace is the sworn brother of Sabo and Monkey D. Luffy. His original name is Gol D. Ace. And he is actually the illegitimate son of the pirate king Gol D. Roger. After growing up, he despised his father so much that he changed his surname to that of his mother, Port-Gas de Rouge. At the age of 17, he set sail with the goal of becoming the pirate king and established the Spade Pirates, gaining fame across the seas. He refused an invitation from the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and after being defeated by Whitebeard, he was impressed and became the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He has black hair, an average skin tone, and freckles on his cheeks. His left arm bears a tattoo with the letters ASC, where the S is crossed out. This letter that does not belong to his name serves to commemorate his other sworn brother, Sabo, and symbolizes his intention to take care of his younger brother along with Sabo, as originally only Sabo understood manners and etiquette among the 3. After Sabo went missing, Ace learned the gentle and polite side from Sabo. Upon learning of his sworn brother Sabo's death, he resolved to be a good example for his younger brother Luffy and asked Miss Makino, the tavern owner, to teach him etiquette. However, he also exhibits some typical behaviors of the D-clan, such as never paying after eating at any restaurant and sneaking away. He does not allow anyone to harm Luffy or defame Whitebeard. Otherwise, he will directly attack them. Yasuo hasn't forgotten the reason he came to this pirate world. Since he has already arrived in this pirate world, he must change something. But there's no need to worry too much. He is already invincible. Even if Ace dies, he can just use the reincarnation technique to fix things. He wouldn't foolishly try to persuade Ace not to chase after Blackbeard. Yasuo knows Ace's personality all too well. With Ace's character, unless you kill him, you really can't stop him from hunting down the Blackbeard who harmed his comrades. Yasuo won't get too sentimental. He still wants to make a scene during the upcoming battle. Ace docked his small boat next to the Mary and leaped onto the deck. Sabo. Luffy shouted as he rushed towards Ace. Luffy. Ace also happily ran towards Luffy. Immediately, the two embraced, and the scene was filled with intense camaraderie. Sabo, I miss you so much. Tears and snot instantly flowed from Luffy. Luffy, how have you been? Have you gotten stronger? Ace gently patted Luffy's back. Watching this, Yasuo got goosebumps and quickly turned his head away. If he watched any longer, he might just bend over. Isn't that right? Xebec said. Ace, do you know? Sabo is not dead. That's great. Luffy's expression changed instantly, and he looked at Ace happily. What? Luffy, are you serious? Ace's pupils widened. Damn it. So my tattoo was for nothing? What the hell? This is ridiculous. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates doesn't know the second in command of the Revolutionary Army? Doesn't he read the newspaper? Yasuo thought to himself. Could it be that Oda killed Ace off earlier to appease many fans, then later created Sabo? Yasuo continued to nod and ponder. You must be my brother's companions. My brother must have caused you all trouble. Thank you all for taking care of him. Ace said politely, bowing to Yasuo and the others. What? You're Luffy's brother? Nami exclaimed in surprise, not expecting this big fool to have such a gentle and polite brother. It's simply night and day. What? Zoro and the others were also incredibly shocked. They never imagined this idiot captain had a brother. Ha ha ha. It's okay. It's okay. Luffy is very reliable. Yasuo smiled at Ace. Everyone, reliable? Can you not speak nonsense with your eyes wide open? Although everyone internally complained, they still gave Luffy face and didn't speak out. Hearing Yasuo say he was reliable, Luffy immediately puffed out his small chest proudly, smiling at everyone as if he was indeed the reliable person Yasuo mentioned. Vivi, Ikalem, and Karu also stood quietly to the side without saying a word, watching Ace and everyone's conversation. Just as everyone was having a great time chatting, many Baroque Works members at the Canola Flower Port slowly opened a passage, and a domineering man walked out, followed by a few others. That's right. This man is Crocodile. Crocodile's real name, Shichibukai, Sand Crocodile, the president of the criminal organization Baroque Works, codename Mr. Zero. known as the King of the Desert, also called Old Sand. Another name is Sand Alligator. With a bounty of 81 million berries, his dream is to become the Pirate King. He is a user of the sand fruit, able to freely manipulate sand and turn his body into sand. Crocodile is also a master planner. The dance powder incident, impersonating the king's army, then gaining the people's trust under the guise of a hero. Especially the ideal town operation plan, kidnapping the king, the fake king destroying towns, providing weapons to the rebel army. The perfect plan made both sides of the battle almost like pawns in his hands. The schemes were intricately connected, leaving the opponents with almost no chance to fight back. Crocodile, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and holding a large cigar in his mouth, looked seriously at the Mary and said, "Straw Hat Pirates. Gwahaha, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come." Hearing this, Yasuo turned to look at Crocodile. Blue Rose. Roronoa Zoro. Crocodile glared at Yasuo, gritting his teeth, wishing he could tear this handsome and suave man to pieces right away. Yasuo looked puzzled, wondering what was up with this old crocodile. Why the expression? It's not like I put a green hat on you. Are you trying to eat me? You're a crocodile? Luffy gently turned his head to look at Crocodile while holding his straw hat. That's right. I am a sand crocodile. Crocodile. Gwahaha. Straw Hat Kid. Your pirate crew stops here today. Blame the Blue Bell. Crocodile cast a sinister glance at Yasuo. The members of the Straw Hat crew looked at Yasuo in confusion, wondering when their vice captain had offended this warlord. Ace also directed his gaze at Yasuo. Only Sanji understood the reason and silently remained on the side without speaking. "Ha ha, little dada, why are you so angry? We can talk things over." Yasuo teased Crocodile with a grin. "Damn it, Bluebell, don't call me little dada. That's not a name you can use." Crocodile angrily glared at Yasuo. At this moment, Yasuo also understood why Crocodile was so angry. It turned out that being called little dada upset him. "Let me go take him down," said a man in a Shaolin monk-like outfit behind Crocodile. Indeed, this man was Mr. One, a senior agent of Baroque Works, whose real name was Das Bones. He had eaten the chop fruit, allowing him to turn his body parts into blades that were incredibly hard. Wait, this man must be taken down by me personally. Crocodile extended his hand to stop Mr. One from speaking. Nico Robin unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn the Straw Hat Pirates. Why didn't they listen to her warnings? Sigh. She had done all she could, and even if she died, it had nothing to do with her. Her small conscience could bear it. Crocodile, you treacherous bastard. You're the one secretly instigating the chaos in the country, aren't you? Vivi stood up, filled with rage. Gwahaha. I never expected Princess Vivi to actually survive and come to Alabasta. Crocodile laughed heartily, then turned his gaze to the side at Mr. 3 and Miss Valentine. It seemed he was blaming them for not completing their mission. Damn you two useless trash. If it weren't for maintaining appearances, I would have thrown you both to the crocodiles long ago. And you tell me they are very strong? Damn it. Crocodile internally complained. As Crocodile finished speaking, King Cobra and the rebel leader, Koza, were both in shock. This crocodile actually sent people to hunt down Princess Vivi, but why? Was Crocodile really the one instigating the chaos? Crocodile, why are you instigating chaos? Do you want to steal the Alabasta Kingdom? You damn beast. Why are you doing this? Vivi shouted loudly, seemingly using all her strength. In the next moment, Crocodile retaliated with a punch. He sent Robin flying with a single blow. What the hell? You sneak attacked me, you mental little sister? Robin exclaimed. What are you doing? Robin looked at Crocodile as she lay on the ground. Hee hee. Didn't you tell them my secret? Crocodile replied. You. Robin's chest heaved with anger as she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yasuo was dumbfounded. What the hell? They're not even fighting yet, and he's already dealing with his own subordinates. But Yasuo didn't care and continued to look at Crocodile. Ha ha ha. Well said. Crocodile, your goal in stealing this country can't be just to become king, right? Yasuo laughed as he spoke. Gwahaha. Of course, it's to become king. Crocodile laughed, admitting his evil deeds, completely unaware that the three forces in the shadows were watching him. What? Cobra was shocked. Damn pirates, they really have bad intentions? Koza frowned. What? This warlord actually wants to steal the Alabasta Kingdom. A pirate is still a pirate. A dog can't change its eating habits. Smoker looked ahead with a worried expression. It seems his target has now become two, but he didn't know if he could take down both the warlord and the Straw Hat crew. In fact, it was a daydream in broad daylight. Get a little closer, and once they finish fighting, arrest them immediately. Smoker gave orders to Tashigi. Understood. Tashigi immediately ordered several warships to slowly head towards the merry-go. Baka, bastard, I'm gonna knock you away. The big idiot Luffy angrily glared at the incompetent pirate. Oh, knock me away? Red Hurricane. Monkey D. Luffy. Just because of you? Crocodile looked at Luffy with disdain. Baka, don't underestimate me. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy had reached his limit. Gwahaha, Pirate King? With you? Who hasn't even grown hair yet, Shabi? Crocodile's face instantly fell. Damn it, I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Once I get the world weapon Pluton, then I'll be the Pirate King. Yasuo looked at Crocodile and chuckled. Just the king of the underworld. Isn't it just a weapon that can destroy an island? I can destroy an island with a single atomic bomb. If that doesn't work, a hydrogen bomb will do. Anyway, there are plenty in the system all. Crocodile, you can't insult our captain's dream. Our captain is a man who wants to become the Pirate King. Yasuo pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and pretentiously looked at Crocodile. Ha ha ha, don't joke around. Crocodile said angrily. The Pirate King is not something you little kids can talk about. Only I, little dada, can become the Pirate King. Just as Crocodile was feeling indignant, Yasuo grew angry as well, feeling very displeased that Crocodile interrupted his pretentious act. In the next moment, he shouted, damn it, a hero can endure humiliation. But you can't call my captain an idiot. Blue demon form. Pirate 8 gates, first gate. Open, open. Yasuo roared as he transformed, and suddenly, a wave of blue energy erupted from him, surrounding him. His black hair slowly turned blue and stood upright. The ultra-blue scion appeared. Zoro stood behind Yasuo, watching him transform and feeling his blood surge with excitement from Yasuo's shout before the transformation. He drew his sword, Snow Walk, and the third generation of Kitetsu, biting down on the wad Ikamanji, and loudly declared, a hero can endure humiliation, but you can't call my captain an idiot. Green poison form. Pirate 8 gates. First gate. Open, open. Zoro was enveloped in green energy, and his hair gradually grew longer as he completed the ultra-green transformation. Just as everyone was amazed by the so-called Pirate 8 gates, Sanji couldn't help but roar, a hero can endure humiliation, but you can't call my captain an idiot. Golden Legend form. Pirate 8 gates, first gate. Open, open. Sanji's hair turned golden and stood upright, revealing his eyes that could never see the light. Radiating golden light, looking like shining gold. Hee. Since that's the case, I can't fall behind. Usopp stepped forward and shouted loudly. A hero can endure humiliation, but you can't call my captain an idiot. Black silence form. Pirate 8 gates, first gate. Open, open. Black energy erupted from Usopp, and his hair stood upright, looking extremely pretentious. Nami thought, is it necessary to recite that so-called hero thing? However, she still followed the others to complete the transformation. Orange alert form. Pirate 8 gates, first gate. Open, open. Nami wore a yellow short-sleeved shirt and short shorts, holding a golden rod, radiating orange light. Her chest quickly swelled, making Sanji's eyes turn into hearts. Vivi and Ikelim, who had already seen everyone transform, were not too surprised. They were just slightly surprised to see Yasuo and Sanji transform, not expecting the so-called Straw Hat Crew's vice captain and the cook to also have the Pirate 8 gates. Chopper was even more astonished, his jaw dropping to the deck as he stared blankly at everyone radiating light, filled with envy. Seeing everyone had activated the Pirate 8 gates, Luffy felt his blood boil. This battle was the first real fight for his pirate crew on the Grand Line. He had to show off. Luffy slowly took off his straw hat and placed it on his back, shouting loudly, a hero can endure humiliation, but you can't call me an idiot. Red storm form. Pirate 8 gates, first gate. Open, open. Luffy's black hair slowly turned red, standing upright as he radiated red light, looking incredibly domineering. Ace was stunned. What is this Pirate 8 gates? How come all the members of his brother's crew can do it? In the distance, Crocodile, Smoker, the rebel army, and the king's army were all shocked. What the hell is this Pirate 8 gates? Smoker rubbed his chin. Could it be a technique like the Navy's 6 styles? Without further ado, Luffy, give the order. Yasuo took out the magic sword Thousand Blade from his waist and looked at Luffy with fierce determination. Everyone turned their eyes to Luffy. Luffy, with his head full of red hair, smiled slightly one pawn. Chopper, stay on the ship and watch over the Mary. This is very important, Yasuo said to Chopper beside him. But Chopper looked at Yasuo with a pitiful expression. He also wanted to help everyone. Guarding the ship is important too, Chopper. After the battle, I'll buy you cotton candy. How about that? Yasuo squatted down and patted Chopper's head. Chopper looked at Yasuo with determination and nodded. Luffy, thank you all. Thank you. Vivi looked at the Straw Hat Crew with tears in her eyes. Aren't we companions? Helping companions is what we should do. Right, Yasuo? Luffy replied blankly, then looked at Yasuo. Ha ha ha. It seems we have a new companion on our ship. Yasuo laughed heartily at everyone. Everyone smiled at Vivi. Vivi never expected that this silly captain would consider her companion. She was truly touched. Damn it. Vivi bowed to everyone tearfully. Please. Everyone. Ace. This is our battle. I hope you won't interfere, but can you help protect our Mary? Luffy said seriously to his brother Ace. Don't worry. With me around, your ship won't be harmed. Ace slowly put on his cowboy hat and looked at Luffy. Luffy smiled slightly and leaped onto the sea. Non-mainstream battle team versus Baroque works. The battle begins now. Yasuo leaped towards the sea, and seeing both him and Ace jump off the ship, everyone else followed suit and jumped into the water. Just as Ace was wondering why everyone was jumping into the sea, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures swiftly raced across the surface of the water. What? Running on the sea? Chopper, Icolum, and Vivi exclaimed. Ace was also surprised. It seemed his brother had experienced many things he was unaware of. Vivi looked at the departing figures and murmured, Companions? Running on the sea again. Huh? Those little rascals. Smoker gritted his teeth. Command the warship. Take over their ship. Seeing everyone leave the Going Merry, Smoker deduced that aside from that white-beard 2nd Division Captain Ace, the rest were just little Karami. Just Ace. He should be easy to handle, right? The overconfident Smoker looked at the Going Merry, showcasing his true nature. Daz Bonez was almost speechless. Did you just treat me like a dog? Complaints aside, Daz quickly conveyed the orders. The warship swiftly headed towards the Going Merry. On the other side, Crocodile saw the Straw Hat crew rushing towards the shore, waved his fur coat, and stepped forward. True sandstorm. Crocodile extended his right hand, and a small sandstorm appeared in his palm, which he then flung towards the Straw Hat crew. The small storm instantly transformed into a massive tornado, sweeping towards the Straw Hat crew, resembling a natural disaster, causing the king's army and the rebels nearby to shiver in fear. As soon as Yasuo and the others landed on the shore, they saw Crocodile's attack sweeping towards them. Luffy appeared helpless in front of the tornado, and seeing this, Zoro wanted to step forward and use the Kami slash. But he wasn't sure if he could block this strike. In the next moment, tenfold amplification, wind barrier. Yasuo stepped forward first, directly amplifying his technique. Suddenly, a wall of wind rose from the ground in front of the Straw Hat crew, spanning across the Rapeseed Flower Harbor. ZZZZ. The massive sandstorm tornado collided directly with Yasuo's wind wall, creating a loud noise. Yasuo didn't expect that Crocodile would directly use the enhanced version of Sandstorm. It looked quite impressive. Damn, has the long-haired monster become stronger? Zoro frowned. He naturally didn't know that Yasuo had a conceptual skill that amplified his power 100-fold. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the situation by the shore. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the Straw Hat crew appeared unharmed in everyone's view. Yay! Yasuo! Yasuo! 99 Chopper cheered for Yasuo from the bow of the ship. Killed him. Crocodile directly issued the command, and behind him, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Mr. 4 carrying a gun that had eaten the dog fruit in sausage form. Mr. 7, the sniper, Mr. 11, a swordsman with the famous sword Hanajo, and Miss Valentine, who had eaten the heavy light fruit, all charged towards the Straw Hat crew. The billionaires under the Baroque works, along with numerous minions, also rushed forward shouting with their Mauser rifles and long swords. Crocodile stood at the back, positioning himself as the final boss. Go, brothers. Kill them. Yasuo charged ahead. Luffy, Zoro, and the others followed closely behind, laughing as they rushed forward. Hey, be careful. Nami anxiously kept pace with the others. Among the Straw Hat crew, only Nami maintained a calm demeanor. Even Usopp was charging towards the minions with sparkling eyes. Conqueror's Haki. Looking at the numerous minions, Usopp unleashed his kingly aura, and a wave of black energy surged from him towards the countless Baroque works minions. Thud! Thud! One by one, the minions fell down in the path of the charge. Luffy and the others glanced back at Usopp with slight smiles, then continued rushing forward. What? That long-nosed guy actually has the Conqueror's Haki that only one in a million possesses. Crocodile was shocked internally. Damn it. He didn't even have the qualifications to be a king. How could this little brat have it? I refuse to accept this. Crocodile's vanity was completely crushed. What? That long-nosed guy who made me eat a mouthful of chili powder actually has the qualifications to be a king. Smoker's heart raced. I must take down this Straw Hat pirates here. Otherwise, who knows how terrifying they will become in the future. With this thought, Smoker flew towards the Mary. Yasuo charged ahead and was the first to encounter Mr. 11, the little Kalami swordsman. He immediately unleashed a steel tempest. Ding! To Yasuo's surprise. He thought he could take out the little Kalami in one hit, but it was able to block his steel tempest. Yasuo stepped back, carefully observing the opponent. Damn! Isn't that Mr. 11, who was taken out by his own people in less than one episode? That knife? It looks like a famous blade. Hee, it's mine now, Yasuo thought to himself. The members of the Straw Hat crew noticed that Yasuo already had his opponent, so they began searching for their own. Zoro encountered his true love, Mr. 1, the quick slash fruit user. Zoro, glowing green all over, slashed down at Mr. 1. Ding! Zoro was also surprised that this man was actually a devil fruit user. He could turn his arms into sharp blades. Hee, I'm a quick slasher who has eaten the quick slash fruit. My body is as hard as steel. Can you, a swordsman, cut through steel? Mr. 1 looked at Zoro disdainfully and mocked him. Zoro was so angry he laughed. Steel? I got Haki covering me. I could cut through anything. However, turning to look at Yasuo, who was evenly matched with Mr. 11, Zoro thought, it seems I must reach the realm of cutting steel to catch up with that long-haired freak. With that in mind, Zoro decided not to use Haki. He prepared to unleash his potential in this battle to reach that so-called realm of cutting steel. Zoro instantly activated his observation Haki and slashed at Mr. 1. And immediately, the two began to clash fiercely. Luffy directly faced off against the crippled Mr. 3. Red Storm, Straw Hat Kid. Mr. 3 looked at Luffy with malice. You're the one who hurt the giant uncle. I'm going to send you flying. Luffy instantly flew into a rage and struck out. Gum Gum Fruit. Gum Gum Machine Gun. Ada. 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 Luffy rapidly swung his fists, unleashing countless fist shadows towards Mr. 3. Mr. 3's pupils contracted. He didn't expect the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates to be as strong as that long-nosed sniper. Wax Wax Armor. Wax Wax Gauntlet. Mr. 3, frightened, hurriedly used his fruit ability to cover himself with a layer of armor, one arm transforming into a gigantic gauntlet. Come on, let us settle this. Mr. 3 charged forward. Immediately, the two fists collided. The result was predictable. How could one fist compete with countless fists? Bang! Bang! Crack! The gauntlet on Mr. 3's arm instantly shattered, and then the armor on his body broke apart under Luffy's torrential assault. Mr. 3 flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Watching Mr. 3 fly out and spit blood, Luffy felt a sense of exhilaration. Giant Uncle, I avenged you. Who would have thought? Luffy was quite vengeful. Did you think Mr. 3 would just exit the stage like this? How could that be? Mr. 3 was destined to be a Vice Admiral level character. He couldn't just fall like that. The stubborn Mr. 3 slowly crawled up from the ground, and it seemed that a passionate background music started playing in the arena as Mr. 3 dramatically ripped off the bandage binding his other arm, spreading his arms wide and glaring sharply at Luffy. True wax explosion! Luffy's pupils contracted. Suddenly, a torrent of candle wax surged from behind Mr. 3 towards Luffy, like a tsunami, startling Luffy. What the hell? Mr. 3 is serious? How could such a scene lack passionate music to hype it up? Yasuo, who was trying hard to keep up with Mr. 11, turned to look in Mr. 3's direction. After a clash with Mr. 11, he reached into his clothes and pulled out a small speaker from the system space, cranked the volume to maximum, found a song called Children of the Dark, and hit play. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with music from the small speaker. Luffy felt his blood boil, his hands trembling uncontrollably. It was an excited shiver. Luffy's whole body trembled, Haki covering his arms as he brought them to his mouth and began to blow. Instantly, a giant fist appeared. Gum Gum Fruit. Gum Gum Giant Pistol. Luffy's arm quickly stretched back, then raised his giant fist and rushed to strike at the approaching torrent of candle wax with a punch. Goo! The candle wax instantly splattered all over the ground, and the fist continued to attack Mr. 3. By inhaling air into the bones of his arm, Luffy made his arm even larger, giving it greater destructive power, and with Haki, its power was unmatched. However, because of its size, it was easy for the enemy to dodge. Mr. 3 saw the fist coming, slightly tilted his body, and easily dodged this Haki-infused punch. Damn, this Red Storm actually has Haki. Crocodile felt a bit scared. Did he provoke something he shouldn't have? However, Crocodile quickly thought, I'm a Logia-type user. Even Whitebeard couldn't handle me for long. These few brats are nothing to worry about. Seeing his attack miss, Luffy stepped on the ground and charged towards Mr. 3. Don't come over here. Mr. 3 saw Luffy charging at him with fiery eyes and hurriedly ran deeper into the port. On the other side, Usopp faced off against the Baroque Works officer, Mr. 7, the sniper. Sniper versus sniper. The battle began. Oh ho 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 ho. So you're the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates? Mr. 7, holding a yellow pistol, looked at Usopp. Ha ha ha. You, Usopp, are the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates. Are you ready to die? Usopp boldly declared, holding his weapon with a laugh. Oh ho ho ho. I'm also a sniper. It seems we are evenly matched opponents. Mr. 7 shamelessly compared his strength to Usopp's. Ha ha ha. That is not necessarily true. Usopp aimed directly with his weapon. Instantly, a 10,000-year soul ring appeared beneath Mr. 7, eerily. Kid, you didn't even say hello before making a move. Mr. 7 yelled as he ran to the side, trying to escape the range of the 10,000-year soul ring. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Ultimate move, Black Flash. A bullet glowing with black light shot towards Mr. 7, curving sharply. The bullet exploded in front of Mr. 7 bang, just as the move's name suggested. A flash appeared, blinding Mr. 7's eyes. Then the crafty Usopp fired again. Bang! Phew! The bullet embedded itself in Mr. 7's forehead, and Mr. 7, defeated. Yasuo turned to look at Usopp, and to his surprise, Usopp even managed to pull out a flashbang. What the heck? Is this it? Is this what sniper is? What a disgrace to snipers. Usopp spat and walked towards Nami, as he needed to help her since she was facing two enemies. Nami looked at the two in front of her, Mr. 4 and Miss Valentine. What? Do you still want to be knocked away by me, miss? Nami, holding her golden staff, looked at Miss Valentine with disdain. You old hag. Last time I was careless and didn't dodge. This time you'll be completely defeated under my feet, Miss Valentine. Miss Valentine angrily retorted. Mr. 4, on the other hand, said nothing and pulled out a baseball bat from who knows where, while his transformed dog gun instantly spat out a baseball. Yes, you heard that right. The dog gun actually spat out a baseball. Mr. 4 swung the bat, and the baseball shot towards Nami. Whoosh! Nami had been keeping an eye on this unknown ability of Mr. 4, and she raised her golden staff to swing at the incoming baseball, creating a sonic boom in the air. Give it back to me. Bang! The baseball quickly returned to its origin. Mr. 4 was the kind of person with slow mobility, both in his agility and reaction time, so there was no doubt he took the hit. Bang! The baseball hit Mr. 4's big belly directly, sending him flying back, blood spewing from his mouth. Even the noodles he had for lunch came out. Anyone who didn't know would think it was his intestines. Damn it. I knew it. I knew it. This old hag. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked her. Miss Valentine trembled. She picked up a brand new little umbrella and leaped into the sky. Ugh. This time it's a T-shaped attack. So shameless. Nami felt her stomach churn as she watched Miss Valentine in the sky. Miss Valentine, who was originally planning to escape, got angry. Why the hell do you always have a problem with my underwear? Do you think I have no temper? 10,000 kilograms. Oomph. Nami didn't want to end the fight quickly. She looked at the woman coming at her and dodged to the side. Bang! The ground was instantly smashed into a big pit. Thus, Miss Valentine began her endless 10,000 kilograms. And Nami was tirelessly dodging left and right, playing kite with Miss Valentine, making her furious. In the distance, Usopp hung his head, watching Nami's actions, speechless. Meanwhile, Sanji's opponent was of course his true love, Mr. 2 Bon Clay. Although he didn't know what was going on, he had to step in to stop you. Bon Clay looked at Sanji. Stop talking nonsense. Bring it on. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, extended his right leg, covered in Haki, ready to give this disgusting guy a right whip kick. Human freak fist, swan dance of the fallen. Bon Clay struck a pose and charged at Sanji. Swish, swish, swish. The irregular poses of drunken boxing continued to unleash attacks, creating the illusion of two swans, dazzling Sanji. However, Sanji was no fool. He activated his observation Haki and easily dodged Bon Clay's attacks. Lamb shoot. Sanji seized the opportunity and kicked Bon Clay right in the head, nearly popping his eyeballs out as he flew to the side. Damn, this guy is so strong. I'm getting angry. Bon Clay muttered as he got back up. Human freak fist. Memories of that winter. Bon Clay leaped into the air, spinning rapidly towards Sanji, delivering a kick as he descended. Sanji quickly utilized his observation Haki and the abilities from opening the 8 gates to dodge to the side. Bow. Bon Clay's little swan shoes kicked a big hole in the ground. Sanji swallowed hard. This freak. If I hadn't had observation Haki, I would have been killed. Seeing that his first attack failed, Bon Clay continued to use Human Freak Fist to attack Sanji. Human Freak Fist, Explosive Swan. Human Freak Fist, Memories of that Summer. Eyelash Boomerang. Bon Clay unleashed everything he had, but not a single hair on Sanji's leg was touched, all avoided thanks to Sanji's observation Haki. Panting heavily, Bon Clay stopped his movements, sweating profusely as he looked at Sanji. It seems I can only use my devil fruit ability. Bon Clay activated the mimic fruit, transforming into Miss Valentine S appearance and looking at Sanji. The next moment, Sanji's eyes instantly filled with hearts. Of course, with the knight's way, Sanji wouldn't lay a hand on a woman, even if she was an enemy. Sanji would take the hits without fighting back. Sure enough, this trick worked. I'm so smart. Bon Clay sighed in relief, seeing Sanji's lovesick expression. Human freak hand blade. Bon Clay swung a hand blade towards Sanji's neck. Sanji saw the attack coming. Although he couldn't attack, he could defend. Sanji covered his neck with Haki, quietly waiting to take the hit. Bang! Bon Clay quickly pulled back, clutching his trembling arm. Damn, so hard. Since Bon Clay couldn't use Human Freak Fist after transforming, he could only use regular attacks, which dealt -0. 0.0000001 damage to Sanji. Bon Clay quickly thought in his mind, then changed his attack method and aimed a low kick at Sanji. Sanji stood there blankly, his knight's way telling him, "Don't hit a lady. Don't hit a lady." Bang! Crack! The sound of eggs breaking was heard. Bon Clay kicked directly at Sanji's little Sanji. The next moment, Sanji crouched down, holding his groin, his expression one of pain, screaming like he had lost a loved one. Want to learn my Human Freak Fist? Bon Clay looked down at Sanji. To learn Human Freak Fist, you must do 3 things. Learn ballet, learn karate, and strike at that place. Bon Clay arrogantly turned to leave. Damn, I'm not dead yet. Sanji was furious, feeling powerless. If he had to blame someone, it was himself for not being able to cover his little Sanji with Haki. Bon Clay turned back. You are a worthy opponent. Human Freak Hand Blade. Bon Clay continued his -0.00001 attacks. Yasuo looked at the heated battle around him, feeling that something was missing. Just as he was casually going back and forth with Mr. 11, his observation Haki detected a presence beneath him. Stepping back, Mr. 11 saw Yasuo retreat and took the opportunity to step forward. In the next moment, boom! Poochie! Just as Mr. 11 took a step, a figure sprang up from the ground and pierced its claw into his chest, leaving him feeling cold and breathless. Mr. 11's pupils widened as he slowly lowered his head to look at the figure. You, Miss Christmas. Mr. 11 unwillingly closed his eyes and fell down. That's right. The newcomer was none other than Miss Christmas, who had eaten the Zoan-type mole fruit. She was Mr. Force partner. So that's what was missing. It was these Mr. Partners. Yasuo murmured, looking at the bewildered Miss Christmas. Why did you collide with my attack? The old lady, Miss Christmas, looked helplessly at the already lifeless Mr. 11. Hearing this, Mr. 11's body, now lifeless, involuntarily trembled a couple of times. You pig. You killed Mr. 11. Miss Christmas yelled at Yasuo, seemingly trying to shift the blame onto him. Damn it, old hag. You were the one who killed him. Yasuo was speechless. Was she really not going to admit what she did? But then he thought, why the hell should I argue with you? We are enemies. In the next moment, Yasuo intended to take down Miss Christmas. Bang, bang, bang. A group of people suddenly emerged from the ground. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, and Yasuo couldn't even tell how many names he didn't recognize, but they were all those so-called Miss Whatevers. Crocodile looked at Yasuo with a smirk. Now we can test your strength, right? Indeed, the burly men and the skinny old men, along with the old lady in front of Yasuo, were the vanguard sent by Crocodile to test Yasuo's abilities. Is there a lot of them? Yasuo laughed. The heavens did not give birth to me. Rocks, and the filthy soil lasts forever like a long night. Impure world, reincarnation. In the next moment, Yasuo roared loudly, knelt on one knee, and slapped the ground with one hand. Instantly, a series of eternal soul rings spread out from Yasuo's center. Rumble. The ground suddenly cracked open, and several coffins slowly rose. Bang, bang, bang. The coffin lids slammed down onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone looked up towards Yasuo, who was enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, stood up, and smugly said, I am the reincarnation person who has eaten the reincarnation devil fruit. Don't underestimate me. Bastard. Damn long-haired freak. Are you afraid others want to know your abilities? Zoro internally complained as he continued to fight with Mr. 1. A few figures slowly emerged from the coffins. Yarlita, Axe King Monka, Wapple, Fishman Arlong, Mr. 9, Baiji Kuro, Creek, Mr. 5. As for Mr. 5, He was a cell tissue that Yasuo purchased from a system shop. That is not a problem, right? Haha, I didn't expect you to become one of us too, stinky fishman. Alvida laughed mockingly at Fishman Arlong, feeling very proud as she was the first person Yasuo brought back from the afterlife. Damn it, that man. Fishman Arlong was extremely anxious. He no longer wanted to experience the pain of being torn apart by Yasuo again. The remaining Mr. 9, Mr. 5, and Wapple didn't know what was happening. But seeing that everyone wasn't surprised, it seemed this resurrection wasn't the first time it had happened. Some wondered why they even needed someone like Alvida. Even an ant is still meat, right? Even if a person is ugly, they aren't weak. Just close your eyes and act like a dog. You understand. Long-hair kid. Who is this enemy? Baiji Kuro adjusted his non-existent glasses and looked at Yasuo. Have you heard of the 7 warlords? Yasuo replied. What? Fishman Arlong was shocked. The 7 warlords were figures like the Scene Knight, Jinbei. This long-haired kid is really bold to dare to go to war with the 7 warlords. Mr. 9 and Mr. 5 could only helplessly stand by and say nothing, letting Yasuo control their bodies. Stop wasting time. Impure army, charge. Yasuo roared. Immediately, Yasuo's impure army rushed forward, displaying their might, and with the characteristics of the impure element, they pushed the enemies back. Nose boogers or explosions. Huh, Mr. 5 pulled out countless boogers from his nostrils and threw them at everyone. Yasuo? Didn't mess up again. Yasuo ignored the crowd and walked over to Mr. 11's corpse, picking up the famous sword Hanajo and hanging it at his waist. In the original story, this sword was eventually confiscated by Das Bones, but now it belonged to Yasuo. He raised his eyes towards Ameri and saw Ace and Smoker already engaged in battle. Damn it, what does the Whitebeard 2nd Division captain have to do with the Straw Hat Pirates? Smoker shouted as he defended against Ace's fiery attacks. Ha ha ha, Luffy is my brother. Ace laughed heartily. What? Smoker was shocked. The Red Storm was actually the brother of this Whitebeard 2nd Division Captain Ace. But I don't care about your brother or your dad. All I know is that you're a pirate. You're staying here today. Armament. White Fist. Smoker shouted, directly using his Devil Fruit ability to attack Ace. With both Dragon and Fire Fist Ace, Smoker was already deeply fascinated by this Straw Hat Pirates crew. Hee. Armament Haki. Huh. Armament. Fire Fist. Ace also launched a fiery Iron Fist towards Smoker. He just needed to hold Smoker back until Luffy and his companions finished their battle. There was no need to fight the Marines to the death. Thinking this, Ace tried his best to match Smoker evenly. Smoker, overly confident, believed his strength was already in the 2nd tier of this world, and with a fervent expression, he clashed with Ace above the sea. Suddenly, flames and smoke filled the entire Canola Flower Harbor, and those without observation Haki had no idea what was happening on the sea. In the distance, Cobra and Koza anxiously looked towards the Mary, worried about Princess Vivi's safety. Chopper stood at the bow of the Mary, looking at the smoke before him, unable to see Yasuo's fighting figure, and he immediately grew worried. He quickly lowered the sails and steered the Mary towards the shore. Meanwhile, Vivi and Icarus were also helping to control the direction of the Mary. Big Boss Crocodile saw everyone testing Yasuo's Devil Fruit abilities and sneered, then took a step forward and rushed towards Yasuo. A gust of wind blew against Yasuo's face. He turned to see Crocodile charging at him. Damn it, trying to sneak attack me, the honest guy again. Yasuo quickly drew his famous sword, Huazhou, from his waist. He looked at the rapidly approaching Crocodile. Oh no! After dozens of chapters, the protagonist can finally draw his sword. Crocodile instantly appeared in front of Yasuo and swung a hook down. Bang! Yasuo raised his flower blade to defend, and with a right whip kick, struck towards Crocodile. Yasuo's foot directly pierced through Crocodile's body. Gwaha! Kid, I'm a user of the natural type Sansan fruit. Such attacks are useless against me. Crocodile stepped back and looked at Yasuo. Damn it! So what if you're a natural type? Think you're so tough? I've got the conceptual type reincarnation fruit. Yasuo looked disdainfully at Old Sand. Old Sand? What is a conceptual type? I've never heard of it. Isn't it just a superhuman type? But Old Sand didn't care about that anymore. He just wanted to take down this annoying kid first. The next moment, Old Sand directly unleashed his move. Desert Blade. Crocodile transformed his arm into a sand blade and enlarged it, launching a vertical slash towards Yasuo. This move could easily slice through the ground. Its sharpness was unimaginable. Hee. Yasuo chuckled, raising his hand to cast Wind Wall. Easy. The giant blade slashed against the wind wall and instantly dissipated without a trace. Crocodile was shocked, Damn it, I don't believe you can block any attack with this move. Yasuo is also helpless. Old Sand is purely a battle mage who can only attack from a distance, and just happens to counter him perfectly. The only way to break Yasuo's wind barrier is through close combat. When attacking the barrier with his fists, Yasuo's fists will penetrate the wind wall. This is also the only weakness of Yasuo's wind barrier. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Crocodile enlarges arms, turning them into crescent-shaped sand blades to slash at Yasuo. This move only causes the sand blades to touch the body, without inflicting damage. It's a terrifying technique that drains all moisture from anyone hit by the sand blade, ultimately leaving them powerless and turning them into a dehydrated mummy. However, it still doesn't do much to Yasuo. Wind barrier. Yasuo continues to use his skills, looking at Crocodile with disdain, signaling him to continue. Baka. Damn brat. Desert Diamond Blade. Crocodile transforms his hands into 4 large sand blades attacking Yasuo. Sharper than the Desert Blade. It has the sharpness to cut through even the thickest rock walls, capable of cutting anything. Wind barrier. Erosion Rebirth. After Crocodile's right hand touches the ground, he uses Dry Crack, sucking the moisture from the plants around the canola flowers he touches and gradually spreading outwards, leaving nothing but barren land in its wake. But it still belongs to magical damage, and it is still long-range magical damage. Wind barrier. The area where the plants withered stopped right in front of Yasuo, unable to advance even an inch. Bakayalu, you're dead, dead, dead. Crocodile, in a fit of rage, furiously complains, why do you keep using the same move? You really look down on me. Is it menopause? So irritable? Yasuo looks at the furious Crocodile. Desert Sunflower. Old Sand directly uses his trump card. Crocodile controls the flow of water veins beneath the sand dunes, causing the dunes to collapse around Yasuo, forming a circle. This technique can create quicksand that devours life, burying enemies alive, which Old Sand calls the desert coffin that doesn't need a tombstone. Yasuo stood at the center, feeling his moisture rapidly depleting, while the entire circle transformed into sand, leaving him powerless to escape this circular sand dune. Ha ha ha, kid. Do you now understand the power of the 7 warlords? At this moment, Crocodile felt a wave of satisfaction. It was finally time to deal with this kid, which wasn't easy at all. How can I solve this predicament without exposing too much of my strength? Yasuo's mind was in a storm. He decided to directly activate the second gate of the 8 gates, as this gate could enhance his brain's agility, which should help him come up with a solution. Pirate 8 gates. Second gate, Rest Gate. Open. The blue aura around Yasuo intensified, deepening in color, resembling a blue gemstone. The moment the Rest Gate was opened, Yasuo's mind became completely clear, and his thoughts were sharp and refreshing. At this moment, he felt as if he could easily solve the difficult question that had baffled countless readers in his previous life. 1-1. He found that the final answer to this conundrum was actually equal to 3. Yasuo quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind, then jumped up by stepping on his right foot with his left foot, and in the moment of jumping, he stepped on his left foot with his right foot, repeating this back and forth. Yasuo took to the skies. Crocodile was stunned by Yasuo's moves. Damn it. Stepping on the left foot, then the right foot? Is this a joke? How is this even possible? You can say that if you used the Navy's 6 styles, I wouldn't care. But your actions have completely shattered my worldview. Yasuo was stunned by his own actions. Even Newton would have to call me a master if he saw this, right? This is so crazy that I could fly straight into outer space. Yasuo controlled his body to stay away from Crocodile's attack range. After landing, he looked at Crocodile and smirked. Hee hee, little trash. Yasuo extended his right hand, making a universally recognized gesture, elegant and timeless. Seeing Yasuo greet him with a middle finger, Crocodile's face darkened as he removed the foreskin from his hook, revealing a smaller, thinner hook coated with venom inside. Kid, you're asking for death. With that, Crocodile elementalized and appeared in front of Yasuo, swinging his hook at him. Clang. What? Armament Haki. Crocodile didn't expect Yasuo to also possess armament Haki, a skill that he himself had never mastered. Why? Crocodile was filled with jealousy. Yasuo's armament color Haki covered his chest, blocking Crocodile's hook. It seems I can only use this move now. Water release. Yasuo murmured. When he mentioned water, Crocodile's pupils obviously widened. Water was what he feared the most. It seems this long-haired kid wants to use water against me. The next moment, water release. 10-year-old phlegm technique. Huh. Yasuo opened his mouth and shot out a blast of 10-year-old phlegm towards Crocodile. Crocodile instinctively closed his eyes, ready to take this move head on. But what greeted him was just a blast of 10-year-old phlegm. The old phlegm hit Crocodile's face, and as he touched it, his eyes snapped open. "You little brat." Looking for death. Before Crocodile could finish his sentence, Yasuo covered his left foot with armament color Haki and delivered a left kick, sending Crocodile flying. The stubborn Crocodile struggled to get up, raising his hook to swing at Yasuo again. Another clang echoed. Crocodile's hook caught Yasuo's chest, and Yasuo smiled mysteriously, covering his blade with armament color Haki and swinging it at Crocodile. Crocodile's pupils constricted. "Damn it, I have to take this blade head on." The next moment, Crocodile was sent flying, blood gushing from his chest like a fountain. "Damn it, Blue Demon." Crocodile lay on the ground like a corpse, looking at Yasuo. Yasuo, holding the Hanajo, slowly walked up to Crocodile and pondered. "Should I kill Old Sand? Damn it, how could I possibly be a murderer? Old Sand is just trying to obtain the Underworld King. If I were in his shoes, I would do everything I could to get that so-called Underworld King too. So let's spare Old Sand's life. I actually quite like this kind of heroic figure." With this thought, Yasuo sheathed the Hanajo and turned to head towards Ameri. "Blue Demon." Crocodile's voice echoed behind Yasuo. Yasuo stopped. "What?" "Cough, cough, cough. Why are you so strong?" Crocodile asked, blood spilling from his mouth. It was evident that Yasuo's recent attack, enhanced by his Haki and the buff from his famous sword, had taken a toll on Crocodile. "Back then, I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what an opponent was." Yasuo, with his back to Crocodile, intended to put his hands in his pockets, but suddenly realized he didn't have any, so he awkwardly crossed his arms over his chest instead. "Crocodile, isn't that just you putting your hands on your chest?" Yasuo no longer paid attention to the barely conscious Crocodile and lifted his leg to leave. But Crocodile's voice sounded again. "Why are you helping that woman?" "Blue Rose." Crocodile struggled to lift his head and looked at the tall and imposing figure of Yasuo in front of him. Yasuo stopped and turned to look at Crocodile seriously, saying, "Why? Of course, it's because she is our companion. I only know that if you want to protect something, you have to fight hard to keep it." Yasuo shamelessly quoted Crocodile's famous saying. "To protect what you want, do you have to fight desperately to keep it?" "Ha ha, Blue Rose. I, Sand Crocodile, acknowledge you. You are a worthy opponent." It seems that Yasuo's words completely triggered Crocodile's fragile nerves, and he laughed loudly before spitting out a mouthful of old blood and fainting. Yasuo turned off the small speaker, flicked his hair dramatically, and walked towards the port. On the other side, Nami had just finished her battle and was rushing towards Sanji with Usopp, as both of them had seen Sanji being struck on the head with a hand chop by a shadowy figure, making the scene look extremely comical. When Nami and Usopp arrived at the scene, Nami was stunned. "How could that borderline girl be here? Didn't I exhaust her to unconsciousness?" That's right. Miss Valentine's Day had indeed exhausted herself to unconsciousness with a series of operations weighing 10,000 kilograms. Usopp was also puzzled. How could this woman move so fast? Could she be a twin? Nami didn't care about that anymore. She rushed towards Von Kure with her golden staff and swung it at him. Von Kure, who was attacking Sanji's neck with a hand chop, was completely unaware that Nami's golden staff was coming towards him, and he continued tirelessly swinging his arm at Sanji's neck. It seemed that Von Kure was determined not to stop until he severed Sanji's head. Bang! The next moment, Nami swung her staff and sent Von Kure flying into the air. Von Kure let out a scream as he crashed towards a naval warship in the distance. Bang! Von Kure landed right in front of Shiki. "Grab him!" Shiki commanded, paying no attention to Von Kure, adjusting her glasses as she looked towards Smoker's battle. Poor Von Kure was knocked out of his form by Nami's swing and lay limp on the deck, subsequently being handcuffed by the Navy soldiers using sea stone. On the other side, Chopper and the others had already docked the Mary and were scanning for the figures of Yasuo's group. At that moment, Cobra and Koza, who were hiding nearby, rushed towards the Mary. Chopper, seeing the newcomers, transformed into a muscular man and stood at the bow of the ship, protecting Vivi and Ikelim, and Karu behind him. "Vivi! Princess Vivi!" The calls from the crowd reached Vivi's ears. She looked up to see two groups of people running towards her, with Cobra, her father, leading one group, and her childhood friend Koza leading the other. "Father! Koza!" Tears streamed down Vivi's face as she leaned over the ship's railing to look at them. Ikelim behind her showed a relieved smile. Upon hearing that it was Vivi's father and someone familiar, Chopper transformed back to his original form, lowered the ship's ladder, and got off the Mary with everyone. "Father!" Vivi immediately embraced Cobra. In the distance, Koza looked awkwardly at Cobra, knowing the truth, and wishing he could be so embarrassed that his toes could dig a 3-bedroom apartment. Cobra didn't blame Koza and smiled slightly at him, thinking highly of this young man who had leadership qualities that most people lacked at such a young age and was a good candidate for leading troops into battle. Vivi calmed herself down and turned to Koza. Koza, you guys stop fighting. It's all crocodile stirring up conflict. I understand now. Koza interrupted Vivi. Seeing that Koza had grasped the truth, Vivi breathed a sigh of relief. Her country would no longer have to endure the baptism of war. It was all over. Smoker, seeing that the Mary was surrounded by people, abandoned the idea of taking over the ship and retreated after exchanging a blow with Ace. Breathing heavily, he looked at Ace. This ends here. I'll let you go this time. Don't let me run into you again. 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Port Gasti, Ace. Ace, not panting or out of breath, smiled slightly at Smoker and flew towards the Mary. As Yasuo approached the Mary, he saw Sanji, Usopp, and Nami also heading towards the Mary. Yasuo wondered why Zoro and Luffy hadn't finished yet. Meanwhile, Zoro had been fighting Mr. One for hundreds of exchanges. He paused and looked at Mr. One. You're a good opponent. Hee. You're not bad either. Mr. One gasped, looking at Zoro, who he never expected to possess such terrifying power. The blades formed from his own body felt sore from the impact. Let's end this battle. Our comrades seem to be close, Zoro thought, then sheathed Wado, Ikamanji, and Shusui. Mr. One was puzzled. Wasn't this green thorn a 3-sword style? Was he planning to admit defeat? At that moment, Zoro held Sandai Kitetsu and slowly closed his eyes, recalling the teachings of his mentor, Koshiro. Zoro, has the cherry blossoms in your hometown bloomed? Remember, you are the sword. The sword is you. As long as you and the sword are one, there is nothing in this world that cannot be cut down. Zoro remembered Koshiro standing under the cherry tree, saying those words. A tear rolled down Zoro's cheek. A sadness for the cherry blossoms of his hometown. The martial arts of the world. Unbreakable. Only speed is unbreakable. The words of Yasuo echoed in his mind. And Zoro understood. Slowly opening his eyes, Zoro felt that everything around him, even the gentle breeze against his face, seemed to slow down. Zoro realized he had reached the so-called realm of cutting iron. In the next moment, Zoro struck. One sword style, lion's song. Swish, swish. Zoro, glowing green, instantly appeared behind Mr. One, bowing his head in a show-off manner as he slowly sheathed Sandai Kitetsu. This move was like a flash of lightning. The blade's gleam barely visible. Mr. One had a deep cut from his navel to his chest, blood gushing out. Then with a bang, he fell to the ground. Zoro walked towards the harbor without looking back. A true man never looks back at a defeated opponent. However, with Zoro's terrible sense of direction, he thought the harbor was deep in the canola flower town. Zoro swaggered towards the town. Meanwhile, Yasuo, using observation Haki, noticed Zoro walking into the town and helplessly rubbed his forehead. What a terrible sense of direction. Green algae head. Just as Yasuo sighed about Zoro's sense of direction, Sanji suddenly dashed out from the side, running towards the canola flower harbor. Yasuo was about to intervene when he noticed Luffy angrily chasing after Sanji. Don't run, Candleman. Luffy shouted as he chased after Sanji. Damn Red Storm, why do you keep chasing me? I don't have any cough syrup. Sanji, with a bruised face, ran towards Yasuo like a ninja from the Naruto world. Sanji was cursing in his heart, feeling helpless against Luffy's relentless pursuit. His hands broken and still being bullied by the Straw Hat Kid. Hey, Luffy, can you do it? If not, let me. Yasuo looked at the furious Luffy and casually released everyone from the Edo Tensei. Hearing Yasuo's words, Luffy immediately became furious. Instantly, he accelerated and shot forward. Sure enough, as long as a man hears the question, can you do it? Adrenaline spikes. Luffy didn't care about Crocodile lying in front of him and kicked Crocodile in the stomach, then shot off. Crocodile, lying down, instantly woke up, his eyes nearly popping out from Luffy's kick, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, looking incredulously at Luffy, who shot off. Do you have a corpse-kicking fetish or something? Feeling hopeless, Crocodile fainted again. Just as Luffy kicked Crocodile, a marine soldier on a nearby naval ship, holding a photo snail, happened to capture the moment. Smoker had just brought the ship to shore and saw this scene. All the Marines thought Luffy had taken down Crocodile, so Yasuo's credit was stolen by this brat Luffy. Marine, arrest me. Sanji saw the Marines approaching and immediately yelled like he had encountered his real parents. Don't even think about running. The ultimate body technique, secret art, 1,000 years kill. Luffy quickly propelled himself off the ground and instantly appeared behind Sanji. Yasuo was stunned. You're almost grasping the Navy's 6 styles of shaving. Huh. The ultimate technique of physical arts. This pirate, S8 Gates, is indeed a technique of physical arts? Smoker took a deep puff from his big cigar, squinting at the battlefield. Suddenly, Luffy revealed a strange smile as he looked at Sanji's backside, causing Sanji to tense up, instantly sensing that something bad was about to happen. He tried to speed up his movements, but it was too late. The big fool Luffy covered his hands with armament Haki, brought them together, and poked at Sanji's backside with his index and middle fingers. The next moment, Sanji screamed as he flew into the sky, heading towards Smoker. Bang! Sanji landed face first, the pain in his backside causing him to completely faint. Everyone was stunned. Is this really the ultimate technique of physical arts? In the distance, the King's army, the rebel army, Vivi, Chopper, Ikarim, and Karu all tensed up. This move is too terrifying. Truly worthy of being the ultimate technique of physical arts. Has the idiot captain already learned this move? Nami was surprised. Thinking about how Luffy learned this move in such a short time, one could imagine how extraordinary Luffy's talent and aptitude were. Gulp. Usopp secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It seems there's another existence on the ship that can't be provoked. Damn it. I need to work hard to learn this move too. Sanji unconsciously turned to look in Yasuo's direction. Ha! A child worthy of teaching. Yasuo didn't expect that after just demonstrating it once, Luffy would grasp the essence of the 1,000-year kill. When did this kid learn to use such a lowly move? Ace was puzzled, completely unaware that his well-behaved and adorable younger brother had been led astray by Yasuo. On the other side, Smoker unconsciously tightened his backside, then turned to Shiki and said, "Capture him. Next, capture the Straw Hat Pirates." The Straw Hat Pirates? But they saved this country. Are we really going to arrest them? Dashiki murmured with her head down, feeling timid. Dashiki is kind-hearted, virtuous, and never does unethical things. She is undoubtedly the best woman. Hearing Dashiki's words, Smoker was immediately shocked. Damn it, how did I become someone who doesn't care about human feelings like Admiral Akainu? My justice isn't like this. Taking a deep puff from his cigar, Smoker looked at the Baroque Works personnel lying on the battlefield and said, "Capture Crocodile's subordinate personnel. This time, let the Straw Hat Pirates go." Understood, sir. Dashiki smiled slightly. This is the Smoker officer she knows. She then led the Navy towards the battlefield to collect the bodies. Whereas Crocodile? Yasuo and Luffy wondered why they didn't see Crocodile. He was just knocked out by you. Yasuo pointed to Crocodile lying in the distance. Luffy was confused. I thought I sensed a feeling of stepping on something. Turns out it was Crocodile lying there asleep, but he is too weak. Knocked out by me with just one kick. Everyone gathered at the shore where the Mary was docked, waiting for Zoro to return, but he was delayed. Everyone started to worry. Zoro won't be in trouble, right? Luffy asked blankly. Don't worry, Green Algae Head is very strong. He might have just gotten lost. Yasuo released the Pirate 8 gates and pulled out a cigarette to light it. Hearing Yasuo's words, everyone felt relieved, and upon seeing Yasuo release the Pirate 8 gates, they too followed suit, instantly collapsing to the ground. Doctor, I'm the doctor, little Chopper shouted as he circled around everyone. Usopp was amused by Chopper's antics, lying on the ground looking at the cute Chopper. Yasuo looked at Chocobo, and after a series of actions, Chocobo concluded, everyone is just exhausted. A little rest will do the trick. Yasuo nodded and looked at Vivi beside him. Vivi, how about we rest here for 2 days? Everyone needs a break, and besides, Yasuo turned to look at the Mary. It was time to change ships, as this one was nearly done for. It had been severely damaged during the fight with Eren, hurting the keel. No problem. You are the great heroes of our country. Let's hold a grand banquet for you. King Kabura laughed heartily as he looked at Yasuo. Banquet. Luffy, who was lying down, perked up at the mention of food and shouted happily. Brother, I want to be a great hero like you too. At that moment, villagers had gathered around without him noticing, and a little girl ran out, her eyes filled with hearts as she looked at Yasuo. Yasuo crouched down and gently stroked the little girl's head, saying, Fool, pirates are not heroes. So can the Navy be great heroes like you? The little girl looked at Yasuo with wide, expectant eyes. Yasuo was stunned. Navy? Pirates? In this pirate world, whose justice is truly justice. Turning to look at the lifeless Luffy, Yasuo understood. Go do what you believe is right. I'm not a hero. I just do what I want to do, to protect the people I want to protect. Yasuo smiled slightly, stood up, and led Chopper to carry everyone on a makeshift stretcher towards Zoro and the town of rapeseed flowers. Damn long-haired monster. He actually understands such profound reasoning. I didn't see that coming. Sanji, with an unknown brand of cigarette in his mouth, lay on the stretcher looking up at the sky. Hee hee. My first mate is impressive. Luffy smiled with relief, realizing that Yasuo, like himself, was a fool filled with love and justice. First mate, huh? Vivi followed behind the group, looking at Yasuo's back, feeling that he was her dream man at that moment. The captain is a fool, but the first mate is a smart and hot-tempered guy. This is really interesting. Nami looked up at the sky, thinking that joining this pirate crew might just help her achieve her dreams. At this moment, Usopp was already in tears, unable to speak. Yasuo walked ahead, while behind him, Chopper transformed into a reindeer, pulling the stretcher with the Straw Hat crew on it. Vivi was instructing her father to send someone to guard the Mary, and then followed along. Luffy. Ace's voice rang out from behind. Yasuo turned to look, almost forgetting that Ace was still here. Little fly. Are you okay? Ace anxiously looked at Luffy, who was lying on the stretcher. I'm fine. Little S. Don't worry about me. It's just the weakness after the pirate 8 gates. I'll be fine after a bit of rest, Luffy said gently, looking at Ace. Huh? Pirate 8 gates? When did you learn this? Ace asked in confusion. Huh? You don't know about the pirate 8 gates? Oh, I forgot. This is a move created by Yasuo. Luffy replied blankly. What? Ace was shocked, not expecting that this powerful move, the pirate 8 gates, was actually created by the man in front of him, who looked just like him. Yasuo also cooperatively lit a cigarette, looking up at the sky with a pretentious expression, declaring that his pirate crew would one day make a name for themselves across the entire sea. Ace looked at the lifeless Luffy with a serious expression. Luffy instinctively wanted to pose and adjust a straw hat, but his arm, raised high, dropped back down. Luffy helplessly said, when we meet again, we'll be rivals. Little S. I won't hold back then. Ace smiled reassuringly. This silly little brother was still the same as before, so unreliable. He then took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Yasuo. This is my life card. It can guide you to my location. So make sure to keep it safe, Ace said, smiling at Yasuo. The life card is a special item, found only in the New World. It is resistant to both water and fire, made by mixing one's own nail into the material, and represents the owner's vitality. Usually, people would tear it and give it to relatives or friends before parting, and the torn pieces would point to the owner. The life card shrinks when the owner is weak and returns to its original size when the owner regains health. If the life card burns and shrinks, it indicates that the person is not far from death. Yasuo nodded and took the life card, observing it for a moment before placing it into Luffy's straw hat. In the original story, Luffy also put this life card into his straw hat. Thank you, Yasuo. Luffy happily expressed his gratitude to Yasuo. I'll be on my way then. See you in the New World, little Fei. Ace turned and waved his hand as he walked towards his small boat. The next time we meet will be at the Marineford War. Yasuo thought to himself silently. Let's go, Chopper. Yasuo continued to lead the group into the town. After walking for a while, Yasuo looked up and saw Smoker leading a group of Navy soldiers, escorting many members of Baroque works towards him. Smoker gritted his teeth as he stared at Yasuo ahead, thinking, it's that blue demon again. I don't know what unknown liquid you fed me last time. Next time, I will definitely arrest you. Next to Smoker was Tashigi, and behind them, the Navy was leading Crocodile, who was wearing silver handcuffs, along with many of his subordinates. Yasuo ignored him. If Smoker was being unreasonable, then he could only let him suffer a bit. In the blink of an eye, Smoker and his crew brushed past Yasuo. Yasuo instinctively turned his head to look at the Baroque Works personnel who were handcuffed and saw Mr. One following Smoker with his head down, silent. He thought to himself, "Heh, the victor and the vanquished." Yasuo ignored them and continued walking forward. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He abruptly looked into the crowd and immediately spotted a familiar figure. That's right. The familiar figure was Nico Robin. Yasuo was stunned. Damn it. How did Robin get captured? The Straw Hat crew can't do without Robin, the one who translates the historical texts. Otherwise, how will Luffy become king? The next moment, Yasuo stopped in his tracks. Wait. Smoker had been observing Yasuo's movements, and upon seeing him stop, he instinctively sensed that something bad was about to happen, and his heart raced. Crocodile looked up at Yasuo, uncertain of what he intended to do. Everyone stopped and looked at Yasuo, while Chopper was shaking all over. Yasuo-san, why did you stop? This is the Navy. The Straw Hat crew laid seriously on stretchers, looking at Yasuo, not knowing what he was planning. Blue Demon, don't go too far, Smoker said without turning his head. Dasbona's gaze was fixed on the two swords at Yasuo's waist, the Hanazuki and the magic sword Thousand Blades. She recognized the Hanazuki, but although she didn't know the purple pattern magic sword Thousand Blades, she regarded it as a good sword. At this moment, Robin felt a deep sense of despair. Finally, she had been captured by the Navy, hadn't she? It's a pity that I haven't fully understood the history of this world. Sigh, just consider a release. After all, I'm already disappointed in this world. Robin didn't care about Yasuo and lowered her head, lost in thought. Release that woman. Yasuo pointed toward Robin, who was wearing a silver bracelet in the crowd. Everyone turned their gaze towards Robin, puzzled as to why this blue demon wanted that woman. Smoker slowly turned his head to look at Yasuo, and as he saw Yasuo pointing in Robin's direction, he recognized her in the crowd. He naturally knew Nico Robin's background, but Smoker couldn't understand why he wanted that woman. Ha, it seems you want that weapon too? Crocodile also turned to look at Robin, then laughed heartily at Yasuo. Yasuo ignored Lao Sha's teasing, just a king of the underworld, but the atomic bomb on my system all is not to be taken lightly. Smoker stared intently at Yasuo, his arms covered in Haki, pointing his weapon with all 10 fingers at Yasuo. Blue demon, do you believe that I can take down your pirate crew today? As soon as Smoker finished speaking, many Navy soldiers raised their rifles and aimed at Yasuo. Swish, swish, swish. Huh. Can the smoke man also do elementary school calisthenics? The big idiot Luffy noticed the Haki on Smoker's arms and immediately became puzzled. Smoker. What elementary school calisthenics? I just don't know which set of elementary school calisthenics this smoke man can do. Sanji, with an unknown brand of cigarette in his mouth, looked at Smoker. Nami also looked at Smoker in confusion, wondering if he really could do elementary school calisthenics. Usopp looked at Smoker seriously. In his opinion, anyone who could do elementary school calisthenics should not be underestimated, as he had deep experience in this. Behind them, Princess Vivi and Kuro were watching the tense atmosphere among the crowd. In the distance, Cobra and Koza stopped and looked towards Yasuo, not knowing what was happening, wondering why everyone had halted their steps. Yasuo looked at Smoker, reached into his pocket from the system space, took out a small Deuce speaker, and clicked to play the entrance BGM of Brother FA. Then he spoke. Smoke man, what do you think justice looks like? Yasuo slowly raised his head to look at the sky while holding a pack of cigarettes. The background music from the small speaker stirred everyone's blood. Even those lying on stretchers struggled to sit up and look at the standing Yasuo. Justice? Kid, we the Navy represent justice. Smoker wondered what this blue-haired guy was trying to express. Hiss. Yasuo exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at Smoker. Haha, you're wrong. Justice belongs to the victorious side, because the victorious side always represents justice. As Yasuo's voice fell, everyone widened their eyes. Did this long-haired monster want to take action against the Navy? So you think I would lose to you? Armament. Hardening. White fist. Smoker couldn't stand this show-off who drank some unknown liquid and directly attacked Yasuo. Robin, hearing Yasuo's words, also looked up at him. She didn't expect that this man, whom she had only met once, had such an understanding of justice. Block. Yasuo extended one arm, and the armament Haki covered his arm to block Smoker's punch infused with Haki. Deflect. He then grabbed Smoker's fist and swung it aside. Release. Immediately after, Yasuo stepped forward, raised his right arm, and delivered an elbow strike to Smoker's chest. Block. Deflect. Release. Yasuo quickly executed another set of Master Ma's secret techniques, sending Smoker flying. Smoker crashed heavily in front of Tashigi, who, upon seeing this, drew her sword and wanted to rush forward to fight Yasuo. How dare you bully my beloved again? Wait. Smoker reached out to stop Tashigi, looking at Yasuo. He didn't expect that even with his mastery of Haki, he couldn't withstand a single blow from this man. The other Navy soldiers, seeing their commander being beaten, raised their rifles and pulled the triggers towards Yasuo. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew towards the Straw Hat crew. We're gonna die. Yasuo, help. Usopp and Luffy shouted in panic, feeling powerless to assist Yasuo. In the next moment, Yasuo made his move. Wind barrier. Yasuo quickly drew his blade, the Mistral, and swung it forward. A wall of wind rose up from in front of Yasuo, blocking the incoming bullets. Again with this move, Crocodile, frustrated, simply closed his eyes, choosing not to see. Seeing this, Smoker stepped forward and launched a barrage of 10 attacks at Yasuo. Clang, clang. The two exchanged blows. Seeing Smoker advance to attack Yasuo, Tashigi knew that her superior was no match for Yasuo, so she decided to first capture the remaining members of the Straw Hat crew. Yasuo delivered a spinning kick that sent Smoker flying, then turned to his eye and said, "If you dare to lay a hand on my partner, you better be prepared." Yasuo is a bit angry. "Although I really like you, Darius, it's best not to play tricks on me." Buzz. The next moment, Yasuo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, intimidating everyone and making them tremble in fear. Yasuo directly suppressed the overwhelming will to the lowest limit, holding back everyone present. Otherwise, they would all have to lie down. With the music from the speaker and Yasuo's words, the release will move Luffy and the others deeply. Partners. It seems Yasuo values his companions, just like this big fool does. Chopper was also in tears, crying softly. "Damn it, I must work hard to overcome the aftermath of the 8 gates." Sanji felt like he was just holding Yasuo back, filled with self-reproach. "Today, I will take this woman away. Who dares to stop me?" Yasuo roared angrily. Luffy and the others were stunned. This was the first time Yasuo had exploded with such rage, and they unconsciously swallowed hard. Why did Yasuo insist on saving that dark-haired, short-haired girl? Smoker to Shiki, and many members of the Baroque works, as well as Navy lackeys, were all frightened by Yasuo's roar. Smoker, lying on the ground, unconsciously swallowed hard. He never expected this blue demon to possess the rare will that only one in a million has. How many secrets does a Straw Hat Pirate still have? Smoker didn't want to go down with the ship. Since the Straw Hat Pirates had saved the Alabasta Kingdom, he would let them go this time. He could let that woman go with him. With this thought, Smoker tried to get up, but the next moment, Yasuo bought a bottle of Observation Haki Oral Liquid from the system shop. He took out a bottle of Patula Haki Oral Liquid from his system space, opened the cap, and shot it towards Smoker, who was getting up. Whoosh! The Patula Haki Oral Liquid shot out from Yasuo's hand. Just as Smoker lifted his head, the Patchouli Haki Oral Liquid directly entered his mouth and got stuck in his throat. MMM. Suddenly, a familiar taste filled Smoker's mouth. He crouched down, wanted to spit it out, but the oral liquid was firmly lodged in his throat and was completely ineffective. Seeing this, Tashigi wanted to step forward to help Smoker, but Yasuo's sharp gaze was fixed on her, making it impossible for her legs to move an inch. Yasuo sheathed his sword and walked towards Robin, while the surrounding Navy lackeys made way, their hearts filled with fear towards this man. Seeing Yasuo approaching, tears involuntarily streamed down Robin's cheeks. Yasuo's words about wanting to take her away had completely touched her heart. She didn't expect that someone would risk everything for her. Yasuo didn't know the turmoil in Robin's heart. At this moment, he only wanted to save this future companion, even if she was unwilling to be a companion. He couldn't let her fall into the hands of the Navy. This woman stirred Yasuo's compassion to the extreme. Looking at Robin, he couldn't help but recall the girl he had seen in his past life, standing under a utility pole in a dark alley. Her eyes just as fragile and helpless as Robin's, making one unable to resist the urge to extend a helping hand. He walked up to Robin, lifted her up, and headed towards the location of Chopper and the others. Arriving in front of Chopper, he said, "Let's go." Chopper quickly grabbed the stretcher and followed Yasuo deeper into the town, while Vivi hurried after them, filled with confusion about why Yasuo wanted to save this woman. Crocodile looked at Yasuo's back and muttered, "Weakness has no right to speak of justice." Des Bones and the other Marines, seeing Yasuo and the others leave, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. Des Bones also felt cold sweat in his palms as he looked toward Smoker. At this moment, Smoker had already spit out the Huoxiang Zhengqi oral liquid bottle and was examining it closely. Huoxiang Zhengqi oral liquid. What is this thing? Smoker gritted his teeth and turned to look at Yasuo's departing figure. "Go. Contact the Navy headquarters immediately." Smoker stood up and led everyone towards the port, with Des Bones quickly following behind. After distancing themselves from Smoker and the others, Yasuo put away the small sound system and set Robin down. Looking at the sea stone handcuffs on Robin's hands, Yasuo was troubled. This thing was harder than diamonds. How was he supposed to deal with it without a key? He opened the system store and searched for a cutting machine. That's right, there was nothing that couldn't be cut with a good cutter. Spending 100 million berries, he purchased a portable cutting machine, which even came with a diamond cutting blade. The system was truly considerate. Yes, it was the kind specifically for cutting tiles. Those who know understand. Yasuo reached into his pocket and pulled out a cutting machine, looking at Robin. "Extend your hand." "Everyone, how can you fit anything in that little chest of yours?" After a moment of surprise, Robin extended her hand towards Yasuo. Ziz. Sparks flew as the Haki handcuffs were slowly cut open by Yasuo, without harming Robin's arm at all. The technique was extremely skillful. Hee, it's just Haki. I've been a masonry apprentice before. MacArthur once said, Never underestimate a man with a cutting machine. Yasuo confidently continued his work. Robin was stunned. This Haki, which made everyone in the world tremble with fear, was easily cut by this man. What a terrifying man. Seeing Robin's incredulous expression, Yasuo said, "Don't be too surprised. I'm a scientist. Inventing a tool specifically for Haki is not a big deal, right?" Robin nodded slightly, not expecting this man to also be a scientist. She just wondered if he could invent a soap that could make people whiter. After removing the Haki handcuffs, Yasuo slowly stood up, put the cutting machine back into the system space, and looked at Robin. P.S. Dear readers, please fill the last page with your big, thick, and dark 5-star reviews. Thank you, strongman. Why did you save me? Robin crossed her arms, ready to use her devil fruit ability at any moment, looking seriously at Yasuo. Ugh, women's mood swings are really fast, Yasuo thought to himself. Robin was quite worried. Although this man saved her from the Navy, he might not use her to gain benefits from the Navy, but perhaps he, like Crocodile, wanted to obtain the so-called Pluto? I understand you. Nico Robin. Yasuo spoke. Sure enough. Does he want to obtain Pluto too? Does he know that without me, he won't get the information about Pluto? Robin thought frantically. I understand your past. Your first half of life can be described as tragic. Speaking of which, I have some similarities with you. We are both people abandoned by this world. Yasuo unconsciously recalled the various experiences from his previous life. The oppression from his boss, the disdain from his colleagues, the hardships of work, the betrayal of his girlfriend, and the departure of his good brother. This left Yasuo utterly despaired, with a deep sense of powerlessness filling his heart. Yasuo looked at Robin with red eyes, tears of sadness streaming down his face, and then he burst into laughter. Ha ha, let's go. You're free now. Robin didn't understand why Yasuo was crying, nor did she know why this man was laughing out loud. She wondered if this man really had no ulterior motives. Was he really just letting her go like this? Why are you laughing? Robin frowned and looked at Yasuo. People laugh because they are happy, and they are happy because they laugh. So let's laugh even when we are sad. Yasuo's words echoed. Boom! It was as if someone had dropped an atomic bomb in Robin's mind, leaving her stunned and staring blankly at Yasuo. This man actually spoke the words that another man had said before. She cried so sorrowfully without making a sound, but tears rolled down continuously between her fingers. It felt as if her heart was tightly gripped by something, instantly shrinking into a ball. This reminded Robin of the tragic past she had experienced over the years. The giant uncle who saved her life, the benefactor who encouraged her to keep living. Robin had been through a lot. At the age of 28, she had a bounty of nearly 10 million berries placed on her by the Navy when she was just 8 years old. It was easy to imagine that those greedy for treasure would not miss the chance to wander through the dark alleys a few more times. And the young Robin became a coveted target for many. Yasuo looked at Robin, who was frozen in place, then turned to Chopper and said, "Let's go." Yasuo stepped forward, and Chopper hurriedly pulled the others on the stretcher to follow him. Vivi quickly followed the group as well. She didn't understand why Yasuo wanted to save this woman. The Straw Hat crew was puzzled about the meaning behind Yasuo saving her. Meanwhile, the big fool Luffy was preoccupied with thoughts of food and didn't pay any attention to what had just happened. Chopper couldn't hold back and asked Yasuo, "Yasuo-san, why are you saving her? Aren't we enemies?" At this moment, Yasuo was pondering that if Robin didn't board the ship, then Luffy would never become the Pirate King, who would translate the historical text. It seems that from now on, I'll have to rely on the system. Yasuo murmured. Ding. The system strives to serve the host. But the system is not a pet. Please maintain self-respect, host. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. What? ISNT, it just translating the historical text? Don't you want Robin to leave our crew? All right. With this thought, Yasuo looked at Chopper and said, Little Chopper, when does a person truly die? When they are shot through the heart? No. When they get incurable disease? No. When they drink poisonous mushroom soup? No. It's when they are forgotten. Little Chopper was confused. I don't understand. What does this have to do with saving that woman? Of course. Yasuo's words were meant for Robin, who was standing frozen in place behind them. Upon hearing Yasuo's words, Robin's once-dazed pupils regained clarity as she looked at the backs of everyone in front of her. I, Nico Robin, want the whole world to know that the son of the devil is still alive. No more hiding and living a muddled life. I want to turn the entire world's history upside down. At this moment, the blood in the spirited girl was burning, and she trembled with excitement. She looked at everyone and shouted, Let me be your partner. Her voice trembled, filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Yasuo stopped in his tracks, and Little Chopper also halted, looking at Yasuo, unsure of what he would do next. Yasuo's lips curled up. It seems that some things are destined to happen, and even the heavens cannot change them. He looked at Luffy, who was lying on the stretcher with a face full of despair, and it was clear that he was starving. Luffy naturally heard what Robin said. He thought this was something the first mate should decide for himself. So he remained silent and just watched Robin quietly. After a while, the big fool Luffy finally reacted. Huh? Why isn't Yasuo saying anything? Luffy pondered as he looked at Yasuo. He saw that Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Vivi, and Yasuo were all looking at him. Yasuo looked at Luffy, thinking that Luffy didn't want Robin to join. Robin was also holding her little black fist tightly, waiting for Luffy's answer. Luffy, what do you say? Yasuo pulled out a cigarette and lit it. All right, then you're now our partner, Luffy replied as he turned to Robin. Sanji and the others were speechless, thinking, what the hell? That's the enemy, and you just agreed? But everyone remained discreet and didn't speak up, after all. This woman was saved by Yasuo at the risk of being captured by the Navy, so there must be a reason behind Yasuo's decision. Robin smiled slightly, her little black fist relaxing as she walked towards Yasuo and the others. Yasuo, in the future, you don't have to care about my opinion on such matters. You are my first mate, and the decisions you make are my decisions too. Luffy said seriously, looking at Yasuo. Boom! As Luffy's words fell, Yasuo felt his mind go blank. Yasuo never expected that this Luffy would say such a thing. He has completely regarded me as an indispensable companion. This silly Luffy. What he said is quite touching. Moreover, I thought this vice captain title was just a name or a symbol of strength. But Yasuo didn't expect that Luffy would say that his decisions are equivalent to the captain's decisions. From now on, please take care of me. My name is Nico Robin, and I am an archaeologist. Robin smiled and looked at everyone as she spoke. Ha ha ha. Robin-chan, meeting is fate, it's all fate. My name is Vinsmoke Sanji. Sanji looked at Robin with hearts in his eyes. Yasuo secretly glanced at Sanji's crotch, wanted to see if Sanji had any reactions when he was being infatuated. The result left Yasuo disappointed. There was no little tint at all, no movement whatsoever. It seemed that the people in the pirate world weren't very functional in that regard. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be the pirate king. Luffy introduced himself flamboyantly. I'm Nefertari Vivi. Vivi awkwardly introduced herself while touching her companion Kuro, feeling embarrassed that just a moment ago they were enemies. And now they were comrades. It was really awkward. I'm Nami. I'm a navigator. Nami reluctantly introduced herself, worried that having another woman on board might affect her status, though she wasn't sure since she wasn't as pretty and was quite dark-skinned. I am the black silent Usopp. I'm a sniper. Robin-san. Usopp looked seriously at Robin. I'm Yasuo. I'm a scientist. Yasuo smiled. Thank you. Yasuo, thank you for saving me. Robin said as she bowed at a 45-degree angle to express her gratitude. Ha ha, saying that makes it feel distant. We are comrades. Yasuo quickly helped Robin up, mainly because the moment Robin bowed her head, Yasuo saw something he shouldn't have, that so-called thing that ignites when there's a cleavage, making Yasuo unconsciously want to get closer to see it more clearly. Sanji, on the side, gritted his teeth, that damn hairy freak. If I weren't immobilized right now, I'd definitely give you a flying kick. How dare you lay your hands on Robin-chan? Robin looked up at Yasuo, and Yasuo quickly averted his gaze, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Seeing this, Robin didn't mind and smiled slightly, showcasing the tenderness of an intellectual big sister. Noticing Sanji's resentful gaze, Yasuo teased, you know? Pervert cook. Someone once said I was handsome. I laughed because I look even better when I smile. Upon hearing this, Sanji's back teeth ground together. How shameless can you be? Fuck. Can't this goofy first mate's attributes be suppressed? Sanji cursed inwardly and turned to look at Robin, thinking that only by feasting his eyes could he calm down. Seeing Sanji ignoring him, Yasuo continued, if you like someone, you should confess, don't worry about so much. Pervert cook. Although the chances of failure are high, what if you become backup? Hearing the first half of the sentence, Sanji thought it made some sense, but the second half nearly made him spit blood. He glared at Yasuo, face flushed. Once I recover, I will definitely kick you to death, hairy freak. Seeing Sanji unhappy, Yasuo instantly felt better and turned to lead everyone towards the direction of the directionally challenged Zoro. Deep in the town of Canola Flower, Yasuo led everyone here, looking ahead helplessly. There appeared a figure ahead, wearing a white short-sleeve shirt, a green pillowcase around his waist, and denim pants. With a head full of green hair, looking very non-mainstream. That's right, this person was the infamous directionally challenged Zoro. At that moment, Zoro was using a snow pole to support himself, tremblingly moving forward, muttering, "Why haven't we arrived yet? I've been walking for so long." Yasuo was speechless as he looked at Zoro, who resembled an old man indulging excessively, and shouted, "Hey, green algae head!" Zoro turned his head shakily in response to the voice and saw that the members of the Straw Hat crew were all looking at him. Zoro immediately became angry. "Damn long-haired freak. How did you all end up deep in the town? I've been searching for you for ages." Seeing that Zoro was almost able to move freely, Yasuo guessed that Zoro should be adapting to the aftereffects of opening the door. He didn't expect this green algae head to be the first. Yasuo thought Luffy would be the first. After all, Luffy was mostly about eating and fighting. Yasuo was too lazy to explain to this directionally challenged person and stepped forward to lift Zoro and throw him onto the stretcher. Zoro lay on the stretcher, gazing at the sky. His strength had increased a little, and he was not far from the long-haired monster. Zoro's heart was filled with excitement, completely unaware that Yasuo's strength had already reached the pinnacle of this world. Meanwhile, Ace was already piloting his fire-breathing small boat, chasing after Blackbeard's trace. Holding the log pointing to the next island, Ace's face was filled with enthusiasm, and a flame inadvertently burst from his hand. It was clear that Ace couldn't wait to head to the underwater prison to step on the sewing machine. As night fell, and since they were quite far from the Alabaster Royal Palace, even Crocodile and his crew took several days to reach the Canola Flower Port. Therefore, Yasuo and his group had to camp out in a desert sea filled with sand. "I'm sorry, Yasuo-san. I forgot that we need desert camels to get to the palace and didn't ask my father for them. I'm really sorry," Vivi said weakly by the campfire, looking at Yasuo. As for why there was a campfire in the desert, of course, it was granted by the author. There is nothing wrong with that, right? And where did King Cobra and Kusha go? They were, of course, calming the citizens. There were also post-war matters that required both of them to work together. So they entrusted Vivi to lead everyone to the palace and wait for the banquet to begin. "It's okay. Vivi, are you hungry?" Yasuo suddenly remembered that there was still some leftover rabbit from last time in the system space. Since everyone hadn't eaten all day, it was a perfect opportunity to have a bonfire party together. Looking at Chaba, who had fallen asleep on his lap, and the Straw Hat crew members who were sound asleep on the stretcher, Yasuo thought about waking everyone up. A few hours had passed, and everyone should be able to regain their energy. Gurgling, Vivi's stomach unconsciously growled, and she turned her head to the side, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Robin, on the other hand, was staring intently at the bonfire, lost in her thoughts. Yasuo smiled and stood up, shouting at the people on the stretcher. "The beautiful swordsman is coming down with 1,000,000 berries and 3,000 soldiers. Meat, meat, where is it?" Big idiot Luffy suddenly stood up and looked around. "Next, swordsman, where are you? Beauty, beauty, where are you? Berries, berries, where are my treasures? Are my 3,000 soldiers here? Where are they?" The others quickly stood up, Sanji's eyes sparkling with hearts, and Nami looked excited about the berries, making Yasuo laugh heartily. Unexpectedly, the way to wake everyone up in the original story was so effective. Sanji noticed that besides Nami, Vivi, and Robin, there were no other beauties, and anger surged in his heart. "Just now, you took advantage of me being unable to move, and I was so angry I almost had a heart attack. Lamb meat show." Sanji kicked at Yasuo. "Dog meat show." Yasuo saw Sanji kicking at him and also kicked back. The two collided, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Oh, is this perverted chef's bloodline factor about to awaken? So tough?" Yasuo touched his slightly aching foot and looked at Sanji. "Long-haired monster, now you know my strength, right?" Sanji disdainfully took out a cigarette of an unknown brand and lit it. "Hee hee." Yasuo chuckled. "Perverted chef. I'm done pretending. I'm confessing. I'm the strongest man in this world." Yasuo spread his arms and posed dramatically at Sanji. Everyone, they all didn't know what was happening. It just seemed like daily sparring. After all, the two often exchanged moves with Zoro on the ship. "System, load superhuman abilities for me," Yasuo commanded in his mind. "Since you want to compete with me in toughness, let's see who is tougher. My steel body, even atomic bomb, can't hurt me a hair. Your bloodline factor that hasn't awakened is completely incomparable." Ding! Superhuman abilities loaded successfully. As the system finished speaking, Yasuo felt that he could use all of the superhuman abilities at any time. Steel body, super hearing, super speed, super strength, super kidney function, and heat vision, plus the ability to transform breath into freezing power. Fuck, if I had known this superhuman template was so strong, I wouldn't have bothered playing Yasuo. Of course, Yasuo's template is the weakest superhuman template, After all, he didn't know about that so-called Silver Superman when he crossed over, only having seen DC Superman. So he filled in these abilities. Bah, shameless, long-haired monster. Sanji looked disdainfully at Yasuo, still claiming to be the strongest man. Oomph, take my move, Kung Pao Chicken. Yasuo kicked at Sanji. Sanji was dumbfounded. Damn it, I used this move against that she-male, and you want to try it again? Welcome. Sanji lifted his foot to hook Yasuo's face, trying to slam him to the ground. Bang! Sanji was sent flying, crashing into a nearby sand dune, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yasuo was confused. He just wanted to see if he could withstand Sanji's attacks without the limiter on Saitama's body, relying only on Superman's steel physique. He didn't expect there would be a rebound effect. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, got up, unsure of what had happened. He felt that the force he had used was directly rebounding back at him, and he wondered what was going on. Just as Sanji was puzzled, Luffy interrupted their sparring. I'm hungry. Sanji. Damn it. I didn't bring any food. Sanji suddenly realized that all the food was on the ship. What should he do now? Yasuo looked at Sanji. Although Sanji didn't gain much advantage in the fight against Von Clay, it seemed like the will of the pirate world was at play. After Nami knocked Von Clay away, Sanji's experience points were credited. This meant that even if everyone did nothing, as long as Yasuo defeated the enemies they encountered, the shared experience boost would still be distributed among them. This sparked an interesting and fun adventure path in Yasuo's mind. The cook. Yasuo couldn't help but think about Sanji's desire for the invisibility devil fruit. In the original story, Sanji worked hard to develop another form of physical invisibility because he wanted to be invisible, even after the devil fruit was eaten by someone else. He achieved this by moving quickly, creating the illusion of invisibility to the outside world. The devil fruit is impossible to give you. Otherwise, wouldn't you be uncontrollable on the ship? However, you could become the Flash of this pirate world, which isn't bad. But it's still too early for that. Yasuo, having released his superpowers, looked at the group sitting around the campfire with expressions of utter despair. Hey, did you all forget something? Ding, 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 ding. Yasuo struck a flamboyant pose and took out the universal gourmet tablecloth, looking at Luffy. Yasuo, I want to eat the meat of Kuin. I want to eat the meat of Kuin. Luffy exclaimed with shining eyes at the universal gourmet tablecloth in Yasuo's hand. Ha. Don't rush, brothers. Watch my moves. Yasuo reached into his chest again and pulled out a super large round table that he bought from the system mall. What the? Is this? Is this even scientific? Robin was stunned. How the hell did you fit such a big table in your chest? What? The long-haired freak didn't invent something that can store things again, did he? Zoro also looked incredulous. Nami, Usopp, Luffy, Vivi, and Chopper were all astonished, their jaws dropping to the ground in a comical manner. After placing the table down, Yasuo reached into his chest again and took out 3 Rabin rabbits to place on the table. When Luffy saw the food on the table, instead of rushing forward to devour it, he ran up to Yasuo and pulled aside his clothes, wanting to see what else was hidden in Yasuo's small chest. Usopp was puzzled, wondering why before he could just wave his hand to conjure things out of thin air, but now he needed to reach into his chest. Yasuo took out a roasted meat dish from the universal banquet table and placed it on the table. Then he took out dozens of boxes of snowflake cakes and several packs of Huazi from his pocket. Everyone looked at the table filled with food and couldn't hold back any longer, glancing at Yasuo, wondering if there was more. To celebrate Robin and Vivi's joining. Let's go. Brothers. Everyone raised their bottles and clinked them together, gulping down the drinks. Zoro's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the wine to be so delicious. Yasuo was also stunned. How could this snowflake beer, which he had never heard of before, taste so different from the lei hua he drank in his previous life? He quickly asked the system, why is this snowflake so delicious? It's much better than the lei hua I had in my previous life. Ding. To the host. The lei hua you mentioned is a counterfeit. The system replied. What? Don't lie to me. Are you telling me that the stuff I drink every day is counterfeit? Ding. Host, please look at the bottle to understand. Yasuo looked at the bottle in his hand and saw the label that read, Snowflake, Brave the World. What? How is this so similar to Thunderflower, Brave the Heaven? In terms of taste, it seems I have indeed been drinking fakes in my past life. Damn it. I only get to drink the real stuff after I die. Or am I supposed to complain about this? Yasuo cursed inwardly. With the situation being what it was, he could only mentally greet all the unscrupulous merchants from his past life before slowly savoring the fine wine in his hand. Robin watched as everyone happily indulged in food and drink, using her fruit ability to grow 2 small hands from Chopper's body to stroke him. And 2 hands sprouted from Luffy's head, making him look like a reindeer. Yasuo was speechless as he watched Chopper, enjoying himself so much. He felt jealous. When he patted little Chopper, Chopper didn't show that kind of expression. Could it be that Robin, that little black hand, was naturally good with animals? On the other side, Sanji picked up a Huazi cigarette from the table, took out a stick from the pack, and lit it. Hiss! This Huazi is so delicious. This heavenly taste, this irresistible feeling. It's as if angels are beckoning to me. Sanji was thrilled, not expecting that the long-haired monster had hidden such delicious cigarettes. He didn't know he should have taken them out to share earlier, forcing himself to smoke those cheap knockoff cigarettes, sometimes even having to roll them with toilet paper, which was just tragic. But now it was different. Sanji would have a stable source of cigarettes in the future, and he looked at Yasuo with mischievous intent. From now on, Sanji's cigarettes would no longer be those knockoffs now. From now on, it would all be Huazi. Oh my goodness, after dozens of chapters, Sanji finally had branded cigarettes. Seeing little Chopper holding a rabbit leg, Yasuo took out 2 cotton candies from the interdimensional food tablecloth and handed them to Chopper. Chopper's eyes lit up as he quickly reached out to take them and asked, Yasuo-san, thank you so much. He eat cotton candy. Where did you get the cotton candy from? Chopper excitedly licked the cotton candy in his hand. Oh, it came from this tablecloth. I don't know why I can take things out. Anyway, as long as I think of a food item, it will automatically appear. A few days ago, I forgot I had this thing. Otherwise, I could have let you eat cotton candy sooner. I'm really sorry. Yasuo pointed to the interdimensional food tablecloth. The tablecloth was a square shape woven from snakeskin-like material, looking quite shabby. Yasuo had also complained about the system back then. So, does it mean there will be endless cotton candy every day? Chopper couldn't hold back anymore. This was simply heavenly. Indeed, following Yasuo to the sea was the best decision he had made. Watching everyone eat and drink heartily, Yasuo felt his silly side was about to burst out. He took out a small deuce speaker, played familiar music, and pulled Luffy and Usopp to start the dance. Osabak Saikuno, Obababa, Obababa. Yasuo and the 3 of them wildly swung their heads and hands, making everyone around them eager to join in. Xiao Xiao Ba unconsciously joined the dance team of Yasuo and the others. Nami, Sanji, and Vivi, seeing how crazily they were dancing, joined in as well. The group gathered together, dancing wildly to the rhythm of the music from the small speaker. Due to his rubber body, every time Luffy swung his head, his neck stretched out long, looking extremely strange. Only Robin and Zoro sat quietly by the campfire. Zoro, holding a bottle of beer, glanced at Robin. He had no guard against this woman, just a bit puzzled as to why she would join their pirate crew. Zoro's viewpoint: if you're not an enemy, then you're a friend. Meanwhile, Robin smiled as she looked at the direction of the dancing crowd, then turned to look at Zoro beside her. It seemed that this pirate crew did have a relatively reliable person. Robin unconsciously considered Zoro a reliable person. Boom! Just as everyone was dancing happily, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a large hole, and Yasuo and the others fell into it. Hey Luffy, are you guys okay? Seeing this, Zoro quickly ran to the edge of the hole and shouted into the dark opening, with Robin following closely behind, looking into the depths of the hole. At the bottom of the pit, Yasuo was grabbing something soft and familiar, feeling a sense of déjà vu. What is this? Yasuo tried to squeeze it again. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Isn't that thing? He looked up through the moonlight shining down from the hole. He saw Nami blushing and looking angrily at Yasuo. How is it? Is it nice to touch? It's okay, just a bit small. Yasuo instinctively replied. The next moment, Yasuo regretted it. Baka. Yasuo, go die. Slap. Yasuo was directly slapped by Nami and flew out. Yasuo crashed into a hard wall and let out a wail. As Yasuo flew out, everyone slowly got up from their tangled positions. Luffy was at the bottom, nearly vomiting up what he had just eaten. There was no way around it. At the moment they fell, Yasuo had pulled himself in to cushion the impact. What a great vice captain. Hearing Yasuo scream and unsure of the situation in the pit, Zoro and Robin exchanged glances and jumped down. Another heart-wrenching scream came from beneath Zoro's feet. Zoro looked down at Luffy and awkwardly stepped off his stomach, accidentally stepping on Luffy's arm in the process. Sorry. Zoro felt even more embarrassed. The poor big idiot Luffy was enduring pain that someone his age shouldn't have to bear. Threefold pain. Luffy sat up, feeling wronged, then went to a corner, picked up a bone from an unknown animal, and started drawing circles on the ground. He kept murmuring, "What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? I'm the captain, after all." Yasuo was savoring the lingering warmth in his hands, chuckling to himself. He didn't expect it to feel so supple. It was much better to touch than the silicone from his previous life. This was Yasuo's first time experiencing such a sensation in the pirate world, and he couldn't be more excited. However, just thinking about Nami's temper, which was as fiery as a typical girl from the countryside, sent a shiver down his spine. Nami was the type of girl who was better off as a silent ant. Once she opened her mouth, it would make it impossible to keep his composure. How did those veteran travelers manage to win over Nami? Seeking strategies. Yasuo slowly got up and purchased a flashlight from the system store. Looking at the balance in the system store, the countless zeros made Yasuo's heart feel inexplicably joyful. He turned on the flashlight and shone around, only to see everyone looking in his direction. Yasuo, you're truly a treasure chest. You have everything. Usopp exclaimed excitedly. System upgrade. Treasure chest. Chopper looked at Yasuo with sparkling eyes. Zoro and Sanji, however, looked at Yasuo with disdain, while Robin and Vivi were observing their surroundings. Nami scanned the area, hoping to find treasure in the cave, completely forgetting about Yasuo's earlier inappropriate behavior. Yasuo turned around and aimed the flashlight behind him. Just now, he had been slapped away by Nami and crashed into the hard wall, not knowing what it was. Damn it, the historical text. Yasuo was stunned. How could I ruin the plot like this and still encounter this piece of historical text? That's right. The wall in front of Yasuo was indeed the historical text. There are about 30 pieces of historical texts, including 4 pieces of landmark historical texts and 9 pieces of intelligence historical texts. This black stone tablet in front of him was clearly an intelligence historical text because the landmark historical texts are red. The historical text refers to a kind of indestructible stone tablet forged by the ancestors of the Kazuki clan from Wano during the blank period of 100 years. Only the Kazuki clan and scholars living in O'Hara can interpret it. However, due to the passage of time, the method of interpreting the historical text and the content of the tablets have been lost by the generation of Momonosuke's father, and with the destruction of O'Hara, only Robin can currently interpret the historical text. This is why the world government wants to execute Robin, fearing the truth will be revealed to the world. Each piece of landmark historical text records a location. When these positions are known, connecting the 4 points on the map reveals the final island, Raftel. In the original work, 1 piece is managed by the Kazuki clan in Zou, 2 are managed by the Yonko Charlotte Linlin and the Yonko Kaido, and the remaining piece is in Fishman Island. Historical text, Robin exclaimed. She never expected to find a piece of historical text in this desert. Huh, what is historical text? The big fool Luffy ran over and asked, looking at Robin's surprised expression. This historical text must be really impressive, right? Robin swayed her alluring figure and slowly walked towards the historical text stone tablet. The historical text records the history of this world during the blank period of 100 years. Robin began to explain. What? Everyone exclaimed. There's 100 years of blank history in this world. Only the big fool Luffy was still staring blankly at everyone. 100 years. What does that mean? Damn it. It's all my grandfather's fault for not letting me drink more 6 walnut drinks when I was a kid, making me not understand what everyone is talking about now. Robin carefully observed the historical text, interpreting the words recorded on it. Long-hair monster. The characters on this stone tablet look somewhat similar to the ones you carved on that island last time, right? Zoro's voice rang out behind everyone. Robin paused. Could this Yasuo also recognize these characters? Could it be that he's also a survivor of O'Hara? No, that doesn't match his age. He wasn't even born then. At this moment, Yasuo was also stunned. Isn't this just Chinese characters? I recognize them, but damn it, these are all traditional characters. I didn't even finish elementary school, and my Chinese teacher passed away early. This is really awkward, okay? Although most of them are traditional characters, Yasuo still barely recognized a few simplified characters. Ahem. Low profile. I only know a little. Yasuo coughed while dodging everyone's gaze. Let me take a look. Yasuo stepped forward and started examining closely. Robin moved aside. She wanted to see if Yasuo really knew these ancient characters. The stone tablet says, the kingdom of Alabasta is the foremost loyal nation under its command, specially erected this tablet to record. May future generations not forget the glory of the kingdom. Yasuo read aloud. The general meaning is that Alabasta was once a vassal state of some country and was a very loyal nation. After reading, Yasuo began to ponder, wondering if Vivi would, like in the original work, not board Luffy's ship and stay in the country. If Vivi stays in the country, then at the meeting 2 years later, Im will definitely detain Vivi and kill Cobra because of the history of this country. Im knows it all too well, After all, this old bastard has lived for hundreds of years. Cautious, would definitely eliminate any hidden crisis to preserve his own position. As for what crisis has, of course, it's Luffy, because Luffy is very similar to Joy Boy. At that time, this country will definitely stand by Luffy's side, and that definitely makes him an enemy. So he must be eliminated in advance. However, there's no need to think too much. Even if everyone in the world dies, I can just use my reincarnation technique. I didn't expect you to really know ancient characters. Robin was amazed. Haha, just a little understanding. Yasuo shyly scratched his head. In his mind, he asked the system, why are these ancient characters Chinese characters? Ding. To the host, this world was once a Chinese cultural world 800 years ago, and later, for unknown reasons, it changed to a culture of small days. The system's voice echoed in his mind. What? You mean the original cultural history of this world belonged to China, and later it was turned into a culture of small days by that old bastard him? Damn Oda, can I consider this as avenging my country? However, this the mastermind behind it all, must die. Even if she's a sea fan, she can't be spared. I'm Yasuo, and I say so. Yasuo secretly vowed to make this ancient old man who had lived for hundreds of years, face the punishment he deserved. Vivi, on the other hand, was deep in thought, wondering what loyalty to a nation really meant. Which nation was she supposed to be loyal to? After expressing her surprise, Robin continued to study the historical texts, which contained much that Yasuo did not know, so she had to research it slowly by herself. Everyone else lay bored on the ground and fell asleep. Yasuo lay beside Robin, watching her serious demeanor. Robin was quite serious about this history. There was a historical text stone tablet in the Alabasta Palace. It seemed he would have to take Robin to see it later. Good night. Marikabatsi, Balajamatsi, no. It's Marikabaka. Forget it. Let's sleep, Chopper. With this thought, Yasuo turned and hugged Chopper, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, everyone set off again towards the palace. In a vast desert under the scorching sun, seeing everyone sweating profusely and looking quite exhausted. Yasuo directly used the impure world reincarnation to summon a few Karamis, and then he purchased a huge stretcher with a sunshade from the system shop. Everyone lay on the stretcher, while ahead, the axeman Monka, along with Alvida and the fishman Arlong, were straining to pull the stretcher. Hey axeman, why Haven T, I heard you say anything. Did that green-haired swordsman knock you silly? Alvida, holding the rope, glanced at Monka, who was also pulling the rope alongside her. What is there to say? The victor takes all, even in death. One cannot be liberated and must become a pawn for others. The axeman Monka's expression was blank. Oomph. I actually quite like it this way. At least I can still see this beautiful blue sky and white clouds. Alvida's gaze unconsciously drifted to Luffy, who was lying on the stretcher and snoring away. Alvida had completely fallen in love with the man who had defeated her during this time, hoping that Yasuo would frequently summon her, as being in the afterlife felt like being a walking corpse. Meanwhile, the fishman Arlong was earnestly pulling the stretcher, occasionally glancing back at Nami. He felt he was not human and deeply regretted his actions towards her. Sigh, what good does it do to think about this now? It is said that people achieve complete enlightenment before they die, but Arlong only realized how despicable his actions were after death. Nami looked at Arlong with a gaze full of hatred. She didn't blame Yasuo for summoning him, as she needed to let go of this painful past eventually. It was a way to strengthen her heart. Speaking of which, she had to thank Yasuo for not letting this detestable garbage have peace even in death. Who would have thought that these kids could actually defeat a warlord of the sea? Arlong had come to terms with it and spoke to the two beside him. His dream was to become the Pirate King, and these kids would surely create a huge wave in this world. Let's wait and see. The Axe Emperor Monka continued to pull the rope and move forward. He quite enlightened, huh? Yasuo smiled slightly, thinking that he should make good use of these reanimated corpses. Besides fighting off minions, they could also be summoned to continuously replicate berries with the treasure pot, which was simply delightful. He wouldn't have to lift a finger anymore. As time passed, everyone, with the efforts of the 3 reanimated corpses of the Straw Hat Pirates, was slowly approaching the palace. Along the way, they encountered the father of the filial son Kusha, and after exchanging pleasantries, they arrived at the Alabasta Palace. It was already getting late, and King Cobra and his guard had reached the palace. King Cobra excitedly held a grand banquet for everyone. Everyone was feasting in the Great Hall, while Yasuo pulled Robin out of the hall and headed toward the palace's backyard, where there was a tomb. Yasuo knew that inside there was a stone tablet of historical text that recorded the location of the Underworld King. Yasuo, why did you bring me here? Robin looked at Yasuo in confusion in front of the tomb. There's a historical text stone tablet inside. Didn't you know? Yasuo asked knowingly. Huh, there's historical text here? Everyone in the world knows, except you. Hurry, don't let anyone find out we're digging up someone's ancestor's grave. Yasuo bought a Luoyang shovel from the system store and began digging graves. Before long, the two arrived at the bottom of a tomb, where a stone tablet appeared before them. Yasuo's curiosity was piqued. Ever since he learned that this script was Huaxia writing, he wanted to explore what these historical texts recorded. However, when Yasuo looked at the characters on the stone tablet, he was left speechless. They were all traditional Chinese characters. Was this a challenge to his cultural literacy? Nevertheless, Yasuo pretended to understand and, imitating Robin, carefully observed the inscriptions on the tablet. Although they were all traditional characters, Yasuo's sharp eyes caught the three characters Wano country. So, the king of the underworld is in Wano country? Why hasn't Oda mentioned this? Yasuo wondered how the most notorious warship, which could destroy an island with a single cannon shot, could possibly be in Wano country? The king of the underworld was a super battleship designed and built by the shipwrights of Water 7, and the blueprints were currently in Frankie's hands. While Yasuo was lost in thought, Robin was also paying attention to his expression. She wanted to know if Yasuo was actually interested in this king of the underworld. Yasuo indeed has no interest in this so-called ancient weapon. Destroying an island with one shot? It's uncertain whether its power is stronger or weaker than that of an atomic bomb. If that's not enough, how about trying a Zarbomba? Its power is 500 times that of an atomic bomb. Yasuo is just more concerned about the words on this stone tablet. Seeing the long-lost characters brings a sense of familiarity to his heart. What? You ask why Yasuo knows the characters of the Little Days? Isn't this a necessary skill for traversers crossing into the pirate world? Stop looking at me with that kind of gaze, all right? Sister, I have no interest in this king of the underworld at all. Yasuo felt a bit uneasy under Robin's intense gaze. Robin suddenly realized she might have gone a bit too far, nearly pressing her face against Yasuo's as she stared at him. After realizing that Yasuo had no interest in the underworld king, she began to carefully observe the stone tablet in front of her. However, she still harbored some distrust towards Yasuo in her heart. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such a powerful weapon? After they finished their observations, the two of them quietly left the tomb and returned to the main hall, where they happily enjoyed a feast with everyone. System, I want to build my own pirate ship. What do you think? Yasuo asked the system while leaning back in his chair. He wanted a pirate ship that looked unique. After all, this would be the ship of the future pirate king, so it had to be incredibly impressive. Ding! The system mall allows the host to choose anything. The system's voice echoed. In front of Yasuo, a system panel appeared with a dazzling array of ships lined up, including the likes of Sailor No. 1, the Black Pearl, and even ships equipped with nuclear weapons. However, Yasuo looked down on all of these and continued to ask the system, can I modify them myself? Custom materials? Custom designs? Ding! The system is doing its utmost to serve the host and is now launching the ship crafting project. Please craft your own ship. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. What? Is this ship crafting like face crafting? Yasuo couldn't help but recall the face crafting he did when he first crossed over and touched his handsome and stylish face resembling Tang San. Ding! Replying to the host. That's exactly right. Yasuo's eyes were drawn to a canvas that appeared before him, with materials arranged beside it for him to choose from. Yasuo, with a silly expression, reached out and began to sketch the shape of a ship on the panel. The people around thought Yasuo was drunk, and they started waving their arms around randomly, sporting silly grins. Hey, furry guy, you're not drunk, are you? Zoro asked, puzzled, as this furry guy usually had a strong tolerance for alcohol. Huh? Yasuo awkwardly turned to face the crowd and realized everyone was looking at him. It seemed he'd gotten too excited and forgotten that everyone was still there. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's the others who should be embarrassed. Never mind. I'll keep shaping the ship. Yasuo resumed his work. After a flurry of activity, Yasuo stretched and clicked the confirm button to purchase through the system, spending nearly 300 million berries to successfully create a pirate ship that Yasuo was incredibly excited about. Just thinking about how shocked everyone would look at that moment filled Yasuo with enthusiasm. Ding! The ship has been transferred to the system space for the host. The system's voice chimed in. Huh? Can I put this ship in the harbor? Yasuo asked. It would indeed be a bit excessive to pull out such a large ship from his pocket. That would be too unreasonable. Ding! The system is doing its utmost to serve the host and has transferred the ship to Canola Flower Harbor. Please check it, host. The system replied. Wow, the system is amazing. I love you. Moi. If you were a girl, I would definitely reward you properly, Yasuo thought. remembering that in many web novels from his previous life, systems often turned into women and grew old together with their hosts. He wondered if his system would also transform into a beautiful woman. Yehey, that's not impossible. Fencing, just thinking about it gets me a bit excited. If Yasuo knew that Yehey wanted a duel with him, he would definitely be disgusted to the core. Meanwhile, Smoker and Tashigi were already piloting a warship, escorting Crocodile and many members of Baroque Works toward the Navy headquarters, while informing the Navy's upper echelons about the situation in Alabasta. What? You bunch of dog-breeding idiots. How could you? Smoker shouted angrily at the phone bug in his hand after the call was disconnected. After the Alabasta incident, the government promoted Smoker to Brigadier General to cover up its incompetence. Since my position has been elevated, I will bet my honor to capture the Straw Hat Pirates. Smoker clenched the phone bug in his hand, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates was altered, and the bounty notices were being rapidly distributed across the entire sea. Thus, after this battle, the Straw Hat Pirates completely emerged before everyone and became famous throughout the seas. Why did they become famous in the sea? Brother, that's the 7 warlords. Not some Monkar, not some Arlong. After resting for a day in the palace, the Straw Hat crew decided to set off immediately, because after this incident, the Navy might have already dispatched personnel to capture them. Better to avoid trouble. So Luffy decided to set off right away. At Canola Flower Harbor, Yasuo, with a cigarette in his mouth, turned to the group while looking at the Mary, guarded by several armed individuals. Everyone, the Mary can no longer sail with us. It's too damaged. What? How could this happen? Usopp was the first to exclaim, as this ship was a token of his longing for Kaya. How could it be like this? Yasuo, can a Mary really not continue sailing with us? Luffy looked seriously at Yasuo. This, Mary. Usopp burst into tears, feeling that the Mary was too pitiful. Yasuo looked at Usopp, who was not as heartbroken as in the original story. After all, he had not yet discovered the ship's spirit. Vivi stood behind the crowd, looking at the Straw Hat crew, unsure whether she should set sail with them. Her country still needed her. How conflicted she felt. Everyone had a look of dejection on their faces, and a sad atmosphere surrounded the shore where the Going Mary was docked, as if the ship itself was grieving. Gently swaying. Ladies and gentlemen, although the Going Mary can no longer carry us out to sea, we can still set sail with it. Yasuo smiled at the crowd. What do you mean? Long-hair monster. Zoro squinted at Yasuo, wondering if he had thought a good solution. Yasuo, do you have a way? Luffy looked expectantly at the severely damaged Going Mary. Of course. Look over there. Yasuo pointed to a section of the sea, and a gigantic ship, shimmering with silver light, slowly approached the group. What? Robin exclaimed, this is too big. The massive ship gradually docked beside the Mary, and Yasuo elegantly extended his hand to introduce it to everyone. Let me formally introduce to you all, this ship will be our new ride. It's called 1,000 Sunny. What do you think, brothers and sisters? Shocking, right? The group responded, it is indeed shocking. It's worthy of a straw hat. Even the shape of the ship resembles a straw hat. That's right. The ship Yasuo conjured was indeed shaped like a straw hat, somewhat resembling a flying saucer, but much larger, even bigger than Whitebeard's ship. The entire hull was made of adamantium and vibranium. You heard that right. It was crafted from the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe. Under the sunlight, it emitted a chilling glow, exuding immense power. The keel was a golden staff that Yasuo had purchased and embedded into it. This ship could be considered the hardest ship in the pirate world without exaggeration. Awesome. Yasuo. Luffy danced with excitement. The 1,000 Sunny was simply a pirate ship tailor-made for him, looking like a gigantic straw hat floating on the sea. Luffy was incredibly thrilled. Are you sure this is a ship? Nami glanced sideways at Yasuo, feeling quite anxious about his aesthetic sense. The others, except for Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper, were looking at Yasuo with strange expressions. Yasuo ignored their looks and turned to Luffy. So what do you think? Do you like it? Ha ha ha. I love it. 1,000 Sunny. Luffy's smile was as bright as a blooming sunflower. Hey, long-haired freak, how could there be a ship here? Sanji looked puzzled, wondering where the ship came from. Moreover, it seemed like the ship was meant for the long-haired freak otherwise. Why would he say the ship would be our ride in the future? The others also turned their gazes to Yasuo, waiting for an answer. This ship? It was sent over by my neighbor, Old Wong. I contacted him in advance to bring it over. You didn't think I conjured it out of thin air, did you? Yasuo almost forgot how to explain the ship's origin. Usopp chimed in. Have you ever created something that was lacking? Thus, the Straw Hat crew officially had an indestructible pirate ship. The original Mary was moved into the storage of the Thousand Sunny. After all, the ship's spirit still didn't have consciousness, so they couldn't just throw it away, right? No need to worry. The space on the Thousand Sunny was enormous. The crew's bedrooms, training room, kitchen, bathroom, shower room, storage, and even a lab that Yasuo specially built for the purpose of having the dirt tools endlessly farm berries. However, Yasuo did not equip this ship with any weapon systems. It would still rely on sails for propulsion, leaving the weaponry for the future Frankie to handle. They couldn't let that pervert be idle. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, watching everyone fiddle with the giant straw hat skull pattern on the sail. Feeling joyful inside as he gazed out at the sea, the ocean, wait for us to conquer it. Everyone was exploring the deck of the Thousand Sunny, looking quite curious. Yoshi, everyone, set sail. Luffy stood at the top of the ship, giving orders, and it seemed he had found his own special spot again. Wait, Luffy. Vivi looked shyly at everyone. What's wrong, Vivi? Luffy jumped down from the top of the ship and looked at Vivi. I'm sorry. Everyone, I can't go to sea with you all. I'm sorry. My country still needs me. I'm so sorry. Vivi struggled to suppress her inner sadness, forcing a smile and bowing to everyone. While smiling on the outside, tears had already flowed like a river inside her. Companions? It seems destined that I can never have companions like this group in my life. Upon hearing what Vivi said, Luffy's smile immediately stiffened. Why? Why doesn't Vivi want to go to sea with us? Is there something I, as captain, didn't do well enough? Seeing Luffy's hesitance, Yasuo stepped forward and patted Luffy's shoulder. Fool. She just can't let go of her country. Don't you remember what you said to the whale Labone? Luffy suddenly felt invigorated. That's right. As long as we are companions, it doesn't matter where we are. Vivi, I respect your choice. But please, don't forget that you still have us as your companions. Luffy smiled as he slowly turned and walked towards the cabin, creating a rather pretentious scene. Everyone smiled faintly and looked at Vivi. Everyone. Her voice was hoarse, thoughts in disarray, her mouth opened slightly, but she couldn't say a word. Tears unconsciously flowed down her cheeks, dripping onto the deck. Yasuo took out a telephone bug from his pocket and handed it to Vivi. Take this. If you can't sleep at night, call me. The telephone bug was, of course, for Vivi to call for help if she encountered any danger. Don't get the wrong idea. Vivi was taken aback, took the telephone bug, and reluctantly walked down from the Thousand Sunny. Usopp lowered the sail, and a strong wind blew as the Thousand Sunny slowly sailed away from the harbor. Watching the Thousand Sunny drift away under the vast sunlight, Vivi cried bitterly, shouting at the people on the ship. Everyone, we will always be comrades, right? Yasuo looked at Vivi by the shore, and his nose couldn't help but feel a bit sour, sensing that such farewell scenes were always so sad. In the original work, everyone bid farewell with a mark on their arms, but now, Yasuo took out the small do speaker, played the familiar bass music, and began to dance at the bow of the ship. The others, with tears in their eyes, joined the bass dance procession to bid farewell to Vivi. Hearing the familiar music and seeing the movements of the people at the bow, Vivi immediately smiled happily and started dancing the bass on the shore, shouting loudly. Asbaka Sekno, oh bass, 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 bass. Her long hair flew wildly, and her hands waved around in a chaotic manner, looking quite strange. Those who didn't know might think she was having a seizure. Hiding in the distance, Kusha and King Cobra exchanged awkward glances, wondering what kind of farewell this was. That's right, they originally came to send Vivi off, but for some reason, Vivi didn't leave with them, so they secretly observed her from the back. As the music faded away, Vivi stopped her movements, panting and sweating profusely, revealing a bright smile. Companions. We will always be companions. On the sunny, under the bright sun, the music stopped, and Yasuo put away the small do speaker and walked into his laboratory, intending to start the big project of using tools to earn berries. Next stop, Sky Island. At the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku looked sternly at the newspaper in his hand. What the hell? This warlord should not exist. What the hell are they doing? He chuckled. I knew all along. These warlords are not good people. Carp, pinching his nose, said nonchalantly, You still have the nerve to say that. You old fart. Look at what your grandson is doing. Go and catch them for me. Sengoku glared at Carp. This old man never does anything. Always needs to be given something to do. No wonder he is my grandson. Well done. Just in time. I'll take my apprentice out to see the world. And it's been a while since Koby saw Luffy, so he can get to know that rocks. Carp stood up seriously and walked toward the door. Sigh. Sengoku shook his head helplessly, not hoping that Carp would catch everyone, just wishing he could get his grandson to settle down a bit and not cause any big commotion. After all, That was the old man's grandson. The Sunny sailed smoothly on the sea towards Gaia Island, and in the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Nami stood on the deck, holding the latest bounty posters of the Straw Hat crew. Everyone, our bounty has changed again. The others, who were training in the training room with gravity suits, all rushed out of the cabin to look at the bounty posters in Nami's hands. Yasuo walked out of the cabin holding Chopper and headed towards Nami. Straw Hat Pirates bounties. Captain Red-Haired Storm, Monkey D, Luffy. Bounty of 100 million berries. First Mate Blue Demon, Rox D, Yasuo. Bounty of 999 berries. Swordsman, Green Poison Stinger, Roronoa Zoro. Bounty of 60 million berries. Cook, Golden Legend. Vinsmoke Sanji. Bounty of 59,990,000 berries. Navigator, Orange Alert. Nami. Bounty of 30 million berries. Sniper, Black Silence. Usopp. Bounty of 50 million berries. Pet Chopper, a reindeer that loves to eat cotton candy. Bounty of 5 berries. Goodness, I'm just 1 berry short of Luffy. Are these Navy guys serious? And Sanji is only 1 berry short of Zoro? In the original work, Chopper could at least be worth half a newspaper. But now if he were thrown in front of the Navy, they probably wouldn't even bother to look at him, right? Yasuo sighed and smiled wryly. Luffy, on the other hand, was looking at Yasuo with a big grin, increasingly appreciating this vice captain, even as his bounty was quickly catching up to his own. Historically, red and blue make a pairing, and Yasuo and Luffy were destined to have an indescribable bond. Chopper, looking confused, exclaimed, I, 5 berries? Not even worth the cotton candy. Damn Navy, why is my bounty lower than that green algae head by 1 berry? And why is that damn long-haired freak's bounty so high? Sanji gritted his teeth as he glared at the two. Robin was sitting on a sun chair nearby, basking in the sun, unconcerned about her already dark skin, watching the excited crowd. Happy about their bounties? What an interesting pirate crew. This bounty was indeed beyond Yasuo's expectations. He didn't expect even Nami and Usopp's bounties to increase so much compared to the original story, perhaps due to their enhanced strength. But poor Chopper had it worse. With a bounty even lower than in the original, Robin's bounty remained the same as in the original, 79 million berries. After all, the Navy still didn't know that Robin had joined the Straw Hat Pirates. System. Has the Mary in the warehouse gained sentience? We should be nearing Gaia Island. It should have gained sentience by now, right? After all, in the original, it was during the Sky Island arc that Usopp discovered the ship's spirit of the Mary. Yasuo carried Little Chopper back to his room. That's right. Little Chopper was still sharing a bedroom with Yasuo. Ding. Returning to the host. The Mary has gained sentience. The Mary is the only ship in the pirate world to have developed a ship spirit. Please decide accordingly. Host. So, it means I shouldn't miss this good opportunity? Yasuo murmured. Chopper, heartbroken, held the cotton candy in his hands, tears streaming down his face. 5 berries. 5 berries. Do you know how much psychological harm 5 berries can do to a reindeer? Right now, only cotton candy can soothe my fragile little heart. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, at the Makino Tavern in Windmill Village, the mountain bandit Dayton and Makino were looking at Luffy's bounty poster on the table. I didn't expect Luffy's bounty to be enough to keep this tavern running for decades. Dayton looked at Makino with a strange expression. Are you seriously thinking of capturing Luffy for the bounty? At the Kenjutsu Dojo in Frost Moon Village, Gung Shirlang was holding Zoro's bounty poster and murmuring, Zoro, soon I can return to my hometown to see the blooming cherry blossoms. Speaking of Gung Shirlang, everyone must be curious about his background, right? Actually, Gung Shirlang is from Wano country, and he belongs to the same family as the Dragon Slayer Samurai, the Frost Moon family. Moreover, Emma was forged by the swordsmith Gung Sanlang from Wano, which shows that Gung Shirlang is indeed Gung Sanlang's son. When Gung Sanlang left Wano after gifting Enma to Kazuki Oden, he came to the East Blue. During his adventures, he encountered an indescribable incident with a villager on a small island and settled down there, naming the island Frost Moon. Later, he had Gung Shirlang, who became Zoro's master. Additionally, the old man Zoro met in the village was actually Gung Sanlang. So, this is why Zoro's father wanted to send his beloved child to Gung Shirlang for training, because they're all from Wano. At the Bartai floating restaurant, Redleg Zeph was also smiling with satisfaction while holding Sanji's bounty poster. I hope you can go further than this old man. In the villa of Miss Kaya in Syrup Village, Miss Kaya was staring at Usopp's bounty poster in a daze. Huh? Usopp actually has such a high bounty? He'll never spend it all in his lifetime, right? I didn't expect my loyal little dog to have such a high bounty. On a nameless small island in the East Blue, the old man with white hair was still holding Yasuo's bounty poster and muttering, "Looks like I need to take action. I hope to assist the young master in the future," he thought to himself, picking up his golden armor and walking toward the small boat docked by the shore. At the Revolutionary Army base, Kocho wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at Nami and Yasuo's bounty posters in his hands. "Nami, Yasuo, I will catch up to you." "Kocho, hurry up, don't think about slacking off." A voice from ahead called out, which was Clara. Kocho smiled slightly, stuffed the bounty posters into his chest, and quickly caught up with the others in training. In the sky above a certain part of the East Blue, the infamous Golden Lion Shiki was recently planning a perfect plan to destroy the East Blue. Why destroy the East Blue? Because he felt that Roger dying in the weakest East Blue was an insult to Roger, and he wanted to avenge him. At the same time, Golden Lion Shiki also saw the bounty posters of the Straw Hat crew. Monkey D, Luffy, why do you have to wear that straw hat? Locks D, Yasuo. Golden Lion Shiki's pupils widened. What did he see? He actually saw Locks. I remember the captain once told me that if he ever had children, the boy would be named Yasuo and the girl would be named Carter, right? Holding Yasuo's bounty poster, Golden Lion Shiki slowly flew out of his room, looking into the distance where the Grand Line lay. Ha ha ha. No matter why he has an 18-year-old son after 40 years of death. If the captain's son joins my pirate crew, it will definitely shake the Navy and the world government to their core. Golden Lion Shiki thought, controlling the floating island to drift toward the Grand Line. He had already regarded Yasuo as the captain's son. In the New World, the Red Force was sailing toward Whitebeard's territory. The Yonko Shanks was holding Luffy and Yasuo's bounty posters. "Luffy, I'll be waiting for you in the New World." "Locks, yes man. During the battle in the Valley of the Gods, I was still a trainee on Roger's ship." "Yes, you heard it right. Just like a trainee with Chicken Brother. Back then, I could only watch the battles from a distance. I haven't heard that Locks had any descendants left in this world, so it should have nothing to do with me, right?" Shanks reassured himself. Behind him, Jesus Burgess was also looking at Usopp's bounty poster with a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, the slick-haired Ben Beckman was holding Zoro's bounty poster and murmuring, "Yoshi, kid, have you gotten stronger?" "That's right. This Ben Beckman is the legendary father of Zoro, Roronoa Ben Beckman." As for why he is Zoro's father, of course, it's because the author made it up. You don't really think it's true, do you? No way. No way no one would actually believe that, right? Happy April Fool's Day. On the other side, in Wano Country, Skull Island, the Yonko Kaido tightened his grip on Yasuo's bounty poster. "Locks. Interesting. I hope you live up to that surname." The Yonko Big Mom on Cake Island naturally also saw Yasuo's bounty poster, angrily throwing it on the ground. "Damn brat. You better not come to the New World, or Mama will definitely make you breed with me." It was clear that she must have wanted to have some indescribable moments with Captain Locks D, Xebec on his ship in the past, but was rejected, or she wouldn't be this furious. It's a bit puzzling. If this Big Mom wants to have genetically strong children, why doesn't she go look for the Gorosei? Or maybe breed with that big elephant from Zo. That would be powerful, right? Maybe the Gorosei are too old and their kidney function isn't great. Or maybe it's the size of that elephant. Ahem. On Whitebeard's side, he looked blankly at the bounty for Yasuo in his hand, suddenly remembering the days he spent on a rock ship, when he just wanted to find a family to love and spend his life with. Turning to look at the noisy group of oddly shaped suns beside him, Whitebeard smiled with satisfaction, realizing his dream had come true. But then his expression fell as he muttered, "I hope Ace's mission goes smoothly." On the sunny, under the bright sunshine, Yasuo lay in bed, petting Chopper. "Chopper, don't be too sad. When the time comes, I'll negotiate with the Navy to increase your bounty by 10 times. How about that? Really? Yasuo, that's amazing." Chopper looked excitedly at Yasuo. 10 times and you'd still only get 50 berries, silly Chopper. Yasuo thought to himself. Just as Yasuo was lamenting Chopper's innocence, a series of sharp screams and cries came from outside the cabin. Yasuo hurriedly picked up Chopper and rushed to the deck. 1 minute later, Yasuo walked out of the cabin holding little Chopper. As for why it took 1 minute, you can imagine just how big the Thousand Sunny is. "What happened?" "Robin-chan," Yasuo asked Robin beside him. "A ship just fell from the sky." Robin frowned and explained while looking up at the sky. It turned out they were approaching Sky Island. Yasuo looked up, and that place above was the legendary Sky Island. Where's Sanji and Zoro? They went down to fish for the ship. Nami was extremely happy, wondering if they could fish out some treasure or something. Before long, the two climbed back onto the Thousand Sunny, and Nami immediately frowned, looking at them. Didn't you bring anything back? Nami didn't care about the two, fiddling with the log pose in her hand. Why is this pointer pointing to the sky? It really is like that. How could this happen? The big fool Luffy asked dumbly. Since the log pose points to the sky, and there's a ship that fell from the sky, then there can only be one truth. There is an island in the sky. Yasuo adjusted his non-existent glasses and pretentiously looked at everyone. Nanny. Everyone was surprised. There is an island in the sky. Is that even possible? No matter whether it's true or not, we can just fly up to sea, right? But first, we need to restock on food. The food on the ship is almost eaten up by the captain. Yasuo turned to look at the nearby sky island. Right? We need to restock on ingredients. Even the mouse trap I set up in the kitchen can't stop Luffy's crazy behavior. Sanji said, pouting at Luffy. Haven't you all heard a famous saying? When you're hungry, you need to eat food. The big fool Luffy countered with a saying of his own. Yasuo almost laughed out loud. Luffy was really hilarious. The Thousand Sunny slowly approached Gaia Island. Gaia Island and the Sky Island at 10,000 meters high were originally the same island, shaped like a skull. Due to the upsurge current in the nearby sea, half of Gaia Island was pushed into the sky 400 years ago, along with the indigenous people, animals, and ancient ruins. The part that was pushed into the sky is the skull's head and face, while the part left on the ground is the skull's teeth. Gaia Island is also known as Magic Valley Town. The Sky Island has a historical text monument, like the one in Alabasta Kingdom, which records the location of the ancient weapon, Poseidon, capable of destroying a nation. There's also a place on the Sky Island called Sandora, which is where the historical texts are stored. There are piles of gold and silver treasures there, and when half of Gaia Island was pushed into the sky, some of the treasures scattered on the ground portion of Gaia Island. The largest treasure is a golden bell, and beneath the bell is the historical text. It is said that the sound of the golden bell is very pleasant and once guided Wumbra Rolando when flying to the Sky Island. The residents of the Sky Island believed it to be the voice of God. The residents also believed that once the golden bell rings again, the war between them and the Sandians, the original inhabitants of Sandora, would come to an end. Everyone jumped off the Thousand Sunny to go to the town for supplies, leaving only Robin and Chopper on the ship to guard it. Yasuo also jumped off the Going Merry, not at all worried about its safety, as there were still a few people resurrected from the dirt in the laboratory who should be able to protect the ship. He could also foresee any incidents that might occur. As he walked deeper into the town, Yasuo parted ways with the others, holding a cigarette in his mouth and scanning the surroundings. He wanted to see if there were any beauties on the island to feast his eyes on, but unfortunately, Oda was not delivering, and he didn't see a single beautiful woman. Instead, he saw an old lady approaching him, carrying a fruit basket and leading a white horse. Yasuo's mouth curled into a smirk as he recognized the identity of the person. Poison Q, the ship's doctor on Blackbeard's pirate ship, nicknamed the Grim Reaper. He is a Paramecia-type devil fruit user of the disease fruit. This person looked like he was on the brink of death, frail and weak, yet ruthless. He also believed in the so-called fate determined by heaven, although Yasuo thought this old hag must have been a super beauty in her youth. You better not mess with me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you exit early. However, Poison Q seemed to be heading straight for Yasuo, coming directly towards him. Cough, cough, cough. Young man, come try the apples I personally cultivated. If they're not tasty, you won't have to pay. Poison Q approached Yasuo and took out an apple from his basket, offering it to him. Is this apple safe to eat? Yasuo squinted at Poison Q. Do you think Poison Q is so kind as to give you an apple? In fact, this old bastard has planted a bomb in the apple. As soon as you eat it, you'll explode and die. Of course, there are also apples that are real apples, and if you're lucky, eating one will be fine. This is why Poison Q believes in that so-called fate determined by heaven. If I randomly pick an apple and you die, it has nothing to do with me. If you don't die, then you're just lucky. Has the old man turned evil? No. It's the bad people who have grown old. Poison Q's wrinkled face suddenly stiffened as he looked at Yasuo. Why does that question about safety sound so chilling? Seeing that Poison Q wasn't speaking, Yasuo reached out to take the apple and spoke to the system in his mind. System, load the X-ray vision for me. Ding. X-ray vision has been successfully loaded. As the system's voice fell, Yasuo instinctively looked up at Poison Q. Damn it. What kind of great sin have I committed to see such a scene? What did Yasuo see? With his X-ray vision, what do you think he would see when he stares at that old mom? Toxic Q. 3 words, withered. 2 words, sagging. Yasuo quickly recited the calming chant. Man without Gatling. Avalokiteshvara pizza. Man which Avalokiteshvara Gatling Bodhisattva. Looking at the apple in his hand. Sure enough, this old boy was trying to kill him. Inside the apple was a bomb. If he ate it, he would definitely be done for. No hope of survival. Since you are so kind, then I won't be polite. Let you become my army of the filthy earth. Yasuo thought as he looked at Poison Q. Poison Q was grinning, eagerly watching Yasuo, anticipating whether the apple would explode if he ate it. The next moment, armed, flowing Sakura, Conqueror's Haki entanglement. A pitch-black substance covered Yasuo's arm, while a pink glow surrounded a blue light, the powerful blue waves of Conqueror's Haki resonating with it. Bang! Yasuo directly sent the unsuspecting Poison Q flying with a single powerful punch. He even added the strength from Saitama's limiter. In the moment he was launched, Yasuo casually stuffed an apple into Poison Q's mouth. Young man, no martial ethics at all. You actually ambushed this old man. Not respectful to the elderly at all. You even used flowing cherry blossom? Conqueror's Haki? This was Poison Q's inner thoughts before his death. Why use flowing cherry blossom? Why use Conqueror's Haki? With your level of skill, you think you could spar with me? I'm on the invincible path. Mainly, there's no need to show mercy to those I find unpleasant. If I can take you down in one move, I will. It's just a pity that you are not the version of yourself that Oda will buff 2 years from now. Yasuo walked up to Poison Q, leaned close to the barely breathing Poison Q, and whispered, "Touch your slightly drooping conscience. Is the apple you gave me the real one?" Yasuo stood up and left gracefully. Du es pupille shrunk. Apple. The next moment, bang! Duku, dead. He was directly blown into a lump. The crowd around was terrified, but they didn't care. Such things often happened in Magic Valley Town, and people got used to the fact that death could come at any moment. Yasuo brushed off the matter as if he had just swatted a fly, showing no concern at all, holding a cell tissue with toxic Q in his hand. He continued to scan the surrounding pedestrians with his gaze. Wow, so long, so dark, so big. Yasuo used his X-ray vision to look at a man wearing a bull mask as he walked past him. Yasuo frowned. Isn't this person that one? Blackbeard's crew member, Basis? Yasuo didn't pay any attention. As long as no one bothered him, he wouldn't go looking for trouble himself. Keeping a few more NPCs around would help everyone gain some experience later. Oh, this one is big and white. Slurping, Yasuo continued to walk forward, occasionally clicking his tongue in admiration. After wandering for a while, he had seen all the men and women in the entire town with his X-ray vision. As for why Yasuo didn't use this ability to look at Robin and Nami, would you be able to resist if you were in his shoes? Yasuo closed his ability to see through walls and walked towards the Thousand Sunny. It seemed like it was time to find a girlfriend. Every day on the ship, he watched 2 beautiful women, only able to look but not touch, and that feeling was really unbearable. With the help of his ability today, Yasuo felt like even the village's sows would be screaming at night. Sigh. Why aren't there any more attractive female enemies? Yasuo was helpless, as if all the villains were oddly shaped, making it difficult for him to take action. What? You ask why Yasuo wants to find a girlfriend? Isn't he with Nachigao? What do you know? Nachigao is a wife. What does that have to do with a girlfriend? Yasuo breeds a very evil thought in his mind. We don't know which woman will fall victim to Yasuo's poisonous hands. So let's take a minute to mourn for her in advance. Yasuo was walking towards the port when he suddenly noticed a spirited young man with golden hair walking out of tavern. He looked inside the tavern, but didn't see Luffy and the others, and Yasuo guessed that they must have already returned to the Thousand Sunny. Indeed, this man was Bellamy, a Paramecia type, spring fruit user. He has a boastful and arrogant personality, believing that any pirate with dreams is a fool and scum. He can turn any part of his body into a spring, allowing him to bounce around like a spring. He enjoys taking away what others have worked hard for, which is why he has the nickname Hyena. Hey, you dog, stop right there. Yasuo shouted. What, dog? I'm a hyena. Bellamy turned around at the sound and saw Yasuo looking at him with disdain. Yasuo knows that Bellamy, the #1 sycophant of Doflamingo, must have gotten the news that there is gold with that uncle with the chestnut head and is about to go rob him. Although everyone is not following the original plot and doesn't know that uncle, Yasuo has at least read the original work. Such a morally depraved act. How can we just sit back and watch the tiger fight? I'm a good young man from Huaxia, and I can't stand injustice. When it's time to take action, I will take action. A kick. Break a leg. Yasuo slid towards Bellamy with a swift move, followed by a whip kick that struck Bellamy's knees at an incredible speed. Crack. Bellamy's legs broke on the spot, bending at a 90-degree angle, and he fell to the ground, staring blankly at his legs in front of him. This man, Zulfust. But why did he attack me? The next moment, Then, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Bellamy's mouth. Yasuo got up and brushed off the dust on his clothes, saying, "You're blocking my way. Don't you know what it means for a good dog not to obstruct the path?" Yasuo's move can be described as killing both body and soul. He severed the most important legs of his opponent, and even mocked him by saying he wasn't a good dog. At this moment, Bellamy was only focused on his screams. The pain stimulating his brain nerves, oblivious to everything else, just wailing loudly. Seeing Bellamy in such a miserable state, Yasuo felt a pang of compassion. How had he become this kind of person? How was he any different from those villains? In the next moment, Yasuo purchased an item from the system shop and threw it to Bellamy, who was sitting on the ground, wailing. "Open it, eat it. You won't feel pain anymore." After saying that, Yasuo turned and left elegantly, brushing off the matter and keeping his accomplishments and name hidden. Bellamy, with a face full of gratitude, picked up the item Yasuo had thrown, twisted off the cap, and saw a small string. Perhaps pulling the string would reveal the medicine inside? Thinking this, Bellamy pulled the string hard. Huh? The smell of gunpowder? This was Bellamy's inner thought before his death. Boom! Bellamy was blown to pieces. Bellamy defeated. That's right. This kind-hearted Yasuo had directly purchased a grenade from the system shop and thrown it to Bellamy. Yasuo was right. He indeed wouldn't feel pain anymore. He would never feel it again in this lifetime. Did you think Yasuo would pity Bellamy? Please, Yasuo is no saint. Having acquired 2 members of the filthy Earth Army on this island, Yasuo boarded the Thousand Sunny with great satisfaction. As Yasuo just boarded the Thousand Sunny, he saw Nami scolding Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro. The 4 of them stood there with swollen faces, heads lowered, accepting Nami's reprimand like guilty elementary school students. Looking quite pitiful, the scheming Robin and Chopper stood to the side, covering their mouths and snickering in delight. It seemed that 2 more people had been beaten up, and Yasuo almost laughed out loud. In the original story, only Luffy and Zoro got beaten, but now it seemed all 4 of them had been beaten and didn't fight back. Why didn't they fight back? Nami was also worried sick. Obviously, she could knock that silly captain away with 1 hit, but this big fool insisted on ordering her not to fight. It was infuriating. We have no reason to fight back. The big idiot Luffy laughed with his big mouth. He doesn't even have a dream. He's really a pitiful person. Why bother arguing with such a pitiful person? Zoro echoed. Without a dream, he's already a walking dead. Sanji squinted with his panda eye, holding a cigarette and looking at Nami. Although I often lie, at least I don't deceive myself. That man has deceived himself beyond redemption. Usopp spoke with his head down. Exactly. Before this, Bellamy and Luffy's group had encountered each other in that tavern, and after Luffy's group learned about the Sky Island, they started discussing it. When Bellamy found out that the Straw Hats wanted to go to the Sky Island, he led the ridicule and insulted them, even injuring Luffy's group. However, Luffy and the others couldn't find a reason to retaliate. Coincidentally, Blackbeard was also in that tavern, and he didn't mock Luffy's group. In fact, he was the only one who didn't ridicule everyone's dreams, because Blackbeard also had his own dream, which was to dominate the entire sea. This dream was truly terrifying. No wonder he was the second-to-last NPC of the future Straw Hat Pirates. Who's the last? Naturally, it's him. Seeing Nami acting like a shrew, Yasuo felt a bit intimidated. As he walked past Nami, he shot a sinister glance at the punished group, revealing a disgusting expression akin to that of Peach Boy. Damn long-haired monster. Zoro was furious and couldn't help but want to punch that handsome face of Yasuo. Sanji was even more eager to stuff his stinky foot into Yasuo's mouth. Luffy and Usopp glanced at Yasuo and then lowered their heads. It seemed they genuinely wanted to repent. With the matter of Gaia Island coming to a close, it was time to set off for the Sky Island. Yasuo looked up at the sky and shouted, "Nami, let's go. Take the Thousand Sunny to the skies." Hearing this, Nami disregarded the 4 of them, threw away the golden rod in her hand, and commanded, "I love you for 10,000 years. Goldenrod, turn into a super big cloud for me." The goldenrod quickly transformed into an enormous golden cloud that covered the bottom of the Thousand Sunny, slowly lifting the ship up. The Thousand Sunny gradually rose from the water and flew into the sky. The villagers and pirates at the port of Gaia Island were all shocked and incredulous to see such a massive ship flying into the air. Just then, Basha's and Blackbeard's crew, who were searching for the killer of Poison Q, arrived at the port and witnessed this shocking scene. Blackbeard didn't expect that someone as cautious as Poison Q would die in his own explosive apple. It was truly tragic. There must have been external factors at play. Otherwise, how could he have eaten his own explosive apple? Blackbeard naturally recognized the straw hat symbol on the ship, which belonged to the recently famous Straw Hat Pirates, who had defeated a warlord of the sea. However, what Blackbeard didn't know was that the few people he encountered in the tavern earlier were members of the Straw Hat Pirates, causing him to miss his chance to act. Why did Blackbeard want to take action against the Straw Hats? Of course, it was to capture the Straw Hat crew to exchange for a qualification to become a warlord of the sea. Van Oka, can you do it? Blackbeard looked at Van Oka beside him, signaling him to take down the Straw Hat crew in the sky. Hee, easy peasy. Van Oka took down the sniper rifle from his back and started to aim. Van Oka was a sniper with average overall strength, but his shooting was fast and accurate. The phrase steady, accurate, and ruthless described him perfectly. His bullet speed was said to rival the speed of sound, earning him the nickname Sound Speed Van Oka. Yasuo had been keeping an eye on the situation at the port, seeing Van Oka take aim, and aiming at him no less. Yasuo let out a pig-like laugh. Haha, you're looking for death and have come right to me. Yasuo initially wanted to use a soaring slash to give Van Oka a taste, but then he thought, of course, he should use magic to deal with magic. Yasuo shouted towards Usopp. Black silence. Enemies are here. Hurry. Yasuo pointed to the sonic Van Oka below, and Usopp hurried over upon hearing it. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and his observation Haki spread out, instantly detecting the sonic Van Oka below. He took the source, dragon on his back, and rested it on the ship's edge. The black armament Haki slowly covering the body of the dragon sniper rifle from his arms. Automatic lock on. Aim. Deadly shot. Black ray. Bayou. Usopp pulled the trigger directly, firing a bullet with a black tail flame towards Van Oka. Sonic Van Oka also pulled the trigger, driven by his competitive spirit, aiming directly at Usopp's bullet. In his view, his bullet was, after all, sonic. How could a rookie who just set sail compete? Bullets infused with armament Haki shot out simultaneously, colliding with Usopp's bullet. Van Oka seemed to think he was certain to win, a smile appearing on his face, completely unaware of the strange 10,000-year soul ring beneath him. Bang! Unfortunately, it seemed Usopp's bullet was superior, crashing through like a black laser and shooting straight towards Van Oka's head. At this critical moment, Van Oka's observation Haki was frantically warning him, telling him that if he didn't move, his brain would explode in the next moment. Van Oka tilted his head, and the bullet shot towards his shoulder, piercing through with a squelching sound. Van Oka's left arm was severed at the root. Van Oka cried out in pain, glaring fiercely at Usopp on the Going Merry. Meanwhile, the Going Merry gradually faded from everyone's sight. Blackbeard showed no concern for the now disabled Van Oka. Since he wasn't a match, he moved on to focus on Ace. Looking at the disabled Van Oka and the dead body remnants of Poison Q, Blackbeard frowned. It seemed that he would need to invite a few powerful companions for the upcoming plan. With this in mind, Blackbeard led everyone to sail away on a small boat towards the distant sea. He was preparing to ambush Ace at Bonero Island. He naturally knew that Ace was pursuing him. Sigh. Didn't take him down. Usopp felt a wave of disappointment. It's okay. Usopp, you've done great. You even took down one of his arms. Yasuo comforted, patting Usopp on the shoulder. Don't worry, Yasuo-san. I will definitely work hard to get stronger and not hold everyone back, Usopp said, feeling shy as he scratched the back of his head while looking at Yasuo. The surrounding crew smiled at Usopp. It seemed he was quickly becoming a reliable companion. As long as someone gets angry and shakes all over when called weak, then he is a true weakling. Remember, Usopp, I hope when you tremble, it's from excitement, not from fear. Yasuo turned and walked towards the cabin. Usopp stood frozen in place, looking at Yasuo's back. Yasuo-san. Don't worry, Yasuo-san. I will definitely not be the timid Usopp I used to be. I will work hard to become a. Yasuo walked into his laboratory, looking at the room full of Bailey, and then turned to Mr. 9, who was sitting around the treasure bowl, and the worried-looking Yarlita. Do a good job, tool man. Yasuo, when can I see Luffy? Yarlita looked at Yasuo. She had completely fallen in love with Luffy. Every moment she couldn't see the big fool Luffy's face and strong figure. Yarlita felt uncomfortable all over. Just do well. There will be opportunities, don't worry. Yasuo smiled at Yarlita, surprised that this ugly woman was still like in the original story, falling in love with the big fool Luffy. Yasuo, have you encountered Miss Monday? How is she doing now? Mr. 9 asked Yasuo. Miss Monday? Who is that? I don't remember, Yasuo said, puzzled, as if he couldn't quite recall anything about Miss whatever from the original. She's a nun at Whiskey Peak, Mr. 9 replied. A nun? I got it. That's the Diamond Barbie. She didn't die. She stayed at Whiskey Peak. What? Do you like her? Yasuo looked at Mr. 9 with a bemused expression. not expecting that this scrawny Mr. Nine actually liked muscular women. His taste was quite heavy. Well, that's good. Mr. Nine lowered his head and continued to throw the berries into the treasure pot, then took out the replicated berries from it. At first, the two were puzzled about how this pot could replicate berries, and they were excited about it in their hearts. Why did they engage in those bad deeds? What was the point of being pirates? Wasn't it all for the endless berries in front of them? However, as time passed, both had become numb. Seeing berries made them want to vomit, just like rolling in bed dozens of times a day. Seeing that thing made them feel sick. It was the same principle. Yasuo ignored the two people and looked at the empty laboratory. A laboratory should look like a laboratory. Yasuo stored the scattered Baileys into the system space and looked at the system shop. Alvida and Mr. Nine have become immune to Yasuo's action of waving away the belly, continuing their own tasks with great effort. Yasuo pondered as he looked at the system mall panel that appeared before him. What are the three major hobbies of men? Watching handcraft videos? Watching borderline videos? Or rolling the sheets? No. The three major hobbies of men are: first, Iron Man suits; second, lightsabers; third, common vidas. With this thought in mind, Yasuo eagerly began to search in the system mall search bar. Before long, a huge glass display case had appeared in front of him, and both Alvida, who was squatting in the corner, and Mr. Nine were stunned, their jaws dropping to the ground. What did they see? They saw Yasuo wave his hand, and a display case appeared, filled with several items. Yasuo's heart raced as he raised his eyes to carefully look into the glass display case, and the first thing that caught his eye was the legendary Mark III. The Mark III is the third suit of armor created by Tony Stark, and is also the one Tony used the most. In the movie Iron Man, Tony wore the Mark III armor to fight against terrorists. Height, 6 feet 6 inches, approximately 198 meters. Weight, about 200 pounds, 90 kilograms. Color, red. Gold weapons, arc pulse cannon, mini missiles, decoy flares, dual shoulder-mounted 6-barrel minigun systems, status system, flight system, JRVS, navigation system, anti-icing system, flight stability system, defense, enhanced composite armor, titanium gold alloy, fiberglass. Although this suit of armor might be a bit weak in the pirate world, it's still quite nice as an exhibition piece. After all, the appearance of this armor is truly a man's romance. Plus, it can be worn to show off, and the image is hard to imagine. How would one operate the armor without JARVIS? Don't worry, the after-sale service is naturally fully handled by the system. Yasuo rubbed his hands together, looking forward to the next item. The Holy Light Stick. Diga Ultraman's transformation device. Spark Prism. Nothing more to say, just one word. Cool. Big. Childhood dreams seem to have come true in the pirate world. Yasuo held the godlight stick in his hand and struck a transformation pose like the members of the Diga team on TV. Diga. Ahem. Almost couldn't resist pressing the transformation button. Yasuo reluctantly put the Divine Light staff back in the cabinet. He didn't want to destroy the Thousand Sunny. Even if the Edmund alloy and vibranium of the Thousand Sunny combined could withstand Yasuo's enlarged form, it was still possible that Yasuo would be squished into a lump right here in this laboratory. Your leader, Mr. Nine, this kid definitely has some issues. Yasuo looked at the next placement position. The transformation belt, a guru from Yamato. That's right. Just by wearing this belt, one can transform into Kamen Rider Wujin Kongwu. Yasuo purchases the empty all-purpose belt, which means that as long as he wears this belt and transforms into a Kamen Rider, his physical abilities will increase tenfold. His vision and hearing will also be enhanced. Special move, Mighty Kick. The exceptionally developed right leg contracts to seal energy, delivering a flying kick that injects the sealed energy into the enemy's body with a destructive power of 30 tons. Yasuo adjusted his belt around his waist and looked at the two people beside him. Then he grinned and extended his right hand, giving a thumbs up. He mimicked the pose that the original character would strike after every battle. The two were speechless. This kid was definitely a bit crazy. Seeing their disdainful expressions, Yasuo pouted. What do you know? This belt was created by the leading figures of the Morning Love family. Having the chance to show it off to others was secondary. What mattered most was still his own strength. Thinking this, Yasuo put the transformation belt back in place and closed the glass door. Then he walked out of the cabin, calculating that they should be approaching Sky Island soon. Once outside, everyone was on the deck, looking up at the sky. Yasuo looked up and saw a vast expanse of white clouds seemingly covering the sky. The Straw Hat ship sailed through the clouds, and above, a large gate, resembling the South Heaven Gate, stood majestically above the clouds. Luffy's jaw dropped in astonishment as he looked at the distant gate. There really is a Sky Island. Everyone looked at the gate with eager expressions, while Chopper gazed at the clouds surrounding the Straw Hat ship, his eyes sparkling with hearts. They're all cotton candy. Wow. Yasuo picked up Chopper and gently patted Little Chopper, saying, "Little Chopper, you can't eat this, it's all clouds." Yasuo also looked towards the distant gate. He knew that there was an old lady who called herself a security guard, and she was very ugly, with a pair of small wings. Remembering that old lady, Yasuo couldn't help but glance at Sanji beside him. In the original story, Sanji was disgusted terribly by that old lady. "Hey, perverted cook. I heard there are angels on Sky Island." Yasuo smiled at Sanji. "What?" Sanji's one eye sparkled with hearts as he exclaimed, already imagining the scene of a slender, voluptuous angel's sister dancing on a pole in front of him. Seeing Sanji like this, Yasuo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Don't throw up later. Nami slowly steered the Going Merry towards the gate, and as they got closer, Yasuo saw the legendary old lady. Sanji also looked in the direction of the old lady, and when they got close, he suddenly noticed that the old lady had little wings on her back. Could it be? Is this the so-called angel? Seeing Sanji still puzzled, Yasuo said, "Don't get tangled up. That's the legendary angel." Sanji immediately ran to the side and threw up. This angel was completely different from the one he had imagined, and he pounded the deck in frustration. "Are you here for a vacation or to start a war?" The old lady, holding a small notebook, looked up at Luffy and asked. Seeing this, Yasuo didn't want to waste time, directly activating Itachi's Sharingan, casting an illusion that made the old lady jump down into the clouds below. Why did she jump down?" The big idiot Luffy looked anxious. "Don't mind her, let's keep moving. Maybe she hasn't bathed in a long time and wants a wash down there," Yasuo said to Luffy. "All right, let's move forward." Luffy gave the order. The Going Merry sailed into the gates of heaven, and what greeted them was a current of water flowing upwards. Nami controlled the ship to shoot up towards the current. After going through the terrifying upward current, they finally reached the sky, and what appeared before them was still a vast expanse of white. Everyone gasped. Why? Because this was Sky Island, the place closest to the atmosphere. So everyone was a bit out of breath, not adapted to this breathing environment. After a while, they finally caught their breath and carefully observed their surroundings, unsure of where to go. System. Navigate Enel's location. Yasuo instructed the system in his mind. Since Sky Night Gone Fall hadn't appeared and the Scipians weren't around, it might be because Yasuo and the others arrived a few days earlier than in the original story. So without further ado, let's go find the NPC in this place. Then, let's loot the gold up here. Then, check the historical text. Yum. Ding. Enel's navigation location has been displayed. As the system's voice fell, a navigation panel appeared before Yasuo. Zoro, which direction do you think we should go? Yasuo looked at Zoro. To the left. Zoro confidently pointed to the left. All right, Nami, let's go right. Yasuo pointed to the right, and immediately, Zoro's face fell. Looking at Yasuo, damn it, long-haired freak, do you want to fight? Yasuo ignored Sauron and continued to point the direction to Nami, sailing towards Enel. Watching Nami seriously manipulating the goldenrod cloud under the ship, Yasuo was also pondering. How about giving Nami a devil fruit? She would probably love the rumble fruit, right? After all, in the original story, Nami liked to use lightning as an attack method. Thinking about how Nami would look after eating the devil fruit, no man would dare to have bad intentions towards her, right? Except for that big fool Luffy. Anyone who dares to provoke Nami would get zapped with 10,000 volts. Even Kunkin would get burned. The rumble fruit is one of the strongest fruits in the Logia category. And if Nami's 3-color Haki were to be improved to intermediate level, she should be able to hold her own against an admiral, right? Yasuo divides the power levels in the pirate world as follows. I'm God level. For emperors, ultimate. Admirals, high level. Gorosei, high level. The levels are classified as super low level, middle level, high level, ultimate, and God level. Now, after the events in Alabasta, the members of the Straw Hat crew have also reached a level below middle level, able to contend evenly with the weakest vice admirals. With the addition of the 8 gates, devil fruit abilities, and the protagonist's halo, they should be able to defeat a vice admiral. What? You say to fight Carp? Forget I said anything. As for why admirals are weaker than the 4 emperors. The rule in the pirate world is that 3 admirals can take down 1 4 emperor. Now you understand, right? That old guy, Enel, should have already noticed we're getting closer to him, right? Thinking of Enel, Yasuo also feels sympathy for that old guy, suffering greatly in his hometown, ultimately obtaining the rumble fruit and instantly turning from slave into a master. He then went on to destroy his own hometown, truly ruthless. However, putting myself in his shoes, if I went through those things, I might be even crazier than Enel, right? Although Yasuo feels sympathy for Enel, he still does not intend to let this old guy go. Why? Just to set an example for many predecessors among the Traversers. Remember, next time you cross over and encounter Enel, directly activate your armament Haki and beat him up. Don't foolishly engage in a 4 or 5 chapter fight with someone who doesn't even know Haki. Brothers and sisters, come see what I've invented. Yasuo walked into the cabin and took out several Teletubby-like helmets, looking at everyone. Yasuo, what is this? Luffy picked up one helmet and put it directly on his head. Yasuo-san, what new invention is this? Usopp looked at the silver helmet in his hands and noticed there was an antenna sticking up from the top. Everyone looked at Yasuo with puzzled expressions, wondering if his vice captain was being silly again. This is called a lightning protection helmet. That's right. Yasuo just bought a few helmets with lightning rods from his system mall, mainly to deal with that old guy Enel. Don't forget that Enel is also a long-range mage. Although Yasuo isn't afraid, if everyone can't get close to Enel, they'll still get zapped. Yasuo has experienced the feeling of being electrocuted. Although it was just a little zap from that flying cup in his past life, it was still electricity. Surprisingly, it felt quite nice. Oh no, it was actually quite painful. As long as he wears this helmet, the lightning from the thunder will avoid us. Yasuo continued, but there is no storm right now. Nami looked up at the sky. Her navigator's instincts told her that there were no signs of weather changes at all. Ahem, just in case, after all. We're so close to the heavens right now. If we were struck dead, how could we fulfill our dreams? Yasuo said. Hearing Yasuo mention dreams, everyone immediately put on their helmets. Their dreams were not yet fulfilled. They couldn't be struck down by lightning. Seeing everyone obediently don the lightning-proof helmets, Yasuo revealed a bright smile. The Going Merry slowly approached a nearby island. Once the Going Merry docked, everyone jumped off, ready to explore the depths of the island before them. On the other side, Enel naturally noticed the Straw Hat crew. Using his observation Haki combined with his Devil Fruit ability, Mantra, he utilized the electromagnetic force of the island to cover the entire Sky Island. Enel seemed like the true god of this Sky Island, fully aware of everything happening in every nook and cranny. Oh, a lightning-proof helmet? Can it really avoid the punishment of the god? Enel's lips curled into a smirk as he sharply gazed outside the main hall, a slender finger extended. Strands of lightning swirling around it. Go! Divine punishment! Enel unleashed his Devil Fruit ability, shooting a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel towards Yasuo and the others. Yasuo and the others were walking deeper into the forest when suddenly, with a tearing sound, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky towards them. Yasuo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, truly the strongest nature type. A bolt of blue lightning struck down towards everyone's heads, and when it reached above them, it curved and struck a nearby tree. No wonder it's a lightning-resistant helmet produced by the system. Awesome. The system. Seeing the lightning curve, Yasuo was so excited he was almost jumping. Everyone looked on in disbelief. Fuck, there really is lightning. Robin was nearly scared into sitting on the ground. Chopper immediately hugged Yasuo's thigh, thinking that Yasuo was the only one who could protect him, and he needed to hold on tight. Otherwise, there would be no more free cotton candy in the future. Rumble. Another bolt of lightning struck down towards everyone, curving again and striking into the distance. Is it going to rain? The big idiot Luffy still didn't understand the situation and thought it was going to rain. But looking at the sky, there were no signs of clouds. So what was going on? Far away in the main hall, Enel was furious. Baka, what is going on? Enel furrowed his brow, shooting bolts of lightning into the air towards the distant sky. Yasuo looked up at the sky, where lightning was continuously striking down. Is he really not going to turn back until he hits the south wall? That old guy Enel. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with relentless lightning, but everyone was wearing lightning protection helmets, so Enel's lightning could only strike the surrounding trees. On the other side, the native islanders and the Shandians heard the terrifying sounds and rushed towards Enel's place of judgment. Yasuo frowned. Is that Enel still not settling down? Just right. Take this opportunity to get rid of that old guy. Luffy, this might be man-made. There's an enemy. Luffy also reacted, looking at the torrents of lightning pouring down around everyone, while there were no signs of lightning anywhere else, which could only mean that someone was targeting them. Baka, who is it? Show yourself. The big idiot Luffy scanned his surroundings, his expression very angry. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, narrowing his eyes as he looked around. Usopp took the dragon on his back, releasing his observation Haki and vigilantly looking around. Nami held her gold rod, ready to command it to transform at any moment. Sanji silently pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Long-haired freak. Have you discovered anything? Does it even need to be said? It must be a devil fruit user. Yasuo pulled out the famous sword Huazhou from his waist and pretended to scan the surroundings outside Raiden with a dramatic look. On the other side, Enel laughed out loud. Haha, are you scared now? Priest, sir, what are your orders? A person walked in from outside the main hall and looked at Enel. Someone has invaded God's Island. Go and kill them all. Enel slammed the table in anger and issued the command. A bunch of little demons. I want you to know the consequences of offending the gods. Yes, sir. Priest Sora, the captain of the guards, received the order and exited the main hall, immediately leading the remaining 3 priests towards the location of Luffy and his crew. Indeed, the one who received the order was one of the 4 great priests. Priest Sora, the captain of the guards, holds the wind shell and cloud shell and possesses observation Haki. The remaining 3 priests are the guardian of the forest, a big fat woman with the abilities of shock shell and cloud shell, and observation Haki. The Sky Knight rides a large bird, has 2 small mustaches on his chin, somewhat resembling Hawkeye. His abilities include holding the heat shell and rope cloud, and observation Haki. The Sky Island Rancher kills with a knife, which can soften and is called the Iron Whip. All 4 have small wings on their backs. It's unclear whether they are natives of Sky Island or people from another Sky Island. On Yasuo's side, the lightning surrounding everyone gradually dissipated, and the group relaxed their guard upon not finding any enemies. Just as they were about to venture deeper into the forest, 4 strangely shaped figures appeared ahead, blocking their path. Who are you? Was that lightning just now you're doing? The big fool Luffy looked seriously at the 4, damn it. Just looking at you makes it clear you're not good people. Luffy seems a bit smarter now. Yasuo stroked his chin while looking at Luffy. Ha ha ha. The lightning just now was a divine punishment sent by the gods for trespassing on the island of the gods. The celestial knight sat on a large bird, looking at the group. Roar, roar. Are you ready to accept the trial of the gods? The guardian of the forest smiled as she spoke. The other 2 appeared ready to attack at any moment, extending their arms toward the Straw Hat crew. What do you say? Just a few of you? Doesn't seem like enough to go around. Brothers. Yasuo turned to Zoro and Sanji. Ha ha ha. Don't forget what my duty is. I am the Green Poison Stinger Blade Guardian. Leave those 4 to me. You all just watch closely. Zoro stepped forward, dramatically drawing 3 swords from their sheaths, holding Sandai Kitetsu in his left hand, Yuki in his right, and biting down on Wad Ikamanji. Zoro, can you handle this alone? The big fool Luffy was stunned. There are 4 of them. How about you let one of them go to me? Yasuo was also a bit surprised, not expecting Zoro to be so brave as to take on 4 people alone. Has he developed some new technique? Robin swallowed nervously. She hadn't seen everyone fight since Alabasta and wasn't quite sure what their strengths and abilities were. After all, when the battle ended in Alabasta, Robin was still lying on the ground unconscious, so it was normal not to know. The 4 people in front of her looked quite formidable, and Robin was ready to step in to save everyone at any moment. Hey, green algae head, don't overdo it. Sanji shared Yasuo's concern, wondering when this green algae head became so bold to take on 4 by himself. Zoro ignored everyone and stepped forward, swinging his sword at the nearest chubby girl. The chubby girl merely tilted her body slightly to dodge Zoro's ordinary attack, saying, "Too weak, right? Hey, observation Haki?" Zoro smirked, as if no one had observation Haki. Even elementary school students can do that. Armament Haki. Zoro's armament Haki enveloped his sword, a flash of red light flickering in his eyes. With his observation Haki spreading out, he swung at the chubby girl again. This time, she seemed a bit overconfident, still tilting her body to dodge. Thud! Zoro's sword struck the chubby girl's round belly, and blood gushed out. She was sent flying, crashing into a nearby massive tree trunk, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? You actually managed to hit me? The chubby girl clutched her belly, her face full of disbelief. What? Even the remaining 3 priests were astonished, not expecting this green-haired kid to be able to hit the chubby girl who possessed steel will. Steel will is essentially observation Haki. Even Enel, who was lounging in the palace, was stunned, thinking you can't even block a single attack and you're already injured. What a waste. It seems I have to step in myself. Enel knew what the remaining 3 priests were capable of, and the Straw Hat crew hadn't shown their abilities yet, so they might be just as strong as that green-haired kid. With that thought, Enel got up, activating his fruit ability to turn into lightning and shot towards the others. The priest, the chief bodyguard, who had a head resembling a demon spider, immediately activated the cloud fruit on his feet and flew up, using the wind fruit in his hand to swiftly punch at Zoro. Zoro noticed the white gas being emitted from the person's feet and guessed that he must be a devil fruit user. At that moment, the other two priests also attacked Zoro. The Sky Knight, riding on a giant bird, shot flames at Zoro, while the Sky Island Rancher swung down his long whip sword. The chubby girl also raised her arm, ready to unleash the impact shell hidden in her hand. The impact shell is a shell that can absorb impacts and release them later, but the backlash is quite strong. The cloud shell can create fixed shapes of clouds, usable for construction and even for riding, but can only be used in high-altitude environments. You think having more people will overwhelm me? Zoro smiled slightly, and then took a three-sword-style stance, saying, Pirate 8 gates. Second gate, open. Buzz. As Zoro's words fell, everyone present was left dumbfounded, especially Luffy, who never expected Zoro to open the second gate of the Pirate 8 gates. It's known that opening the Pirate 8 gates is extremely difficult. He knew that from experience. Zoro opening the second gate meant he couldn't slack off and had to train harder. Otherwise, one of his crew would be stronger than the captain. Sanji trembled all over, filled with excitement. Why? Why are the green algae head and the long-haired freak stronger than him? He couldn't accept it. They were all idiots, so why were they so exceptional? Hard work and sweat would eventually yield beautiful results. Nami murmured as she looked at Zoro, radiating green light. With such a group of companions who were always getting stronger, she felt incredibly happy. Pirate 8 gates? That appearance radiating green light. Robin narrowed her eyes, wanted to know what the Pirate 8 gates were and why everyone looked so shocked. Zoro, you've improved. Usopp looked at Zoro with shining eyes. Second gate? I need to work hard too. Wow, so cool. Chopper exclaimed excitedly. Hee, green algae head, do you have a vendetta against someone? How long has it been? You can open the second gate already? Yasuo curled his lips and looked displeased at the show-off Zoro. Now, please accept the punishment from the green poisonous thorns. Ghost Chi 9 sword style, Azura, 1 mist silver. After Zoro recited the name of the technique, purple-black smoke suddenly surged around him, intertwining with the green aura from opening the 8 gates. His head suddenly transformed into 3, each mouth biting down on a sword, and his arms morphed into 6, each wielding a sword. 3 heads and 6 arms, Azura form. Appear. Swish, 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 swish. Zoro charged towards the group at extreme speed, his 6 arms swinging rapidly as countless slashes shot out from his swords, cutting in all directions. Damn, is green algae head trying to chop us all down too? Yasuo stepped forward, blocking the way in front of everyone, and swung his famous sword, Kazage, declaring, Wind barrier. A wall of wind rose from the ground in front of Yasuo, intercepting the slash aimed at the crowd. What? Yasuo is actually this strong. Robin's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect that even after Zoro unleashed such an attack in this mode, Yasuo could simply wave his hand to block it. Incredible. After Zoro quickly finished his move, he stood behind the 4 divine officials, directly shutting down his Ashura form, and slowly sheathed his 3 swords with a flourish. Just as Zoro was sheathing his swords, the rigid bodies of the 4 divine officials behind him suddenly spurted out blood and collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. So weak. I thought I would encounter an evenly matched opponent. Zoro glanced disdainfully at the 4 people behind him, as well as at a large bird that was trembling in fear. Zoro did not make a move against it. In his view, since this creature did not attack him, he would not harm it. Zoro's principles were still quite strong. Yasuo looked at Zoro, who was walking towards him. Hey, not bad. 3 heads and 6 arms. Pretty arrogant. Huh. Not as arrogant as your 1 head and 2 arms. Zoro glanced at Yasuo disdainfully. Yasuo, I feel like you're cursing at me, but I can't find the evidence. Zoro, well done. How dare you take action against us? It's simply unforgivable. The big fool Luffy said angrily. Just as everyone was praising how amazing Zoro was, a sudden thunderclap startled everyone. Then a bolt of lightning struck down right in front of them, kicking up dust from the ground. From the smoke and dust, a figure slowly emerged, and yes, it was none other than the infamous god Enel. This entrance scene was truly impressive. It felt just like the dramatic entrance of the main villain Madara, with a loud bang in the sky as Enel made his grand appearance. Enel is the ruler of Skypiea, a user of the Rumble Rumble fruit, and he claims to be a god. His features and attack method involve having 4 large drums engraved with 3 kama-like symbols on his back, and by striking these drums, he can summon lightning attacks. Yasuo looked at the man in front of him, who was even more pretentious than himself. Enel wore a white headscarf, under which was a big bun. He had long earlobes adorned with earrings, was bare-chested, had a thunder drum on his back, wore golden rings on his hands, and held a golden staff. His lower body was clad in baggy pants, and he was barefoot with rings on his toes. In Azuma, Enel was ruthless and spoke little, directly attacking. A bolt of lightning shot out from his wrist in a straight line, aiming straight at Nami, who was nearby. Why attack Nami? Because the moment Nami saw this man in revealing clothing, she felt a wave of nausea and was bent over, vomiting. Yasuo didn't expect that this Enel was so ruthless, not even sparing such a lovely girl. Let go of Nami. Let me handle it. Oh no, let Luffy handle it. Yasuo shouted, grabbing Luffy and throwing him in front of Nami. Yasuo knew that with Luffy's rubber body, the lightning was practically useless, so he was not worried at all and directly threw Luffy to block the attack. Ziz. Luffy was bewildered as he was thrown in front of Nami, and the lightning attack did not cause any harm to him. However, his red vest got a small hole burned in it. How could Luffy tolerate this? This was a limited edition vest custom-made for him by Miss Magino. You big-eared guy dared to damage my beloved. Big-eared guy, you dare to attack my companion. I will knock you away. The big fool was enraged and transformed. Pirate 8 gates, first gate. Open gate. Open. Boom. A red wave of energy erupted from Luffy, surrounding him, and his hair stood up, turning bright red. The big fool Luffy looked sharply at Enel and slowly walked towards him, raising his flip-flop. Nami continued to bend over and vomit, leaving everyone speechless. Big sister, be serious. Please, we're in a battle here. Zoro crossed his arms, preparing to watch Luffy beat up Enel. His own Pirate 8 gates had not yet been released, so he had some time. If Luffy was at a disadvantage, he was ready to step in at any moment. Robin was stunned. What was this Pirate 8 gates? As Luffy slowly walked forward, Conqueror and many native residents of Skypiea, along with the Shandians, were watching the battlefield from a distance. They did not expect someone to dare to challenge a god. Looking at the 4 priests lying on the ground, it seemed they still had the upper hand. Kid, how dare you be so disrespectful to a god? Enel shouted angrily. What did that little brat just call me? He actually called me big-eared guy? Shoot. Yasuo covers his mouth and chuckles, thinking that this big fool Luffy has quite a talent for coming up with nicknames. No wonder he asked my captain. Big ears. Luffy continues to slowly approach Enel. Shut up. Enel roars, extending his arm and pointing his index finger at Luffy. Electric discharge. A bolt of lightning, like a laser, shoots from Enel's fingertip towards Luffy. Luffy smirks. Finally, he can show off his observation haki. Just like last time with Yong'en. Luffy tilts his head, easily dodging Enel's lightning attack. Damn it, you can use the Mind Network ability too? Enel frowns. What Mind Network? I only know observation haki. Luffy replies. Observation haki sharpens the 5 senses, allowing one to perceive the presence of nearby beings and changes in their emotions. It can also be used to foresee and avoid danger. In the Sky Island, it is referred to as the Mind Network, a form of mind reading or the power of hearing. As long as a person is alive, their body can emit special sounds, and through these sounds, one can predict the opponent's next moves and positions, and with training, the range can be expanded. Enough with the nonsense. 30 million volts? Thunderbird. Enel strikes the taiko drum on his right shoulder, unleashing the lightning he generated from a drum, which then forms into a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird that speeds toward Luffy. Luffy scoffs, adjusts the lightning-proof helmet on his head, and steps slightly to the left, dodging this terrifying attack. However, while Luffy dodges, the attack heads straight for Yasuo and the others behind him. Yasuo is speechless. Can you let me watch the battle properly? Taking a step forward, he continues to use his move. Wind Wall. The wind wall rises from the ground, blocking Enel's lightning. Zoro frowns. This long-haired guy can really block any attack, huh? It seems like he can block any powerful attack. I wonder whose move is better. My clear cut or Yasuo's move? 30 million volts? Thunder Beast. Enel continues to use his ability to strike the drum on his left shoulder, and lightning shoots out from the drum, forming a blue giant wolf made of lightning. It charges towards Luffy. The giant wolf rushes in front of Luffy, who slightly tilts to the side, dodging the giant wolf, crackling with blue electricity. The giant wolf, still full of momentum, charges towards Yasuo and the others behind Luffy. Damn it! Wind Wall. The Thunder Wolf crashes into Yasuo's wind wall and instantly turns into nothingness. That kid. Enel frowns as he looks at Yasuo behind Luffy. This long-haired kid has blocked 2 of my moves. He has something. National model, no. Rubber gun. Seeing Enel dazed, Luffy directly covers his right hand with armament haki, swings it behind him, and then rapidly rebounds towards Enel. His speed is like a bullet, quickly closing in on Enel. Enel sees Luffy's arm stretching and is a little surprised. He didn't expect this kid's arm could stretch so long. But Enel still looks at Luffy with disdain. I am a god. Nothing can attack me. Enel stands his ground, even though his observation Haki has sensed the attack. He arrogantly doesn't move an inch, just standing there waiting for Luffy's attack. Kid, a god cannot be attacked. Although you managed to dodge my attack and surprise me a little, but that's all. Bang! Before Enel could finish his sentence, Luffy's powerful punch sends him flying, crashing into a nearby tree. Enel's eyes bulge out, drool spilling from his mouth as he crashes heavily to the ground. What? You actually managed to attack me? Enel is completely stunned. In his imagination, attacks should pass through his body, right? What went wrong? Enel naturally doesn't know about armament Haki. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing there waiting to be hit while watching Luffy cover his arm with it. Isn't he just a Logia user? It's obvious you've never done the first set of elementary school calisthenics. Big fool Luffy pouts. Yasuo quickly covered his mouth, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Haha. Elementary school broadcast exercises. I'm dying of laughter. What elementary school broadcast exercises? Why are both Luffy and Zoro saying that? Can that elementary school broadcast exercise awaken Haki? Robin pondered internally. Robin naturally knew of Haki's existence. After all, a historian who analyzes history should know about Haki, right? National model, no. Rubber giant pistol. Luffy raised his arm and began to blow air into it. And suddenly, an inflated giant fist appeared, still the same attack method, but an upgraded version of the rubber pistol. Luffy was ready to end this battle, seriously swinging a fist towards Enel. Enel released his observation Haki, and, using his devil fruit ability to become intangible, appeared on the other side with lightning speed. Luffy's giant fist slammed directly into the massive tree trunk, and the tree was instantly snapped in half and fell down. Enel swallowed hard. If that punch had hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would definitely be smashed into pulp. Luffy retracted his arm and turned to look at Enel beside him. He didn't expect Enel to be that fast. Yasuo was also a bit surprised. Enel's speed was almost on par with Kizaru's. It seemed that this rumble fruit was not only powerful in attack, but also unmatched in speed. Damn Sky Island people, you've completely angered the god. 60 million volts? Thunder Dragon. Still the same move. Enel struck the drum behind him, and a dragon-shaped lightning attack shot towards Luffy. In his daze, Luffy took the hit directly. Easy. A cloud of smoke spread around Luffy, and seeing this, Enel laughed out loud. Ha! Now you know how terrifying the power of a god is, right? Luffy. Seeing Luffy take the hit, the Straw Hat crew looked worriedly towards his location. Zoro drew his sword, ready to take down this edgelord. Yasuo, however, didn't care at all. Luffy was made of rubber. And even if you hit him with 100 trillion volts, it wouldn't do much. He was just a bit speechless at Luffy, who could still be dazed in battle. What a fool. What happened? The voice of the big idiot Luffy came from the smoke. How is that possible? Enel was completely stunned. It was one thing to hit him, but how could Luffy eat 60 million volts and be fine? Luffy, seeing that Enel's attack was ineffective against him, became excited. I'm a rubber man who ate the gum fruit. Enel, of course, had no concept of rubber. After all, there was no such thing as rubber on Sky Island. So, Enel had encountered his true love, Luffy. Gum Rocket. Luffy launched both hands towards Enel, who used his fruit ability to flash to the other side. Thus, Enel began to play with Luffy like a kite, and Luffy was panting heavily from the continuous gum attacks. Enel also realized that this kid's speed couldn't keep up with his abilities. He couldn't do anything to me, and I couldn't do anything to you. So, sooner or later, I will tire you out. Yasuo looked at Luffy and thought, why can't this kid switch up his moves like Zoro? It's always the same old pistol, rocket launcher, or giant pistol, giant rocket launcher. It seems I have to teach Luffy some new techniques. I'm so tired of his current moves. I've heard them all when watching anime in my past life. It's time for a change. Yasuo pondered in his mind. Luffy, panting and exhausted, stopped his movements, surrounded by a red aura, his red hair standing on end. Stomping in anger. Big ear guy. If you have a guts, don't run. Hee. Shanghai people. Can you attack a god? I'm a god. Enel arrogantly hovered in the air, looking down at Luffy. Nami beside him looked on with envy, amazed by this incredible speed and terrifying lightning, wondering why this devil fruit didn't belong to her. In the distance, the Sandians and Gonfal sighed as they saw Luffy unable to do anything against Enel. After all, he was a god. Luffy, furious, stomped his feet and muttered, "Faster! Faster! Speed!" Suddenly, Luffy stopped jumping, his gaze sharp as he looked at Enel, and then shouted, "Conqueror's Haki!" The Conqueror's Haki surged forth toward Enel, causing a tremor in his heart, as if he were being targeted by a fierce mother tiger. Even his little Kuin instinctively shrank back. Luffy crouched down, pressing his hands on his knees, looking up at Enel, and then boldly declared, "Enter, second gear." Luffy's legs pressed down, forming a pump-like shape, emitting white steam that intertwined with the red aura of the Pirate's 8 gates, his skin gradually turning bright red, and with his red hair, he looked like a little red person. Yasuo saw this and felt himself ignite. "Luffy, get him! Get him!" Luffy's move is essentially using his hands and feet as pumps to accelerate blood flow and strengthen his body. The speed of this move is incredibly fast, somewhat similar to the Marine 6 style Zoro. Enel frowned as he saw Luffy's body turn bright red, wondering what was going on with this guy. "Why do I have a bad feeling?" Enel got anxious and quickly used his Devil Fruit ability. 200 million volts? Thunder God. Enel unleashed his strongest move, releasing all of his 200 million volts of electricity, surrounding himself with the unleashed lightning and transforming into a giant thunder god. Of course, the larger the target, the greater the chance of being hit. National model, Guomyanuo, rubber battle axe. Luffy raised his leg and began to blow air, instantly covering it with armament Haki. A large and thick inflatable giant leg appeared. Yasuo was stunned. Is Luffy's move blowing air while holding his legs? How come I've never seen this in the anime? If he blows air there, TSK, I can't even imagine. The giant Eneru threw a punch at Luffy, who also raised his leg and smashed it down directly onto Eneru's head. Bang! Eneru took Luffy's kick head on. Eneru awkwardly reverted from his god of thunder form and fell to the ground, glaring fiercely at the Straw Hat crew present. "Brat, I won't let you get away with this. Just wait for me." After saying that, Eneru transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot off into the distance. He was going to pilot his Arc Maxim and unleash even more powerful moves. He couldn't believe he couldn't defeat this little brat Luffy. Yasuo thought that Enel was going to run away, but then he realized that this old guy's temper was not just bad. How could he possibly run away like a coward? He must be going to pilot his own ship. "Don't run," Luffy shouted and chased after him directly. "Let's go." Yasuo was the first to follow. Eneru was also quick, and soon his Arc Maxim appeared before everyone. "Ha, brats, prepare to face the judgment of God." Eneru was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation. This group of brats, he would make them pay. Eneru didn't care whether it would damage his ship. He brought out the ship he had prepared to navigate the endless land to deal with Luffy. Yasuo naturally knows Enel's dream, which is to go to the endless land and live a life with 3,000 beautiful women. In the original work, Enel actually realized his dream. Perhaps Oda sent him to the moon just to reduce his screen time. Otherwise, the Thunder Fruit in Qinghai is indeed a bit too powerful. Thunder. Enel controls the flying arc to unleash massive lightning storms in the sky, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. Yasuo looked at the scene that seemed like a natural disaster and couldn't help but swallow. Damn it, thunder and lightning really are the most spectacular things. He even wanted to eat the Thunder Fruit to show off, but unfortunately, he already had the Reincarnation Fruit. But who says a person can only eat one Devil Fruit? Blackbeard can do it, so Yasuo can too. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Yasuo was pondering which Devil Fruit he should eat. Just as he was deep in thought, all the lightning in the sky tilted downwards, charging towards the crowd. Yasuo was taken aback. His wind barrier couldn't be used in the sky. Fortunately, he had the lightning-proof helmet. A smirk appeared on Yasuo's lips. Boom! Lightning struck the ground around everyone, kicking up clouds of dust. Eneru stood on the flying ship, the Arc Maxim, looking down at the Straw Hat crew. As the smoke cleared, the Straw Hat crew appeared unharmed in Eneru's eyes. However, the Sandians and Gonfall in the distance were not as lucky, being zapped and lying on the ground dazed. The lightning-proof helmet invented by the long-haired monster was quite effective. Sanji smirked as he looked at Yasuo. Everyone looked at Yasuo with relief, thankful that they had listened to him and put on the helmets. "Bakayaru, you guys, you're all gonna die." Eneru shouted angrily, slowly rising into the sky, intensifying the lightning energy into the machine parts of the ship. Thunder. From the Arc Maxim's hull, waves of lightning began to gather into a spherical shape, growing in number and slowly transforming into black spherical lightning. Looking up, the entire sky was filled with black spheres. If they were released, the entire sky island would be obliterated. Turning to look at Luffy, he saw Luffy still staring blankly at the spherical lightning in the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Yasuo knew that if he didn't take action now, the outcome would be irreversible. "Luffy, what are you doing?" Yasuo shouted at Luffy. Luffy was startled and came back to his senses. He had just been thinking about why Big Ear's ship could fly in the sky too. "Yasuo." Luffy exchanged a glance with Yasuo, and Yasuo instantly understood Luffy's intention. This is the synergy that belongs to the red-blue CP. Yasuo crossed his arms and bent his legs, looking up at Luffy, who was rushing towards him at incredible speed. Luffy stepped on Yasuo's arm with one foot, and Yasuo forcefully threw Luffy away, sending him soaring into the sky. "Super!" Yasuo shouted loudly. Although he didn't know what ultimate move Luffy was about to use, this was their cooperation, and it could be considered a red-blue fusion technique, right? Luffy flew directly into the area covered by lightning in the sky, shouting, "Rubber Giant Thunder Axe." Yasuo was stunned. Isn't this move Luffy's technique from the original work to deal with the Golden Lion? Did he really comprehend it? The sounds of Luffy and Yasuo echoed in the arena. "Super Rubber Giant Thunder Axe." Luffy quickly enlarged his feet, covering them with armament Haki. And using his rubber body's non-conductive property, he generated a massive amount of lightning and slammed it down onto Enel with a giant foot. Damn! This was Enel's last thought before fainting. The foot covered with armament Haki landed directly on Enel's head, and with the black lightning that Luffy summoned. Enel finally experienced the pain of being electrocuted by someone else. Not gonna lie, it was quite enjoyable. It hurt a lot. Losing Enel's electric supply, the Arc Maxim began to plummet towards the ground. Luffy also fell rapidly towards the ground. "Help! Yasuo! Zoro!" The silly Luffy shouted in the sky. Zoro bent his legs, ready to jump up and catch Luffy, acting as a cushion for him. Meanwhile, Yasuo looked towards the falling Enel, drew his famous sword, Hana's, and plunged the hilt into the spot where Enel was about to land. Thud! Ah! Enel fell directly onto Yasuo's sword, perfectly piercing his heart. Enel was cursing madly inside. Who was the immoral guy, throwing knives everywhere? Is there no sense of public morality? Damn it. And just like that, Enel, done for. Yasuo has once again recruited a member of the Dirty Army, feeling quite pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Luffy has successfully knocked Zoro down, sending him into a pit of dirt, and he can't get out. Both Luffy and Zoro have released the Pirate 8 gates and are now weakly lying in the pit, while Chopper rushes over to check their conditions. In his heart, Chopper secretly vows to resolve the after effects of the Pirate 8 gates. This is the pride of a doctor. So, Chopper has gathered his confidence and decided to use the two of them for an experiment, to see which medications can alleviate these symptoms. Yasuo took an apple from his bosom and placed it beside Anairu's corpse, asking the system in his mind, "Can you help me collect this fruit?" Although Yasuo looks down on this fruit with side effects, it's better to keep in his hands than to let it drift into the sea, allowing this world to have one more powerful individual. As for giving it to Nami, he could just buy a fruit without side effects from the system store. Ding! The system is doing its best to serve the host, and has collected the surrounding dissipated energy. The devil fruit has now attached itself to the apple. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. At that moment, the apple on the ground was slowly transforming into the shape of a devil fruit, gradually changing into a blue devil fruit with a zigzag pattern on its surface. To be honest, Yasuo really wanted to taste the devil fruit. Many predecessors who had traveled through time said that the devil fruit tastes like shit and is very unappetizing. But Yasuo was also very curious. How could those who said it tasted like shit have eaten it before? So Yasuo was very eager to find out what the taste of shit really is, to the point that many time-traveling predecessors recognized it with just one bite. That's right. Is this the taste of shit? Yasuo picked up the devil fruit and stored it in the system space. He then bought a thunder fruit without side effect from the system shop. Holding it in his hand, he kicked aside the lifeless body of Enel and sheathed his famous sword, Hanajo, as he slowly walked toward the others. Nami-chan, this devil fruit is the thunder fruit of the man who calls himself a god. What? So he is dead? Nami had been watching Luffy and didn't notice what Yasuo had just done. However, Sanji, who was beside her, saw it just now. The hairy creature had stabbed his sword into the ground, and that man fell from the sky onto the sword. Yasuo looked at Sanji with a disdainful yet helpless expression. His arm had already been used by Luffy, so isn't it reasonable for him to act like a schemer? Nami took the thunder fruit that Yasuo handed her and looked at him. She didn't question why Yasuo had obtained that man's devil fruit. After all, it was common knowledge in the pirate world that when a person dies, their devil fruit will attach itself to a nearby fruit. Here you go, keep it safe. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. Yasuo didn't bother with Nami anymore. He figured she would hesitate about not being able to swim. There was no need for him to explain anything about the lack of side effects. Even if he did, Nami wouldn't believe him. If you told others that eating a devil fruit would still allow you to swim, just see if they'd think you're an idiot. Deep in the forest, the Straw Hat crew sat together, and it was time for the annual bonfire party. Everyone was laughing and eating the food in their hands, happily recounting the details of Luffy's battle with Enel. Yasuo lay on his side, looking at the smiling Robin. The intelligent big sister. It's time for Luffy and the others to take Robin-chan to do the elementary school radio calisthenics. Just as Yasuo was pondering, the bushes around him suddenly made a rustling sound. A flash of red light flickered in Yasuo's eyes as he sensed the presence of the newcomers, the Sandia people. Not knowing what these Sandia people intended, Yasuo ignored them and continued to lie back, admiring Robin's incredibly graceful figure. Whoosh! A large group of Sandia people jumped out from the grass, surrounding the Straw Hat crew. The crew immediately got up, ready to fight, while Yasuo remained on the ground. Unconcerned, the leader of the Sandia people, the warrior Wiper, stepped forward and looked at Luffy, who had defeated Enel, saying, "You guys, what are you doing here?" The big fool Luffy replied blankly, We're here for an adventure. So, to express our gratitude to you, we are prepared to give you gold as a token of thanks." Wiper said, "Huh? Why do you want to give us gold?" Luffy asked, confused. Nami, beside him, was so anxious she almost wanted to hit Luffy on the head. Why not take the treasure that was presented to them? "You guys, you are great good citizens. You defeated the most despicable villain on this island. We sincerely thank you. You guys, your conscience is truly admirable." Wiper bowed at a 45-degree angle to the crew. "Yay, that's great. Thank you so much." Nami jumped out, her eyes sparkling with gold as she looked at everyone. Before long, the Sandia people led the Straw Hat crew to a warehouse filled with gold. Is this all for us?" Nami asked, puzzled. Were these Sandia people really so kind to give them so much gold? Of course, you people from the Blue Sea must like these things, right? They are of no use to us in the sky, so we are giving them to our benefactors. Wiper replied. Nami was so excited that she immediately dove into the pile of gold. Why isn't Yasuo, who dreams of becoming the richest in the world, reacting? Nami turned to look at Yasuo, only to see him standing beside the pile of gold, waving his hand as pieces of gold were being collected by him. The Straw Hat crew and the Sandia people were stunned. Nami instantly became unhappy. "Yasuo, leave me some. Leave me some." Yasuo ignored Nami and continued with his actions, collecting large amounts of gold. Yasuo was extremely happy with so much gold. He probably wouldn't be able to spend it all in his lifetime. Amidst the noisy atmosphere, evening arrived. Everyone was still gathered around the bonfire, having a feast, and this time the people from Shandia joined them. Yasuo approached Robin and said, "Robin-chan, let's go. I'll take you to a great place." Robin didn't pay much attention and got up to follow Yasuo as they headed towards the outskirts of the forest. Yasuo navigated towards the location of the historical text ahead, with Robin following behind him. That's right, Yasuo was going to see the so-called historical text. Although he already knew that this historical text recorded the location of the Sea King on Fishman Island, Yasuo still felt excited about the Chinese characters on it. After a while, the two arrived at the foot of a hill, and Yasuo looked up to discover the legendary Golden Bell. "Yasuo, why are we here?" Robin asked in confusion. "We'll know once we go up and take a look." Yasuo slowly walked upward, and what came into view was the historical text under the Golden Bell. Robin, who was following behind, naturally saw the historical text as well. "What? There is actually historical text here?" Robin exclaimed in surprise. Immediately after, she was filled with ecstasy and began to carefully study the historical text. Yasuo also observed for a while before directing his gaze towards the Golden Bell above. The Golden Bell is entirely made of gold, and due to its powerful and beautiful chime, it can guide the fleets sailing in the storm, illuminating hope like the lights in the night. Hence, it is also known as the Lantern of Mandora. Yasuo knows that as long as he rings this gigantic golden bell, the war between the Sandians and the native inhabitants of the Sky Island will cease. And the old man with the curly chestnut head below the Sky Island will also let go of his obsession. Ringing this golden bell will fulfill the long-held wish of everyone for 400 years. Yasuo took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and activated Saitama's body limiter. He threw a punch at the golden bell. Bang! As Yasuo's fist struck, the golden bell emitted a beautiful sound that spread far away. Ding ding dang dang. The Sandians, who were enjoying food and drinks with the Straw Hat crew, paused their actions, stunned in place, while the Straw Hat crew looked at each other in confusion, wondering what had happened. What was that sound? Ha ha ha. It's over. It's all over. Weepa murmured excitedly, gazing into the distance, filled with countless thoughts. Only drinking could relieve the hardships of these years. The native residents of Sky Island listened quietly to the beautiful sound of the golden bell, letting the sound resonate in their ears. In Magic Valley Town, Uncle Keurig, who was preparing to dive back into the sea to collect gold, stood dazed at the shore, looking up at the sky. I didn't expect that Sky Island really exists. Ha ha ha. I knew it. The ancestors of Nolan couldn't be liars. The villagers and pirates in Magic Valley Town who had learned about Nolan's story were also shocked as they listened to the sound of the golden bell. It seemed that this story was not fabricated. It should indeed have happened. After ringing the golden bell 4 or 5 times, Yasuo stopped his actions. Now, the matter of Sky Island should be over, right? Yasuo looked at Robin and saw her frowning, seemingly pondering what this ancient weapon of the Sea King could be. Could also be a ship? Then why is it in Fishman Island? Don't think too much about it. Maybe the Sea King is a person? It doesn't necessarily have to be a weapon. Yasuo's words awakened the dreamer, and Robin no longer felt conflicted. Knowing that the Sea King was on Fishman Island was enough. Yasuo stored the golden clock into the system space, and this featherlight action left Robin speechless. However, why didn't Yasuo take away the historical text? What use is it to take a big stone? Yasuo led Robin back to the banquet location, and another round of feasting began. The next morning, behind the warehouse door of the Thousand Sunny, everyone was secretly peering through the crack of the door, as if they were spying on something indescribable. Why? Because after the banquet last night, Usopp planned to check on the Mary, hoping to reminisce about Miss Kaya. However, when he reached the warehouse door, he faintly heard the sound of a hammer striking the Mary. Confused, Usopp looked through the crack and saw a blurry figure with 2 horns on its head hammering the ship's hull. Usopp thought he was still drunk and rubbed his eyes hard, continuing to look through the crack. He didn't understand what was happening, but he still saw that blurry figure. Usopp pushed open the warehouse door, but the figure disappeared. He quietly stayed by the Mary, falling into a deep sleep, determined to protect the Mary and not allow anyone to harm her. The next morning, Usopp eagerly told everyone about what he had discovered the night before. Yasuo knew that the figure was the spirit of the Mary, but he was still a bit surprised that it was Usopp who discovered the spirit of the Mary first. Yasuo crouched at the crack of the door, peering inside. It seemed that the spirit of the Mary had noticed that everyone was spying on it and didn't dare to reveal itself, instead hiding at the bow, its eyes moving as it looked towards the entrance. The ship spirit also felt a bit lost. Clearly, it could still lead everyone on a voyage. So why did they no longer need it? It felt quite dejected. Listen to me, everyone. The figure Usopp saw last night might just be the legendary ship spirit. What? You mean this ship has a spirit? Robin was completely stunned. During her time spent with everyone, her worldview had been utterly shattered. As for why Robin was so surprised, it was mainly because she understood the main reason for the existence of a ship spirit. It is a spirit that arises from the mutual care and love of the crew for the ship. When the bond between the crew reaches a certain level, the spirit will manifest. Yasuo doesn't know about these things. He only knows that it's Oda's accomplishment. After all, only the Mary and the Sunny have ship spirits in the whole world. He doesn't know why, but it might be because Oda wants to develop the ship spirit into a plot point related to the ship of the king of the underworld later on. Yasuo didn't care about any of that. Since he had come to the pirate world, he wouldn't have to think about anything that could be changed. He would just take action when the time came. Huh? What is a ship spirit? The big fool Luffy asked blankly. It's the will of the ship. Do you understand, Luffy? Yasuo patted Luffy on the shoulder. A ship spirit? I've heard of it, Sanji said, standing behind everyone with a cigarette in his mouth. During the years at the Bartai restaurant, he liked to learn about strange things, looking at devil fruit illustrations, beauty magazines, and newspapers whenever he had nothing to do. Nami, give me the golden staff. Yasuo looked at Nami beside him. Huh? What do you want it for? Nami's face showed extreme panic as she looked at Yasuo. Hee. I'm going to negotiate with the ship spirit and let it live inside your golden staff, so we can take it on adventures with us in the future. We can't just leave it in this dark warehouse, can we? Huh? It can be like that? The big fool Luffy still looked confused. Watching Nami fidget, Yasuo was speechless. Hurry up. What are you hesitating for? Reluctantly, Nami handed over the golden staff to Yasuo. He took the golden staff and held it against his chest. And suddenly, Yasuo seemed to have discovered something incredible. He actually smelled a fishy odor. Nami, you actually used the golden staff to kill fish. Can't you at least wash it? Yasuo helplessly pushed open the warehouse door and walked in. Hearing what Yasuo said, Nami's face turned red, and she thought to herself, Yasuo is such a big fool. It was all because she had been too tired from playing mahjong last night and fell asleep, forgetting to clean the golden staff. Damn it. If Yasuo found out cough cough, he would definitely say, why does it smell so familiar? Yasuo walked into the warehouse and looked at the bow of the Mary, saying to the sheep's head, little sister, come, live inside the golden hoop, and brother will take you out to play. Yasuo spoke enticing words to the ship spirit, while in his mind, he commanded the system, move the ship spirit to the golden cudgel. Ding! Temptation ship spirit mode has been activated. As the system's voice fell, the ship spirit hidden in the sheep's head emerged, its eyes shining as it stared at the golden cudgel in Yasuo's hand, as if it had seen Sister Tsong. Almost drooling. Come on, come in, get a little closer, yes, just like that, keep going, don't stop. Yasuo coaxed the ship spirit, and the ship spirit was very obedient, immediately diving into the golden cudgel. Suddenly, the golden cudgel emitted a burst of golden light, dazzling everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this, everyone rushed into the warehouse to look at the golden cudgel in Yasuo's hand. Ha ha ha! Everyone, the ship spirit is now inside the golden cudgel. From now on, it will be our new partner on the ship. Yasuo shouted excitedly. Great! Yay yay yay! Luffy and Usopp danced joyfully, thinking about their ship spirit companion, which was just so fun. Wait a minute, the ship spirit doesn't have a name yet. We need to give a name, Yasuo said, stroking his chin in thought. Let's call it Mary, Usopp suggested. Yeah, that's a good name. Zoro agreed, crossing his arms and nodding. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Yasuo also felt the emotional change in the golden staff in his hand. It seemed the ship spirit was quite satisfied with this name. However, Yasuo was unhappy. These old names were outdated. If we're going to name it, it should be something unique. Wait, I think since the ship spirit lives in Nami's golden staff, and it originally lived in that ram's head on the ship's bow, we should call it Beautiful Sheep. What do you think, brothers and sisters? Beautiful Sheep, Usopp murmured. Everyone seemed to think this name sounded better than Mary. Beautiful Sheep, let's call it Beautiful Sheep. The big fool Luffy jumped up, saying this name was perfect. Do I have a name now? Beautiful Sheep. The golden staff was trembling constantly in Yasuo's hand, and was very satisfied with this name. Ha ha ha! Beautiful Sheep, transform now. Yasuo threw out the golden staff, imagining the cute sheep character from the animated show he watched in his past life. When the staff hit the ground, a flash of light transformed it into a fluffy golden little sheep, with two horns protruding from its head and wearing a golden bow. Its big eyes blinked adorably at everyone, extremely kawaii, rivaling Chopper. It looked just like the legendary Mei Yang, the only difference being that this one was entirely golden. Wow, so kawaii. Nami excitedly picked up the little sheep and kissed its face vigorously. Hello everyone. The little sheep shyly looked at everyone and spoke. Ha ha ha. To celebrate our new crewmate, let's have a feast. The silly Luffy shouted excitedly. Yasuo also showed a relieved smile as he looked at Chopper beside him. Chopper's eyes were filled with hearts as he gazed at Mei Yang in Nami's arms, feeling that his true love had appeared. She was Mei Yang. Seeing Chopper acting infatuated, Yasuo was stunned. What the hell? Chopper actually likes Mei Yang? This is unbelievable. In the Sunny's restaurant, everyone sat around, eating and drinking heartily, while Mei Yang, with her cute appearance and soft, sweet voice, successfully mingled with the Straw Hat crew. Mei Yang voluntarily served tea and water to everyone, acting as the waitress on the ship. Sanji looked at the busy Mei Yang with a satisfied smile. Finally, he could relax a bit. Arigato, Mei Yang-san. Arigato, Mei Yang-san. Yasuo sat to the side, hearing the repeated arigato, Mei Yang, and felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, as the image of Bo Yang's annoying expression unconsciously surfaced in his mind. However, when Mei Yang brought a cup of juice in front of him, Yasuo still mustered the courage to say, Arigato, Mei Yang. Mei Yang, shy yet tirelessly serving tea and water to everyone, completely lost herself amidst the chorus of arigato. From that moment on, the Straw Hat Pirates gained a new crew member, the waitress, Mei Yang. Time slowly passed, and another day went by. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, extending his right hand, covered in armament Haki, then squinting his eyes. Gather! The armament Haki slowly gathered at his arm, eventually swirling in his hand, forming a spherical object similar to the Shinjutsu orb from the Naruto world. What the hell? Oh my god, what a huge thing! Yasuo exclaimed. Yasuo never expected that he could actually use this armed color in a way similar to a Rasengan. The Straw Hat crew looked towards Yasuo, thinking that another clueless enemy was attacking, and hurried over to his side. What's wrong? What happened, Yasuo? Nami asked as she rushed over. Look, what is this thing? Yasuo held out the armed color Rasengan for everyone to see. This is armed color. Zoro swallowed hard, thinking, what the hell is this? He actually materialized the armed color Haki? Sick. Luffy was stunned, feeling that the spinning armed color sphere in Yasuo's hand was just too cool. Long-haired freak. What is this move called? Sanji's eyes lit up. This move is called armed umbrella liver. Yasuo jumped off the Thousand Sunny and pressed the Rasengan down onto the ground. Bang! The ground instantly cracked open, revealing a huge pit in front of everyone, and Yasuo stood in the pit looking at them. Didn't he expect that this armed Rasengan would be more powerful than the Rasengan from the Naruto world by more than double? What? You mean the Udama Rasengan? Forget I said that. So how about it? Want to learn? Yasuo smiled at everyone. Yasuo, I want to learn. The big silly Luffy shouted excitedly as he jumped off the Thousand Sunny. Meanwhile, the others turned back to the training room to do their own things. Seemingly uninterested in this Rasengan, Yasuo is confused. How come even Chopper is following Mei Yangyang? Does Usopp not want to learn too? Yasuo didn't know that everyone thought they couldn't rely on him for everything and needed to develop their own powerful techniques. Especially Zoro, who had already conceived the spiral technique in his mind. Only the big fool Luffy was willing to learn, and Yasuo had no choice but to teach Luffy alone. After sharing the techniques of the spiral pill with Luffy, Yasuo boarded the Thousand Sunny and went back to the cabin to continue sleeping. After spending 2 more days playing on Skypiea, during which Nami obtained many shell-based everyday items from the native inhabitants, such as photography shells and recording shells, they set off. The big fool Luffy stood on top of the Sunny and gave the command. Usopp quickly lowered the huge sail, and with a gust of wind, the Thousand Sunny slowly sailed towards the exit of Skypiea. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, gazing ahead and murmuring, next stop. Water 7. Nami led the sheep, transforming into a massive golden cloud, gently lowering the Thousand Sunny towards the sea below. The Thousand Sunny sailed across the waters heading to Water 7, and Yasuo twisted his neck, then looked at the 2 large swords at his waist. He chuckled, this time, I won't let the scenes from the original story appear before my eyes again. Yasuo turned to see Robin, who was jumping along with everyone else, doing elementary school calisthenics. That's right, Robin had started following the rhythm of the small speaker and was doing the calisthenics with everyone, aimed at mastering the Conqueror's Haki. As for the Pirate King's Haki, that could wait until Robin was accustomed to the Conqueror's Haki system. Robin's Conqueror's Haki shouldn't require the Haki oral solution, right? It should be free. After all, the last time everyone awakened their Conqueror's Haki, there was no charge. In Yasuo's mind, he asked the system. Ding! The Conqueror's Haki has been loaded for Robin. Please provoke the host to activate it. The system's voice echoed in Yasuo's mind. Provoke? Well, I can't just randomly scold Robin for no reason, right? I can only wait until Water 7C. I wonder if Robin will have thoughts of leaving the Straw Hat crew by then. Yasuo grips the hilt of his sword, thinking about how to torture that disgusting Spandam. Even if Robin hadn't been captured, Yasuo still plans to sneak into Eni's lobby to take down that fool. Should Chopper be loaded with Haushika Haki? Ding. Haushika Haki has been loaded for Chopper. Please stimulate the host with words to activate. The system voice sounded. What? I was just saying it casually, and you actually loaded it for me. Sigh, little Chopper is just a pet. He can't become a combatant. Forget it, since it's come to this. Let Chopper have all 3 types of Haki as well. The Pirate's 8 gates can't be left behind. Yasuo pondered as he walked into the cabin, bought a few bottles of Huoxiang Zhengqi oral liquid, mixed it with water, and had Mei Yangyang take it out to distribute to everyone. Yasuo watched everyone dancing so vigorously, and he couldn't help but feel a fire ignite within him. The scene of everyone unleashing their Conqueror's Haki made his blood boil. Without realizing it, he joined the gymnastics team of the others. Time passed slowly, and a week went by. The Thousand Sunny sailed on the sea, with calm winds and serene waters. The blue sky and white clouds made it incredibly pleasant. During this time, Robin and Chopper had both mastered the 2-color Haki. Yasuo planned to teach them the Pirates' 8 gates when their Haki levels reached a low level. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, looking towards the small island that appeared ahead. Changhuan Island. Yasuo knows that in the original story, the silver fox, Foxy, is located in this place and is the first NPC that the group encounters after coming down from the Sky Island. However, it seems that they arrived either too early or too late, as they found no trace of anyone after landing on the island. Not even the old man from the original story. They wondered if they had crossed into a fake world of One Piece. Instead, they saw the long and slender animals from the original story and were amazed. After a moment, they immediately boarded their ship to venture to the next island, which was still one of the islands in Long Ring Long Land, filled with those strange animals. The Thousand Sunny slowly sailed towards the last small island of Long Ring Long Land. The reason there are so many small islands in Long Ring Long Land is that these small islands were originally part of one island. Once a year, there is a day when the sea experiences a major low tide, revealing the original shape of several small islands. Overall, it resembles a small island that looks very much like a ring. The Thousand Sunny gently approached the shore, and everyone jumped off the ship, rushing towards the depths of the forest, eager to see what differences this island had compared to the previous ones. Yasuo also jumped down from the Thousand Sunny and followed behind everyone. He knew that in the original story, Admiral Aokiji had defeated the Straw Hat crew on this island. But this was no longer the original story. They hadn't encountered Silver Fox Foxy, nor had they met the people they were supposed to meet. Who knows? They might not even encounter Aokiji. If they did, that would be great. It would be another chance to show off. Yasuo pondered as he followed behind the crowd. Oh, what a big mushroom! Chopper's voice came from ahead. Yasuo was startled. He knew that the so-called mushroom was actually the head of Admiral Aokiji. Yasuo quickly stepped forward and grabbed Chopper, who was about to run over to pick Akiji's head. Yasuo looked up, and sure enough, behind a big rock stood something resembling a mushroom. Ah, Chopper, let's go pick it. Seeing Chopper being grabbed by Yasuo, Luffy jumped directly over to the other side of the rock, and as soon as he landed, his face instantly fell. Ah, I thought it was a mushroom, but it turns out to be a person. The big fool Luffy said blankly. Sure enough, is it that man? Yasuo also stepped forward, realizing that this battle was inevitable. The group walked towards the back of the big rock, revealing the peculiar nature of this person. Robin ran up excitedly from behind, looking up, but then her pupils constricted and beads of sweat started dripping down uncontrollably. Her legs went weak. She sat down on the ground with a thud. We're doomed. It's over. Robin screamed internally. This is Admiral Aokiji, the highest combat power of the Navy. Seeing Robin collapse in fear, the Straw Hat crew quickly took on a fighting stance, their expressions serious as they looked at the man wearing an eye patch. Zoro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his sharp gaze fixed on the man before him, his instincts telling him that this man is very strong. Robin, Luffy murmured, wondering what kind of existence could scare Robin like this. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Robin, reminding himself of his duty as a protector, and that he must protect Robin-chan. Nami, holding Mei Yang, looked at Robin. After spending time together, she had fully accepted Robin as a partner, and because of this, Nami was very worried about Robin. Usopp directly took the Tenryubido off his back and aimed it at the man wearing the eye patch, ready to send him to the afterlife at the slightest move. Just then, Aokiji, standing there with his eye patch on, slowly raised his hand to uncover the eye patch and looked at everyone. Yasuo was also observing the man in front of him. Since his arrival in this world, Yasuo had experienced many battles and was no longer as anxious as when he first encountered Hawkeye. His heart had hardened a level. He was Admiral Aokiji. Robin was slumped on the ground, trembling as she looked at Aokiji. Was an admiral? The foolish Luffy asked. It is the strongest force of the world government's Navy headquarters. Robin said, her voice shaking. Luffy's pupils constricted. The strongest force of the Navy? An admiral? Oh my, isn't that Robin-chan? It's been a long time, and you've grown so graceful. Aokiji said, looking at Robin with a smirk. That's right. This man is the legendary Admiral Aokiji. He is a user of the Logia-type devil fruit, the ice fruit, capable of freezing anything. He can turn any part of his body into ice and create light blue ice blocks that can take any shape, forming weapons to attack targets. He can also ride a happy little bike freely on the surface of the sea, freezing everything he touches. Those who are frozen will enter a state of suspended animation, and their bodies will become as fragile as ice, easily shattering and dying from minor impacts. In the original story, Luffy and Robin had experienced this move, but in the end, Aokiji had a change of heart and let everyone go. Seeing everyone ready for a fight, Aokiji felt speechless. Although he was indeed here to keep watch, did he really look like a bad guy? Don't get excited. I was just passing by for a walk and happened to be checking on Robin's situation after she went missing in Alabasta. I will make a move against you, Akiji said with a carefree demeanor as he looked at everyone. Yasuo was speechless, saying, I haven't even encountered Fox. How can I meet you? Are you sure you haven't been lurking here for days and nights? Upon hearing this, Robin also let out a slight sigh of relief and stood up. Luffy turned to look at everyone and said, let's go. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami was so excited she was almost jumping up, the strongest force of the Navy. This is no joke. She immediately started to run. Everyone headed towards the Thousand Sunny, while Yasuo was the last to follow the group, as he was worried this guy might play tricks. After all, in the original story, this old man suddenly changed his mind and attacked everyone. Akiji squinted his eyes, looking at Yasuo. It was this man who created the Pirate 8 gates that could enhance a person's physical abilities, and the fruit that could summon the dead. If this man could summon long-deceased pirates, wouldn't this sea be thrown into chaos? To be honest, Akiji was eager to experience what this legendary Pirate 8 gates was all about. His usual laziness was swept away, replaced by a strong desire for battle. Long-hair kid. Akiji's voice rang out behind Yasuo. Is it time to show off? Yasuo stopped in his tracks. The others ahead also halted. Could it be? This admiral wanted to deal with Yasuo, vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I heard you created that so-called Pirate 8 gates. I've suddenly changed my mind. Can I have a taste of the Pirate 8 gates? Akiji activated his fruit ability, covering his arms with a layer of ice, and a thin layer of frost appeared on his stubbled face. Yasuo felt that the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. He turned to look at Akiji. Admiral Akiji, since you want to have a taste, then I shall gladly accompany you. Pirate 8 gates, 3rd gate, open life gate. Virum. Yasuo instantly opened 3 gates, blue energy waves emanating from him, while the long black hair on his head gradually turned blue and stood upright. The blue demon form appeared. A blue ice bird gathered in Akiji's hand and shot towards Yasuo. Although Akiji believes in a so-called lazy justice, he does not hesitate to strike when the time calls for it. Yasuo pulled out the famous sword, Hanajo, and swiftly slashed down toward the ground in front of him. Wind barrier. ZZZZ. The ice bird crashed into the wind wall and instantly turned to nothingness. Pirate 8 gates, 2nd gate. Rest gate, open. Seeing that the two had already engaged in battle, Zoro opened the 2nd gate and drew his sword, rushing towards Akiji. Pirate 8 gates, 2nd gate. Rest gate, open. Luffy also opened the 2nd gate and threw a punch at Akiji. Sanji stood in front of Nami, Chopper, Robin, and Mei Yang. His eyes narrowed as he looked at them. Usopp aimed directly at Akiji and fired a black ray. Deadly. Black ray. 3-sword style, K Maison. National model. National model no. National model parasol liver. Hearing the names of Zoro and Luffy's techniques, Yasuo almost lost his balance. K Maison from Miyamoto, Musashi? Are you a time traveler? The big fool Luffy, learning on the spot, directly used the Rasen Shuriken, and Yasuo had no idea when he learned that. Luffy's palm spun a black sphere, glowing red. Armament Haki activated in his hand, spinning rapidly. Luffy's arm elongated, pressing down directly towards Akiji. Zoro's 3 slashes emitted from his sword, shooting towards Akiji, showing that Zoro's swordsman level had reached the level of a swordmaster. Usopp, as usual, fired a bullet with a black tail flame towards Akiji. Everyone held nothing back, intending to beat Akiji to death. Akiji expanded his observation Haki and transformed to appear on the other side in advance. Boom! A huge pit appeared where Akiji had just stood. With 3 attacks hitting the same spot simultaneously, the power is evident. However, in Akiji's eyes, who had seen grand scenes, this was merely trivial. Akiji used the Marine 6 styles, Saru, and appeared behind Usopp, aiming to kick him away. Usopp's observation Haki was giving frantic warnings, and he quickly opened the Pirate 8 gates. Pirate 8 gates, 1st gate. Open gate. Open. A black aura surrounded him, and Usopp rolled to dodge Akiji's casual kick. Oh my! Observation Haki? Akiji didn't expect that this sniper kid actually had observation Haki. Akiji grinned. It seemed things were getting more interesting. Then he used Soru again to appear in front of Usopp, getting serious, and directly kicked Usopp in the stomach with armament Haki. Phew! Usopp was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Usopp was instantly defeated by 1 move. Of course, Haki levels vary in strength, and with Usopp's Haki close to intermediate level, it was naturally difficult to deal with Akiji's advanced Haki. It wasn't as simple as 1-1 equals 3. Mei Yang, Fire God Gatling form. Seeing Usopp defeated, Nami was furious. How dare they bully our companion? Ka 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 ka. Mei Yang quickly transformed into fire god Gatling form, and Nami grabbed the gun handle, fiercely shooting at Aokiji. Akiji's pupils constricted. This firepower was no joke. He quickly activated his fruit ability along with Soru, launching a right whip kick at Nami. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest gate, open. Sanji directly opened the second gate and stood behind Nami, ready to block this attack. That's right, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had all managed to open the Pirate 8 gates to the second gate. Demon Wind foot. Sanji's armament Haki covered his foot, quickly rubbing against the air to create flames, and struck towards Aokiji's leg. Bang! Sanji and Nami were sent flying. This clash naturally showed that Aokiji's armament Haki was superior. Aokiji turned around, wanting to attack Chopper and Robin, but Yasuo would never allow Aokiji to harm the adorable Chopper. Tenfold amplification forward slash. Yasuo stepped forward and swung his sword towards Aokiji. Ding! Crack! Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air, gathering it into an ice blade in his hand, blocking Yasuo's strike. However, the ice blade couldn't withstand the tenfold amplification of Yasuo's ability and shattered immediately. Interesting. Aokiji smirked, then activated his fruit ability to restore the cracks in the ice blade to their original state, covering it with armament Haki, and swiftly countered with a backhand slash towards Yasuo. FK the squid. Yasuo quickly retreated. Crack. The ground was instantly split open with a gash, from the edges of which wisps of cold air were emanating. Yasuo smirked. No wonder the natural ice fruit. Baka. Big fool Luffy. He shouted angrily, seeing Usopp and Sanji collapse nearby, along with Nami. National model no. Rubber spiral bomb. Big fool Luffy launched another spiral bomb directly at Aokiji. Aokiji raised the ice blade in his hand to block it, but the next moment, crack, crack, the ice blade shattered instantly, and Aokiji quickly elementalized to dodge the attack. Snap, snap. Aokiji's elemental body shattered, only to reappear unharmed in the distance. Gulp. Robin swallowed hard as expected. Is he still not planning to let me go? I dragged everyone down. I'm sorry, everyone. Entering. Second gear. Luffy transformed into his red form, quickly circling behind Aokiji and launching a spiral bomb. However, Aokiji's elemental property allows him to change his position by absorbing moisture from the air, so after elementalizing, Aokiji appeared directly behind Luffy and placed his arm on Luffy's shoulder. Freezing moment. Aokiji used his fruit ability to quickly release cold air, instantly freezing Luffy into an ice sculpture. Inside the ice sculpture, Luffy still wore an angry expression, frozen and motionless. Yasuo knew that Aokiji and Garp had a good relationship, and he also knew that Luffy was Garp's grandson, so he couldn't possibly kill Luffy. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention and prepared to strike again. On the other side, Zoro, seeing Luffy in trouble, was instantly furious. Demon Aura, 9-sword style, Ashura, 1 mist silver. Zoro stood still and directly unleashed 9 flying slashes toward Aokiji. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The slashes made a series of sounds as they sliced through the air. Aokiji saw the 9 green glowing slashes flying toward him and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was quite a formidable display. Aokiji quickly dodged to the side, but as he moved, he unexpectedly encountered Yasuo's big foot. Damn, when did this guy appear here? Why didn't my observation Haki detect him? Aokiji thought frantically, but it was too late. He took Yasuo's kick head on. Bang! Aokiji flew out and crashed into a nearby tree. Just now, Yasuo had completely shut off all the presence from his body and the air from his pores. This was the legendary observation kill, a ability derived from Conqueror's Haki. The legendary Yonko Shanks had this ability. So Yasuo, can also use an observation kill. What's wrong with that? Aokiji naturally didn't know about Yasuo's observation kill. To him, Yasuo was just a fledgling pirate. How could he possibly have the legendary abilities of Shanks? Bang! Luffy broke free from the ice, trembling all over as he looked around for Aokiji's figure. Aokiji was stunned. Had his ability failed? Did Luffy break free from his freezing ability so quickly? Luffy looked at Aokiji under the tree and exploded in anger. Buzz! Luffy unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, rushing toward Aokiji. What? Conqueror's Haki? Aokiji was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Garp's grandson to actually possess the qualities of a king. Buzz! Another wave of Conqueror's Haki surged toward Aokiji. He turned his head to see Sanji slowly getting up with a cigarette in his mouth. Impossible. Impossible. A person with the qualities of a king cannot be on the same ship. Akiji consoled himself internally. But then, another wave of Conqueror's Haki rushed toward him, and by now, Akiji was already sweating. Was this really the third one? Akiji turned to look in Zoro's direction, and sure enough, Zoro was holding the Sandai Kitetsu in his left hand, the Shusui in his right, biting down on the Wad Ikamanji with wisps of green energy surging toward him. Buzz. An orange aura spread out from Nami, who was angrily holding Mainjiang while glaring at Akiji. The fourth one, could it be? Akiji was completely stunned. How could there be so many people with the qualities of a king on one ship? Could it be that all these people possessed Conqueror's Haki? Akiji couldn't bear to imagine it, and the next moment, buzz! Usopp's black Conqueror's Haki spread out. No, this is impossible. Akiji's face finally showed a look of terror. What on earth was this ship? Was the world about to change? Were they the ones sent by heaven to change this world? Akiji turned to look at the remaining three, Yasuo, Robin, and Chopper, who hadn't unleashed their Conqueror's Haki. Robin probably doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, right? Akiji reassured himself. He didn't want to give Yasuo a chance to unleash his Conqueror's Haki and directly use his ultimate move, intending to end the battle. Ice Age. Akiji placed both hands on the ground and then unleashed his Devil Fruit ability. The grass and plants on the ground were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Akiji used this very move in the original work to freeze the tsunami caused by Whitebeard, so its power was evident. Before anyone could react, the chill from the ground froze everyone into ice sculptures. Wind Barrier. Three-sword style. Clear Void Slash. Zoro and Yasuo both shouted their techniques, blocking the terrifying large area magical attack. Only Yasuo, Zoro, and Robin, who stood behind Akiji, were left unharmed. It seems that the Straw Hat Pirates really have some good prospects. Akiji looked at Yasuo and Zoro with admiration. If they were Navy, that would be great. Akiji turned to freeze Robin as well, but a voice came from behind him. Wait, let them go. I want to duel with you. Yasuo pulled out the magic sword Shinrin from his waist and inserted it beside him, then swung his right-hand sword Huajo and planted it into the ground. Akiji glanced at Yasuo and then at the trembling Robin, and then spoke. Nico, Robin is a ferocious beast born to be ruthless and violent. No one can handle her. If she continues to follow you, your pirate crew will only face destruction. Akiji meant that Robin would only bring disaster to the Straw Hat crew, advising them to give her up. But Yasuo smirked. Disaster? No one knows my identity as the son of Wieldsthe, Xebec. If they did, it wouldn't just be a disaster. It would be a universe-ending catastrophe. Shut your mouth. You don't understand what the bonds between comrades are. Even if we have to go against the whole world, the Straw Hat Pirates will never give up on any of our friends. Yasuo angrily glared at Akiji and shouted, "Oh, so you're quite confident in your own strength, huh?" Akiji smirked. Yasuo suddenly realized what the bond between comrades truly meant. With a gloomy expression, he slowly spoke. I am someone who has already died once. To let my comrades live and leave this place, I wouldn't mind dying again. Yasuo, what are you talking about? Zoro roared as he looked at Yasuo. He didn't understand why Yasuo threw his two swords on the ground, but he had a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Ha ha ha, I accept your challenge, Akiji said, crossing his arms and looking at the crowd with a carefree expression. Zoro, take Luffy and the others away. Yasuo looked at Zoro, ready to engage in a serious fight with Akiji. However, Zoro thought that Yasuo was trying to commit suicide. Although Zoro believed Yasuo was very strong, there was still some gap compared to the Navy's strongest force, right? Stop talking nonsense. Go. Yasuo frowned. You better hurry up and get out of here. Don't block me from showing off. Yasuo-san. Robin's tears flowed uncontrollably. At that moment, she felt so useless, unable to help everyone, and could only stand by helplessly. What are you joking about? How could I abandon my comrades? Let you face this predicament alone. Zoro murmured as he tightly gripped the handle of his sword. You wouldn't want Luffy and the others to die here, would you? If we wait any longer for treatment, it might be too late to save them. Yasuo slowly took out a fine cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Damn it, you must come back alive. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you off. Zoro sheathed his sword and quickly ran towards the place where everyone was frozen. Yasuo smiled slightly and exhaled a puff of smoke, unexpectedly touched by Zoro's words. Green algae head, if I die, after you become the world's greatest swordsman, could you also fulfill my dream? Zoro paused for a moment, then quickly ran towards Luffy and the others, muttering, damn long-haired freak. I'm not interested in money. You should achieve it yourself. Akiji was almost in tears on the side, witnessing this farewell scene and such heartfelt dialogue. Am I the bad guy? Do I look like one? Robin held Nami and Chopper, while Mei Yang was frozen in an ice block with Nami. After glancing at Yasuo, Robin hurried towards the Thousand Sunny. Yasuo is right. If everyone doesn't get unsealed, they might freeze to death inside. Even if they don't freeze to death, they could suffocate. Zoro is also running towards the Thousand Sunny with Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, wanting to solve everyone's freezing problem immediately before going to assist Yasuo. Seeing everyone leave, Yasuo throws away the cigarette, but in his hand, takes a deep breath, and looks at Akiji. Looks like it's just the two of us left, huh? What do you say? Aren't you a swordsman? Without a sword, you might lose pretty quickly. Akiji teases with a pout. Huh? Does the Navy not know that I'm a devil fruit user? The heavens did not give birth to me. Rocks. The filthy soil lasts forever like a long night. Impure world reincarnation. Come out. Yasuo doesn't say much. He directly unleashes his reincarnation fruit ability, with both hands quickly forming seals. He kneels on one knee and then slams one hand onto the ground. Waves of 10,000-year soul rings spread out from in front of Yasuo. Boom! The ground instantly cracks open, and several coffins slowly rise from the earth. Bang, bang, bang. The coffin lids crash down onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and several figures slowly emerge from the coffins. They are Alvida, Axe Emperor Monka, Wapple, Fishman Arlong, Mr. 9, Buggy the Clown, Kuro, Mr. 5, Bellamy, Poison Q, and Enel. Yasuo directly summoned his army of the undead, looking at the astonished Akiji. The reason Akiji was surprised was that he never expected Yasuo could truly summon the deceased. He thought the Navy's intelligence might have been incorrect, but now he could see with his own eyes the power of the reincarnation fruit. Kid, disturbing the peace of the deceased will bring retribution. As for how Akiji knew they were dead, he saw Fisher Tiger among the crowd. According to the Navy's intelligence, Fisher Tiger had already passed away, along with Kuro and Kuro. He knew them all. As for the others, although he didn't recognize them, they were undoubtedly all dead. Kid, who are we going to fight with this summon? Let me see. Kuro adjusted his non-existent glasses and looked forward. Damn, Admiral Akiji, Kuro exclaimed. What? Everyone had a look of terror on their faces. Last time, it was the 7 warlords, and now it hasn't been long before they have to face an admiral. Kid, you have quite the guts. Fisher Tiger became excited. He wanted to spar with the admiral too. Although he was a calamity, he was invincible. So what was there to fear? Enel, however, wore a grim expression. He finally understood who that heartless person was. It turned out to be this long-haired kid who carelessly threw his knife, causing him to die without knowing why. Enel didn't know what an admiral was, or what the 7 warlords were. He only knew that he had completely lost control over his body, and that control was in the hands of that man. Enough with the nonsense. Army of the undead, go get him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Yasuo's voice fell, he commanded everyone to charge directly towards Akiji. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Enel launched the attack first, striking the taiko drum behind him to summon a giant electric wolf that charged towards Akiji. Violent Akiji. Akiji raised his hand and sent an ice bird flying towards the Thunder Beast. Boom! The attacks collided, canceling each other out. Oh, this is interesting. Electricity, huh? Akiji pouted as he looked at the man who had no pupils and was radiating electric light. Nose booger explosion. He shouted, Mr. 5 directly picked his nose and threw a lump of booger at Akiji. Akiji quickly dodged and appeared behind Mr. 5, delivering a right whip kick directly to Mr. 5's abdomen. Bang! The booger exploded where Akiji had just been, while Mr. 5 was sent flying by Akiji's kick and crashed into a large rock nearby. Akiji smelled the lingering booger odor in the air, waved his hand to disperse the smell, and looked at Mr. 5, who was slowly getting up. The paper-like wounds on his stomach rapidly healing. The reincarnation fruit is indeed troublesome, but unfortunately for you, you've encountered me. Akiji disdainfully glanced at Yasuo. Ice Age. ZZZZ. Akiji pressed his hands to the ground, unleashing a wide-area magical attack that swept over everyone. The weaker ones were instantly frozen into ice blocks, leaving only Enel still flying in the sky, holding Yasuo. Yasuo is also helpless. The most feared aspect of the Edo Tensei is being sealed. If restricted in mobility, then the inherent immortality is rendered useless. However, do you really think that only you can counter my fruit ability? Can't I? Even if I don't reveal too much of my strength, I can still go toe-to-toe with you. Yasuo controlled Ainalu and threw himself down from the air. Bang! Yasuo landed and looked at Aokiji. Pirate 8 gates, 6 gate. Human, open. Yasuo directly went from the original 3rd gate to the 6th gate. Because the ability of the 6th gate is to accelerate his own movement speed. If his arms rub quickly in the air, they can generate flames. Just right? This arm's freezing ability is afraid of flames, isn't it? I'll let you experience my Yasuo's Morning Peacock. Yasuo controlled Enel, unleashing lightning to attack Aokiji. Yasuo then stepped forward, directly appearing behind Aokiji and delivered a whip kick. Aokiji, sensing Yasuo's presence with his observation Haki, quickly elementalized himself. Bang! A pile of ice shards was shattered by Yasuo's kick. Meanwhile, Aokiji used the Marine 6 style Zu, appearing directly behind Enel, placing his hand on Enel's shoulder. Then, his Devil Fruit ability activated, instantly freezing Enel into an ice sculpture. Yasuo jumped and threw a punch directly at Enel. Bang! The frozen Enel was instantly shattered by Yasuo's punch, sending Aokiji flying as well. Damn, why did my observation Haki react just now? Aokiji wondered. Yasuo just naturally used the ability of observation Haki. Armed. Blackbird. A lump of pitch-black substance covered the arm of Aokiji, and then a black bird flew toward Yasuo. What the hell? It can be played like this. What Yasuo didn't know was that Aokiji was just playing with him earlier, and now he was starting to get serious. Toward the peacock, Yasuo leaped into the air, quickly waving his hands to strike and rub against the air in front of him. A large bird resembling a phoenix, composed of flaming fists, charged directly at Aokiji's armed blackbird. Bang! Crack! The blackbird was instantly shattered by the flaming bird, turning into a pile of ice shards that fell downward, while the flaming bird continued its momentum and attacked Aokiji. Kid, you actually broke through my attack, which was infused with armed Haki, just using your physical skills. Seeing Yasuo surrounded by blue steam and glaring like a fierce warrior, Aokiji couldn't help but think of Old Man Garp, who was also a very powerful master of physical techniques. A flash of red light flickered in Aokiji's eyes as he spread his observation Haki and elementalized to dodge this attack, moving towards the peacock. Sigh. It seems that relying solely on the 6th gate isn't enough to take on an admiral. I need to incorporate other abilities as well. Yasuo pondered what ability he should develop. Having too many abilities could be a hassle, and he couldn't even remember what abilities he had filled out initially. He couldn't keep relying on observation Haki, could he? If he used it a few more times, that old guy might catch on, and then his good days would be over. He wouldn't be able to leisurely spend his days on the Straw Hat ship anymore. If Aokiji noticed that his abilities were unusual, he might even send more Navy forces to hunt him down. Just as Yasuo was contemplating what ability to load to deal with Aokiji, Enel, who was slowly recovering below, launched another attack on Aokiji. Yasuo gave the command to the undead army. Get him. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A massive lightning dragon gathered in front of Enel and then charged towards Aokiji. Truly an unkillable cockroach. Freeze! Aokiji was furious. This lightning guy had been bothering him endlessly. It was driving him crazy. Didn't they agree on a one-on-one fight? Why bring in reinforcements? Aokiji appeared behind Enel, quickly releasing cold air from both hands, surrounding Enel and freezing him solid. Watching as Enel emitted a blue glow from within the ice, the lightning was wreaking havoc, trying to shatter the ice. Seeing this, Aokiji unleashed another ice age, wrapping Enel up tightly. Aokiji sighed in relief. Now they could finally have a proper one-on-one fight, right? He turned to look around. Huh, where did everyone go? Aokiji was speechless. That sneaky bastard actually ran away? Yasuo just pondered for a while and realized that now is not a good time to reveal his strength, so he decided to stop thinking about it. After all, it wasn't necessary for him to fight Aokiji to the death, especially since he actually liked Aokiji as a character. Although he appears cold on the outside, he has a warm heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Robin go several times in the original work. Yasuo was slowly moving his steps, one by one, toward the Going Merry, looking just like Gotzi holding a machine gun, dodging enemies, extremely sneaky. Yasuo activated his ability to conceal his presence, taking slow, deliberate steps while constantly praying in his mind. Namo Avalokiteshvara Gatling Bodhisattva, please don't discover me. Just as Yasuo was about to move away from Qingji, a shout came from the other side. Long-haired monster. I'm here to save you. Yasuo muttered, this is bad. That stupid green algae head. Zoro rushed towards Kuzan's location, looking at the battlefield where trees lay scattered, large pits appearing before his eyes, and jagged stones everywhere. Ice debris was all around. and the frozen corpses of the undead army were also in Zoro's sight. Zoro trembled all over. He couldn't find Yasuo's trace. And his observation Haki didn't sense Yasuo's presence. Could it be that the long-haired freak really died? Oh, another one coming? You want to challenge me one-on-one? Kazan pouted as he looked at the approaching Zoro. Long-haired freak, why are you so weak? Can't you hold on a little longer? It's all because of my terrible sense of direction. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have wandered around for half a day just to find you. Maybe Yasuo wouldn't have to die. Zoro, the ironclad straight man, burst into tears, memories of the times spent with Yasuo flashing through his mind. He recalled the first time they met, the moment he called Yasuo long-haired freak for the first time and Yasuo's angry expression, and the scene when he first heard Yasuo call him green algae head. Everything flashed in his mind. Hey, green algae head, I'm still alive. From a nearby woods, Yasuo slowly walked out. There was no way he could just leave green algae head alone, right? Just in time. Yasuo also thought of a way to escape. Great, long-haired freak, I'm so glad you're not dead. Zoro subconsciously shouted, but then he immediately sulked, maintaining his cool persona, and said, hey, long-haired freak, you're taking too long. The battle is still not over after all this time. Yasuo, ignoring Zoro's thunder attributes, said, let's go. Retreat. Yasuo drew his famous blade, the Hanazuki, and exchanged a knowing glance with Zoro. Zoro immediately understood, drawing his own Sandai Kitetsu. The next moment, the fusion technique of green and blue appeared. Dark Flame. Zoro raised his sword high above his head and slashed down at Akiji. Sky Splitter. Yasuo shouted loudly, directly loading a tenfold amplified reverse slash, and struck out. Dark Flame, Sky Splitter. The slash, radiating an eerie green light, and a dazzling blue strike spiraled toward Akiji. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two slashes intertwined, resembling a lawnmower, shredding everything in their path. Bushes, large trees, and grass were all torn to pieces. Dust surged and spread on both sides of the ground. Akiji was helpless, unsure how Yasuo had evaded his observation Haki. As he looked at the rapidly approaching green-blue fusion technique, Akiji scoffed, activating his observation Haki, and slightly tilted his body to dodge the attack. Is that it? Before Akiji could finish his sentence, the attack from behind suddenly exploded, a gust of wind blowing against Akiji's back, as if the death wind from the underworld, chilling him to the bone. Following that, sword chi surged wildly, catching Akiji off guard. Akiji swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his armament Haki covering his back. Slowly turning to look behind him, he saw that his back and buttocks were exposed. No wonder it felt so chilly. They had even shredded my beloved underwear. Damn, those two little brats. Akiji glared angrily in the direction of Yasuo and Zoro. He didn't see the two figures, but he did see countless black objects falling from the sky. The black objects exploded upon hitting the ground, releasing waves of smoke. That's right. Yasuo had just purchased hundreds of smoke bombs from the system shop and threw them into the sky, running wildly with Zoro. Shadow clone technique. In the smoke-filled forest, Yasuo took advantage of Zoro's momentary distraction to directly activate the shadow clone technique. With rapid hand seals, countless Yasuo clones emerged and dashed in all directions. Yasuo hasn't forgotten that idiot Akiji and his advanced observation Haki. If he doesn't use this move, Akiji will likely discover their whereabouts soon. Hurry up, long-haired freak. Zoro frowned and urged Yasuo ahead. Meanwhile, Akiji looked at the white mist before him, his angry face appearing extremely terrifying. Wishing he could immediately tear apart those two brats who destroyed his beloved little Nene. It was simply unforgivable. Akiji's eyes flashed red, and his observation Haki spread out, immediately searching for Yasuo and Zoro's figures in the forest. What? So many people? Akiji was puzzled as to why there were so many more people on the island. Where the hell am I supposed to find them? Akiji didn't care anymore and ran in one direction. Long-haired kid, this time you can't escape. Akiji spotted Yasuo ahead and then unleashed a move. Ice Pigeon. Ice Pigeon. Puffed. The ice bird pierced directly through Yasuo's chest, creating a big hole. Yasuo slowly turned his head, revealing a face full of disbelief as he looked at Akiji behind him. Yu. Akiji's pupils constricted, his heart tightened, and he stood there dumbfounded, stammering. Why didn't you move out of the way? Akiji looked at Yasuo with a face full of guilt, thinking to himself that he didn't really want to kill him. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they would think they were invincible just because they had defeated the 7 warlords. At that moment, Akiji felt a wave of self-reproach. He had clearly warned him earlier, so why didn't he move out of the way? Yasuo looked at Akiji's guilt-ridden expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Lying on the ground, he smiled at Akiji. Ahem, can you fulfill my last request before I die? You say. Akiji slowly walked in front of Yasuo. Ahem, I want to see your eye patch, is that okay? Yasuo trembled as he stretched out his arm. Sure. Akiji took off his eye patch and placed it in Yasuo's hand. Yasuo directly stored the eye mask into the system space and then looked at Akiji with a wicked smile. Akiji sensed that something bad was about to happen when he saw Yasuo's strange smile. Sure enough, after Yasuo shouted stupid arm at Akiji, he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Damn, my beloved eye mask. Is this also the ability of the reincarnation fruit? Akiji murmured while looking at the spot where Yasuo had vanished. Then a smile crept onto his lips. Hee little brat. You actually tricked me. How interesting. He had developed an indescribable feeling for Yasuo, similar to the feelings he had for Robin. Akiji felt relieved that he and T really killed Yasuo. Otherwise, he would have felt guilty for a long time. After all, he was very familiar with the actions of the Straw Hat Pirates, or else he wouldn't have allowed Robin to follow them. Akiji no longer cared about the presence of others in the forest. They could all be fake people created by Yasuo's ability. He slowly walked in a certain direction out of the forest. Reaching the coast, Akiji looked at the thousand sunny sailing into the distance, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Roranoa Zoro, Gol D Yasuo, Monkey D Luffy. Ha! Your names will one day shake the world. On the thousand sunny, in the bathroom, the Straw Hat crew were all lying on the ground, with Usopp holding a heater to defrost everyone. Zoro had released the pirates' 8 gates and was slumped to the side. And Yasuo felt a bit heartbroken looking at his friends. After all, they were good brothers and sisters who had gone through life and death together. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken. Robin's eyes were filled with tears as she repeatedly wiped away the tears rolling down her cheeks. Robin, it's not your fault. Yasuo stepped forward and patted Robin's shoulder. No, it's all my fault. He attacked everyone just to catch me. Robin sobbed. Yasuo is also helpless. Can you stop being so self-important? Sigh. Forget it, I won't bother with you. Seeing you like this, you'll definitely want to leave the Straw Hat crew again when we get to Water 7. Yasuo turned to look at Usopp, who was lying beside him after being unfrozen. This time in Water 7, the Straw Hat crew shouldn't face a scene of disintegration, right? Before long, everyone had thawed out and was huddled in the bath, shivering. To be fair, Akiji was quite heavy-handed, but he already knew from the news relayed by the Shadow Clone. Looking at the spoils in the system space, Akiji's beloved eye mask. Ha ha ha. Akiji must be furious, right? Yasuo laughed wildly inside. After confirming that everyone was mostly fine, Yasuo walked out of the bathroom, steering the ship towards Water 7. Robin watched Yasuo's departing figure, feeling very guilty. If Yasuo hadn't come back, she would have felt guilty for a lifetime. However, the fact that Yasuo and Zoro were able to escape from Akiji's hands already showed their powerful strength. While pondering, Robin looked at Zoro, who was suffering from the aftereffects of opening the 8 gates, and helped him towards his bedroom. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. What? You say you don't know how many days are in a week? Of course it's 8 days. Just this? You think you can stump the author? The Thousand Sunny was sailing on the route to Water 7, and Yasuo stood at the bow. Feeling the sea breeze blowing towards him, his mood extremely pleasant. Luffy was sitting on the roof of the Thousand Sunny, holding his straw hat and looking at Yasuo ahead. Thank goodness for Yasuo. Otherwise, that damn mushroom head would have caught us all. Youngin was right. I'm still too weak. I can't even protect my companions. Luffy lowered his head in disappointment, feeling a bit lost about the adventures ahead. Then, Luffy's sunny and cheerful personality kicked in again as he clenched his fists and murmured, "Since I'm too weak, then I'll find a way to get stronger." With Yasuo behind the crew, there's nothing to worry about. On the other side, Akiji had already ridden his happy little bike to Judicial Island at a speed of 180 km/h. After informing Spandam about Robin and the others, he handed over the snail that could summon the demon-slaying order to Spandam. As for why Akiji did this, it was obviously to annoy Yasuo and let the Straw Hat crew suffer a bit, without worrying about their safety since he still recognized their strength. After finishing all this, Akiji headed to the Navy headquarters, having heard that they recently captured an incredible person. As in the original work, Yasuo and the others encountered the legendary Sea Train, a train that travels on sea tracks laid between Water 7 and other surrounding islands. It was built over 10 years by the shipwright Tom of Water 7 and his 2 apprentices, Frankie and Icebug. The train emits sounds that sea kings dislike, and the tracks can float on the sea without being affected by storms or waves. Yasuo gazed in amazement at the departing train, and he couldn't help but say that the level of science in the pirate world was quite high, even inventing such things. This is why the Red Land must be destroyed. Just look at how developed this place is, and then look at other places. Some areas are still using fire by friction. Only by connecting all the oceans, sharing cultures, and sharing technology can we create a harmonious and beautiful Huaxiao world. Keep moving forward. Brothers, crush them. Yasuo drew his famous sword, Huazhou, pointing it towards the sea ahead. Usopp steered the ship towards Water 7. Nami, Chopper, and Sanji stood behind Yasuo, watching his back. They had no idea what happened after being frozen on Long Ring Island. In the end, they only heard Robin say that it was Yasuo who proposed to duel Aokiji, allowing everyone to go free, and they were all deeply moved. Chopper secretly glanced at Mei Yangyang, who was serving juice to Luffy, and he felt a bit guilty, wondering if he was putting a green hat on Yasuo. "Thank you, Mei Yangyang," Luffy exclaimed as he took the juice and drank it eagerly. Mei Yangyang's face turned red, and she also secretly looked at Chopper. Over the past few days, she had noticed that Chopper was always sneakily watching her. He even hid behind doors to peek at her. That would have been fine, but he actually let half of his body stick out while spying on her. Did he think she wouldn't notice? If she weren't the spirit of the Mary, having already understood everyone's temperaments and behaviors, she might have thought he was foolish. Could it be? Does Chopper want to do a nucleic acid test with me? Mei Yangyang's heart fluttered. Is this what love feels like? The Straw Hat crew gradually approached Water 7. By the time they docked, it was nearly evening. After enjoying the dinner prepared by Sanji, they decided to replenish their supplies and ingredients first thing in the morning. The Straw Hat ship docked by the shore, and everyone soon fell into a deep sleep. Zoro leaned against the mast, holding 3 swords, keeping watch. Yasuo ran back to his laboratory to continue admiring his collection of romantic items. Transformation belts, Ultraman transformation devices, Kamen Rider belts, and the Doraemon pocket he purchased from the system store out of boredom. Of course, this pocket is just a small version of the system space. Yasuo didn't buy the items in his pocket. If he did, he might not be able to resist using them, which would only disrupt everyone's training, so he held back. Also, when Yasuo searched for Speed Force, the system panel surprisingly popped up with Golden Chelsea's shoes. This almost made Yasuo laugh to death. Just thinking about Sanji wearing Golden Chelsea made Yasuo feel a wave of amusement. Of course, as long as he wears Golden Chelsea, he can gain Speed Force. It's the ability of the legendary Flash. Naturally, it's not the ability of Wanda's brother from Marvel, who can't even dodge bullets. That Flash is really embarrassing. It's similar to Quicksilver from X-Men and the Flash from DC. I'll find an opportunity to give it to Sanji, Yasuo murmured, looking at the dazzling array of items around him, and exclaimed, "We could open a multiverse shop with all this." Just as Yasuo was getting into it, a shout came from outside the cabin. "What do you want to do?" Zoro's voice came in, and Yasuo activated his observation Haki, instantly seeing the newcomer. Yasuo smirked as he looked at the Mark III Iron Man armor in the display case. To deal with magic, of course. You have to use magic to deal with magic. You all, hand over the treasure obediently. Or else, you all, Wieldsthe. A henchman stood in front of the Straw Hat ship, looking up at Zoro with an incredibly arrogant attitude. Zoro stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the members of the Frankie family, and couldn't help but laugh. They really seemed eager to report to the King of Hell. That's right. Present were the Frankie family's gangsters, a group of ruthless criminals specializing in robbery, but they also had a conscience, only targeting pirates. Frankie was sitting on a large rock, looking at Zoro on the Straw Hat ship, feeling a sense of familiarity but not knowing where he had seen him before. And this ship, is it entirely made of metal? Moreover, can this Straw Hat-shaped ship really sail on the sea? As Tom's apprentice, Frankie expressed that this was the first time he had ever seen a ship of this shape in his life. Seeing everyone so arrogant and overbearing, Zoro directly drew his sword, ready to send the many little lives to the paradise of the West. Just as the tension escalated, Yasuo flew out of the cabin in the Iron Man armor. Whoosh, whoosh. Yasuo hovered in the air, blue flames shooting from his hands and feet, while the blue reactor on his chest dazzled everyone's eyes. The Steel Man, a mix of gold and red, appeared in front of everyone, and Zoro immediately recognized what it was: the iron armor. Yasuo had previously taken everyone to visit his laboratory, where the big fool Luffy, along with Usopp and Chopper, had their eyes shining with excitement, wanting to take it out to play. But that cabinet couldn't be an ordinary one. could it? It was the legendary bulletproof glass cabinet made in Huaxia. No matter what tricks they tried, they couldn't harm the cabinet at all. This shows that our Huaxia manufacturing industry is truly invincible in the universe. What left Zoro speechless was that this long-haired monster even locked a pair of leather shoes inside the cabinet, leaving Zoro utterly perplexed. Oh, mechanical weapons? Frankie smiled slightly, suddenly interested. The reason for his interest was that he himself was a cyborg, half human, half machine. As for why Frankie was half human and half machine, it was because, in his youth, he had indulged excessively, leading to the decay of 60% of his organs. In desperation, he transformed himself into a cyborg, because cyborgs can be more ferocious and more enduring. Back in front of the Thousand Sunny, Yasuo looked at a group of arrogant punks and directly ordered the system to launch mini-missile from the shoulders of the armor towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang. Bang. Yasuo aimed at the ground in front of the crowd. After all, these people weren't too bad and could still be saved. Besides, there was also Frankie over there, who was a very loyal person. If he ended up killing these Karamis, Frankie might just fight him to the death. At that moment, everyone who was resting in the cabin heard the commotion and rushed out. What's going on? What happened? Sanji looked confused at Zoro beside him. A bunch of punks. Zoro scoffed. Baka, what do you want? The big idiot Luffy was a bit grumpy, looking at the Frankie family who were armed and pointing weapons at the Thousand Sunny. The others were still rubbing their sleepy eyes, looking down at the Thousand Sunny. At this point, Frankie also raised his arm, and his skin split open, revealing a dozen dart gun muzzles aimed at the Straw Hat crew. Yasuo also extended both hands, and the light from his palms gradually became brighter. Frankie did not make a move, and Yasuo also did not strike. After a minute of stalemate, Yasuo lifted his mask. Click! Yasuo's face appeared as he looked at Frankie and said, "If you want to make a move, you better think about the consequences." Frankie's pupils shrank. There was actually someone inside. And why did this person look so familiar? Looking back at the Straw Hat crew, they did look a bit familiar. But where had he seen them? Hey, Yasuo, 4-1. I want to play. At this moment, Luffy realized that Yasuo was actually flying in the sky. Sigh, I want it too. I want it too. Chopper also chimed in. Sigh, I can actually fly in the sky. Yasuo's invention is really amazing. Usopp unconsciously swallowed a gulp. Huh, Yasuo, you guys are the Straw Hat Pirates. Frankie exclaimed. No wonder they looked so familiar. This guy had defeated a warlord of the sea, and he was here to rob them? What a death wish. Seeing Frankie recognize his crew, pride surged in Luffy's heart, and he jumped to the bow of the ship, shouting loudly, "Yes, we are the Straw Hat Pirates. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be the Pirate King." However, Frankie completely ignored Luffy and ran straight to Yasuo. Blue Demon. Blue Demon, are you the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? That's amazing. Can I get your autograph? You're my idol. Huh? The Straw Hat crew was dumbfounded. Yasuo could actually be someone else's idol. Yasuo was also confused. Frankie became his little fanboy? No way. Yasuo felt a bit shy the first time he was seen as an idol. He opened his battle armor and stepped out, jumping down from the Thousand Sunny to stand in front of Frankie. Idol, idol, sign here, right here. Frankie pulled out a pen from somewhere and handed it to Yasuo, lifting his but to indicate that Yasuo should write his name above his buttocks. At that moment, Frankie was wearing a Hawaiian floral shirt, triangular swim trunks, his punk hairstyle, standing tall, and sporting a pair of small sunglasses. Not bad. Even at night, he was wearing sunglasses to show off. Yasuo took the pen and wrote on Frankie's back. Push harder. Yasuo chuckled to himself. After all, you can't see what's behind you, huh? Frankie's subordinates were confused. When did their boss become such a sycophant? Did he actually have an idol? When did that happen? After Yasuo finished writing, he looked back at the Straw Hat crew. He saw Robin covering her mouth and stifling a laugh, indicating that only she had noticed what he had written. Idol, idol, did you make that steel machine? You're amazing, Frankie exclaimed, his eyes shining as he gazed up at the Mark III. It was just something I made casually. Do you want it? I can give it to you, Yasuo said shamelessly. What? You want to give it to me? This. Frankie was taken aback, his eyes wide as he looked at Yasuo. He had just seen the power of that steel machine. Such a small cannonball had such great power. And that design, it was simply a man's romance, right? Most importantly, it could fly. Which man doesn't want to fly? Who doesn't want to soar freely in the sky like a bird? I can give it to you, but you have to come on our ship and be my assistant. Just in time, I need an assistant. Yasuo continued. Ah, well. Frankie turned to look at his little brothers, feeling a bit reluctant to leave them behind. Plus, he still needed to secretly protect his mentor, Iceberg. Frankie was torn. He really wanted to go to sea with his idol, but couldn't bear to leave his friends and mentor. Seeing Frankie's conflicted expression, Yasuo said, "It's fine. You can think about it for a few days. We need to stay here for a few days too." "Oh, is that so? I'm really sorry about earlier. To apologize for the misunderstanding, let me treat everyone to a good meal." Frankie bowed 90 degrees to everyone in apology. "Sure. Meat. Meat. I want to eat meat." The big fool Luffy jumped off the ship as soon as he heard there was food, grinning widely at Frankie, instantly turning enemy into friend. "Red-haired Storm. Monkey D. Luffy." Frankie nodded. He admired this man after all, since he was the one who defeated a warlord of the sea, but he felt like this guy wasn't too bright. Everyone jumped off the Thousand Sunny, and Frankie led them towards his base, with Yasuo following behind, looking at Frankie. Watching Frankie's back, Yasuo couldn't help but think of his good brother Yihei. Yihei and Frankie had something in common. They were both eccentric. Yihei, if Frankie came on board, then the weapon system could be entrusted to him. After all, this man had exceptional construction skills. Yasuo pondered why he wanted Frankie to be his assistant. Of course, it was to pass on the technology of Tony's armor from the Marvel world to Frankie. In the original work, Frankie created a General Frankie, which was quite impressive. "What? You say Yasuo, a second-rate guy who hasn't even finished elementary school, has the confidence to teach Frankie? Isn't it reasonable to load a Tony brain inheritance ability? Just think about it. When Frankie wears the Mark 50 nano armor to fight against enemies, it would definitely be quite showy, right? With a mortal body fighting against time." In Frankie's base, he personally funded a grand banquet for the Straw Hat crew. Luffy was eating meat voraciously. Zoro was drinking heavily. Chopper was munching on cotton candy. Sanji was smoking, and Nami was holding a beautiful sheep while eating fruit. Usopp, on the other hand, fell a bit down. This scene reminded him of his beloved Miss Kaya. Robin, with her legs crossed, smiled as she watched everyone eat and drink. The time spent with the Straw Hat crew made her feel at home. She could say she had come to see everyone as family. Frankie looked at Yasuo in admiration, serving tea, offering water, and giving back rubs. He was the perfect example of a sycophant. In just one evening, Frankie had bonded deeply with the Straw Hat crew, especially when he showcased the small refrigerator on his belly, which made Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper express their admiration. Frankie's determination to modify his own body earned everyone's respect. He was a real man. The next day, Frankie acted as a guide, leading the Straw Hat crew on a day of fun in Water 7, eating, drinking, and shopping. It was a fulfilling day. Frankie took everyone to a bar in the central street of Water 7, where they started another round of heavy drinking. Yasuo, however, was watching a muscular man at the bar with a hairstyle resembling a bull. That's right, it was Bruno, the user of the Door fruit, and a member of CP9. Bruno was also observing the group. Upon noticing Robin, he went backstage to call his captain Lucci using a snail phone to inform him of the situation. Bruno didn't take action against the group. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take on the Straw Hat crew alone, so he silently wiped the glasses at the bar. Quite perceptive. Yasuo ignored this bull-headed man and continued to savor his wine. One could say this bull-headed guy was foolish. If he didn't know to drug the drinks, wouldn't that solve everything? Before long, the heavy eating and drinking ended, and everyone dispersed to explore the town. Yasuo has been following Robin. Why? Because he has to play the role of a bodyguard in Water 7. Time slowly passes, and before long, it is evening. Yasuo, following behind Robin, wonders, why haven't those CP9 members come to find Robin? What Yasuo doesn't know is that Spandam has already informed the CP9 members here about Robin's arrival at Water 7. Since Yasuo has been following Robin, they haven't found an opportunity to take Robin away, so they've been waiting for a chance. As they walk ahead, seeing that the two are about to approach Frankie's base, Rob Lucci is getting impatient. He wants to capture Robin today. At a corner, Robin walks past, and Lucci encounters her face-to-face. Just as Robin is about to brush past Lucci, he speaks up. "If you don't want anything to happen to the Straw Hat Pirates, then come with me." Robin stops and squints her eyes. "Who are you?" "The world government." "CP9. Lucci slowly replies, stroking the bird on his shoulder. Robin's pupils constrict. "The world government." As expected, they still don't want to let me go? The Straw Hat crew, my companions, my family. What is my own life compared to them? If I can save them, I would rather give up my dreams and my life. Robin sighs, turns to meet Lucci's gaze for a moment, and intends to go with him. Seeing that Robin does not resist, Lucci feels relieved. He never expected that threatening her with the safety of the Straw Hats would actually work. Lucci steps out towards the corner, but it seems he has forgotten something. Yasuo is following behind Robin, and even Robin seems to have forgotten Yasuo's presence. As they step around the corner, Yasuo stands in front of them, blocking their path, with a cigarette in his mouth and a mischievous expression looking at them. Wow. Don't tell me you have someone you know in Water 7. Robin-chan. Yasuo teases Robin. Robin bites her lip, showing a grimace that looks worse than crying, and says to Yasuo, "This is none of your business. Yasuo, you should go." "Oh, what do you mean it's none of my business? Let you go? Where do you want to go with this bird-playing man? It wouldn't be for a secret date, would it? Damn it. What time is it? Still being ridiculous." Robin internally complains. "Tell Luffy, I've decided to leave the Straw Hat Pirates. We have no relationship from now on." Robin grits her teeth and says, "Oh, do you know what you're saying, Nico Robin? If Luffy hears you say that, do you know how heartbroken he would be?" Yasuo puts away his playful demeanor and looks at Robin seriously. Lucci stands by, quietly waiting for the two to settle their personal matters, not speaking. Ha ha ha. Heartbroken? A foolish captain. Never considers the consequences. I've had enough. A clueless swordsman. A reindeer who only knows how to eat cotton candy. A perverted cook who can't move when he sees a woman. Robin laughs as she recounts her reasons for disliking everyone. Shut up. Yasuo is furious. Although he knows he said it on purpose, hearing those words from your mouth still makes him feel a tightness in his chest. Buzz. Yasuo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, and blue waves of energy spread outwards, causing the surrounding pedestrians and vendors to faint. Even those happily engaged in bed activities at home stopped and fell down. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, who had returned to Frankie's base, also sensed Yasuo's Conqueror's Haki, and immediately rushed towards his location. "Did you forget? I am the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Do you think you can leave without my permission?" Yasuo slowly approached Robin. Robin stepped back, avoiding Yasuo's gaze. You don't know, you all will die." On the side, Lucci held the fainted bird in his hands, looking at Yasuo with fear in his eyes. Realizing that this man possessed the rare Conqueror's Haki that only one in a million could have. Gulp. Lucci swallowed hard. Do you think we would be afraid?" Yasuo continued to walk towards Robin, completely ignoring Lucci. "If this fool doesn't know his place, I'll send him straight to heaven. My mood is really bad right now. No matter what you say, I've already decided to leave your pirate crew. Don't force me. Do you believe I will kill myself right now?" Robin pulled out a small knife from her 3060 chest and pressed it against her neck. Just then, the Straw Hat crew arrived at the scene and saw Robin holding a knife to her neck. "Robin, what are you doing?" Luffy frowned, wondering what had happened. "Don't come over. I've decided to leave your pirate crew. Don't look for me." After saying this, Robin turned to leave. Sanji squinted one eye, looking at Robin, his intuition telling him that she was being forced. Otherwise, she wouldn't say such things. Robin. Nami, holding Mai, felt her eyes getting red. Was Robin really going to leave them? Chopper couldn't hold back any longer and started to cry. Usopp and Zoro quietly watched Yasuo, both believing that their vice captain would definitely resolve this matter. "Robin, why?" Luffy burst into tears, his heart wrenching as if his grandfather had passed away. "I know what you want to do. This person is from the world government, right?" Yasuo squinted at Rob Lucci, who was wearing a top hat. Lucci's body stiffened. "Damn it, has that man discovered him? A member of the world government?" "Robin, what do you want to do?" Sanji said, with a cigarette in his mouth. "Sigh, why do you have to force me? I don't want to live anymore. My existence in this world has no meaning. Just give up on me. Otherwise, you will die." Robin's expression was blank, radiating a sense of despair. No matter how the others spoke, it was all in vain. Yasuo walked over with a gloomy face. Seeing Yasuo approaching, Rob Lucci next to Robin wanted to use the Navy's 6 powers to take Robin away. But would Yasuo let him succeed? The next moment, Yasuo suddenly appeared in front of Lucci. Armed, hardened, bang. Yasuo directly punched Rob Lucci, sending him flying into the house behind him. Damn, this kid is so fast. Robin stared in shock at Yasuo in front of her, only to see Yasuo raise his right hand high and deliver a powerful slap to Robin's face. Slap. The loud sound of the slap echoed through the silent alley, and everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Yasuo with their mouths agape. They never expected that the usually polite Yasuo, who was courteous to Robin on the ship, would actually strike her. Sanji, who possessed the way of the night, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Yasuo, wishing he could kick this long-haired freak away immediately. How dare he lay a hand on the beautiful Miss Robin? But Sanji took a deep breath, suppressing his impulsive desire, and quietly stood to the side, knowing that only Yasuo could resolve this situation now. Yasuo clenched his fists and said, "Damn it. Do you really think I'm easy to talk to? I won't indulge you." Yasuo felt that Robin at this moment was just like those self-destructive girlfriends from his previous life, always needing to stir up trouble. She was fixated on one thing, and Wieldsthe let it go. Stubborn. Side just playing around. Only after tasting a bit of hardship would she understand what it means that the pot is made of iron. It seems you have forgotten that I rescued you from the Navy. Your life is mine. Without my permission, you will never die. Yasuo looked at Robin, who was lying on the ground like a dead body. At this moment, Robin only felt a burning pain on her face. Yasuo had not held back at all, directly slapping her face until it was red. Although it was hard to tell on Robin's dark face with the night falling, a clear handprint could still be seen upon closer inspection. After taking a big hit from Yasuo, Robin shook her head groggily, tears unconsciously streaming down her face. Feeling quite wronged. She had been saved by Yasuo from the Navy, and now she wanted to save everyone in this way. Was she really being overly sentimental? Did they not need her to do this at all? Woken up by Yasuo's slap, Robin was in a fierce internal struggle. Seeing Robin's tearful and conflicted expression, Yasuo felt helpless and turned to Luffy. Luffy, noticing Yasuo looking at him, walked over to the two of them, raised his right hand to adjust his straw hat, and gently said to Robin, "They didn't save you just for you to die. Let them save you once, and then you run off to die? Only a coward would do that." Robin's heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy blow. Luffy's words completely awakened her. Luffy slowly placed his straw hat on Robin's head. Seeing this scene, Nami lowered her head, reminded of the time she had begged everyone for help. Back then, she had also been somewhat stubborn, but fortunately, she hadn't been slapped by Yasuo. However, in Syrup Village, she had been hit by Yasuo's right kick. Although the situation had been urgent at that time, it showed that Yasuo didn't discriminate between genders when hitting someone. He had no compassion at all. Thinking of this, Nami instinctively shrank her neck, but then looked at Yasuo disdainfully, feeling invincible on the ship. I'm sorry. Everyone." Robin slowly raised her head to look at everyone. "I'm sorry. I was too willful. I'm sorry." "Then do you still want to go to your death now?" Yasuo pulled out a premium cigarette and lit it. "No, I don't want to die. I want to be with everyone. If I could make a wish. I want to live. Take me with you out to sea." Robin trembled as she knelt beside Luffy, her position resembling someone playing an instrument. "Speak louder. Say you want to live." Yasuo continued to roar, "I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to live." Buzz. Robin let out a heart-wrenching scream, and in the next moment, a wave of pink energy erupted from her, sweeping out in all directions. "That's right. This is the Conqueror's Haki that belongs to Robin-chan." Yasuo perked up. "The system is amazing. It's actually pink. Hee hee. I like pink much more than black." Luffy's pupils constricted, and sure enough, is this what it means to be a crew member of Monkey D? Luffy? Ha ha. What? Robin actually has the qualifications to be a king. Zoro swallowed, and with Robin's addition, there are already 7 people on this ship with Conqueror's Haki. Could it be that something that only 1 in a million possesses is so common? Zoro looked at Chopper, who was standing by his feet. Chopper probably doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, right? Sanji also had a shocked expression, not expecting that Robin also possessed Conqueror's Haki. No wonder Yasuo chose her. Indeed, Sanji believed that Yasuo's insistence on saving Robin must have had its reasons. It seems that was the reason for the long-haired guy. He saw Robin's potential for the future. That is Conqueror's Haki, something that only 1 in a million has. What is this? Robin blankly raised her hands. Realizing she had awakened Conqueror's Haki, did she also have the qualifications to be a king? Ha. We absolutely must live a life without regrets. One day, we will set sail on these seas and fulfill our dreams. We will live the freest life. The big fool Luffy laughed heartily, feeling extremely joyful at that moment. Just as everyone was astonished by Robin's Conqueror's Haki, Frankie, who had already followed the group to this place, stared at Rob Lucci, who stood up from the ruins, feeling puzzled. Isn't that man a shipwright from the shipyard? Hearing Frankie's words, everyone realized there was still a mastermind behind the plan to kidnap their companion. Lucci also heard what Frankie said and thought to himself, "Oh no, my identity has been exposed. Other CP9 members might be discovered soon." Lucci turned and jumped out of the ruins, using the Marine 6 powers to vanish in place. The operation had failed, and his identity was about to be revealed, and the design of the Pluton hadn't been obtained yet, so he could only use violent means to force Iceberg to hand over the design. "Stop!" Luffy turned and wanted to chase after him. Everyone also raised their legs, wanting to rush up and take down this human trafficker, but Yasuo stopped everyone. "Wait. Don't go. He is from the CP9 organization, affiliated with the world government. We don't know how many others are involved. Don't fall into a trap." After thinking for a moment, Luffy said, right? The most important thing now is to go back and hold a banquet. Robin got up, her face showing a mature and gentle smile as she looked at everyone. Let's go back. She then handed the straw hat back to Luffy. Frankie, however, had a worried expression. That man, CP9, world government, hidden in the shipyard for what? The Pluton design. Oh no, my senior brother is in danger. You guys go back first. I have something to deal with. Sorry, Frankie said and ran off into the distance. He didn't want everyone to know that the high and mighty, cultured Mayor Iceberg actually had a carefree younger brother. That would embarrass his senior brother. Everyone headed towards Frankie's base, and Yasuo walked at the back, quickly forming hand seals, creating a clone, and rushing towards the mayor's office in the distance. Yasuo smiled slightly. These dogs are definitely going to force the iceberg, and if he doesn't go, the iceberg might really be killed. After all, this isn't the original story anymore. Yasuo's clone rushed to the bottom of the Ice City's mayor's building at a speed of 200 yards. Yasuo pushed the door open, unleashing a Conqueror's Haki that knocked down several henchmen, and then he headed towards the second floor, where the iceberg's office was located. Bang, bang, bang. Yasuo raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, the office door opened, revealing a woman. She was dressed in a secretary outfit, a black pencil skirt, and wore a pair of black high heels. She had glasses on, her chest seemed ready to burst out, and her golden hair fell on her shoulders. Yasuo was stunned. Damn, beautiful woman. Yasuo completely lost control, and his little Yasuo instantly reacted. Sir, may I ask what business you have with the mayor? Karifa adjusted her glasses and spoke. That's right. This person is indeed the #1 beauty of the pirate world, a member of the CP9 organization, a user of the bubble fruit ability. Yasuo's lips curled into a smile. Ha ha ha. Isn't this just a villainous beauty? Truly, heaven is helping me. Is even the universe trying to find me a girlfriend? System, load Edo's Sharingan for me. Yasuo commanded in his mind. Ding. Sharingan has been loaded for the host. As the system's voice fell, Yasuo's eyes turned red, revealing a strange triangular pinwheel pattern that spun rapidly. Califa frowned, wondering what this somewhat sleazy man was up to. Califa watched Yasuo's eerie eyes warily, ready to deliver a kick that would send him flying at any moment. Tenfold amplification. Kamui. Yasuo directly used his ability toward Califa, instantly pulling her into his Kamui space. With the tenfold amplification of Kamui, one can imagine the speed. In an instant, Califa was sucked into Yasuo's Kamui space. Only one of her high heels remained on the ground. Yasuo walked into the office with satisfaction. As for Califa, she would have to wait until she had some free time to grace him. On the other side, Califa, who was taken into Yasuo's divine space, was confused. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in this pure white space, which somewhat resembled the door passage opened by Bruno. However, this place was clearly not that passage. It was too vast, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Califa panicked. It must be that lecherous man who brought her here. Damn it, what to do? No matter how hard Califa racked her brains, she couldn't think of any way to leave this space. She could only sit aside in a daze, already tired of this undercover life. She wanted to live like an ordinary person. That was the life she yearned for. Little did Califa know, danger was about to arrive. Yet she was still lost in her fantasies about her future life. Yasuo walked into the office and saw Ice Mountain sleeping soundly on the table. He ignored him and casually took a seat opposite Ice Mountain. Before long, Lucci entered the office with Bruno and Kaku. Upon seeing Yasuo sitting across from Ice Mountain and not spotting Califa, Lucci's pupils constricted. When did this man arrive here? Zulfast? Looking at a high-heeled shoe on the ground, Lucci deduced that Califa had fallen victim to Yasuo's scheme and immediately wanted to take action to avenge his comrade. Where have you taken Califa? Lucci transformed into a jaguar using his devil fruit powers, ready to strike Yasuo at any moment. That's right. Rob Lucci had eaten the leopard fruit, becoming a leopard human, the kind of leopard that chases after syrup. Meanwhile, Kaku and Bruno, unsure of what was happening, prepared to act as well. Kaku also used his devil fruit powers to transform into a giraffe, adopting a taekwondo attack stance aimed at Yasuo. That's right. Kaku had eaten the giraffe fruit, becoming a giraffe human. He could change his form to become a giraffe. Bruno, on the other hand, had eaten the door fruit, the king of doors. He could open a door on any wall to appear in places he had been before. Ice Mountain was awakened by Lucci's questioning and looked at the few people in front of him in confusion. Huh? Kaku? Lucci? Ice Mountain recognized them at a glance. Weren't they employees from the shipyard? What were they doing here? Where's Califa? Why is she turned into a monster? Yasuo ignored everyone, crossed his legs, and smoked a cigarette, looking at the iceberg in front of him with a face full of annoyance. Mr. Iceberg, hand over the design of the underworld king immediately. Otherwise, you'll be buried here tonight, Lucci said, with his hands in his pockets, looking pretentious as he spoke to the iceberg. The iceberg's pupils contracted. The design of the underworld king. Who are you people? World government. CP9. Kaku replied. Ha ha. The world government really doesn't know when to give up. I don't have a design. I advise you to leave quickly. I am a mayor of this city. The iceberg slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting at Yasuo. That's right. He also regarded Yasuo as a member of the world government. Yasuo doesn't want to stay here any longer. There's a girl waiting for him in the Shunwei space. Yasuo unleashed his royal aura. Buzz, I advise you to get out of here within 3 seconds. Otherwise, your fate will be very miserable. Yasuo turned to look at the 3 people behind him. Yasuo's gaze made Lucci's hair stand on end. His beastly instincts told him that if he didn't obey, he would be torn apart in the next moment. He was known as the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon of CP9 throughout its history, hailed as the strongest in 800 years of Judicial Island CP9. Yet, he was actually trembling in fear of the Straw Hat Crew's vice captain, the Blue Demon. Retreat. Lucci dashed out the door, leaving Bruno and Kaku behind, both looking bewildered. Really retreating? After the 3 left, Yasuo looked at Iceberg. You are a decent mayor. However, your secretary Califa is also a member of the world government. So you should find a new secretary. Iceberg couldn't believe that this man had come to save him, and had also discovered that his secretary was a member of the world government. He never expected that Califa had been lurking by his side for so many years without him noticing. It was just a bit unfortunate that he hadn't had the chance to play by the rules with Califa before that opportunity was completely lost. Thank you. Thank you. Iceberg bowed 45 degrees to Yasuo in gratitude. Oh, it was just a small favor. No need to be polite. Yasuo waved his hand and wanted to leave. May I ask your esteemed name? Benefactor. Iceberg looked at Yasuo with a moved expression. There are not many kind-hearted people like Yasuo these days. Ruranoa, Yasuo Long. Yasuo waved his sleeve and left, not taking a single cloud with him, as he walked down the stairs with a demeanor that showed no regard for kinship, then transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished. Arigato, Long San. Iceberg bowed 45 degrees again in thanks at the door. Far away at Frankie's base, Zoro sneezed for no reason. Could it be that Kuina is thinking of me? Yasuo also received the message from the shadow clone on the side, a smirk forming on his lips. Califa. Hey. Yasuo revealed a lewd smile. On the other side, Lucci and the others stood on the rooftop after leaving the mayor's office. What should we do now? Kaku looked at Lucci and asked. Implement Plan B. Lucci adjusted his top hat and looked at Frankie, who was running towards them in the distance. Plan B? What is it? The bull-headed Bruno looked confused. When do we have a Plan B? Lucci spoke up. Are you talking about capturing him and threatening Iceberg to hand over the Pluton blueprint? Kaku didn't expect that their captain would be so cunning, actually using someone else's family as leverage. What? Do you have any objections? Lucci turned to Kaku with a long nose. No, none. Kaku lowered his head in response. Kaku was actually the only good man in CP9, but having been trained by the world government since childhood, he felt helpless despite his thoughts. So, the 3 of them quietly knocked Frankie out with a blunt instrument and took him away. Poor Frankie didn't even know what was happening before everything went black, and he completely passed out. The 3 of them headed straight for Judicial Island with Frankie. What the 3 didn't know was that Frankie's little brother witnessed the entire process. Realizing he was no match for the 3, the little brother immediately ran back to Frankie's base to report. What? Luffy stopped eating meat, stood up angrily, and looked at the little brother who had come to report. Frankie is supposed to be my assistant. How dare they target him? Yasuo slowly stood up, thinking about sneaking into Judicial Island to deal with Spandam later. Unexpectedly, Robin wasn't captured, and there was still a reason for the Straw Hat Crew to make a big move on Judicial Island. Everyone looked at Luffy with worried faces, not knowing what he would do. Luffy then turned his gaze to Yasuo. Luffy, I have to tell you, this time, the enemy is the world government. If you're scared, you don't have to go. I have to save my assistant. Yasuo lit a cigarette and looked at the Straw Hat Crew around him. Damn long-haired freak. What are you talking about? Zoro was angry. You damn long-haired freak. Do you want to face the crisis alone again? Do you even consider everyone as companions? Luffy adjusted his straw hat and looked at everyone. Let's go. Yoshi, brothers, prepare for battle. Sanji's blood was rushing since joining the Straw Hat Pirates. He had never truly had a battle of his own. Robin frowned. Are we really going to be enemies with the world government? Robin-chan, it's just the world government. Frankie, he is our future companion. Yasuo looked at Robin. Robin seemed to have come to terms with it. If it comes down to it, it's just death. Let's make a scene with my companions. We need to hurry. Otherwise, that pervert might not last until we arrive. Robin smiled slightly, stood up, and walked towards the door. Hearing Yasuo say that Frankie is a future companion, everyone nodded slightly, acknowledging Frankie in their hearts. After seeing that Robin had no objections, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Robin was no longer so afraid of the so-called world government. Only Nami still seemed a bit scared, clutching her skirt and trembling. Damn it, that's the world government. Are you serious? That's right. Nami's current outfit was a short skirt, paired with black stockings, long legs, high heels, and a tight short-sleeved top. She looked like a cute schoolgirl. A soldier. Luffy spoke up, taking steps towards the door. Everyone followed. Even Usopp looked excited. Finally having an evenly matched opponent, they boarded the Thousand Sunny, and Usopp quickly lowered the sails. The ship slowly headed towards Judicial Island. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the distant sea, deep in thought. CP9? Or should he create his own army of the undead, to avoid having another CP0 organization popping up in the future? Soon after, Yasuo walked into the cabin and took out the Godlight stick and the Kamen Rider belt. He was ready to cause a ruckus on Judicial Island with these two items. The members of the Straw Hat crew looked at the Godlight stick and the Kamen Rider belt in Yasuo's hands with puzzled expressions. What are these things for? Luffy, don't you dream of becoming a giant? Yasuo handed the Godlight stick to Luffy. Huh, can this thing make me a giant? The big fool Luffy's face lit up with excitement. As for why Luffy wanted to transform into a giant, just look at his moves, like the giant battle axe and the giant rocket launcher. Of course, just press this button and you'll become a giant. However, you can't use on a ship now. Wait until the battle. Yasuo pointed at the divine light stick in Luffy's hand and explained. All right, the big fool Luffy, looking dejected, stuffed the divine light stick into his underwear. Of course, the divine light stick Yasuo gave to Luffy was a one-time use item, meaning it could only be used once. If it were a long-term use divine light stick, it would affect Luffy's own training progress. Yasuo considered this and brought out a one-time use divine light stick. As for the Kamen Rider, Wushinkan, my belt, Yasuo looked at Sanji, who was chewing on a cigarette nearby. Here, you perverted chef. This thing is really powerful and suits you well. What is the use? Sanji picked up the belt with a face full of disdain. Put on and press this button. Yasuo explained. Buzz. A golden light radiated from Sanji, and then the Kamen Rider appeared. His eyes resembled fly eyes, and he was completely red, a helmet and a tight leather suit. Truly a man's romance. Auntie, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp all looked at Sanji with starry eyes. This is so cool. At that moment, Sanji felt that his vision, stamina, strength, and speed had all increased, especially in his right leg. He felt that if he kicked with all his might, he might just blow someone up. This feeling was very much like unlocking the pirate's 8 gates. With a thought, Sanji instantly canceled the Kamen Rider form. Looking at the belt around his waist, he thought, this thing, it really suits me. Did you think Yasuo gave Sanji a permanent one? Of course not. It could be used twice. The Thousand Sunny slowly approached Judicial Island along the sea rail. And what came into view was a huge castle-like base. There was also a massive tall tower standing in the center, incredibly spectacular. Zoro and Yasuo exchanged glances, then looked towards the entrance gate of Judicial Island. Zoro drew the Sandai Kitetsu and raised it high, shouting, Hellfire! Yasuo also drew his sword from its sheath, delivering a backward slash, void slash. In the next moment, the green and blue fusion technique appeared. Hellfire Void Slash, a slashing attack glowing with blue light intertwined with Zoro's green slash, spiraling directly towards the gate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sea was stirred up into tumultuous waves by the fierce winds generated by the rotating slashes. Judicial Reform. Luffy stared dumbfounded at the fusion technique of the two. This move was way cooler than his own fusion technique with Yasuo. Boom! The entrance to Judicial Island was directly shattered by their attacks. Yasuo carefully peered inside and saw a huge door with many naval soldiers standing on either side. Judicial Island is divided into 3 areas. The first being the main gate guarded by 2 giants. Further inside, there is another large door which leads to the central area of Judicial Island, where the court is located. The final tower area is the Judicial Tower. Spandam's office. It is also the residence and training location of CP9. Judicial Island is essentially what one would call a court. Although it is a court, it operates solely based on the will of the world government. Anyone brought to Judicial Island is deemed a criminal. In its 800-year history, not a single acquittal has been issued. Criminals are escorted through the empty courtrooms, ultimately reaching a cold, massive steel door known as the Gate of Justice. Those who pass through this gate generally do not return, symbolizing the absolute justice of the world government. It is now early morning, with the sun slowly rising. Chopper, stay here and watch the ship. Wait for us to come back. Yasuo turned to look at Chopper behind him. Chopper is taken aback, damn it. It's me watching the ship again. However, seeing the cotton candy in Yasuo's hand, Chopper reluctantly nodded. Luffy jumped onto the railing of the Going Merry, looking at the damaged gate ahead on the sea, adjusted his straw hat, and confidently declared, "Name, a pawn." After saying that, Luffy jumped off the Going Merry, his armament Haki covering his feet as he shot towards Judicial Island. "Mind Jiang, you and Chopper guard the Going Merry. Wait for us to come back," Nami said as she put down Mind Jiang from her arms. As for why Nami wanted Mind Jiang to stay, it was because she didn't have any weapons. But let's not forget that Nami has also learned the Pirate's 8 gates and possesses all 3 types of Haki. Nami also noticed that recently Mind Jiang had been exchanging secret glances with Chopper, and if she couldn't see that, it would really be a waste of her years as a little thief cat. During those days, when she sneaked onto pirate ships to steal treasures, she often witnessed scenes of pirates taking nucleic acid tests, so she could be considered quite experienced, right? At this moment, Yasuo felt his blood boiling, and he stepped forward, following Luffy's footsteps with his armament Haki covering his feet, and rushed out. Usopp was trembling all over, but it wasn't out of fear. It was the excitement of facing a strong enemy. Just like Yasuo said, he was not trembling out of fear, but out of excitement. Usopp jumped off the Going Merry, swinging his climb attack, and ran across the sea with in hand. It wasn't like the way Frankie did it, but rather with an ease. Sanji took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Zoro, and the two of them jumped off the Going Merry and sprinted away. Nami and Robin also jumped off the Going Merry and followed the others in a mad dash. As for how Robin could run on the sea, that's of course a prerequisite learned after mastering armament Haki. Even Chopper had already been taught by everyone. Yasuo and Luffy were the first to enter the gate, only to be confronted by a group of soldiers holding Type 38 rifles. What the hell? Are they actually running on the sea? A trembling Navy lackey with a Type 38 rifle spoke up. Everyone looked shocked as they watched a few figures running towards them. "Baka, shoot, kill them. Don't let them get close to Judicial Island." The leading lackey ordered to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired towards the group, but Yasuo was completely unconcerned. If he couldn't even block bullets, then he might as well be remade. Yasuo looked ahead at the numerous Navy soldiers and honestly thought that the Navy was just a large pirate group. They did what pirates did, and even did what pirates wouldn't do. Yasuo is also pondering whether the Navy is truly as disgusting as it seems, or if there are still people who are willing to join the Navy and become truly righteous individuals. This can only indicate that those people had good intentions before joining the Navy. However, they all fell under the tyranny of the world government. Do you think Sengoku isn't a good person? In the original work, do you think he didn't want to spare Carp's grandson Ace? After Sengoku retired, look how happy he was. He still quietly pays attention to Luffy and his crew's actions. Why? Because he wants to make amends? To make up for that old fool Carp. After all, this old man only has one grandson left, and if he dies at the hands of the Navy, that old man might really go completely insane. Yasuo doesn't care about so much anymore. He just needs to be happy and do whatever he wants. Who cares about justice? Who's a good person and who's a bad person? He'll do whatever he wants. Tenfold amplification. Steel slicing flash. Yasuo drew his famous blade and swung it forward towards the numerous naval soldiers. A massive slash glowing with blue light approached the many naval minions, and then directly cut through them in half. They all fell down in 2 pieces, and the shore was instantly turned into a river of blood, with at least 20 to 30 corpses. Zoro frowned. It seemed that the long-haired monster had already reached the level of a great swordsman. Why was he sometimes strong and sometimes weak? He completely couldn't understand it anymore. Yasuo sheathed his sword and, along with the Straw Hat crew, arrived at the shore of the Judicial Island Gate. "Hey, long-haired freak, use your finger-counting ability and see where Frankie is," Sanji asked Yasuo, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Yasuo was confused. "Do you still remember the palm reading?" "Well, I can only pretend for now. I'll do a palm reading. If I keep moving forward, I'll be able to find Frankie. Yasuo looked ahead. At that moment, the door slowly opened, and two giants walked out. Casey and Oimo. They came from the land of giants to search for the two captains of the small garden, having been deceived by the world government for 100 years, loyally guarding Justice Island. Yasuo doesn't care whether you deceive or not. In his eyes, the giants of the pirate world are just big idiots with not much sense. Not interested at all. Luffy, it's time to use that thing. Yasuo turned to Luffy. Luffy's eyes lit up. Finally, can he transform into a giant too? Is his dream of becoming a giant about to come true? Luffy quickly took out the godlight stick from his pants, gave it a hard kiss, then raised the godlight stick and shouted, "National model, Gomu Nua, rubber, transformation." Luffy pressed the button, and suddenly, a bright light flashed in front of everyone. A giant in a rubber suit, as huge as the two giants, appeared. Digga. At this moment, Luffy felt the energy within him, feeling as if he had immense strength, capable of toppling a mountain with a single blow. Touching his rubber suit, Luffy was full of excitement, not expecting that this suit was made of rubber. It fits him perfectly. Yasuo is truly the worm in his butt. The two giants, seeing a giant in a rubber suit suddenly appear in front of them, immediately launched an attack on Luffy without saying a word. One swung a spike club, and the other wielded a battle axe towards Luffy. Luffy rolled to dodge their attacks, looking angrily at the two giants. Although his expression couldn't be seen due to the suit, the way Luffy clenched his fists was still visible. Yasuo and the rest of the Straw Hat crew hid to the side to watch the battle, ready to see Luffy take on the two giants. "Goma Goma no. Gum Gum Pistol," Luffy shouted as he extended his arm, trying to use his Devil Fruit ability. However, his arm didn't stretch at all, and instead, the attacks from the two giants came again. Luffy was confused. Where was his Devil Fruit ability? Where was his rubber? If he didn't have his rubber powers, wouldn't he lose to Usopp and Zoro in the P contest later? Luffy got angry and immediately activated his Gear 4th form. His suit turned red in an instant, and then he rushed towards the two giants to engage in battle. Yasuo was taken aback. How could such a powerful Digga Ultraman be played with by Luffy like a happy Digga with Daegu? "Hey, Luffy, use your abilities," Yasuo shouted. Hearing this, Luffy quickly withdrew and then covered his arm with armament Haki, slowly gathering it into an enormous, spinning armament Rasengan. Yasuo was speechless. "I specifically told you to use the Digga Ray. Why the hell are you using the Rasen Shuriken? But why is this Rasen Shuriken so big? ISNT, it just like the Super Rasen Shuriken?" After Luffy transformed into a giant, he understood how to use Ultraman's techniques and naturally knew Digga's attack moves. But he just preferred to use Fruit Wood. Fruit Wood. This can't be changed. Armed. Fruit Wood no. Rubber, giant, Rasen, Shuriken. Bang. Whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy directly slammed the Rasen Shuriken into the big fat giant's belly. The rapidly spinning Rasen Shuriken made the giant's huge body spin around, looking as if Luffy was just playing with a pinwheel in his hand. Seeing his brother suffering, the skinny giant raised his battle axe and swung it at Luffy. Luffy quickly tossed the giant toward the skinny one, and suddenly, the two giants collided. Then they both started spinning, flying up into the sky, just like the rotor of a helicopter, shooting straight up, disappearing from sight. Seeing Luffy show off, Yasuo jumped out. Taking advantage of Luffy's happy Digga form not yet dissipating, he decided to go all out and head straight for the Justice Tower. "Luffy, take us with you. Charge in." Upon hearing this, Luffy lowered his gigantic arm, and everyone scrambled to climb onto Luffy's arm. Yasuo took out the small Do speaker from the system space and then said, Shao Do, play the battle song." Suddenly, music began to play. The heart is beating, its love like a raging fire. Love is burning. The crazy one is me. Hey, wrong track. Damn it. Play Children of the Dark. Yasuo was speechless. This was not the time for jokes. The music started, doing it, hitting it. The passionate music stimulated everyone's nerves, and Yasuo felt that if he were to move right now, he might even use all his strength. In the distance, on the Thousand Sunny, Chopper and Mei Yangyang looked worriedly towards Judicial Island and naturally heard the passionate music. Suddenly, Chopper jumped up excitedly. "Yasuo, go for it. Yasuo, you can do it." Mei Yangyang secretly glanced at Chopper, a blush unconsciously spreading across her face. He was just too cute. I really like him. As soon as Luffy heard the battle song, he understood that it was time to show off. Luffy held up everyone and directly stepped forward, running towards the interior of Judicial Island. However, after just 2 steps, Luffy tripped over his left foot with his right foot and fell forward. The Straw Hat crew members' hands flew out towards the judicial tower. Bang! The big fool Luffy fell flat on his face. Luffy, you big idiot. Nami's voice gradually faded away from Luffy. Baka, stupid captain. Zoro's voice slowly disappeared. Everyone shouted as they flew towards the judicial tower, where Spandam was located. Yasuo is also speechless in the air. Luffy is truly unexpectedly chaotic. Yasuo looked down at the numerous Navy soldiers rushing towards Luffy, and without hesitation, he directly bought countless grenades in the system shop and threw them down. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions echoed as the Navy soldiers met their demise under Yasuo's grenades. Run! The heavens are raining bombs. Baka! I heard it was hailing, and knives were falling, but I never heard about bombs falling. A group of Navy soldiers scrambled for cover, tried to avoid the grenades falling from the sky. The foolish Luffy struggled to get up and looked at the crowd that had already flown away. Sorry, everyone. Then Luffy started chasing after them, which was tough for those little guys. Luffy was so focused on the front that he didn't notice the numerous Navy soldiers under his feet. He directly stomped on them, crushing them all to pieces, leaving a mess of red, white, and yellow everywhere. Where Luffy passed, there were only broken limbs and shattered houses, as if demons had invaded the village. Wait for me, everyone! Luffy exerted all his strength and ran wildly forward. Boom! 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 Everyone was thrown onto the rooftop across from the judicial tower, the same place where Usopp shot down the world government flag in the original story. Luffy really had great strength, directly throwing everyone across the entire judicial island. Yasuo knelt on one knee, slowly standing up to look at the others who were struggling to get up beside him. Zoro turned his head and glared at Luffy, wishing he could chop this idiot down right now. Sanji, on the other hand, looked towards the Justice Tower, where a row of figures stood, including Lucci and the Minotaur Bruno, whom he had seen before. Wasn't he the owner of the tavern? How could he also be part of CP9? Nami trembled with anger. This fool. Damn it. When this is over, just wait and see how I deal with you. Robin squinted towards the Justice Tower, determined to let the whole world know. I, Robin, am no longer alone. I, Robin, also have companions. Unconsciously, Robin glanced at the Straw Hat crew beside her. Usopp took the source, dragon from his back, vigilantly watching the row of figures in front of the Justice Tower. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, Luffy, who had just arrived, reached the courthouse, right at the rooftop where Yasuo and the others were. As soon as Luffy arrived, the red light on his chest started flashing. Ding dong. Ding dong. Luffy realized that it was time to transform back, reluctantly reverting to his original form and landing behind the others. Buzz. The light flashed, and the Tiga Ultraman form was. The many CP9 members in Spandam at the Justice Tower were stunned, able to switch sizes at will. Meanwhile, the dazed Frankie was gradually coming to his senses, looking around in confusion. What happened? Looking at the surrounding CP9 and the Straw Hat crew on the rooftop, along with the chains on him, he immediately understood what was going on. Tears unconsciously dripped from the corners of Frankie's eyes onto the ground in front of him. At this moment, Frankie could only express two words. Touched. Extremely touched. Why has anyone treated me like this? Except for my master and senior brother. I never expected that Yasuo and Luffy would come save me, disregarding their own safety. It's just too damn moving. Everyone, Frankie sobbed, looking up towards Yasuo. My idol came to save me. This is so great. Everyone, are you all okay? The big silly Luffy scratched his head and asked shyly. You. Nami was about to retort when Spandam's voice came from the Justice Tower ahead. Red Storm. Munki de Luffy. What conspiracy do you have for barging into Justice Island with your subordinates? Spandam leered at the crowd. Yasuo looked at Spandam's annoying face and felt a surge of anger. Just thinking about the way this guy insulted Robin in the anime made Yasuo want to tear him to pieces. It's safe to say that Yasuo's hatred for Spandam was even deeper than that of Momonosuke. Luffy, supporting his straw hat, slowly walked to the front of the crowd and declared, I have no subordinates on my ship, only companions. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but smile, and this was the reason why they acknowledged Luffy as their foolish captain. Yasuo smiled slightly, thinking that this foolish captain was really on par with him, always trying to show off no matter the situation. Rob Lucci, who was beside Spandam, was also surprised by everyone's strength. He didn't expect that just as he stepped into the judicial tower, these people had already chased after him. They actually managed to get through the layers of security at Judicial Island. Release my assistant, Frankie. Yasuo stepped forward and stood beside Luffy. Yasuo-san. Frankie looked at Yasuo with teary eyes. Oh, he's also your companion, Bluebell? Spandam looked down at the Straw Hat crew with a disdainful expression, looking very punchable. Spandam then turned to Robin. Nico Robin, I didn't expect you to be so bold as to throw yourself into the net. Ha ha ha. What kind of luck did I have today? Don't celebrate too early, you bastard. Robin gritted her teeth, glaring at the disgusting guy. For some reason, just looking at this man with a triangular underwear on his face made her feel nauseous. Spandam mockingly took out a golden transponder snail from his pocket, waved it at Robin, and said, "What's wrong? You don't recognize the Demon Slayer order?" Robin's pupils constricted. The Demon Slayer order. She instinctively wanted to sit down on the ground, but then took a deep breath and looked at Spandam. Let the past be the past. Those memories are just memories. What is most important now is to cherish the present. Seeing that Robin had no reaction, Spandam shrugged and put the transponder snail back in his pocket. Then looked at Frankie, who was kneeling beside him. He then directly slapped Frankie across the face. Slap. A big slap landed squarely on Frankie's face, leaving him bewildered. Why the hell did you hit me? Also, why the hell did you bring me here? The next moment he understood. Tell me the whereabouts of the Pluton design. Spandam rubbed his arm and spoke. Yasuo clenched his fists and said, You just wait. I will slowly torture you. What design of Hades? I don't know. Frankie retorted defiantly. Let Frankie go. You bunch of idiots. Luffy gritted his teeth and yelled at Spandam. What? You straw hat pirates want to go to war with the world government? Spandam looked at Luffy disdainfully. Luffy was furious. I don't care what world government or celestial kings you are. As long as you dare to touch my crewmates, even if you are Garp, I will take you down. A heavy silence fell. Get rid of that flag. Yasuo pointed directly at the government flag standing tall on the tower. Usopp flicked his weapon and smirked. Understood. Vice Captain. Ultimate move. Black explosion. Whoosh. Boom. Usopp fired directly. The bullet shot towards the flag and exploded right in front of it, instantly shredding the flag to pieces. Everyone's pupils widened in disbelief as they looked at the Straw Hat crew. Crazy, crazy. The Straw Hat pirates have gone mad. They actually dared to go to war with the world government. Spandam stammered, completely taken aback by the Straw Hat crew's bravery. In his mind, Judicial Island was the face of the world government, and no one dared to act recklessly. But the Straw Hat crew actually slapped the face of the world government right in front of everyone today. Robin looked at Yasuo in disbelief, thinking, this man is so bold. Truly remarkable. Without further ado, everyone, let's take them down. Yasuo drew his famous sword, Hanajo, and his aura gradually surged. The battle music played on repeat, and everyone took up fighting stances, ready to start the battle. Yasuo was surrounded by gusts of wind, growing stronger. Zoro recognized this move at a glance. This was Yasuo's ultimate move that he hadn't used in a long time. Tenfold amplification. Wind slash of absolute silence. Yasuo swung his sword, sending a slash shooting out in front of him, slowly forming a massive tornado that rushed towards the Judiciary Tower. The members of CP9 had their eyes wide open, shouting, Damn it! Run! Curse it! Take me with you! Baka! Spandam, seeing everyone flee, felt panicked. He had no combat power at all. With the tornado coming, wouldn't it tear him to pieces? Luffy stepped forward, grabbing Spandam and Frankie, and used the Marine 6 Stylesaru to disappear from the spot, reappearing on the other side of the Judiciary Tower. Boom! The Judiciary Tower collapsed under Yasuo's gale slash. Instantly, dust rose, rubble shattered, and debris fell into the sea, creating splashes of water. With Yasuo taking down this tower, a symbol of the world government's justice, Luffy and his crew rushed towards the fleeing CP9 members. Ultimate move, Black Beam. Usopp shouted, firing a shot infused with armament Haki at the target, the massive figure of Wicca. Wicca possessed the ability of life return, allowing him to control any part of his body freely once he infused his consciousness into it. Wicca had a large, rotund body, with long white hair cascading to the ground, a thick layer of white foundation on his face, and patterns drawn in black paint accentuating his facial features. Seeing Usopp shoot at him, he wouldn't be foolish enough to test the bullet's power with a piece of iron, so he used Zoro to vanish from his spot, dodging Usopp's normal attack. Usopp raised his slingshot, his observation Haki spreading out as he searched for the figure of the Lion Wicca. Sanji directly faced Rob Lucci, pressing the button on his Kamen Rider belt at his waist. Buzz! A flash of golden light passed, transforming Sanji into Kamen Rider form, covered with a thin layer of armor. Hey, yeah! Sanji struck a pose aimed at Lucci. Ha! You little trash! You think this kind of thing can deal with CP9? Lucci scoffed, believing he was a leader figure after all. Shouldn't it be your captain who comes to deal with me? Finger pistol. Lucci extended a finger and jabbed directly at Sanji. Bang! A bullet of compressed air struck Sanji's chest, and Lucci confidently turned to look for Yasuo. However, Lucci seemed to have underestimated, as Sanji stood in place, looking at his chest. Huh? Is that it? Just a tickle? Lucci's pupils shrank. What? Nothing happened? How is that possible? Lucci was astonished. He knew the power of this finger pistol well. It was an attack stronger than a real gun. Huh! Stop wasting time. Devil wind leg. Sanji covered his left leg with armament Haki and kicked at Lucci with a left whip kick. A fiery foot rapidly approached Lucci. Armament Haki. Lucci was completely stunned. The armament Haki he hadn't even learned. How could Sanji use it? Lucci felt envious. Storm leg. Lucci snapped back to reality, leaping up and swinging a kick. A blade of air shot from Lucci's leg, clashing with Sanji's leg. Bang! It was proven that Sanji's armament Haki was superior. Sanji's kick landed squarely on Lucci's stomach, sending him flying. Soru. Lucci swiftly reappeared in front of Sanji, ready to properly confront this armored man. If it weren't for his arrogance, he wouldn't have taken that kick. Instantly, the two clashed fiercely. Luffy versus bull-headed Bruno. 6 styles, storm leg. Bruno, a man of few words, launched a storm leg towards Luffy. Luffy's eyes flashed red, and with observation Haki, he easily dodged the attack. Goma Goma no. Gum Gum pistol. Luffy's arms stretched out, swinging a punch at Bruno. 6 styles. Iron block. Bruno used iron block to take Luffy's hit head-on, while Luffy rubbed his arm. Looking at the bull-headed man, this guy's body was so hard. He could actually compete with armament Haki. Air door. Bruno used his devil fruit ability, pushing his right hand into the air, causing a door to appear. Bruno instantly appeared behind Luffy, stepping through the door and slapping Luffy on the head, attempting to use his fruit ability to give Luffy a spinning door to the head. But Luffy was not the same as in the original story. With observation Haki, Luffy sensed Bruno behind him, directly covering his feet with armament Haki, followed by a spinning kick. Bang! He kicked the honest Bruno right into the door he had opened. Hey, Luffy, be serious. Face the enemy properly. Yasuo reminded Luffy, as he had not expected Bruno could open a door in the air. Wasn't this so-called spatial jump? A space-type devil fruit. Strong? Indeed strong, but in Bruno's hands, it was quite ineffective. As the saying goes, there are no weak devil fruits, only weak devil fruit users. As long as the method of use is appropriate. Even a Logia-type shit fruit can be a strong existence. Alright, I could just unleash a massive poop spray. A shit explosion burial. TSK, what a scene. Yasuo has made up his mind. His next devil fruit will be the nature-type shit fruit. Just imagine the scene of poop raining down on enemies from the sky. That would be so cool. Hee. Even if I can't kill you, I'll definitely make you stink. Upon hearing Yasuo's words, Luffy became serious, carefully using his observation Haki to observe the airflow around him. On the other side, Zoro versus Kaku. Zoro wasted no time, drawing his 3 swords and attacking Kaku. 3-sword style, Tiger Hunt. Clang. Kaku, wielding 2 swords, blocked Zoro's attack and quickly retreated while using his strength to pull away. Then activated his devil fruit ability to transform into a giraffe. Old man is not that easy to deal with. Kaku squinted at Zoro. Oh, you're also a swordsman? Zoro underestimated him, thinking he could take him out with a single ordinary attack, but was surprised that Kaku could withstand his attack. 6 powers, Gale Foot. Kaku supported himself with his hands on the ground. Then his feet rubbed vigorously in the air, launching 2 slashes toward Zoro. Hee. Zoro sneered, directly covering his Sandai Kitetsu sword with armament Haki and casually swinging it. Whoosh! The slashes were easily cut in half by Zoro's single strike. Kaku swallowed hard. Damn it! My Gale Foot is the strongest among CP9. How could it be so easily resolved? Kaku looked incredulous. Zoro stepped forward, wanting to teach Kaku a lesson. Kaku used 6 powers, shave and paper drawing to evade Zoro's attacks, and the two immediately began to clash. Nami's opponent is Nero. Nero is a reserve member of CP9 and can only use 4 of the Navy's 6 powers. He is the weakest one, so Nami was completely unconcerned, moving her body left and right to dodge Nero's Gale Foot. Nami was also puzzled. Is this really the strength of the world government? So weak? Compared to the original work, the Straw Hat crew is indeed much stronger now. Even Nami could probably take out Lucci without injury. After all, Lucci and the others are still not the CP0 from 2 years later. They haven't been given the boost by Oda yet. Now, CP9 doesn't even know how to use Haki, relying solely on 6 powers. What use is that? Their devil fruit abilities only enhance their physical capabilities and provide support, which is utterly useless. Right now, as long as one has observation Haki, they can completely counter the Navy's 6 powers. Not to mention armament Haki and the pirates' 8 gates. Robin versus Owl. Owl, true to his name, looks very much like an owl, a little chubby, with a large mouth on his head that has a zipper. He is a master of 6 powers: shave, 6-petal flower, palm barrage. Robin crossed her arms and used her flower fruit ability, instantly growing 3 slender arms on either side of Owl's head. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of slapping echoed in everyone's ears. 6 powers, shave. Owl tried to escape the attack range, but is that possible? Those arms grew on him. No matter where Owl hides, Robin's observation Haki can sense him. Then comes the big nose treatment. Because she wanted to vent the frustration of the big nose slap Yasuo gave her. Poor Owl suffered greatly in the cunning hands of Robin. Even if he tried to pry the arms off him, it was useless. Robin directly covered them with armament Haki, leaving Owl to passively take the hits. Yasuo looked at the Gabra in front of him, dressed in a traditional Chinese outfit. Gabra, the user of the Inu no Mi model, wolf. After transforming, he possesses the ferocity and cunning of a carnivorous animal, along with a strong body, agile speed, and claws and teeth that can tear everything apart. The ridiculous thing is that this man was dumped by Catherine, a waitress from the food service team, on Judicial Island. So the CP9 in front of Yasuo looked like it was ready to eat him. Yasuo observed the battles around him, noticing that everyone was engaged in a back-and-forth fight. He was also contemplating as if there was still a CP9 member waiting in prison. That's right, it's Fuzz Fur, the user of the Zoan-type cat fruit, ancient type, saber-toothed tiger form. This fool was intercepted by Shanks while escorting the rubber fruit. As a result, this CP9 ended up in prison, then escaped during the Marineford War, established his own pirate crew, and later joined the Yonko Kaido's faction, becoming one of the Flying Six. System. Low Godspeed. Yasuo instructed the system in his mind, not wanting to waste the time of the many readers, and aimed to quickly end the battle. Ding. Godspeed has been loaded for the host. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Yasuo looked at the angry man in front of him and said, are you going through menopause or something? Gabra was also observing Yasuo. That tornado move from Yasuo just now was incredibly powerful. Why do you have to face this guy? It's really infuriating. Nothing is going right. Damn it. One blade style. Draw sword slash. Yasuo drew his famous sword, Hanajo, and charged towards Gabra, with the enhanced speed from his godly power. Yasuo's speed was unimaginable. Whoosh. Yasuo stood behind Gabra, slowly sheathing his sword. Gabra's pupils widened as he slowly turned his head towards Yasuo. Wow, that was fast. Then, Gabra's vision began to spin, and his head crashed heavily onto the ground. At that moment, he saw a headless body standing in front of him, and upon closer inspection, he realized, isn't that my body? To die at the hands of such a strong person. I, Gabra, have no regrets. Gabra slowly closed his eyes, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Gabra dead. Yasuo put away Gabra's cellular tissue and turned to Spandam, who was on the phone snail, looking all flustered. Hello. Moshi Moshi. Speak up. Hurry and come to support Judicial Island. Spandam shouted angrily while jumping up and down with the phone snail in his hand. Yasuo was speechless, damn it. Are you using the golden phone bug for calling the Demon Slayer? Hello. Do you want to die? Yasuo said. Spandam turned to Yasuo and then looked at the headless Gabra's corpse on the ground. And suddenly a stream of yellow liquid flowed out from his feet. You, don't come over. Spandam threw away the golden phone bug in his hand and drew a knife that had eaten the elephant fruit, pointing it at Yasuo. Yasuo looked at the golden phone worm on the ground, wondering what was different about this summoning demon order phone worm compared to other phone worms. It would be best to study it. If he could thoroughly understand it, he could also summon the demon order with the phone worm. The demon order is a ruthless attack that burns everything, composed of 10 warships, 5 lieutenant generals, and the elite forces of the Navy. The warships executing the demon order are the most solid and aggressive in the Navy, all built by the Royal Shipyard at Water 7, with quality beyond doubt. Dealing with Sea Kings is basically not a problem. Each warship carries about 1,000 Navy soldiers. Seeing that Yasuo's attention was not on him, Spandam followed Yasuo's gaze and immediately trembled, his legs shaking, and exclaimed, Demon Order! Robin was particularly sensitive to these 3 words. stopping her actions and turning to look in the direction of Yasuo and the others. The owl also took the opportunity to escape from Robin's grasp and rest for a moment. Everyone stopped their actions and looked at Spandam. The demon order was no joke. What have you done? Robin immediately saw the golden phone worm on the ground that had already opened its eyes. It's opened. This means the call has gone through. Realizing the situation was irreversible, Spandam's ugly face showed anger. It's all your fault. Baka, you will all die. Spandam turned to look at Frankie, who was kneeling beside him, and thought of killing Frankie right then and there. Yasuo squinted his eyes, activated his swift power, and instantly appeared in front of Spandam, directly executing Master Ma's normal attack. Left side kick. Bang. Spandam was sent flying, crashing into the ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Spandam, holding a long knife, slowly crawled out of the rubble. What are you doing? Hurry and protect me. If I die, you all won't survive. Spandam anxiously looked at the CP9 members around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The CP9 members quickly formed a line in front of Spandam. This blue demon speed has far surpassed the speed of the 6 powers. Shave. Everyone be careful. Kaku warned, holding dual swords. That trash Gabra died so quickly. Lucci gritted his teeth, glaring at the Straw Hat crew ahead. Lucci never cared much for Gabra, so when he died, it didn't stir a single ripple in his heart. Instead, he felt a bit of sadness for Khalifa's departure. After all, his relationship with Khalifa was still quite good. What's there to fear? Our Navy's 6 powers are martial arts that surpass the limits of human physical ability. Nero, that little Karami, arrogantly spoke, not caring at all about the strange looks from everyone. How dare you say such things when you only know the 4 powers? At this moment, the Straw Hat crew slowly walked to stand behind Yasuo, with Luffy standing side by side with Yasuo, locking eyes with the CP9 members ahead. Hearing the words of this CP9 member who resembled Colonel Mouse, Yasuo burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, did you hear that? What did he say? Martial arts that surpass the limits of human physical ability? Yasuo turned to look at Zoro and the others behind him, with everyone smirking. Extreme physical techniques? Compared to the Pirate 8 gates, they are weak, okay? Brothers, let them see what it truly means to surpass human limits in physical techniques. Yasuo shouted. Ha ha ha. I'll go first. Zoro stepped forward. Green venomous spike form. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest gate, open. As usual, no nonsense. Zoro directly transformed into the super green form. Next up was Luffy. Red storm form. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest gate, open. Golden legend form. Pirate 8 gates. Second gate. Rest gate, open. Orange storm form. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest gate, open. Black silence form. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest gate, open. Blue enchantress form. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest gate, open. That's right. Everyone can now unlock the second gate. Surprised? Yasuo immediately followed the others to open the second door. But why did Yasuo only open the second door? Is there a difference? Even if he opened the first door, CP9 would still be doomed. Gulp. Frankie swallowed hard. This is just too cool. Watching everyone glowing with colorful lights, Frankie was excitedly twitching on the ground. It appeared. The Pirate 8 gates again. Robin was also a bit excited. Why doesn't anyone teach her this ability? In fact, everyone wanted to teach Robin, but Yasuo didn't let her drink the red twist. So everyone guessed that Yasuo didn't want Robin to suffer like the others, so they didn't mention it. Let us go. Brothers, unleash the big moves. In the battle, the demon slaughter order has been triggered. We need to evacuate quickly. With a command from Yasuo, everyone rushed towards CP9, unleashing their ultimate moves on their original opponents. Yasuo crushed the chains binding Frankie and looked at him. How is it? Are you okay? Thank you. Yasuo, I'm fine. Frankie stood up, his eyes filled with admiration. Yasuo waved his hand and directly took Mark III out of the system space. Put on. We're ready to leave. Frankie didn't care why Yasuo could summon Mark III with a wave of his hand. After all, it's not unusual for a scientist to invent something for storing items. Frankie excitedly donned Mark III, and a control panel appeared before him. He instantly understood how to operate the armored suit and also learned the name of this device, Mark III. Frankie was thrilled, dancing around in place, exploring every part of the suit, looking just like a child who had received their beloved toy, filled with joy. Meanwhile, Yasuo turned to the others, wondering how they would end the battle. Three-sword style. Secret technique. Spiral Tempest. Zoro unleashed his strongest spiral move. spinning rapidly in place for several hundred rotations before striking at Kaku with 3 swords. A compressed whirlwind shot out with extreme speed. Seeing the attack coming, Kaku jumped high and executed his move, Gale Foot, Spiral White Blade. Kaku leaped up high, quickly twisting his body and spinning. His feet unleashed countless Gale Foot slashes towards Zoro's Spiral Tempest. Sizzle. Kaku's Gale Foot couldn't hold out for even a second before being shattered by Zoro's attack. And then the Spiral Tempest swept toward Kaku, leaving him dizzy before crashing heavily to the ground. Zoro quickly appeared in front of Kaku and delivered a right whip kick, sending Kaku flying into the air. Yasuo was somewhat speechless. Zoro's move really resembled the wind release, spiraling sphere. Enter. Third gear. Luffy got excited, as when he just transformed into a giant, it inspired him to develop his fruit abilities. He also wanted to transform into a giant. Luffy started sucking in air, and his hands and feet rapidly inflated. Boom boom. Luffy's huge feet stomped on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Yasuo looked up and nearly burst out laughing. This was just too funny. Luffy's third gear form had only his hands and feet enlarged. While the rest of him looked the same, a deformed Luffy appeared. Luffy seemed quite satisfied with his current appearance and immediately turned to attack Bruno. Gum Gum. Gum Gum in. Rubber Giant Spiraling Sphere. A massive, armed Haki-infused spiraling sphere rushed toward Bruno. Bruno opened a door and appeared behind Luffy. However, Luffy seemed to have anticipated Bruno's move, quickly turned around, and smashed the spiraling sphere onto Bruno's head. Bruno spun and flew into the sky. Hey-ha! Sanji struck an attack pose, then, dressed in a Kamen Rider suit, dashed out, shining with golden light, dazzling everyone. Sanji flashed in front of Rob Lucci, then pushed off the ground with one hand, shooting his right foot toward Lucci's chin. Caught off guard, Lucci was kicked into the air by Sanji. Demon Wind Foot, Spiraling Ascension. Sanji pushed off the ground and flew into the sky, his legs spinning as he attacked Lucci's abdomen with rapid kicks, sending Lucci higher and higher. At this moment, he felt he was wrong, gravely wrong. He should never have messed with the Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji spun and appeared above Lucci, then concentrated all his power in his right foot, raised it high, and slammed it down onto Lucci's stomach, crashing toward the ground. Poof! In midair, Lucci spat out blood, his eyes bulging as if he were about to vomit his intestines. Yasuo frowned, wondering why this move looked so much like Biao Yanhua. Nami, relying on the boost from opening the 8 gates, quickly approached her opponent Nero, the wind generated by her run blowing through her short arm-length skirt, revealing glimpses of her beautiful scenery. White. Yasuo stroked his chin and nodded. It seemed that after this was over, he had to find his girlfriend to discuss things. Yes, that would be Califa. Nami rushed in front of Nero, raised her big hand, and unleashed her ability. Spiral Slap. With Nami's color of Haki, no. With the armament Haki, a big nostril slapped Nero's frail face, directly knocking out a few of his teeth. Then, spinning, she flew into the sky. Nami nodded in satisfaction. This move of mine is also a spiral, right? Yasuo awkwardly smiled. Indeed, the opponent was spun around by your big nose. The Lion Wei Chi used 6 styles. Shave, appearing in front of Usopp. A sniper must have no way to deal with close combat, right? Hee. Usopp smiled slightly, put away the Celestial Dragon, and then covered his feet with armament Haki, executing the move. Spiral Sweep Kick. Usopp quickly swept out a leg, directly sending Wei Chi spinning in place. Then Usopp took out the Celestial Dragon and swung it at Wei Chi with a gunstock. Bang! It directly sent Wei Chi flying into the sky. Who said snipers can't use martial arts? Usopp disdainfully looked at the spinning Wei Chi in the sky. Yasuo looked at the numerous CP9 members falling from the sky, then glanced at Frankie beside him. Suddenly, Yasuo's pupils shrank. Everyone, get down! Frankie controlled the Mark III armor, extending his hands, with a red light emanating from his palms, as if something was about to burst forth. Hearing this, everyone quickly crouched down, looking towards Yasuo, who also quickly squatted. In the next moment, a red laser shot straight out from Frankie's hands, spinning in place. Whoosh! Phew phew! The many CP9 members, who were falling to the ground, unfortunately caught Frankie's spiral laser attack. They were all split in half by the laser, their bodies falling to the ground. Even Spandam, who didn't crouch down, was directly cut in half. The numerous CP9 members looked at Frankie with terrified expressions, then unwillingly closed their eyes. Just like that, the members of CP9, done for. Bastard. Do you want to take us down with you? Yasuo stood up and gave a big punch to Frankie. Frankie, touching his head through the steel armor, awkwardly said, Sorry. I just wanted to see what this ultimate move was. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yasuo felt helpless. He thought the main character in this battle would be Sanji. Unexpectedly, it was that pervert Frankie. However, seeing CP9 being instantly defeated by Frankie, Yasuo also recognized the combat power of Mark III. After all, in the original work, CP9 couldn't defeat the Straw Hat crew, and the Straw Hat crew couldn't defeat the Navy's mechanical units. Mark III can't be weaker than the mechanical units, right? So, it's a must for Mark III to take down CP9 in one hit. Fourth ant, Frankie. The big fool Luffy and Usopp ran in front of Frankie, their eyes filled with hearts, completely oblivious to the fact that they had just come close to dying at the hands of this man. Yasuo walked to the bodies of the crowd, collected the cellular tissue, and approached the two halves of Spandam's corpse. Yasuo kicked the already severed body of Spandam. Did you really think you could just die like this? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Yasuo is preparing to resurrect Spandam, then torture him to death again. And resurrect him once more, torture him again. Let this guy wish he were dead. TSK. Yasuo is truly cruel. Prepare to retreat. Brothers. Yasuo looked at the crowd and spoke. Just as everyone was preparing to return the way they came, 10 huge Navy warships approached quickly from the distant sea, heading straight for their location. Leading them was the leader of the Demon Slayer Order, Navy Vice Admiral, Weasel, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stolo Berry. The Navy. So many. Nami's pupils widened as she stared at the enormous Navy warships, her jaw dropping to the ground. Auntie, I didn't expect the Navy's ships to be as big as the Thousand Sunny, Luffy said carelessly. This is the Demon Slayer Order. Robin trembled as she looked toward the Navy warships coming from the distant sea. Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, and Robin all turned their gazes to Yasuo beside them, wondering if he would have a way to solve this predicament in such a situation. Second Lieutenant, open fire. Fire, Mountain commanded from the bow of the ship. His warship was the first to fire dozens of cannonballs towards Yasuo and the other's position. Bang, bang, bang. Yasuo smiled slightly, sensing that his observation Haki had detected the Thousand Sunny approaching this way. In just a moment, they could leave this cursed place. Wind barrier. A wall of wind rose up before Yasuo and the others, directly blocking countless incoming cannonballs. The cannonballs, upon hitting the wind wall, were instantly shredded by sword energy. Fireburn Mountain narrowed his pupils. That man, Blue Demon, he instantly recognized the technique of that wind wall slash, because he was also a swordsman. The remaining warships saw the ship piloted by Fireburn Mountain firing at Yasuo and the others, and they quickly set up their cannons to fire. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 9 warships all opened fire, with countless cannonballs raining down towards the location of the Judicial Tower. Gulp. Big idiot Luffy finally felt fear. Looking at the overwhelming cannonballs, although he could block a few, there were so many. Wouldn't he be blown to bits? Damn it. Zoro frowned, looking at Yasuo in front of him. The long-hair monster should be able to block so many cannonballs, right? Zoro placed all his hopes on Yasuo, because he saw Yasuo's nonchalant expression and knew he must have a way. Is this the end? Sanji took a deep breath, looking towards the distant sea. That direction was the East Blue. Robin had already sat down on the ground, and for some reason, she seemed to really enjoy the feeling of kneeling on the ground and shivering. Yasuo, hurry, think of something. Nami anxiously grabbed Yasuo's sleeve and shouted, Yasuo-san. Usopp's expression was blank. At that moment, he was like a man who would recklessly stand in front of Miss Kaya in her villa, exuding an aura of defiance against death. Frankie stood behind everyone, also looking seriously at the distant warships. Many of the vice admirals and over 10,000 Navy soldiers on the warships believed the Straw Hat crew was doomed. They had already begun to cheer on the warships. Yeah. Mission accomplished. We can go home and be with our wives. Too early to celebrate. Yasuo shook off Nami's hand that was clutching his sleeve, took a step forward, and then leaped high into the air. Wouldn't so many cannonballs be enough to destroy the enormous Judicial Island? If so, then it's time to reveal his strength. Yasuo pondered, drew his famous sword, Hanajo, and then swung it heavily from left to right. 100-fold amplification. Wind barrier. As Yasuo's voice fell, everyone's eyes widened like copper bells, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at the scene before them. Even the rear admiral on the warship and the naval soldiers in the distance widened their eyes, their jaws dropping to the deck, watching this terrifying spectacle. Why did they show such a change in expression? In front of Yasuo, a sword chi wind wall, like a transparent barrier, pierced through the sky. The clouds in the atmosphere directly split apart, becoming two halves. It was as if two large buns were joined together, creating an incredibly spectacular trench. The width extended across the sea, reaching the limits of everyone's line of sight, seemingly boundless. A deluge of cannonballs fell onto the wind wall, instantly turning into nothingness, not causing even the slightest ripple. Yasuo's skill, with 100-fold amplification, is truly formidable. Even the water gods of the Seven Water City, which are currently unleashing a tsunami, have been blocked by Yasuo's wind wall. I ask you, how strong is that? The water gods are a tsunami that erupts every year in the Seven Water City. At this moment, many citizens and Mayor Iceberg are taking refuge in the high parts of the city, watching this suddenly appeared barrier. Everyone is dumbfounded. This is divine protection. On Justice Island, Yasuo looks at the endless wind wall in front of him, feeling a bit bewildered, not expecting this conceptual skill to be so powerful. It seems that he needs to use more of those conceptual skills in the future. Why? Of course, to show off. However, Yasuo still feels a bit regretful, regretting that the famous blade, Hanzo, couldn't withstand this skill amplification. It shattered directly. At this moment, the blade looks like the demon blade with 1,000 edges, covered in cracks. Just a slight movement would turn it into a pile of fragments. Zoro is now shocked beyond measure, looking at Yasuo in terror, wondering what kind of existence this man is. Can a human really use such a move? Looking at Yasuo, who resembles Mei Chaofeng, Zoro tightly grips the knife handle and mutters, "Damn long-haired freak. How much difference is there between my strength and his?" Yasuo threw away his famous sword, Huazhou, and turned to look at the crowd. Seeing their shocked expressions, he suddenly remembered that he was playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. With this thought, Yasuo quickly squatted down, hugged his head, and shouted, my head hurts. My head hurts." The crowd immediately rushed forward to ask Yasuo, "What's wrong? Are you okay? Is it Yongin?" Zoro looked at the magic sword shimmering at Yasuo's waist and thought that the way Yasuo was acting meant that it must have been Yongin who had just used that move. "What's wrong? What happened, everyone?" Yasuo pretended to look up with a confused expression at the Straw Hat crew surrounding him. "Huh? Yasuo, did you forget again?" The big fool Luffy stared blankly at Yasuo. What do you mean Yasuo forgot again? You idiot captain." Nami looked angrily at Luffy. Didn't you know? Yasuo forgot once when we invited Zoro." Luffy replied blankly. "What? Yasuo-san actually has amnesia." Usopp exclaimed, looking at Yasuo with his mouth wide open. This invincible man actually has a problem? He rocks D Yasuo. What a terrifying man, Robin murmured, looking up at the still lingering massive wall of wind. "Yasuo-san, are you okay?" Frankie rushed over, squatting down to use his battle armor scanning function to check Yasuo's condition. However, the battle armor system panel showed that Yasuo's condition was normal, just that his hormones were a bit high. No matter what happened, let's hurry up and leave. Yasuo stood up, not wanting to continue this topic to avoid getting trapped in his own lie. Luffy nodded one pawn. The crowd began walking toward the entrance of Judicial Island, as the waters around the Judicial Tower were swirling currents, making it impossible for them to stand on the sea surface, and the only bridge to the sea had already been shredded to pieces by Yasuo's gale slash. So the only exit was the entrance to Judicial Island. Damn it! Frankie's voice rang out behind them. The crowd turned in confusion to look at Frankie. "I've decided to set sail with Yasuo-san, so please let me join your pirate crew, Luffy." Frankie bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, Hee. You've already been a part of our crew, Frankie." Luffy replied slowly. "In that case, there's one more thing I must do." Frankie looked towards the distant naval warship. "Oh." Zoro, glowing green, looked at Frankie, wondering what he wanted to do to the Navy. The others had not yet released the Pirate 8 gates. If they did, they would lose their mobility. So they were all still holding on and not closing the Pirate 8 gates. Sanji had already released his Kamen Rider form, and his belt had turned into sparkling starlight and dissipated. Sanji felt a bit reluctant. That thing was really strong, and it would be great if he could use it continuously. Frankie's feet shot flames as he soared into the sky, heading straight for the naval warship. He then hovered above the naval warship, activated his battle armor, and took out his long-preserved design blueprint for the Underworld King from his abdomen. Yasuo watched as Frankie took out the design of the Pluton and immediately knew what he was planning. If Frankie wanted to set sail with everyone, He had to reveal the whereabouts of the Pluton design in front of the world government and the Navy. If he didn't let everyone know that he had the Pluton design, his senior brother Ice Mountain would definitely continue to be targeted by the world government. Frankie also didn't want to bring trouble to the Straw Hat crew, so he made a decision. Destroy the Pluton design. Numerous vice admirals and Navy personnel looked up at Frankie in confusion, wondering what this man was trying to do with a piece of paper. Hey, are you here to take a dump? Vice Admiral Ghost Spider looked up angrily at Frankie. You bastard. Are you seriously dropping a deuce on my head? Upon hearing this, Frankie almost lost control and fell from the sky. Steadying himself, Frankie activated the loudspeaker mode of his battle suit and said, "What I have in my hand is the legendary Pluton design. You all want it? Ha ha. I want to give it to you." Frankie threw the Pluton design high into the air, followed by a palm cannon. He completely smashed the Pluton design, reducing it to ashes that drifted towards the sea. This kid. A smile appeared at the corner of Fireburn Mountain's mouth. He had high hopes for this kid, not for any other reason, but because of Frankie's excellent character to resist the temptation of the powerful weapon of Pluton. The numerous Navy personnel were already stunned and numb. Was the purpose of executing the demon-slaying order today just to show off for this Straw Hat crew? Just as Frankie finished his act and flew back to the Straw Hat crew, a sweet and soft voice suddenly echoed in the sky. "Hello. Chopper and I are here to pick everyone up." Mein Jiang's voice rang in everyone's ears. They looked up and saw a massive golden cloud dragging the thousand Sunny, floating in the sky. "Auntie, we can leave now," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, dancing with joy. Yasuo smirked. "Truly a reliable Mei Yang-Yang-san. Arigato, Mei Yang-Yang-san." Yasuo shouted at Mei Yang-Yang in the sky. "Name, get on the ship." The ship slowly descended, and Chopper stood at the edge of the ship shouting at everyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone jumped onto the Mary's deck as soon as they touched the ground, and the Navy in the distance was once again shocked. This damn ship flying in the sky? Damn it, it was tricked by the Straw Hat Pirates again. Yasuo stood on the deck, looking at the golden clouds transformed by Mei Yang-Yang around the ship, and said, "Mei Yang-Yang, transform into a rocket booster." Yasuo quickly gave the command, envisioning the appearance of the rocket thruster to Mei Yang-Yang. Upon receiving the instruction, Mei Yang-Yang transformed into a rocket thruster. Just like before, a huge dragon claw appeared, grabbing the ship's tail, and then flames shot out from the base of the dragon's leg. Yasuo quickly crouched down. Having already suffered losses, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp all quickly crouched down as well. Just as Robin and Chopper, Frankie were puzzled about why everyone was crouching. Everyone showed sinister expressions and looked at the standing few with lewd smiles. Whoosh! The Going Merry shot off directly. The gust of wind created by the launch immediately knocked Robin, Chopper, and Frankie over onto the deck, crashing them against the cabin door. The three of them awkwardly lay on the deck, their faces showing anger as they glared at Luffy and the others. Robin clenched her small black fist, gritting her teeth as she looked at everyone. Her image was completely ruined, and she had to find an opportunity for revenge. Absolutely. The scheming Robin had already planted the seeds of hatred in her heart. On the other side, watching the Going Merry fly away, the naval vice admirals exchanged glances. Since the culprit had already escaped and the demon slaughter order had not been completed, they still needed to finish this task. Fire! The naval warships instantly fired countless shells toward Judicial Island. Boom! Boom! Judicial Island instantly disappeared from the pirate world map. Everyone showed no mercy. Even the remaining Navy on the island were buried in the explosive shells. The Judicial Island incident came to an end, and the Straw Hat crew returned to Frankie's base to begin their recovery. The information about the events on Judicial Island was also uploaded to the Navy's higher-ups, which informed them that Robin had joined the Straw Hat crew. Another round of bounty notices for the Straw Hat crew was rapidly spreading throughout the pirate world. At Frankie's base, when everyone arrived, it was already evening. There was no choice but to rest for another night before setting off again. Yasuo stood at the entrance of the Frankie base, holding a bottle of Brave Journey, gazing at the gently undulating sea in the distance. The day of Ace's execution was approaching. He wondered how much he could change without exposing his true strength. He didn't know if he could lead the Straw Hat crew to participate in a Marineford war. Sigh one step at a time. Yasuo pondered as he plopped down on the ground and drank deeply from the bottle. Feeling a bit tipsy, he suddenly remembered that Khalifa was waiting for him in the Kamui space. That curvy figure, that proud silhouette, that enticing charm, those long black stockings. TSK, TSK? Yasuo suddenly felt his blood rush through his body. The thought of his first battle in this pirate world made his heart race with excitement. The reason for Yasuo's excitement was that he could act like the tough guy from the little movies starring his sister from his past life. So, are you excited or not? With this in mind, Yasuo wanted to instruct the system to load the Sharingan and enter the Kamui space to have a heartfelt exchange with Khalifa. Just as Yasuo was about to take action, the sound of footsteps behind him halted his movements. Hey, long-haired freak, are you really drinking alone? Zoro slowly stepped out, his steps somewhat unsteady, looking as if he had just regained his mobility. Yasuo suppressed his desire to defeat Sauron, took a deep breath, and purchased a box of Brave Adventure from a system store. Come on, let's have a drink together. Yasuo turned to look at Zoro. Since they couldn't attend to serious matters, they could only put this big issue aside. Yasuo really wanted to lose his virginity, and I believe the readers in front of the screen have already taken off their pants. But unfortunately, if there's someone to blame, it should be that green algae head. Zoro skillfully took a bottle of beer from the box, drew his sword from his waist, and directly sliced off the bottle cap. Then he sheathed his sword and took a big gulp of the beer. Hiss, good wine. Zoro sat down next to Yasuo, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. Hey, long-haired freak, is your goal in going out to sea really to become the richest person in the world? Zoro stared ahead and slowly spoke. Yasuo's drinking action paused for a moment. Was his true purpose in going out to sea really to become the richest man in the world? When he obtained the treasure chest, had he already fulfilled his dream? So, did he come to this world to really save Ace? Yasuo was a bit confused about the meaning of his existence in this world. The meaning of his existence in this world can be summed up in 2 words. Showing off. System, is there any way for me to return to my original world? Yasuo asked the system in his mind. Yasuo still can't let go of the good brother who shared both hardships and joys with him. If he could really go back, he would want everything to return to the starting point. He also wants to find that gold-digging woman and then give her a big slap. Make this bitch kneel before him and sing Conqueror. Ding, returning to the host. No way for now. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Sigh, is it really impossible? Yasuo shook his head helplessly. Ding, please host, do not be pessimistic. Anything is possible. The system continued. Is it possible? Since there is a possibility, then after the adventure ends, I will look for a way to go back. After all, I am the Eternal Emperor. This bit of time is still acceptable. Yasuo slowly turned his head to Zoro and said, because of a sorrowful and unforgettable past, there is a steadfast future. Zoro was taken aback. Did this long-haired guy have a tragic past? Could it be related to Enma? Was he setting out to sea to resolve his brother's issues? Zoro took down his famous sword, Wieldsthe, and handed it to Yasuo, while his right hand continued to hold the bottle and drink. Looking at the Wieldsthe that Zoro offered, Yasuo was confused. What's going on? What does this mean, green algae head? Yasuo wondered, how could this fool be willing to give away his own sword? As a swordsman, one sword is as important as one's life. He never expected Zoro to be so generous. ISNT that sword broken? Take it, use it for now. Zoro replied. What about you? You're a 3-sword style user. Yasuo pushed Wieldsthe back in front of Zoro. You talk too much. Zoro threw the sword in front of Yasuo and continued to drink his beer. Yasuo smiled slightly as he picked up the snow and hung it at his waist, knowing that Zoro would soon acquire the cursed sword, Chioshui. Zoro, seeing Yasuo hang the sword at his waist, also revealed a faint smile. In truth, he was afraid that Yasuo would draw the cursed blade, Senbenzakura, for then he didn't know what terrifying events might unfold. So, Zoro decided to give his sword to Yasuo. The two remained silently drinking their beers, and Yasuo, with his elementary school level of education, couldn't express any touching words. Silence was the best form of gratitude, and everything was understood without words. Hey, you 2 bastards are secretly having a banquet here. Sanji's annoying voice rang out from behind them. Yasuo turned his head to look at Sanji, who was wearing a suit and walking over with a smug expression while holding a cigarette in his mouth. Come on, let's drink. After tonight, we'll be facing the endless pursuit of the world government. Let's take this time to relax a bit. Yasuo took a bottle of beer from the box and threw it at Sanji. Sanji caught the beer, sat down next to Zoro, and opened the beer to take a big gulp. It's just the world government. Nothing but trash. Seeing Sanji sitting next to him, Zoro shifted his butt away in disdain towards Yasuo. Sanji caught Zoro's movement out of the corner of his eye and immediately got angry. Baka, what the hell do you mean? Green algae head? Baka, do you want to fight? You perverted kappa? Zoro rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking at Sanji. It was at that moment Sanji realized that the green algae head was actually missing a sword, and that sword was on Yasuo's waist. Unexpectedly, the sword-obsessed green algae head actually gave his own sword to the long-haired freak. This was something he hadn't anticipated. He was a bit shocked. Yasuo looked at the two of them with a fierce demeanor and felt irritated. Keep arguing. Don't bother me. Green algae head. Godoful chef. Baka. Do you want to fight too? The two shouted angrily in unison at Yasuo. Yasuo felt helpless. Nami wasn't here, and if they started arguing, it could go on until dawn. Come on. Let's drink. Yasuo shook his head in resignation, stopping the situation from escalating. The two stopped talking, exchanged a glare, and sat back down, picking up the bottle to drink. After a while, Sanji stood up and walked towards the door. Hey, perverted cook, is that it? Yasuo shot a disdainful look at Sanji's back. Sanji glanced back at Yasuo with contempt, then lifted his leg and continued walking towards the door. Hey, green algae head. The perverted cook's alcohol tolerance is too low, right? Yasuo was feeling a bit dizzy, with more than a dozen empty bottles already in front of him. Zoro also spoke up, feeling a bit tipsy. Perverted Kappa, is just a loser. Come on, drink. Bang. Yasuo and Zoro clinked their bottles and continued drinking. After a while, Sanji, who had left, came out holding a plate with several round foods on it and sat down next to Yasuo. Here. Sanji handed the plate to Yasuo. Yasuo looked at the food on the plate in confusion and was instantly stunned. Mooncakes. You kid are really something. You actually managed to make this. Yasuo exclaimed. He had just mentioned it casually, not expecting Sanji to remember it and actually make the mooncake, especially since he had only vaguely described the shape of the mooncake. Yasuo picked up a mooncake, put it in his mouth, and took a bite to taste it. Suddenly, Yasuo was stunned. It really tasted like a mooncake. Yasuo tasted the mooncake in his hand, shedding tears of emotion, and turned to Sanji. Thank you. Seeing Yasuo cry while eating, Zoro felt speechless. Is it really that delicious? He took a piece for himself and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, it seemed like he saw Kuina running towards him without clothes. Zoro's eyes filled with tears of excitement, and he stuffed the entire mooncake into his mouth. Sanji watched as the two enjoyed the food he made, tears of joy streaming down his face, a surge of pride filling his heart. He also took a piece of mooncake and put it in his mouth. Instantly, it seemed like countless readers were rushing towards him. Sanji's little buddy involuntarily shrank for a moment, and he quickly shook his head to dispel the fantasy. Sanji grabbed a beer and shouted at the two. Come on, let us keep drinking. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter, continuing to drink. Hey, long-haired monster, colorful Kappa, what will you do if I die? Zoro set down the bottle, lay back, and looked up at the sky with his hands as a pillow. Yasuo also lay down, hands behind his head, looking at the bright moon in the sky, and said, If you die, I will become the richest man in the world, and by the way, I'll take down that so-called world's #1 swordsman and make him part of my undead army. Sanji also lay down. I will continue to search for Alvida. And by the way, I'll kick that so-called #1 swordsman away. Zoro smiled slightly, very satisfied with the answers given by the two. This is a companion. Long-haired freak, green algae head. What will you do if I die? Sanji lit a cigarette and slowly spoke. If you die, I will take all the beautiful women in the world to find that so-called Alvida to have some fun. Yasuo smiled slightly. I will become a swordsman whose name echoes in heaven. And by the way, I'll look for that boring sea. Zoro responded. Sanji felt warm inside. But why did Yasuo's answer sound so annoying? Did he really still dislike the long-haired freak deep down? As the vice captain, I won't let my crew die in front of me. With me here, you can't die. If anyone is to die, it will be me first. Yasuo laughed and said, Hee. The two of them sneered, too pretentious. If you die, after I become the world's greatest swordsman, I will find a reincarnation devil fruit, and then turn you into my undead army. Zoro turned his head and looked seriously at Yasuo's profile. Yasuo couldn't help but laugh, asking if he was really going to turn him into his filthy army. Was he joking? But when Yasuo turned to see Zoro's serious face, he was taken aback. Is the green algae head serious? If you die, I will find the invisibility devil fruit on your corpse, and then become the richest man in the world with all the beauties. Sanji said this, and it seemed like the pent-up frustration in his chest had dissipated a bit. He could finally get back at that long-haired monster. Yasuo turned his head to meet Sanji's gaze, and the air seemed to crackle with tension. Oomph. Both of them snorted coldly and turned away, no longer speaking. The three of them lay in front of the door, surrounded by countless empty bottles that could be piled into a small mountain. The long night passed just like that. The three of them fell into a deep sleep at the doorway. The next morning, In the living room of Frankie's base, everyone sat around together, eating the breakfast prepared by Sanji. Baka, Luffy, could you be a little more civilized, you idiot? Nami shouted, raising her fist at Luffy, who was crying with tears streaming down his face while continuously shoving food from the table into his mouth, as if he had never eaten before. Yasuo sat on the side, smoking a pack of exquisite cigarettes, watching the noisy crowd. Damn it, after we set sail, I can go find my girlfriend and talk about life. Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. Just as Yasuo was fantasizing about what moves to use against Califa, the living room door suddenly burst open with a loud bang and shattered. Then, an old man with a full head of white hair, incredibly strong, and wearing a navy cloak walked in. Yasuo recognized the visitor at a glance. That's right. The old man who crashed through the door was none other than the legendary Marine Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Garp, the man who ate the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Saitama form. To put it this way, after Whitebeard's death, Garp is basically the strongest, excluding him. Watching Garp walk in with an imposing aura, Yasuo swiftly appeared in front of him, drawing his famous sword, Snow, and pointing it at Garp. Zoro followed closely behind Yasuo, resting his hands on the grips of Sandai Kitetsu and Wad Ikamanji, his sharp gaze fixed on the old man in the marine uniform, ready to attack at any moment. Sanji jumped up and stood next to Yasuo, a cigarette in his mouth as he looked at Garp. Usopp sat at the table, picking up his dragon and aiming it directly at Garp. Robin and Nami both looked seriously at the Marine who had barged into their living room, surprised that the Marines had found out their location so quickly and had begun the pursuit. Luffy, on the other hand, was still mindlessly gobbling up the food on the table, and without Nami's interference, the big fool Luffy became even crazier. I eat. MMM. Chopper and Brook stood on the table, watching Luffy with speechless expressions. You should look back. The Marines are chasing us. Frankie, who was lying nearby and snoring loudly, was abruptly awakened, and then he noticed Garp standing in front of Yasuo. Instantly, Frankie dove into the Mark III armor standing beside him. Buzz, the palm cannon lit up, ready to fire at the old man. Hey, old man, it's very impolite to barge in without knocking. Yasuo naturally knew who this old man was and just wanted to tease him a bit. Garp looked at the three blocking his way, a smile creeping up his face. So, that brat Luffy really did find a group of promising talents that rival the red-hair pirates, huh? Garp looked at Yasuo. This man is said to have pioneered the pinnacle of new martial arts. The Pirate Eight Gates? Indeed, the Rock's family is all monsters, isn't it? Garp pondered, clenching his fists, which reminded him of the battle at God Valley back in the day. That year, he didn't know whether his actions were right or wrong. Looking at Yasuo's handsome face reminiscent of Tang's San, Garp's eyes revealed a hint of guilt. Yasuo naturally doesn't know how to read the room. He's just waiting for Garp to respond, but Garp stands there quietly, watching the few people. Yasuo was also a bit anxious. This Garp wouldn't be thinking of attacking him, right? After all, his identity was that he was the son of rocks. Yasuo tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to unleash his speed and confront the old man the moment he made a move. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Garp also noticed Luffy, who was devouring food behind everyone, and Garp was speechless. All he does is eat. This silly grandson of mine. Is he really my grandson? Garp expressed his doubts. The naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp, Robin exclaimed, realizing why this old man looked so familiar after a long while. Upon hearing this, Zoro immediately drew his twin swords, looking at Garp, as he had heard of the naval hero. Sanji, on the other hand, covered his feet with armament Haki, ready to give Garp a powerful kick at any moment. Luffy, who was happily eating, paused and mumbled as he swallowed the food in his mouth. Garp? Why does that sound so familiar? Luffy turned his head in confusion towards the entrance. Ah, Kiji, the big silly Luffy exclaimed. Nami. Everyone was shocked. The naval hero is Luffy's grandfather? Sanji glanced at Yasuo, surprised that Yasuo's ability to predict was so accurate. He actually calculated Luffy's strong backing. It's the strongest vice admiral, the naval hero. You little brat, why aren't you running over to greet your grandfather? Garp shouted at Luffy with a frown. Luffy quickly ran to Garp, scratching his head awkwardly and saying, Sorry, Grandpa, I didn't see you just now. Baka. Garp directly delivered a love punch to Luffy's head. Luffy lowered his head in grievance, not daring to look at his grandfather, feeling guilty for not listening to him and becoming a pirate. Look at that silly face of yours. How come you're nothing like your father? Garp shook his head helplessly. Ah, I have a father? Luffy was stunned, realizing he actually had a father. Wasn't he just popped out from between rocks? Hmm? Didn't I tell you who your father is? Carp facepalmed, realizing he hadn't told Luffy such an important thing. Everyone looked at the conversation between the grandfather and grandson with a mix of confusion, as if several question marks appeared above their heads. Who is my father, Grandpa? The big silly Luffy asked blankly. Monkey D. Dragon. As Carp spoke, Robin, who was standing behind everyone, gasped again. What's wrong, Robin? Nami asked in confusion, wondering why Robin was so dramatic, making her heart race. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most notorious criminal in the world. As Robin finished speaking, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Damn Luffy, why is his background so powerful? Sanji felt even more amazed by Yasuo, as he even predicted the backing of the Revolutionary Army. Is he really my father? The big silly Luffy naturally didn't know about the Revolutionary Army, only realizing that he actually had a father, just as everyone was surprised by Luffy's background. Carp turned to Yasuo with a serious expression and said, Blue Demon. Roxy Yasuo, who is your father? Carp's reason for coming here, besides checking on his well-behaved grandson, was to investigate Yasuo's background. Yasuo was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that he was the son of Rocks. With Rocks in his name, Carp might jump to all sorts of conclusions. So, Yasuo knew that as soon as he revealed he was the son of Wieldsthe, Xebec, Carp would surely be shocked enough to drop his jaw to the ground. It was time to show off. My father? His name is Wieldsthe, Xebec. Yasuo looked at Carp with a smug expression, ready to see that incredible look on Carp's face. However, Carp still looked at Yasuo with disdain. Seeing Yasuo's pretentious demeanor, Carp guessed that this so-called Rocks was definitely cut from the same cloth as that Whitebeard too. In Carp's view, Yasuo just somehow learned about the deeds of Wieldsthe, Xebec, and changed his name, adding a Rocks to it. Yasuo was taken aback, not seeing Carp's shocked expression. He was somewhat speechless. He had filled out his background precisely for this moment, right? Wasn't it to show off his lineage in a grand way when introducing himself? What went wrong? System, come out and explain. Why wasn't Carp shocked? At such a moment, he naturally had to ask the system. Ding, responding to the host. The host lineage is not a problem. He is indeed the son of Wieldsthe, Xebec. The issue lies with Carp himself. The system explained. Oh, so this old man doesn't believe it. Yasuo instantly understood. Even that big fool Luffy wouldn't believe it. Are you saying that the dead Rocks, who has been gone for 40 years, has an 18-year-old son? Isn't that a joke? What? Robin exclaimed again. She had heard of the history of Wieldsthe. Xebec, who was a notorious pirate before Gol D. Roger became the Pirate King. What kind of existence was that? But then Robin thought again. The timeline doesn't match up. Rushed. What do you mean by again? Robin. Nami was completely speechless. Ahem. It's nothing. Robin coughed while covering her mouth, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yasuo was speechless. You all don't believe me? Well, whatever. I am the son of Rocks. This is confirmed by the system, so it can't be wrong. Since I am the son of Wieldsthe, Xebec. Let's see what kind of strength a man with the Rocks bloodline possesses. As Carp spoke, he threw a powerful punch straight at Yasuo's head. Everyone was stunned by Carp's sudden action. Yasuo was completely stunned, and before he could react, he was directly punched out of the Frankie base by Carp. Boom! Yasuo crashed through the wall and flew straight out, leaving a trench on the ground. Yasuo rolled, jumped up, and knelt on one knee, grabbing the snow that had flown out with him. Seeing Carp rushing out, Yasuo felt a wave of anger. Damn old man. You're just the father of Luffy's father. How dare you sneak attack a young man like me? 20-fold amplification. Steel cutting flash. Yasuo is furious. Do all the people in this pirate world like to ambush others? Do they think I have no temper? Yasuo swung his sword towards Carp, and in an instant, a blue glowing slash shot towards Carp. Carp's pupils narrowed. The great swordsman. Carp covered his right hand with armament Haki and unleashed a powerful punch towards the incoming flying slash. Boom! Carp's punch shattered Yasuo's slash in one blow, and the air in front of Carp's fist seemed to be turned into a vacuum zone. Yasuo, undeterred, unleashed another flying slash aimed directly at Carp. 30-fold amplification. Steel slashing flash. A strike even thicker and larger than the previous one shot towards Carp. Carp smiled slightly, thinking, although you are a great swordsman, you are still a bit short of being the world's #1 swordsman, right? Do you think I can't dodge? Am I really going to take this hit? A flash of red light flickered in Carp's eyes as he expanded his observation Haki and dodged to the side. Whoosh! The slash cut straight towards the Frankie base behind him. The people who had just rushed out of the Frankie base saw a slash shooting right through their midst. Gulp! They swallowed hard and turned to look back at the Frankie base. They saw that the Frankie base had been split in half by Yasuo's slash. swaying, and on the verge of collapse. Looking forward again, Carp had already charged back towards Yasuo. Yasuo looked at the old man Carp approaching him and instinctively cast a wind wall. However, Yasuo was completely stunned. He forgot that this move could only block range damage and couldn't defend against close combat attacks. Bang! Carp's powerful punch landed squarely on Yasuo's stomach. In an instant, Yasuo coughed up blood and was sent flying. Yasuo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, holding onto his sword, kneeling on one knee as he looked at Garp. Yasuo, Grandpa, what are you doing? Yasuo is my comrade. The big idiot Luffy glared at Garp, thinking of trying to reason with him. If the old man didn't listen, he would have to take action. Zoro and Sanji weren't concerned about that. They directly coated their weapons with Haki and were ready to take down that old geezer. Wait! Yasuo slowly stood up and stopped everyone from taking action. If they were to fight Carp to the death, how could they continue playing? Yasuo knows that Carp has already reached a level of suppression. Otherwise, with Carp's record of smashing 10 mountains with a single punch, he would have likely been reduced to dust by now. However, Yasuo doesn't care at all. After all, he can regenerate even with just one cell left, and if worst comes to worst, he still has the system. He believes the system won't let him die here. Moreover, he hasn't even activated his ability of immortality yet. In short, it's just not the time to reveal his strength. Besides, just for fun. This is my battle. Stay out of it. Yasuo stands up and speaks with dominance. Yasuo. Luffy is almost in tears. One is his vice captain, and the other is his grandfather. What's going on? Yasuo. Luffy. At this moment, a group of Navy soldiers rushes over from a distance. Leading them are Koby and Belmieber. Seeing Carp ahead, Koby has a speechless expression. Captain Carp, you're running too fast. We almost lost you. Belmieber, with a blank expression, looks at the Straw Hat Pirates. He has now reformed and understands how cruel his father's actions were back then. He didn't understand when he was younger, but now that he has grown up, he knows much more. Looking at his father's enemy, Zoro, Belmieber wants to thank Zoro. After all, if it weren't for Yasuo not being Zoro, he wouldn't have become Carp's disciple. That's right. When the Straw Hat crew left the Monka base, Carp returned to the East Blue and took Koby and Belmieber as his disciples. Yasuo turned his head to glance at Koby and the others, then ignored them, directing another move at Carp. One sword style, Flame Slash. Yasuo quickly swept his sword horizontally in front of him while raising the snow, creating overlapping slashes that sparked flames and hissed. Then, he delivered a heavy final slash that combined with the other strikes, flying out horizontally. This move was something Yasuo casually explored during his free time. The essence of it is speed. As long as the speed is fast enough, any kind of technique can be executed. That's not wrong, right? A massive slash glowing with fire shot towards Carp, who swallowed hard. This kid was indeed strong, worthy of being his grandson's crew member. Carp threw off his Justice Cape, striking a pose reminiscent of Saitama, preparing to use a serious punch, charging up, then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The slash was shattered by Carp, and the flames scattered around, igniting the surrounding buildings and plants. After destroying this move, Carp ran towards Yasuo, who was speechless, thinking, damn it, how long is this old man going to test me? Does he really want me to activate my Saitama body limiter ability and then hit him with 100-fold amplification? Although his Saitama body limiter was only level 3, nearing level 4, it could still be amplified 100 times. Training the body limiter is quite difficult. It took so long to get close to level 4, and it becomes harder to level up as you go higher. After all, even Saitama trained hard to become a hero. For 3 years, Saitama did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. This level of training continued daily for 3 years, and that's how Saitama gained superpowers and became the strongest. P.S. Yesterday, some idiot gave me a bad review. The author is very unhappy. I barely make a few cents a day and have to deal with this attitude. It's really annoying. If the readers don't like it, they can just leave. Don't mess with my mindset. I'm just an amateur. Whoever gave me a bad review, I'm ready to explode. Buzz. Carp's movement towards Yasuo paused, and he turned in horror to look at the Straw Hat crew. Koby and Belmieber were both kneeling with fear, staring at the Straw Hat crew ahead. Yasuo's lips curled up. It seemed that everyone had gained a bit more of the Conqueror's Haki. That's right. The Straw Hat crew was angry. They all unleashed their Conqueror's Haki, glaring at Carp with fury. Carp swallowed, watching the colorful Conqueror's Haki swirling in the air, thinking to himself, this group of kids, their talent is truly astonishing. Turning to look in Yasuo's direction, Yasuo naturally understood what Carp meant, and then directly released his own Conqueror's Haki, intertwining it with the others. The air crackled with electrical sounds. The scene was incredibly spectacular. Carp had seen so much Conqueror's Haki before, back during the battle at God Valley. He was just a bit surprised that the crew on his grandson's ship could rival the Rock's pirates. Carp chuckled awkwardly, walked over to the cloak he had thrown, picked it up, draped it over himself, and then laughed loudly, saying, "I'm hungry. Luffy, does your crew have a cook? My cook has already fainted." Carp looked at the many fainted Navy soldiers, with only the determined Koby and Belmare still holding on. Seeing that Carp had no intention of attacking, everyone stopped releasing their Conqueror's Haki, and Luffy's attitude made a complete turnaround as he looked at Carp and said, "Of course. Sanji's food is really delicious." Luffy raised his chin proudly. "Sanji, I'm hungry too." He then looked at Sanji with a pitiful expression. Sanji was speechless, wondering who had just eaten so much. How could he be hungry so soon? Sanji could only walk towards another smaller base of Frankies, as the building behind them was no longer accessible, already a dangerous ruin. Koby breathed a sigh of relief and excitedly ran in front of Yasuo, saying, "Yasuo-san, I become stronger now." "Oh, you become stronger, and also more handsome." Yasuo patted off the dust on his clothes, teasingly said. Koby's face turned red, feeling incredibly happy. Hearing Yasuo compliment him was truly a delight. "Since you become stronger, then extinguish these fires. Let me see your strength." Yasuo looked at the burning flowers and trees around. Koby smiled slightly. "Six-style shave? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Koby darted around, putting out all the fires one by one. He then returned in front of Yasuo, looking at him proudly, waiting for praise. Not bad. Not bad. Keep working hard. Be a righteous Navy. You must steadfastly support your dreams. Don't give up. One day, I believe you will also become a naval hero." Yasuo pulled out a cigarette and walked towards Frankie's small base. As he passed by Carp, he didn't even glance at him. "Old man, this matter is not over." Yasuo walked past Carp. Carp smiled slightly. "Kid, you're still too young. Don't you know that the older I get, the stronger I become? By the time you get strong, a single hair of mine could poke you to death." Hearing Yasuo's encouragement, Koby immediately jumped up happily, realizing that Yasuo acknowledged his strength. Then he ran off to catch up with Luffy and Zoro. Inside Frankie's small base, at a long table, Luffy and Carp sat across from each other, with Navy lackeys and Straw Hat crew members standing behind them. Carp and Luffy exchanged a glance, then looked at the food on the table, and started to wolf it down. Luffy also didn't hold back, grabbing plates and shoving food into his mouth, eager to eat even the plates. Yasuo watched the eating competition between the two, speechless. Luffy's gluttonous trait was definitely inherited from Garp. The old man Garp was eating when he suddenly dozed off, falling asleep right there. No, he just fell asleep on the spot, with a big bubble coming out of his nose, looking incredibly ridiculous. Seeing his grandfather asleep, Luffy seemed to be infected by Garp as well, and his eyelids drooped, causing him to lay down on the table and fall asleep. Everyone shook their heads, helplessly, truly a fitting pair of grandfather and grandson. Seeing this, Yasuo rushed forward and picked up Luffy, running wildly towards the door. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances and quickly followed Yasuo. The rest of the Straw Hat crew looked confused, wondering what was happening. "Hurry up, let's go." Sanji turned to look at the few who hadn't moved. Upon hearing this, Nami and the others quickly ran towards the door. Koby smiled as he watched the Straw Hat crew leave, wondering when they would meet again. Yasuo rushed to the shore where the Thousand Sunny was docked, hoisted the soundly sleeping Luffy, and jumped directly onto the deck of the Thousand Sunny. After tossing Luffy down, Yasuo turned to see everyone running towards them. "Quick, quick!" Yasuo shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone jumped off the ground toward the Thousand Sunny. Meanwhile, the bubbles on Carp's nose burst, waking him up with a start. Confused, Carp looked around. "Where's Luffy?" "Admiral Carp, they've already left." A Navy lackey behind him exclaimed. "What? Chase after them." Carp pretended to stand up and ran toward the door. By the time Carp reached the shore, the Thousand Sunny was slowly sailing away into the distance. Carp narrowed his eyes and thought, "Let this good grandpa send off his obedient grandson." "Board the ship," Carp ordered, and he and his men boarded their Navy warship to chase after the Thousand Sunny. Luffy had just been thrown by Yasuo and woke up immediately. Now he was on the deck watching the Navy warship chasing after the Thousand Sunny. "You little brat. You leave without even saying goodbye." Carp gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at the Thousand Sunny ahead. "Grandpa, see you later." Luffy happily yelled, feeling a bit excited to see his long-lost grandpa here. Putting aside the abuse from his childhood, his grandpa was still very good to him. You little brat. Let grandpa send you off. Karp extended his right hand, signaling for his men to bring over a cannonball. In no time, 5 Navy lackeys brought over an enormous cannonball, which Karp took in one hand. The Navy lackeys swallowed hard. Their admiral's strength was truly immense. He really was the strongest admiral. Koby knew that Karp wouldn't go easy on his grandson, but he firmly believed that Yasuo and the others could block this cannonball from Karp. Fist of the Meteor. Karp threw the cannonball towards the Thousand Sunny like he was tossing a baseball, its speed and power even surpassing that of a warship's main cannon. It seemed as if Karp had intentionally thrown it off target. The cannonball exploded right beside the Thousand Sunny. The air blast from the explosion spread for dozens of miles, directly toppling everyone on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. Yasuo gripped the edge of the ship, steadying himself as he looked at the old rascal Karp on the naval warship. Although Karp put on a brave front with his words, his physical movements were quite honest. Fistbone meteor shower. Karp launched another round of attacks towards the crowd, with continuous shells approaching the Going Merry, like meteors shooting down from the sky. One after another. Old man, take this. 30-fold amplification. Horizontal slash. Yasuo jumped onto the edge of the ship, drew his sword, and swung it at the incoming cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. A massive slashing attack, glowing blue, sliced the cannonballs in half, causing them to explode in midair, and the momentum of the attack continued towards the warship where Karp was located. Rocks? Karp frowned. How could this kid hold a grudge so deeply? Using such a powerful move, Karp activated his armament Haki, swinging a punch towards the air on his right side, and the recoil propelled the warship, narrowly avoiding the flying slash. Yasuo was stunned, staring blankly in the direction of Karp, thinking, can we play like this? Karp was also somewhat angry, pulling out a cannonball that was even larger than the ship and aiming it at the Going Merry. What? Even Zoro, who usually kept his cool, was wide-eyed, looking at that enormous cannonball. Is he a devil? Sanji's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an African hippo. Gulp. Luffy swallowed hard, thinking, does this grandpa really want to kill us? Yasuo is also confused. How the hell did you manage to get such a huge cannonball from such a small boat? Yasuo suspects that this pirate world definitely has space rings or something. Otherwise, where did this huge cannonball come from? It's impossible that they also have a system space, right? Why are you still standing there? Damn it. Mei Yang, transform into a rocket booster. Hurry up. Yasuo wasn't sure if the wind barrier could block Karp's old move, so it was safer to rely on Mei Yang. Huh. Oh, got it. The dazed Mei Yang jumped up and completed the transformation above the Going Merry. Kakakakaka. The rocket boosters from Mei Yang's transformation propelled the Going Merry to shoot out quickly. Don't even think about escaping. Giant iron ball. Go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Going Merry was running ahead, while the cannonball was chasing from behind, surprisingly at the same speed. But Mei Yang's speed was continuously increasing, while the cannonball was gradually slowing down. Before long, everyone had already distanced themselves from the cannonball's trajectory, and the Straw Hat crew sighed in relief on the deck. Karp, seeing that everyone had left, stood dazed at the bow of the ship, pondering, and the angry expression on his face relaxed, revealing a lonely look. Kid, take care of yourself. Karp felt a wave of disappointment inside. His son had left him, and even his grandson was going off to be a pirate. The news from a few days ago said that Ace had been captured as well. What a failure he was as a grandfather and father. Karp gritted his teeth as he looked in the direction the Going Merry had departed. That damn red-haired kid. If it weren't for him, his grandson wouldn't have become a pirate. If he hadn't become a pirate, he would definitely still be a part of the Navy, right? Turn around. Return to the Navy headquarters. Karp issued the order, donned his dog hat, and walked dejectedly into the cabin. On the Going Merry, Mei Yang released the rocket booster form and returned to the deck, where he was exchanging glances with Chopper. Everyone dispersed, with Usopp leading Frankie into the cabin to arrange Frankie's bedroom. Nami and Robin directly changed into bikinis and headed to the stern to swim. Zoro leaned against the cabin door, resting with his eyes closed. Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, was serving juice to Nami and Robin. Luffy was still sitting on top of the Going Merry, gazing out at the sea, filled with immense anticipation for future adventures. Yasuo glanced at the distant sea and lifted his leg to walk towards the ship's cabin. Next stop, the terrifying three-masted ship. Dealing with Moonlight Moria, Yasuo was not worried at all, considering everyone's current strength. Even Usopp could easily take him down. Yasuo has already figured out how to deal with Moonlight Moria. And of course, he will use magic to counter magic. Entering his bedroom, Yasuo eagerly instructed the system to load Obito's Sharingan. His big sword was already itching for action. System, load Obito's Sharingan. Yasuo rubbed his hands together, looking forward to it. Ding! The Sharingan has been loaded for the host. Kamui. Without further ado, Yasuo activated Kamui and plunged into the Kamui space. As soon as he entered the Kamui space, Yasuo hadn't even taken in his surroundings when a pair of long legs and black stockings came rushing toward his face. Bang! Yasuo grabbed the long legs and black stockings and looked ahead, and instantly, the scenery under Califa's skirt was fully revealed to Yasuo. How could Yasuo endure this? Even if Yasuo could endure it, little Yasuo couldn't endure it. Little Yasuo instantly became angry. Bastard, let me out. Califa broke free from Yasuo's grasp and stared angrily at him. In these 2 days, she had figured out Yasuo's identity, having seen it on the bounty poster. But she didn't know why Yasuo had captured her. If it weren't for the food that occasionally appeared, she would have starved by now. The food was naturally secretly delivered by Yasuo. After all, he couldn't let his girlfriend go hungry. System, load me superpowers. Yasuo was preparing for the upcoming battle, and it was certainly not because he was interested in Superman's super kidney function ability. Ding! Superman's ability has been loaded for the host. As the system's voice fell, Yasuo looked at the secretary-clad Califa in front of him. Want to go out? Dream on. Yasuo smugly took out a pack of premium cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. Oomph. I'll kill you. I can definitely get out of here. 6 styles, Gale foot. Califa immediately made her move, raising her leg and shooting a Gale foot towards Yasuo. Yasuo stood still, showing no intention of dodging at all. Seeing Yasuo not evade or avoid, Califa became somewhat flustered. Could this man really be seeking death? Boom! The attack from Raijin struck Yasuo's chest, but it didn't stir any waves at all, as it was directly blocked by his superhuman steel body. Yasuo revealed a lewd smile as he looked at Califa, then drew his famous sword, Snow, while in his mind he spoke to the system. System, load 100 empty-handed catching blades for me. Ding! The system voice echoed in his mind. The 100 empty-handed catching blade skill has been loaded for the host. What do you want to do? Califa panicked. This man had taken her Gale foot attack without a scratch, and now he was drawing his own sword. Could it be? Califa looked at Yasuo with terrified eyes, stepping back repeatedly like a frightened little sheep. Far away on Earth, Yihei sat in front of the computer watching the scene, suddenly sitting up in shock, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. Could it be? Yihei also began to watch the computer screen with a fiery expression. What could be more exhilarating than watching a live broadcast? Ever since he returned to Earth just now and took a stroll through the Black Alley, he realized he hadn't done charity in a long time. Yihei thought to himself, I'll do some charity tomorrow. If Yasuo found out that his good brother's first thing upon returning to Earth wasn't to find him, but to visit the Black Alley, he would probably cut ties with Yihei on the spot. Yasuo drew his famous sword, Snow, and swung it towards Califa. Califa unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was her first time seeing something like this. She never expected it to be so terrifying. Califa's face turned red, and she even began to feel a sense of anticipation. 100% empty-handed to catch the blade. She directly used her ability and swung a knife towards Califa. Califa suddenly lost control and ran wildly towards Yasuo, then knelt on the ground, raising her hands high to catch it. Califa looked bewildered. What was happening to her? Why was she doing such an extremely shameful thing? Why? Califa couldn't figure it out at all. Of course, Yasuo's move was a conceptual skill. It was something you couldn't understand no matter how hard you tried. Yasuo looked down at Califa, who was blushing and staring at her. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his blood was boiling. Crack! Califa bit down on the blade of the snow-walking sword. Her teeth felt loose, but the sword was completely unharmed. Califa was stunned. Could it be that this man was also capable of iron? Had he trained to such a level with iron? Yasuo smiled slightly. Do you think my steel body is made of tofu? Bang! Yasuo countered with a big punch that landed directly on Califa's face, knocking her glasses off. Califa lay on the ground, glaring at Yasuo with hatred. Yasuo looked at Califa lying beside him, and then Califa attempted to stand up and attack him. System, load the Chaos Gold Staff for me. Yasuo spoke to the system in his mind. Ding! Ding! The Chaos Gold Staff has been loaded for the host. The system spoke intermittently. Yasuo, what's going on? Is the system having a seizure? Yihei, hurry! Hurry! Proceed to the next step. Chaos Golden Drum. Califa was directly immobilized by Yasuo, unable to move. Yasuo purchased a villa in the system mall, and with a wave of his hand, a villa appeared beside him. Yasuo walked up to Califa, picked her up, and carried her into the villa. Califa shed tears of happiness, closed her eyes, and thought, since she couldn't resist, she might as well enjoy it. A fierce battle was about to begin. Yasuo versus Califa. The remaining plot, everyone can imagine for themselves. Califa fought with all her might to fend off Yasuo's attacks. The battle lasted a full 3 hours. Califa defeated. On the other side, Yihei watched the scene on the computer screen and smiled, then clicked to save the video. Yasuo sat by the bed, looking at the unconscious Califa. He gently covered her with a blanket. Yasuo stood up, got dressed, took out a premium cigarette, and lit it, taking a deep puff. Ah, refreshing. A smoke after the event. Better than being an immortal. It was simply too satisfying. Yasuo walked out of the villa with a joyful expression, and before leaving, he bought countless food items and numerous clothes from the system shop to leave for Califa. After all, during the recent battle, Califa's clothes were completely destroyed by Yasuo. Do you think Yasuo is an irresponsible man? You should know that Yasuo was a philanthropist in his previous life. Yasuo looked contentedly at the vast, white expanse in the Kamui space, feeling a sense of emptiness. Califa must feel unhappy living here, right? Yasuo opened the system mall and purchased 20 mountains, a river, flowers, trees, a flock of sheep, pigs and dogs, and chickens and ducks. After arranging these items in their respective places, Yasuo nodded, and it started to resemble a paradise. He believed that Califa would definitely feel very comfortable living here. Yasuo glanced at the villa and then used his Shuinpa ability to leave the Shuinpa space, planning to come back and check on Califa next time. After sleeping for a whole day and night on the big bed in the villa, Califa slowly woke up, looking at the blanket draped over her. She revealed a bitter smile. She didn't expect that such a rude man could also have a gentle side. But then, her face turned red as she buried her head into the blanket, feeling both love and hate for Yasuo. She loved the heavenly experience he gave her, but hated his rude behavior. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny, Yasuo felt refreshed as he looked at the distant sea, not expecting that his first experience in the pirate world would be with the alluring Califa. Poor Nokigao cough cough. Quack quack. The familiar sound of a duck came from the sky, and Yasuo looked up to see a messenger bird with a bag hanging around its neck. Yasuo's seagull landed on Yasuo's palm, shaking its head to signal Yasuo to put the Bailey into its pouch. Yasuo took out the bounty and put it in, then the seagull dropped the newspaper from its beak and flew away. Brothers, our bounty has increased again. Yasuo shouted to everyone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Upon hearing the voice, everyone rushed over to look at the newspaper in Yasuo's hand. Andy, Yasuo, quickly see how much my bounty has increased. The big fool Luffy looked at the newspaper in Yasuo's hand excitedly. Luffy was thrilled. To him, the higher the bounty, the closer he was to his dream. No way. It has increased again. We'll have to face a lot of trouble in the future. Nami looked dejected, her eyelids drooping as she stared at the newspaper in Yasuo's hand. Yasuo unfolded the newspaper, revealing a bounty poster tucked inside, which prominently featured the Straw Hat Pirates bounty. The bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates are as follows. Captain Red-Haired Storm, Monkey D, Luffy, bounty of 300 million berries. First Mate Blue Demon, Rox D, Yasuo, bounty of 3 berries. Swordsman Green Striker, Rorinoa Zoro, bounty of 120 million berries. Cook Golden Legend, Vince Smoke Sanji, bounty of 230 million berries. Navigator Orange Alert, Nami, bounty of 40 million berries. Sniper Black Silence, Usopp, bounty of 90 million berries. Pet Chopper, the reindeer who loves cotton candy, bounty of 50 berries. Historian Pink Rose, Nico Robin, bounty of 90 million berries. Shipwright Azure War God Frankie, bounty of 44 million berries. Pet Mei Yang Yang, bounty of 1 berry. Super. Frankie clapped his hands together, striking a bizarre pose, and shouted excitedly, not expecting to have a bounty himself. And even more surprising, the Navy had given him such a powerful title, Azure War God. Yasuo looked at the flamboyant Frankie, thinking that Frankie must have been quite impressive when piloting the Mark III, making him a notable figure in the eyes of the Navy. That's probably why he got the title of Blue God of War, which is even less appealing than calling him the foolish Blue God of War. The bright blue color is called Qingbi, Azure Blue. It seems the person who gave Frankie this nickname really understands Yasuo, who nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha. I have 300 million. I have 300 million. The big fool Luffy danced with excitement. Damn it. Why has the bounty of that perverted Kappa increased so much? Zoro gritted his teeth as he glared at Sanji, then looked at Yasuo, that damn long-haired freak, whose bounty was now the same as the captain's. Ha ha ha. Green algae head. My bounty is higher than yours. How about that? Sanji smugly tilted his chin, making Zoro want to chop that perverted Kappa. Looking over at Robin, her bounty photo had changed from a child's appearance to her current mature and charming adult form. However, Yasuo was puzzled. TNT informed the Navy to give Robin a nickname this time, so he could only say that the Navy was quite perceptive after all. What Yasuo doesn't know is that the Navy officer filling out the Straw Hat Pirates bounty information is actually a devoted fan of the Straw Hat Pirates. His name is Reader Dada. If Yasuo knew about this, he would definitely raise his hands in applause. So beautiful. Well done, really amazing. But is the Navy serious about one belly for Mei Yangyang? Did I really cross over to a comedic version of the pirate world? Usopp clenched his fist and looked out at the distant sea, murmuring, "Wait for me. Miss Kaya, your ultimate simp is getting stronger." Yay, 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 yay. Little Chopper was circling around Yasuo, thinking that his 50 belly was really a deal Yasuo made with the Navy, actually multiplying it by 10 times. Yasuo-san is really so reliable. Yasuo looked at the excited crowd and smiled slightly, picking up the newspaper to take a look. The newspaper had bold headlines that read, "Shocking. For their companions, the Straw Hat Pirates actually did this. Shocking. The Straw Hat Pirates destroyed the Justice Island government flag and are seeking to go to war with the world government. Shocking. The strongest assassination unit CP9 of the world government couldn't withstand even one move against the Straw Hat Pirates. Shocking. The Straw Hat Pirates have become the first notorious pirate crew to escape from the demon-slaying order." Yasuo laughed heartily, saying that Morgans really knows how to do things. He must find time to communicate with him. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku slammed the table in anger. That bastard Morgans! How dare he belittle the Navy and the world government? I am furious. Someone, Sengoku shouted towards the door. Shortly after, a lackey walked in. Fleet Admiral. Sengoku handed a letter to the lackey and gave a few instructions before the Navy lackey quickly walked out. The content of the letter was to send Bartholomew Kuma, the strongest of the 7 warlords of the sea, to convey a message to the Straw Hat Pirates. It was to invite Monkey D. Luffy to become the next warlord of the sea since Luffy had defeated Crocodile, and there was a vacancy. On the red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Force, just leaving Whitebeard's territory, Shanks held the latest bounty poster of the Straw Hat Pirates and a newspaper. Luffy is really bold. Little Luffy has grown up. Lucky Roo smiled and said, "Luffy." In the East Blue's Makino Tavern, Makino exclaimed while holding Luffy's bounty poster, surprised that Luffy's bounty had reached 300 million so quickly. This is faster than selling out. At the Kaya Manor, Ms. Kaya had recovered from her illness without Kuro continuing to drug her and no longer needed a wheelchair. Kaya stood by the coast, staring blankly at the distant sea, holding Usopp's bounty poster. Usopp's photo on the bounty poster was no longer the smiling or terrified expression seen in previous ones. Instead, he seemed more reliable, with a serious expression, indicating that Usopp had grown up. At the Bartai floating restaurant, Red-Leg Zeph stood by the office window, gazing into the distance, murmuring, "The world government, huh? It seems you have started to stir up waves." In the Kinjutsu dojo of Frostmoon Village, Yasaku held Zoro's bounty poster and laughed heartily. "Ah, Rorinoa, it seems you're getting closer to your hometown. Soon you will see the cherry blossoms blooming." After laughing, Yasaku stood up, looked at the clouds outside the door, and smiled. In this vast world, ridiculous dreams will become your guiding direction. At the Revolutionary Army's training ground, Noki held Yasuo and Nami's bounty posters, beaming with joy, murmuring, "It seems everyone has become stronger, Yasuo-san." Naka's face turned slightly red, and she unconsciously tightened her legs. Meanwhile, on a small boat that had just crossed the red line and reached the Grand Line, there was the same old man indeed. This old man was the legendary old man, with white hair and dressed in golden armor. He held Yasuo's bounty poster in his left hand and his golden helmet in his right, laughing heartily. No wonder it's the young master's pirate crew. Wherever they go, they make a big noise. The Judicial Island incident slowly became known throughout the world. The Straw Hat Pirates had truly made a name for themselves. Following the Straw Hat Pirates, the Flying Sky Pirates, led by Shiki the Golden Lion, had just arrived in Water 7 and saw the newspaper and the latest bounty poster of the Straw Hat Pirates. "Ha ha ha, no wonder he's the captain's son." Shiki the Golden Lion laughed. Shiki couldn't wait to invite Yasuo to join his pirate crew and immediately controlled his flying island to head off into the distance. Shiki's impatience had also shortened his time until death a little more. As time passed, another day went by. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the foggy sea ahead, then at the system navigation panel. It seems we have arrived at Gecko Moria's territory, Yasuo murmured. The terrifying three-masted sailing ship was the pirate ship of the warlord of the sea, Moria, known as the largest pirate ship in the world. Every year, over 100 ships go missing in the Devil's Triangle because this island has appeared here for over 10 years. It is surrounded by dense fog to prevent those who have lost their shadows from being destroyed by the sunlight. The island is home to the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, along with many of his subordinates, zombies, and some poor souls whose shadows have been taken by Moria's fruit ability, including the soul singer Brook. Nami was also looking at the log pose in her hand, which pointed towards the fog ahead. There was no choice but for Nami to give Frankie the command to sail into the fog. Indeed, Frankie had taken over Usopp's position as the helmsman. Now Usopp only needed to manage the sails. It was much easier for him. As the Thousand Sunny entered the fog, the Straw Hat crew stood on the deck, vigilant for any dangers. After a while, a sailboat appeared ahead, and Yasuo immediately recognized that ship. Yes, that ship was Brook's home of the skull. The Thousand Sunny slowly approached the sailboat, and Yasuo led the way, jumping over. Yasuo, wait for me. I want to go too. Luffy followed Yasuo's footsteps and jumped onto the big ship. There won't be any ghosts on board, right? Nami shivered as she stood at the bow. The remaining Straw Hat crew members stood by the side of the ship, looking around. Luffy, do you believe there are really ghosts on the ship? Yasuo teased Luffy as he put his arm around his shoulder. Wow, is it true? Auntie, that's great. I've never seen a ghost before. Big idiot Luffy shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, Brook, hiding in the cabin and afraid to come out lest he scare everyone, heard Luffy's words and slowly walked out of the cabin. Yasuo looked up and saw Brook dressed in a tuxedo, holding a sword, and his afro stood out prominently. Unfortunately, Brook was completely a skeleton. Brook, also known as the Singing Brook, was originally a captain of a National Guard, but later joined the Rumbar Pirates. 50 years ago, he made a promise with the whale Laboon to meet again at Twin Cape. Later, he encountered enemies in the Devil's Triangle and fell victim to poison. Due to the powers of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, when his soul left the afterlife and was preparing to return to his body, he got lost in the Devil's Triangle for a year, and the body he found had turned into a skeleton. However, his afro still remained, and from then on, he could only survive in a skeletal state. Because he was a skeleton, he was very lightweight, allowing him to walk on water and jump very high. Having served as a captain, he was skilled in swordsmanship, and his cane was a double-edged sword, making him a very formidable fencer. Although his body was made of bones, he could still eat, drink tea, bleed from his nose, and even defecate. The crack on his forehead was an old injury from his past life, and his favorite food was milk, as he believed it could heal fractures and restore stamina. Are you a ghost? Luffy looked at Brook, who was walking towards him, and Yasuo with confusion. Yo ho ho ho, I'm not a ghost. I'm a skeleton. Brook laughed heartily. You know, Luffy, I don't know if the skeleton made the afro or the afro made the skeleton, but in any case, this afro is a symbol of strength. Yasuo looked at Luffy with a frightened expression and spoke. The crew of the Going Merry also witnessed this scene, trembling on the deck. Even Yasuo found it terrifying. The strength of that skeleton was evident. Gulp. Usopp swallowed nervously, fully agreeing with what Yasuo had said. An explosion head is a symbol of strength. Brook, skeleton, come join us as our companion, Luffy said with a bright smile, showing no fear. To Luffy, anything strange and unusual piqued his interest. What? The Straw Hat crew exclaimed in shock. You want a skeleton to be our companion? Idiot captain, you're inviting him so recklessly. Zoro was speechless. Brook's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't have a heart, he was still surprised by Luffy's invitation. He didn't expect this straw hat wearing kid to be unafraid of him and even invite him, since the captain has spoken. Then, explosion head, come be our companion. Yasuo opened his arms, looking at the dazed Brook. What? The crowd gasped again. Baka, is the long-haired freak fooling around with Luffy too? Sanji shook his head in exasperation. Ipsilono, ho, ho, ho. That sounds great. Brook replied with a smile. But, do you have food on your ship? I haven't tasted food in many years. Although he could survive without eating, it had indeed been a long time since he had tasted food. And so, the Straw Hat Pirates gained a new crew member, the musician Brook. In the dining room of the Going Merry, Brook sat at the table, eating heartily from Sanji's cooking while the others looked on with strange expressions. What the heck? Where's your shadow? Robin exclaimed, cursing. Shit, he really has no shadow. Frankie cried in terror, clinging to Zoro who was standing beside him. It was clear that the people in the pirate world had pretty good English skills. It seemed the best was Frankie, as this old woman's ability used skills that were all in English. Zoro shot a fierce glare at Frankie. Damn it, I'm not into that. Frankie felt a chill run up his spine, immediately letting go of his grip and awkwardly smiling at Zoro. Huh, where's the shadow? Big idiot Luffy was spinning around Brook. The shadow, a long, long time ago. Brook slowly began to recount his tragic past. Bakayaru, Yasuo, let us go beat that big fat guy right now. Luffy shouted angrily at Yasuo. Yasuo was taken aback. Damn it, couldn't you just make the decision yourself? Why do you have to tell me? However, Yasuo still slammed the table, pretended to be angry, stood up, and said, let's get him. How dare he treat our comrades like this? It's absolutely unforgivable. Anyone who offends the Straw Hat Pirates will be punished, no matter how far away they are. They will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Zoro drew his sword, Inma, and shouted in rage. Yasuo, what the hell are you so excited about? Zoro looked around at the unexcited crowd, then touched his nose, awkwardly sheathing his sword and pretending to look up at the ceiling nonchalantly. Seeing Zoro's flushed face, everyone burst into laughter. But then they all simultaneously shouted, those who offend the Straw Hat Pirates will be punished, no matter how far away. Damn it, these bastards. Zoro gritted his teeth, feeling isolated. Robin stifled a laugh beside him. Yo-ho-ho-ho, can I admire your panties? Brook looked at the alluring Robin, his heart bursting with joy. Robin instantly sulked, using her devil fruit ability to slap Brook. Slap. Brook fell to the side. Such a passionate scene was ruined by Brook. Thank you all for your warm hospitality. Brook stood up, bowed at a 45-degree angle to everyone, then straightened up and slowly said, I appreciate your kindness, but you cannot move forward any further. The dangers ahead are unimaginable. Hurry and leave. Saying this, Brook walked towards the door, his back looking quite desolate. Stop. You can't just leave like that. Right now, you are our companion. Without the captain's permission, you can't go anywhere. Buzz. Yasuo directly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, intending to tell Brook that their pirate crew is very strong. Brook's pupil shrank. Conqueror's Haki. Brook slowly turned his head, looking at everyone, and then cast his gaze toward Luffy. Brook, we will help you get your shadow back, Luffy said, adjusting his straw hat. Hee, Laboon is still waiting for you. Do you plan to stay here forever? Yasuo said. After glancing around at everyone, Brook took a step forward, knelt down on one knee, and solemnly said from today onwards, my life belongs to Captain Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates. I will never hold everyone back. I'll fight to the last breath. The big fool Luffy smiled slightly. Let's go. To get Brook's shadow back. Yosh. Aye, Captain. Everyone echoed, stepping out of the Straw Hat's dining room, setting sail as the ship slowly headed towards the terrifying three-masted ship. Meanwhile on the island, Gecko Moria had already learned through his subordinates' reports that the Straw Hat crew was approaching his territory. Enraged, Gecko Moria ordered his subordinates Absalom and Perona to investigate the situation. A bunch of kids. They dare to run wild in my territory? Don't they know that the warlords of the sea have strengths and weaknesses? The shameless Gecko Moria considered himself the strongest among the warlords of the sea. As they approached the Straw Hat ship, everyone jumped off and prepared to head deeper into the island. After just a few steps, Yasuo sensed a gust of wind around Nami and Robin. Expanding his observation Haki, he quickly discovered the invisible Absalom. At that moment, Absalom was leering at Nami and Robin with an evil gaze, nearly drooling. So big, so white, so round. Absalom wished he could pounce on them immediately. Just as Yasuo was about to draw his sword to deal with this disgusting guy, Zoro drew his sword first, swiftly slicing at Absalom. One sword style, tornado. A small hurricane directly swept the invisible Absalom into the air, with sword energy slashing at him, causing Absalom to scream in pain. Ah, daddy help. Yamato. Absurd, absurd, absurd. Bang. Absalom fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back, completely dead. Robin couldn't help but exclaim, Zoro is really strong. Damn it, when did a person appear? Nami covered her little heart, looking terrified at the lifeless Absalom. Zoro, acting cool, slowly sheathed his sword. I had already detected him with my observation Haki. Everyone looked up to see a Tiger Man, covered in stitched wounds, lying on the ground. Damn it, this Tiger Man can turn invisible. Sanji suddenly jumped up, looking at Yasuo with an angry expression, as if to say, "Did you lose the invisibility, devil fruit?" Hey, why does it matter to me that he can turn invisible?" Yasuo replied, looking at the furious Sanji. "Did you lose the invisibility, devil fruit?" Sanji retorted angrily, "Come on, he ate the transparent fruit. Mine is the invisibility fruit, and observation Haki can't detect it." Yasuo shamelessly made up stories. "What? There are actually 2 devil fruits that can make one invisible." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Stop daydreaming and hurry up." Yasuo glanced to the side and then stepped out. "Yoshi, everyone, let's move forward. We need to find Brook's shadow." Luffy shouted as he followed behind Yasuo. Brook felt a surge of emotion. He didn't expect everyone to be so kind to him, and he felt incredibly honored. Looking at Zoro, Brook didn't expect this green-haired swordsman to be so powerful, easily defeating one of Moria's subordinates with a single move. Of course, it's just the transparent fruit. For someone with observation Haki, it's nothing. Otherwise, why don't you eat the transparent fruit and go in front of Fujitora, that blind man, and try to pull his pants down? Let's see if he notices you. He'd beat the crap out of you. Did that bastard Absalom really die like this? I need to hurry and tell Lord Moria. Yasuo glanced in that direction, where Perona's soul floated behind a large rock, murmuring as she looked at Absalom's corpse. As for why Yasuo didn't take out Perona, it was because Perona was currently just a spiritual body. Only by attacking her physical form could he eliminate her. Moreover, she was still part of the future harem of the green algae-headed one, so he decided to spare her. Perona, a subordinate of the warlord Gecko Moria, is one of the 3 freaks of the Thriller Bark, the commander of the animal zombies and the terrifying zombies. With pink twin ponytails, a crown on her head, and often holding a wine-red umbrella, Perona was picked up by Moria at a young age and regarded him as a father figure, holding deep respect and affection for him. She is a paramecia type, the ghost fruit user. She can separate her soul from her body, but the body, having lost its soul, becomes an unconscious shell that cannot move, making it extremely vulnerable to attacks. The ghost that separates from her cannot touch physical entities, and the ghost bombs rely on the impact from their own explosions to attack physical targets. Similarly, ghosts cannot touch each other's souls, and they cannot be physically touched by others. Time slowly passed, and the Straw Hat crew arrived in front of a massive castle. Brook looked at the enormous gates and explained, "Gecko Moria is right inside. This is his residence. Yo-ho-ho, are you ready, everyone?" Luffy swung his arms, preparing to smash the castle doors and start the battle. "My sword is already thirsty for action." Zoro unsheathed his twin swords, looking excitedly at the doors. "Come on." Sanji covered his feet with armament Haki, extending one foot and striking a pose as if trying to impress a girl, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. The Black Silence is ready. Usopp took off the heavenly dragon from his back, twisting his neck. "Damn it, why are you all so excited every time? This is the legendary warlord." Nami was speechless, wondering why these fools always got so pumped up. Robin remained silent, arms crossed, ready to unleash her palm skills at any moment. Frankie had already donned the Mark III battle armor, hands raised, ready to fire his palm cannon at any time. Chopper and Usopp stood at the back, looking seriously at the crowd preparing to strike. Chopper is so manly. I really like it. Mai and Jiang felt a flutter in her heart, unconsciously squeezing her sheep legs. Meanwhile, Gecko Moria had already learned of Absalom's death, which filled him with rage. His companion had once again fallen at the hands of the enemy, making Moria furious. He felt powerless when his companions died at the hands of the Yonko Kaido. And now, even a small crew like the Karami pirates could ride on him and take advantage, which made Moria clench his fists in anger. He directly entered the underground laboratory and used his fruit ability to revive the giant's corpse. Controlling the giant's body, it burst forth from the ground and attacked the Straw Hat crew. The remaining subordinates of Gecko Moria also received the news and rushed over. Just when the Straw Hat crew was about to strike the castle doors, a loud noise erupted from the ground behind them. They turned to see an incredibly huge hand emerging directly from the ground. Then came the shaking like an earthquake as the giant Oz appeared. "Ha ha ha, go die." Oz's corpse swung a punch directly at the crew. Yasuo stepped forward, drawing his blade, the Frost Blade, and unleashed his skill. Tenfold amplification, steel cutting flash. A blue glowing slash shot out, colliding with Oz's fist. Poochie. The slash cleanly severed Oz's arm into 2 pieces. This clearly demonstrated how sharp Yasuo's slash was. Zoro was not shocked this time, as he knew with his current strength, he could also take down Oz's corpse like this. Why is Oz so weak? It's because Moonlight Moria, in his thirst for revenge, gave Oz's corpse a shadow that is nothing but garbage. It would be better to put Brook's shadow on Oz's corpse. Hello. Oz's giant corpse howled, clutching his right hand and jumping up and down. Baka, another giant. The big fool Luffy instantly became furious. Pirate Gate, second gate. Rest Gate, open. The big fool Luffy transformed into his small red form and stepped forward towards the giant Oz. Entering third gear. Instantly entering third gear, his limbs rapidly enlarged, and the deformed Luffy appeared. Gum Gum Fruit. Rubber Giant Pistol. Luffy swung his arm back, the recoil driving his massive fist straight towards Oz, landing directly on Oz's big head. Oz wobbled and fell to the side, and seeing such a good opportunity, Zoro charged out. Two-sword style, 2,000 worlds. Balala balala. Swish. Two green glowing slashes shot straight towards Oz's neck, seemingly aiming to decapitate Oz. Bing! Bang! A swordsman resembling a samurai, with a bandaged head, appeared. He directly intervened, blocking Zoro's two slashes. The giant Oz behind him collapsed heavily behind the samurai. Yasuo immediately recognized the visitor. That's right. The visitor is Frost Moon Ryoma, the direct ancestor Zoro, a great swordsman from the Wano country during the Golden Country period. He has never experienced defeat in his life, and is also the legendary dragon slayer samurai, revered as the sword god by later generations. 23 years ago, his corpse and the sword Autumn Water were stolen by Moonlight Moria, and later, he was transformed into a zombie by Hogback and placed into Brook's shadow. Yo-ho-ho-ho, kid, your swordsmanship is quite good. Ryoma laughed heartily. What's going on? Why do they look so much like Yasuo's undead army? Rational Robin spoke up from the side. Yo-ho-ho, it seems Brook's shadow is inside that man's body. Zoro licked his lips, looking at the Autumn Water in Ryoma's hand. I forgot to mention, there's only one way to deal with these zombies, and that is to use sea salt. Brook said, looking at Ryoma's figure, as he had lost to this man many times before. The annoying thing is this damn man actually looks down on his afro. It's ridiculous that he still has his own shadow. He really doesn't understand what fashion is. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest Gate, open. Zoro activated his super green form and directly launched an attack on Ryoma. In Zoro's view, this swordsman could block his strike, making him a decent opponent. So he directly opened the 8 gates and charged forward to fight him. The two immediately began to clash fiercely. In an instant, the sparks emitted from the collision of the Sandai Kitetsu, Wad Ikamanji, and Autumn Water dazzled everyone's eyes. Gamagomu, Gomu no, Rubber Giant Stamp. Luffy raised his big foot and delivered a left kick. Oz, who was lying on the ground, instantly woke up, rolled over, and slid toward Luffy, sending him crashing into the castle behind him. Baka, I was careless. I didn't activate observation Haki. The big fool Luffy rushed out, loudly complaining, and charged back in to fight the one-armed Oz. Although the shadow inside Oz's body wasn't very clever, Oz's own defense was quite tough. After all, he's a giant. Even his waist is stronger than that of an ordinary person. Just as the remaining Straw Hat crew were watching Luffy battle Oz, a somewhat mischievous voice sounded behind them. Negative ghost. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yasuo just turned his head and saw a white ghost directly penetrate his body. Suddenly, Yasuo felt a wave of guilt in his heart. Kneeling on the ground, he murmured, I really deserve to die. I have dozens of gigabytes of seeds in my cloud storage that I didn't share with my good brother Yehei. I really deserve to die. Yehei. Damn it. I misjudged you, good brother. Hoo-hoo-hoo. I really deserve to die. I actually made Mei Yang do that. I really deserve to die. Nami knelt on the ground, not knowing what indescribable good deed she had done to Mei Yang. Hiss, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I should have thought about giving everyone laxatives to take revenge on them. I'm really too scheming. I'm really a damn scheming little sister. Robin knelt on the ground, trembling all over. It was clear that she was very reluctant to say these words, but it seemed she couldn't control herself. What? Everyone was momentarily awakened by Robin's words, then lowered their heads and became negative again. Hoo-hoo-hoo. I deserve to die. I should always think about freeloading Yasuo Sans cotton candy. I really deserve to die. Chopper shouted, pounding the ground with both hands. Damn it. I really deserve to die. I actually did that to Nami-chan and Robin-chan in my dreams every day. I really deserve to die. Sanji was also like Chopper, pounding the ground, looking comically like he wanted to smash the ground. Usopp. I really deserve to die. I actually memorized the design of the Underworld King in my head. I deceived everyone. I really deserve to die. Usopp lowered his head. like a boyfriend who made a mistake kneeling at the keyboard. Watching everyone express their inner thoughts, Usopp scratched his nose, awkwardly turning to look at the ghost that had already passed through his body. Why not? Try again, Perona? As you wish. Negative ghost. Whoosh. The ghost once again penetrated Usopp's body, but Usopp still stood in place, completely unaffected, because Usopp himself was of a negative constitution. Perona had encountered her true love. Usopp was helpless. Originally, he thought that hearing everyone's inner thoughts might lead to being ganged up on. But now it seemed that getting ganged up was inevitable. Since he would be ganged up on, he must take care of the culprit. Ultimate move, Immortal Cockroach Star. Usopp took out a little slingshot he hadn't used in a long time from his waist and shot a toy cockroach at Perona. In Usopp's view, dealing with this little Karami wasn't worth using his heavenly dragon. A cockroach instantly penetrated Perona's soul, scaring her into flailing her arms and legs in the air. No, my linen falls. Suppress it, Daddy. When Perona stopped moving, she saw Usopp smiling at her, and suddenly, Perona was filled with anger and directly unleashed her ultimate move. Super Ghost Kamikaze Bomb. A small ghost head appeared from Perona's hand, then quickly expanded, turning into a ghost bomb larger than Or's head. Usopp. Bomb. A bomb? That's no joke. If such a large bomb explodes in front of everyone, the Straw Hat crew would be wiped out. Pirate Gate's second door, Rest Gate, open. Usopp swiftly appeared in front of the Straw Hat crew, kicking several people away, far from the ghost bomb's attack range. Usopp also quickly moved to a distance. And at that moment, the ghost bomb exploded. Boom! The bomb exploded, rivaling the power of Carp's fist technique. The people kicked away by Usopp gradually regained their senses, awkwardly looking at the few around them. For those who had just expressed their inner thoughts, everyone felt a wave of guilt. Yasuo certainly doesn't need to feel guilty. His good brother has long ascended to the world of bliss, so he naturally isn't afraid of him knowing his little secret. However, Yasuo still finds Perona's ability somewhat amusing. Although he can escape Perona's ability at any time with his infinite mental strength, one must admit, sometimes negativity is also a way to vent, being able to express one's true feelings without any reservations. From Robin's negative behavior, it can be seen that she has already let go and probably won't put laxatives in the food anymore. Usopp turned to look at the already awakened members of the Straw Hat crew, sighed in relief, and charged towards Perona, ready to teach this little girl a good lesson. Just as the fight between them was heating up, a black shadow slowly emerged behind Yasuo, holding a pair of black scissors. That's right, it was Gecko Moria. In his view, the calmest person in this group must be the strongest. This can only mean that the first mate of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Blue Rose, must be the strongest. Therefore, his shadow must also be the strongest. Gecko Moria sneaked up, intending to directly cut off Yasuo's shadow. Do you think I'm a fool, getting ambushed every time? Yasuo is furious. He draws his famous sword, Snow, and turns around to slash downwards. A perfect, empty-handed catch of the blade. The shadow's movement halts, and then, from the other side, a tall and chubby man with a pair of little wings on his back rushes towards Yasuo. That's right, the one rushing over is the legendary Moonlight Moria. At this moment, Moria is incredibly confused. What just happened? Why can't I control my body? What's wrong with me? Why am I running over there? Moria rushes in front of Yasuo, then kneels heavily on both knees, raising his hands high, directly pinching Yasuo's sword. Moria looks at Yasuo with a terrified expression. This man actually possesses such a logically incomprehensible ability. On the other side, Zoro also glances in Yasuo's direction, narrowing his eyes. Why does Yasuo's move resemble his own perfect, empty-handed catch of the blade so much? You little brat, what did you do? Let me go. Moria's angry face looks extremely ugly. Let go of me. I am the legendary warlord. If you don't want to die, let me go. Moria-sama, Perona, seeing her own pet Moria, whom she had raised, kneeling in front of Yasuo, immediately wants to step forward to help Moria. Try to escape. Eat my kick. Usopp launches an armed whip kick towards Perona. Perona doesn't care at all and continues to float forward. In her view, she is a sole entity and nothing can attack her. Whoosh! Bang! Usopp's powerful kick strikes Perona's stomach, and instantly, Perona flies backwards. What? You can actually attack me. Perona's face is filled with terror. Hee. What's so strange about that? Usopp scratches his head. As for why Usopp can attack Perona, it's obviously the great power bestowed upon him by the author. Who says the author can't do as he pleases? Slap. Yasuo held his sword in his left hand, while his right hand was raised high, delivering a powerful blow to the ugly face of Gecko Moria. So you won the 7 warlords, huh? Slap. Another powerful blow. Is your name really Gecko Moria? Slap. Enough already. Gecko Moria turned his head and shouted loudly at Yasuo. Yasuo paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes. Just when Moria thought Yasuo was scared and would let him go, Yasuo unleashed another big nasal blast. Damn it, that startled me. Tenfold amplification. Big nasal technique. Bam! Moonlight Moria was left dumbfounded as Yasuo sent him flying into the sky, soaring far away. In midair, Moria's teeth fell wildly to the ground, leaving him looking like a toothless old man. Yasuo retracted the snow and kicked off the ground, chasing after Moonlight Moria under the moonlight. Just as Yasuo rushed out, countless zombies poured in from all directions, along with one of the remaining 3 freaks who had not yet appeared. Hogback, a perverted doctor, in order to save his beloved, is a heartless doctor willing to do anything. No need for further introduction. On the other side, the members of the Victims Association, who had been watching the battlefield for a while, also joined the fight, seeing such a massive army of zombies charging towards them. Robin immediately unleashed her newly acquired ability, Pirate 8 Gates. Pirate 8 Gates, first gate. Open gate, open. That's right. Yasuo had already given Robin the legendary red twist to drink, and everyone had led Robin to jump over Kuina. You are too beautiful. Chopper and Frankie had also drunk the legendary red twist, just like Robin. Frankie, however, had not yet awakened the 3-colored Haki, and with time running out, Yasuo could only give Frankie the red twist first. Although Frankie has Mark III, there will always be a day when it gets destroyed. So, being strong on one's own is the real strength. As for Mei Yangyang, although she has a soul now, she is still just a thing, no? She is not a thing. Anyway, Mei Yangyang cannot possess 3-colored Haki or Pirate 8 Gates. Buzz. A burst of pink steam erupted around Robin. Her short black hair turned pink and stood up. Her chest became even more voluptuous, causing Sanji to nosebleed. Even Robin's skin gradually turned into a cute pink that hadn't experienced any hardships. If there's one thing Robin is optimistic about with Pirate 8 Gates, it's that it can turn her black skin into a lovely pink. After Robin transformed, she immediately used her ability against the hundreds of zombies charging at them. 6-petal flower. True palm strike. In an instant, countless arms sprouted from the shoulders of the zombies, each big nose slapping the zombies' faces, causing them to spin in place. Seeing this, Sanji also activated Pirate 8 Gates and charged at the many zombie minions, venting his dissatisfaction with Yasuo. As for why he was dissatisfied, of course, it was because of the invisibility devil fruit. Pirate 8 Gates, first gate. Open gate, open. Chopper instantly activated the 8 Gates transformation, his brown fur standing on end, surrounded by brown steam, resembling a stinky pile of something. Little Brownie glanced at Mei Yangyang beside him, raised his chin proudly, and charged towards the numerous zombies. Pirate 8 Gates, second gate. Rest gate, open. Nami transformed into a little orange form, and then said to Mei Yangyang, I love you for 10,000 years. Mei Yangyang, transform into the golden cudgel form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mei Yangyang understood immediately, transforming into the form Nami often used at night, held in Nami's hand. Eat this, my stick. Nami jumped high and smashed down, taking out a dozen zombies with one hit. Pirate 8 Gates, first gate. Open gate, open. Frankie stepped out his armor and also activated Pirate 8 Gates. He emitted a more vibrant blue than Yasuo's blue aura, and his pompadour hairstyle turned into spikes. Resembling the hairstyle of that old man from the Water Army, little blue Frankie appeared. Sup? Frankie struck a flamboyant pose and stepped forward, charging at the numerous zombies. On the other side, Moonlight Moria, who was sent flying to the other side of the island by Yasuo's big nose, slowly got up. Damn blue demon. How can he be this strong? Yasuo stood in front of Moria under the moonlight and, listening to Moria's muttering, spoke up. A person's strength does not lie in their body, but in how strong their own heart truly is. This statement struck Moria like a bolt from the blue, hitting him deeply. Moria lowered his head with a gloomy face, wondering if he had not been afraid at that time. If he had not backed down and had fought to the end, would he have already defeated Kaido? Ha ha ha, kid, let me, the great Moria of the moonlight, take your powerful shadow javelin. Ding! A shadow spike erupted from the ground right in front of Yasuo, aiming to pierce his body. However, It was directly blocked by Yasuo's Busashoku Haki. Hey, I didn't expect this move to actually hurt a bit. Yasuo recognized Moriya's technique, feeling a twinge of pain even while using intermediate Haki. Seeing his first attack fail, Moriya immediately attempted to cut off Yasuo's shadow directly. Moriya reached out with a big hand and grabbed Yasuo's shadow right from the ground. Yasuo was still a bit surprised. It was the first time he saw his own shadow being held in someone's hand, but he remained indifferent and silently covered the shadow with armament Haki. Yes, you heard it right. Yasuo directly covered the shadow with armament Haki. If many predecessors who had crossed over saw this, wouldn't they be shocked enough to shrink 2 millimeters? Yasuo was able to research the armed spiral pill and cover his shadow with armed color Haki. Isn't that excessive? Shadow cut. Moriya suddenly pulled out a huge pair of scissors and directly cut down towards Yasuo's shadow. Crack. The furious Moonlight Moriya was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Such a hard shadow? What is this? System. Load the ninja technique. Shadow binding technique. Ignoring the dazed Moonlight Moriya, Yasuo commanded the system in his mind. That's right. To deal with magic, you have to use magic. To deal with shadows, you naturally have to use shadows. Ding. Shadow binding technique has been loaded for the host. The system's voice echoed in his mind, sounding somewhat angry. Yasuo, what's going on with the system lately? Yehey, you actually hid so many seeds from me. I've been traveling for so long, and all I could do is fantasize about a movie I watched called Going East. You damn good brother. Ninja technique. Shadow binding technique. Yasuo controlled his shadow and raised a big hand, swinging it directly at Moriya's face with a huge blow. Bang! Moriya was sent flying, completely dazed. What? You can actually control your own shadow. Moriya's worldview was completely shattered. Could it be that there are 2 shadow fruits in the world? Villains die from talking too much. Ninja art. Shadow binding technique. Shadow strangulation. Yasuo knelt on one knee, his hands forming a hand seal to control the shadows that directly wrapped around Moriya's fat body, squeezing it into an exaggerated shape. Then, a large hand gripped Moriya's neck, causing tears to stream down Moriya's face. Moriya wouldn't just sit back and wait. He opened his mouth wide to unleash his ultimate move. Shadow gathering. Just as Moriya's words fell, the zombie army along with Brook, Frankie, and Oz, who were fighting with the Straw Hat crew, trembled, feeling as if their shadows were about to leave their bodies. But Yasuo wouldn't give Moriya the chance to use his ultimate move. Not wanting to waste the reader's time, Yasuo directly commanded the system. System. Load Speed of God. Ding. Speed of God has been loaded for the host. As the system's voice fell, Yasuo drew his famous sword, Snow, and took a step toward Moriya. Everything around Yasuo seemed to come to a standstill, making it clear just how fast he was. Approaching Moriya, Yasuo unleashed a skill he hadn't used in a long time. One sword style, Decapitation Technique. Slash. Yasuo stood behind Moriya, while Shui walked slowly, sheathing his sword and pretentiously pulling out a high-quality cigarette to light it up. It was at this moment that Moriya finally reacted. Just as he was about to turn around and attack Yasuo, it was too late. Moriya's head was sent flying, blood gushing from his neck and splattering onto the ground. Bang! The head hit the ground, and the body fell down as well, unwilling to accept his fate. The light in Moriya's eyes slowly faded, and he gradually closed his eyes. Moonlight Moriya, dead. Yasuo retracted the cells of Moriya and slowly walked towards the location of the others. On the battlefield ahead, the Straw Hat crew members were sprawled across the ground in disarray, with only Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro still standing. In front of them stood a robust man holding a scripture, wearing a panda hat, and looking expressionlessly at the three. Indeed, this man is the strongest among the 7 warlords of the sea in legend. Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Tyrant Bear, former king of the Sorbet Kingdom, with a bounty of 296 million berries. He is a human who has eaten the pawpaw fruit. Kuma is an officer of the Revolutionary Army, but for some reasons, he cooperated with the government and became a warlord, while secretly maintaining contact with the Revolutionary Army. He naturally knows that Luffy, standing in front of him, is the son of his leader, Dragon, so he just wants to test the strength of the crew and see if they can resist the temptation of the warlord position. Just when the crew finished off all of Moriya's subordinates, the Tyrant Bear appeared before them at the right moment and conveyed news from the Navy headquarters to Luffy. However, the big fool Luffy showed no interest in the warlord position, saying he's going to be the Pirate King, and that being a warlord is nothing to him. A great battle was about to break out, and Kuma showed no mercy, quickly taking down the weakest members. In the blink of an eye, only 3 remained standing before him, and Kuma still looked expressionlessly at them and said, "Since you have rejected the invitation to become warlords, your pirate crew will stop here." Luffy gritted his teeth as he looked at the fallen crew members behind him, realizing that he was indeed too weak. If only Yasuo were here, he would definitely be able to protect his companions, right? We won't stop here. We'll keep moving forward. Our dreams are not yet fulfilled. I won't fall here. Luffy roared angrily. Oh? Besides your ridiculous dream, what else can you do? How did you become a captain? Kuma smirked, teasing him. I don't know swordsmanship. I don't understand navigation. I can't cook, and I definitely can't brag. Luffy replied with a gloomy face, standing next to Zoro and Sanji. At this moment, Zoro had already acquired the Black Blade, Shusui, and was ready to unleash his 3-sword style. Then what can you do? Kuma became interested, wanting to see what answer the foolish son of his leader would give. Me? I can beat you. Goma Goma no. Gatling gun. Luffy's massive arm was covered with a layer of Busashoka Haki, quickly gathering in his palm and spinning rapidly. Virum. Luffy's arm stretched out and charged towards Kuma. Kuma's pupils constricted. This is the son of a leader? He can actually manifest Busashoku Haki. But the level of Busashoka Haki is still too low. Paw-punk. Kuma used the rebound of his pawpaw fruit to exert pressure on the air, creating a large air block that generated a massive shockwave as he unleashed a palm strike towards the 3 in front of him. Boom! Rumble! A bear-shaped shockwave exploded right in front of the 3, sending them flying to the ground. Luffy, who was closest, foamed at the mouth, instantly exited the 3rd gear mode, and his pirate gates also closed, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Damn! 3-sword style, Aokamura Zuki. Zoro directly swung out 3 slashes to counter the explosion energy. But some residual waves still hit Zoro, causing him to bleed profusely, kneeling on one knee as his pirate gates also exited, his swords planted in front of him on the ground. Sanji was also knocked against the castle wall by the explosion embedded in it, and his pirate gates were forcibly exited. With only a sliver of consciousness left, Sanji watched as Kuma approached Luffy, and he exploded with rage. "Stop, you bastard. Don't you dare lay a hand on our companions." Sanji pried himself off the wall and jumped down, kicking up a cloud of dust. He staggeringly approached Kuma, muttering, "Damn long-haired monster. Why aren't you back yet? You better not come back." Sanji prayed that Yasuo wouldn't return, so at least when the Straw Hat crew would remain and not be wiped out. Kuma did not expect this blonde to still be able to move after taking his powerful attack. "I wonder how you plan to stop me in your current state?" Kuma crossed his arms, looking expressionlessly at the staggering Sanji. "Let them go. You can take my life." Sanji strained his body to walk slowly to Kuma, struggling to pull a cigarette out of his pocket and light it. "Oh, as long as you can endure the pain your captain endures, I can let them go." Kuma was very impressed with this man who was willing to risk his life for his comrades and extended a paw towards Luffy, using his fruit ability to absorb all the damage from Luffy, whose brows were tightly knitted. Instantly, Luffy's frown relaxed, and he began to bubble out of his nose. Peacefully asleep, Sanji revealed a bitter smile, then looked determinedly at Kuma, preparing to accept Kuma's punishment. Kuma was also a man of few words, raising his hand glowing red, ready to press the absorbed damage from Luffy onto Sanji's chest. Just at this critical moment, Zoro, who had been playing dead, suddenly sprang to life, standing up and delivering a left kick to Sanji. Bang! Sanji, already in pain, took another kick from Zoro, collapsing onto the ground. Looking up at Zoro in a slumped position, green algae head. "You bastard." Zoro also staggered left and right like a drunken old man, and said, "Colorful Kappa. I'm not down yet. You should just lie down quietly over there." Then, Zoro turned to Kuma. "Come on, let me take it all. You can take my life. Let them go." On the other side, Yasuo, witnessing this scene, almost laughed out loud. Indeed, Yasuo had already arrived at this place when Kuma wiped out the crew, hiding aside to watch this classic scene unfold. Of course, Yasuo activated his Kinbunshiko Haki. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by Kuma long ago. Watching Zoro make his entrance, Yasuo felt a rush of blood, knowing it was time for him to show off. Yasuo quickly bought a nail clipper from the system store and began to stab himself randomly. He made himself look like he had just gone through a fierce battle, with tattered clothes and blood flowing. Kuma looked at the green-haired figure who had replaced the blonde and felt a bit moved. The young master truly found a good group of partners. "Are you sure? If you add these injuries to what you already have, you might die, you know?" Kuma was somewhat excited, wondering if this sword-wielding protector of the Straw Hat crew would back down. Zoro seems to have given up resisting. Looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, he slowly spoke with an air of arrogance. Even if I suffer wounds that would make an ordinary person faint, I absolutely cannot fall. Even if I suffer wounds that would kill an ordinary person, I cannot die, because if I were an ordinary person, I would never win against my Hawk. Therefore, I cannot be an ordinary person. Zoro suddenly lowered his head and looked at Bartholomew Kuma with unwavering determination. Green algae head. Sanji desperately clawed at the ground, crawling forward, leaving traces of dirt as he did. Bartholomew Kuma smiled slightly. This man also deserved his respect. Whether he lived or died depended on this man's fate. Kuma thought as he raised his hand, intending to press his paw against Zoro's chest. However, Zoro was sent flying like Sanji, crashing directly next to him. Sanji turned in confusion to look at where Kuma was, only to see a man with torn clothes, covered in blood and long hair flowing, standing in front of Kuma. Sanji instantly recognized the newcomer. The long-haired monster. Damn it, what has the long-haired monster been through? Is that warlord really so strong? How could he injure the long-haired monster like this? Sanji felt anxious inside. Damn long-haired monster. Why did you come back? Zoro gritted his teeth, lying beside Sanji, having also taken a powerful kick, feeling utterly powerless. He helplessly looked towards Yasuo's direction. Yasuo staggered, trembling all over, and coughed before speaking. Cough, cough, cough. I told you, I won't let you die in front of me. Chopper's eyes turned red, and at that moment, Sanji seemed to have let go of his hatred for Yasuo, filled with camaraderie. Since that's the case, it will be you, Straw Hat Pirates Vice Captain, Blue Demon. Take all of this. Bartholomew Kuma spoke, slowly pressing his glowing paw down towards Yasuo's chest. No, Chopper. Sanji and Zoro both shouted with heart-wrenching anger. Wait, Yasuo squinted at the somewhat brainless Kuma. As for why Kuma wasn't very bright, just think about why this fool would become a test subject for Vegapunk. Even if it was for information, if you turn yourself into a mindless machine, how can the information be sent back? So, although Yasuo had no malice towards Kuma, he also didn't have much fondness. He was just worried about Kuma's brain. For the sake of information, he transformed himself into a machine without any emotions, a fool without any memories. Just think, what use is that information to you? However, Kuma's brain was still quite normal at this moment. Hearing Yasuo shout to stop, his paw halted just 1 centimeter away from Yasuo's chest. A smile crept onto Kuma's lips. Indeed, does the young master's pirate crew still have a coward? Sanji and Zoro both breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Yasuo wasn't taking that hit. But what Yasuo said next left everyone gaping in shock. And include them on my account too. Yasuo looked around at the Straw Hat crew lying beside him. Kuma's pupils constricted. He initially thought this blue demon was a coward, but unexpectedly, he was the real man. Upon hearing this, Kuma showed respect, extending his hands to use the black hole technique. He absorbed all the damage properties from the Straw Hat crew into his paw. Yasuo, hey, I'm just pretending to have an arm. Are you serious? There's no helping it. I have to put on the arm I made myself. Yasuo looked at the tyrant bear's hands, glowing with an eerie red light with determination. Sanji and Zoro suddenly felt their bodies lighten. As if they had just accomplished something big, their bodies trembled and they felt incredibly relaxed, their eyelids drooping as they wanted to close their eyes and have a good sleep. However, both of them forced themselves to keep their eyes open, looking in Yasuo's direction. A wave of drowsiness swept over their brains, and they helplessly closed their eyes, completely falling into a deep sleep. Just as they closed their eyes, they vaguely saw the tyrant bear pressing his hands directly against Yasuo's chest. In an instant, a burst of blood mist erupted from Yasuo. Spreading outwards, the scene was so spectacular. It surpassed the moment in the original story when Zoro was hit. After doing all this, the tyrant bear took out a Bible from his arms and slowly turned to leave. Yasuo was frantically commanding the system in his mind to load the regeneration abilities of Majin Buu. If an ordinary traveler from the past were here to endure all of this, they might have already triggered another round of reincarnation. All the damage attributes of the Straw Hat crew were loaded onto him, and the pain was unimaginable. This is the price of showing off. Yasuo knelt on one knee, not daring to move an inch, quietly waiting for his cellular regeneration ability to repair his battered body. Time slowly passed until night fell, and a sound of footsteps approached from behind Yasuo. Shaking his heavy head, he realized his injuries had completely healed, but he still felt a bit weary inside. Turning around, He saw Brook rushing towards him with a sword in hand. Yasuo smiled faintly, his head drooping, and he fell asleep completely. Inside Moria's castle, Yasuo was awakened by a commotion mixed with music, slowly propping himself up. Looking at himself wrapped in bandages, he felt speechless. Who wrapped these bandages? Are they blind? Don't they check if there are any wounds before wrapping? Raising his eyes, he saw Brook passionately playing Binksake on a violin, while the Straw Hat crew sat around together, the scene quite desolate, as if mourning Yasuo's passing. When Brook saw Yasuo awake, he stopped his actions, opened his skull, and stuffed the sheet music inside. What? Yasuo looked at Brook's operation in surprise. Can you really play like this? Yasuo, you're awake. The big silly Luffy sprinted to Yasuo's side. Yeah, I'm fine, no need to worry. Yasuo got out of bed and walked towards the door. I'm going out for some fresh air. Long-hair monster, what happened after we passed out? Zoro's voice echoed from behind. Everyone turned their gaze to Yasuo, expecting him to provide an answer. Yasuo shook his head, pretentiously took out a premium cigarette, and lit it. Taking a deep puff. Nothing happened. Yasuo slowly walked out of the castle, leaving everyone with an incredibly desolate back. I know what happened. Yasuo-san. Brook held a steaming cup of coffee, watching Yasuo's departing figure, his eyes revealing a sense of admiration, even though he had no eyes. Yasuo-san endured the pain that we should have borne ourselves. Brook had actually awakened long before Tyrant Bear absorbed all the pain from his body. He had witnessed the entire incident. Because of his skeletal eyes, he couldn't be seen waking up, so no one noticed. Damn furry monster. Once again, making decisions on his own. Zoro gritted his teeth. When would he be able to fulfill his duty as a sword-bearing bodyguard? Yasuo is behind us. I'm very relieved. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and smiled slightly. Everyone looked at Yasuo's back and thought this man would make a great vice-captain. They all looked at Yasuo with the same gaze as a little girl looking at a streetlight. Sanji clenched his fists tightly and followed Yasuo out of the castle. Just as Sanji stepped out of the castle, he saw Yasuo holding a fruit, about to take a bite. Sanji instantly recognized the true identity of this fruit, the natural type, poop fruit. As for why Sanji recognized it, it was because he had seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. And why was the poop fruit in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia? Of course, it was done by Yasuo's good brother, Yihei. Such trivial matters are easily handled by an invincible boss like him, the Master of Chaos. Yasuo was quite excited at this moment. He had finally made up his mind to eliminate this fruit. He could finally taste the flavor of Ollie. Why did he want to eat this fruit? Of course, it was for the upcoming Marineford War. Just as Yasuo was about to destroy the devil fruit in his hand, Sanji knew that a person could only eat one devil fruit. Sanji dashed towards Yasuo at a speed of 180 yards, and then executed a left roundhouse kick, aiming to knock the devil fruit out of Yasuo's hand. However, Yasuo seemed to sense someone approaching from behind, and as he turned his head with the devil fruit near his mouth, suddenly, bang, gulp, with Sanji's unexpected assist, the devil fruit was kicked straight into Yasuo's mouth, and he swallowed it whole. Yasuo was kicked away by Sanji, and the furious Yasuo got up and looked at Sanji, perverted chef. What the hell do you want? Sanji, looking terrified, quickly replied, damn long-haired freak. You just ate a devil fruit. Spit it out. You'll die. Sanji knew that Yasuo had already eaten a reincarnation fruit, and if he ate another one, it would definitely cause an explosion. However, after a long while, there was still no sign of Yasuo exploding, and Sanji was puzzled. Could it be? Is this idiot theory false? Yasuo was somewhat angry, not because Sanji had good intentions in saving him, but because he hadn't even tasted the flavor of shit. Where can he go to reason about this? Doesn't this make many previous travelers look down on him? To say he hasn't tasted the flavor of shit. How embarrassing. This also left Yasuo in doubt. Does eating this devil fruit mean he must bite into it and taste the flavor of shit? Can't he just swallow it whole? Yasuo wanted to feel just how overpowered the ability of the nature fruit really is. He extended his arm, activated the fruit's power, and suddenly his arm melted away, transforming into a brown liquid that flowed from the arm. The moment he used the fruit's ability, Yasuo realized the perverse nature of his poop fruit. First, no matter what ability he uses, it can enhance the poop ability. For example, when Yasuo uses Sky Shatter, the falling objects from the sky are not meteors. Instead, they are meteors made of poop, exuding a foul stench. When he uses Wind Barrier, the wind wall will be covered with a layer of poop. Attacks that hit the barrier can bounce some poop back. Now, Yasuo's wind wall has offensive power too. Second, Yasuo will not smell the foul odor of the poop itself. He will only smell a fragrance like blooming gardenias. Third, the fruit's ability awakens. He can control all the poop in the pirate world, turning everything he touches into poop. The fruit Yasuo consumed is, of course, an awakened fruit loaded by the system, meaning that when Yasuo ate this fruit, it was already awakened. Invincible. It's just that unreasonable. Fourth, he can control poop to generate biogas, and when ignited, it can explode with a power comparable to a gas tank explosion. I ask you, how strong is that? Damn it, long-haired freak. Stop it. Sanji felt like he was about to vomit everything he had eaten in his past life, overwhelmed by the foul smell in the air. Ugh, ugh. Sanji bent over and started to vomit. Huh, does it smell bad? Yasuo put his arm to his nose and sniffed. It doesn't smell bad at all. It actually smells quite nice. Seeing this, Sanji was even more nauseated, but he was also puzzled as to how Yasuo could eat 2 devil fruits. Come on, try my new ability. Yasuo took a step closer to Sanji, and Sanji's pupils instantly widened as he ran off to the side. Ha ha ha, perverted cook. Today is your day too. Yasuo laughed heartily, watching Sanji run away in embarrassment. Take this. Poop explosion burial. As Yasuo's voice fell, a surge of chaotic waves suddenly erupted behind him, rushing towards Sanji like a torrent of messy chaos. Yasuo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is really strong. Baka. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest gate open. Whoosh. Sanji immediately used the Pirate 8 gates and instantly escaped from this place. Ha ha ha. Yasuo laughed heartily. Just as Yasuo was laughing, behind him in the castle, the Straw Hat crew members came out one by one, all with very unpleasant expressions, feeling as if they had eaten shit. Ugh, ugh. Looking at the large piles of feces in front of the door, everyone immediately leaned over and vomited on the ground, with Luffy being the most exaggerated, his intestines spilling out, then stuffing them back in. Yasuo. Everyone looked up at Yasuo and instantly saw him transformed into a poop humanoid form. Looking at the poop all over the ground, they finally identified the culprit. Baka. Yasuo, you're dead. Dead. The Straw Hat crew all unleashed their abilities and attacked Yasuo. Damn, the wind is fierce. Yasuo, having released his fruit ability, sprinted towards the direction where the Thousand Sunny was docked, with the Straw Hat crew hot on his heels, eager to strip him of his skin and limbs. The incident involving the warlord Gecko Moria had come to a close, and the news of Gecko Moria's death was conveyed to Admiral Sengoku by Bartholomew Kuma. Sengoku was alarmed upon receiving the message from Kuma. Could the Straw Hat Pirates really be assassins targeting the warlords? Sengoku quickly suppressed the matter, as taking down 2 warlords in succession could stir up waves across the entire world, and he needed to ensure the Navy maintained some face. On the Thousand Sunny, bathed in sunlight, the crew was in the training room using Yasuo's small speaker to play elementary school radio calisthenics, training their Haki. Yasuo and Usopp are controlling the ship outside the cabin. Next stop, Sabaody Archipelago. The next event is the Marineford War, but everyone's current strength is still too weak. Yasuo is helpless. It is possible that everyone will still be separated for 2 years like in the original work, but how can he enhance everyone's strength? Yasuo opened the system mall, searched for space capsules, and purchased a few space capsules, just like those in the Dragon Ball world. When the time comes, he will store all the necessary items in the space capsules to give to everyone. So even though he won't be around for 2 years, they can still quickly become stronger. First up is Luffy's space capsule. For Luffy, it's about the awakening progress of his Haki level and devil fruit abilities. Yasuo pondered in his mind, asking the system, is there anything that can promote the awakening of fruit abilities? Ding. The system recommended that the host use a fruit catalyst. The system mall is having a limited time discount. Only 100 million. The system's voice echoed in his mind. A fruit catalyst? Are you sure this thing is safe to consume? Yasuo was bewildered, thinking, this won't kill me, will it? Ding. Replying to the host. The system's products are always top-notch. The system replied flirtatiously. Yasuo shook his head, helplessly purchasing 2 years' worth of the dominant oral solution from the system store. He then looked at the fruit catalyst, bought a bottle, and held it in his hand. It was a white bottle with fruit catalyst, written prominently on the body. After unscrewing the cap and smelling it, he was hit by a strong bleach-like odor, very pungent. So Yasuo quickly screwed the cap back on, estimating that only Luffy could actually manage to swallow it. Next, Yasuo continued to prepare the necessary items for everyone and gazed towards the faintly visible island in the distance. Speaking of the island, I believe everyone can guess what Yasuo intends to do next. The Going Merry slowly docked next to the island, and the night was about to darken. Yasuo called everyone to immediately disembark and venture onto the island. After exploring the unnamed island, everyone gathered around the campfire, enjoying a feast, but this time, unlike the last. They were joined by 4 companions: Robin, Chopper, Frankie, and Brooke. Yasuo looked at the warm scene and felt very happy. With only Jinbei left, the Straw Hat crew was finally gathered. It's just a pity that Vivi is not here. What a shame. Yasuo, how come you can eat 2 devil fruits? The big idiot Luffy asked Yasuo. According to Sanji, Yasuo ate another devil fruit on the thriller bark. That's why everyone was disgusted to the point of vomiting. What's wrong with eating 2 devil fruits? Yasuo pretended to be clueless. If you eat 1 devil fruit, a devil will reside within the eater's body. If you eat a second devil fruit, there will be 2 devils inside. The 2 devils cannot coexist in the same host and will fight each other, causing the eater to suffer greatly, and eventually their body will explode, resulting in death. Robin stood up and looked at Yasuo seriously as she spoke. Gulp. Yasuo unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Robin really spoke as if it were true, scaring the baby to death. However, Yasuo had never researched why Blackbeard could eat 2 devil fruits and didn't want to waste time on it. Maybe Blackbeard is just a freak, with the left half being one whole and the right half being another whole, a so-called twin. He has 2 bodies and 2 sets of organs. That's why Blackbeard's 2 kidneys can each digest 2 different devil fruits, allowing him to gain 2 abilities. Of course, this is just Yasuo's speculation. To know the answer, he'd have to dig up Oda's grave and ask him. Haha, don't forget, I'm a scientist. Modifying my body shouldn't be a problem, right? Yasuo cast a sinister glance at everyone present and then continued. How about this? I can modify your bodies too? No. Everyone shook their heads frantically. They didn't want to explode and die. However, Frankie was quite excited because he himself was a cyborg, and getting modified again was no problem for him. Just as Frankie was about to voice his needs, Yasuo continued. Then forget it. Yasuo sat on the sand, shaking his head with a lack of enthusiasm. Frankie awkwardly scratched his head, feeling too embarrassed to speak to Yasuo. Even though he was a bit perverted, he still had his limits. Baka, I warn you, Yasuo. Don't use your fruit abilities on the bed. Don't use them on the ship. Nami glared at Yasuo with a venomous look, and everyone else also gave him a disdainful look. Yasuo was so scared that even Kuin shrank 10 centimeters. One can imagine how terrifying Nami's gaze was. I'll make you cry later. Yasuo pondered, ignoring everyone, his eyes flashing with a red light before he plunged his twin blades into the ground and fell asleep. Yasuo directly activates the Sharingan, loading Itachi's abilities, and casts an illusion on Chopper, who is happily munching on cotton candy. That's right. Yasuo is transforming into Wung to properly teach his companions. Kaido, the 4 emperors, makes way for Luffy, flowing cherry blossoms, adding Haki, and fruit awakening. Who can match Kaido's top-notch, high-efficiency teaching ability? Yasuo also wants to challenge the teaching skills of the adorable teacher. Speaking of teachers in the pirate world, Yasuo feels particularly emotional. Big Mom is second only to Kaido, although she doesn't have the rapid teaching methods like Luffy's cherry blossom Haki. She possesses the ability for quick fruit awakening, benefiting directly from it, like Law and Kid. The experience points and teaching experience she provides are slightly less than Luffy's. From being bullied by the 7 warlords to being on par with the 4 emperors, Big Mom is also a generous teacher, donating her homies to Nami for educational fun. I'm really crying. As for Kizaru, he's a world-class teacher, second only to the top 2, aiming to become a top powerhouse by mastering observation Haki to the extreme, mastering it overnight. Please recognize Kizaru. Garp and Mihawk are relatively ordinary. They purely belong to the master leads the way. Personal cultivation depends on one's self-category. In other words, these 2 only look at their disciples' talent. Garp trained a Koby whose upgrade speed is ridiculously fast in a short time. He hasn't even reached the rank of Rear Admiral, but has already taken down Wang Ji, a former member of the Rocks Pirates. As for Mihawk, he trained Zoro, who, 2 years later, entered the New World without suffering major losses and could even fight against 2 emperors alone. Both of them can make their disciples become gods in a short time as long as they have talent. If we talk about the teacher Yasuo despises the most in the pirate world, it has to be Rayleigh, that old bum. He is simply a mediocre teacher. You say Rayleigh doesn't he know about Conqueror as Haki? A man who can freely lock onto targets with Conqueror's Haki. The right-hand man of the Pirate King. The formidable Dark King. And you don't even teach Conqueror's Haki? In 2 years, you only taught Luffy how to use the 2 forms of Gear Forth? What a waste. Yasuo can't wait to teach everyone how to become stronger once again. At least in the Sabati archipelago. They won't be wiped out by a few pacifist robots like in the original story. As for what he's teaching everyone, the Pirates' 8 gates will automatically open the next gate, and Haki also has Haki oral solutions. So what is Yasuo teaching? Yasuo is ready to unleash everyone's potential while conveniently finding an excuse to use the demon blade, Shinrin, openly. This is Yasuo's plan. On Chopper's side, Chopper paused when Yasuo lay down, then excitedly rushed towards Yasuo. Everyone else paid no attention and continued eating their food. Chopper's eyes were filled with enthusiasm as he looked at the demon blade, Shinrin, beside Yasuo, as if he saw an enormous cotton candy stuck in the ground. Chopper excitedly sprinted to Yasuo, then turned and placed his hose on the hilt of the demon blade, Shinrin. Zoro, drinking his drink, instinctively glanced towards Yasuo, and suddenly, bye, stunned. Zoro immediately stood up and ran toward Chopper. Everyone looked towards Yasuo in confusion, and suddenly, Luffy, Usopp, Nami, Sanji, and others all narrowed their eyes. Chopper, stop. Luffy frowned, thinking this scene seemed familiar. The familiar campfire, the familiar knife insertion, the familiar blade drawing. Robin, Frankie, and Brook looked at everyone in confusion. What happened? Is there an enemy? Hood. The demon blade Shinrin was drawn out of its sheath by Chopper, who was still mumbling, "Wow, what a big cotton candy." Zoro quickly ran to Chopper and snatched the demon blade Shinrin, trying to put it back in the sheath. Looking at the blade, emitting a strange purple glow, Zoro shook his head, trying to dismiss the tempting thoughts. Just as Zoro was about to insert the blade into the sheath, everyone was watching him seriously. And at that moment, Yasuo moved. Conqueror's Haki. Yasuo unleashed a god-level Conqueror's Haki, equal to Shanks, pressing down on everyone. And the demon blade, Shinrin, shattered with a loud crash, pieces scattering everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The Straw Hat crew was knocked to the ground by Yasuo's pressure. Damn it, has even Yun become stronger? I remember he wasn't this strong back then. Sanji knelt on one knee, looking towards Yasuo. Zoro gritted his teeth. Damn it. I was so close to inserting the blade. What the hell is going on? Chopper also came to his senses, lying on the ground in confusion. Looking at the Straw Hat crew, it seems necessary to establish a ship rule. The first rule is not to touch Yasuo's sword. Luffy had already made up his mind. At this moment, Yasuo had activated the Rinnegan. His 9-tomo Rinnegan emitting a strange blue light as it slowly rose into the sky, looking down at the Straw Hat crew. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice can carry 2 floors. A bag of rice. Free sword style. K-May slash. Zoro could no longer stand watching Yun show off, and directly shot 3 slashes towards Yasuo in the sky. Fuck. Let me finish my line. Yasuo flew to the side, dodging Zoro's 3 slashes, while continuing to mumble his show-off incantation. A bag of rice has to be given more. A bag of rice, I've washed it. A bag of rice, I've washed so much mud. And that pile of black tiles, the devil wind foot, flying dragon in the sky. Sanji kicked off the ground and launched a powerful kick towards Yasuo. Yasuo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Can't I just show off in peace? How would the many predecessors of Traversers view me? Damn it. Spicy tea on son. Yasuo stretched out his right hand and directly activated the power of the Rinnegan. Boom. Sanji was immediately sent flying. A tremendous repulsive force pushing everyone towards the seaside of the small island. Zoro grabbed the dazed Chopper and ran wildly towards the sea, while Chopper's eyes were vacant, wondering what he had done. What exactly happened? The Straw Hat crew all rushed towards the distant sea to avoid Yasuo's heavenly severance attack. Watching everyone flee from the attack range, Yasuo smirked, looking at the land below that had been pushed into a semicircular shape by the repulsive force. Yasuo still felt it wasn't enough, slowly rising into the air, increasing his altitude, and looking down at the small island. Every grain of dirt. Who gave you a bag of rice? Spicy tea on son. Buzz. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the trees, flowers, and grass below were all shattered, and the soil was thrown up, spreading across the entire small island. From above, it looked like an invisible iron ball had smashed down on the island. Yasuo looked down at the scene with a surge of excitement. Indeed, this Shinra Tensei was even more pretentious. Reciting that line made it even more pretentious. Someone asked what those lines about daily life meant. So here's the explanation. A bag of rice needs to carry up to the second floor. Feel the pain. A bag of rice needs to carry to the second floor. Think about the pain. A bag of rice has to be given too much. Accept the pain. A bag of rice I washed. Understand the pain. A bag of rice I washed so much dirt. Those who don't understand the pain. And that pile of black tiles, tile debris, cannot understand true peace. Every grain has dirt from now on. Who gives you a bag of rice? Let the world feel the pain. Spicy Tian-san. Shinra Tensei. Truly strong. No wonder it's the line of the pretentious king Pain. Yasuo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This move in the Naruto world could easily destroy the entire Konoha village. It can't be said to be weak. It's simply astonishing. As for why Yasuo was so amazed, it was because he couldn't feel how much energy he had used. Under the system's transformation, no matter what ability Yasuo used, it was all energy from within his body. Since Yasuo's bodily energy was infinite, he couldn't feel it at all. At this moment, Usopp was standing at a distance on the sea, with Sanji beside him. Usopp was completely in despair, his legs trembling involuntarily. Such a large-scale, catastrophic ability had nearly destroyed the entire island, let alone finding those fragments of the demon blade, Thousand Blades. They had no idea where they had scattered to. Usopp was utterly hopeless, looking at Sanji. It's over, it's over. By the time we find those fragments, we might already be dead. Isn't that just perfect? It's time to train your observation, Haki. Sanji trembled as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Meanwhile, Zoro was holding the hilt of the demon blade, Thousand Blades, and threw it directly to Usopp. You know what to do? Usopp caught the hilt, revealing a bitter smile, realizing that in the end, he was the only one bearing all the burden. As Robin and the others were puzzled, Nami patiently explained to them, and everyone was astonished to learn that Yasuo actually had a brother. Everyone, are you ready for battle? Luffy, holding his straw hat, stood on the surface of the sea, looking at the small black dot in the sky, which was the figure of Yongin. Ready! Everyone shouted in unison. Luffy was a bit excited. He was no longer the Luffy who couldn't use Haki. He was now the 3 Haki Luffy. Although Luffy was a bit thrilled, he still felt some fear from the ability Yasuo had just released. Was this Yongin really that terrifying? One pawn. As Luffy's voice fell, he quickly ran across the surface of the sea and immediately activated the Pirate 8 gates. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest gate. Open. Buzz. Luffy transformed into his little red form. His speed increased even more, causing the sea beneath his feet to surge. Luffy rushed beneath Yasuo, and then directly activated Gear 3. Entering Gear 3, Luffy tightened his small body and blew air into it, then immediately shifted gears. Instantly entering Gear 3 mode, the deformed Luffy appeared. Goma Goma no. Rubber Giant Rasen. Silly Luffy directly gathered armament Haki in his palm, quickly spinning it, as if he was holding a giant basketball. Whoosh. Pirate 8 gates, second gate. Rest gate. Open. Zoro also immediately activated the Pirate 8 gates, drawing 3 swords and charging at Yasuo, holding the Sandai Katetsu in his left hand, the black blade Chioshui in his right, with the Wado Ikamanji clenched in his mouth. 3 sword style. Onajairai. 3 slashes radiating green light shot towards Yasuo at an incredibly fast speed. Yasuo looked down at the impending attack from the 2 below and sneered dismissively, pulling out the earplugs he had prepared in advance and putting them in his ears. Then, with a wicked smile, he covered his left hand with armament Haki and flowing cherry blossom, while his right hand was enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, also covered with top-tier armament Haki. It could be said that Yasuo had mastered the use of Haki. Flowing cherry blossom. Haki wrap. Yasuo unleashed both hands, throwing one fist with a swirling punch and the other with a cherry blossom punch towards the 2. Bang! Bang! The fist infused with Conqueror's Haki directly collided with Zoro's 3 flying slash attacks, instantly shattering them and sending debris flying in all directions. Meanwhile, the fist enhanced with flowing cherry blossom armament Haki clashed with Luffy's Rasengan, causing the Rasengan to shatter, and the fist struck Luffy's giant palm, sending him flying. Boom! Luffy crashed into the center of the Bear Island, kicking up clouds of dust. Damn it, Yongin is too strong. Zoro swallowed hard and turned to look at Usopp. Usopp understood immediately and released his observation Haki to cover the surroundings, searching for the scattered pieces of the magic sword Shinrin. It's nice to see you again, little trash. Yasuo arrogantly hovered in the air, looking down at everyone and laughing. Nokigao won't let you off. Nami's eyes turned, and she wanted to use Yasuo's blood-spitting technique. But Yasuo in the air showed no reaction, still looking down at everyone arrogantly. What's going on? Nami frowned tightly. This move had defeated the man last time. Why wasn't it working this time? Nokigao! Nokigao! Unwilling to give up, Nami continued to yell angrily at Yasuo. Don't bother, Nami-chan. Look at his ears. Sanji squinted at Yasuo in the sky. Damn it, he actually blocked his ears. Nami was furious, wishing she could immediately use her Nami Haki to give Yasuo a good beating. As soon as Yasuo saw Nami bouncing around on the surface of the sea, he knew what this girl was up to. She was definitely calling out Nocturne's name. Although Yasuo's blood-spitting attribute hadn't appeared recently, don't think it's gone. He just swallowed back the blood he would have spat out. After all, you don't want to let others benefit from your hard work. Another reason is that he didn't want others to see him spitting blood and worry about him. When Nami saw Yasuo transform into Yon looking at her, her chest suddenly shrank. Love you for 10,000 years. Beautiful Yang transform into fire god Gatling mode. The beautiful Yang held in Nami's arms, sensed the moment and jumped out to initiate the transformation. Ka. Fire god Gatling appeared. Fuck squid. Shoot for me. Nami gripped the Gatling with both hands, instantly aimed at Yasuo, and pulled the trigger. Watching Nami attack him so boldly, Yasuo sneered. System, load Superman abilities. Ding. All abilities of Superman have been loaded for the host. As the system's voice fell, Nami's attack arrived. Ding ding ding. Yasuo slowly flew past, enduring Nami's bullets. The bullets shot at Yasuo's body and bounced off in all directions, as if they were hitting a steel plate. At this moment, Yasuo also realized how abnormal Superman's steel body truly was. He didn't have to do anything and just block the bullets. However, he was unsure which was stronger, this steel body or Kaido-sensei's. Yasuo charged directly in front of the Gatling gun wielded by the fire god, and even the transformed Mei Yang seemed to break out in a cold sweat, the gun body shaking violently. After emptying a magazine, Nami looked at Yongin in front of her with a terrified expression. This arm was completely unscathed. Sanji leaped high above the sea surface, reaching the same height as Yasuo, then delivered a powerful aerial side kick straight at Yasuo's head. A gust of wind whipped across Yasuo's face, but he paid no mind, simply watching as Sanji's kick connected with his head. Bang! An invisible shockwave erupted from the center of Sanji and Yasuo, spreading out over the surrounding sea surface, causing the water to ripple slightly. Yasuo quickly spun in place after grabbing Sanji by the ankle, making Sanji dizzy. Then, Yasuo let go, and Sanji flew out. It was just like skipping stones. After bouncing a few times on the water surface, Sanji performed a backflip and landed steadily on the sea. Damn it, so strong. Sanji rubbed his numb foot, looking for the figures of Luffy and the others. This kind of unbeatable enemy really needs everyone to gang up on him. On the other side, Frankie, Robin, Chopper, and Brook all launched attacks at Yasuo one after another. But even if Yasuo stood still for them to hit, they might not be able to take him down. Given that they were instantly killed by Bartholomew Kuma, it was easy to imagine that Yasuo could take them all out with a single blow each. They were all sent flying onto a small island by Yasuo. After all, he didn't want to actually kill them. If they fell into the sea, who knows what might happen? Baka. The big dumb Luffy and Zoro stood on the shore, watching Yasuo charging towards them in the distance. Yasuo was puzzled. Where did Usopp go? The observation Haki spread out, and Yasuo almost laughed out loud. Usopp actually dove to the bottom of the sea to collect fragments. Yasuo is not worried at all about the Demon Blade's 1,000 cuts. As long as he loads the abilities of the assassin Wu Yoshi, he can collect all the fragments in no time. So, let Usopp play slowly. Yasuo-san. Chopper crawled from a distance towards the shore, shouting at Yasuo. Seeing Chopper's dusty and disheveled appearance, Yasuo felt a bit guilty. He only gave Chopper a big arm poke, but he didn't expect Chopper to be so delicate. Yasuo is indeed a bit pretentious. Are you seriously using a big arm to fan? Is there even a use for Conqueror to wrap around a big nostril? Do you even know how much psychological trauma a big arm can inflict on a reindeer? Just as Yasuo was about to further beat everyone up, a loud and boisterous laughter echoed through the dim sky. Ha ha ha! Has the infamous Straw Hat Pirates actually started infighting? Yasuo stopped his movements, looking up in confusion. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. What the hell is Shiki the Golden Lion doing here? How did a character from the movie come out? That's right. The person is none other than the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion, captain of the flying pirate crew, also known as Admiral of the Sky Pirates, a user of the float fruit. In the past, he was on par with Gol D, Roger, and Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, and is the first pirate in history to escape from Impel Down. After cutting off his own legs to break out, Shiki equipped two famous swords, Sakura and Drywood, on his legs as feet. He's a tough guy. Shiki the Golden Lion, a user of the float fruit, can float himself or objects in the air, earning him the nickname of Sky Pirate, but it has no effect on living beings other than himself. Like a lion, Shiki has long golden hair that reaches the ground, resembling a lion's mane. Additionally, his sideburns and beard are also golden, and his sideburns are very long. A ship's wheel is embedded in Shiki's head. It is inserted too deeply, and removing it would be life-threatening. The members of the Straw Hat crew all looked at this old man flying in the sky, whose hair was even longer than Yasuo's. What's wrong? Yasuo looked up at Shiki the Golden Lion and asked, "You are Roxdy, Yasuo?" Shiki the Golden Lion looked at Yasuo, who was also floating in the air with blue light emanating from his eyes. "I am Roxdy Yonjin." Yasuo roared loudly. "Oh, a dual personality?" Shiki the Golden Lion pondered. This Yasuo should be a person similar to the recently famous Cavendish, right? Never mind that. I'm here to invite you to join my pirate crew. What do you think? Shiki the Golden Lion slowly spoke. No way. Before Yasuo could speak, the members of the Straw Hat crew were already arguing against the Golden Lion Shiki. Yasuo's lips curled up. Indeed, is this the bond that exists between companions? Your father, Roxdy, Xebec, was once my captain. If you can join my pirate crew, I can make you strong, just like your father. The Golden Lion Shiki continued to tempt Yasuo with his words. The members of the Straw Hat crew also turned their gaze towards Yasuo, waiting for his answer. Robin truly believed that Yasuo was the son of that super pirate. After all, even this Golden Lion acknowledged it. Of course, Robin recognized this iconic outfit of the Golden Lion at a glance. Usopp, who had just emerged from the sea, was also waiting for Yasuo's response. "Get lost. You big jerk. Stay away. Don't delay me from teaching my brother's companions a lesson." As Yasuo finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that Yongin's words were quite satisfying and correct. "Get lost. Hey, old man with yellow hair. You can leave now." The big fool, Luffy, stepped forward. He didn't want this old man to abduct his first mate. Even though it was Yongin now, Yasuo was still in the same body as Yongin. Yasuo was also a bit confused. How did Gold Lion Shiki end up here? Is he really after me? In the original story, he wanted to capture Nami and make her the ship's lady, and now he wants to capture me as a pretty boy. How can Yasuo tolerate this? Gold Lion Shiki had no idea that his image in Yasuo's mind had turned into a big pervert who swings both ways. If he knew, he would definitely skin Yasuo alive. "You don't drink to toast, you drink to punishment. Then let me kill all your companions and take you away." Gold Lion Shiki roared angrily, his hair flying all over the place, looking just like a golden-haired lion king. Terrifying. Slash wave. Gold Lion Shiki kicked out a massive sword energy with the sword on his foot, shooting it towards the Straw Hat crew on the small island. This move could slice through hundreds of kilometers of sea surface. The power is unimaginable. "Shoot it. Damn it." Robin and Frankie exclaimed in shock. This move looks like it won't be easy to deal with. Zoro was eager to try, ready to step forward and block this slash. However, Yasuo suddenly appeared in front of everyone, directly blocking the slash. Dominating fist. Boom! The slash shattered, and Yasuo stood in front of everyone, trying to show off as he slowly spoke. "My brother's crew is not something you, old man, can come and teach a lesson to." As Yasuo's words fell, everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. It seems that Yongin is also a man with a gentle heart. Yasuo thinks that this Gold Lion Shiki is not the same as the one from the movie version, so the others definitely aren't a match for this old guy. He has to rely on himself. "What? You insist it's the movie version of Gold Lion? Turn right when you go out. And get out of this book. Thank you." "What? Little arm kid. You actually called me old by dang. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I've met someone brave enough to talk to me like that. Truly the captain's son." Gold Lion Shiki laughed heartily and then looked at Yasuo with a sinister gaze. Since he couldn't have it, then he would destroy it. "Old by dang. Take this move. 80 times amplification. Ordinary punch." Boom! Yasuo floated in the air and lightly threw a punch, directly turning the space in front of him into a vacuum. On the other side, the Golden Lion Shiki felt the observation Haki going wild with warnings, but unfortunately, it seemed he'd already been locked on and couldn't move at all. Stunned in place, he quietly watched the gentle breeze approaching him. As the breeze brushed by, the Golden Lion Shiki had completely turned to dust, vanishing from the pirate world. Poor Golden Lion Shiki encountered the detestable brother Yongyan, and there was nothing he could do. Just like that, Golden Lion Shiki dead. Gulp, gulp. Yasuo's back was continuously making swallowing sounds. Usopp stood on the surface of the sea, trembling all over with fear, looking like his old habit had kicked in again. Is this really a person? Just one punch? What the hell is going on in this world? Why do I have to witness such a scene? Who can possibly defeat Yun? Robin had already sat down, the light in her pupils fading, filled with despair. Such an enemy, let alone the 4 emperors, even if the entire world came together, wouldn't it just take a few punches? Yun. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, realizing the situation clearly, even if he was foolish. What kind of power could turn a person into dust with just one punch? Yasuo ignored everyone and flew down to the Golden Lion Shiki, catching 2 famous blades. That's right, Yasuo deliberately left these 2 swords behind, indulging in his obsession with collecting. He turned to look at the others. Some were in a daze, some were in despair, and some were lost, all lacking the passionate demeanor they had before. Yasuo hung 2 blades at his waist, then looked at everyone and pretentiously said, "What you just did touched me. I have to say, you are very brave. With companions like you, I can leave in peace. Yasuo entrusts you with this. Make sure to take good care of my brother, Luffy." Yasuo flew in front of Luffy and said, "What?" Everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on? A super plot twist? This author is forcefully redeeming Swung system. Load the abilities of Assassin Wu Liuchi. Yasuo was ready to end this teaching conference that had been interrupted by Golden Lion Shiki, losing interest in it himself. So be it. Yasuo decided to give up. Ding. Assassin Wu Liuchi's abilities have been loaded for the host. As the system's voice fell, Yasuo spread his arms and unleashed his abilities. Whoosh. 2 sounds of slicing through the air came from above. As Yasuo's left hand gripped the demon blade, Shinran's hilt flew out of Usopp's hand, heading straight for Yasuo. With a grip of his right hand, the famous sword Snow flew directly into Yasuo's hand. Following that, countless fragments from various parts of the small island gathered towards the hilt of the sword in Yasuo's left hand. The spectacle was so grand that it left the Straw Hat crew in awe. Damn it, this Enel has been toying with us all along. Seeing Yasuo retrieve the demon blade, Shinran, with a wave of his hand, Zoro felt a surge of anger. Just then, the small island of Golden Lion Shiki in the sky, lacking Shiki's ability support, came crashing down towards everyone. Yasuo scoffed and swung his sword towards the small island in the sky with 2 strikes. 80 times amplification. Ordinary slash. Boom. A small island, along with the numerous cadres and minions of the Golden Lion Shiki on it, was all turned to dust. Yasuo secured 2 blades at his waist and looked at everyone. Please tell Yasuo, I can no longer accompany him on the road ahead. I wish you a bright future. Everyone, goodbye. Plop. Yasuo closed his reincarnation eye and fell directly to the ground. Thud. Sanji swallowed hard, exchanged a glance with Luffy, and walked toward Yasuo. He lifted Yasuo's eyelid to take a look and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Yasuo was back. Sanji immediately sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his face uncontrollably. This damned, long-haired monster actually has such a powerful brother. This strength is probably many times stronger than an admiral. Everyone looked at Yasuo lying on the ground with pity. After all, Yasuo had just lost his beloved brother. So heartbreaking. The Straw Hat ship slowly sailed over the sea towards Sabeti Archipelago, and Yasuo was carried onto the deck by everyone, all sitting together to observe him. Yasuo felt a chill as he was stared at by everyone and quickly opened his eyes. What's wrong? What happened? I'm sorry. Yasuo. Luffy looked at Yasuo, his expression filled with disappointment. What's wrong? Why say such things? Yasuo asked knowingly. Your brother, Yanjin. He has gone. Nami cautiously spoke up, afraid that Yasuo would lose control of his emotions. The Straw Hat crew looked at Yasuo with pity, all mourning Yongen's departure. Ahem. It seems you already know. It's just a pity I didn't get to see him one last time. My dear Odo-san. Yasuo looks up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, trying hard to squeeze out 2 drops of tears. Thank you all for your concern, but recently, I invented something that can store items. Does anyone want it? Yasuo immediately spoke to everyone with excitement. Zoro. Is this really how you express losing a loved one? Sanji. Why does it feel like the one who died was your enemy? Hey, Yasuo, what fun thing have you invented this time? The big silly Luffy's eyes sparkled. Surely it's not that thing that allows him to transform into a different form again? This thing, when worn around the neck, after a while, you can store items inside it and also take them out, Yasuo said, taking out a space capsule from his pocket and handing it to Luffy. The space capsule was made into a necklace shape with a string by Yasuo. Why does it need some time before it can be used? Because the capsule is filled with items that Yasuo stored for everyone over the 2 years of training. If opened now, it would be wasted. Yoshi. Luffy took the necklace and put it around his neck immediately. Then, Yasuo distributed several more necklaces to the others. Everyone tacitly wore the necklaces, smiling. Yasuo is really great. No wonder he is the vice captain. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed and went to their respective rooms. On the deck, Yasuo and Zoro stood at the edge of the ship looking out at the distant sea. Zoro asked, "Long-haired guy, what is the name of that sword?" Yasuo took out a fine cigarette and lit it, looking at the magic sword Qianren at his waist. Then slowly spoke. "It's called the magic sword Qianren." Yasuo smiled slightly. In the pirate world, there are black blades and demon blades. So why not have a magic blade, right? Magic blade? A blade used by demons? Zoro pondered in his heart. Long-haired freak, can you use the four-sword style? Zoro looked disdainfully at the 4 swords on Yasuo's waist. He had never seen Yasuo use the 2-sword style, let alone the 4-sword style. Oh no, but I like these swords. They all hold memories. Yasuo took a deep drag from his premium cigarette, tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle, and pretentiously said, "The Tsundere." Zoro scoffed dismissively and turned to walk into the training room. In Zoro's eyes, since Inen and Yasuo shared the same body, and now that Inen had left, Yasuo must have inherited Inen's abilities. Therefore, Zoro felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, fearing that he would never be able to catch up with this long-haired weirdo. Yasuo turned to look at Zoro's departing figure and thought, among the Straw Hat crew, Zoro is undoubtedly the strongest. Why the hell is that damn green-haired guy working so hard? Could it be that someone has put a green hat on him? Regardless of its Tsundere Zoro, Yasuo opened the information panel that he hadn't checked in a long time. Host, Rox D, Yasuo ability, Saitama body restriction, level 4. Level 10 is the highest in the pirate world. Armament Haki, god level, highest in the pirate world. Observation Haki, god level, highest in the pirate world. Conqueror's Haki, god level, highest in the pirate world. 8 gates, 8 gates. 8 gates is the highest in the pirate world. Majin Bu Cell regeneration, the ceiling of the pirate world. Oh wow, the restriction level is already at 4. It's really damn hard to train. I just want to lie down. Yasuo sighed. Didn't this system claim to be a life experience system? Why did it leave a limiter for himself to exercise? Did the system also realize that he had obsessive-compulsive tendencies? A gentle breeze brushed against Yasuo's face. He glanced at the watchful Usopp, and then turned to walk into the cabin, returning to his bedroom, where he took a look at the soundly sleeping Chopper. Yasuo pulled up the blanket and covered Chopper well. Then, Yasuo directly activated Obito's Sharingan and entered the Kamui space. Next, Yasuo rushed into the villa, starting another round of battle. Away 18 styles. Old Heart Car. View Heart Lotus. Back Heart Sun. There's no helping it. Yasuo's skills from his previous life were limited, so he could only use these few moves to deal with enemies. Yasuo happily walked out of the Kamui space, returned to his bedroom, and fell asleep. Califa, blushing, clenched her fists. Damn Yasuo. Can't he stay a little longer? Califa had completely fallen in love with this man. There was nothing she could do. Yasuo was just too considerate, leaving her food, clothes, and even her favorite cucumbers. Califa was living a blissful life here. So happy that she could use her fruit ability to take baths and watch little TV whenever she wanted. It was simply wonderful. That's right. Yasuo prepared a plasma TV for Califa. You heard it right. The kind that Gao Chichang sent. Every time Califa watched a Korean romance drama, she would cry her heart out. Time slowly passed, and a new day arrived. Yasuo was awakened early by his biological clock, looking at his little Yasuo with some lingering feelings. He really wanted to enter the Kamui space again to share some feelings with Califa, but outside the cabin, Usopp's shouting could be heard. Yasuo and Chopper stepped out of the cabin, and before their eyes was an enormous, towering tree. Damn, it's so big and so long. That's right. Right in front of the Thousand Sunny is the legendary Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago is located in front of the Red Line in the middle of the Grand Line. The islands are made up of several large trees, and the ground is the tree roots, which produce bubbles that rise from the ground. The most distinctive feature of the Sabaody Archipelago is that the roots of the Yarchi mangrove secrete a special natural resin through respiration. The resin expands in the air to form bubbles, which then float into the sky. Since the bubbles can only thrive within the climate range of the Yarchi mangrove. Once they leave the climate domain of the Sabeti archipelago, the resin components will explode due to their inability to fully exert their power. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses built on bubbles. The bubble culture permeates every corner of Sabeti Island. The entire archipelago is made up of 79 numbered trees, each tree housing towns and facilities. And people refer to these 79 islands collectively as the Sabeti archipelago. As a necessary route to the New World, it attracts many pirates, among whom the highest bounty belongs to the 11 supernovas. There are also many human traffickers and bounty hunters here, with the trade of humans, mermaids, and fishmen being tacitly accepted. In a sense, this island is decaying. Yasuo is also looking forward to how Luffy will change the world after becoming the Pirate King. In fact, there are two ways to reach the New World. One is to request permission from the world government and then directly cross the Holy Land Mariewa, located at the peak of the Red Line, which requires abandoning the ship. Although it costs a lot of money and takes time to apply, it is very safe. The other way is to first wrap the ship with the resin from the Yarkaman Red Tree, dive 10,000 meters, and pass through a giant hole located beneath the Red Line. Then reach the New World via the underwater route to Fishman Island, but it is very dangerous. As usual, everyone jumps off the Thousand Sunny and goes their separate ways. Hey, remember the number on this tree? Number 41. Yasuo shouted at a few people behind him. Got it. The crowd scattered in all directions. Nami and Robin rushed towards the big tree number 30, which is the legendary shopping paradise for women, the shopping street. Usopp, Luffy, Chopper, and Brook headed towards the illegal zone number 16. The illegal zone truly lived up to its name. It was a paradise for pirates where no one would care even if you relieve yourself in broad daylight. Frankie, on the other hand, expressed that he didn't want to go out and prefer to stay on the ship to watch over it. Yasuo, Sanji, and Zoro are heading towards the legendary bamboo bar near the Great Tree number 13. It's a must-visit place for travelers. Yasuo certainly doesn't want to miss it. Since Yasuo said he would treat the two to drinks, Sanji and Zoro happily agreed to his invitation. Yasuo walked ahead with 4 swords hanging from his waist, while Zoro followed behind with 3 swords at his side, accompanied by Sanji with his hands in his pockets. As they walked, the surrounding residents and some pirates recognized the three and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It was like seeing a big star. This group was incredibly excited. The Blue Demon. The Blue Demon. It's the pirate with a bounty equal to their captain. So damn cool. I wish I had even 1/10,000th of his charisma, exclaimed a blushing onlooker pirate. Hearing this, Yasuo unconsciously raised his chin. Indeed, there are people with good taste in the pirate world. His looks are so much better than Cavendish's. No joke. With a face like Tang San's, what else is there to say? Wow, Green Poison Spike. Green Poison Spike. I'm in love with him. This swordsman is just so manly. A female pirate cupped her chin with both hands, gazing at Zoro as he walked away, her eyes filled with hearts. Umph. Sanji snorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zoro beside him. He didn't expect this sword-obsessed guy to actually have a woman interested in him. Wow, Golden Legend. Golden Legend. A large group of extremely ugly old ladies shouted Sanji's code name loudly, hoping he would turn to look at them. Sanji didn't expect to be so famous, even having fans. A sense of pride surged in his heart as he smiled and turned to look. Suddenly, a group of oddly shaped old ladies came into Sanji's view. Fuck! Sanji immediately turned and shot forward, directly surpassing Yasuo and running into the Nakambar ahead. Meanwhile, the group of old ladies fainted with hearts in their eyes. At the Nakambar, Yasuo and the others were sitting at the bar, where Shiki was pouring drinks for everyone, occasionally glancing at the three. She naturally knew their identities. After all, she made a living from gathering intelligence. Yasuo was also looking at the still charming Miss Shiki, who was quite aged. TSK, TSK. This drink is really big, really white. That's right. This person is the legendary Ms. Shiki. Shiki was originally a pirate, but she retired 40 years ago. She met Little Eight and was once pursued by Admiral Carp, Luffy's grandfather. Always with a cigarette in her mouth, she looks very young, but she is already 64 years old. The former Amazon Lily Queen and the former captain of the Kuja Pirates. She is very knowledgeable, loves to collect pirate information, and is quite fascinated by reading newspapers, believing that knowledge is power. Shiki once teamed up with Rayleigh and the then Empress of Amazon Lily, Shirahoshi, to hide and escape from the control of the Celestial Dragons, the Snakehair Sisters. You could say Shiki is a legendary figure. After the three of them sat at the bar and drank several large bottles of rum, Yasuo stood up. How much is it? Beautiful lady. Shiki smiled and said, You probably didn't look at the store name when you came in, did you? Shiki extended a hand with her index finger pointing out. 10,000 berries? Yasuo naturally knows about Shaki's little peculiarity, which is extortion, so he tries to raise the price as high as possible. After all, he's not short on money. Shiki naturally knows that Yasuo is the vice captain of the legendary Straw Hat Pirates and is aware of his dream. You think someone who wants to be the richest man in the world is short on cash? Shiki rolled his eyes and said, 100 million. What? Zoro jumped up instantly. Damn it, isn't this outright robbery? A few bottles of rum are worth at most a few hundred berries, and giving you 10,000 would be a miracle, and you actually want 100 million? Do you really think the Straw Hat crew is easy to bully? Zoro unsheathed 3 swords in a flash, glaring fiercely at Shiki. Sanji, on the other hand, was at a loss, as his knightly code began to act up again. Hey, what are you doing, green algae head? Is it just 100 million? Is it that serious? I'm not someone who can't afford it. Yasuo stood in front of Zoro, fearing that a single punch from Shiki could kill Zoro here. After all, Yasuo didn't know how strong Shiki was. Considering she was both a partner and lover of the Dark King Rayleigh, Shaki's strength couldn't be too weak, right? A lump of frustration lodged in Zoro's chest, and he simply closed his eyes, sheathed his sword, and sat silently at the bar. Yasuo looked at Shiki, then quickly took out 100 million berries from his pocket and placed it on the table. Sorry, this green-haired one has a bit of a temper. I apologize for the trouble. Yasuo smiled slightly and pushed Bailey toward Shiki. Shiki paused his action of smoking a cigarette and thought, damn, can your little chest hold 100 million, Bailey? Shiki looked at Yasuo's chest with eyes full of gold. Yasuo, damn it, want an old cow to eat tender grass? But if you take a Chiwei Dihuan, I wouldn't be against it. Ahem. Yasuo shook his head, casting aside the evil thoughts, and prepared to take Sanji and Zoro out for a stroll. Creak. Yasuo turned to look as Luffy strode towards the bar with a carefree attitude. I want a glass of juice. Thank you. Luffy completely ignored Zoro and the others present. Yasuo. Hey, Luffy, where are the others? Yasuo sat down and looked at Luffy, who was staring blankly at the table. Yasuo, Zoro, Sanji. What are you doing here? The big silly Luffy reacted immediately upon hearing the familiar voice and looked at the three of them. They're behind us, the big silly Luffy chuckled. Creak. The door opened once again, and Usopp, Chopper, Brook, Robin, Nami, and Mei Yang all rushed into the tavern, instantly making it lively. Everyone was chattering nonstop, while Shiki at the bar, who had just collected 100 million berries, was observing the Straw Hat Pirates, watching them laugh and play around. This Straw Hat crew seems a bit different from other pirates, huh? These people have a clear and innocent look in their eyes, without that violent feeling. Interesting. A smile appeared at the corner of Shaki's mouth. She suddenly felt that this group of people didn't seem like pirates at all, but rather like adventurers. Today, all the expenses will be covered by me, Lord Yasuo. Drink to your heart's content, Raid Eisen and Ketterman. Yasuo opened his arms, grabbed a bottle of rum, and gulped it down in one go. Yoshi, Yasuo, you're such a great guy. The crowd cheered for Yasuo, making him feel like he was about to float into the sky. Creak. The door opened once again, and an old man with a head full of white hair, wearing a pair of Luffy-style flip-flops, walked in. That's right. This person is the legendary Dark King Rayleigh. His real name is Silvers Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King. After the crew disbanded, he stayed on Sabeti Archipelago as a coding craftsman and was once saved by Fisherman Fisher when he was shipwrecked, hence he would never allow anyone to bully him. Rayleigh has long, curly hair, a beard on his chin, all his hair is silver, he wears glasses, and there's a straight scar over his right eye, making him look like an old man who is not to be trifled with. Rayleigh has a calm personality. When he was young, he wandered around after his home was burned down and, by chance, met the Gol D Roger. After some self-introduction, the young Gol D Roger asked Rayleigh if he wanted to join him in turning the world upside down. Although Silvers Rayleigh found this idea amusing, he eventually became Roger's first partner. This scene is quite similar to Luffy inviting Yasuo onto his ship. Rayleigh walked up to the bar, skillfully picked up a glass, and began to wipe it, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the Straw Hat crew. Especially on Luffy and Yasuo, Rayleigh almost wanted to poke his eyes out to observe them closely. One is the captain of Roger, the successor that Shanks has high hopes for, and the other is a descendant of the Rocks family. Interesting. As for Yasuo, Rayleigh still felt that Rox couldn't possibly have such an 18-year-old son. He just thought Yasuo had some relation to Rox. You can't say that in the pirate world. There's only one Rox D. Xebec, right? Aren't there any others? Rayleigh then turned his gaze to Zoro. This man looks exactly like his father. Rayleigh fell into memories. On the tumultuous sea, he was swimming when suddenly a gigantic sea king emerged, attacking him. At that moment, a purple glowing slash shot over, directly taking down the sea king. Rayleigh felt grateful and looked toward the person on the small boat. That's right. That man was Zoro's father, Rorinoa Rorin, an exceptionally skilled swordsman. From then on, Rayleigh and Rorin formed a very deep friendship, but alas, fate was not on their side, as Rorinoa Rorin ultimately met his end under the club of the beloved teacher. What a pity, what a pity. Yasuo naturally doesn't know this part of the story. He still thinks that Zoro's father is a member of the Red Hair Pirates. If Yasuo knew, he would definitely use the Edo Tensei to bring back Zoro's father, making Zoro feel heartbroken. Hee. Robin's shocked expression seems to have flared up again as she pointed at the old man Rayleigh, stammering. Nami rolled her eyes and asked Robin sarcastically, "What's wrong this time, Robin?" He is the former vice captain of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. Robin struggled to finish her sentence. What? Suddenly, the bar of Shiki fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. It seems your reputation is quite big. Shiki glanced flirtatiously at Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled slightly, adjusted his glasses, and then laughed grandly, saying, "Ha, you're absolutely right. I am a legendary Pirate King's right-hand man, the Dark King Rayleigh. If I'm not mistaken, that straw hat you have is from Shanks, right?" Rayleigh smiled as he asked Luffy. "Yes. You really are the former vice captain of the Pirate King?" The big fool Luffy looked at Rayleigh with a serious expression. Yo-ho-ho-ho, who is the former Pirate King? Brook looked confused, wondering what he had missed over the years. Has there even been a former Pirate King? Everyone looked at Brook as if he were a fool. Even a 3-year-old would know this, and he didn't. Yasuo indeed knows what Brook has missed. When Roger first debuted, Brook was already washed up, so it's normal for him not to know. Gol D, Roger, the former Pirate King. Yasuo cleared up the confusion regarding Brook. Oh, it's that newcomer Roger. Brook had no idea how much impact this statement would have. Bang bang. The Straw Hat crew all immediately leaned on the bar table. Even Rayleigh almost couldn't stand steady. What the hell did you just say? Newcomer Roger? Shocked, right? Brook has lived for decades, and could even be your grandpa. Yasuo, however, didn't show much surprise and explained to everyone. Oh, I almost forgot that Brook explained it to us on the Devil's 3-masted ship. Sanji nodded while stroking his chin, thinking about how Brook has lived for decades. I wonder if he knows about Rox. Brook, do you know my father? Gol D. Xebec. Upon hearing this, Brook looked at Yasuo. Long before the Golden Line attacked, Brook had already suspected Yasuo's background. After all, 40 years have passed. How could Rox have an 18-year-old son? That's right. Brook certainly knew Rox's name. After all, before Roger became famous, Rox was already a notorious pirate of the sea. Ahem, let's get acquainted. Brook replied perfunctorily. He didn't want to continue discussing this topic with Yasuo because he didn't believe Yasuo was Rox's son. Seeing Brook's indifference, Yasuo could only curse the system in his heart. Rayleigh glanced at the Straw Hat crew present, seemingly waiting for them to ask that super question. What super question? Naturally, it was about the location of Laughtail. Usopp was eager to ask Rayleigh, and Yasuo noticed Usopp's unusual behavior as well. In the original story, it was Usopp who asked Rayleigh this question. Usopp had also been scolded by the big fool Luffy, so Yasuo wouldn't let such a thing that could harm the feelings between companions happen. I calculated. You're waiting for us to ask you about the location of Laughtail, right? Give it up. If we knew the location of Laughtail, then the meaning of us going to sea would be gone, right, Luffy? Yasuo picked up the rum on the table without a care and took a sip. Luffy smiled slightly. Indeed, it was his own first mate. Their thoughts were perfectly aligned, and Yasuo was truly like a big parasite in his own, but that's right. We won't ask you for the location of Raftel. The big fool Luffy steadied his straw hat and slowly stood up. Usopp was just about to speak, but froze, looking at Yasuo with immense gratitude. Yasuo was truly his big Uncle Star. If he had asked just now, he would have probably faced a scolding from Luffy. What an interesting pirate crew. Rayleigh smiled, appreciating the young group before him. Back in the day, he too was a presence like the 4 emperors, but unfortunately, he was now old, and his strength had declined to the level of an admiral. He was really getting old, and his temperament couldn't compare to these young people. To change this decaying world, it would depend on this group of young people. Do you know how to get to the New World? Rayleigh asked with a smile. Huh, how to get there? By ship, of course. The big fool Luffy replied blankly. Rayleigh then patiently explained to everyone what needed to be done to reach the New World. Since they couldn't go through the world government's request, there was only one way. That was to head to Fishman Island in the underwater world, using it as a transit point to reach the New World. To go to Fishman Island, they needed to apply a coding to their ship, and Rayleigh offered to be the skilled coder, asking the Straw Hat crew to leave the ship to him, and he would apply the coding for them. Everyone gladly agreed. Back on the Going Merry, after a long day of fun, everyone was sound asleep in the cabin, and it was Yasuo's turn to keep watch tonight. Yasuo leaned against the cabin door, pondering what was about to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow marked the start of the auction, the time for the celestial dragons to land on the island, and also the day for Admiral Kazuru to make his appearance. Yasuo couldn't wait. Celestial dragons. Trash. I'm not Luffy. Just wait for me to tear you apart. Yasuo clenched his fists in anger. As for why Yasuo was so angry, it was because when he watched the anime in his previous life, he felt that these celestial dragons were too disgusting, wearing glass domes and saying they didn't want to breathe the same air as commoners. Damn it, what are they pretending for? The war at Marineford was about to start, and it would unfold after tonight. The next morning, the Straw Hat crew headed towards Auction House number 1, while Yasuo wandered alone in the Civilian District number 31. Yasuo knew that in the original story, Luffy, Chopper, Brook, Frankie, Cammy, and Papagoo had witnessed the collar of the fleeing slave Deus explode and were shot by Charlia. Yesterday, Luffy and the others had already encountered Frankie, and Cammy should have been captured and taken to the auction house by now. Since the Straw Hat crew was at the auction house, this celestial dragon Charlia would naturally have to wait for Yasuo to deal with her. After dealing with her, he would have to hurry to the auction house to show off, and then see if there was enough time to taste Frankie's self-sufficient octopus balls. After all, Yasuo hadn't seen Frankie yesterday. He had only heard Chopper mention seeing an octopus that knew Luffy during the day. Yasuo pondered as he wandered through the quiet streets of the slums. Ha ha ha, you filthy commoners, you should have died a long time ago. A voice full of arrogance reached Yasuo's ears. Yasuo had no idea that he had already entered Charlia's line of sight and continued to walk forward. It was only when he heard the sounds that he looked up at his surroundings. Well, I was wondering why it was so quiet. Looking up, he saw many civilians kneeling in the middle of the road, bowing their heads, afraid that this celestial dragon would take them as slaves. Hey, you there! What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you kneeling? Charlia raised the flintlock gun in her hand and pointed it at Yasuo. Damn, she really is arrogant. Yasuo smiled, looking at the 4 or 5 CPs around Charlia, not knowing what they were, and a slave lying on the ground. System, load speed of God. The fastest solution is speed. Speed is justice. This is Yasuo's motto. Ding! Speed of God has been loaded for the host. As the system's voice fell, Yasuo drew his famous sword, Snow, and took a step towards the group. Whoosh! Several heads instantly flew high into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies hitting the ground reached the ears of many nearby civilians. They secretly raised their eyes to look, and suddenly, someone's killing. Run! The civilians exclaimed and scattered in panic. What the hell are you doing? This is a matter of the celestial dragons. Do you want to die? Charlia looked at Yasuo with a terrified expression. This man was too fast. She hadn't even blinked, and several people were already dead. The slave Deus beside her was also shocked, not so much by Yasuo's speed, but by the fact that he dared to attack the celestial dragon's guards. Yasuo ignored Charlia and walked towards Deus, who was on all fours with a dog leash around his neck, held by Charlia with one hand. Bang! Charlia was extremely terrified and immediately pulled the trigger. Yasuo, just like that, caught the bullet from the flintlock pistol. Joking, a mere flintlock pistol is nothing to Yasuo. With Saitama's limiter physique, it's just like a mosquito bite. Yasuo walked up to Deus, extending his right hand, with armament Haki covering it and Conqueror's Haki entwined around it. He directly grasped the explosive collar around Deus's neck. What do you want to do? Deus swallowed hard. This could kill him. Haki bind. Whoosh! Yasuo tore off the explosive collar and, mimicking the actions of the original character Rayleigh, threw it directly into the sky. Suddenly, boom! The collar exploded in midair. Deus was completely stunned. Was this man saving him? You can go, Yasuo said coolly as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Thank you, thank you. Deus took a deep look at Yasuo, memorizing his face in his mind. He didn't ask Yasuo's name, because from today onwards, this man would definitely become famous worldwide. Deus got up and ran wildly into the distance. Is this what it feels like to do a good deed? Yasuo smiled slightly and looked at the trembling Charlia beside him. I have to say, this Charlia is quite beautiful. Yasuo suddenly considered letting this woman go. Looking around, Most of the Celestials he saw were quite unattractive, and it was rare to find a girl who seemed decent. For the Celestials, this was already pretty good. Yasuo revealed a lewd smile, directly activating Obito's Sharingan to use Kamui, pulling the terrified Charlia into the Kamui space. Soon after, Yasuo also entered the Kamui space, and a fierce battle ensued. Meanwhile, in the villa, Karifa watched Yasuo's actions through the window, gritting her teeth, thinking, that scumbag. But then Karifa stared in shock at Yasuo, who she never expected would not even spare the celestial dragons. With Charlia's outfit and the glass helmet shattered by Yasuo's punch, wasn't that just a celestial dragon? And so, Karifa watched the live broadcast. Yasuo turned to look at the peeping Khalifa, and then, with a powerful technique, he pulled Khalifa out of the window. The three of them immediately got into a fight. Yasuo tried to control the time. 1 hour later, satisfied, Yasuo walked out of the Shunwei space, leaving the two who had fainted behind. If it weren't for other important matters, he would really want to stay in the Shunwei space forever. Just like that, Yasuo gained another maid, Shalia. Standing in the middle of the road in the civilian area, Yasuo looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, thinking that Yasuo, once worked in the fields and crossed the Yalu River for love. He needs an older sister and a younger sister to heal his wounds. Don't ask why he needs to. Because the wounds are severe. Yasuo walked towards auction house number 1, feeling refreshed as he smoked a premium cigarette. By the time Yasuo arrived at auction house number 1, it was already surrounded by many Navy officers, while at the entrance stood members of the Straw Hat crew, the red-haired kid pirates, and Law's crew. Damn it, what did I miss? Snap. Yasuo directly slapped himself in the face. I actually feel a sense of guilt. Nothing can stop me from having a harem in the pirate world as Yasuo. It seems that Yasuo has completely lost himself in the beauty of women and can't extricate himself. Let's take a moment of silence for the beautiful enemies to come. Yasuo looked at the encircling navy in front of him and shouted loudly, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Swish, swish, swish. The Navy soldiers turned their heads in unison to look at Yasuo. Damn, blue demon. Thump, thump. The Navy soldiers trembled in fear, staring at the long-haired, blue-clad handsome figure before them. Hey, Luffy, what are you guys doing? What happened? Yasuo asked knowingly. The foolish captain hit a celestial dragon. Nami angrily looked at Luffy and explained to Yasuo. Luffy scratched his head with a silly grin. I'm sorry, really sorry. I caused trouble for everyone. Kid and Law looked at Luffy with strange expressions. Are you sure you're the captain? Where's the captain's authority? Why does it feel like Yasuo is the captain? What? Yasuo looked at everyone in surprise. Just when everyone thought Yasuo would angrily scold Luffy, Yasuo continued. You hit a celestial dragon and didn't call me. Oh, I forgot. I just killed a celestial dragon too. I think her name was Charlia. What? Everyone was stunned. Luffy only hit a celestial dragon, and this long-haired guy actually dared to kill. That's really impressive. Forget it. Since you've killed one, then let's kill another. Yasuo's mouth slowly curled up, looking extremely terrifying. In pure world reincarnation, Yasuo stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and slapping the ground with his right hand. A series of ancient soul rings spread out from Yasuo, radiating in all directions. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked open, and a coffin slowly emerged. Bang! The coffin lid slammed down towards the ground, and a figure slowly walked out. Yasuo chuckled and said, dealing with these trash is a piece of cake with Enel alone. That's right. Yasuo had summoned Enel. The aloof Enel remained silent, scanning the crowd present. Yasuo controls Enelu with a single strike of 1,000,000,000 volts. Slash. Oh. The Navy minions all fell down, emitting black smoke. Yasuo continued to control Enelu as they charged into the auction house, pulling out the celestial dragon, Charlos. Retreat. Brothers. The general is coming. Everyone was stunned by Yasuo's actions, especially Kid, who felt like Yasuo had just outdone him, making him particularly unhappy. But there was no choice. They had to retreat quickly to avoid a total wipeout. Law's eyes lit up. The Straw Hat Pirates would definitely help him take down Doflamingo. Law's resolve to ally with the Straw Hats grew stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone hurriedly ran towards their pirate ship. Yasuo, what are you doing with that celestial dragon? A big fool ran alongside Yasuo and asked. The members of the Straw Hat crew all turned their gazes towards Yasuo. Are you stupid? If we capture this celestial dragon, we can use him to threaten the general if he chases us. Yasuo replied indifferently. Yasuo is so clever. The strategist on our ship is none other than Yasuo. Robin threw a look of admiration at Yasuo from behind. On the other side, Admiral Kizaru, just as in the original story, was rushing from the Navy headquarters near Sabeti Archipelago at a speed of 200 yards, wearing his sleazy yellow glasses. The Straw Hat crew was still quickly making their way to the Thousand Sunny, while Enel in the sky was following them, holding a silly celestial dragon. Along the way, Yasuo also spotted a few legendary supernovas. Because Yasuo had fought the celestial dragon alongside Luffy, the entire Sabeti Archipelago erupted in chaos. Numerous Navy troops stationed at Sabeti rushed out, and Bartholomew Kuma led the scientific team in search of the culprit. The Straw Hat Pirates. Huh? The Big Eater Bonnie? Yasuo looked at a slender, alluring girl who was angrily attacking the surrounding navy. Baka, you guys, die for me, one by one. The Navy soldiers were turned into 3-year-old children and old men by the Big Eater Bonnie. Gulp. Yasuo swallowed, thinking it was better to keep a distance from such a temperamental woman. He really wasn't interested in hot-tempered women and couldn't even get it up. So you can understand why Yasuo didn't take action against Nami, right? Robin? Yasuo neither liked nor disliked Robin. In short, Robin's spiritual little sister attribute was already engraved in Yasuo's mind, and he subconsciously didn't want to act against Robin. The most important point is that he felt disinterested in women who had clearly been involved with many other transmigrators. If he was going to play, he wanted something fresh. Yehey. I was bitten by a dog when I was young. Thought it was nothing. I never expected it to flare up after so many years. Now I finally understand why I like you, bro. Woo-woo. Because you are really a dog. Straw Hat Pirates, don't let us encounter you in the new world. Otherwise, I will definitely take you down. The Big Eater Bonnie shouted angrily at the retreating Straw Hat crew. Naturally, the retreating Straw Hat crew didn't hear Bonnie's furious shout and continued to sprint towards the docking location of the Thousand Sunny at number 41. Hey Zoro, did you just see that? That woman, she can actually turn people into children. Yasuo slowed down and spoke to Zoro at a distance. Even if I turn into a 3-year-old child, I can still rub you into the ground. Zoro arrogantly glanced at Yasuo. Yasuo, who the hell gave you the courage? Is it Liang Jingru? Even if I turn into a baby, I can take you down with one punch. Yasuo scoffed. Zoro, infuriated, turned to Yasuo and shouted. Even if I turn into an embryo, I can defeat you. Damn it, even if I turn into gold, I can knock you away. Yasuo was also getting angry. Can't you let me, an 18-year-old giant baby, have a break? What? The members of the Straw Hat crew all widened their eyes, looking at Yasuo in disbelief. What did Yasuo just say? Gold? Filtering out this little episode, a chubby Neza carrying a large axe appeared in front of the Straw Hat crew, squinting his eyes at them, followed by more than a dozen pacifista. And those more than a dozen pacifista are the legendary Peacekeepers PX, 1 to PX4 with higher levels being stronger. The prototype of the Peacekeepers was created based on the appearance of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma. That's right, the Neza carrying the large axe is none other than Bartholomew Kuma. Bartholomew Kuma is the captain of the Navy Headquarters Science Division and the bodyguard of Dr. Vegapunk, subordinate to Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Bartholomew Kuma has a massive build with a sturdy physique like a wrestler. His face and hairstyle resemble a girl, and there's a scar from his eye to the corner of his mouth on the left side of his face. He wears a red belly band, which has a pattern with 3 comma-shaped jewels in the middle and a huge knot around his waist, while wearing shorts on his lower body. His right hand and left foot are wrapped in bandages, and he carries a giant axe on his back. Yasuo didn't want to waste time and turned to look at the Straw Hat crew, saying, "Brothers, let's get him." Yasuo stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Bartolomeo. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around his fist. Bang! At Bartolomeo's current level. He didn't even recognize what Conqueror's Haki was, and neither did the Straw Hat crew. So, Yasuo's punch landed squarely on Bartolomeo's big belly, and the poor Bartolomeo couldn't even utter a single line, trying to withstand Yasuo's punch with his incredibly hard body. But imagination is beautiful, and reality is harsh. Goo! Bartolomeo spat out blood and flew backward. He fainted directly. Bartolomeo defeated. 3-sword style, tiger hunt. Rip. 3 peacekeeping robots were cut in half by Zoro's powerful sword strike. Rubber machine gun. Big idiot Luffy entered group attack mode, unleashing powerful punches on the peacekeeping robots, sending sparks flying as they fell down. Ha ha ha. Big idiot Luffy felt great watching the tyrant-like robot, thinking, weren't you so arrogant on that terrifying 3-masted ship? Look who's knocked down now. Just as everyone was getting into the heat of battle, a kick sent one of the supernovas flying, and Kizaru arrived at the scene. Kizaru squinted at the celestial dragon being held up in the sky by Inaru. He dared not make any rash moves, fearing that the Straw Hat crew might execute him, which would mean his salary would be deducted again. The world is vast, but salary is the most important. Yasuo naturally noticed the arrival of Kizaru and wanted to use the Edo Tensei to bring out the Golden Lion Shiki so they could have some fun. However, on the other side, Luffy seemed to have gone into a frenzy, charging at the real Bartholomew Kuma with his fists raised. Kuma was also shocked. The young master was still so brave. Looking towards Kizaru, Kuma knew that if he didn't rescue everyone now, there would be no chance left. Kuma swiftly appeared beside Luffy and said, "If you're traveling, where do you want to go?" "Huh, this robot can talk." Bam! Kuma gave Luffy a powerful blow, sending him flying. Yasuo was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to start with the weakest first? And so, Luffy began his journey to find his wife, heading straight towards the coordinates of Boa Hancock's bathhouse on Amazon Lily. Yasuo suddenly had a wonderful idea. He wanted to lead the Straw Hat crew to cause a ruckus at the Marineford War. Luffy. The members of the Straw Hat crew looked at Bartholomew Kuma in fear. This man was still as formidable as ever. Even Yasuo pretended to shout, but deep down he was extremely jealous of Luffy. How could this guy manage to get such a beautiful girl? What a waste. However, a brother's wife. Just a casual thought. Cough, 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 just thinking about it. The idea of leading the Straw Hat crew to participate in the Marineford War filled Yasuo with excitement, and he immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Zoro, Sanji, get everyone to retreat. Yasuo stood in front of everyone, looking at the yellow monkey and Bartholomew Kuma. Zoro sheathed his sword. The captain was no longer there. And now, the vice-captain's orders were the most important. Retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several people rushed towards the Thousand Sunny. The yellow monkey narrowed his eyes, ready to use his devil fruit ability to intercept them, while Kuma also intended to take the initiative and knock everyone away. However, Yasuo preemptively spoke. If you want that foolish celestial dragon to die, feel free to make your move. Both of them paused and looked at Yasuo, surprised that this Straw Hat crew vice-captain would go to such lengths to achieve his goal. Yo, so scary, so scary. The yellow monkey, Borsellino, clenched his small fists against his chest, pouting and pretending to look wronged as he stared at Yasuo. Yasuo almost laughed out loud. Truly a performer like Borsellino, Luffy's big uncle star, abbreviated as Big Uncle, Kizaru, possesses powerful swordsmanship, kicking skills, and shooting abilities. When he first joined the Navy, he was already incredibly strong. Known as a monster, he is a student of the former Navy headquarters Admiral Zephyr. He is responsible for commanding the Navy's scientific forces, led by Frankie. He has short black hair with a slight natural curl. He wears sunglasses, has a stubble beard, is tall and slender, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit. A purple tie, a dark green shirt, and white leather shoes. He is a user of the light fruit, also known as the glint fruit, allowing him to turn any part of his body into light, while also possessing the speed of light, enabling light speed attacks and movements. He can deliver heavy blows using the speed of light. His body can emit a strong flash of light, temporarily blinding enemies. When Kizaru fights, his body emits intense flashes of light, and in the blink of an eye, his enemies are defeated, capable of destroying large buildings with a single kick. On the other side, the Dark King Rayleigh, who had already arrived, watched as the Straw Hat pirates left, with only Yasuo remaining in place. Don't they worry about Yasuo? Worry? They only worry that this admiral won't die too early. Thus, after a minute of stalemate with the two, Yasuo controlled Enel in the sky and threw the celestial dragon in front of him. Yasuo grabbed the sleeping Sharlala's saint by the collar, waking him up with a jolt. "Baka, I'm a celestial dragon. Where's the admiral?" Sharlala's saint shook his head and started scanning the area. Upon seeing Yasuo holding onto his collar, he immediately shouted, "Bakayalu, let go of me. Otherwise, I'll have my harem of 3,000 slaves take you down." Sharlala's saint looked at Yasuo arrogantly. "What are you going to do? I'm a celestial dragon. Try touching me." Kizaru was helpless, thinking, use your brain. You're being held hostage right now. What are you still looking at? The admiral is just a dog protecting us celestial dragons. Hurry and save me. Sharlala's saint yelled at Kizaru. Tyrant Bear silently took out a Bible from his pocket and muttered the contents. Namo Amitba, Great Compassion Guanyin. May Gatling Bodhisattva bless this celestial dragon not to die too miserably. Damn you, celestial dragon. Yasuo directly grabbed Sharlala's saint's hands, wanting him to experience the pain that Arlong once felt. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. So scary, so scary. Although he said it was scary, he didn't stop moving. Using his fruit ability, He appeared directly behind Yasuo, his foot glowing as he launched a right whip kick at Yasuo. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Meanwhile, Tyrant Bear's pupils constricted. The speed was so fast that he couldn't save Yasuo in time and could only hope that Yasuo could withstand Kizaru's kick. On the other side, Rayleigh had already drawn his sword, ready to rush out to save Yasuo. But Yasuo moved first. Yasuo directly instructed the system to activate the speed force, and Charlemagne appeared behind Kizaru. Kizaru's pupils widened. This long-haired kid, Blue Rose, is actually faster than me. I want to know, have you ever been kicked at super light speed? As Yasuo's words fell, he similarly executed a right whip kick, enhanced with advanced armament Haki, right into Kizaru's waist. Bam! Kizaru was sent flying, crashing into a massive tree trunk and getting embedded in it. What? You say the Pika Pika no Mi is stronger than the Speed Force? Turn right when you go out and get out of this book. Thank you. Rayleigh and Bartholomew Kuma were both stunned. What the hell is going on? What happened? The two were completely confused. Kizaru awkwardly pulled himself out of the tree trunk. So scary, so scary. Kizaru was frightened. His salary almost turned into an inheritance. Amaterasu. Kizaru gathered photons in his hand and formed a sword of light as a weapon, attacking Yasuo. Yasuo showed no fear, directly using both hands to tear Charlemagne's arms off at the base. Rip. Pressure band. Aya. Seeing this, Kizaru unleashed his fruit's ability to the fullest and swung his sword towards Yasuo. He didn't want to make this trip in vain. Who knows? His salary might be deducted too. Yasuo, empowered by his swift speed, quickly raised Charlemagne Saint to block in front of him, just as Kizaru's attack came. Kizaru flicked his sword upwards, intending to dodge past Charlemagne Saint. But Yasuo predicted Kizaru's prediction and activated his god-level observation Haki. He lifted Charlemagne Saint upwards. Ryup. Poor Charlemagne Saint was directly split in half by Kizaru's sword. Yasuo tossed aside the unfortunate Charlemagne Saint and looked at the dazed Kizaru in front of him. At that moment, Kizaru was truly stunned, thinking, what the hell, my observation Haki failed? My salary. It wasn't just Kizaru who was shocked. The expressionless face of Tyrant Kuma beside him widened in surprise. Could it be? This Admiral Kizaru is also one of us? Well done, Borsellino. Rayleigh, hiding to the side, was almost laughing out loud. An admiral is indeed an admiral. When it gets serious, they can even kill their own master. Yasuo teased Kizaru while covering his mouth and snickering. Baka, yada no Kagami. An angry Kizaru got serious, unleashing his full power towards Yasuo, flying into the sky with his arms crossed, using his abilities. Suddenly, countless dazzling light bullets shot from Kizaru's hands towards Yasuo below, a move characteristic of wide-area attacks. Therefore, Tyrant Kuma raised his paw and slapped it against himself, appearing far outside the attack range. He also wanted to save Yasuo, but unfortunately, his abilities were limited. Rayleigh squinted his eyes, finally feeling it was time to show off. However, it seemed there wouldn't be a chance for Rayleigh to join the battle. As Yasuo waved his hand to deactivate Enel's Edo Tensei, looking up at Kizaru, Flying Thunder God Technique. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In a moment, Yasuo disappeared. The attack fell simultaneously, causing the entire Area 41 to tremble, which was quite a sight. The strength of the general is indeed terrifying. Kizaru took a deep breath. In that instant, Yasuo's aura vanished, and his observation Haki did not detect Yasuo's presence. Damn, my salary. Kizaru rubbed his forehead, looking down at the shattered remains of Charlot's saint that he had blown up, shaking his head helplessly. It seemed inevitable that his salary would be deducted. He had even taken the initiative to volunteer to eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates, and in the end, he really lost both the lady and the soldiers. Meanwhile, Yasuo appeared at the port where the Thousand Sunny used to dock. Looking up, he saw that the Thousand Sunny had already left the port and was gently bobbing on the distant sea. As Yasuo stepped onto the surface of the sea, he rushed towards the Thousand Sunny. That's right. The Flying Thunder God was a backup plan that Yasuo had prepared, another way to escape with everyone. Last night, Yasuo had placed the Flying Thunder God marks around the Thousand Sunny. The Flying Thunder God technique leaves a mark on any person or object that it touches, allowing for instantaneous movement to the marked location. It's commonly known as teleportation. As long as one has a large enough mental capacity, they can also move objects and people other than themselves. Upon returning to the Thousand Sunny, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When that explosion sound had just occurred, everyone thought Yasuo had perished. Everyone was waiting on the deck for Yasuo's next command. Hey, long-haired freak, Do you know where Luffy was sent flying to? Sanji asked Yasuo with a cigarette in his mouth. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, while the Straw Hat crew stood behind him. He looked towards the increasingly distant Sabeti archipelago and slowly spoke. Set sail. Let's find Captain Luffy. Green algae head. Which direction should we go? Yasuo turned to Zoro. That way. Zoro smiled slightly. Looks like this vice captain still has to rely on me. Good. Set sail. Yasuo nodded. The crew? Are you sure? Really that way? Nami looked at Yasuo in disbelief. Yasuo actually agreed with Zoro? What the hell? Doesn't Yasuo know about Zoro's terrible sense of direction? Stop talking. Let's go. The Admiral will be after us soon. Yasuo casually walked towards the cabin. There was no choice. Since the vice captain had spoken, they could only head in the direction Zoro pointed. Frankie quickly turned the helm, steering away from Amazon Lily. Why did Yasuo want the Thousand Sunny to sail in the opposite direction of where Luffy was? Because Yasuo didn't want to disturb Luffy while he was flirting. Now, they just needed to drift around at sea, waiting for the newspaper announcing Ace's execution to arrive. At that time, he would be able to lead the Straw Hat crew to cause chaos in the Marineford War. Just thinking about that scene was incredibly badass, wasn't it? Yasuo was not worried at all about the safety of everyone. If worst came to worst, it would just be death. He could always use the reincarnation technique to bring everyone back. Besides, they were all the children of destiny, so they couldn't just die like that. Yasuo felt incredibly at ease. Meanwhile, after a long and arduous journey through the air, Luffy successfully crashed into Boa Hancock's bathroom. The big fool Luffy had quite the luck, breaking through the roof and landing right in Boa Hancock's arms. From that moment on, the big fool Luffy began an intensely passionate battle with the world's #1 beauty, Boa Hancock. As time slowly passed, 2 days went by in the blink of an eye, and the announcement of Ace's impending execution by the Navy began to spread across the seas through Morgan's news agency. After an intense battle, Luffy also successfully captured Boa Hancock's heart. In the underwater prison, Garp came to take one last look at his grandson Ace. Poor Ace had been suffering on the 6th floor of the underwater prison, tirelessly working on a sewing machine day and night, which made Garp's heart ache. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny, Yasuo looked toward a messenger bird flying over the distant sea, a smile creeping onto his face as he murmured, "Finally, is it starting?" Nami? On the deck of the Thousand Sunny, everyone exclaimed in shock at the newspaper in Yasuo's hands. Luffy's brother was about to be publicly executed by the Navy? Even if he was captured by the Navy, there's no way he would be publicly executed, right? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, spoke slowly. Idiot. He's the 2nd Division commander on Whitebeard's ship. Nami, holding a cute sheep, looked disdainfully at Sanji. Nami-chan is right, absolutely right. Sanji bent over courteously to Nami, resembling an ultimate sycophant. Even if he is the 2nd Division commander on Whitebeard's ship, there's no way. In my opinion, Whitebeard will definitely come to rescue Ace, so the Navy must have set up the execution to take down Whitebeard. Robin chimed in, brushing her not-so-long bangs aside. So, considering Luffy's foolish nature, he will definitely go to rescue Ace after seeing the news of his execution, right? Zoro squinted his eyes and thought, what should we do? We haven't found Luffy yet. Chopper looked at Yasuo with big watery eyes, occasionally sneaking glances at the cute sheep in Nami's arms. What should we do, Yasuo? Usopp asked Yasuo. Everyone turned their attention to Yasuo, eagerly anticipating what decision this vice captain would make. Yasuo slowly put down the newspaper in his hands and turned to gaze at the distant sea, dramatically saying, set sail for the Navy headquarters. Assist Luffy in rescuing Ace. Super. Frankie joined his hands at a 45-degree angle, pointing to the sky, striking a classic pose to show his agreement with Yasuo's decision. Robin smiled slightly, wondering if they were going to war with the Navy headquarters. Which way? Nami looked at the log pose in her hand and shook her head helplessly. The log pose was pointing to Sabeti Archipelago. Zoro knew it was time for him to step in. That way. Zoro pointed to the sea ahead, confidently smiling at Nami. That way. Yasuo turned his head, pointing in the opposite direction of Zoro's indication. Zoro, damn it, is that long-haired freak going against me again? Set sail to the Navy headquarters. Don't let our pirate king, Captain, fight alone. As Yasuo's words fell, Usopp quickly rushed to the sail of the Thousand Sunny, lowering the foresail, while Frankie swiftly turned the helm, and the ship sped towards the Navy headquarters. Brooke stood at the edge of the ship, holding a steaming cup of coffee, contemplating. Laboon, a fierce battle may be ahead. I hope you can give me strength. Brooke frowned, although his skeleton face showed no expression. He was still worried about the upcoming battle. During his recent time with the Straw Hat crew, Brook felt immense joy, as if he had found his true home. The crew felt like a family to him. Frankie took meticulous care of everyone on the ship and treated the Thousand Sunny exceptionally well, with every corner spotless. Brook thought of Frankie as a humorous father figure. Although Frankie's personality was frivolous, he was deeply loyal and an incredibly interesting man. As a cyborg, Frankie was armed all over, and Luffy and Chopper loved to play with him. He embodied the image of a father in a family. If the Straw Hat crew was a family, Frankie played the role of a humorous, mischievous father. Robin gave Brook the impression of being very wise, calm, knowledgeable, and elegant. While the crew played wildly together, Robin would always smile at them from the side, like a gentle mother. Zoro's personality was relatively aloof, but he genuinely cared about those around him. Zoro respected the opinions of the captain and first mate at all times, but he would also correct them if Luffy and Yasuo made mistakes. As a fighter, he bore significant responsibilities for the entire pirate crew, so he never allowed himself a moment of naivety or weakness. He maintained a high level of vigilance. Whenever the crew went ashore to play, he would choose to guard the ship. He silently contributed to the group, embodying the image of an older brother. If Zoro was the eldest son of the Straw Hat crew, then Sanji felt like the second son to Brook. Sanji's personality was also very calm, always able to make correct judgments and analyses in the face of any problem, helping his companions solve difficulties. On the surface, Sanji liked to bicker with Zoro and Yasuo, but the three had an incredibly good brotherly bond. Though he could be rough with Luffy, he was always willing to lay down his life for him. Nami in Brook's heart was the third daughter. She held the financial power of the entire Straw Hat crew, although she often claimed to care about money. What she truly valued and cherished most was her companions. While Nami had a bit of a Sichuan girl personality, she was still deeply loved by the Straw Hat crew. As for the fourth son, Usopp, although he appeared calm and serious, he still sought excuses to escape danger. This resembled the image of a protected younger brother in a family, but he always did his best to fight against strong enemies. Brook smiled slightly. Luffy in his heart was like the next son. Luffy's personality was very different from Yasuo's. He was pure and naive, often single-minded in his actions. Yet at the same time, he was sunny and optimistic, showing a positive attitude in the face of any difficulties. Among the Straw Hat crew, though Luffy was often the target of teasing, he earned the trust of his companions and was a great candidate for a son. This was evident during the Marineford War when Whitebeard let Luffy be his son. Luffy indeed had the qualities of a good son. The youngest child and daughter were none other than Chopper and Brook's beloved sheep, who were adored by everyone in the Straw Hat crew, truly deserving of everyone's care and love. And Brook felt quite pleased with himself, thinking of himself as the grandfather of the group. Due to his age, he was the oldest elder in the Straw Hat crew, with rich life and sailing experiences, thus he would naturally teach this group of younger ones. He was perfectly suited to be a grandfather. Yasuo? Brook swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Yasuo, who was gazing into the distance at the bow of the ship. Yasuo possessed skills that everyone else could only dream of. It could be said that Yasuo was practically all-powerful on the ship, with expertise in navigation, swordsmanship, martial arts, singing, dancing, and even, as Robin mentioned, he knew ancient scripts. One could say that Yasuo alone was like a pirate crew. Brook would gladly call Yasuo his ancestor. That's right. Yasuo is the ancestor of the Straw Hat Pirates family. Shaking off his admiration for Yasuo, Brook walked towards the training room in the cabin. He had recently just learned the elementary school calisthenics and kunlei tai mei that everyone had taught him, and he needed to practice more to showcase his strength at the Navy headquarters. Yasuo bought a small speaker for the training room for everyone to use. And for the domineering oral liquid, Yasuo purchased a water dispenser and mixed the domineering oral liquid into a large bottle. One large bottle could provide drinks for everyone for a week, and Yasuo wasn't worried at all that people wouldn't drink the domineering oral liquid. Because when everyone was working hard doing elementary school calisthenics and admiring Kunlei's beauty, they would surely get thirsty, right? As the Straw Hat ship was heading towards the Navy headquarters, Luffy also began his actions. The big fool Luffy snuck into Boa Hancock's little outfit. And after a moment of fragrance, the Licking King Luffy finally arrived at the underwater prison. Thus, Luffy started his quest for his foundation. What foundation? You don't understand this? Get out. Turn right out the door and roll out of this book. What? The Licking King doesn't understand either? The author advises you to be more self-aware. The Moby Dick, led by the Yonko Whitebeard, stealthily coated the ship with a model and headed towards the Navy headquarters. On the other side, the Yonko Kaido also began his actions. Kaido naturally knew that Whitebeard would definitely go to rescue his son, so he planned to take the opportunity to occupy this old guy's territory when Whitebeard left his own territory. The Red Force, Shanks, through Ben Beckman's analysis, speculated that Kaido would definitely try to ambush Whitebeard's territory. So, the good-hearted Shanks took action, leading his subordinate straight to Whitebeard's territory to stop that old beast Kaido. The Thousand Sunny, due to Zoro's earlier actions, had everyone far away from the Navy headquarters, and Yasuo was somewhat helpless, asking Mei Yangyang to transform into a rocket booster to speed up the Thousand Sunny. Yasuo is not worried about Luffy at all. Luffy now possesses all 3 types of Haki, along with the Pirate 8 Gates that Yasuo taught him and the Rubber Rasengan. There's nothing that a Rasengan can't solve. If there is, then just use another one. However, what Yasuo doesn't know is that although Luffy's mastery of Haki has made it somewhat easier for him to defeat enemies compared to the original story, he ultimately lost to Hannibal due to the aftereffects of the Pirate 8 Gates. Hannibal is not the former warden of the undersea prison, Gene. That's right. This Gene is the infamous flame disaster Gene under the legendary teacher, Kawaii Duo. After letting the Golden Lion Shiki escape, he resigned in shame and joined Kawaii Duo's faction. Luffy, who was defeated by Hannibal, was soon rescued by Ivankov, just like in the original story, with the help of the cross-dressing Xiao Feng. Then, Luffy was revived to full health by Ivankov's stimulant and led everyone straight to the 6th level of the undersea prison using the 8 Gates. In the undersea prison, Luffy reconciled with Joker, Hiba, and Sabo, and since he couldn't TC Ace, they began a prison break. Jinbei also followed Luffy and the others towards the 1st level of the undersea prison. When they arrived at the 1st level, they encountered Blackbeard and his pirate crew, and after a brief encounter, everyone scattered. On the 1st level of the undersea prison, since opening the Gate of Justice requires the Warden Hannibal's approval, Xiao Feng decided to stay behind and use his Devil Fruit ability to help the escape team open the Gate of Justice. Xiao Feng's brave sacrifice deeply moved Sabo, who also decided to go with Luffy to the Marine headquarters to save Ace. This also established Sabo as an important member infiltrating the Marines. In the original story, Sabo mingled with the execution squad and used his Devil Fruit ability to remove Ace's sea stone shackles. Therefore, Sabo's action influenced by Xiao Feng was inevitable. While Luffy gathered many prison allies to head to the Marine headquarters, the Thousand Sunny was also moving at high speed. Damn it, hurry up, hurry up! Yasuo ignored the people lying on the deck and stood up to look out at the sea in the distance. Yasuo couldn't wait to lead everyone to show off. It seemed that Yasuo's emotions were sensed by Mei Yangyang, who transformed into a rocket booster and unleashed all her strength from helping Nami solve problems at night. As time slowly passed, the Thousand Sunny gradually approached the Navy headquarters territorial waters. Are we there yet? Yasuo murmured, tightly gripping the handle of his magic sword, Kain Renjian. Mei Yangyang released the rocket booster form. As Yasuo's words fell, the Thousand Sunny's speed gradually slowed down and came to a stop by the high walls of the Navy headquarters. Wow, the walls of the Navy headquarters are so high. Chopper exclaimed, his jaw dropping onto the deck. He had never seen such a magnificent building before. Is this the Navy headquarters base? Wow, there must be many powerful opponents inside, right? Zoro twisted his neck, tightly gripping the sword handle, his eyes filled with excitement, feeling as if all the blood in his body was on fire. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, looking up at the top of the surrounding walls. There should be a lot of Navy stationed on the outside. Could it be? Has the war on the top already begun? So there are no Navy outside anymore? Yasuo slowly opened his mouth. If anyone is scared right now, you can back out. The members of the Straw Hat crew behind him suddenly froze. Yasuo actually said such serious words. It seemed like the enemies inside were quite powerful. Hey, long-haired freak, what nonsense are you talking about? Zoro said irritably. Now that they were here, what was the point of saying that? Luffy must be worried, right? I don't want to back out. I want to help Luffy. Nami said, holding her beloved sheep with unwavering determination. If you're not there for your comrades when they're sad, then what kind of comrade are you? I want to back out, Sanji said, holding a cigarette in his mouth as he looked up at the tall wall in front of him. I want to back out. I want to back out. Everyone responded in unison, and the atmosphere was filled with passion. Yasuo turned his head and squinted at Usopp. Are you not backing down? Yasuo-san, Luffy is my captain. I have no reason to back down. Usopp angrily took the Tenryu off his back, his expression very furious. Yasuo smiled slightly, scanning the members of the Straw Hat crew present, who were also waiting for Yasuo to give the command. I believe everyone hasn't forgotten how to use armament Haki to climb trees, right? Yasuo clenched his fists, his heart pounding, and it was clear that he was very excited. Hee. Of course, he hadn't forgotten. Everyone chuckled and looked at Yasuo. Just as they were about to leave the Going Merry and climb the high wall, a wave of red energy surged out from behind the wall. Yasuo squinted his eyes. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. A soldier. Yasuo jumped up and dashed straight up the wall. The crowd exchanged glances. Luffy wouldn't easily use his Conqueror's Haki unless something truly infuriating happened. Everyone leaped onto the high wall and rushed upwards, closely following Yasuo's pace. P.S. Sorry, AU. Because the author found his caliphate today, so I'm really sorry. I hope you won't be mad. Hee. Ahead. Yasuo took out a small speaker from his pocket and pressed play on the battle song Children of the Dark, turning the volume up to the maximum. The Straw Hat crew behind him heard the familiar music and unconsciously quickened their pace. Meanwhile, within the Navy headquarters, the battlefield, which had just fallen silent due to Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, was also filled with the battle song Yasuo was playing. Luffy naturally heard it, and even Crocodile gritted his teeth as he looked towards the high wall outside the Navy headquarters. Damn, has that man come? Which man? Jinbe looked a bit confused, glancing at Crocodile. Crocodile, who had only shown anger when dealing with Whitebeard, had never displayed this expression before. Crocodile said nothing more. If that man had arrived, this battle might become much easier. The big fool Luffy slowly turned his head toward the high wall outside the Navy headquarters and murmured, Is it Yasuo? Tears streamed down the big fool Luffy's face. Has Yasuo really come? My first mate. He realized he couldn't do without this first mate anymore. He had completely regarded Yasuo as another good brother. Ace on the platform also brightened his eyes. That man, the one who created the Pirate 8 Gates. Is it him? Many renowned Navy and pirate figures present turned to look at the distant high wall, as the middle high wall had been broken by little oars, allowing everyone to see the outer high wall at a glance. On the other side, Yasuo finally reached the top of the high wall, looked up, and saw little oars lying aside, with a sea of heads in front of him. Gulp. Yasuo swallowed hard. Damn, so many people. Yasuo scanned the crowd and immediately spotted the tattered Luffy, who was crying and looking at him. Luffy. Yasuo shouted loudly. Yasuo. Woo-woo. The big fool Luffy cried even louder, as if he had exhausted all his strength, panting and shouting at Yasuo. Yasuo didn't expect the plot to develop so quickly, reaching the point where Ace's head was about to be chopped off. If he had come any later, he might have just been collecting Ace's corpse. Blue Rose. A naval lackey exclaimed, seemingly a loyal fan of Yasuo. The surrounding pirates and navy looked at the lackey in confusion, who immediately shut up and avoided everyone's gaze, his cheeks slightly reddening. Blue Rose? Marco the Phoenix smirked. Is this the man who created the Pirate 8 Gates? I've been following him for a long time, and I never expected to see him in such a scene. Hee Blue Rose. Dracul Mihawk licked his lips, wondering how skilled this kid's swordsmanship had become. That kid is Luffy's first mate? Whitebeard stood still, not looking back, as his observation Haki had already scanned Yasuo's figure. Meanwhile, the camera held by the clown Heba perfectly captured a full-body close-up of Yasuo, allowing the viewers on the live broadcast to see Yasuo's strikingly handsome face, reminiscent of Tang's San. Hee this kid. Rayleigh the Dark King murmured as he watched the live broadcast from the bar counter of Shaki's bar. He still didn't know how that arm got away. He rushed into Kizaru's attack to save him, only to end up saving nothing. Blue Rose. Akiji, standing at the execution platform, was also watching Yasuo. Has this long-haired kid finally arrived? I wonder if he's been treating his beloved Imask well. Looking at Yasuo's pretentious figure, Kizaru felt a twinge of pain. He had been kicked hard by Yasuo and had even been docked pay. This is simply my number one enemy. Old Man Carp still stood beside Ace, his gaze incredibly vacant. Even with Whitebeard here, he was still beaten to a pulp. Could he save his grandson? Is that even possible? Blue Rose? Carp's fists clenched tightly. He often fantasized about a scene where the family sat around the table, happily eating meat and drinking wine, but sadly, that kind of time could only be seen when his grandson was little. Green poison spike. Another naval lackey exclaimed. At this time, Zoro had already climbed to Yasuo's side, looking towards Luffy in the distance. Zoro. Luffy screamed heartbreakingly. Zoro frowned. What had Luffy gone through to be in such a state? Gritting his teeth, Zoro wished he could immediately rush in and fight the many Navy officers. Golden Legend. A female voice rang out. It was Tina. The Navy was incredulous as they looked at Colonel Tina, never expecting that she also had an idol. Sanji, with a pretentious look, had a cigarette in his mouth and glanced at the crowd arrogantly. But inside, he was already stirred up. Damn it. When have I seen so many people? Looking up, the sea of heads was as dense as an anthill. There must be tens of thousands, right? Black silence. A group of Navy officers holding 3 big guns exclaimed. This sniper is the idol of these naval lackeys. Who wouldn't admire someone who could take down a ship in one shot? Usopp stood beside Sanji, expressionless, looking at Ace on the high platform, his feet already trembling uncontrollably. Orange alert. Another shout came. Have you heard? The navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates has exceptional sailing skills, able to predict the weather in advance. Truly worthy of the orange alert. A naval lackey whispered to his companion. Yeah, I heard that when this woman activates the Pirate 8 gates, she transforms into a very sexy woman. The naval lackey next to him unconsciously swallowed. Pink Rose, child of the devil. Everyone trembled upon seeing Robin appear. A woman branded with the name of a devil. Her cruel methods and abilities were evident. Robin had never seen so many people, and she unconsciously swallowed repeatedly. Azure Battle God. Bartolomeo clenched his small fists, looking at Frankie in Mark III battle armor, wondering whose mechanical prowess was stronger between him and his scientific team. The remaining Skeleton and Chopper, as well as Brook, had little fame, so they had no fans. Standing on the top of the high wall, they were equally shocked. This battle was like boiling water, filled with countless bubbles. Smoker stood nearby, his fist cracking. Blue Rose. This battle isn't something you little kids can participate in. Smoker unconsciously remembered the Hwaxiang Zhengqi water that Yasuo had made him drink. He somewhat missed that taste. Ever since he drank that Hwaxiang Zhengqi water, he hadn't shown any signs of heat stroke while training under the blazing sun. He didn't know why. Everyone, woo woo woo. The big fool Luffy said, tearfully and tremblingly. Yasuo stands on the high wall, watching everyone turn their gaze towards him, knowing that if he doesn't show off now, when else will he? Put on a mask. Yasuo spoke to the people beside him. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took out the blue masks that Yasuo had prepared for them and put them on their faces. The comrade from Warring States looked confused, wondering what these kids were doing wearing such things. Were they going to use biological weapons? In the next moment, he understood why everyone was doing this. Yasuo, with an excited expression, opened his arms in a hugging gesture and slowly spoke to the people on the other side of the wall. Poop shit explosion big burial. Instantly, a massive wave of feces surged forth from behind the Straw Hat crew, sweeping towards the front like a tsunami. It was just like the tsunami triggered by Whitebeard's Gura Nomi ability at the start. Ugh, ugh. Before the attack even reached them, large groups of Navy and pirates were already on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Damn, isn't this man a user of the reincarnation devil fruit? What's going on? Smoker covered his mouth and nose as he looked at the deluge of feces ahead. Beside him, Tashigi was on the ground, vomiting wildly, even bringing up the yellow braised chicken she had eaten that morning. One could imagine how perverse Yasuo's poop fruit ability truly was. This was not just a natural type. It was also a biochemical type. Even Whitebeard frowned at this move. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who was hiding to the side, was also shocked. He never expected that someone could eat 2 devil fruits. This meant his speculation must be correct. That's right. Blackbeard's speculation was that his deformed body could consume 2 devil fruits. The others had no time to think about why the blue demoness could eat 2 devil fruits, as the attack was already approaching the battlefield. If they didn't do something soon, they would surely be buried in feces, and even if they didn't die, they would suffocate from the stench. Admiral Akiji was the first to dash towards the edge of the battlefield, knowing that this liquid-type attack was nothing but trash in his hands. Ice Age. The overwhelming feces were directly frozen by Akiji, forming a triangular encirclement with the tsunami that had been frozen on both sides. Yasuo was taken aback. Damn it, I forgot there was still a Kizaru. Am I really picking a useless poop fruit? But, do you think poop can only be diarrhea? Don't you know there are also solid ones? Yasuo isn't worried. He still has many flashy moves he hasn't used yet. The members of the Straw Hat crew shifted their feet to the side, wishing they could sever ties with Yasuo. Meanwhile, Luffy was lying on the ground, vomiting wildly, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. As expected of my first mate. Ugh, ugh. The world's most beautiful pirate, Boa Hancock, covered her mouth, looking at Yasuo with disdain. A smelly man is just a smelly man. What a loser. Yasuo ignored the reactions of the crowd and commanded everyone to battle, then leaped forward. In midair, Yasuo reached out with one hand and unleashed his skill. Some of the feces that had been frozen by Akiji splattered onto the marines and pirates, allowing Yasuo to launch his attack using this feces. Even without this mess, Yasuo could still use his abilities, as everyone has some feces in their stomachs, right? Therefore, Yasuo could easily control it. However, he didn't want to make it so disgusting. After all, the readers in front of the screen were still watching. Feces, universal feces, pull. Yasuo unleashed a powerful ability that directly pulled those covered in feces towards him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the Navy members took off and flew towards Yasuo, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What the hell kind of ability is this? Feces shit summoning. Yasuo pulled everyone towards him, and then unleashed a powerful shit, Luo Tianzhong, releasing a force that surged from his hand towards the crowd, directly burying them into the ground below. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was smashed open, creating large skulls, and the Navy minions fell into them one after another. As for the pirates, Yasuo didn't attack them. After all, they were Whitebeard's subordinates, and he quite liked that old man who loved to take in sons. There was no need to make the old man unhappy. Ha ha, I'm a nature type, poop fruit user, able to control all poop and transform into Poop Superman. Yasuo enjoyed the attention of the crowd, tilting his chin as he explained his fruit ability. Those present eagerly pulled out their devil fruit encyclopedias to take a look. Sure enough, there really is a poop fruit. Everyone was shocked. This nature-type poop fruit is so outrageous. Yasuo stood on the ground, laughing heartily, as if he was already reveling in the joy of victory. Hey, furry guy, what are you doing? Zoro ran past Yasuo and turned his head disdainfully to interrupt Yasuo's pretentious behavior. Ahem. Yasuo awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that he had become a bit arrogant, making the same mistake as many predecessors who had traveled to different worlds. Arrogance. In front of him, Akiji blocked the path of the crowd. Yasuo quickly flashed in front of Akiji, signaling everyone to continue forward. Long-hair kid, this kind of battle is not something you little brats can participate in. Akiji wanted Yasuo to back down. Yasuo naturally understood the meaning behind Akiji's words. He glanced disdainfully at Akiji and then looked towards Luffy in the distance. Didn't I tell you last time? Our Straw Hat Pirates will never abandon any of our comrades. Akiji's pupils contracted. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. Time capsule. Akiji used his devil fruit ability, intending to freeze Yasuo. Poop 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 gun. Yasuo transformed into a poop superhero, emanating a foul smell and flowing with disgusting feces. One hand stretched back like Luffy's arm, then quickly shot towards Akiji. Ugh. Akiji looked at Yasuo's appearance and was about to place his arm on Yasuo, but quickly recoiled. The damage wasn't significant, but the insult was quite strong. Akiji dodged Yasuo's poop gun and backed away, covering his mouth and nose. Whoever wants to fight can go ahead. After all, he was just there to pass the time. Akiji turned and launched a powerful ice attack towards Whitebeard, feeling incredibly disgusted by Yasuo and not wanting to see him again for fear of throwing up. With Akiji attacking Whitebeard, the entire battlefield erupted into chaos once more, with shouts and cries echoing everywhere. Yasuo, why the hell are you running? I haven't even started having fun yet. Yasuo didn't care anymore. If no one was helping him, he would go save Ace himself. He quickly ran towards Luffy's direction, where the execution platform was located. Yasuo directly drew his magic blade, Qianren, covering it with his fruit ability, and slashed forward at the numerous naval minions. Diarrhea /. Yasuo instantly shot out, entering seamless E mode as he rushed through the numerous Navy minions. The cursed sword, the magic blade Qianren, covered in excrement, caused the minions to lose their combat effectiveness the moment it got close, resulting in their inevitable demise at Yasuo's hands. On the other side, Zoro's eyes sparkled as he looked at the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Mihawk, however, was fixated on Yasuo, who was rushing towards Luffy. He wanted to see what level Yasuo's swordsmanship had reached, as he hadn't encountered a worthy opponent in a long time. As he watched Zoro charge at him, Mihawk shook his head. He recognized Zoro's current strength at a glance. His steps were unsteady, and his arms were weak, still far from being able to challenge him. With a slash, Mihawk didn't even glance at Zoro, directly unleashing a basic slash towards him. Zoro's gaze was resolute as he drew 3 swords and used his strongest move to block Mihawk's strike. 3-sword style, K-My slash. 3 slashes, imbued with Haki, shot out, colliding with Mihawk's strike, but Zoro's attack shattered after just 2 seconds. Zoro's pupils contracted. Was he still so far behind this man? Realizing the vast difference in strength between himself and Mihawk, Zoro no longer insisted on defeating him now. After executing 3K my slashes to neutralize Mihawk's attack, he turned and charged towards the other side, targeting the 8-sword style's demon spider. Mihawk was somewhat surprised that Zoro managed to block his ordinary slash with 3 moves. It seemed this green-haired swordsman was progressing quickly. But then, Mihawk turned his head, gripping his great sword, and stepped towards Yasuo. Yasuo naturally saw the movements of that old guy Hawkeye and swung his sword towards him. 50 times amplification. Steel cutting flash. A strike glowing with blue light shot towards Hawkeye. Oh, a great swordsman? Hawkeye was a bit surprised, thinking that this guy was progressing way too fast. Is he already a great swordsman? Hawkeye responded with his own strike glowing with green light. Bang! The strikes collided, and Hawkeye's attack was superior, continuing to surge towards Yasuo. Damn, not even 50 times amplification can compete. Yasuo finally understood just how strong Hawkeye's power was, because his own 100 times amplification ability was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. 80 times amplification. Steel cutting flash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rip. Yasuo swung his sword again, directly shattering Hawkeye's slash, and then moved at an incredible speed to stand right in front of him. Blood surged through Hawkeye's body. He was too excited. Finally, he had met a rival he could spar with. Ever since losing the ambiguous connection with red-haired Shanks, his great sword had been thirsting for battle for over 10 years. Now his sword finally had a place to be used. How could he not be thrilled? The reason Hawkeye came to participate in the Marineford War was simply because he had long heard Red Hair talking about Luffy, and he was very interested in Luffy's potential. After learning about Luffy's latest news, he decided to join the war, not expecting to find such a pleasant surprise here. Hawkeye gripped his black sword Yuru tightly and unleashed a powerful slash towards Yasuo. Ryup, zzz. The 2 slashes collided, creating a continuous sound, and they remained locked in that position until their attacks slowly dissipated. Long-haired freak, Zoro gritted his teeth as he watched the 2 slashes, while the Vice Admiral, Spider, was sweating profusely as he looked at Zoro. Given Zoro's current level of observation Haki and armament Haki, holding his ground against Spider should be no problem. If he activated the Pirate's 8 gates, he might even win decisively. Hey, Hawkeye, don't get in my way. Yasuo squinted at Hawkeye and said, "What the hell are you doing coming out at a time like this?" Hawkeye took a deep breath, stepped forward, and swung his sword down at Yasuo. Whitebeard watched the direction of their battle from a distance, murmuring to himself, "Is yesterday's battle about to repeat itself?" What does he mean by yesterday's battle? It's referring to the fight between Red-Hair and Hawkeye, a scene of destruction that Whitebeard calls a battle reminiscent of yesterday. Yasuo didn't want to waste time with Hawkeye, directly unleashing the power of Assassin Wu Yoshi. With the magic sword Qianren in hand, he collided with the Black Blade Knight. Bang! A wave of invisible energy radiated outward from the 2, sending surrounding marines and pirates flying in all directions. Interesting. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, held his fingers in a flower pose, grinning eerily. He didn't expect that a rookie pirate could exchange blows with Hawkeye for a while. Crack! A clear sound of the blade shattering rang out. Long-haired freak. Zoro's pupils widened instantly. The magic sword Qianren was about to break. Did the long-haired freak not inherit his brother's abilities? Yasuo. The members of the Straw Hat crew exclaimed in worry for Yasuo. "Kid, don't you even have a good sword? That thing on your waist." Crack! Before Hawkeye could finish his sentence, the magic sword Qianren couldn't withstand Hawkeye's force and shattered. Just when Hawkeye found it boring and was about to sheath his sword, the shattered pieces of the magic sword Qianren floated up beside him, mixed with some feces. Hawkeye's pupils constricted. This kid has no martial ethics. He actually used devil fruit abilities. Riot. Yasuo swung his sword, sending large shards of the magic blade flying directly into Hawkeye's body, causing a spray of blood. Tear. Bang. Among the Straw Hat crew, the first to get hit was Zoro, who was caught off guard as the Ghost Spider delivered a direct strike to Zoro's left eye. Zoro covered his eye, unconcerned about his injury, and continued to look in Yasuo's direction, then burst into laughter. Haha. Long-haired freak, you really have some skills. Bang. Hawkeye fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, realizing he had made a mistake that only a child would make. He exclaimed that this world was too dangerous, and he wanted to go home to find his mother, the ape, because Hawkeye hadn't activated his observation Haki and armament Haki. He only intended to exchange a few moves with Yasuo using his skills, but he didn't expect Yasuo to be so ruthless. Alas, It was my mistake to trust too much. What? Everyone looked at Yasuo in shock, unable to believe that this man had actually injured the world's greatest swordsman. In fact, Yasuo had merely caught Hawkeye off guard using the abilities of the assassin Wieldsthe. If it came down to a real fight, it might end up like many predecessors among the Traversers, fighting with Hawkeye for 4 or 5 chapters before it was over. Yasuo frowned as he looked over at Zoro, who was kneeling on one knee. Why was this green algae head so careless? Was he blind before his time? Did his strength advance too quickly, leading to his eyes going blind early? Face your enemy properly, green algae head. Yasuo felt a bit guilty. After all, this fool got hurt because he was concerned about him. I'll take the lead. Don't worry. Zoro slowly stood up, looking at the unscrupulous vice admiral, and stepped forward to engage him in battle. Meanwhile, Mihawk seemed to be greatly affected, realizing that the only honest opponent in this world was Shanks. Mihawk sheathed his black sword and walked away, deciding to withdraw from this boring fight. He only needed to observe. Yasuo looked at Hawkeye's desolate figure and felt a pang of heartache. Who told you to fight without considering the occasion? I can't be blamed for that, little hawk. Yasuo quickly rushed to Luffy's side. At this moment, Luffy was exhausted, breathing heavily as he looked up at Yasuo. Leave it to me now, Luffy, Yasuo said with a slight smile. The big fool Luffy nodded and looked towards the approaching Jinbe. Now, only this blue giant could protect him while he took a break. Yasuo nodded at the blue fatty, sheathing his magic blade, 1,000 cuts, and fixed his sharp gaze on the high platform. Impure world reincarnation. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Yasuo knelt on one knee, extending his right hand towards the ground for a strike. Strange, ancient soul rings spread out from in front of Yasuo, and in an instant, the ground cracked open with gaping holes. Coffins emerged from the earth like this. Thud! As Yasuo just unleashed his ability. The entire Malinvondo suddenly fell silent. Yasuo, what is going on? I was just using my fruit ability. What is the problem? Yasuo doesn't know that his ability to summon the dead through impure world reincarnation is already well known to everyone, and it's normal for people to feel shocked upon witnessing it. It's here, the ability of the reincarnation fruit. Comrade Sengoku narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had seen such an ability. Boom, boom, boom. The coffin lid fell heavily, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust as several figures slowly emerged from within. Yarlita, Axe Emperor Monka, Wapple, Fishman Arlong, Mr. 9, Crocodile Creek, Mr. 5, Bellamy, Poison Q, Enel, Rob Lucci, Kaku Bruno, Nero, Gabra, Weichi Owl. The undead army has arrived. A few of them stepped out of the coffin with a disregard for their kin and observed their surroundings. Damn long-haired kid. Did you poke the hornet's nest of the Navy? Wapple swallowed his non-existent saliva repeatedly and spoke. Ha ha ha. Kid, well done. Let's make a scene. Arlong laughed heartily, his yellow teeth glaring. Why can't I see Khalifa? Kako looked puzzled. They all died together, so how? Did Khalifa survive? It would be best if she is alive. Rob Lucci stared vacantly at the execution platform. It seems the Navy has captured another significant figure. Undead Army. Charge. With a command from Yasuo, the Undead Army charged directly into the ranks of the Navy, initiating a one-sided massacre. Eneru transformed into a generator of the undead, using his fruit ability to generate power for love, electrocuting everyone until they were charred. Air, open the door. Spoon. Nose booger is an explosion. Drink. I swallow. Gale foot. Shave. Finger gun. I bounce. Damn CP9. Akainu, who was having a great time fighting Whitebeard, saw this scene and immediately exploded with anger, turning to charge at Yasuo. Yasuo? Damn it. Am I really the protagonist with this kind of body? But there's nothing I can do. After all, I'm the main character of this story. Before Akainu could make a move, Yasuo took the initiative to attack. Poop big shit. Big fire. Akainu transformed his arm into a massive lava fist made of molten rock, simulating the impact of a volcanic eruption to launch his fist towards Yasuo. This attack was powerful enough to instantly shatter and vaporize a massive iceberg dozens of times larger than a giant. Bang! Hisses! A foul smell wafted across the battlefield with white smoke, causing many nearby Marines and pirates to immediately flee to the distance, away from the battle between the two. Even Luffy was being carried away by Jinbe, running wildly into the distance, with one hand covering his mouth and nose, frowning as he sprinted. Kid, prepare to die. Dog bite, Red Lotus. Whoosh whoosh. Akainu first turned his arm into lava, then shaped the lava-covered arm into a dog head and elongated it to attack Yasuo, with the lava dog head biting towards Yasuo during the attack. Yasuo learns on the spot and directly uses his ability. Dog poop dog biting shit lotus. Similarly, a dog-headed poop is shot at Akainu. And after the two dog heads collide, there is a hissing sound followed by a cloud of smoke. Akainu is furious. Damn that little punk. Actually stealing my move. Unforgivable. Meteor volcano. Akainu leaps high into the air, then his fists become molten as he continuously swings them downward. And soon, magma fists rain down from the sky like a meteor shower, seemingly turning the earth into a sea of lava, a truly terrifying scene. Sakazuki has gone too far. Sengoku is infuriated. This idiot doesn't care about the other Navy subordinates below. These are all the flowers of our motherland. Yasuo is also a bit annoyed. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Yasuo extended his right hand, palm open, looking up at the sky, then squinted his eyes and slowly spoke. Heaven's obstruction is overwhelming. Buzz. The entire Marineford seemed to have become a bit thinner in the air, and everyone looked around in confusion, not knowing what was happening. Heavens! Heavens! In the sky. At this moment, a pirate minion stammered, tilting his head to look at the sky. A meteor! No, that is a meteor made entirely of poop. Don't you think the foul smell around resembles that of the Blue Rose's ability? Could it be? Did the Blue Rose do this? Everyone trembled and looked towards Yasuo. Even Whitebeard, Kizaru, and Akiji consciously stopped their actions and looked up at the massive meteor in the sky. Mihawk, however, was unfazed, leaning against a ruined wall, resting and gazing at the sky. This little brat is really interesting. Old dog, wanna die, huh? If you wanna die, let us all die together. Ha ha ha. Yasuo laughed maniacally. Bakiyaru, you're really asking for it. Akainu shouted angrily. The meteor covered in poop that was about to smash down on Marineford was no joke. Sengoku looked up at the giant falling meteor that was engulfed in flames with irritation. This little brat really didn't know his limits. Did he want to kill everyone? Borsalino. Sengoku signaled Kizaru to deal with the meteor. I need a raise. Kizaru pouted and took a step forward, flying straight into the sky to use his ability. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru activated his fruit ability, crossing his hands and releasing glowing orbs towards the meteor. Boom, boom. The meteor was directly split into several large pieces by Kizaru, falling downwards. Fire blast. Barrage of the admirals. The three admirals worked together to completely turn the meteor into nutrients that spread throughout the air. Ha ha ha. Do you think this is the end? Yasuo arrogantly pulled out a cigarette and slowly walked towards the execution platform. What does this mean? What does Blue Rose mean? Everyone looked puzzled as to why Yasuo would say that, and continued to look up at the sky. Suddenly, another meteorite of excrement came crashing down. This time, the meteorite was not just dry and sparking, but composed of liquid feces. Even before it landed, it had already started raining poop from the sky, with drops of feces falling all over the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Instantly, the battlefield was no longer a bloody scene, but a stinking public toilet. Looking up, large groups of pirates and Marines were sprawled on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Even Ace and Carp on the high platform were covered in excrement. The smell was unbearable. The Straw Hat crew was also on the ground, stinking and vomiting. Damn long-haired freak. Sanji was about to throw up his intestines. He could have used his observation Haki to dodge, but with poop raining down all over Marineford, how could he avoid it? Now you know my power, huh? Yasuo continued walking towards the execution platform, not wanting to waste time, as it was important to quickly end this rescue mission. Whitebeard was also struggling to endure. He had initially thought about letting this long-haired kid be his son, but now he decided against it. He didn't want to smell that all day long. Whitebeard swung his blade and stabbed it into the ground in front of him. Then, with his hands clenched into fists, he opened his arms and unleashed his power to create a shockwave towards the falling excrement. Using the power of the Tremor fruit, Whitebeard created a white spherical shield with his fists, shattering the space in front of him and causing air vibrations, sending an invisible shockwave towards the falling feces in the sky. In an instant, the feces in the sky disintegrated into powder and scattered in the air. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, is a man who has consumed the Tremor fruit, referred to by Sengoku as the power that can destroy the world. Whitebeard was not interested in becoming the Pirate King. He only wanted a family on the sea, and due to his kidney issues, he was eager to adopt sons to carry on his legacy. He was also once a member of the Rocks Pirates. While everyone was still shocked by Whitebeard's world-destroying power, Yasuo had quietly approached Ace. The younger brother, who had been knocked out by Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, had awakened and was using his fruit ability to create a universal key. The younger brother and Yasuo exchanged a glance, and without a word, they quietly worked together to unlock Ace's Sea Prism stone chains. Carp, standing nearby, had actually noticed Yasuo's actions long ago, but he didn't intervene. After all, it was his grandson, and if he could survive, that would be the best outcome. Ace was also looking up at the astonishing scene in the sky, completely unaware that his Sea Prism stone chains had been unlocked by Yasuo and the younger brother. Sengoku was also watching the sky, not knowing what was going through his mind. Yes, a pawn. Yasuo grabbed Ace and Sabo, ready to jump off the execution platform, but he turned back to take a look at Carp. This old man was actually punched by Luffy in the original story, so he couldn't ruin the plot. Yasuo narrowed his eyes and then delivered a right whip kick to Carp's backside. Bang! A powerful kick sent Carp crashing down from the execution platform. Yasuo felt a rush of satisfaction and happily pulled the two people down from the execution platform with him. At that moment, Sengoku and the others also reacted, watching Yasuo leap down from the execution platform with the two. Baka. Sengoku, furious, never expected that just thinking about what flavor of sunbae to have for dinner would lead to Yasuo rescuing Ace. In the distance, the clown Buggy, holding a camera, also turned the lens toward the execution platform. Sengoku had now activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming into a gleaming golden Buddha form, and unleashed a Buddha's wave of energy towards Yasuo and the others. Boom! Boom! Yasuo swung away two people and quickly drew his magic sword, Qianren, swinging it forward. Wind barrier. Splat! Sengoku's pupils constricted. This long-haired kid could actually block his Buddha-style energy attack. Incredible. Coming back to his senses, Ace stared blankly at his hands covered in excrement, and then a wave of joy surged in his heart. He finally didn't have to tread on the sewing machine anymore. I port gas D Ace. AM free. On the other side, Luffy, who had regained some stamina, was quickly running towards Ace after Ivankov gave him a shot of adrenaline. Little Ace. Luffy's voice reached Ace's ears, and Ace turned to see Luffy running towards him with a big smile. Little Luffy. Ace also took a step forward, opening his arms covered in excrement to embrace Luffy. Ugh. Finally, Jinbe, standing behind Luffy, couldn't help but vomit. Woo-woo. Little Ace, I'm so glad you're okay. Big idiot Luffy cried out, overwhelmed with feelings of grievance after everything he had been through these days. It's okay, little Luffy. Brother's fine. Ace gently wiped the mixed tears and excrement from Luffy's face. Arigato. Yasuo-san. Ace turned to look at Yasuo, not expecting him to be so powerful, having fought against two admirals and even heavily injured the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk. Most importantly, Yasuo had actually knocked out his own grandfather with a kick. That's right. At this moment, Carp was pretending to be unconscious under the execution platform. Since Ace had been rescued, he thought he might as well just play dead and not worry about anything else. Now is not the time to talk about this. Luffy, hurry and retreat with Ace. Yasuo looked at Luffy, and the reason he asked Luffy to take Ace away was that he instinctively recalled the scene of Ace being pierced through the chest by Akainu. As Yasuo's words fell, Akainu quickly rushed over, directly using his fruit abilities to attack Yasuo. Hellhound! Akainu swiftly extended his lava-like arm to strike at Yasuo, just like Luffy's rubber arm. This move not only had an incredibly fast attack speed, but also extraordinary power. I am as cool as the wind, always by my side. Asakeskiviko. Yasuo drew the magic sword Qianren with great flair and unleashed his power. Tornado of the Wind's End. A whirlwind mixed with shards of the magic sword Qianren rushed toward Akainu, instantly shredding the Hellhound to pieces. Akainu dodged and appeared at a distance, looking at Yasuo. Today, you all shall die. Retreat. Yasuo turned to the Straw Hat crew, wanting to leave this cursed place, but Akainu appeared right in front of Yasuo, looking at him with a face full of anger. Hearing this, the Straw Hat crew quickly broke free from their enemies and gathered with Luffy and Ace, heading towards Whitebeard. However, just a few steps in, they were blocked by several people, with Admirals Akiji, Kazu, and the tyrant Don Quixote Doflamingo, along with Smoker and other Navy lackeys surrounding the Straw Hat crew tightly. Luffy furrowed his brows, wondering what Yasuo would do in this situation. He turned to look at Yasuo, who was facing Akainu, and their eyes met. Yasuo knew that if he didn't bring out something soon, the Straw Hat crew might end up perishing here, relying solely on the soon-to-die old man Whitebeard Wieldsthe work, and besides, Whitebeard's subordinates were not very strong. He wouldn't teach them, as he was no kind-hearted teacher. Seeing that everyone couldn't break through the Navy's encirclement, Yasuo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Conqueror's Haki. Buzz. A wave of blue energy emanated from Yasuo, spreading outwards and knocking down a large number of weak-willed Navy soldiers and pirates. The heavens did not give birth to me. Rocks. And the filthy earth is as eternal as the long night. Reincarnation of the filthy earth. Come forth. Yasuo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, quickly forming hand seals with both hands while kneeling on one knee, then slapped his right hand on the ground. Boom, boom. The ground instantly cracked open with 3 fissures, and 3 golden coffins slowly rose from the earth, each inscribed with Jack. Key. Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku looked shocked. The vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates actually possessed the qualifications of a king that only one in a million has. I knew it. A hint of a bitter smile appeared on Akiji's face. He knew how many people on the Straw Hat ship had the qualities of king. It wasn't surprising for Yasuo, as the vice-captain, to possess Conqueror's Haki. Everyone was astonished by Yasuo's Conqueror's Haki, completely disregarding the 3 golden coffins that Yasuo had summoned. Bang! 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 The lids of the 3 coffins were suddenly kicked off by the people inside, spinning through the air and crashing to the ground, stirring up large amounts of filth. At this moment, everyone noticed that Yasuo had summoned 3 coffins, and looking up, they saw the figures inside stepping out with a demeanor of indifference. Step, step. The footsteps resonated in everyone's ears. Gold Lion Shiki, Sengoku, in his small Buddha form, wore a look of surprise. When did the Gold Lion Shiki die? How was he summoned by Yasuo? I knew it. I knew it. Sooner or later, this day would come. I didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Akiji squinted at Gold Lion Shiki. At this moment, Gold Lion Shiki's legs had already healed, and the helm on his head was gone. One could say Gold Lion Shiki was in pretty good shape now. He should be able to handle 2 admirals, but depended on whether Yasuo was willing to. Carp, lying on the ground, also squinted at Gold Lion Shiki, wondering if this old guy was really dead. Back in the day, when Roger was imprisoned in the deep-sea prison, Gold Lion Shiki learned that Roger had been captured by the Navy and angrily attacked the Navy headquarters. Sengoku and himself came to stop Gold Lion. The battle among the 3 caused half of Marineford to be destroyed before a victor was determined. Afterward, the pirate Gold Lion was imprisoned and impelled down. Gold Lion Shiki was now staring in horror at Yasuo, realizing it was this man. He actually killed me with 1 punch. But what kind of ability is it that can summon oneself back from the afterlife? Just as everyone was trembling while looking at Gold Lion Shiki, another figure slowly stepped out of a different coffin. Fire Fist. The oblivious Akainu didn't want to know who the next person was. Charging in with a massive fire attack. No blade style, divine avoidance. Whoosh. Akainu was struck in the chest by Roger's no blade style move, blood splattering as he flew backward. Instant kill. That's right. The figure emerging from the coffin was none other than the legendary Gol D, Roger, the former pirate king. Gol D, Roger. The feigning carp suddenly sprang up from the ground, staring in disbelief at the Roger before him, who had no pupils. Damn blue demon. Where did he get Roger's corpse? Sengoku was furious. The Navy headquarters had long discovered the premise of Yasuo's use of the reincarnation fruit ability, which required the body or remains of the deceased. Carp. Sengoku. It's been a long time. Roger casually waved at the 2. That man. Ace gritted his teeth as he looked at Roger, knowing he was his true father. No, I'm a good son. I must be loyal to Whitebeard. Hey, Whitebeard, why do you look so old? Seeing the old man who was both friend and foe, covered in scars and wrinkles, Roger felt a chill in his heart. Roger, I'm sorry I didn't take good care of our son. Whitebeard laughed heartily at Roger. Roger narrowed his eyes. Our son. What's going on? Where is he? Everyone's gaze shifted to Ace, who was surrounded by the Navy, while Ace closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the air mixed with the stench of filth. I am your son. Ace slowly spoke through gritted teeth. He had no feelings for this father, but this father's identity had brought him a lot of trouble. Roger looked at Ace with gentle eyes, knowing what Whitebeard meant, that this old guy had actually tricked his son onto his ship. Suddenly, Roger's smiling face fell, angrily looking at Carp. Is this how you promised to take care of my son? This is your promise. Buzz. A wave of red energy erupted from Roger, spreading around him. Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, also unleashing a golden aura that clashed with Roger's Conqueror's Haki. Bang! Zzz. The air where the Conqueror's Haki collided emitted a series of black lightning crackles. Carp's old face turned red. It was indeed his fault for not taking good care of Ace, allowing him to embark on the path of piracy. And he felt deeply apologetic but was too embarrassed to say it in such a situation. Meanwhile, Yasuo smirked and spoke to Roger. The Navy is about to execute your son here. What? Carp, you old bastard. Roger's anger surged even more at those words, his momentum suddenly skyrocketing, his pirate hat flying into the sky, looking terrifying. Gulp, gulp. The sounds of people swallowing saliva echoed in the venue. Damn blue demon. Carp clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yasuo. He should have known that this long-haired kid would hold a grudge, and he shouldn't have made a move against him back in Water 7. He miscalculated. Yasuo found it amusing to see Carp looking at him with a face full of anger. Weren't you being quite arrogant? Ha ha. Yasuo was ready to stir things up a bit more. And then he continued, oh, I heard that Luffy and Ace are both the grandsons of Old Man Carp. Yasuo looked at Carp with a smug expression, pinching his nostrils. As Yasuo's words fell, Carp secretly thought it was bad. That damn blue bell. Damn Luffy. Why did he let someone so vengeful become a crew member? The next moment, Roger, with a dark face, roared loudly. Damn Monkey D. Carp, I considered you a brother, and you actually want to be my father. Inexcusable. Buzz. The Conqueror's Haki, slightly weaker than Shanks, was unleashed by Roger, overwhelming everyone to the point of struggling to breathe. Sengoku was also doing his best to support his own Conqueror's Haki to resist it. Some of the weaker vice admirals were feeling a bit dizzy, not to mention the lackeys present, who were all foaming at the mouth and fainting. Only the well-known members remained. If it weren't for Yasuo controlling Roger's body, Roger would have probably already gone up to fight Carp by now. Yasuo controlled the silhouette of the person emerging from the last coffin. A crooked smile resembling that of the Dragon King appeared on his lips as he looked at the crowd. Step, step. Roger, standing beside Yasuo, immediately stopped releasing his Conqueror's Haki, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at the figure that had appeared. Rocks D, Xebec, Sengoku exclaimed. What? Rocks? Old Man Carp completely lost his composure, wondering where this blue demon had gotten the body of Rocks. Indeed, the figure that appeared was none other than the legendary Rocks D, Xebec, captain of the Rocks Pirates, with the grand ambition of becoming the king of the world. He was the overlord before Gol D. Roger rose to fame. More than 40 years ago, the maritime overlord gathered a group of powerful subordinates. His crew included the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, the Yonko Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lin, Kaido, as well as some famous pirates, Silver Axe, Captain John, Wang Ji, and Buggy the Clown. Due to his ambition to become the king of the world, he openly opposed the world government and was erased from history for his heinous crimes. Captain Shiki the Golden Lion finally showed some expression, and while he was not shocked by Roger's appearance, he was astonished to see his former captain, the man who dared to stand against the entire world government. Rocks' Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. He didn't have much feeling for this man because their ideologies were vastly different, so he was not impressed. However, Rock's strength was universally acknowledged as extremely formidable. Ha ha ha, your emperor has returned. What's going on? Rocks scanned the crowd, his long black hair flowing, dressed in samurai attire from Wano, giving off a vibe reminiscent of a big villain's entrance. Indeed, these three were summoned by Yasuo using cellular tissue purchased from the system store, all for the sake of showing off. Not even his own father was spared. Shiki the Golden Lion cast a furtive glance at Yasuo, immediately shut off the live broadcast. It seemed Sengoku had forgotten that the camera was still in the hands of Buggy the Clown. At this moment, the entire battlefield was being live-streamed by Buggy, and the audience watching the broadcast naturally saw this scene. Captain, the Dark King Rayleigh looked at Roger on the screen in disbelief, not expecting that this Yasuo could summon the long-past captain. Memories of his time with Roger flooding his mind. On the other side, Kuroka's was also watching the live broadcast inside the whale lagoon, crying uncontrollably. It's all my fault for not being able to cure AIDS. It's all my fault. Captain Rocks, Buggy the Clown, sitting in his grand hall, exclaimed in shock while watching the live stream. That man. Buggy trembled unconsciously. The man he had dreamed of meeting. Captain Wang Ji, who had just taken over the former Rocks Pirates base, Hive Island, was crying as if he had lost his parents while watching the live stream. Just as the whole world was shocked by the live broadcast, Rocks also realized he could not control his body anymore, looking puzzled at the smiling Yasuo beside him. He felt an inexplicable connection to this young brat. Kid, state your name. Rocks looked at Yasuo with an incredibly arrogant attitude. feeling humiliated as a former maritime overlord being controlled by an unknown nobody. Wouldn't this ruin his reputation if it got out? Yasuo also looked at his so-called father, touched his nose awkwardly, and slowly spoke. I am Roxd. Yasuo. Rox narrowed his eyes, seemingly trying to use his imposing presence to make Yasuo tell the truth. But Yasuo remained unfazed, just staring back at Rox. Who is your mother? Rox continued to look at Yasuo and asked, his attitude extremely arrogant. Yasuo, you think you're so special? How am I supposed to know who my mother is? You're such an idiot. Hurry up and take them down. After Yasuo finished speaking, he wanted to control everyone to start the battle, but everyone's expressions suddenly showed a look of fear as they looked at Yasuo. Ha ha ha. Indeed, he is the son of Loxus. Loxus laughed heartily while looking at everyone. Shabi, Carp, and Sengoku exchanged glances, both with faces full of disbelief. Is it really Shabi? Yasuo was confused. What happened? What happened to Shabi? No way. Shabi died long ago in the Battle of the Valley of the Kidney. And it has been 40 years. You can't possibly have such a young son. Sengoku couldn't believe it, that Rox actually had bloodlines still alive in the world. Everyone was waiting for Rox's explanation, and Yasuo also had an expectant look on his face. Was his true identity about to be revealed? What exactly was going on? My purpose in the Battle of the Valley of the Kidney back then was to rescue Nima D. Shabi, who was captured by the Celestial Dragons. Did you really think I would be foolish enough to challenge the world government? It seems Wang Ji must have successfully rescued her. Rox looked up at the sky and slowly began to recount his past. Whoa, Captain, I succeeded. Others thought I ran away during that battle, but no one knew that I left to save the captain's wife. Wang Ji knelt on the ground, watching the live broadcast. Carp's pupil shrank indeed. That Shabi did not die. Since Nima D. Shabi did not die, you also cannot have an 18-year-old son after being dead for 40 years. Didn't expect that, did you? Nima D. Shabi is a pregnant fruit user. She can give birth whenever she wants. However, she can only have one child in her lifetime, and after giving birth, she will pass away. Rox lowered his head in frustration and slowly explained the whole story. Yasuo was completely stunned. This Nima D. Shabi? The pregnant fruit? This has to be the system playing tricks. Yasuo almost thought he had loaded the ability of words become reality. He just said Nima's silly arm, and it turned out to be Nima D. Shabi? This system is just playing word games with me. However, my origins have finally been revealed, and I can now puff out my chest and show off. Everyone present looked at the 18-year-old giant baby Yasuo with strange expressions, not expecting there to be a pregnant fruit among the devil fruits. So, does that mean the old neighbor Wang I casually mentioned is actually Wang Ji? Yasuo asked the system in his mind. Ding, returning to the host. It is Wang Ji. The memory has been loaded for the host. As the system's voice fell, a flood of memories surged into Yasuo's mind. Since he began to remember, he had always lived alone in a thatched cottage, and next door lived an old man. The old man taught him to practice the flashing mosquito technique and the sun protection film every day, and so it went on. By the time Yasuo turned 18, he left the thatched cottage and headed to Windmill Village. Yasuo revealed a bitter smile. Truly that damn neighbor old Wang. That old man who raised himself with a pile of shit and a pile of urine. Yasuo still cares a lot about this old man he has never met. After all, in his memories, the old man was very kind to him and made him feel the warmth of home. It seems that he needs to visit this old man when he has the time, so that he won't spend his old age alone and lonely. Enough talk. Luffy, hurry and retreat. This move of mine consumes life forced to execute. As Yasuo finished speaking, the system automatically activated a flashy effect, slowly turning Yasuo's full head of black hair into a full head of white hair. Yasuo. The big fool Luffy wanted to step forward to check on Yasuo when he saw his hair turn white, but was stopped by Zoro, who stretched out his hand. Don't waste Yasuo's time. Luffy. This was the second time Zoro called out Yasuo's name, and it was evident that he was extremely worried about him. Go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The three of them, Golden Lion Shiki, Gol D, Roger, and Roxd. Xebec, charged directly towards the three admirals surrounding the Straw Hat Pirates and numerous Navy vice admirals. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, who had been observing for a while, drew his black sword and directly confronted Roger, knowing that the move Roger had just used, the god avoidance, was indeed Shank swordsmanship. Yasuo pulled out the snow and directly threw it to Roger, telling him to go play with Mihawk, as long as he didn't disturb him. As for the two famous swords, Sakura, Ten, and Muku, Yasuo returned them to their rightful owner, giving them to Shiki the Golden Lion. with the twin swords in hand. Shiki felt invigorated and charged straight at Kizaru. Lion's thousand cuts. Shiki unleashed a flurry of slashes with both hands, the air crackling with the flying slashes enhanced by his haki, causing the ground to shatter, ice shards to fly, and chaos to ensue. What a spectacular scene! Soteravaink, Soteravaink. Kizaru pouted and cast a glance at Sengoku, implying, are we getting a pay raise? Damn it, pay raise. Sengoku gritted his teeth, wishing he had never recruited Kizaru into the Navy. Hee, Kizaru chuckled, spreading his arms and activating his ability. Yada no Kagami. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of light orbs landed in the area where Shiki was, and, as the smoke cleared, Shiki appeared grinning in front of everyone. On the other side, Whitebeard also realized that there was no need to continue this battle and quickly ordered his sons to retreat. Retreat. Blackbeard, gritting his teeth, hit on the other side, his plans completely disrupted, unsure if he could still obtain the tremor fruit he had always dreamed of. Gum Gum Rocket. The big idiot Luffy was the first to attack the nearby rear admiral, launching a powerful punch. Pirates 8 gates, 3rd gate. Life gate. Open. Zoro transformed into his super green form and charged into the group of rear admirals. Demon Wind Foot. I love you, for 10,000 years. Mei Yangyang transformed into the fire god Gatling form. Nami, with a single move, started to spray bullets everywhere. But she really wanted to eat the Thunder fruit she had hidden in her chest, yet she couldn't bring herself to do it, feeling conflicted. Pirates 8 gates, 1st gate. Open gate. Open. Brook and Robin both activated their 8 gates transformations, with Brook radiating white energy around him, his black afro turning into a white one. Dawn Song, Aurora Strike. Brook drew his sword and thrust forward, sending out an invisible sword chi like a spear. 6-petal bloom, Palm Barrage. Petals fell around Robin, and countless pink arms sprouted from the rear admiral, vigorously slapping. Palm Cannon. 2nd transformation. Buddha Shockwave. Violent Rooster Beak. Fire Breath. Fist Bone. Serious Punch. Old Man Garp, Sengoku, and Akiji teamed up against Rocks, and it was evident how much trouble Rocks was in facing 4 such powerful Navy members, being beaten up severely. The whole battlefield was filled with smoke, sword chi, the force of punches, and the stench of excrement. Marineford was truly suffering more than it should at its age. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 warlords also joined the fight, with Doflamingo using his ability to engage with Marco, both of them just waiting for Whitebeard's remaining crew to retreat. Ace was again facing Smoker, who foolishly thought he could go toe-to-toe with Ace like last time. However, this time Ace clearly didn't want to play. Fire Fist. Ace launched a powerful punch at Smoker. White Fist. Smoker retaliated with a powerful punch as well. Bang! Smoker was sent flying, crashing right in front of Yasuo. Yasuo helplessly said, "Why are you trying to stir up trouble at a time like this? Since you are the #1 enemy of the Straw Hat crew, the Navy, I am really looking forward to your strength 2 years from now." Yasuo silently purchased the only 2 bottles of the powerful oral liquid from the system store and tossed one directly into Smoker's mouth, who was groggily trying to sit up. The familiar taste stimulated Smoker's taste buds, and his eyes lit up. The familiar flavor, so good. Wait, this is Blue Demon. Bakiaru. Smoker scrambled up and looked at Yasuo, repeatedly spitting on the ground, trying to get the liquid out of his mouth. Yasuo ignored Smoker and rushed towards the Straw Hat crew's location. This battle should come to an end. What? You ask why Smoker is awakened with Conqueror's Haki? Because the author is happy. No objections allowed. If you're not happy, get lost. With Yasuo's addition, the Straw Hat crew felt much more at ease, gradually retreating towards the distant sea. Whitebeard had already boarded the Moby Dick's bow, waiting for Ace to arrive while observing the fierce battle. He initially intended to conclude his life here, but unexpectedly, the involvement of the Straw Hat pirates completely disrupted his plans. It seems that he is still meant to live on. On the other side, Akainu, who was furious about the encirclement of Rocks, was grinding his teeth in anger and immediately turned towards the Straw Hat crew. Nearby, Bartholomew Kuma's pupils dilated. Throughout the battle, only this arm was seriously fighting, and if he got close to the young master, he would definitely kill him. Kuma suddenly appeared behind Nami, who was holding a Gatling gun. His paw glowed, and he murmured, "If you could travel, where would you want to go?" Nami trembled. Her observation Haki had already detected Kuma behind her, but she couldn't move at all. Bang! Whoosh! Just like that, Nami was shot into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Nami! The Straw Hat crew exclaimed in shock. Why does this damn Kuma always have to go against us? Kuma felt helpless, He was clearly trying to save them. Is it really that easy for me? Yasuo knows that Nami has gone for further training, but it seems that this can't change the fate of everyone being apart for 2 years. Well, let's just let the Straw Hat crew retreat like this. It's just a bit of a pity for Bartholomew Kuma, the big victim. When Kuma is transformed into an emotionless machine, I'll be merciful and kill him. Then use the reincarnation technique to bring him back to life. Yasuo stroked his chin and nodded. Big fire. Damn, trying to ambush me. This honest person again. Yasuo quickly retreats, and in an instant, a large skeleton is formed on the ground. Who big waterfall shit? Yasuo quickly formed hand signs with both hands, slammed them down onto the ground, and unleashed the ninjutsu water release, great waterfall technique covering his fruit ability, transforming it into a large mass of liquid excrement rushing towards Akainu. Big fire blast. Yasuo's eyelids drooped as he unleashed fire attacks to the left and right, wondering if he could try something new. While Yasuo continued to battle Akainu, Bartholomew Kuma was tirelessly weaving through the Straw Hat crew. If you could travel, where would you want to go? Bang. Robin, D. Ugh. Robin, fly away. If you could travel, where would you want to go? Bang. Brooke, fly away. If you could travel, where would you want to go? Bang. Usopp, fly away. If you could travel, where would you want to go? Bang. Frankie, piloting the Thousand Sunny, was sent flying into the sky by one of Kuma's paw strikes, disappearing without a trace. Everyone, the big idiot Luffy shouted with all his might. Zoro squinted at Yasuo, who was fighting Akainu. Long-haired freak. Retreat. After Yasuo and Akainu collided in a fierce blow, Yasuo quickly withdrew and turned to sprint towards the Straw Hat crew. However, Akainu behind him smiled slightly and directly used his devil fruit ability against Luffy. As among the Straw Hat crew present, Luffy was in the worst condition. The old fool Luffy was completely exhausted, and with his companions being knocked away one by one, he was in a terrible state and didn't even notice Akainu's attack coming toward him. Hellhound! Ace, who was fiercely fighting against a Marine colonel, narrowed his eyes and quickly used his devil fruit ability to appear in front of Luffy, intending to block Akainu's punch imbued with Haki with his own body. Yasuo saw this familiar scene, his heart tightened sharply, and anger instantly filled his entire heart. System. Load lightning speed. Ding. Lightning speed has been successfully loaded for the host. As the system's voice fell, Yasuo quickly ran in front of Ace, and then delivered a powerful left kick that sent Ace flying out, while he stood in front of Luffy. Bang! Rip! The moment Ace flew out, Akainu's fist pierced directly through Yasuo's chest, blood spraying onto Luffy's face, dripping onto the ground. This injury was of no consequence to him, but in the eyes of everyone, Yasuo being pierced through the chest was undoubtedly fatal. Damn Akainu, you almost killed my man. Great Fong Foot, the world's most beautiful girl. Boa Hancock angrily launched an attack on Akainu behind Yasuo, directly kicking him flying out. Yasuo, Boa Hancock is so strong? Could it be that Luffy being alive has affected your combat power? I wonder if this woman would be able to defeat even Garp if Luffy were dead. On the side, Ace struggled to get up and looked at Yasuo, feeling a wave of guilt surge in his heart, and charged at Akainu. Yasuo. The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew rushed towards Yasuo, unconsciously releasing their Conqueror's Haki. Chopper, Sanji, and Zoro emitted a tricolor glow that spread outwards, leaving everyone stunned in place. That's right, even Chopper was stimulated to awaken his Conqueror's Haki at that moment. What? Admiral Sengoku was trembling all over. He understood very well what the consequence would be if so many people with Conqueror's Haki gathered on one ship. Could it be that another Rocks Pirates is about to emerge? Leave those two to me and Garp. You go and eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates, and make sure they don't escape. Sengoku looked at Garp beside him, hoping that Garp would recognize the gravity of the situation. Garp didn't care at all. He already knew that everyone in the Straw Hat crew had Conqueror's Haki. Akiji glanced helplessly at Garp before turning and charging towards the Straw Hat crew. At this moment, Bartholomew Kuma was also getting anxious, immediately appearing in front of Chopper, and with a slap, sent Chopper flying into the sky. On the other side, Luffy was staring blankly at Yasuo, trembling all over. Yeah, Yasuo. The big fool Luffy looked very flustered. This is all my fault. It's my fault. It's all my mistake. The big fool Luffy suddenly burst into tears. How can I talk about becoming the Pirate King when I can't even save my own friends? Yoon's words echoed in Luffy's mind. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, Luffy. It seems I have to go back on my word. You must achieve your dream together with your companions. Cough, cough. I might not be able to stand in front of you anymore. I hope you could become more stable in the future and be a good captain." Yasuo held Luffy and slowly spoke in his ear. Even he couldn't help but shed 2 tears. It was so touching. "No, don't, Yasuo. You can't die. Yasuo." "Whoa, whoa, whoa." The big, silly Luffy stammered. Of course, Yasuo wouldn't actually die. He just wanted Luffy to become more responsible like in the original story after 2 years. "Long-hair monster." Zoro rushed to the front of Yasuo and Luffy, then directly knelt on the ground, looking at Yasuo, holding Luffy. "Long-hair monster." Sanji came rushing from behind Zoro, and before he could stop, he was suddenly slapped into the sky by the emerging Bartholomew Kuma. Yasuo slowly turned his head and smiled at Zoro. "Sorry, green algae head, for making you lose an eye." Yasuo reached out and directly took out his own eyeballs, then slapped them into Zoro's empty eye socket. Zoro was stunned. "What the hell? Are you giving me your eyeballs to make up for mine?" Of course, the eyeballs Yasuo gave Zoro were not ordinary ones, but his own loaded with the Sharingan from Edo. With Yasuo's cellular regeneration ability, he naturally didn't mind losing this eyeball. After all, he could wholesale Sharingan, and even Rinnegan he could wholesale produce. Yasuo combined 2 eyeballs into one through the system and implanted it into Zoro's eye. Now, the rumors from the forums in his previous life claiming that Zoro's eyes were Sharingan have come true. Zoro felt a pang of heartache as he looked at Yasuo, whose eyes were bleeding, and wanted to question him about why he did this. However, the tyrant Kuma behind him didn't give Zoro a chance and directly swatted him away with a powerful paw. Yasuo slowly released the cursed resurrection and then gently lay on Luffy's body. Just as Yasuo fell, Luffy's heart suddenly stopped, unable to take a breath, and he fainted. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Luffy gently, then turned to Yasuo, shook his head, and prepared to swat both of them away with a paw. Sharon. The long-absent Old Sand suddenly appeared in front of Luffy and Yasuo, blocking Kuma's attack. "The person is already dead. Isn't it unnecessary?" Old Sand, with a large cigar in his mouth, slowly turned to look at Yasuo, the opponent he respected. "Is he really dead?" At that moment, the clown buggy also flew to Luffy's side, directly picking him up and flying off into the distance, leaving Yasuo's body still kneeling on the ground. The huge wound on his chest very disturbing. Yasuo died, and the battle situation changed instantly. Roxy, Xebec, Gold Lion Shiki, Gol D, Roger, and many members of the reanimated army turned to paper and scattered into the sky. "That kid, is he dead?" The older members of the reanimated army, watching Yasuo's death, couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Sigh. Kizaru unconsciously shed a tear. The whole Marineford suddenly fell silent. "That man is dead. P.S. Can't you spare a 5-star review? Don't just take advantage of it. Dear readers, I want to slack off." The reanimated army slowly dispersed, and many Marines and the Whitebeard pirates clashed once again. "Heaven sees it, Yasuo." Rox turned his head to glance at Yasuo's direction before slowly turning to paper and drifting away. On the other side, Roger, who was fiercely fighting with Mihawk, also began to turn to paper and scatter with the wind. "Ace, take care of yourself." Gold Lion Shiki had long wanted to leave. It was much more comfortable in heaven. Before leaving, he glanced at Yasuo and muttered, "That man will die? You must be dreaming?" Kizaru naturally heard Shiki's words and looked at Yasuo with confusion. Can he still live with such a big hole in his chest? Are you kidding me? "Akiji Akainu. Follow me to kill Whitebeard." Kizaru, leave Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sengoku quickly issued orders, leading the 2 admirals to attack Whitebeard. Seeing Kizaru flying towards him, the clown buggy dropped his camera and desperately pulled Luffy to run towards the sea. Soon, a submarine appeared by the seaside, and the Heart Pirates showed up, directly rescuing Buggy and Luffy. Kizaru, as in the original story, pretended to release his powers in the sky. 8 Shaku K.G. Balls of light shot towards the seabed, but none hit. Maybe Sengoku didn't team mention a pay raise this time. So Kizaru slacked off and let the red-haired Luffy go. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates were still desperately resisting the attack from Sengoku and the 2 admirals. Whitebeard was already on the verge of death, trembling as he held his Bicento to defend against the 3 attackers. In a moment of distraction, he was directly hit by the 3 attackers, and blood splattered everywhere. Whitebeard plunged his blade into the ground and looked at Ace, who was fiercely fighting against a vice admiral in the distance, slowly speaking, "Ace, lead everyone to retreat." "Old man," Ace screamed heart-wrenchingly. Luffy had already left. They were just 1 step away from leaving together. "Why, old man, I don't have much time left." "Ace, go." Whitebeard stood before his Bicento, using his last ounce of strength to shout, and then the speed of his chest rising and falling gradually slowed until he finally breathed his last. Whitebeard, passed away. Old man. The members of the Whitebeard pirates all looked at Whitebeard and shouted. Ace directly knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the distant figure of Whitebeard. On the other side, Blackbeard was almost overjoyed. He could finally obtain Whitebeard's powers. Seeing that Whitebeard had died, Sengoku immediately ordered to take down the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates, and everyone rushed to attack Whitebeard's subordinates. Blackbeard also led his subordinates to stealthily approach Whitebeard's corpse to begin his operation, seizing Whitebeard's devil fruit ability. After a fierce battle, Akainu finally turned his gaze to Ace, who was kneeling on the ground, using his devil fruit ability to attack Ace. Meanwhile, the inconspicuous Koby rushed in front of Ace and shouted loudly, "Stop! Don't fight anymore!" Akainu didn't care about Koby's life at all and wanted to punch this reckless kid on the sidelines. The old man Garp was furious and wanted to step forward to deal with Akainu. How dare he attack his grandson and apprentice? At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Koby, directly blocking Akainu's magma-filled punch. Ding! Akainu's pupils constricted. Red-haired Shanks. Red-haired. The four emperors' red-haired Shanks. Everyone exclaimed. Even Shanks wants to take part in this battle? That's right. The person was the legendary four emperors' red-haired Shanks. Luffy's mentor. The guide on the path of piracy. The user of the face fruit. Well done, this navy. Thanks to you delaying this time. Or else the final result of this battle would have been very bad. As for what result? Let Ace die in front of him. Shanks would probably have turned over the entire Marineford. Shanks smiled slightly at Koby, then turned his sharp gaze towards everyone present and slowly spoke. Give me a face. End this war. Enough people have died. Shanks activated his devil fruit ability and released a wave of face-saving power towards everyone. Sengoku, who was about to act, along with Garp and the three admirals, the seven warlords, all stopped their movements and stood still, seemingly intimidated by Shanks's aura. Yahahaha! I did it! I am finally invincible. Blackbeard's voice inopportunely reached everyone's ears, and they looked up to see Blackbeard standing before Whitebeard's corpse with his arms spread wide. A white dome covering his fists. Everyone was shocked. Blackbeard actually seized Whitebeard's devil fruit ability. Moreover, this Blackbeard could eat 2 devil fruits. Just like Yasuo. Teach, if you still want to fight. Our red-haired pirates will accompany you to the end. Red-haired Shanks squinted at Blackbeard. Blackbeard was stunned, having overplayed his hand. When did Shanks arrive here? Retreat. Blackbeard ordered his subordinates to quickly exit the battlefield. He had just obtained Whitebeard's devil fruit ability and hadn't mastered it yet. Now is not the time to fight Shanks. Just as Blackbeard took 2 steps back, Yasuo's loud laughter suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Ha 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 ha! You think just like this, the battle will end? Yasuo closed his eyes, blood streaming from the corners, and a large hole in his chest looked quite horrifying. Yasuo slowly stood up, facing everyone. In front of him stood Shanks, Ace, Sengoku, Kazuru, Akiji, Blackbeard, Mihawk, Crocodile, Jinbei, Doflamingo, Koby, Smoker, Tashigi, Bartholomew Kuma, Ben Beckman, Akainu, Boa Hancock, and many others who didn't want to waste words. What? The Blue Rose is actually not dead. No, it should be not completely dead. Everyone looked at Yasuo in shock. What a monster, still alive. Seeing this, Ace quickly appeared in front of Yasuo. Are you okay? Yasuo. Ha ha ha. Ace, you're still alive. Yasuo laughed out loud. He had just instructed the system to give him a 20-minute break because he was in so much pain, but he didn't expect Ace to still be alive. This could be considered a change to the original plot, right? Yasuo is ready to leave with Ace. He doesn't want to stay in this place anymore. What does he want to do? Sengoku looked at Yasuo, who was being supported by Ace, with confusion. You all seem to have forgotten. I am the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I'm a scientist. Ha ha ha. Atomic bomb. Come out to me. Yasuo closed his eyes and directly purchased an atomic bomb from the system hall. Bang! A shell, about the height of a person, appeared in front of Yasuo and Ace. Yasuo rested one hand on the top of the shell, which had 3 big words written on it. Little boy. That's right. Yasuo was ready to let them experience the power capable of destroying an island. As for who would die, Yasuo didn't care. He could revive people anyway, so he just went for it. This atomic bomb was enough to take care of everyone. What does this mean? What is this thing? Everyone looked at Yasuo in confusion. Yasuo raised the atomic bomb with one hand and swung it towards the crowd, directly throwing the atomic bomb away. At this moment, Those with observation Haki were in a frenzy of warnings. This is bad. Hurry, stop him. Damn it. Does he want to kill everyone? Mihawk stepped forward, intending to slice the atomic bomb in half with a single strike. Although he felt a bit sad about Yasuo's death, after all, he was a man he believed in. He never expected that Yasuo would want to take himself down too. Hurry, act fast to stop him. Sengoku immediately activated his Buddha form to shield the many Navy soldiers in front of him. Meanwhile, those without observation Haki were puzzled, wondering what was going on. Why such a big commotion? Even when Roger appeared, they weren't this scared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three admirals, SpongeBob Kizaru, Patrick Akainu, and Squidward Akiji, all used their devil fruit powers to protect the crowd, beads of cold sweat forming on their faces. On the other side, Doflamingo felt a tightness in his heart and immediately used his awakened devil fruit ability, supporting himself on the ground, turning it into large areas of white threads, ready to counter the impending explosion. Everyone took defensive stances aimed at the atomic bomb thrown by Yasuo. Even Blackbeard, with a terrified expression, extended both hands, left hand black, right hand white, ready to use his two devil fruit abilities at any moment. Shanks narrowed his eyes, drew his famous sword Griffin, and swung it out. Ace was also shocked. Yasuo actually had such a powerful weapon. Ace's observation Haki was in a frenzy of warnings. Yasuo smiled slightly, placing his hand on Ace's shoulder, which was covered in filth. Then he spoke to the system in his mind. System, detonate. As Yasuo's voice fell, the little boy exploded as well. First with an invisible wave of air spreading outwards. Then everyone felt that the entire world had changed and that there was not a single sound left in the world. Immediately after, a huge explosion sounded. Boom! Rumbling. Buzz. Flying thunder god technique. Yasuo put his arm around Ace's shoulder, then activated the flying thunder god technique, directly appearing on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. Yasuo then placed his hand on the deck and used his ability, transporting the Thousand Sunny to Sabaody Archipelago. At this moment, Ace was still in a daze, looking around the deck, wondering what had just happened. Was that just a dream? In that instant, he thought he was going to die. That dazzling white light, that deafening sound. Was that an ancient weapon? Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, using his observation Haki to amplify his senses, closely observing the situation on the Marineford side. Yasuo almost laughed out loud when he sensed with Ken Bunchika Haki that everyone was showing their true abilities to counter the little boy's attack. Even Kizaru, who usually just lazes around when paid, unleashed his true power, transforming into a giant shining figure and firing red lasers from both hands to obliterate the oncoming shockwaves of the atomic bomb explosion. Old Garp was seriously punching the air in front of him, shattering the space around him to withstand the residual explosion. Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Vista, along with other members of the Whitebeard crew, huddled together to resist the explosion's aftermath. Mihawk swung his sword with incredible precision, cutting through the air in front of him. Crocodile was using all his strength to unleash his devil fruit powers, surrounding himself and Ivankov along with his subordinates in a storm of yellow sand. In any case, everyone present in Marineford was desperately trying to withstand the little boy's attack. It was easy to imagine how immense the power of this atomic bomb was. Even Rayleigh, far away on the Sabaody Archipelago, could see the red sky over the Navy headquarters in the distance. Ace looked at Yasuo in disbelief, realizing that this man had indeed created a weapon with the power of ancient weaponry. Damn, the blue arrows must have gone to Rayleigh. Crocodile gritted his teeth, unable to understand why Yasuo was so clever to create a weapon of such destructive capability if he hadn't obtained Rayleigh. Time slowly passed, and the shockwaves from the boy's explosion finally began to dissipate after 30 minutes. From the sky, Marineford now looked like a giant pancake that had been bitten into, with the untouched side being where everyone was engaged in the battle. At this moment, Marineford had directly lost half of its area on the pirate world map. Everyone was gasping for breath, lying on the ground in tattered clothes, looking extremely disheveled. Even Boa Hancock lay on the ground, gasping for air in her torn clothing. Sengoku and Garp sat on the ground, looking at everyone around them who had worked together to withstand the explosion's damage. It seems we've collaborated with pirates once again. That damn kid. Does he want to take my grandson with him, even in death? Garp clenched his fist tightly, believing that both Yasuo and Ace must have perished in that explosion. Everyone present thought Ace and Yasuo had died, returning silently to the ruined pirate ship, which had now turned into splintered wood. Unfortunately, many of Whitebeard's subordinates had to crawl onto the planks and paddle away. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. knowing that Yasuo had the same ability to awaken his devil fruit powers as he did, so he didn't quite believe that Yasuo and Ace were dead. Shanks also glanced at Blackbeard before leading his subordinates to retreat to the outskirts. And just like that, the Marineford War came to an end with Yasuo's little boy atomic bomb. Come with me, Ace. Yasuo stood on the deck, peeling off the tattered outfit similar to Tang San's and putting on a floral short-sleeve shirt. He then instructed the system to activate Majin Buu's cell regeneration ability. But Dad, Ace's eyes welled up with tears as he looked towards the direction of the Marine headquarters. Don't worry, Ace. I have a way to bring your dad back. Yasuo casually dragged a small boat out of the cabin. Really? Are you serious? Yasuo. Ace immediately stepped forward and grabbed Yasuo's shoulder, speaking loudly. Ouch! That hurts, it hurts. Are you trying to kill me? Yasuo frowned and hurriedly spoke up. His wound was still healing, and it was excruciating. Sorry, Yasuo. It was my rudeness. Ace let go of Yasuo and awkwardly apologized. It's fine. Let's get out of here. Yasuo threw the small boat into the sea. But what about Luffy and the others? Ace asked Yasuo. Yasuo walked unsteadily in front of Ace and slowly began to speak. Ace, do you know how arrogant Luffy is now? Do you know that his strength might not even allow him to survive a day in a new world? Let's go find him 2 years later. Give him some time. Yasuo turned and jumped directly onto the small boat, looking up at Ace on the deck of the Going Merry. Ace nodded and leaped towards the small boat where Yasuo was. He knew that what Yasuo said made a lot of sense, and besides, since Yasuo said he had a way to bring their father back to life, following Yasuo was the best outcome for now. Yasuo steered the small boat with Ace slowly away from the Sabaody archipelago. He was not at all worried about the Thousand Sunny docked in Area 41. As in the original story, the Tyrant Bear was there to protect the ship. Yasuo had complete faith that the Tyrant Bear would show up. Even if the Tyrant Bear didn't come and the ship was damaged or stolen by someone else, Yasuo would have to entertain those fools with the 18 tortures of Huaxia. Time passed slowly, and 2 days had gone by since the end of the Marineford War. Yasuo and Ace arrived at an uninhabited island with their small boat. Yasuo leaped off the small boat and walked deeper into the small island. At this time, Yasuo's injuries had healed, and his eyes had fully recovered, covered by Akiji's unmask. After all, Yasuo didn't want to appear too extraordinary. It was one thing for his chest wounds to heal, but even his eyes regrowing might scare Ace, so he put on Akiji's unmask. However, his white hair remained unchanged, and Yasuo didn't want to revert to black. It was fine this way. After all, everyone had changed in the past 2 years, so a change for himself was no big deal. Just as Yasuo and Ace set foot on the nameless island, the Navy headquarters killed Whitebeard and Ace. Yasuo's news spread across the seas from Morgan's news agency. Meanwhile, the bounties of the Straw Hat Pirates also increased, disseminated to the world through Morgan's news agency. On the other hand, Sengoku, who should have claimed a great victory this time, declined it and submitted his retirement application to the world government. Sengoku felt immense guilt for giving multiple wrong orders during the Marineford War, which led to the deaths of most of the nation's finest. The world government gladly approved Sengoku's request, along with Old Man Garp's retirement application, as both had contributed significantly during the war, at least eliminating Whitebeard, Yasuo, and Ace, who were seen as thorns in the side of the world government. Yasuo, whoa, what kind of captain am I? I can't even protect my comrades. How can I talk about becoming the Pirate King? Bang! The big fool Luffy was kneeling at the edge of the forest on Amazon Lily, crying as he tossed away his straw hat, tears and snot falling uncontrollably to the ground. Behind him stood Jinbei, Boa Hancock, and Silver's Rayleigh, quietly watching Luffy. Luffy, pull yourself together, at least you still have me. Boa Hancock said pitifully, wanting to comfort Luffy. Luffy didn't even acknowledge Boa Hancock. What do you know? Don't you understand that a brother is more important than a woman? Don't you know I lost my brother? Whoa, Luffy cried even louder, pounding the ground with his hands, muttering, I'm too weak. Luffy, gagagaga. Silver's Rayleigh stepped forward to try to console Luffy, but a carrier pigeon in the sky interrupted his actions. Rayleigh took out some berries from the carrier pigeon's feet and retrieved a newspaper, squinting as he slowly read it. What? Ace. Luffy's pupils contracted. Ace. What happened to Ace? Didn't he get saved by Yasuo? Could it be? Luffy turned his head, glaring at the newspaper in Rayleigh's hand, regardless of the bandages wrapped around him, and jumped up to snatch the newspaper from Rayleigh. Shocking. The vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates used the last of his life to detonate a cannon capable of destroying an island alongside Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander. The little boy wanted to perish together with the entire Navy headquarters. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The two perished in the sea of flames. The Navy headquarters suffered heavy losses. Ace, whoa, the big fool Luffy shouted and then fainted from the overwhelming shock. This double blow completely devastated Luffy. Sigh, Blue Demon, why didn't you foresee that you would die in this war? Did you know already? Or did you insist on participating in this war? Rayleigh looked up at the sky, Yasuo's figure appearing in his mind. Krieg's Island, also known as Dark Island. Zoro had one eye vacant while the other remained closed, holding a newspaper in his hand, surrounded by fallen gorillas. Luffy, he must be in so much pain. Zoro's eyes involuntarily shed a tear. Then he gritted his teeth, staring at the newspaper showing Yasuo being supported by Ace. How could you possibly die? I won't believe it. Zoro took a deep breath and picked up the spatial capsule necklace that Yasuo had given him. The spatial capsule emitted a puff of white smoke. Then with a bang, several items fell out. Zoro squinted, raising his eyes to see the items on the ground. A multitude of Huaxiang Zhengqi oral liquid, a book titled 10,000 Swords Technique, and an envelope placed on the ground in front of him. Zoro picked up the envelope and opened it. Seeing the words, Green Algae Head, by the time you see this letter, we must have already parted ways. I hope you won't be too sad. People have their joys and sorrows, and the moon has its phases. The Huaxiang Zhengqi oral liquid is a special elixir I prepared for your training. Remember to drink it when you're thirsty. The 10,000 Swords Technique is my family's swordsmanship manual. I hope you won't disgrace the name of this training manual. Love, your long-haired monster. That's right. Yasuo not only gave Zoro a pair of double divine eyes, but also bought him a swordsmanship manual for the system store. Yasuo wanted Zoro to reach the king level completely in 2 years. A swordsmanship manual could make Zoro reach the king level? Yes. The 10,000 Swords Technique is a legendary secret of a certain great sect in the immortal cultivation continent. Whoa, long-haired monster. You must have foreseen that you would die, right? Why? Why are you so foolish? Zoro held Yasuo's letter, crying uncontrollably, feeling powerless as he pounded the ground with his hands. Hey, what's wrong? Behind him, Perona's voice reached Zoro's ears. Zoro immediately wiped away his tears, sat up, packed away the items in front of him, and then looked at Perona. How did you end up here? Where's this? Amazon Lily. Sanji was also sitting by the coast, looking at the Huaxiang Zhengqi oral liquid and the golden Chelsea boots Yasuo left for him, along with a book titled Foshan Wuying Foot. He was holding the envelope and crying uncontrollably. Golden Chelsea, a pair of boots loaded with speed force. As long as Sanji wears these legendary golden Chelsea boots, he will gain lightning-fast speed, acquiring the ability that readers have longed for, Speed Force. Yasuo also prepared a martial arts manual, the Foshan Shadowless Kick, for Sanji. Back in the day, Huang Feihong used this move to kick his way to victory all over the world. One can imagine that when Sanji learns this so-called Foshan Shadowless Kick, combined with the enhancement of his Godspeed and the 3 types of Haki, Sanji's level could match that of a royal level. What? You say the Foshan Shadowless Kick is useless? Come on, the author wants you to come. Useless at everything, but the best at nitpicking. You. I'm talking about you. On the sky island of Vinsmoke, Nami, holding an envelope, gazes blankly at the white clouds floating in the sky. Sitting next to her is the equally heartbroken Mei Yangyang. Why? You're dead. What will Noki do? You come back. I promise I won't compete with you for treasure anymore. Come back. I won't get mad at you again. I'll change. I'll change everything. Woo. Yasuo. Tears are streaming down Nami's cheeks, feeling very sad. Will you really change? Nami-san, then can you not do that thing to me at night anymore? It feels very uncomfortable. Mei Yangyang murmurs softly beside Nami. No, no way. What should I do if I want to play mahjong at night? Nami looks disdainfully at Mei Yangyang, scaring her into shivering. This woman is truly terrifying, especially a desperate woman. Mei Yangyang gives up, blaming her own abilities. Who told her that her ability could change size and thickness? Not wanting to be trapped by her own limitations. Mei Yangyang looks at the items in front of her, countless bottles of herbal medicine and a comprehensive weapon guidebook. This weapon is not that weapon, but the legendary high-tech weapons. Cannons, laser swords, Gundams, transformers, and so on. In short, as long as Nami can conceive a weapon design in her mind, Mei Yangyang can transform it. It all depends on how strong Nami's mental power is. Yasuo only provided Nami with this weapon, the 100 Solutions book, and a bottle of Conqueror's oral liquid. As for Nami's strength, Yasuo is not worried at all. As long as Nami thoroughly studies this book, she will definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the admirals in 2 years. If Nami eats the thunder fruit, She might even reach the Emperor-level standard. On the Broadcasting Islands, Usopp was sent flying to this small island by Bartholomew Kuma, and he received a newspaper delivered by a messenger bird. Seeing the news about Yasuo's demise, Usopp, gripping the Tenryubito with gritted teeth, looked towards the distant sea. Why? Damn world government. Damn navy. Buzz. The Conqueror's Haki unconsciously spread around the small island. Usopp knelt on the ground, picked up the space capsule that Yasuo gifted him, and just like that, a bottle of herbal medicine and a letter fell out of Usopp's capsule, along with a devil fruit. That's right. Yasuo prepared a Zoan-type devil fruit for Usopp, the bird fruit. Eagle form. Snipers usually need to reach a high point to control the entire situation, where they can clearly observe all enemy movements. However, it's generally difficult for snipers to secure a high point. If they can fly, it would be different. As long as they can soar in the sky, they can reach any height. The bird fruit would give Usopp wings. The eagle form has exceptional vision, and snipers have very strict requirements for vision. If Usopp gains the eyesight and speed of an eagle, then no prey will be beyond his reach. Yasuo originally intended to prepare a target fruit for Usopp, but the prerequisite for using this fruit is that it must touch the enemy to take effect. Although Yasuo does not doubt Usopp's ability to touch the enemy, it seems somewhat similar to the Celestial Dragon's ability. Moreover, the Celestial Dragon doesn't need to touch the enemy in advance at all. As long as they see you, you must take a bullet. Even if it's an enemy 800 miles away, as long as Usopp locks onto the target, you can take them down with a single shot. Not to mention Usopp's powerful observation Haki. Yasuo believes that Usopp will become stronger than his father, the world's #1 sniper, Jesus Burgess, in 2 years and become a king. Although the bird fruit is a support type, Yasuo really can't think of any overpowered ability to give Usopp. On the other side, in the Kingdom of Birds, Tony Chopper is anxiously searching for the way to the seaside in the forest. He is lost and really wants to return to Marineford to transform into a monster to help Yasuo. He doesn't know if Yasuo is still alive, and he feels incredibly anxious, and when he gets anxious, he especially craves cotton candy. The more he thinks about cotton candy, the more he wants to reach Yasuo quickly. In fact, Yasuo is planning to bring Chopper back to be with him for 2 years. Who would have a heart to abandon such a cute pet? Yasuo planned to finish his tasks before taking Chopper with him for training. For now, let Chopper continue wandering in the forest. On Labor Island, Robin was thrown here, arriving in a snowy country where everyone was a slave working hard every day. To avoid being a burden to her rescuer, Robin had no choice but to cooperate and work diligently alongside the other slaves. She was still unaware of Yasuo's death and had not opened the spatial capsule necklace he gave her. As for Robin, Yasuo had also left her a powerful oral solution, a letter, and a bottle of fruit ability awakening catalyst. Most importantly, Yasuo left her a secret manual for the flower hand technique. That's right. This technique was a globally popular combat skill in her previous life. Mastering it would give her control over everything. It emphasized speed. As long as one was fast enough, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with the flower hand. I believe that in 2 years after learning the flower hand, awakening her fruit ability, and enhancing her Haki, Robin would be able to challenge an admiral on equal footing. On Future Country's Mechanical Island, Frankie looked at the newspaper in disbelief, his idol. The person he respected the most. Yasuo, he was dead? Frankie immediately ran from the town to the shore, searching for a ship. He wanted to rush back to the Navy headquarters to see Yasuo's body with his own eyes. Boo-hoo, is Yasuo's body still there? Frankie cried as he knelt on the ground, shaking his head frantically, and the spatial capsule necklace around his neck fell to the ground, spilling out the supplies Yasuo had prepared for him. Yasuo prepared for Frankie not only the tricolor dominance oral liquid, but also a gem shining with white light, and a letter. That's right. This gem is the legendary Mind Stone from Tony Stark's head in the Marvel Universe, the 7th Infinity Stone in a Marvel world. As long as the gem is embedded in Frankie's modified body, he will gain a brain as intelligent as Stark's, and it contains Tony Stark's lifetime of research. Yasuo has explained in detail the role of the gem to Frankie in the letter. It's simple and straightforward. Frankie should embed the gem into himself. I believe that in 2 years, Frankie will definitely be able to fully inherit Tony Stark's brain legacy and create that invincible armor capable of fighting against gods. It's certainly much stronger than the General Frankie made from Vabu alloy in the original story, right? Yasuo was incredibly looking forward to it. At that time, Frankie should be stronger than a general, right? Well, When it comes to the royal level, he's still a bit lacking. It all depends on Frankie's level of dominance. On Sore Mountain Island, Brook was also holding a newspaper, standing on a small mound, looking out at the distant sea. He looked particularly sad, with tears continuously welling up in his skeletal eyes. In the original story, Brook became a globally renowned superstar over the course of 2 years, and his swordsmanship combined with music improved, developing a new ability to leave his soul. Yasuo doesn't know what changes will occur after Brook's fruit ability awakens, or whether his strength will reach the level of a marine admiral. But Yasuo still prepared fruit catalysts for Brook, many Haki potions, as well as the popular Chinese song scores that Yasuo specially purchased for Brook in the system store. I believe Brook, while becoming a big star, can also promote the charm of Chinese pop music. Brook is sure to be even more popular than in the original work. And what is Yasuo doing at this moment? At this moment, Yasuo is standing in front of Ace wearing Akiji's beloved eye patch, arms wide open, with a rather lewd expression on his face. Just like the funny meme of Tang Sand that many netizens have created. Yasuo slowly spoke. The heavens did not give birth to me, Loxes, and the filthy earth shall endure like the long night. Filthy earth reincarnation. Come out. Yasuo knelt on one knee, slapping the ground with his right hand. The eternal soul ring spread out, and the ground suddenly cracked open, revealing a dazzling golden coffin that emerged from the fissure. As for why it was a golden coffin, isn't it reasonable for someone powerful to have a golden coffin? Or should we bring in a group of people carrying a coffin with a speaker? Boom! The golden coffin stood firmly on the ground, and Ace's pupils shrank. What is this? On the coffin lid, a large white character was clearly written. It was obviously Whitebeard. Boom! The coffin lid fell to the ground, and Yasuo ignored the shocked Ace, controlling Whitebeard to slowly walk out. Long-haired kid. Whitebeard squinted his eyes, not expecting to become this kid's tool. He really didn't see this coming. Wait, isn't this kid supposed to be dead? Why is he still alive? Ace. Whitebeard turned his head and saw the equally shocked Ace staring at him. Dad! Ace rushed forward and hugged Whitebeard's thigh, crying like he had lost his parents. Well, he indeed lost his father. As for why he was hugging his thigh, it was because Whitebeard was over 8 feet tall, while Ace was only about 6 feet tall. Yasuo smirked, feeling disgusted by such a touching scene, as it reminded him of his good brother Yihei, who had died young. Ignoring the two, Yasuo continued his actions, quickly forming hand seals before slamming his hands down onto the ground. Bang! Revive! My lover! Ah! Spit! Revive! Whitebeard! Reincarnation technique! Boom! Boom! A massive bronze door suddenly burst forth from the ground on the other side, shaped like a giant lion's head with its mouth wide open, looking quite terrifying. That's right. Yasuo had purchased Whitebeard's cell tissue from the system shop, preparing to resurrect him. Whitebeard and Ace looked at Yasuo in confusion. What did Yasuo just say? Revive. My lover? Revive. Whitebeard. Could it be? Is Yasuo a Lilicon? Whitebeard unconsciously tightened his pants. Don't mess with me, I'm old. On the other side, the bronze door slowly opened from both sides, and a transparent figure resembling Whitebeard flew towards him. That's right. What was flying over was Whitebeard's 3 souls and 7 spirits that remained in the heavens. With the 3 souls and 7 spirits returning, it meant that Whitebeard was about to truly reappear in the world. Buzz! Whitebeard trembled all over, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief, as if he had just finished urinating. His pupil-less eyes were rapidly recovering at a visible speed. The countless paper-like cracks on his body were also fading away quickly, slowly transforming back into a real body. Whitebeard stood in front of Ace, clenched his fist the size of a sandbag, feeling an unprecedented sense of pleasure. What pleasure? At this moment, Whitebeard felt no pain whatsoever, and his strength had reached its peak. He felt like he could fight for 3 days and nights without a problem. Whitebeard touched his waist. The feeling of youth. He was back. Yasuo retracted his ability, and the bronze door slowly sank into the ground. Gula-la-la-la. Kid, what kind of ability is this? I actually became younger. Whitebeard looked at Yasuo with disbelief, fully aware that if Yasuo's ability were to be exposed, he would attract more than just one enemy from the world government. The enemies would be the entire world. After all, a surgery fruit that could potentially grant immortality had long been coveted by the world government, let alone Yasuo's ability to resurrect people and completely make them younger while restoring their strength to its peak. Yasuo-san, what is this? Ace was convulsing wildly, thinking, did he just resurrect someone? No need for Heartbreak Red. No need for the 10,000-year, 9-rank Ginseng King. No need to sacrifice one's soul ring. Huh? What the hell? Why am I even thinking about these things? What's so surprising about this? My fruit ability has awakened. The awakened ability is to resurrect people. Yasuo, wearing the beloved eye mask of Aokiji, waved at the two, easily attributing the inexplicable to his devil fruit ability. Just like in the Naruto world when you use the tremor fruit ability, you could say, I have awakened the bloodline limit, tremor release. What? The two exclaimed in shock, looking at Yasuo with disbelief. Yasuo's resurrection fruit ability could actually bring people back to life. Incredible. At this moment, Whitebeard clenched his fists, regaining the power of his peak period. He really wanted to return to Marine headquarters and fight with everyone for another 300 rounds. I advise you not to appear in the Navy's line of sight right now. Yasuo slowly spoke. Why? Whitebeard squinted his eyes. You little brat. Although you brought me back to life, do you think you can enslave me? He chuckled. 100-fold amplification. Conqueror's Haki. Boom. A shocking wave of energy erupted from Yasuo, directly knocking Whitebeard and Ace to the ground. Ace rolled his eyes and fainted. Whitebeard was on all fours, his face distorted by Yasuo's Conqueror's Haki, as if a level 10 gale was blowing against his cheeks. Whitebeard couldn't catch his breath on the ground, let alone release his Conqueror's Haki to clash with Yasuo's. This was on a completely different level. It's likely that even Shanks would meet the same fate here. It seems the title of the most domineering person is about to change hands. Boom! Yasuo casually took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one up, retracting his Conqueror's Haki as he faced Whitebeard and said, I'm really sorry. I just couldn't control my Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard slowly got up from the ground, looking at the already unconscious Ace, his cheeks twitching furiously. Is that what you call not controlling it? Damn it, that's just pretentious. Now the whole world knows you're dead. If you go out, it will cause me a lot of trouble, so just stay on this island. Wait 2 years before you go out. Yasuo ignored Whitebeard and walked towards the outskirts of the small island. At this point, if this old man doesn't listen to advice and brings trouble to himself and the Straw Hat crew, then I won't care about your Whitebeard or Redbeard. I'll send you straight to heaven. Sighing, Whitebeard looked at Yasuo's retreating figure, never expecting that this man was hiding so deeply. Such a powerful man was actually lurking in the Straw Hat Pirates. What was his purpose? Whitebeard picked up the fainted Ace and walked deeper into the island. Since Yasuo had already spoken, he should at least consider his opinion. It's definitely not because he was afraid of him. I couldn't even be persuaded by Shanks. How could a kid like you persuade me? Hee, I'm just giving you face. On the other side, Yasuo had already returned to the small boat and opened the system navigation panel, slowly steering towards Chopper's location. To save time, Yasuo purchased a few shurikens and, using the power of Saitama's physique, launched a super serious throw towards Chopper's location. The shurikens instantly shot towards the island where Chopper was. And because they had Yasuo's flying thunder god mark inscribed on them, Yasuo swiftly appeared by the seaside of the island. Yasuo leaped towards the island, heading for the location where Chopper was. 7 days later, on the other side at Amazon Lily, under the persuasion of Rayleigh and Jinbe, Luffy decided to turn over a new leaf, putting aside his grief for Yasuo and Ace, and began a 2-year training period on Amazon Lily to reunite with his companions and set off on an adventure in the New World. To commemorate Ace and Yasuo on the 7th day after their passing, Jinbe and Rayleigh accompanied Luffy to find a Navy warship on Amazon Lily to sail towards Marineford. The 7th day, it is the day when the souls of the deceased return to the land of the dead, also known as the Day of Resurrection. After Luffy, Rayleigh, and Jinbe piloted the warship back to the Navy headquarters, they circled Marineford once for a water burial, mourning Ace and Yasuo. With the help of Rayleigh and Jinbe, Luffy easily reached the Ox Bell and struck it powerfully a total of 16 times. This ringing was more of a challenge to the world government, indicating Luffy's pent-up anger. Following that, Luffy walked to the massive crack left from the Marineford War, threw down a bouquet, removed a straw hat, placed it on his chest, and observed a moment of silence. This was not only a tribute to Ace and Yasuo, but also to those who sacrificed their lives during the Marineford War, including Whitebeard. At that moment, the reporters on site quickly took out their cameras to capture the entire process. Soon, the news would spread worldwide, and Luffy's actions would also infuriate the Navy, which was actually his intention, because Luffy wanted the whole world to know that he was once again daring to storm the Navy headquarters to mourn his brother, Yasuo, Whitebeard, and all who fell in the Marineford War. This time, Luffy, who came to the Navy headquarters, regained his confidence during the memorial. As the saying goes, people may leave, but life must go on. When Luffy returned to Amazon Lily and prepared to place his straw hat in front of a gigantic tree for safekeeping, he was stunned. What did he see? Luffy stared blankly as he saw Ace's life card inside the straw hat frantically pulsating, showing no signs of being burnt. This can only mean one thing. Ace is still alive, and he was saved by Yasuo. The big fool Luffy held back tears and silently mourned for Yasuo for 3 seconds. Then, with a beaming smile, he tightened Ace's life card. He knew Ace was not dead, just like Ace didn't know Sabo was still alive back then. Now he was the only one who knew Ace was still alive. In fact, Luffy was being overly sentimental. Whitebeard subordinates, Marco, Vista, Jozu, and many other division captains already knew that Ace and Whitebeard were still alive. Are they fools? Don't they have life cards? In fact, after Yasuo detonated the bomb, Marco immediately took out Ace's life card to check it, and after confirming Ace was fine, he promptly ordered everyone to retreat. Otherwise, many of Whitebeard's subordinates would have cried on the spot, losing their father and then losing a good brother. Who could bear that? Of course, the space capsule necklace Yasuo gave Luffy had already been opened by Luffy. Besides the Conqueror's Haki oral solution, Yasuo also prepared fruit catalysts and a martial arts manual called Dragon Subduing 10 Palms. It goes without saying that the power of Dragon Subduing 10 Palms is well known. Hopefully, in 2 years, Luffy can become a man like Yasuo who carries the armament Haki with him when he appears. When Luffy picks up the speaker, it will be the moment Luffy becomes a top-tier powerhouse. Just like that, Luffy's memorial act at the Navy headquarters made it to the newspapers, spreading across the entire sea. When the Straw Hat crew saw the words written on Luffy's arm, they all understood. The letters 2D3Y meant to gather the scattered comrades 3 days later, but Luffy knew that his companions had already realized it meant gathering in 2 years. It was to ensure that each of them became stronger to venture into the new world. After seeing the message, the companions began their training. When Yasuo saw this newspaper, he had a puzzled expression. If he hadn't read the original work, he wouldn't have understood what Luffy meant at all. Sitting in a small boat, Yasuo looked at Chopper, who was lying next to him, eating cotton candy. Chopper, do you understand? Luffy said to gather at Sabeti Archipelago in 2 years. Chopper said casually, nice job. Yasuo gave Chopper a thumbs up. If everyone knew you weren't dead, they would definitely be very happy. Yasuo, don't worry. I will become the universal medicine. I will cure your eyes. Chopper looked at Yasuo with a pitiful expression, who was wearing an eye patch. It's okay. It's just that I lost my eyes. But I still have observation Haki, so don't worry, Chopper. Yasuo gently stroked Chopper's head. On the other side, Nami, after seeing the newspaper, prepared to start her training for the next 2 years. In the end, Nami consumed the Rumble fruit and resolutely eliminated the Devil fruit, beginning her intense training. Sanji also bravely put on those incredibly stylish golden Chelsea boots and started his escape journey. Why escape? Just look at the group of people behind Sanji, and it becomes clear. Zoro, like in the original story, took Hawk Eyes as his master in the castle, picked up the sword technique, and began his training. Zoro stood in front of the castle, opened the secret manual, and the first line he saw was, to practice this skill, one must first castrate themselves. With no women in his heart, drawing the sword naturally becomes divine, and the first page of the sword manual instructs to first cut off the little brother. Zoro's pupils contracted, and his left hand unconsciously tightened around the sword hilt, ready to eliminate his little Zoro at any moment. It was clear that Zoro genuinely wanted to become stronger, no matter the means. The purpose of taking Hawk Eyes as his master was to become stronger, to confront his #1 enemy. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. So Zoro began to calculate. Simply taking Hawk Eyes as his master would allow him to openly learn Hawk Eye swordsmanship, and secondly, to understand Hawk Eyes better, preparing for defeating him in the future. Zoro gritted his teeth, gripping the sword hilt, suppressing his impulse to draw it, and turned to the next page. Chapter 1. Control the sword with chi. Chapter 2. All swords return to 1. Zoro looked at the secret manual in shock. 1 word. Extremely damn strong. 2 words. Extremely damn suitable for himself. Unfortunately, it required him to eliminate his little Zoro. Zoro had no choice, since he could no longer see Kuina. What use was this thing? Zoro prepared to turn to the last page and finish reading before he would draw his sword for castration. The last page read, to practice this skill, one need not castrate themselves. Zoro spat out a mouthful of old blood, roaring in anger. Damn long-haired freak. This damn long-haired freak almost caused him to be childless. Damn it. That was so close. Zoro calmed down and slowly entered a state of cultivation. As for how Zoro would control the sword with chi, isn't ghostly chi also chi? Zoro didn't have it. Are you kidding? The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew also began their training. Usopp also consumed the eagle fruit that Yasuo prepared for him. Frankie began to modify his body, embedding the wisdom gem in his chest to commemorate Yasuo. Robin also picked up the fancy handshake that Yasuo prepared for her in the slave camp and started her training. Yasuo was not idle either. He led Chopper to find a deserted island and began his own training. Yasuo planned to max out his Chi-Yu body limiter during these 2 years. As for Chopper, Yasuo didn't put any pressure on him, putting Doraemon's pocket on Chopper's belly. Yasuo bought countless marshmallows to fill it for Chopper to eat. Chopper, there are countless marshmallows in this pocket. You'll never finish them in your lifetime. Yasuo smiled and spoke to Chopper. You are really amazing, Yasuo-san. Chopper joyfully danced around, patting the white pocket on his belly, feeling very happy. Ding Dang Deer appears. Chopper, let me tell you, if you eat all the marshmallows inside this, you will get a very powerful weapon. This weapon is enough to take down 3 generals. Yasuo said to Chopper with a smile. Really? That's great. Chopper began to look forward to what powerful weapon he would receive after finishing the marshmallows. Thus, the Straw Hat crew was diligently training, striving to become stronger within 2 years. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. Yasuo was now running with great effort in a gravity suit. The island had no roads, but after running for a long time, Yasuo had created a path. One can imagine how hard Yasuo was working. In a year's time, Yasuo had cut his long hair short, and now his hairstyle resembled that of Satoru Gojo. Wearing Akiji's beloved eye mask, dressed in black casual wear, casual pants, and black leather shoes. He looked even more mysterious and handsome. If one didn't know Satoru Gojo, they could imagine Kakashi with both eyes blindfolded. In a year, there were many things to do. Yasuo frequently visited the Kimui dimension to take care of the 2 maids and would summon the reanimated army to torment Spandam and the celestial dragon Charlos, whom he had revived. Of course, there was also the disgusting Colonel Mouse. The poor trio was tormented day and night by Yasuo's reanimated army in the Kamui dimension. Their bodies, minds, and souls had become numb. In that year, even a piece of iron would have been polished to a shine, right? Back on the island, Yasuo looked at Chopper, who was snoring beside him. Yasuo created a clone to accompany Chopper while he took a small boat out to the distant sea. Yasuo is getting ready to check on how that old man who raised him is doing lately. That neighbor old Wang Ji. Yasuo looked at the route navigation map on the navigation panel, and the destination was indeed Honeycomb Island. Yasuo was not in a hurry. He lay on the small boat and slowly headed towards Honeycomb Island. As he sailed on the sea towards Honeycomb Island, Yasuo rested his hand behind his head and yawned, feeling drowsy. Just then, a bone-chilling cold wind swept over Yasuo, making him shiver. He quickly sat up, and with his observation Haki spread out. Yasuo instantly detected the presence of someone. The person was none other than the legendary Akiji, Kazan. Akiji also spotted Yasuo's figure ahead, the man wearing his beloved eye patch. Akiji was now missing a leg, riding his happy little bike and carrying a backpack. It was evident that, just like in the original story, he had lost a leg in the battle for the position of Admiral against Akainu. Akiji looked at Yasuo in disbelief, his pupils trembling. Roxy, Yasuo, this man is still alive. How did he survive that explosion? Yasuo ignored Akiji and slowly paddled past him in a small boat, thinking that Akiji wouldn't recognize him. He confidently rowed right by Akiji, completely unaware that the eye patch on his head had given away his identity. Without that eye patch, Akiji might not have recognized Yasuo, especially since Yasuo had undergone a significant transformation. He had shed the much-criticized Tang Sand-style outfit and donned the most ostentatious black casual wear. Even his once iconic long hair had been cut short. Looking at this blind Yasuo, who was willing to trade his own sight for the sake of his companion's light, Akiji felt an inexplicable pang of heartache. It was so pitiful. Yasuo. Akiji felt a sting in his nose and slowly spoke with his back, turned to Yasuo. Yasuo, I'm sorry. The rowing motion of Yasuo stopped. What's going on? He actually recognized me. Kizaru continued. I'm sorry, Ace. Yasuo smiled slightly, wondering what this arm was feeling guilty about. Ace is already dead. Did you cause it? Idle. Akainu is doomed. Sengoku can't save him. I'm telling you. Yasuo turned his head dramatically towards Akiji and roared, making it seem quite convincing. Upon hearing this, Akiji felt even more guilty. As for why Akiji felt guilty, it was because he saw Yasuo as a younger brother, and he couldn't help but want to care for him. Perhaps it was because Yasuo was wearing his beloved eye mask. I know what you want to do. I advise you not to go through with it, because it will ultimately turn us into enemies. Yasuo slowly spoke a line and quickly left in a small boat. How did he know what I wanted to do? Is he an enemy? It wouldn't be bad to become an NPC on your path to becoming stronger. Akiji raised the corner of his mouth, pedaling a bicycle with one human leg and one ice leg, shooting out across the sea. Yasuo didn't realize that his reminder only strengthened Kizaru's determination to join Blackbeard's pirates. The small boat approached Hive Island, and Yasuo, using his observation Haki, instantly sensed the situation on the island. Oh, is this the legendary Rocky Port incident? Yasuo smiled slightly, stopped his movements, and began to watch the live broadcast using his observation Haki. Rocky Port, the harbor of Hive Island, at the pirate island Hive, where numerous pirates, merchants, and civilians gathered. The captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, launched an attack on the pirates in the port to obtain 100 pirate hearts to trade with the navy and become a warlord of the sea. The chaotic Rocky Port was packed with people. Among them was Koby, who was conducting an undercover search to protect ordinary merchants from harm. Koby had to step in to maintain order. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, the boss of Hive Island, was furious to find that someone was causing trouble in his territory. The old man Wang Ji donned his golden armor and prepared to confront the troublemakers. His appearance ignited the battlefield, causing the smoke of war to rise even higher. While Wang Ji was furious, weaving through the crowd of pirates in search of the instigator of this chaos, Blackbeard, who had long wanted to seize Hive Island, saw this as a great opportunity. He activated his 2 devil fruit powers and charged at Wang Ji with his subordinates to protect the civilians and quickly end this melee. Koby had no choice but to team up with Blackbeard against Wang Ji. Just as Blackbeard and Koby found themselves in a disadvantageous position, Koby shouted. Yasuo-san said, "I can definitely do it." Wang Ji paused, his expression suddenly becoming vacant. He naturally knew about Yasuo's death, and because of this, Wang Ji felt a heart-wrenching pain. The child he had raised for over a decade had died, just like that. What a pity. He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy retirement. Just as Wang Ji was lost in thought, Blackbeard seized the opportunity, using his powers to send Wang Ji flying, spitting blood. Amidst the chaos, Law managed to obtain the 100 hearts and retreated in time. The hearts he acquired were certainly not ordinary pirates' hearts. Otherwise, how could he trade with the navy? Thanks to you, I was able to defeat Wang Ji. Thanks. Blackbeard waved to Koby and led his subordinates to occupy Wang Ji's base. Koby helplessly scratched his head, wondering why Wang Ji reacted so strongly to just one comment. Thus, the Rocky Port incident came to a close, and Koby's actions to protect the civilians were hailed as heroic by everyone. In this way, Koby rightfully became a naval hero. Law also naturally became a warlord of the sea. On the other side, after watching the live broadcast, Yasuo steered his small boat to the spot where the old man Wang Ji had collapsed. Why didn't Yasuo intervene in this battle? Yasuo simply didn't want to. Watching the live broadcast was just too enjoyable. Yasuo is not worried at all about Wang Ji dying. He can revive him in no time, so why worry? Looking at Wang Ji, who should have been picked up by Moonlight Moria, Yasuo feels helpless. Moonlight Moria has already been taken down by him, and now it's up to him to collect the body. Yasuo took out the old black gold purchase from the system shop and fed it into the mouth of the nearly breathless Wang Ji. He then moved Wang Ji onto a small boat and slowly sailed towards the distant sea, gradually leaving Hive Island behind. After returning to the small island where Yasuo and Choba were, Yasuo settled the lifeless Wang Ji and dismissed the clone that was accompanying Choba. Choba, this old man is my neighbor, old Wang. He's about to die. Please save him. Yasuo dragged Chopper in front of Wang Ji, saying, "Leave it to me, Yasuo-san." Chopper squinted his eyes, put down the cotton candy in his hand, and took out a medical kit from beside the thatched house to start his work. That's right. Over the past year, Yasuo and Chopper have been living in this thatched house they built together, enjoying their carefree little life. After a series of operations, Wang Ji, who was lying on the bed, was completely wrapped in bandages by Chopper. Wang Ji slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the roof of the thatched house. Not bad. Chopper, your medical skills are getting better and better. Yasuo complimented Chopper with satisfaction. Baka, you idiot. Even if you praise me for getting stronger, I won't be happy, Chopper said, clasping his hands in front of his chest and twisting his little waist while looking at Yasuo in rebuttal. Yasuo smiled slightly. It was because of Xiao Ba's Versailles personality that Yasuo particularly liked her. Who doesn't like a little pet that knows how to act cute? Young master, is that you? Wang Ji slowly turned his head towards Yasuo and Xiao Ba. Young master, you're alive. That's great. As Wang Ji said this, he tried to get up. Yasuo waved his hand and let Wang Ji lie down, saying, old man, I know you are my father's crew member, but there's no need to call me young master. Sighing, the old man replied, young master, you don't know that back in the day, although the Rocks pirates were powerful, everyone had their own agendas. No one was loyal to Captain Rocks except for me. I was his most loyal subordinate. Wang Ji shed 2 lines of hot tears, looking pitifully at Yasuo. Yasuo was puzzled. Is this old man really the one from his memories? Why is he so much of a sycophant? Forget it. Just rest here and don't think about conquering the world anymore. Just enjoy your old age here. Yasuo waved his hand and turned to lead Chopper out the door. Young master, your eyes. Wang Ji was quite worried about Yasuo. It's nothing. Just some eyes, I'm not going to die. He urged Yasuo to take Chopper out of the thatched hut. Wang Ji didn't know how Yasuo had survived that explosion. But the fact that Yasuo was alive made Wang Ji very happy. At least he had a future for the rest of his life. And so, another old man joined Yasuo and Chopper on the island. When Yasuo and Chopper are tired from training, Wang Ji will serve them tea and water, knead their shoulders and massage their backs, truly showcasing the work of a servant to the fullest. If others found out that the legendary super pirate Wang Ji actually bowed so low to others, they would probably be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. Time flows slowly, and another season has passed. It has been 2 years since the Marineford War. Yasuo and Chopper's training program has been completely finished. As for Chopper's training program, it naturally involves cutely watching Yasuo train while munching on cotton candy from his pouch. At this point, Yasuo has also maxed out his Saitama body limiter, which means he is truly invincible in the pirate world now. I wonder if Yasuo's super serious punch, combined with 100 times amplification, can directly destroy this pirate universe. Yasuo and Chopper stood by the seaside, with Wang Ji standing behind them. Young master, I will wait for your call here, Wang Ji said, tears in his eyes, watching Yasuo and Chopper get into the small boat, feeling a knot in his heart. What would happen to his later years if something unexpected happened to Yasuo? Old turtle, goodbye. Chopper waved his hooves at Wang Ji from the boat. Yasuo and Wang Ji both twitched their lips. Why can't this old tortoise change his ways? Why call Wang Ji old tortoise? Because when Wang Ji was introducing himself to Xiao Ba, he said, just call me old Wang. Xiao Ba didn't understand this and immediately said, old tortoise, hello. Hey, old man, take care of yourself. When I come back, I'll bring you a few girls to enjoy. Yasuo paddled the boat, quickly taking little Xiao Ba away from the nameless island where the two had stayed for 2 years. Wang Ji looked at their departing figures and murmured, at that time, you might need to help me up and give it a try, young master. Yasuo and Chopper arrived at the island where Ace and Whitebeard were hiding, sailing on a small boat. As soon as they set foot on the island, they were surrounded by a dense crowd of pirates on both sides. Baka, what the hell is this? Yasuo ignored the arrogant pirate minions and unleashed his observation Haki, covering the entire island. In an instant, he spotted Whitebeard and his many subordinates. Yasuo didn't expect that Whitebeard's subordinates could actually find this place. They must have found this location through the guidance of a life card. Yasuo ignored everyone and directly unleashed his god-level Conqueror's Haki, spreading it across the entire island. Buzz! Bang bang bang! The pirate henchmen fell to the ground one after another. At that moment, the old man Whitebeard was sitting on his throne in the center of the island, watching his sons train below. Whitebeard felt very pleased. His sons were finally no longer as weak and powerless as before. Ever since his sons found him, Whitebeard had been training them relentlessly, turning the important members of his crew into strong and capable individuals. At that moment, Whitebeard also sensed the familiar Conqueror's Haki. He jumped up in excitement. That man had returned. This meant he could finally go out and make waves again. Whitebeard took a step forward and rushed towards Yasuo, seeing their father charge out. His many sons thought there was an enemy and hurriedly followed him. After a brief exchange with Yasuo by the seaside, Whitebeard stated that he was ready to lead his sons to reclaim their territory. Yasuo responded that he could leave anytime. The 2 years were up. Little did Whitebeard know that after he and his sons left their territory, red-haired Shanks had been guarding the civilians on the island that Whitebeard had once protected. Yasuo also expressed to Ace that he wanted to return to the Straw Hat Pirates and asked if Ace would go with him. Ace immediately nodded eagerly, indicating his willingness to go to Sabati Archipelago with Yasuo to meet Luffy. Thus, Yasuo, Chopper, and Ace set off in a small boat straight to Sabeti Archipelago. At Sabeti Archipelago, the Straw Hat crew had already arrived and were heading towards Shaki's ripoff bar. Meanwhile, Bartholomew Kuma, just like in the original story, was guarding the Thousand Sunny in Area 41, looking ragged and somewhat disoriented. It wasn't until he saw Frankie's figure that Kuma hurriedly ran down from the Thousand Sunny, pulling up his pants. If someone didn't know better, they might think Kuma was using the Thousand Sunny as a restroom. Frankie was puzzled about how the Thousand Sunny ended up here, as he just wanted to come and browse for any good ships for sale, not expecting any surprises. Unable to figure out, Frankie stopped thinking about it and rushed over to start cleaning the dust off the Thousand Sunny. After finishing the cleaning, Frankie headed towards Shaki's ripoff bar, eager to see his crewmates and tell them about the Thousand Sunny. Upon arriving at Shaki's ripoff bar, Frankie found the Straw Hat crew gathered around the bar, chattering nonstop. Hey, where's Chopper? Has he gotten lost? Luffy, the big fool, glanced at Zoro, who was quietly drinking beside him. Zoro scoffed with a smirk. Someone actually got lost? I was the first to arrive. Sanji rolled his eyes. You've already said that at least 10 times, that you were the first to arrive. Zoro shot a disdainful glance at Sanji. Even if Perona brought me here, I would still be the first to arrive. Luffy, Yasuo. Nami's voice rang out among the crowd. Suddenly, the noisy bar fell silent. Not a sound to be heard. Luffy, unfazed, picked up a cup of juice and gulped it down, then smiled at Nami and said, Maybe Yasuo is no longer with us, but I still feel his presence because he is my first mate. Zoro covered his left eye with one hand and mumbled, If you were still alive, my strength would probably be on par with yours now, you long-haired freak. Creak. The familiar sound of the door opening echoed, and everyone turned to look towards the entrance, expecting it to be Chopper, but instead, a man appeared that no one could have imagined. Ace! Brook exclaimed. Little brother. The big fool Luffy jumped up and rushed towards Ace. Everyone present was stunned. Ace was actually alive? Is this some kind of ghost sighting in broad daylight? Ace didn't die? Then what about Yasuo? Even Shaki behind the bar was shocked. Ace didn't die? When did my information go wrong? What the heck is going on? Little fly. Ace revealed his signature smile, opened his arms, and embraced Luffy, creating a scene filled with camaraderie. Luffy didn't show much shock or excitement. He had known Ace was still alive all along, so he simply felt a bit nostalgic for his brother after not seeing him for a long time. At that moment, Ace was even gentler than 2 years ago, wearing a t-shirt that completely eliminated his bad boy image, adding a touch of maturity. The reason for Ace's drastic change was that he really didn't want to burden everyone anymore, especially his younger brother Luffy. He was determined to change and become a responsible man. He never wanted to step into that underwater prison to work a sewing machine again. That was no place for a person to stay. Seeing Luffy's brother Ace safe and sound in front of him, everyone felt a wave of relief. The heavens had opened their eyes, and Ace was alive. Creak! The tavern door opened once more, and everyone looked up to see Chopper entering the bar, holding cotton candy and walking in with a carefree stride. Everyone, I'm here. Chopper smiled at the Straw Hat crew. Chopper, you're so slow. You were the last to arrive. I was the first. Zoro continued to brag about being the first to reach the bar. I wasn't the last one. Chopper chuckled, looking at everyone. What do you mean, Chopper? Robin seemed to have guessed something and wanted to hear it directly from Chopper. Everyone looked at Chopper with puzzled expressions, and Ace also raised an eyebrow, looking towards the entrance. Without saying a word, Chopper turned his head towards the bar entrance. Creak! The tavern door opened, and the sunlight shone on the figure of the newcomer, causing everyone to squint as they looked over. Suddenly, the Straw Hat crew all wore puzzled expressions as they looked at the figure at the door, wondering who it was. Hey, Chopper, who is that? The big fool Luffy asked. Yasuo almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Has he really changed that much? He couldn't even recognize himself. Although he wasn't carrying a sword, his demeanor and handsome appearance made him unmatched in the pirate world. As for where Yasuo's sword went, it had been blown away during the Marineford War by the explosion caused by a little boy. At that time, Yasuo was heartbroken for 3 days and nights, until the system's voice echoed in his mind. The host's sword has been retrieved. When the system's heavenly voice sounded, Yasuo was overjoyed and immediately rushed into the Kamui space, where he engaged in an intense battle with Califa and Shalilia. Some people asked if Yasuo's Kamui space overlapped with Zoro's. Come on, don't ask such naive questions. Yasuo can create an unlimited number of Sharingan, and the Kamui space can have countless versions. On that day, the poor Nokigao was still crying while holding Yasuo's bounty notice, and he had fainted from crying several times. Fortunately, he was comforted by Sabo and Carla, which prevented him from crying himself to death in the Revolutionary Army's base. Back at the tavern, Yasuo helplessly used his observation Haki to scan the crowd and slowly spoke. What? You don't even recognize me? Swish, swish, swish. As Yasuo finished speaking, everyone assumed a fighting stance aimed at him, looking as if they were facing Akainu. Yasuo was bewildered, and so was Chopper. Could it be that this group of companions is fake? Even Ace had a confused look on his face. What the heck is going on? Zoro, with his third sword, Inma, drawn and a face full of anger, pointed it directly at Yasuo. Who are you? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth and his golden Chelsea shoes pointed at Yasuo, was ready to unleash his speed to take him down. You can even imitate voices? Usopp remained silent, swinging his weapon, the kabuto, from his back, aiming it directly at Yasuo, his gaze fierce as he looked at Yasuo. How dare someone impersonate his most respected vice-captain in front of him? Nami, with sparks of lightning flashing around her, clearly furious. Couldn't believe someone was impersonating Yasuo to this extent. Robin, uncertain, sat to the side with her arms crossed, also assuming an attack stance, ready to unleash her flower abilities at any moment. It seems that if you don't take some action, you guys don't know how powerful I, Yasuo, really am. Yasuo activated his fruit ability, transforming into the Poop Man, with disgusting liquid flowing all over him. In an instant, the tavern was filled with the stench of poop, causing everyone to tear up and quickly run away from Yasuo. Shiki also flashed outside the tavern. How's it going? Miss me? Yasuo stepped out of the tavern and addressed the crowd. Ugh, ugh. Yasuo, it's so good that you're okay. The big idiot Luffy was on the ground, vomiting wildly. Ugh, damn hairy monster. Zoro was also on the ground, vomiting like crazy, giving Yasuo a slight smile. However, seeing Yasuo wearing the beloved eye mask of Aokiji, Zoro felt a wave of guilt rise in his heart. He knew what power Yasuo had given him. The terrifying power hidden in his left eye. It was with this power that he had utterly crushed Mihawk in front of his castle. One can imagine how cocky Zoro was back then. Yasuo, you're back? Brook looked at Yasuo from the ground, very happy. The Straw Hat crew, having vomited, looked at Yasuo, who had lost both his eyes and whose hair had turned white, and then at Ace, who also got up after vomiting. Everyone is fine. We're all still alive. This result is truly a dream come true. Awesome. Kid, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Rayleigh, the Dark King, walked out from behind a nearby tree with an indifferent stride. Well, the heavens won't take me. There's nothing I can do. Yasuo smiled slightly and pretentiously took out a premium cigarette from his pocket and lit it. By the way, that little boy, is he an ancient weapon? Rayleigh squinted his eyes, looking at Yasuo inquiringly. The crowd also turned their attention to Yasuo, eager for him to provide an answer, as they were curious about the weapon that had destroyed half of the Navy headquarters. Oh, you want to know, huh? Yasuo smiled mysteriously, then directly bought an atomic egg from the system store and took it out. Bang! Yasuo held the top of the little boy's cannonball with one hand, showcasing the weapon that could destroy half of the Navy headquarters to everyone. It's here, that little boy again. Ace involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is this the little boy? Robin's pupils widened as she walked in front of the cannonball to take a closer look. Meanwhile, Frankie looked at Yasuo in shock, never expecting that Yasuo could create a weapon from the Pluto warship without the blueprints. That's right. The atomic egg is indeed the cannonball from the ancient weapon. The Pluto warship. The three major disasters and man-made calamities of the little island have all been depicted by Oda in the pirate world. Whitebeard represents the earthquakes and tsunamis of the little country. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, represents the level 80 hurricanes of the little country. Akainu represents the sporadic volcanic eruptions. Thus, it can be seen that based on Oda's tendencies, if the ancient weapon capable of destroying an island isn't the atomic egg, then what else could it be? As for the celestial dragons, Oda has portrayed them based on the little country as prototype. While the Straw Hat Pirates are a group of young people from Huaxia with great ambitions to cleanse the little country. After all, Oda knows that as a descendant of Huaxia, his own country doesn't even acknowledge him. It's really too corrupt. There's nothing he can do. Oda can only channel all his dissatisfaction and fantasies into his manga, thus creating this pirate world. What descendants of Huaxia? Don't you know that the little country is descended from Sufu? Understand history, starting from the author. Align with the author. Back at the tavern entrance, Yasuo held the little boy facing everyone, for the joy of our gathering in 2 years. So, let us set off a cannon to celebrate. How about it? Damn white-haired freak. What are you joking about? Zoro swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You really have no sense of danger. This is a cannon? This is a weapon that could destroy half of the Navy headquarters. Huh? White-haired freak. Yasuo was stunned. He was completely shocked by Zoro's nickname skills, thinking that without his iconic long hair, Zoro and Sanji would call him by his name. But Yasuo never expected it. Truly unexpected. Green algae head. Yasuo gritted his teeth, wishing he could immediately detonate the little boy. The nickname White-Haired Freak is actually quite nice. Sanji stroked his beard, looking at Yasuo. That's right. Sanji has now entered puberty, and his beard has grown out, originally covering the left side of his forehead. It changed direction because he had gotten used to looking back to the left while fleeing on the Okama Island. So now his bangs cover his right eye. Watching Yasuo, who looked ready to perish with everyone, Robin couldn't help but think that Yasuo was so brave. Robin's appearance at this moment was just like in the original work. Wearing sunglasses and her skin had turned whiter, not knowing which plastic surgery hospital she had undergone transformation in. Yasuo, calm down. Nami, holding the cute little sheep, looked at Yasuo anxiously, fearing that Yasuo would detonate this little boy if he got upset. Nami's appearance now was not much different from 2 years ago. If anything, her two big rabbits were even more pronounced and whiter. Even her shorts were shorter, and one could see what color her panties were at a glance. Just by looking at Sanji's eyes occasionally glancing at Nami, one could tell how sexy and charming Nami was at this moment. Frankie had embedded the wisdom gem Yasuo gifted him into his chest, and one could say Frankie's appearance was like a pirate version of Tony Stark. A shining white light on his chest. His chicken hairstyle had now turned into 4 upright spikes, and his body had grown even larger than 2 years ago, about the size of half of Whitebeard. Brook, at this moment, was dressed in a gorgeous suit, holding a sword, looking quite gentlemanly. The biggest change was Brook's explosive hairstyle, which had become even more explosive than 2 years ago. It could be said that besides Yasuo, the biggest change in the Straw Hat crew over the past 2 years was Usopp. Usopp was now wearing a black trench coat with nothing underneath, revealing his 8-pack abs. His eyes sharp like an eagle, and he had a small beard like Sanji on his chin. He looked particularly manly. As for Luffy, there's no need to say much, still in his red vest, blue shorts, and flip-flops, looking like a little delinquent. Hee. Yasuo chuckled and waved his hand, directly putting the little boy back into the system space. The crowd seemed indifferent to Yasuo's methods of taking out and retrieving the boy, but Rayleigh and Shaki were still a bit shocked. After the Straw Hat crew had a good drink at Shaki's bar, they learned that the Thousand Sunny was piloted back to Sabeti Archipelago by Yasuo, and Luffy also asked his master Rayleigh to help coat the Thousand Sunny with a ship membrane, to which Rayleigh gladly agreed. 3 days later, the coating of the Thousand Sunny was completed. The news of the Straw Hat pirates' arrival at Sabeti Archipelago also reached the Navy's ears. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akainu, upon receiving the news, immediately ordered Kizaru to capture the Straw Hat pirates, who had taken down the Celestial Dragons 2 years ago. Akainu slammed his hand on the table in anger, burning a large skull into it. They dare to touch my master. This is unforgivable. The Celestial Dragon's #1 sycophant, Akainu, wished he could go personally, but as an admiral now, he had to stay at the new Navy headquarters in the New World. Kizaru pouted and used his fruit ability to rush towards Sabeti Archipelago, thinking, this guy Akainu didn't even mention a raise for me. Does he expect me to work? In his dreams, Kizaru planned to take a stroll around Sabeti Archipelago before going back to sleep. At this time, the Straw Hat crew was also heading towards the area where the Thousand Sunny was docked at number 41. Kizaru casually stopped at area number 41, ready to look around, completely unaware of what awaited him. Unknowingly, Kizaru wandered to the front of the Thousand Sunny's docking area, just as the Straw Hat crew arrived, and they bumped into Kizaru. The big fool Luffy locked eyes with Kizaru, their big eyes meeting small eyes, and everyone was stunned. They were so close to leaving Sabeti Archipelago. Why was an admiral here? Kizaru frowned, genuinely not wanting to fight. That guy kinda didn't give him a raise. Why? Why was it so coincidental? Kizaru's frowning action caught everyone's attention, and in their eyes, it signaled that this lewd big man was about to make a move. Sanji, knowing that the first strike is crucial, activated his speed and dashed out in his golden Chelsea boots toward Kizaru. A golden flash flickered. Sanji appeared behind Kizaru. Armament. Conqueror's Haki wrapped around. Foshan wooing big pot stew. Swish, swish, swish. Knowing that Kizaru was the Navy's top combat force, Sanji unleashed all his firepower, rapidly executing kick techniques that were difficult to perceive with the naked eye. Each kick, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, struck Kizaru's waist at incredible speed. After just 0.1 seconds, Kizaru was sent flying. Kizaru spat out blood and was knocked back, embedding himself into the ground. Yasuo's mouth curled up in a smile. Looking like Sanji lived up to his expectations, having reached the royal level of strength. Sanji's ultimate armament Haki is a perfect explanation, and the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around him. You must know that Conqueror's Haki wrapping is not something just anyone can learn. Even if you have Conqueror's Haki, it's still difficult to master the wrapping, as it depends on one's talent. Our adorable teacher said so. Kizaru was genuinely shocked now, slowly getting up from the ground, looking at Sanji with a face full of fear. He never expected that the long-haired kid from 2 years ago would surpass his speed, which was now present in this kid. And the Conqueror's Haki wrapping. Isn't this an ability only the 4 emperors possess? And that pitch-black armament Haki, what level is that? Kizaru looked incredulously at the Straw Hat crew, that white-haired one, that eye patch, that S. Sanji had no idea that his speed was given to him by Yasuo's golden Chelsea. He thought it was a souvenir left by Yasuo, which he liked very much. Up until now, Sanji believed that his super light speed was chased out by a transgender person. Kizaru was anxious and wanted to use his awakened fruit ability to leave this place. He needed to inform Akainu about the current strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. Most importantly, Yasuo is still alive. That true son of a devil. Although he also has super light speed after awakening his fruit ability, there is no need to fight the Straw Hats to the death. Retreating is more important. Most importantly, he didn't get a raise. Kizaru emitted bursts of particle-like flashes all over his body, wanting to leave immediately. However, on the other side, Luffy thought Kizaru was about to use his ability to attack everyone. 2 years ago, he personally witnessed his companions being knocked away one by Bartholomew Kuma. The big fool Luffy was determined not to let his companions suffer even the slightest harm. The big fool Luffy supported himself on his knees, staring at Kizaru as he slowly spoke. Gear. 5th gear. Buzz. The big fool Luffy directly activated his awakened fruit ability, entering the 5th gear fruit awakening mode. Ha 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 ha. The big fool Luffy laughed maniacally, holding his head and tilting it back. At this moment, Luffy's hair and clothes turned red, his hair resembling flames, with steam ribbons swirling around his neck and armpits like those of the 4th gear, resembling the ribbons of the moon goddess Chang'e. His eyebrows curved like the patterns of a devil fruit, constantly pulsating on his forehead. Robin stood behind Luffy, unconsciously laughing. For some reason, hearing Luffy's laughter made her want to laugh with him. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, the Straw Hat crew members all held their stomachs, laughing breathlessly. This is the charm of Luffy. Ha ha ha. Yasuo laughed heartily. The big fool Luffy grinned at the escaping Kizaru, then jumped high off the ground, punching down at the ground in front of him. Kizaru was confused. What does this red storm turning into this mean? First, he was laughing heartily, and now he's attacking the ground in front of him? Kizaru couldn't understand Luffy's actions. But the next moment, Luffy's voice reached Kizaru's ears. Goma Goma no. Rubber-pounding funeral. The big fool Luffy used his fist to attack the ground, turning it into rubber to attack Kizaru. Countless rubber fists erupted from the ground where Kizaru was standing, smashing right into his crotch. Bang bang bang. Kizaru was dumbfounded. Is this the ability awakened from the human fruit? Mythical Zoan? Nika form? That's right. After Luffy developed to the awakened realm, he possesses the superhuman awakened characteristics that allow him to assimilate any object he touches into rubber, creating cartoonish effects like popping eyes for both combatants and nearby people. He also has the tenacious vitality and recovery power of the animal awakened type that allows him to stand up no matter how many times he is knocked down, along with extraordinary power and extremely strong attack characteristics. Kizaru, who was knocked into the air by Luffy, was now covering his pants, looking incredulously at Luffy below, who was emitting red steam. He never expected that after just 2 years of not seeing each other, Red Storm Luffy had become so powerful. Yasuo looked at Kizaru's shocked expression with a sense of pride. You haven't seen Luffy's true strength yet. The Haki elixir he gave Luffy during the 2 years is enough to elevate Luffy's Haki level to the ultimate standard, just like Sanji. Yasuo divides the armed color Haki into ultra-low level, medium level, high level, ultimate, and god level. The ultimate is the Haki level of the 4 emperors, and the god level is the rank of Yasuo and him. After all, it's not too much for him who has lived for hundreds of years. To have a god-level Haki. Don't ask why so fast. Just say the author is amazing. Back on the battlefield, Nami looked at the yellow monkey in the sky and spat disdainfully. Heh, do you think you're the only one who can fly? Nami directly hugged Mai Jiang and transformed into lightning, flying into the sky, then shouted loudly, I love you for 10,000 years. Mai Jiang transformed into Thor's hammer. Buzz! A flash of golden light appeared, and Nami swung the Thor's hammer towards the sky. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the sky above the Sabeti archipelago was filled with dark clouds, orange lightning flickering and rumbling. As for why Nami wanted Mai Jiang to transform into Thor's hammer, because with the weapon's enhancement, she could better control the lightning produced by her fruit ability. Enel originally used the drum behind him to control lightning, so it's not too much for Nami to use Thor's hammer, right? Moreover, the weapon encyclopedia includes Thor's hammer. Gulp! The yellow monkey swallowed hard, realizing that he didn't T-check the calendar before leaving today, and now he had to suffer this great sin. If he runs away now, where would his face go? 100 million volts. Lightning. Nami's eyes glowed orange, her clothes fluttering, her whole body wrapped in orange lightning, looking quite terrifying. She swung a hammer towards the yellow monkey, driving the lightning in the sky down towards him. The yellow monkey had already learned his lesson after taking 2 hits from Luffy and Sanji, activating his observation Haki to the extreme to sense Nami's descending attack. He then directly used super light speed to dodge the orange lightning strike from Nami, with the lightning maintaining its momentum, striking down towards the ground. Luffy, on the ground, saw the lightning falling from the sky and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, leaping high off the ground, heading straight for the lightning. National model, no. Rubber lightning. The big fool Luffy, with the characteristic of rubber being immune to lightning, reached out to grab the lightning and suddenly swung it towards the yellow monkey. Whoosh! The orange lightning shot out at high speed from Luffy's hand, slowly approaching the yellow monkey. The yellow monkey's pupils constricted, quickly activating his fruit ability to the extreme, creating a small hole in his shoulder. When the lightning attacked, it directly penetrated the small hole in the yellow monkey's shoulder, but still left some lightning on his body, which was enough to have several thousand volts, causing the yellow monkey to twitch all over. Bakayaru, damn Straw Hat crew. The yellow monkey was furious, thinking that his title as a general was not given for nothing. Doesn't he deserve some face? Luffy shrugged, realizing that he only attacked the yellow monkey's shoulder this time, not the heart. Otherwise, the yellow monkey might have already fainted. After all, the big fool Luffy was still too kind-hearted to kill. He possessed the beautiful and good character of Huaxia, shining true Yada no Kagami. The furious yellow monkey unleashed all his firepower, preparing to take down the entire Straw Hat crew with a large-scale attack. The yellow monkey crossed his arms, then suddenly spread them wide, looking angrily down at the Straw Hat crew. Massive, huge light orbs appeared beneath the cloudy lightning, and it seemed that if this attack fell, Area 4-1 would likely be destroyed. Nami, holding the Thor's hammer, wanted to charge at the yellow monkey. However, Zoro on the ground was the first to act. Zoro, glancing at Yasuo, saw him trying to show off, quickly drew 3 swords, holding a kushui in his left hand, Sandai Katetsu in his right, and biting down on Wade Kamanji. Stepping forward to initiate his show-off move against the yellow monkey. 3-sword style OG 3,000 worlds. 9 mountains and 8 seas for 1 world. Gathering 1,000 realms to form a small 1,000 worlds. This world multiplied by 3, there is no me that does not continue. The way of heaven is complete. 3 and 5 become, sun and moon both, out of the obscure into the dark. Chi spreads the way, Chi connects to the divine. Chi acts against the evil spirits and thieves. All perish. Those who see me are blind. Those who hear me are deaf. Dare to plot against me will suffer disaster. 1 great 3,000 great 1,000 worlds. 9 mountains and 8 seas, indestructible. There is no me that does not continue. 3,000 worlds. Zoro jumped high off the ground, chanting his show-off incantation, and the ultimate armed color Haki directly covered the 3 swords blades, spinning rapidly in the air. He then suddenly stopped, directly unleashing 3 light slashes that flew out lightly, 3 divided into 6, 6 into 12. The slashes transformed into shadow clones, secretly rushing toward the yellow monkey who was about to be hit by the falling light orb, colliding directly together. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! The light orbs exploded in the sky, and the yellow monkey gritted his teeth, looking at everyone. He knew he was weak. In front of the current Straw Hat crew, he was utterly outmatched. Yasuo smiled slightly, nodding in appreciation at Zoro's show-off demeanor. He didn't expect that green algae head had changed a lot in these 2 years. At least he had removed the so-called Balala energy slash and created his own strongest move. Not bad, reader. Are you sure it's not just to inflate the numbers? In fact, Zoro doesn't need to recite any spells or moves at all. As Mihawk's disciple, the lesson Mihawk taught Zoro is, no move is better than having a move. Zoro could totally rely on his slash, but he thought it was too showy. That's why Zoro recited that long string of Buddhist and Taoist spells. Realizing he was outmatched, Kizaru took off at high speed in the distance, while Nami chased after him with her hammer at an equally fast pace. Kizaru angrily searched his body. Damn it, I don't have any cough syrup on me. Nami pursued Kizaru, while Usopp on the ground had already used his fruit ability to grow a pair of black wings from his back, flying directly into the sky, aiming the dragon sniper at Kizaru and activating lock-on mode. Chopper and Brook were astonished. Usopp actually grew wings. Flying? I want that so much. Even Sanji felt a pang of envy. Although he could run in the air, it still required effort, unlike wings, which only need a flap to fly. Robin wasn't envious of Usopp. She could also use her fruit ability to form a wing with her arms and fly in the air. At this moment, Usopp activated his eagle arm, and the ultimate armament Haki covered the dragon gun, then pulled the trigger. Ultimate move. Usopp Eagle Wave Comet. Bang! The dragon gun quickly absorbed the armament Haki energy released from Usopp's body, and then an invisible bullet shot toward Kizaru at a speed that even observation Haki could hardly detect. Kizaru frowned and turned to look. At this moment, the attack had reached Kizaru's ear, and the bullet exploded directly. Then came a huge eagle-screeching sound ringing in Kizaru's ears. Kizaru's ears instantly became deaf, blood streaming down, and he desperately activated his fruit ability to the extreme, shooting out towards the sea. Nami stopped her pursuit and looked at Usopp, who was also flying in the air. Usopp didn't launch a powerful attack. He just wanted Kizaru to taste some bitterness. After all, he was also a model of a good young man from China. Below, Yasuo couldn't help but nod in praise of Usopp. It seemed Usopp was already capable of defeating an admiral. His strength had reached the royal level. Yasuo looked around at the members of the Straw Hat crew present. Now, it could be said that the people who came out of the East Blue have definitely become royal level, and the members who joined the Straw Hat crew later, like Robin, Frankie, and Brook, are all at the level of admiral level strength. One can imagine that Yasuo's Haki-infused tonic and other auxiliary items were crucial for everyone to become stronger during these 2 years. As for Chopper, he hasn't made any significant progress in strength. He has only improved his Haki level to that of a vice admiral. As for Mei Yangyang, there's no need to mention her. She's just an object. Oh, I mean, she's not an object. Anyway, she can't get stronger. She's already very strong by herself. I believe Mei Yangyang must have developed many forms of that thing during these 2 years to entertain Nami at night. Luffy, let's set off, Yasuo said as he walked up to Luffy. The big fool Luffy nodded and released his Gear 5th form. Suddenly, the skin on Luffy's face quickly wrinkled up, making him look like an old man, trembling and nearly unable to stand. Upon seeing this, Yasuo waved his hand and bought countless candy coin from the system shop, placing them in front of Luffy. The big fool Luffy's eyes instantly lit up, and he rushed forward to start gobbling them up. Yasuo didn't expect that Luffy would age after awakening his devil fruit powers. This was something Yasuo didn't anticipate, especially since before his crossing, One Piece hadn't updated to the episode where Luffy awakens his devil fruit powers. With Luffy's incredible physical abilities, all he needs is food. After filling him up, Yasuo directly carried the now chubby Luffy onto the Thousand Sunny, and everyone returned to the ship, completely unconcerned about the Admiral Kizaru who had just escaped. Set sail. Next stop, Fishman Island under the sea. Yasuo stood at the bow of the ship, giving orders. Suddenly, the ship slowly began to dive towards the seabed, heading in the direction of Fishman Island. The Thousand Sunny disappeared from the surface of the sea, and from behind a nearby tree, Rayleigh, Ace, and Shaki emerged. Who would have thought? Those little brats from 2 years ago have now reached the pinnacle of this world. Rayleigh smiled, looking out at the distant sea. Especially Luffy. I just realized today why you came back with a bruised face and a dislocated arm a while ago. Shaki said in a teasing tone as she looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh's mouth twitched. That damn Luffy. Doesn't he know to respect his elders and care for the young? Beating his own master to the point of being unable to fight back. It seems I can no longer hold my head high in front of Shiki. My old flame. Ace felt a wave of disgust watching Rayleigh and Shiki exchange glances, but he also didn't expect Luffy's strength to have increased so much. He thought he'd become very strong through his old man's devilish training. Now, compared to Luffy, he felt like a pile of shit. You too. I'll take my leave now. I'm heading back. Thank you for taking care of Luffy these past 2 years. Ace politely bowed to the two of them to express his gratitude. Tell Whitebeard that I'll visit him when I have time. Rayleigh smiled and responded to Ace. All right, until we meet again. Ace activated his fruit ability and disappeared in a burst of flames. Whitebeard was also revived by Yasuo's fruit ability. It's truly incredible. Shiki shook her head, watching Ace's departing figure, and murmured, There's actually someone in this world with the ability to revive people. It seems this sea is about to stir up great waves. On the other side, behind the tree, Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army was also quietly seeing Sanji off. After all, they had spent 2 years together. There's no way they wouldn't have some feelings, right? Ivankov thought about Sanji's powerful invisible kick just now, which made his kidneys hurt. He had been almost wrecked by Sanji. He didn't expect that this brat Sanji would be so useless during the Marineford War. After hearing the news of Yasuo's death, it was like he had become a different person, training day and night, getting faster and stronger. A year ago, he could match him evenly, and now, 2 years later, he could take him out with a single move. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny, everyone looked at the increasingly bright view ahead. Yasuo understood that was the legendary Fishman Island. Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters beneath the Holy Land Mariewa, a necessary stop to reach the New World, and also the birthplace of most fishman and mermaid races, known as the Undersea Paradise, a dreamlike heaven. The Thousand Sunny slowly approached Fishman Island, surrounded by a huge bubble, a sight that instantly left the Straw Hat crew in awe, their jaws dropping on the deck. Yasuo scanned the deck of the Thousand Sunny, searching for the figure of a barrel. It seems that the weakest natural-type user didn't board the ship. As soon as Yasuo thought of that disgusting guy whose fruit ability was very similar to his own, his mouth twitched. His natural-type poop fruit was quite similar to the natural-type swamp fruit, but that foolish guy didn't even know how to use his fruit ability. It was purely created by Oda just to fill the numbers, right? Just look at his poop fruit. Haha, no need to say more about the natural type. Just look at that move, shit explosion burial, and you'll understand. Stop. What are you doing? Just as the Straw Hat crew was amazed by the stunning beauty of Fishman Island, a group of merfolk armed with tridents suddenly emerged around the Thousand Sunny, blocking its path. Everyone immediately glared at this fierce group of fishmen, ready to take down these blind fools at any moment. Yasuo took a step forward and slowly spoke. Called Jinbei out. I want to ask him if we can enter his territory. The crowd of fishmen exchanged glances, and a lackey quickly swam towards Fishman Island. Before long, Jinbei was shaking his legs and swimming towards the Thousand Sunny at great speed. It's Luffy. Everyone, since you're in my hometown of Fishman Island, I must treat you all to a feast. Jinbei exclaimed excitedly outside the Thousand Sunny. Hurry up. Hey, is that octopus Xiaoba on Fishman Island? I want to eat the takoyaki he makes. Yasuo impatiently spoke to Jinbei. Yasuo, you're still alive. Jinbei's eyes widened as he pointed at Yasuo. What? Do you want me dead? Yasuo frowned, pretending to be angry. No, sorry. Just a bit shocked. Yoshi, let us eat. Let us eat. The big silly Luffy immediately became excited and looked at Jinbei when he heard there was food. Jinbei smiled slightly and led the way, with the Straw Hat ship slowly following him. The group entered Fishman Island, settled the Straw Hat ship, and followed Jinbei towards the Fishman Palace. Along the way to the palace, the big silly Luffy casually saved a shark that was about to be killed by a vicious dog, and Yasuo immediately recognized the shark's identity, which Jinbei also knew. As for why there were vicious dogs on Fishman Island, maybe it was needed for the plot. The Megalodon shark was indeed Princess Shirahoshi's pet. Jinbei also informed King Neptune about this matter. Princess Shirahoshi, originally sad about her missing pet Megalo, was overjoyed to learn that her pet had returned, and after a big feast, she expressed that she must thank Luffy, who saved her pet. When Neptune prepared a banquet to thank Luffy and the others for saving Megalo, Luffy, driven by curiosity from the delicious smell of food coming from Shirahoshi's room, followed the scent to her room, ready to feast, and then quickly leave. However, the big silly Luffy accidentally touched Shirahoshi's chest, waking her up. The big silly Luffy suddenly seemed flustered. This. Hey, Luffy, that's really rude. Yasuo's voice reached Luffy's ears from behind. Whoa. Shirahoshi cried uncontrollably, her tears completely engulfing the tiny Luffy. Hey, coward, stop making noise. Do you want to go play outside? Yasuo shouted. Shirahoshi sniffled and looked at the two tiny humans in front of her. Really? Can I go outside to play? Yasuo looked at the large and white star, who at just 16 years old had developed so well that he couldn't help but want to squeeze her a bit to test the feel. But is Yasuo that kind of person? He looked down on having relations with underage girls. What he liked were mature and charming women, the kind who know to change positions with just a pat on the backside. Califa fit Yasuo's taste perfectly. As for White Star, although Yasuo had a bit of a thought about her and could buy items in the system shop to turn White Star into a human, he ultimately gave up. He just wasn't interested in this naive girl. Just as Yasuo and Luffy were fooling around with White Star to go out and play, suddenly an axe shot in through the gap in the door aimed at White Star. Whoosh! Bang! Silly Luffy immediately covered his arm with armament Haki and swung his hand to block the flying axe. Silly Luffy squinted his eyes. Who is it? Hee. Let me go meet him. Luffy. Yasuo turned his head, and with a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. Princess White Star was stunned. This human is so fast. In less than 3 seconds, he shot out. Silly Luffy just sat on White Star's big lap, chatting away with her. When Yasuo returned dragging Vanderdecken and saw such a seductive scene, Yasuo twitched the corner of his mouth. And Boa Hancock would probably kill White Star on the spot if she saw this scene, right? Yasuo threw Vanderdecken to the ground and looked at Luffy, who was sweetly interacting with Princess Shirahoshi, saying, Luffy, this guy is the culprit who just threw an axe at this coward. The big fool Luffy jumped down from Shirahoshi's soft embrace, and upon seeing the bloodied and barely conscious Vanderdecken, he instantly swallowed the words he was about to say in anger. It was too tragic. He couldn't imagine what kind of torture this poor man had endured at Yasuo's hands. 10 years ago, when Princess Otoheim was assassinated, Shirahoshi accidentally came into contact with Vanderdecken, who possessed the target fruit ability, making her his sniper target. Additionally, Vanderdecken's intimidating pursuit instilled fear in her. Neptune ordered the capture of Vanderdecken 9, and Shirahoshi had to stay inside the Noah for 10 years to avoid him, unable even to attend her mother's funeral. Usually, soldiers delivering food or ministers reporting matters were not allowed to exceed 5 minutes. Therefore, Yasuo showed no mercy to this man. After leaving the shell house, Yasuo immediately released his observation Haki over the entire Fishman Island and quickly discovered Vanderdecken's whereabouts. Yasuo loaded in at lightning speed and rushed directly in front of Vanderdecken, delivering a swift kick that left him in shambles. Following that, Yasuo unleashed a flurry of punches, causing Vanderdecken to collapse to the ground, utterly defeated. Vanderdecken had no idea what had just happened before Yasuo turned him into this sorry state. Interestingly, as Yasuo prepared to take Vanderdecken back, he spotted the NPC from Fishman Island, Hody Jones. Yasuo effortlessly sent this arm to heaven with a single normal punch. To ensure Hody Jones wouldn't be so lonely in heaven, Yasuo also conveniently found his base and, with one serious punch, sent over 20,000 Fishman subordinates and their officers to heaven as well. After completing all this in less than 2 minutes, Yasuo, satisfied, carried Vanderdecken and headed back in the original direction. The crisis on Fishman Island had been nipped in the bud by him, and he believed that the Straw Hat crew would have a great time on Fishman Island. Back at the shell house, Yasuo and Luffy, carrying the barely alive Vanderdecken along with Princess Shirahoshi, walked out of Shirahoshi's room towards the banquet hall where everyone was gathered. When everyone saw Vanderdecken, whose limbs were shattered, they couldn't help but shiver. Was Yasuo even more ruthless than 2 years ago? Upon seeing Princess Shirahoshi, everyone was stunned. There really was such a beautiful woman in the world. To joke about it, even Boa Hancock would feel ashamed of her looks. Sanji was so stunned that he turned to stone on the spot. Chopper hurriedly rushed over to check Sanji's condition. King Neptune, seeing Vanderdecken captured by Yasuo, immediately ordered him to be thrown in prison and executed after autumn. Neptune had high hopes for this group of young people, as they had eliminated such a significant threat upon arriving at Fishman Island. Neptune decided to host a feast for the Straw Hat Pirates to eat and drink for 3 days and nights. At this point, Luffy could no longer sit still and started to eat like crazy. This blue fatso is too weak. He couldn't even handle such a weakling like Vanderdecken. Yasuo disdainfully walked past Jinbei and headed towards the door. Sorry, trouble you, Yasuo? Jinbei awkwardly spoke to Yasuo. Was he unable to handle it? He just couldn't find that arm. Otherwise, he would have torn him to pieces long ago. Oomph. I think you should come aboard our ship as a deckhand. What do you think, Luffy? Yasuo stopped and turned to look at the gluttonous Luffy. Luffy paused in his meat-eating, looked at the dazed Jinbei, then at Yasuo. Sure, Jinbei. You should come aboard our ship as a deckhand. The big fool Luffy then carelessly grabbed a chunk of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Jinbei twitched at the corner of his mouth. A deckhand? You bastard. Luffy, I still appreciated you so much, considering you're my good brother, Ace's younger brother. I won't hold it against you. The deckhand is fine. Thank you, everyone, for having such high hopes for me. I'm still a subordinate of Baijimarm, but once I sever ties with him, I'll join you all. Luffy. Jinbei looked seriously at the Straw Hat crew present. He knew that severing ties with Baijimarm was definitely not that simple, but for the position of a deckhand, it's worth it. Luffy remained silent, continuing to eat meat madly in his hands. Yasuo looked at Luffy, who didn't respond, then turned his head towards Jinbei and slowly said, No problem. The position of a lackey is reserved for you. I'm going out for a stroll. After saying that, Yasuo waved his hand and walked towards the door, planning to visit the place that every traveler must go, the Mermaid CAF. There was a woman even more superstitious than Yasuo, and her fortune-telling skills were exceptionally high. She had 100% accuracy in predicting the future. It could be said that in the world of pirates, as long as you brought this woman onto your pirate crew, even a useless person could thrive in the pirate world. Wait, white-haired freak, I'm coming with you. Zoro got up, put down his wine glass, and walked towards the door. Yasuo suppressed the urge to take down Zoro and looked at the navigation panel in front of him, heading towards Fishman Street, with Zoro closely following his steps. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Mermaid CAF, and Yasuo stepped inside. Zoro knew that Yasuo would never do anything meaningless, so he guessed that there must be something wrong with this place, and followed Yasuo into the Mermaid CAF. Once inside, Yasuo immediately spotted Mrs. Charlie, who possessed the ability to foresee the future. In the pirate world, those with such abilities are known as diviners. With her short black hair and cold blue eyes, purple nails, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, and holding a pipe to smoke old mountains of tobacco, she resembled a gang leader. Mrs. Charlie's divination skills were extremely accurate. Although she couldn't predict the exact timing of events, her prediction accuracy was as high as 100. At the age of 4, she foresaw the coming of the Great Pirate Era and even predicted that Whitebeard would fall in the Marineford War before it happened. However, she grew to dislike divination due to repeatedly foreseeing misfortunes and was unwilling to know the future. Mrs. Charlie was the half-sister of Arlong, a sawtooth shark fisherman. But in fact, Arlong was abandoned by his parents in Fishman Street as a child. It is said that when Arlong was 15, a man claiming to be Arlong's father brought his half-sister, Shirley, to live in Fishman Street. Although Charlie was the type Yasuo liked, he couldn't just go after every attractive person he met. So he suppressed the urge to activate his Sharingan and walked to the bar to order 2 cups of coffee. Charlie looked at the two who entered the CAF with a curious expression, as it had been a long time since any humans had come to Fishman Island. And she wondered why. In fact, it was because Hody Jones was preparing to steal the kingdom, secretly blocking all humans who wanted to enter Fishman Island. Yasuo and Zoro sat across from each other at the bar. Zoro picked up his coffee and downed it in one go, finishing it off in one sip. Yasuo twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking, what a damn country bumpkin. Green algae head. Do you know that coffee is meant to be savored slowly? This isn't just a drink. Oomph. It's just a beverage, Zoro scoffed, glancing at Yasuo, who was wearing an eye patch. Oh, this little handsome guy actually knows so much. Charlie teased, throwing a flirtatious glance at Yasuo. Yasuo turned his head towards Shaylee. I heard you're the most famous fortune teller in Fishman Street? Haha, how about it? Do you want me to tell your fortune? Shaylee smiled at Yasuo. Follow me. Shaylee stepped in with her long tail into the small room behind the bar. Why does this small room look so much like those unregulated hair salons from my past life? Yasuo couldn't help but think inappropriately, using one hand to support himself on the table and leaping directly into the bar area, heading towards the small room. Zoro, seeing this, quickly followed suit and jumped into the bar area, keeping pace with Yasuo. Inside the small room, Mrs. Shaylee was gently stroking the crystal ball in front of her, swaying her head from side to side, looking quite pleased, like she was caressing her big white rabbit in the dead of night. Zoro and Yasuo sat in front of Shaylee, quietly watching her actions. Suddenly, Shaylee's pupils constricted, and her expression of enjoyment immediately collapsed as she looked at Yasuo and Zoro in front of her. What did she just see? This blind fool actually destroyed Fishman Island together with his so-called captain. although she only saw their figures amidst a sea of flames. It was very likely that they were responsible. Yasuo smiled slightly, noticing the changes in Xia Li's facial expression through his observation Haki. He knew that Xia Li must have seen Luffy's figure in the Sea of Fire, right? I wonder if he saw his own? Don't tell me you saw the destruction of Fishman Island? And that it's related to us, oh? Yasuo sat cross-legged and slowly spoke. What does it mean? White hair. Zoro narrowed his eyes. Could it be that there were powerful enemies on Fishman Island who destroyed it during the battle? Charlie was instantly stunned. How'd this blind kid know? Could he also be a fortune teller? Yasuo extended his right hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, and slowly spoke to Shaylee. Let me tell you the fate of Fishman Island from now on. Finger. Counting. Buzz. Yasuo pretended to release a hint of Conqueror's Haki, and with his current blind look, he really did resemble a fortune teller. Here it comes. With a flick of his fingers, Zoro's one eye widened dramatically, almost causing him to open the other eye that was hiding the Sharingan. Huh? What do you mean by a flick of the fingers? Is it divination? Madame Shaylee also solemnly picked up an old smoking pipe next to her and put it in her mouth, watching Yasuo shake his head and act mysteriously. After a moment of pretense, Yasuo slowly stopped his show-off behavior. Fishman Island will indeed be destroyed, but it's not us who did it. If the figure you saw was us, then we should be here to save Fishman Island. That's all I have to say, believe it or not, Madame Shaylee. Yasuo looks down on Sherry a bit, thinking, with your 100% accuracy, you can't even figure this out? As for how Yasuo knows this, do we even need to think about it? Just use a little common sense. With Luffy's personality, how could he possibly destroy Fishman Island? He must be there to save people. As for why Fishman Island would suffer a disaster, it must be related to Shirahoshi. After the World Government meeting, the Celestial Dragons became very interested in the Fishman Princess Shirahoshi, but they couldn't act in Mariewa. They could only wait until Shirahoshi and the others returned. Once they returned, the Fishman's strength alone would be no match for the Celestial Dragons. Given the Celestial Dragons' nature, even if they had to destroy Fishman Island, they would still want to capture Princess Shirahoshi. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also one of the ancient weapons, Poseidon. Such power would certainly make the Celestial Dragons envious, and even the old perverts in front of the screen would get a surge of excitement. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Fishman Island faced destruction. As soon as Princess Shirahoshi set foot in Mariewa, she was targeted by the highest ruler of the Celestial Dragons, Sama. So even if the Celestial Dragons weren't interested in Shirahoshi and wouldn't let her go. White-haired freak. Dead ant. Zoro truly admires Yasuo's ability to deduce things. Just look at Sherry's expression, and you know Yasuo must be right. Sherry, holding his old smoking pipe, nodded slightly. Yasuo's reasoning isn't without merit. These little brats who caused chaos during the Marineford War certainly have no reason to destroy Fishman Island. That's right. When Sherry was only 4 years old, he had already foreseen the Straw Hat crew causing a ruckus during the Marineford War. As for how Sherry could foresee Yasuo, after all, Yasuo was raised by the old man Wang Ji and could be considered a native. Yasuo knows that what he's saying is just his speculation. He hasn't mastered the art of fortune-telling. So, can you do a reading for me? Yasuo is really looking forward to what his future will be like. Shaylee nodded, putting down the old pipe in his mouth, and continued to stroke the crystal ball in front of him with both hands. Shaylee closed his eyes, and images and fragments of Yasuo kept appearing in his mind. The pieces of red flags, the yellow five-pointed stars fluttering on those flags. So beautiful. Shaylee couldn't help but let out a groan. Yasuo continued to observe the changes in Shaylee's expression. This woman seemed to have witnessed something quite spectacular. But soon, Mrs. Shaylee furrowed her brows, revealing a look of confusion. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yasuo with a sympathetic expression, showing a lot of pity for him, leaving Yasuo completely bewildered. Hey, what's going on? What did the divination reveal? Yasuo sat up, eager to hear what answer Shaylee would provide. Mrs. Shaylee shook her head without speaking, only directing her gaze to Zoro beside her, signaling Yasuo to look at him. What the hell? What's wrong with the green algae head? Anger surged within Yasuo. Could something irreversible happen in the future? Did the green algae head sacrifice himself? Could even his own abilities not bring him back? This absolutely cannot happen. In the Straw Hat crew, despite Yasuo often bickering with Zoro and appearing to dislike each other, the two actually had the best relationship on the ship. Yasuo feels that his relationship with Zoro is similar to that with his good brother Yihei. Although their personalities are somewhat different, the depth of their feelings is not the same. As for Yihei's personality, just look at how he treated Yasuo earlier. His cunning personality is almost on par with Robin's. What about that green hair guy? Shaylee didn't say anything, still looking at Yasuo with a gaze full of pity like a stray dog, then turned her head towards Zoro. Zoro, on the other hand, looked completely confused. With that expression on her face, does it mean he really will die an untimely death in the future? His current strength doesn't even regard admirals. Even Mihawk was rubbed on the ground by him. What kind of enemy could possibly appear? Zoro suddenly felt his blood rushing, filled with vigor. An unknown enemy? He felt a bit excited. Although Zoro has already defeated Mihawk, in a sense, he has achieved his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. However, he won't be that selfish. His companions have not yet completed their dreams, and he must protect everyone to finish their journey around the Grand Line. Moreover, Zoro also felt that everything was happening too quickly. He had unknowingly gotten strong enough to rub Mihawk on the ground, and it all felt unreal. Therefore, Zoro did not tell anyone about this matter. Seeing Shaylee still wearing that expression, Yasuo helplessly shook his head and walked towards the door. With Yasuo's impatient personality, if Shaylee didn't tell him the answer in a few minutes, he would probably give her a serious punch. Zoro, seeing Yasuo leave, also glanced at Shaylee helplessly before following Yasuo out of the CF. Sigh. Poor people. Only Shaylee, who truly knows what happened, continues to look at the direction the two left with a gaze full of pity. The two returned to the palace hall, where everyone was having a banquet, and the big fool Luffy was still sprawled on the table, eating and drinking. They say the stronger the person, the larger their appetite. Luffy truly exemplifies this. The big fool Luffy actually ate for 2 days and 2 nights in the hall. In the end, the speed of food preparation couldn't keep up with Luffy's eating speed, and Sanji immediately took the stage to showcase his cooking skills. Sanji, needless to say, made delicious food, and even King Neptune and his sons were eating happily. As a result, the food became even more insufficient, and even the desserts were swept away by Luffy. You idiots! What the hell? There's not even a single dessert left. Where's the numbingly sweet dessert? Yasuo sat at the table watching everyone eat heartily when suddenly a burst of angry shouts came from outside. Everyone stopped eating and looked toward the door. 2 figures slowly walked in from outside. A man whose lower half was an eggshell and a cat-like creature wearing sunglasses striding into the royal hall with a swagger. The newcomers were none other than Baron Egg and Pudding from the big MOM Pirates. Baron Egg was a knight-level fighter, a member of the long-legged tribe, a rare race in the pirate world. He was a devil fruit user of the egg fruit, with a bounty of 429 million berries. He was very polite, spoke with a gentlemanly demeanor, and always considered the bigger picture. In the original story, when the desserts were gone from Fishman Island, he first thought of a peaceful solution rather than confronting Luffy head-on. Pudding, a member of the Lion Fur tribe and a Zoan-type user of the tortoise fruit, was a former member of the Nox Pirates who later joined the big MOM Pirates and became a fighter with a bounty of 330 million berries. This Nox was not the same as the one from the Rox Pirates. It was the Nox Pirates formed with characters like Pedro, Jeb, and Beepo from Zo Island. Pudding, a Lion Fur tribe member wearing sunglasses, was tall and had a fierce appearance, but beneath the glasses, his true face was comically goofy, which the residents of Fishman Island found endearingly cute when he got angry. He wore a pink suit and had a sword at his waist. Everyone looked at King Neptune in confusion, wondering what was going on. When desserts, Princess Shirahoshi started crying beside them, looking at the 2 fierce newcomers with tears streaming down her face. Hey, cowardly Shirahoshi, stop crying already, it's so annoying. The big idiot Luffy shot a glance at Shirahoshi, thinking she was being too melodramatic. Shirahoshi stopped crying and, while sobbing, looked at Luffy. Sorry, Luffy-sama, I'm so sorry. I apologize. To you 2 envoys, the desserts are all ready. Neptune scanned the Straw Hat crew present and was shocked that they had devoured the 10 tons of desserts he had prepared for the guests without hesitation. No need to say more, I know what's going on. Yasuo waved his hand, looking at Pudding and Baron Egg who were approaching. Hey, your desserts have already been finished by us. To make up for it, how about we exchange it for my treasures? Yasuo bought a treasure chest from the system shop, and inside the chest was a high-explosive grenade. A grenade infused with Yasuo's fruit abilities. It's called the Poop Bomb. Yasuo knows that ever since Whitebeard died in the Marineford War, Big Mom has taken over the task of guarding Fishman Island and has raised her own pirate flag there. However, the condition for protecting Fishman Island is that she must demand a large amount of desserts from the island every month within a specified time, which is an agreement established between Jinbei and Big Mom. But now that the desserts have been wiped out by everyone, this is the perfect opportunity. It's time to declare war on Big Mom directly. Tell the whole world the Straw Hat Pirates are back. And this time, it's a powerful return. What? You've eaten all the desserts. Bachmus pushed up his sunglasses, revealing his small, bean-like eyes as he looked at the Straw Hat crew present. He knows how many tons of desserts were offered to Big Mom every time. That's 10 tons. He naturally recognizes this group of people. But he just hasn't seen that new white-haired kid before. Given the Straw Hat Pirates' combat power during the Marineford War, as a subordinate of Big Mom, he certainly doesn't underestimate them. If that's the case, then there's no way out. Baron Egg took a cup of coffee from his head, took a sip, and stepped forward to take the treasure chest from Yasuo's hands. Nami's eyes turned green with envy. That's treasure. Just like that. It's being given away. Nami's trembling hands released strands of lightning, looking quite fearsome. Buru buru buru. The transponder snail at Baron Egg's waist rang at that moment. Baron Egg was momentarily stunned, trembling as he took the transponder snail from his waist. And Big Mom's figure appeared on the transponder snail's head. Baron Egg and Bachmus dared not answer the transponder snail, trembling all over. It seemed someone had tipped off Big Mom, otherwise she wouldn't be calling. Luffy was getting impatient and looked at the two. Who is it? Big Mom. Baron Egg trembled as he answered. Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, just like Whitebeard. Fishman Island is her territory. Yasuo casually took out a high-quality cigarette and lit it. Luffy squinted his eyes, pushed back his chair, slowly stood up, walked in front of the two, and directly snatched the ringing transponder snail. Pressing the snail shell, the big fool Luffy spoke directly. Hello, are you Big Mom? Big Mom squinted and slowly responded. Oh, who are you? Listen well. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. What I want to tell you is, your desserts have all been eaten by me. The serious expression on Luffy's face was quite intense. How about that? Is this enough to anger you? As for why Luffy wants to provoke Big Mom, it's because Luffy wants to turn this hospitable Fishman Island into his own territory. So let the first battle 2 years later begin with the 4 Emperor Big Mom in the New World. That's right. The big fool Luffy is declaring war on Big Mom. What? You've eaten all 10 tons? Big Mom was shocked. And the transponder snail also showed a very surprised expression. Big Mom never expected that someone could eat even more than her. And that's 10 tons. That's right. I've eaten all 10 tons. Big Mom, from now on, there's none for you. I've decided from now on, Fishman Island will be the territory of my Red Storm. And one more thing. I must take down Bartolomeo. The big fool Luffy said these shocking words with a grim face while holding his straw hat. Yasuo, as always, felt an immense agreement with Luffy's actions. Luffy truly is his captain. Luffy, what are you saying? That's one of the 4 emperors. Nami jumped up, looking at Luffy with a face full of fear. Everyone present, Usopp, Chopper, Brook, Sanji, Zoro, Jinbe, Frankie, Robin, and Neptune, were all stunned. The Straw Hat crew was so shocked because they still didn't have a clear understanding of their own strength, and thought they were quite weak. Mom, Red Storm Straw Hat Luffy, come to the New World. I'll be waiting for you in the New World. The cold and gloomy Bige looked at the transponder snail, wishing he could immediately tear that little brat apart. How could he declare war on Bige? He actually declared war on the 4 Emperor Bige. Dan and Superman and the cat people exclaimed in unison. The Straw Hat Pirates truly are the fierce pirates who caused a ruckus during the Marineford War, daring to declare war on the 4 emperors. Just as Luffy was about to hang up the phone, Yasuo stepped forward and snatched the transponder snail from the foolish Luffy's hand. Looking at the transponder snail, Yasuo slowly spoke. Messimo Bige, are you still there? Who are you? Bige, taking deep breaths to calm the anger surging within, looked at his trembling sons and daughters beside him. It's known that when Bige goes insane, he could even kill his own children. As the saying goes, a tiger does not eat its own cubs, so you can imagine how terrified they were of Bige. Yasuo smiled faintly, realizing that the whole world thought he was dead. Now that he appeared in front of everyone, he wondered what would happen next. After all, he was the son of Rocks. With that identity alone, many would probably want to put him to death, right? I am Wieldsthe, Yasuo, feeling indifferent. I heard you were a crew member of my father. How about you immediately come to Fishman Island and kneel before our captain to beg for mercy? I could reluctantly allow you to join our Straw Hat crew as a fierce warrior. How about that? As Yasuo's voice fell, the entire palace hall instantly fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Luffy was declaring war, and you, on the other hand, directly made Big Mom surrender in a numb state? Is it really necessary to be this arrogant? Big Mom's pupils contracted. Wieldsthe, Yasuo, Wasn't this son of her captain dead in the Marineford War? What's going on? Mama, Blue Pheasant? Rocks D Yasuo, Monkey D Luffy, come to the new world. I will welcome your arrival with the greatest courtesy in the world. Clap. Big Mom, feeling furious, directly crushed the snail phone in her hand and looked down at her children. Katakuri, go catch that Straw Hat Pirates vice captain, Blue Pheasant, for me. It doesn't matter if he is dead. Ha ha. I want him to know that even if he is the son of rocks, Charlotte Lin, will not take him seriously. I am one of the 4 emperors. Buzz. Big Mom's powerful Conqueror's Haki was released, instantly causing a large number of her sons and daughters to faint on the ground. Katakuri, helpless, looked at his fainted siblings and then nodded as he walked towards the door, asking him to catch Blue Pheasant. Isn't this just sending him to his death? The Blue Pheasant had already displayed strength close to that of an admiral 2 years ago at Marine Headquarters Marineford, and now, 2 years later, who knows what the situation is? Although Katakuri felt a bit apprehensive, he still had to unconditionally obey Big Mom's orders. Katakuri is a Paramecia type Machi fruit awakened ability user, the second son of the Charlotte family, one of the 3 sweet commanders, and the Minister of Flower in Totoland. He is Big Mom's strongest child, having mastered all 3 types of Haki to a very high level, even being able to predict the future using observation Haki. In the original story, Katakuri fought against the big fool Luffy, and although he was narrowly defeated in the end, Yasuo believed that Katakuri's abilities were superior. In fact, he could have continued to fight, but chose to hold back, perhaps due to Luffy's protagonist aura at play. On the other side, Yasuo looked at the snail phone that had been hung up in his hand, and, feeling disappointed, threw it to Eggman, Superman, and Catman. The 2 took the snail phone with disbelief and rushed out of the hall, realizing that the supposedly dead Blue Pheasant was actually alive. It's terrifying. I want to go home and find Mama. Then he plopped down in a chair, using his observation Haki to scan the crowd, filled with fear and excitement. Taking advantage of this time, everyone should train hard, strive to enhance their strength to defeat the 4 emperors. Yasuo nodded, smiling as he spoke to the crowd. Everyone, are you a devil? In such a short time, you've increased your strength to the level of defeating the 4 emperors? Are you kidding? Hey, white hair, take it slow. Zoro, sitting next to Yasuo, didn't care at all about facing the upcoming enemies, the 4 emperors. Don't get me wrong, I'm a bit excited myself. I wonder if my strength from defeating Mihawk can also defeat the 4 emperors? Hey, white hair monster, are you joking? Those are the 4 emperors, not the 7 warlords. Sanji looked incredulous. Yeah, Yasuo-san. Usopp also looked at Yasuo, wondering if Yasuo was about to teach everyone some powerful techniques again. Don't interrupt, Usopp. White hair monster, I think you're becoming more and more unreliable. Sanji interrupted Usopp, continuing to glare at Yasuo. Yasuo sat silently in the chair with his eye patch on, without saying a word. Zoro and Sanji were puzzled. Usually, at times like this, Yasuo would have already started bickering with them. Could it be that Yasuo was angry? What could Yasuo be thinking at this moment? Yasuo's mind echoed with the words of Green Algae Head and the colorful chef. Bang! Suddenly, Yasuo slammed the table and stood up, facing everyone, startling them all. Was Yasuo really angry? After slamming the table, Yasuo turned his head towards Zoro and Sanji and said, There is something I must tell you. Some things don't need to be finished in one night. We're not in a hurry. We could do a little each night. Many things are like a journey. When you decide to set off, the most difficult part is already done. On the road of struggle, do not easily give up. Those who are better than you work much harder than you do. Why do you have to sigh and complain here? Do you understand? Radisson Jetman. Yasuo rambled on, leaving everyone confused and stunned in place. Yasuo waved his hand and walked towards the door, leaving a very impressive silhouette for everyone to watch. How did Yasuo suddenly become so knowledgeable? Usopp swallowed hard and unconsciously looked at Robin, the only one present with the highest education level. Perhaps only Robin would understand the meaning behind Yasuo's words. Robin's cheeks turned slightly red as she pretended not to understand the gazes from everyone. She indeed understood what Yasuo meant. This is so outrageous. This is not translating historical texts, so it's better not to translate it for everyone to hear. Yasuo is really so knowledgeable. The big silly Luffy couldn't stop praising Yasuo. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Yasuo-san is so strong. Brook's eyes sparkled, and he seemed to understand a little. Thus, after declaring war against the pretentiousness, the Straw Hat crew began to pay more attention to their own strength, starting a grueling 2-day training session. Meanwhile, while the Straw Hat Pirates were training crazily on Fishman Island, at the Navy headquarters in the New World. Kizaru informed Admiral Akainu about being beaten up by the Straw Hat Pirates. You say the Straw Hat Pirates beat you without a chance to fight back? Akainu squinted at Kizaru, not believing that those kids could pin down an admiral like Kizaru. There's one more important piece of information. Roxy, Yasuo is still alive. Kizaru looked haggard, realizing he had suffered a huge loss this time. His salary didn't increase, and he got beaten up. Where could he complain about this? Even if he is alive, he can't stir up much trouble. Akainu sneered, recalling how he had once beaten that brat nearly to death. Even if he was alive, he couldn't possibly be a match for my top dog among the celestial dragons. Did the name Akainu come for free? Kizaru squinted at Akainu. Yasuo's survival made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. He always felt that Akainu underestimated Yasuo, and that one day he would regret it. Send Smoker to investigate the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates. We must bring this group of despicable pirates to justice. Akainu slammed the table and angrily issued the order. Kizaru nodded and left the admiral's office. Time slowly passed, and after 2 days, on the calm sea, the Thousand Sunny was gently swaying forward. The crew had left Fishman Island and was now heading to the next island, Punk Hazard. In fact, there was nothing particularly special about Fishman Island, except for Madame Charlie's fortune-telling. It was just a few lousy Fishman NPCs. There really wasn't much highlight. If there was any highlight, it would be Princess Shirahoshi's big and white, and the historical text stone tablet, which Yasuo and Robin had already explored. The stone tablet recorded Joy Boy D, Nika's letter of repentance to the Fishman Princess from 800 years ago. It meant that he originally promised the Fishman Princess to build the Noah Ark to lead all the Fishman Island residents to live on land, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the Noah Ark wasn't completed on time, and he ended up dead. So, this is a very special letter of repentance. That's right, this Joy Boy D, Nika, was the king of that great kingdom 800 years ago, the ruler of the Xia dynasty. It was he who consumed the rubber fruit of the big silly Luffy 800 years ago and developed its powers to a very high level, so in later generations. The rubber fruit is also known as the human fruit, mythical beast type, Nika form. This Nika refers to the symbol of Joy Boy's power. This point can be inferred from the few words of the original author, Oda, that he must have known that the devil fruit of the big silly Luffy was the fruit once possessed by that legendary man. After Oda defeated Luffy for the second time, he told Luffy, "Looks like you can't become Joy Boy either." From this, we can see that Oda must know some things. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny, Yasuo looked at the faintly visible island in the distance, his fists unconsciously clenched. That man is on the island. That's right. That man. The man that every man in the world wants to take down. The existence that all readers hate. Momonosuke, setting aside his hatred for now, Yasuo took a deep breath and carefully observed the distant island. 2 years ago, Akiji and Akainu fought for the position of Fleet Admiral on Punk Hazard, causing the island's climate to change drastically, turning it into an island of ice and fire. This battle goes without saying, and in the end, Akainu won by breaking Akiji's leg in a 10-day and 10-night battle. Prior to this, a terrible accident occurred on Punk Hazard, releasing a large amount of corrosive substances from the island, turning it into a deserted island. That's why the two admirals chose this place as the battle site. The Thousand Sunny slowly docked at the shore, and suddenly, a wave of heat rushed over, nearly causing everyone to suffer from heat stroke. Fortunately, everyone had already stripped down to their bare essentials. Well, not completely bare, as Nami, Robin, and Brooke were all wearing those eye-catching bikinis that would make anyone's blood rush. Yasuo, the old pervert, couldn't help but let 2 drops of nosebleed drip from his nose. He quickly recited the calming chant in his heart. Ollie G, Ollie G. I'm a lump of Ollie G, Ollie G. Even Brooke's eyes sparkled. He finally saw the panties he had been thinking about. He was so damn happy. Sanji didn't need to be mentioned. Dressed in a casual Hawaiian vacation shirt and floral shorts, he stared intently at Nami and Robin, flooding the entire deck with his nosebleed. Meanwhile, Chopper anxiously held a tissue to help Sanji wipe his nosebleed, his eyes fixated on the bikini-clad Mei Yang, nearly drooling. Fortunately, Yasuo had prepared some shorts for Chopper. Otherwise, given Chopper's past tendency not to wear pants, the scene would surely be spectacular. Looking at Chopper's gaze, Mei Yang covered her face with her hooves. Her cheeks slightly flushed. You pervert. In broad daylight, what are you thinking? Seeing Chopper's expression, Yasuo unconsciously recalled a song in his mind. The deer falls in love with the sheep, loves crazily. Yoshi, let's go. The big fool Luffy took the lead, jumping off the Going Merry and walking ahead. Yasuo smiled faintly, tightened the cotton jacket on himself, and glanced back at the Straw Hat crew, who were looking at him with expressions as if they were watching a fool. He jumped down for the 1000 Sunny and walked alongside Luffy. Why is Yasuo wearing cotton coat? Yasuo knows that the other side of the island is freezing cold, and he doesn't want to remind everyone, so he lets them all suffer a bit. After all, he wants to see bikinis too. Ha ha ha, Yasuo. I'm truly a scheming guy. Hey Luffy, do you miss your woman, Boa Hancock? Yasuo asked while putting his arm around Luffy's shoulder. Ah, Yasuo, don't say nonsense. Boa Hancock is my friend. The big fool Luffy's cheeks turned red as he turned his head to avoid Yasuo's gaze. Hee hee, I must drink for 3 days and nights at your wedding. Luffy, are Boa Hancock's parents still around? You know, I'm a user of the reincarnation devil fruit. So if she wants to meet her parents, I can help. Yasuo said with a smile. Really? Yasuo, that's great if you're willing to help. Boa Hancock will definitely be very happy to see her parents. The big fool Luffy's mouth was almost grinning to his ears. But then Luffy's expression immediately fell. He unconsciously thought of the backlash symptoms caused by Yasuo summoning the great pirates during the Marineford War. If Yasuo summons such a powerful being again, will he die? Yasuo, there's something I must tell you. My strength is very strong now. So in the future, when facing enemies, you no longer need to use those techniques that cost your lifespan. Luffy stopped and looked at Yasuo seriously. What nonsense are you talking about? I've gotten stronger too. Besides, didn't you use those lifespan-costing techniques when dealing with Admiral Kizaru? Yasuo ignored Luffy behind him and walked forward with his hands behind his head. This is completely different. The big fool Luffy was suddenly at a loss for words. Unfortunately, he lacked education, so he could only say something different in the world. How can this be the same? I can recover, but Yasuo can't. Even his hair is still white, and his long hair has become short. Helpless, Luffy could only follow Yasuo's pace, walking deeper into the hotter island, with the Straw Hat crew following closely behind. After walking for about 3 minutes, a series of dragon roars entered everyone's ears, and they stopped in their tracks, releasing their observation Haki to scan the surrounding situation. Yasuo could tell from the sound that the roar was indeed the legendary Fire Dragon. The massive red dragon dwelling in Punk Hazard was originally created by Dr. Vegapunk to guard the island, capable of adapting to any environment. The celestial dragons were quite fond of this western dragon and even named it Inoue Nichuan Steel Plate. It's worth noting that the naming was quite casual. This western dragon must have been created above a well. Zoro narrowed his eyes, ready to draw his sword to take down this evil dragon. In ancient times, there were dragon horse slayers, and now I, the green algae head, will slay this western mongrel. Wait, Yasuo waved his hand to stop Zoro, who was about to make a move. Awo. The giant dragon stumbled forward, flapping its wings that couldn't be lifted off the ground, charging toward the Straw Hat crew. Is anyone there? Help! Help! A cry for help came from behind the giant dragon. Huh, the giant dragon can actually talk. Everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on? Yasuo didn't bother with small talk. He knew that the silly guy was actually the lower half of Jin Wyman, which had been split apart by Luo Idao. The lower half accidentally got stuck to the butt of the evil dragon, so it couldn't be pulled away. Who knows why the lower half could talk? Maybe it was for the sake of the plot. Luffy, do you want to try the taste of dragon meat? Yasuo ignored the charging evil dragon and asked Luffy. Gulp. Everyone simultaneously swallowed. Dragon meat. The legendary meat. I wonder what it would taste like. Upon hearing this, Sanji immediately shifted his gaze from the bikini-clad Nami and Robin to Yasuo. He had never cooked such an ingredient as dragon meat before. Sanji's desire to cook surged immediately. Step aside. I'm about to show off. Yasuo waved his hand to disperse the crowd, took a step forward, and looked at the red, evil dragon rushing towards him. He slightly bent his knees, clenched his right fist tightly at his waist, and faced the approaching dragon. His cotton coat fluttered in the absence of wind, and his silver hair floated with his momentum. An invisible wave of energy surrounded Yasuo, making him look exceptionally impressive. What is this? Zoro narrowed his eyes. This move, it seems familiar. It's a technique of Yongin. In the next moment, Yasuo made his move. Normal. A punch. Yasuo slowly said 4 words with his cherry-like mouth. Just as the name of the move suggests, Yasuo lightly swung a punch at the air in front of him, sending a breeze towards the western hybrid dragon. That's right. Yasuo directly unleashed his fully leveled Saitama body limiter ability, attacking the western hybrid dragon. Boom. Of course, Yasuo didn't obliterate the entire dragon into dust. he only destroyed half of its body. The remaining force of his punch shot up into the sky, creating a large skull in the clouds above. At this incredibly impressive moment, a long-lost system notification echoed in Yasuo's mind. Ding! Shock value 1000. Yasuo was taken aback. Could it be? Could his system be just like those of many other transmigrated systems? Upgraded? He quickly asked the system in his mind. What is the use of shock value? Yasuo was incredibly excited. Could something fun be about to happen? Ding! Returning to the host. It's useless. The system replied flirtatiously. Yasuo, are you just bored? Coming out now to seek attention? Making me and the readers expect something? What a terrible system. Far away on Earth, Yihei was indeed a bit bored. It had been a while since he saw Yasuo enter the god's domain, and feeling helpless, watching his good brother Shuan live so comfortably, Yihei wanted to stir things up. Yihei smirked and slowly started typing on the computer keyboard. Who knows what kind of suffering Yasuo will endure this time? Let's have a moment of silence for Yasuo. Damn it, Yasuo-san. Usopp looked shocked. Shouldn't Yasuo and his brother Yong be equally strong? Sure enough. Did the white-haired guy inherit his brother's abilities? Zoro gritted his teeth looking at Yasuo, wishing he could spar with him right away. Hee, as expected of my vice captain. Ha ha. The big fool Luffy laughed out loud. What happened? What happened? From behind the half-dead Western Dragon, Kin Eamon's voice came. He still didn't know that this dragon had already been taken down by Yasuo, as the Western Dragon was now standing still on its 2 feet, half of its body motionless. There are 2 feet talking here. The big fool Luffy ran to the back of the dragon's corpse, watching the legs flailing wildly. Pull out, Luffy, Yasuo said to Luffy. Then he turned to Sanji and said, get to work, pervert chef. To be honest, Yasuo also wanted to taste what this Western Dragon was like. After all, in the original story, the big fool Luffy couldn't stop praising the dragon meat. After some operations from Sanji and the big fool Luffy, the dragon meat was made into barbecue, and Kin Eamon's lower half was pulled off by Luffy. Now, standing beside him, everyone was eating the dragon meat heartily, and Yasuo didn't expect it to be so delicious. One bite, and the juicy liquid flowed out, fragrant and rich, comparable to lobster meat. The golden dragon meat was sprinkled with a bit of pepper, paired with a bold adventure. This flavor, TSK, it made Yihei next door drool. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone continued to explore deeper into the island. At Kin Eamon's request, the big fool Luffy, overflowing with sympathy, prepared to find Kin Eamon's upper half on the island. With only Kin Eamon's lower half, they started on their journey. So cold, so cold. Everyone arrived at the other side of the island, where the icy cold was bone-chilling. Luckily, Yasuo had put on a thick coat in advance. Hee, live it up. Yasuo teased the trembling crowd with a lewd expression on his face, especially when looking at Robin, Nami, and Mei Yang, who were all wearing bikinis. He couldn't help but want to burst out laughing. Baka. Nami, feeling annoyed, unleashed a power she hadn't used in a long time, Nami's color Haki. She delivered a powerful punch straight to Yasuo's head. Ouch! Yasuo covered his head and scanned the Straw Hat crew present, only to see everyone looking at him with sinister smiles, displaying particularly lewd expressions. Go! Zoro shouted and charged forward, directly yanking Yasuo's military coat off. Ripping sound. Unexpectedly. You're wearing so much? It was really hot just now, right? I'll help you take it off. Robin grabbed the thermal clothing inside Yasuo and ripped it off in one go, draping it over herself. Yasuo, are you guys devils? As for Frankie and Brooke, who were cyborgs, they felt nothing and were unaffected by the cold. But Luffy and the others were different. They all started to lay hands on Yasuo's clothes and pants. Before long, Yasuo was lying on the ice, left with only a floral pair of shorts on. Yasuo looked helplessly at Chopper, who was tugging at his floral shorts. That's enough, Chopper. Yasuo found himself in a ridiculous situation with Chocobo. If you want clothes, just say so. I have plenty in the system shop. Is it really necessary like this? Just as Yasuo was using one hand to hold his underwear against Chocobo's poisonous hands, the crowd that had already stripped him of his clothes and put them on themselves looked at each other in disbelief. Yasuo actually wore so many clothes. 6 thermal shirts, 1 military coat, 6 thermal pants, 1 pair of black casual pants, and the most unbelievable thing is that Yasuo actually wore 7 pairs of cotton socks. Everyone couldn't see any changes in Yasuo's figure with the naked eye. This is just ridiculous. Ridiculous, right? Actually, Yasuo kept buying clothes from the system store and putting them on himself. After all, they are his companions, so he still feels a bit sorry for them. Yasuo picked up Chopper, and in the system shop, he bought a military coat and threw it over Chopper, completely covering him. Feeling the warmth, Chopper slowly regained his senses and looked at the bare Yasuo with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, everyone was once again stunned. What did they see? Yasuo actually had tattoos on his body. That's right. When Yasuo was feeling bored, he had the system personally tattoo a left azure dragon, a right white tiger, and an old bull on his waist. Most importantly, the tattoo of a happy sheep on Yasuo's chest was particularly eye-catching. Mei Yangyang was instantly dumbfounded. The sheep on Yasuo's chest seemed to be her true, destined sheep. Mei Yangyang's gaze darted away from Chopper, fearing that Chopper would discover her betrayal of thoughts. Just as Yasuo was about to purchase a few more pieces of clothing in the system mall, a small black shadow in the distance was rushing towards him at an incredible speed. Yasuo stopped his movements and turned his head towards the figure gradually approaching in the distance. The members of the Straw Hat crew behind him also cast their gazes towards the shadow rushing towards them. Trafalgar! Luffy exclaimed. Huh? What's going on? This isn't the time for Law to show up. Yasuo frowned, wondering if something had happened. Red-haired storm leader, you all need to leave. Now. Cough, cough, cough. Law spat blood, anxiously covering his chest as he spoke to the group. Yasuo frowned and immediately spread his observation Haki across the entire island, quickly discovering a large group of densely packed Navy soldiers and well-known figures surrounding the entire island. It seemed that someone had been tracking them and had informed those people of the Straw Hat Pirates' arrival here. Yasuo hasn't been reading the newspaper lately, but if he had, he would know who exposed the whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew. That's right. It was the omnipresent and all-knowing newspaper boss Morgans who made the move. He wrote in the paper, shock. 2 years have passed. The Straw Hat Pirates have reunited at Sabati Archipelago, making a strong return to take down Admiral Kizuru. The world government and navy have been thoroughly humiliated by the Straw Hat Pirates. Shock. The late vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Blue Demon Rocks D, Yasuo, has reappeared at Sabati Archipelago. It seems the next stop for the Straw Hat Pirates is Punk Hazard Island. Let's look forward to what kind of bloodshed and chaos this group of young people, who caused a ruckus during the Summit War, will bring next. Stay tuned. Please keep following Morgan's news agency, as we will bring you the latest and most explosive first-hand news about the Straw Hat Pirates. Yasuo shook his head and bought 5 outfits similar to Gojo's from the system shop. With a smirk on his face, he confidently addressed the crowd. It's time to make a big move. Brothers and sisters, are you ready? Introduction. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Yasuo swung his sword fiercely towards Akainu. He turned and shouted to Luffy, Luffy, hurry and take Ace away, seeing that they were at a disadvantage. Luffy and Ace couldn't escape the encirclement of the navy. Yasuo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Quickly forming hand seals, he slammed his hand down on the ground. Edo Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. 3 coffins burst out of the ground. On the coffins were written, Jack. Key. The coffin lids were instantly flipped open, and 3 figures emerged. Gol D, Roger, Rocks D, Xebec, Shiki the Golden Lion,